The first chapter was just scrapped, and the shocking system arrived. Dian Kingdom, Mountain City. In June, the sun is scorching and the air is filled with a hot atmosphere. At the gate of Shancheng No. 1 Middle School, students leaving school poured out like a tide, gathering in groups of 3 or 2, with a look of relief after the exam and anticipation for the future on their faces. The exams are finally over. This final exam is also a rehearsal for our Military Science College entrance exam. I wonder who will take first place. Needless to say, it must be Wang Hao. He's one of the top 10 geniuses in our mountain city. It's said that his chi and health have long surpassed the threshold of a third-level warrior. The first-place prize is incredibly generous. Not only does it come with a large cash prize, but it also includes chi and blood pills and body-tempering fluids. Most importantly, it's the chance to enter the elite training camp. That's where the carp leaps over the dragon gate, and those who emerge will be among the best. Discussions were heard one after another, full of envy for the strong and longing for the future. Among the crowd, a figure seemed somewhat out of place. The young man was tall and straight, with a handsome face and sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. However, his eyes, which should have been full of spirit, now had a calmness that was unbelievable for his age. His name was Chen Lin, and he was walking slowly alone. The students around him saw him and their eyes became complicated, with regret, sympathy, and even a hint of schadenfreude. Look, it's Chen Lin. Alas, what a pity. If he hadn't been ambushed by the bastards of the Myriad Clan sect, where would Wang Hao be now? Who says he isn't? He was once the top of Jinling's 10 geniuses, suppressing his peers throughout Jinling City. But now, his foundation has been destroyed, and he has fallen from the peak of the third-level warrior to the second level. His talent is gone, and his life is ruined. Chen Lin seemed oblivious to the discussions around him. He had long been accustomed to the feeling of falling from the clouds. No one knows that this body contains a soul from the blue planet. He was originally an ordinary office worker, but upon waking up, he found himself in a high-level martial arts world where countless races invaded and martial arts flourished. Even more fortunately, the body he traveled to was that of a martial arts prodigy, rarely seen in a century, whose training speed advanced by 1,000 miles, surpassing his peers. He once enjoyed the halo of genius and also made the ambition to suppress all races and protect our human race. However, just 6 months ago, while out training, he was ambushed by the Myriad cult. It was a brutal fight, and while he fought tooth and nail to kill all the enemies, he was also struck by a strange poison, destroying his martial arts foundation. From a favored child, he became a waste in the eyes of everyone. I moved from Jinling City to this remote mountain city, hoping to quietly find a way to recover, but unexpectedly, troubles always come uninvited. Hey, isn't this our former great genius, Chen Lin? A harsh voice sounded, with undisguised mockery. Chen Lin looked up and saw a young man wearing designer clothes and with an arrogant look, surrounded by a group of people, blocking his way. Wang Hao, a prominent figure in Shancheng No. 1 Middle School, is also one of the top 10 geniuses in Shancheng and comes from a wealthy family. Before Chen Lin came to Shancheng No. 1 Middle School, he was the undisputed number 1. But after Chen Lin transferred in, even though his level had dropped, he still consistently outperformed him in several theoretical assessments and basic tests, which left the arrogant Wang Hao with a nagging regret. Now that the final exams are over, Wang Hao believes that his abilities have greatly improved and he can finally hold his head high. Why aren't you talking? Are you mute? Wang Hao looked at Chen Lin's calm face, his heart swelled with anger. What he hated most was Chen Lin's perpetually calm demeanor. A useless person with a crippled foundation, you dare to stand in my way? The few followers behind him also joined in the fun. That's right, Brother Hao, don't bother with this kind of trash. A guy who relies on his past experience to get by in school, does he really think he's still the genius he used to be? More and more students gathered around to watch the fun, pointing at Chen Lin and chuckling. Chen Lin's eyes swept across Wang Hao, finally landing on the yellow-haired henchman who was barking the loudest beside him. He said calmly, "The master is speaking, why are you barking like a wild dog?" The sound was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The laughter stopped abruptly. The yellow-haired follower's face instantly turned purple. He relied on Wang Hao's power to bully others in school. He had never suffered such public humiliation. You're looking for death. With an angry roar, the blood in the yellow-haired body surged, and the aura of a second-level warrior burst out instantly. His fist as big as a casserole made a sound of wind and smashed straight into Chen Lin's face. The people around exclaimed in surprise, as if they had foreseen Chen Lin's tragic end with a broken nose. However, Chen Lin didn't even raise his eyelids. Just when the fist was about to hit his body, he moved. There was no fluctuation of chi and blood, no fancy moves, he just simply raised his hand, clenched his fist, and punched out towards the opponent's fist. Bang! There was a muffled sound, followed by the crisp sound of bones breaking. Huang Mao's scream was still stuck in his throat. He felt like he was hit by a running bull. His body flew backwards 7 or 8 meters and fell heavily to the ground. He hugged his deformed right arm and wailed in pain. One punch, kill instantly. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Chen Lin's slowly retracted fist in disbelief. Wasn't his foundation destroyed and his realm dropped? Why did he still have such terrifying physical strength? Chen Lin didn't even glance at the yellow-haired man on the ground. He turned his gaze calmly to the ashen-faced Wang Hao and said word by word, "Remember, even if my realm falls, in my eyes, you are still a waste." Crazy. Too crazy. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock, and the way they looked at Chen Lin completely changed. This wasn't just trash, this was clearly a dormant tiger. Wang Hao's face flushed and paled. Being slapped in the face in public like this, his anger was completely ignited. Okay, very good. Chen Lin, you're looking for death. The energy and blood in his body surged, and the powerful pressure of a third-level warrior spread out, and the dust on the ground was slightly blown up. A hint of disdain flashed in Chen Lin's eyes, and he was about to move his hands and feet. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Detecting intense emotional fluctuations among the surrounding crowd, shock, disbelief, horror. The emotion value has reached the activation standard, and the shock system is activating. 10%, 50%, 100%. Ding! Shock system activated successfully. The host can gain shock points by causing others to feel intense emotions such as shock, admiration, and fear, and redeem them for anything. The mechanical and cold voice sounded like the sound of nature to Chen Lin. System. The golden finger that time travelers must have is finally here. The haze that had weighed on his heart for half a year seemed to be instantly dispelled by a ray of light. Chen Lin was ecstatic, but he remained calm on the surface. However, a fiery light appeared in the depths of his eyes. Stop! Just as Wang Hao was about to take action, a clear and beautiful female voice was heard. The crowd automatically parted a path, and a young girl walked over quickly. She was wearing a pure white dress, with a slender figure, skin as white as snow, and delicate features like a fairy in a painting. It was none other than Yi Linxue, the recognized school beauty of Shancheng No. 1 Middle School. Yi Linxue ignored the others and walked straight to Chen Lin, with a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. Wang Hao, what do you want to do? She and Chen Lin had a close relationship. Before Chen Lin was crippled, she had received many of his guidance and instructions. She had always felt grateful and had a special affection for him. Even in his current state of destitution, she had never distanced herself from him. When Wang Hao saw Yi Linxue openly defending Chen Lin, his face became even uglier and he was burning with jealousy. Before he could say anything, Zhang Chao, a wealthy young man who had always admired Yi Linxue, jumped out from behind him and pointed at Chen Lin, shouting, "Chen Lin! You loser! What qualifications do you have to ask Linxue to stand up for you? Kneel down and apologize to Brother Hao immediately." Wang Hao also said with a gloomy face, "Chen Lin, stay away from Lin Xue, you are not worthy of her now." Hearing this, Chen Lin smiled. He glanced at Yi Linxue, whose face was filled with anxiety and protectiveness, and then glanced at Wang Hao and Zhang Chao, who were almost going crazy with jealousy. A bold and crazy idea came to his mind. Want to be shocked? Then I'll give you the biggest one. Want revenge? Then use the most direct method. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Chen Lin suddenly reached out his hand, grabbed Yi Linxue's slender waist, and pulled her into his arms. Yi Linxue screamed "ah," and before she could react, she saw Chen Lin's handsome face quickly enlarged in front of her eyes. The next second, a warm touch was imprinted on her lips. Chapter 2 Newbie Gift Pack. SSS Level Talent Emperor Yen. The lips parted, and the moment was fleeting. The air seemed to be frozen, and you could hear a pin drop at the gate of Shancheng No. 1 Middle School. Everyone's expression was frozen at that moment, shock, astonishment, and disbelief. How dare he? How dare he kiss the high and mighty school beauty Yi Linxue in front of everyone? What was even more incredible to them was that in the face of Chen Lin's sudden and overbearing behavior, Yi Linxue did not resist, and even did not dodge. There was only a moment of panic in those cold autumn eyes, which then turned into complex ripples. Ding! Wang Hao's extreme anger and shock points plus 100. Ding. Zhang Chao's jealousy and shock points plus 80. Ding. The collective shock of the onlookers, students A, B, C, D, shock points plus 820. A series of system prompt sounds flashed across Chen Lin's mind, making him feel ecstatic. Ding. Your cumulative shock points have exceeded 1,000, achieving the first sound-startling achievement, and you'll be rewarded with a newbie gift pack. Chen Lin suppressed his inner excitement and quickly communicated with the system in his mind. This shock system had simple and crude rules. By creating shocking scenes and causing intense emotional fluctuations in others, he could gain shock points. Shock points could be exchanged in the system store for cultivation techniques, elixirs, weapons, even repairing his foundation, improving his talents, and anything else he needed. This is a comeback weapon tailor-made for him. Open the newbie gift package. Chen Lin said to himself. Ding. Newbie gift pack is opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level talent Emperor Yen. Do you want to merge immediately? Boom. It was as if thunder had exploded in Chen Lin's mind, and he was completely stunned. SSS level talent. He had never lost his composure like this in his past life or in this life. You have to know that his original talent was a level fire control, which made him a leader among the younger generation in Jinling City, unrivaled among his peers. However, even this A-level talent was completely destroyed by the insidious tactics of the myriad races cult half a year ago. And now, the system directly gave him an SSS level talent. The talent levels in this world are divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS from low to high. F and E class talents are considered ordinary, while D and C class talents are considered promising martial arts talents. B class talents are already top students at Shanchang No. 1 Middle School. And A-class talents are extremely rare throughout Shanchang, representing the absolute top talent. Wang Hao is an A-class talent. As for S-level, that was already a legendary existence, with only a handful of such people in the entire Great Yan nation. SS level was even more of a top-tier evildoer that existed only in historical records. And SSS level. What kind of concept was that? Chen Lin couldn't even imagine it. He had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. The gap between A-level and SSS level was 10,000 times greater than the gap between a firefly and the bright moon. Excited. Ecstatic. Endless joy washed over his mind, but his strong self-control forced him to calm down. No, not for now. Chen Lin made a decision in his mind. Fusing an SSS level talent would only cause a small commotion. With so many people watching, this was definitely not the time to reveal his cards. In the few short seconds that he was communicating with the system, the atmosphere outside had gone from dead silence to the brink of boiling. Yilin Shui turned her head slightly, and a barely perceptible blush appeared on her snow-white cheeks. She looked at Chen Lin, who was so close to her, her eyes still maintaining her usual coldness. Chen Lin was startled, thinking that she was going to be angry. After all, his actions just now were too reckless, and he was about to explain. However, Yilin Shui only frowned slightly and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "If you want a kiss, don't do it in front of so many people." The voice was not loud, but it carried a hint of anger and shyness. As soon as these words were spoken, the students closest to the student heard them and their eyes almost popped out of their heads. What does this mean? Does that mean you don't mind being kissed, but you mind doing it in front of so many people? Oh my god. Ding. Second shock from the onlookers, shock points plus 300. When Chen Lin heard the prompt tone in his mind and looked at Yilin Shui's cute face, who pretended to be calm but actually had red ears, his heart warmed and he couldn't help but smile. But in Wang Hao's eyes, this scene was like adding fuel to the fire. Chen Lin. Wang Hao roared with suppressed rage, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white from the force. Just wait. The final exam results will be announced soon, and I'll crush you hard in front of the whole school. I want everyone to know that you're a complete waste. In the end, he didn't dare to do it. This was the school gate, and beating up a classmate in public, especially with Yilin Shui clearly defending him, would have serious consequences. He could only let go of the harshest words. The students around him also looked at Chen Lin with pessimism. Yes, even if you have great physical strength and a bizarre relationship with the school beauty, in the martial arts world, talent and realm are the most important. The final exam tests comprehensive strength. How can a useless person with no talent and a low realm possibly compete with the rising star Wang Hao? Yilin Shui also tugged at Chen Lin's sleeve, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Chen Lin, don't be impulsive. His strength has already reached the middle stage of the third level, She knew that Qianlin had lost his talent and his realm was not as good as before, so he could never be a match for Wang Hao. Qianlin, however, held her soft little hand in his backhand. Feeling the delicate touch, he gave her a reassuring look, his tone calm but filled with infinite confidence. "It's okay, I will definitely win." Looking into Qianlin's deep and confident eyes, Yi Linxue felt her worries disappear for some reason, replaced by an inexplicable trust. She nodded, hummed, and said no more. In the distance, a teacher from the school's teaching department also witnessed all this. He sighed, his face filled with worry. This teacher had always admired Qianlin's talent and character, but now seeing him not only fall into such a state, but also have such a big conflict with Wang Hao, he couldn't help but sweat for him. Amid the discussions of the crowd, Qianlin ignored Wang Hao's shouting, took Yi Linxue's hand, turned around and left. After sending Yi Linxue to her doorstep and politely declining her invitation to come in and sit down, Qianlin couldn't wait to walk towards his home. His pace became faster and faster, and his heart began to beat faster and faster. After being suppressed and forbearing for half a year, today, the dawn of a turnaround finally comes. Returning to his simple rental house, Qianlin locked the door and drew the curtains, and the whole room suddenly fell into darkness. He sat cross-legged on the bed, took a deep breath, cleared all distracting thoughts, and his eyes became extremely hot and expectant. System: Fusion of SSS Level Talent Emperor Yen. Chapter 3: Strange Phenomena in Heaven and Earth, The Power of Emperor Yen. Ding! SSS Level Talent Flame Emperor, fusion begins. Boom! Qianlin felt his consciousness being dragged into a boundless sea of fire. Gold, red, purple, billions of flames converged here into an eternal storm, and he was at the center of it. The meridians that had originally dried up and broken were not destroyed by the impact of this terrifying force. Instead, they were repaired, widened, and reinforced at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were touched by the hand of God. The true energy in his body, which had long been dormant like a pool of stagnant water, completely boiled over at this moment. It was like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years, suddenly erupting. At the moment when the talents merged, the sky above the mountain city changed color. The originally clear night sky was suddenly covered by large patches of fiery clouds without any warning. The clouds rolled as if the sky was burning, suppressing the lights of thousands of homes throughout the city. A vast, ancient, supreme and terrifying pressure descended like the sky falling. Inside the city lord's mansion, the mountain city lord, who was attending to official business, suddenly looked up, the fine steel wolf hairbrush in his hand snapping with a sharp snap. He rushed to the window, gazing at the blood-red clouds in the sky, his face filled with horror. What kind of pressure is this? Is a king-level expert descending upon our mountain city? In a quiet martial arts hall in the east of the city, an elderly man, resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. He felt the pressure that shook his very soul, and cried out in shock, "No! This isn't a king-level aura. This aura is ancient and noble, as if the sovereign of heaven and earth has descended. How could it be possible?" At Shancheng No. 1 Middle School, Wang Hao, who had just returned to the dormitory, was imagining how to defeat Qianlin in the final exam. Suddenly, he felt a palpitation, as if a pair of invisible eyes were looking down at him from the sky. A fear that came from the level of life made his hands and feet cold, and breathing became extremely difficult. At this moment, all warriors in the mountain city who had reached the second level or above felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts, and they looked up at the sky in horror. Then, in the depths of the rolling fire clouds, a huge Dharma image standing tall and upright appeared and disappeared. The Dharma image wore an imperial crown and a flaming dragon robe. Its features were blurred, yet it exuded an aura of supreme majesty, one that looked down upon the world and controlled all fire. Just a vague outline filled the city's warriors with an urge to bow down and worship. Oh my God! What is that? Miracle! Has a miracle happened? What on earth happened? The entire mountain city fell into unprecedented shock and panic. But the source of all these strange phenomena, in Qianlin's small rental house, was a completely different scene. He sat cross-legged, his appearance solemn and majestic. His body's repair had long been completed. Now, his meridians were more than 10 times stronger than before they were damaged, and the sea of qi in his dantian had transformed into a slowly rotating golden vortex. Something terrible happened. He just took a breath unconsciously, and the free fire spiritual energy in the air around him rushed into his body like rivers flowing into the sea, and even formed 2 tiny red cyclones at his mouth and nose. The temperature in the room rose sharply, and the air became hot and sticky. His cultivation, which had fallen to the first level due to his wasted talent, began to skyrocket under the infusion of endless spiritual energy. The peak of the first level. Level 2. Mid-stage, second stage. Peak of the second level. Boom! An invisible airwave spread out from him, blowing the already simple furnishings in the room all over the place. Early stage of the third stage. In just a short moment of integrating his talents, his cultivation level was restored to its peak state before it was abandoned. Chen-Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and two golden flames flashed in the depths of his pupils. He slowly raised his right hand, spread his palm, and with a thought, a cluster of golden flames appeared in his palm. The flame was not large, but it exuded a terrifying aura that burned everything, and the surrounding air was distorted by the burning. This. Chen-Lin looked at the flames in his palm and was stunned. He could clearly feel that the qi in his body now, both in quality and quantity, far surpassed his pre-crippled self. It was several times stronger. Every move he made contained explosive power. Is this the horror of SSS level talent? The improvement brought by talent alone was so incredible. He even felt that he could crush his former A-level talent self with just a finger. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Chen-Lin was immersed in the shock brought by this new force, there was a knock on the door. "Brother, it's time to eat." The clear voice of my younger sister Chen Yu came from outside the door, and then my mother's gentle call also rang out, "Shaolin, come out for dinner soon. Mom stewed meat for you today." The familiar voice brought Chen-Lin back to reality from the sense of divine power. He dispersed the flames in his palms, and the heat and shock in his eyes slowly settled, turning into unparalleled determination. He clenched his fists, feeling the power surging and roaring within him. This power is not just for yourself. It is also for his family members outside the door who silently support him and worry about him. In his previous life, he reached the summit, but was left alone, leaving behind many regrets. In this life, he wanted to protect everything. Everything that belongs to me, the glory that belongs to my family, I will take back with my own hands. Pushing open the door, the warm light in the living room dispelled the darkness in the room. 3 dishes and a soup were already on the table. Mother Wang Xiulan was pouring rice into the bowl. Father Chen Jiangwo was sitting in the main seat with a hint of fatigue on his face, but when he saw Chen-Lin coming out, he still smiled gently. "Brother!" Chen Yu, his sister with a ponytail, immediately ran over and pulled his arm affectionately. There was another young man sitting at the table. His name was Chen Feng, Chen-Lin's younger brother. He wasn't even 16 yet, but he was already a true first-rank warrior. His talent was even better than Chen-Lin's back then, and he was the pride of the whole family. At this moment, he glanced at Chen-Lin. Although he didn't say anything, there was no mockery in his eyes, only a hint of awkwardness and concern belonging to a young man. Wang Xiulan pushed a bowl of steaming beast meat soup in front of Chen-Lin and said lovingly, "Shaolin, drink it while it's hot. This is the hind leg meat of the black rock pig that Mom used her connections to buy. It's very nourishing to the blood. You've been weak lately, so you need to replenish your body." Chapter 4, Improve your skills and increase your combat power. Looking at the greasy, tender beast meat in the bowl, and smelling its overbearing and rich aroma, Chen-Lin felt a warm current in his heart, and his eyes became slightly hot. He knew too well the value of this bowl of broth. The black rock pig is a powerful first-tier beast. The pure energy contained in its flesh and blood is a great tonic for first- and second-tier warriors. My father, Chen Jiangwo, is just an ordinary worker, earning just over 3,000 yuan a month. This small pot of black rock pork probably cost him nearly half a month's hard-earned money. Over the past 6 months, in order to recuperate his damaged body, his parents have been frugal to such an extent that they have emptied out their already meager savings. In his previous life, he was so focused on pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts that he neglected the most precious things around him, his family, and only regretted it when they were lost. Now, living again, he would never let his parents work so hard again. Furthermore, he now possessed an SSS level talent. The spiritual energy he exhaled with each breath was far superior in both quality and quantity to that of this meager first-level beast meat. For him, this bowl of broth held far greater symbolic significance than practical use. But for his younger siblings, who were still laying the foundations, it was an undeniable treasure. Under the concerned gaze of his family, Chen-Lin did not move the spoon, but gently pushed the bowl of broth in front of his younger brother Chen Feng. "Brother?" Sister Chen Yu blinked her big eyes in confusion. "Shaolin, what are you doing?" His mother, Wang Xiulan, suddenly showed displeasure on her face. "I bought this especially for you." You're the weakest, drink it quickly. Although his father Chen Jiangwo didn't say anything, he put down his chopsticks and looked at him calmly with a hint of inquiry. The only younger brother, Chen Feng, a young genius who was usually a little arrogant, was also stunned at this moment. He looked at the broth in front of him, then looked up at his brother. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything. Chen Lin met his family's gaze with an extremely confident and warm smile on his face. He reached out and ruffled his brother Chen Feng's hair, just like he did when they were little, and said, "Our family isn't well off, and this bowl of meat is the fruit of our parents' labor. I can't use it now, so I should leave it for you to lay a good foundation. Especially you, Athing, you're talented, and this is the time when you need nutrition. Don't let your parents down." He turned his gaze to his father, his eyes full of understanding and heartache for his father. "Dad, don't waste money like this anymore." Wang Xiulan was anxious. "What do you mean by wasting money? As long as it can make you better, I'm willing to spend any amount of money." "Mom, I understand." Chen Lin's voice was steady and powerful, with an unquestionable conviction. "I'm fine now. Not only fine, but I'm stronger than before. Believe me, from today on, our family's life will get better and better." He looked around at his family and promised word for word, "Ferocious beast meat like this will no longer be a rarity. I will ensure you have at every meal, as much as you want." These words caused the atmosphere at the dinner table to fall into silence for a moment. His parents looked at him with mixed expressions, relief, doubt, but mostly joy at seeing their son regain his composure. Chen Feng, on the other hand, gave Chen Lin a long look, then silently picked up the bowl of broth, scooped a large piece of meat with a spoon, and placed it in his sister Chen Yu's bowl before taking a sip himself. The meal ended in a warm and wonderful atmosphere. Although his family was skeptical about what he said, Chen Lin's self-confidence, which had been transformed, was like a seed that was quietly planted in everyone's heart. After returning to his room and closing the door, Chen Lin couldn't wait to sit down cross-legged, his mind sinking into the sea of consciousness. "System, bring up my attribute panel." Bite. A light blue curtain of light that only he could see suddenly unfolded before his eyes. Host, Chen Lin. Talent, Flame Emperor SSS. Cultivation, 3rd level warrior. Shock value, 1000. Looking at the information on the panel, Chen Lin understood. These 1000 shock points were undoubtedly earned from the strange phenomenon that had occurred during the fusion of his talents, shocking the entire city. System, please explain the function of shock value. Ding. Shock value is the core energy of this system. The host obtains it by inducing strong positive or negative emotions in others such as shock, admiration, fear, jealousy, etc. The shock value is used as follows. 1. Improve your cultivation level. 2. Improve the proficiency and level of skills, martial arts, and magical powers. 3. Repair, strengthen, and even evolve talents. Listening to the system introduction in his mind, Chen Lin's heartbeat accelerated. This is simply an all-purpose cheat. Improve his cultivation, improve his skills and martial arts. This means that as long as he has enough shock value, he can become stronger without any bottleneck. He suppressed his inner excitement and began to think calmly. Directly using shock value to improve cultivation is certainly fast, but the foundation may be unstable. In contrast, improving the cultivation method is the best solution at the moment. Kung Fu is the foundation of a martial artist. A powerful technique not only refines and condenses one's chi, but also significantly increases one's cultivation speed and combat effectiveness, determining how far one can advance in the future of martial arts. He was currently practicing the common firepower technique, which was distributed uniformly by Shanchang No. 1 Middle School. This technique was of low quality, and could only be cultivated to perfection at the 3rd level. Moreover, the chi produced by the practice was patchy and impure, with limited power. System, upgrade the firepower. Chen Lin gave the order in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host possesses the SSS level talent Flame Emperor. The rank of firepower is too low to bear the divine power of the talent. The system will use the Flame Emperor talent as the core, consume 1000 shock points, and deduce and evolve the firepower. Deduction in progress, deduction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first volume of the lower grade heavenly rank technique, Flame Emperor's Heaven Burning Art, complete. Boom. The moment the system prompt sounded, a vast and boundless torrent of information suddenly poured into Chen Lin's mind. It was no longer a simple method of practicing Qigong called the fiery power, but a profound and unparalleled treasure book that seemed to be able to burn all the heavens and worlds to ashes. Countless profound theories about fire, mantras for mental skills, and maps for the circulation of true energy were deeply engraved in his soul like a brand. At the same time, within his Dantian Qi, the crimson true Qi that had just recovered to the third level began to circulate, compress, purify, and transform on its own under the guidance of this mysterious method. The originally gaseous true Qi became viscous at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally, it turned into wisps of golden liquid true Qi. If the true energy before was ordinary fire, then now it is the glazed golden flame that can burn gold and melt iron. There is a world of difference between the two. As the transformation of his technique reached perfection, the quality of Chen Lin's inner Qi underwent a drastic change. A far more terrifying sense of power surged through his limbs and bones. His cultivation, which had just reached the early third stage, was broken through in an instant like a paper bottleneck under the push of this extremely pure golden true energy. Mid-stage, third stage. Late third stage. Third level perfection. In just a breath of time, his cultivation level advanced by leaps and bounds, directly soaring to the pinnacle of the third level, and he was only one step away from becoming a fourth-level martial arts master. Chapter 5: Perfection of the Third Stage? Where did this genius come from? Chapter 5: Perfection of the Third Stage? Where did this genius come from? Is this the world of warriors? He clenched his fists, feeling the explosive force between his knuckles. A strong urge surged in his heart. He urgently wanted to know what level of strength he had reached now. "Dad, Mom, I'm going out for a while." After saying hello to his parents who were preparing breakfast, Chen Lin didn't even have time to take a bite before changing his shoes and hurried out. He needed a precise number to quantify how powerful he was at the moment. Mountain City, Warrior Association Hall. This is one of the most lively places in the entire city, with people coming and going in an endless stream. The hall was spacious and bright, imbued with a modern, technological feel. Huge electronic screens on the walls played the latest martial arts news and bounty missions. A faint aura of energy hung in the air, the result of the unwitting emanation of true Qi by the warriors. There were veteran warriors gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing their experiences with the missions. There were young apprentices with childish faces but longing glint in their eyes, and there were also citizens who were in a hurry to handle various businesses. Chen Lin walked through the crowd and his eyes quickly locked on the combat power testing area on one side of the hall. There were more than 10 peculiarly shaped metal instruments placed there, and in front of each instrument there was a queue of varying lengths. "Hello, I'd like to apply for a warrior's combat power test." Chen Lin walked to the service desk and said to a staff member. "Okay, please register your identity information here." The staff handed over an electronic board. Chen Lin quickly completed the registration. He chose the anonymous test option, meaning his personal information would not be visible to anyone until the final results came out. "Tester number 3, please." Chen Lin took the number plate and walked towards the designated testing machine. He was too young, with a slightly childish face, lacking any trace of a warrior's sharpness and experience. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of some people around him. "Hey, look at that kid, has his hair grown yet? He dares to come and test my fighting ability." A burly man with a scorpion tattoo on his arm and a face full of flesh curled his lips at his companion. He's probably some student from some martial arts high school who thinks he has some talent and wants to show off. Another tall and thin man sneered, "My guess is that his combat power is around 800, and he's at best at the middle stage of the first level." 800? You think highly of him. I think even 500 is a long shot. He's just a first-level rookie. The discussions around were neither loud nor soft, and they reached Chen Lin's ears clearly. He ignored the noise, his heart calm. He just found it a little funny these people's reactions were exactly what he needed most. "The more you look down on me, the more shocked you will be later." Chen Lin took a deep breath and stood in front of the cold combat power testing machine. The entire machine is made of a special black alloy. In the center is a thick induction target plate covered with fine scratches, which shows that it has been tested for a long time. He assumed a standard punching stance, his eyes suddenly becoming focused and sharp. The next second, the true energy in his body began to surge wildly. The Qi that had been dormant in his dantian suddenly began to boil like ignited gasoline. A stream of scorching hot air flowed along his meridians, violently rushing towards his right arm. Buzz. A faint crimson light suddenly appeared on Chen Lin's right fist, and the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to rise a few degrees at this moment. "Drink!" With a low shout, he exerted force from his waist, and the power was transmitted layer by layer, finally converging on the tip of his fist. That punch, like a cannonball fired from a gun, slammed heavily onto the induction target of the test machine with a whistling sound that tore through the air. Bang! An extremely dull bang echoed in the hall. Immediately afterwards, a strange scene happened. The combat power testing machine that was said to be able to withstand a full-strength attack from a 4th-level warrior actually emitted a sharp sizzling sound, as if the precision components inside had reached the brink of overload under this punch. The numbers on the display screen above the target began to jump and flash wildly, becoming blurry. What's going on? Is the machine broken? That punch made quite a noise. Could it be from a master? Just as everyone was in doubt, the shrill sound of the machine suddenly stopped and the numbers on the display finally stabilized. A bright red, glaring number was clearly presented in front of everyone. 10,000. Combat power value, 10,000. This number represents an extremely clear level of strength, the 3rd level of perfection. The entire combat power testing area, and even the entire Warrior Association Hall, fell into deathly silence at this moment. Everyone's eyes were like iron filings attracted by a magnet, fixed on the number, and then suddenly turned to the instigator Chen-Lin, who was still in a punching posture. The tattooed burly man who had just been laughing at Chen-Lin now had his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg, and the expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. The tall and thin man who said that Chen-Lin's combat power was less than 500 rubbed his eyes hard, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. A boy who looked no more than 18 years old could deliver a punch with the power of 10,000? 3rd level perfection? What the hell is this, an international joke? The corners of his mouth curved upwards slightly. The harvest is great. After a brief silence, the crowd suddenly exploded. 10,000. Did I see that right? It really is 10,000 combat power. Oh my god. 3rd level perfection. This kid is a powerful person who has reached the 3rd level perfection. How is this possible? How old is he? From whom did this peerless genius come from? The next second, the person with the fastest reaction appeared. Little brother. Little brother. I am the chief coach of Lifeong Martial Arts School. Are you interested in joining our school? Our director is a 4th level strong man and can personally guide you. The annual salary starts at 1 million, and there are enough skills and elixirs. A middle-aged man rushed up first and tried to win him over with an enthusiastic look on his face. Go to hell, old Zhang. Our Batian Martial Arts School offers an annual salary of 2 million. S-level treatment. Little brother, if you come to us, you will definitely be a core disciple. Another person who looked like the owner of the school directly pushed him aside. Us. All of a sudden, more than a dozen leaders from different martial arts schools surrounded Chen-Lin like sharks smelling blood, scrambling to extend olive branches to him, with each offer more generous than the last. Faced with this star-studded scene, Chen-Lin simply smiled politely and politely declined everyone's offer. Thank you all for your kindness, seniors. However, I have no plans to join any martial arts school for the time being. His goal is to become the top martial arts academy in the country. How can a small mountain city martial arts hall trap a potential dragon like him? At this moment, a female staff member wearing the uniform of the Warrior Association and with a capable temperament pushed through the crowd and walked in front of Chen-Lin. There was also undisguised shock in her eyes, but more of it was a serious and businesslike expression. Hello, sir. According to the association's regulations, for warriors whose combat power reaches 10,000 for the first time, we need to verify your identity and age. Please show your identification. Okay. Chen-Lin nodded and handed over his ID card. The staff member took the card and swiped it lightly on the portable terminal. Chen-Lin's identity information was clearly displayed on the screen. The staff member stared at the screen, her pupils suddenly shrinking, and her breathing stagnated. She raised her head and looked at Chen-Lin with a look as if he were a monster, and announced in a trembling voice. It has been confirmed, Mr. Chen-Lin, age 18 years old. Wow! If the 10,000 combat forces just now were like dropping a bomb, then the 4 words 18 years old were undoubtedly like detonating another nuclear bomb on top of this bomb. The whole audience was completely boiling. 18 years old? Did I hear correctly? 18 years old and reaching the 3rd level? Oh my god. What kind of monster is this? When did Shanchang produce such a top-notch genius? What are the criteria for a national S-level genius? Is it enough to reach the 3rd level at the age of 18? He's already perfected the 3rd level. The female staff member had obviously thought of this as well. She suppressed her inner shock and spoke to Chen Lin in a more respectful tone. Mr. Chen Lin, according to the Great Yin Dynasty's Genius Incentive Act, you have reached the third level of perfect combat power at the age of 18, far exceeding the standard for S-level geniuses. You will automatically receive the S-level genius bonus issued by the state, totaling 2 million yuan, and the bonus will be deposited into your personal account within 24 hours. 2 million. S-level genius. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting the heart of everyone present. They looked at the young man standing in the center of the crowd with a calm expression, and there was only endless awe and envy in their eyes. They knew that from today on, the sky of the mountain city would change. Shock value from Zhang San plus 150. Shock value from Li Si plus 188. Shock value from Wang Matzi plus 210. A series of system prompt sounds rang in Chen Lin's mind like a tide. Chen Lin listened with satisfaction to the notification sounds that were frantically flashing on the screen in his mind. This time, I made a lot of money. Chapter 6, The Tiger Killing Fist is perfected, ready for the test. The huge sum of 2 million has arrived, but this is only the first step in changing his family's life. For him, the real investment is strength. He knew very well that having a realm and powerful Jinchi without matching killing methods would ultimately be castles in the air. The low-level martial arts he had learned in his previous life could no longer keep up with the power brought by the Flame Emperor burning heaven art. Chen Lin walked through the crowd with ease and arrived at the resource exchange area on the other side of the hall. There was a dazzling array of goods here, from martial arts techniques to elixirs and weapons. As long as you had enough money, you could buy everything you wanted. His eyes were fixed directly on the light screen of the martial arts area. Martial arts, like talents, were divided into 9 levels, from E to SSS. Mountain City was a small place after all, and the highest level martial arts in the resource exchange area were only B level. At this stage, it's enough, Chen Lin said in his heart. His fingers slid across the light screen quickly, skipping over those martial arts that were flashy or incompatible with his attributes. Soon, a B-level boxing technique called Tiger Killing Fist attracted his full attention. This style of boxing was renowned for its ferocity, dominance, and decisiveness, with its wide-open and sweeping movements, and its unstoppable momentum. Its core principle was to condense one's true chi into the form of a fierce tiger, pouncing and crushing the enemy with devastating force, a style perfectly suited to his scorching and violent Flame Emperor true chi. This is it. Chen Lin didn't hesitate at all. He paid the price of 800,000 yuan directly to buy it. Afterwards, he spent another 200,000 and selected a magical martial art wind step and a defensive martial art rock shield. Although both were only C-level, they were enough to make up for his current shortcomings. 1 million was gone in the blink of an eye, but Chen Lin didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. This was all capital invested in himself. As for the precious shock value in the system, he didn't plan to use it for the time being. After all, it wasn't like money. The more you spent, the less you had. You had to use it wisely. Carrying the data chip that recorded 3 martial arts skills, Chen Lin left the Warrior Association. When he returned home, it was already late at night. The lights in the living room were still on, and his parents were not asleep yet, obviously waiting for him. Seeing Chen Lin come back, Wang Xiulan's heart finally settled down, and she hurried forward and asked, "Xiaolin, how are you? Did you encounter any trouble?" Chen Lin looked at the concern and worry in his parents' eyes, and felt warm in his heart. He smiled and handed over his communicator and called up the account balance interface. "Dad, Mom, look." When Chen Jiangwo and Wang Xiulan saw the long string of zeros, they were both stunned. Then they rubbed their eyes at the same time, thinking they were seeing things. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 2 million? Wang Xiulan's voice was trembling, and she could hardly believe her eyes. "Well, this is what I earned today. From now on, I will pay off the family debt and pay for my younger brothers and sisters' tuition. You don't have to work so hard anymore." Chen Lin's words were calm, but with unquestionable strength. Looking at his son's confident and calm face, Chen Jiangwo's eyes were filled with tears. He patted his shoulder heavily, and 1,000 words finally turned into just one word, "Okay." After calming down his emotional parents, Chen Lin returned to his room and locked the door. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he put aside all distracting thoughts and immersed himself in his mind. Host, Chen Lin. Realm, 3rd level warrior perfection. Talent, SSS level fire control. Kung Fu, heavenly rank Flame Emperor burning heaven art. Shock value, 2350. Looking at the shocking amount that had just been deposited into his account, Chen Lin's eyes flashed. Next, the highlight of the night was coming. System, improve my cultivation level. Ding. Consuming 1000 shock points, the host's cultivation begins to improve. As the system notification chimed, an indescribable surge of energy appeared out of nowhere, instantly flooding into his every limb. Within his dantian chi, the already overflowing golden liquid chi seemed to have been thrown into a fire, suddenly boiling, compressing, and undergoing a qualitative change. Boom! An invisible shackle suddenly shattered inside his body. The originally liquid chi now became even more viscous, like flowing golden magma. The energy fluctuations contained within it were several times stronger than before. The meridians were widened, and the bones and muscles, nourished by the new power, made subtle crackling sounds and became more resilient. 4th level warrior, accomplished. Feeling the surging power coursing through his body, Qianlin nodded with satisfaction. Without stopping, he immediately placed the 3 martial arts data chips on his forehead. System, learn Wind Step and Rock Shield. Ding. Consumed 100 shock points, and mastered the C-rank martial art Follow the Wind Step Beginner. Ding. Consumed 100 shock points, and mastered the C-rank martial art Rock Shield Beginner. 2 streams of information flooded into his mind, and in just a moment, he had completely mastered the training methods and force-generating techniques of the 2 martial arts, as if he had practiced hard for several months. Finally, his eyes fell on the B-level boxing technique, Tiger Killing Fist. Detected B-rank martial art, Tiger Killing Fist. Entry requires 200 shock points, minor success requires 500 points, major success requires 1000 points, and perfection requires 2000 points. Seeing the required values for perfection, Qianlin's pupils shrank slightly. Pushing a B-level martial art directly to perfection actually consumed more energy than breaking through a major realm. But after a second thought, he understood. Realm is the foundation, and martial arts are the means to transform the foundation into combat power. A perfect B-level martial arts is enough to allow a 4th-level warrior to dominate among his peers, and even challenge those of higher levels. Wealth and honor are sought through risk. What we seek is the strongest fighting power. Qianlin's heart was set, and he stopped hesitating. He only had 1,150 shock points left, not enough to push his boxing skills to perfection. He glanced at his attribute panel and made a resolute decision. System, invest all the remaining 1150 shock points into the Tiger Killing Fist. Ding. Insufficient shock value. Do you want to partially upgrade? Invest 1150 shock points to upgrade the Tiger Killing Fist to the Great Perfection Realm. Promote. Boom. A torrent of information, more than 10 times greater than the one he'd gained from learning those 2 C-rank martial arts, instantly flooded his mind. Countless insights into boxing techniques, battle scenes, the paths of chi circulation. It was as if a boxing master had imparted his life's insights to him, like a revelation. Qianlin slowly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a roaring tiger in his eyes. He stood up and slowly took up his stance in the small room. With a thought, the golden chi within his body began to circulate according to the principles of the Tiger Killing Fist. He threw a punch, but didn't use his full strength. Roar! A deep, soul-deep tiger roar resounded through the room. Wherever his fist pointed, golden flame emperor chi burst forth, fatally condensing into a ferocious, lifelike tiger head. A chilling, murderous aura instantly permeated the air, causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. What a powerful boxing intention! Qianlin was shocked. Just at the peak of his powers, he possessed such power. He could easily imagine that if he unleashed his full power in battle, an opponent of the same level would be overwhelmed by the murderous aura the moment they came into contact, and would be intimidated before the fight even began. With this trump card, Qianlin felt unprecedented confidence. The humiliation he suffered in his previous life, the glory that was deprived, the dignity that was trampled underfoot. This time, he will use his fists to take them all back one by one. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Qianlin got up early at daybreak. After washing up and eating the hearty breakfast his mother had prepared for him, he put on his school bag and headed towards Shanchang No. 3 High School. Today is the day when the school holds its annual martial arts strength assessment. Chapter 7, is the 3rd level combat power awesome? The central training ground of Shanchang 3rd High School was bustling with people. Today is the final exam that will determine the future fate of all high school martial arts students. Unlike previous years, this year's assessment is particularly strict. On the podium, besides the principal and a group of school leaders, sat a middle-aged man with a deep, ocean-like aura. Even as he casually sat there, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire room, causing all the noisy students to subconsciously lower their voices. Rumor has it that he was the admissions instructor sent from the provincial capital's martial arts university, a true 6th rank expert. His mission was to personally select the top martial arts talents from this assessment. At the edge of the martial arts arena, Chen Lin's figure seemed somewhat out of place. His arrival immediately attracted countless glances, mixed with undisguised surprise, contempt, and gloating. Am I seeing right? Isn't that Chen Lin? He really dares to come? His talent is wasted, and he comes here to humiliate himself? TSK tisk, it's really sad that the former number 1 genius has fallen to this state. Whispers buzzed around his ears like flies, but Chen Lin ignored them. His state of mind had long since transcended the imagination of his peers. Their ridicule, to him, was nothing more than the clamor of incompetence. His gaze passed over the crowd, resting on the 6th rank expert on the rostrum, and a sense of peace settled within him. At this moment, the principal walked to the center of the podium, cleared his throat, and his loud voice spread throughout the audience through the loudspeaker equipment. Classmates, be quiet. Today's assessment not only affects your graduation results, but also your future. The school has prepared generous rewards. The first place winner of this assessment will receive a B-level martial arts book, a C-level technique, and 3 barrier-breaking pills that can help you break through bottlenecks. As soon as the words fell, there were gasps from the audience, and countless students' eyes instantly lit up. B-rank martial arts. Barrier-breaking pills. For children from ordinary families, these things were treasures they couldn't even dream of. However, the principal's next words really ignited the whole audience. Not only that, he emphasized, a hint of pride on his face. After active efforts by our school and the Provincial Education Bureau, the top 3 students in this assessment will receive an invaluable spot entry into our Jiang Province's premier martial arts training ground, the Hidden Dragon Training Camp. Qianlong Training Camp? As soon as the name came out, the whole audience fell into deathly silence, and then erupted into thunderous exclamations and discussions. Chen Lin's heart also skipped a beat, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Qianlong Training Camp. Of course he knew this place. It wasn't a fixed school, but rather a mobile, super-intensive training ground that brought together the top talents of the current year from across Jiang Province. Every year before the college entrance exam, only a handful of individuals with the most exceptional performance in the various city assessments were eligible to enter. There, they enjoyed an incredible array of resources, including techniques, elixirs, mentoring from renowned teachers, and practical training. It could be said that anyone who emerged from the training camp had already secured a spot on the doorstep of a top-tier martial arts university. More importantly, a gathering of all the geniuses in the province? Chen Lin licked his lips, an uncontrollable passion welling up in his heart. That would be a walking shock value. He could almost foresee that as long as he entered that place and casually displayed his strength, the shock value would surge like a tide. By then, let alone perfecting the tiger killing fist, even deducing the flame emperor burning heaven art to a higher level might not be impossible. He must seize this opportunity. All the martial arts students in the audience went completely crazy, everyone's eyes were red and their breathing was rapid. Oh my god. Qianlong Training Camp. I must go in. Let's go all out. This time I'm going all out, first place is mine. Some talented students who were already at the top of the class were now even more ambitious and made bold statements in public, stating that they were determined to secure the top 3 spots. Amid the hustle and bustle, the assessment officially began. This year's assessment was simple, a pure test of combat power. In the center of the martial arts arena stood a massive black metal instrument. All students had to do was deliver their strongest attack at the instrument. The instrument would accurately calculate their corresponding combat power level based on the energy fluctuations contained in the attack. After the drawing of lots, the students lined up according to their numbers. Chen Lin was standing at the back of the queue. He was resting with his eyes closed when a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded beside him. Hey, isn't this our former number 1 genius, classmate Chen Lin? How dare you come to take the exam? Why don't you stay home and embarrass yourself here? Chen Lin opened his eyes and was greeted by Wang Hao's face, a face filled with arrogance and jealousy. Beside him were a few of his usual lackeys, all glaring at Chen Lin with disdain. Chen Lin was too lazy to respond to this clown. He just glanced at him lightly and closed his eyes again. Wang Hao saw his disregard as cowardice and guilt. What? Are you speechless? Weren't you very arrogant back then? Wang Hao sneered, trash should act like trash. Don't think standing here can change the fact that you are trash. Some of the talented students around them also noticed the commotion and cast disdainful glances. In their view, a person whose talent was wasted was indeed no longer in the same world as them. Next one, number 38, Wang Hao. Hearing his name, Wang Hao proudly adjusted his collar, looked at Chen Lin provocatively, and strode onto the test bench. He took a deep breath, got into position, and began to circulate the qi in his body. Hey! With a loud shout, Wang Hao punched the sensing area of the black instrument hard. Buzz! The instrument made a soft beep, and the numbers on the screen jumped rapidly, finally settling on a value that attracted the attention of the entire audience. Combat Power Assessment, early stage of Level 3. Wow! The crowd was instantly excited. Holy crap! Level 3. Wang Hao actually broke through to Level 3 combat power. Too strong. Reaching the third level of combat power in his third year of high school, this is definitely a genius among geniuses. It seems that Wang Hao is definitely going to get a spot in the Qianlong training camp. Listening to the flattery and exclamations coming from all sides, Wang Hao's face revealed an expression of immense enjoyment. He turned around, his gaze piercing Chen Lin, and sneered condescendingly, "See, you piece of shit? This is the gap between you and me. A chasm you'll never be able to cross." The followers immediately started to make a fuss. That's right. You'll never reach the third level of combat power in your lifetime, Chen Lin. Get out of here now, and stop being an eyesore. Amidst the constant praise for Wang Hao and the disparagement of Chen Lin, who had remained silent the entire time, finally slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the smug Wang Hao on the stage, his lips curled up in a smile of extreme disdain. His voice, indifferent and clear, was quiet, but it instantly drowned out all the noise. Is Level 3 awesome? As soon as the words fell, the whole audience fell silent. Just when everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Lin and the atmosphere was extremely tense, a graceful figure walked into the training ground like a breeze. It was the school beauty, Yi Linxue. Chapter 8, Open Your Eyes. Yi Linxue's appearance instantly made the atmosphere tense. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her cold gaze swept over the students who were pointing fingers at Chen Lin, lingering for a moment on the face of Wang Hao, who was getting carried away on the stage. Snort. A cold snort, not loud, but clearly carried throughout the silent training ground. A bunch of future warriors, who once kowtowed to the number one genius, now attack him when they see him in such a state. Is this the spirit of martial arts from our Shanchang No. 3 middle school? How ridiculous. Her voice was as pleasant as ice beads falling on a jade plate, but the sarcasm in her words was merciless, like an invisible slap in the face of everyone who had just mocked Chen Lin. The whole place was dead silent, everyone was stunned. What did they see? Yi Linxue, the school beauty, actually defending a useless Chen Lin? The smile on Wang Hao's face froze instantly, and the blood color faded little by little, turning ashen. Shock value from Wang Hao plus 88. Shock value from Zhang San plus 55. Shock value from Li Si plus 60. Chen Lin's mind was filled with a series of system notifications, which made him secretly happy. He glanced at the graceful Yi Linxue and was a little surprised. He had heard a little about this woman's family background. The Yi family was the undisputed foremost family in the entire mountain city, overwhelming all other families in both financial and martial power. It could be said that Yi Linxue was the princess of the mountain city, a figure no one dared to provoke. It was precisely because of this that her standing up to defend a waste of money seemed so incredible, shocking everyone to the core. In their eyes, these two people were from different worlds. Wang Hao has always been fond of Yi Linxue. Now that he saw the goddess defending her mortal enemy, the flames of jealousy instantly burned his sanity away. Lin Shui. He almost roared, "Why are you speaking for this loser? He is just trash now, not worthy of you at all." Shut up. Chen Lin interrupted him coldly before he could even finish, his eyes filled with indifference as if he was looking down on everyone. People like you are destined to be trampled under my feet, no matter in the past or now. Remember, trash is always trash. These words are extremely arrogant. You. Wang Hao was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Chen Lin with a ferocious look on his face. You are a piece of shit with a wasted talent, and you still dare to be so arrogant. I want to see what kind of results this trash like you can get in this test. You will definitely be at the bottom. Really? Chen Lin's lips curled up in a cold arc. Do you dare to take a gamble? If you rank higher than me in this assessment, I, Chen-Lin, will get out of here in front of the entire school. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao laughed instead of getting angry, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Bet? Fine. I'll bet with you. But you're the one who should get out. A loser who can't even gather his true energy, you dare to talk to me about rankings? The bet between the two completely ignited the already hot atmosphere. The assessment continued, but everyone's attention was clearly no longer on the test. Aside from a flicker of curiosity in Yi Linshue's cold eyes, almost no one was optimistic about Chen-Lin anymore. They all believed that Chen-Lin was just a desperate man, making a last-ditch effort. They all craned their necks, waiting to see how he would end up, how he would be kicked out of school like a dog. Next, number 99, Yi Linshue. As the examiner announced the number, everyone's attention was instantly focused on the school beauty. Yi Linshue walked up to the test bench calmly. She did not gather her strength and shout like Wang Hao, but just stood lightly in front of the instrument, slowly raised her white palm, and pressed it lightly. Buzz! The instrument's beeping was louder than ever before, and the numbers on the screen soared wildly, finally freezing at a value that made everyone gasp. Combat Power Assessment, Late Stage 3. Wow! The whole audience was shocked. It was 10 times more shocking than Wang Hao's test just now. Oh my god! Late 3rd stage. Only one step away from 4th stage. Too terrifying. This is a true genius. Compared to her, Wang Hao is nothing. As expected of the school beauty Yi, she's the undisputed number 1 this time. Exclamations came one after another, but then, everyone looked at Chen-Lin with even more jealousy and resentment. Why would that loser Chen-Lin stand so close to such a proud daughter of heaven? That's right, he's not even worthy of carrying the shoes for school beauty Yi. Amidst the complex discussions, the examiner's voice sounded again, this time with a subtle hint of amusement. The last one, number 108, Chen-Lin. Finally, it was his turn. The entire martial arts arena fell silent in an instant. Thousands of gazes, mocking, contemptuous, gloating, and eager to see the show, all fell on Chen-Lin. Chen-Lin ignored all of this and slowly walked towards the center of the martial arts arena. When he passed Wang Hao, he paused, turned his head, and glanced around at the malicious faces around him. The corners of his mouth slowly unfolded into an arrogant smile. The sound was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Open your dog eyes wide and see clearly. After he finished speaking, he ignored everyone's shocked expressions and walked straight into the examination venue. Chapter 9 shocked the whole audience, 4th level combat power? The moment Chen-Lin stepped into the examination venue, the noise from the outside world was isolated. This was an enclosed space constructed from a special alloy. In its center stood a sophisticated combat power tester. On either side of the space, 2 middle-aged men sat cross-legged, like statues. Their eyes were slightly closed, but the heavy aura emanating from them was like a mountain, oppressive and suffocating. This is the 6th rank warrior specially invited by the school from the city lord's mansion, the final judge and supervisor of this assessment. A 6th rank warrior, in a place like a mountain city, was already a formidable force capable of defending an area rarely seen by ordinary people. With them in command, any attempt to cheat through special means would be undetectable. At the edge of the venue, Principal Zhou Yunhai and a group of school executives and elite teachers from each class gathered here. Their eyes all fell on Chen-Lin, who walked in. Alas, that kid Chen-Lin, he's still unwilling to give up. A teacher sighed, his voice filled with regret. If he hadn't been plotted against by those bastards from the Myriad Races sect, with his foundation of having reached perfection at the 3rd stage, he could have easily won 1st place in this assessment, or even reached the 4th stage. He should have been the most dazzling talent in our Mountain City 3. Yes, it's a pity. Now that my talent has been wasted and my foundation has been destroyed, even gathering my true energy is difficult. Forcing myself to take the test will only add to my sadness. Principal Zhou Yunhai also frowned, looking at Chen-Lin's slightly thin back, with mixed feelings in his heart. At this moment, Chen-Lin's head teacher Lu Ming walked up quickly with genuine concern and worry on his face. Chen-Lin, he advised in a low voice, don't force yourself. I know you're upset, but your health is more important. In your current condition, forcing yourself to use force will likely cause irreversible secondary damage to your body. Listen to the teacher's advice and give up. You still have a long way to go. Seeing the concern in Lu Ming's eyes, Chen-Lin felt a warm feeling in his heart. Since the accident, this head teacher was one of the few people who truly cared about him. He shook his head slightly and gave Lu Ming a reassuring look. "Teacher Lu, don't worry, I know what's going on." Lu Ming opened his mouth and wanted to persuade him again, but seeing Chen Lin's calm and determined eyes, he could only sigh and stepped aside. The teachers in other classes seemed indifferent, even a little impatient. In their view, a wasted genius was worthless, and certainly couldn't possibly pose any threat to their students' chances of winning spots in the genius training camp. Rather than wasting their time watching a useless person, it would be better to end the event quickly and announce the final rankings. Chen Lin took in the expressions of these people and sneered in his heart. He walked over to the combat power tester and took a deep breath. There was no fancy opening move, no shouting at the top of his lungs. He simply stood there calmly, slowly raising his right fist. At that moment, he could clearly feel the Hongmeng immortal body within him awakening. A vast and majestic force, as if from ancient times, flowed through his limbs and bones, madly rushing towards his right fist. This increase in power was far more terrifying than he had expected. This is the power brought by SSS-level talent. Under the gazes of everyone, some with regret, some with contempt, and some with indifference, Chen Lin threw a nonchalant punch, which lightly landed on the sensing area of the tester. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a slight pop. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone thought it was over, and some were even ready to mock the sweet punch. But the next second. Buzz buzz buzz. The combat power tester suddenly let out a deafening beep, and the entire instrument began to tremble violently. The numbers on the screen soared at an unprecedented speed, so fast that they formed a blurry afterimage. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. The numbers instantly broke through the barriers of the first, second, and third levels. And the momentum did not decrease at all, still jumping upwards crazily. The expressions on the teachers' faces at the edge of the field froze instantly. Lu Ming opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth so wide that an egg could fit in it. Principal Zhou Yunhai suddenly stood up from his chair, leaned forward, and stared at the glowing screen. How is this possible? A teacher who had previously asserted that Chen Lin was a waste now had a trembling voice, full of disbelief. Finally, in the tense atmosphere where everyone's heart was about to jump out of their chest, the soaring number slowly stopped and finally froze. A number that was enough to take the whole audience's breath away was clearly presented to everyone. Battle power assessment, early stage 4? Someone read out the results on the screen in a dreamy voice. Level 4? Am I seeing this right? This is absolutely impossible. Isn't his talent ruined? How could he possibly reach the 4th level of combat power? This is a realm higher than Yi Linxue. Cheating. He must have cheated. A teacher, as if grasping a lifeline, suddenly turned his head to look at the 2 6th level warriors and asked anxiously, "My lords, he must have cheated using some method we don't know about, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention was focused on the 2 strong men. The 2 6th level warriors who had been resting with their eyes closed had already opened their eyes at this moment. Their eyes were also filled with unconcealable shock. One of them slowly stood up, walked to the instrument and checked it carefully, then looked at Chen Lin deeply. His sharp eyes seemed to want to see through him from inside out. After a while, he slowly shook his head, his voice low and powerful, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "There's nothing wrong with the instrument." He paused and added another sentence, completely shattering everyone's fantasy. He didn't cheat either. The power of this punch was pure and concentrated, and every bit of it came from himself. Boom! This sentence, like a thunderclap, exploded in the minds of all teachers and senior executives. Everyone is petrified. Lu Ming was dumbfounded, the principal was dumbfounded, and all those who had just sympathized with or despised Chen Lin were dumbfounded. Shock value from Principal Zhou Yunhai plus 888. Shock value from Director Zhang Tao plus 777. Shock value from Homeroom Teacher Lu Ming plus 999. Shock value from Class 3 Teacher Wang Mei plus 666. Chapter 10. I just ask you if you accept it. When Chen Lin walked out of the examination venue with his hands in his pockets and a calm expression, the entire training ground fell into silence. Thousands of eyes were drawn to him. At this moment, Chen Lin's figure, which was not particularly tall, seemed to be infinitely taller in the eyes of everyone, becoming as majestic as a mountain, exuding an oppressive feeling that made people dare not look directly at it. Yi Linxue, who was in the crowd, had a pair of beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had always felt that Chen Lin was not as self-destructive as the outside world had said, and that he must be hiding a secret. But she never dreamed that this secret would be so shocking. Early stage of the 4th stage. She stared at the dazzling result on the big screen, then compared it to her own proud late stage third stage, and a sense of powerlessness welled up within her. This wasn't just a simple gap, it was a chasm. From third to fourth stage, it was a transformation from a low-level warrior to a mid-level warrior, a life-transcendent leap. Not only had Chen-Lin made it, but despite his talent being wasted and everyone believing him to be a lost cause, he had quietly accomplished this impossible feat. She underestimated him, everyone underestimated him. After the dead silence, there was an uproar like a volcanic eruption. Fourth level. Am I dazzled? Is that really a fourth-level combat power? Oh my god. An 18-year-old fourth-level warrior. Is he still a human? This is crazy. This world is crazy. A waste has transformed into a monster that our mountain city has not seen in a century? The crowd erupted in excitement. If warriors of levels 1 through 3 were still considered geniuses, then level 4 officially entered the realm of intermediate warriors. That was a completely different realm. Throughout the mountain city, level 4 warriors were extremely rare. Most were middle-aged, established warriors, each one worthy of serving as a guest elder for a powerful clan. But now, an 18-year-old high school student has reached this level. This kind of impact is 100 times stronger than the shock brought by Wang Hao and Yi Lingxue combined. Shock value from Wang Hao's follower A plus 155. Shock value from class 3 student B plus 188. Shock value from passerby teacher C plus 250. Chen-Lin felt a sense of relief as his mind surged with shock. This was exactly the effect he wanted. His gaze passed through the dazed, horrified, and unbelievable faces, and finally fell on the figure whose face was as pale as paper and whose body was staggering. Wang Hao. At this moment, his mind was blank, with only the words early stage 4 swirling wildly before his eyes, like a ruthless brand, burning all his pride and dignity to ashes. Fear, unprecedented fear, spread from the deepest part of his heart, making his limbs cold and almost causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. His proud third-level combat power was like a babbling baby challenging a battle-hardened man in front of Chen-Lin. Ridiculous, so ridiculous. Just when he was feeling dispirited, Chen-Lin had already walked slowly up to him. The surrounding discussions disappeared instantly, and everyone held their breath, watching the final decision of the bet. Chen-Lin looked down at him, his eyes calm without a trace of ripples, but that calmness was more oppressive than any sharp look. Now, are you convinced? A faint voice sounded, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Wang Hao's heart hard. Wang Hao's face instantly turned the color of liver. Humiliation, fear, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions intertwined on his face, making his face distorted. He wanted to refute, to roar, to say something to save his pitiful dignity. But when he met Chen-Lin's unfathomable gaze, and when he felt the looks around him change from amazement to mockery and ridicule, all his arrogance was instantly extinguished. The gap is like the gap between heaven and earth. In the face of absolute strength, any words are pale. He lost miserably, lost completely. With a thump, Wang Hao's legs went limp. Although he didn't kneel, his entire spirit seemed drained. He gritted his teeth, his lips bleeding. Finally, under the gaze of the entire school, he lowered his once proud head with difficulty and humiliation. I give in. These 3 words seemed to have exhausted all his strength. The assessment is over and the final ranking is announced without any suspense. First place, Chen-Lin. Second place, Yi Lingxue. Third place. No one cares about the rankings behind. Ha ha ha. Great. Great. Homeroom teacher Lu Ming could no longer contain his inner ecstasy. His face flushed with excitement. He rushed over and patted Chen-Lin's shoulder hard, tears even welling up in his eyes. Good boy. You really gave me, and the whole school, a huge surprise. Principal Zhou Yunhai also walked over quickly with a bright smile on his face. He looked at Chen-Lin as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Chapter 11, Get the Reward. Golden Body Technique. Oh my god. He really broke our school's historical record. It's more than just a crushing victory. It's a complete crushing victory. In the 100 years since the school was founded, has there ever been an 18-year-old 4th-level warrior? This is definitely a first in school history. We used to laugh at him, but now it seems we are the real frogs in the well. Being valued so highly by the principal, my future is limitless. Countless eyes converged on Chen-Lin, a mixture of shock, envy, awe, and even fanaticism. Those classmates who once disdained him now only had to look up to him. Shock value from classmate A plus 288. Shock value from teacher B plus 350. The system's prompt sound continued to ring intermittently, contributing the last wave of dividends to Chen-Lin. Under the gaze of the crowd, Principal Zhou Yunhai personally stepped forward and handed Chen-Lin a certificate representing the honor of first place, the first place broken mirror pill, and other rewards. His smile was sincere. "Student Chen-Lin, this is what you deserve. Remember, a true genius will be respected wherever they are." Chen-Lin calmly accepted the reward and nodded slightly. Zhou Yunhai nodded with satisfaction, then turned to face the entire school and said loudly, "According to convention, the top 2 students in our school's annual assessment are eligible to join the Hidden Dragon training camp jointly organized by the entire Jiang province. However, there is a prerequisite for this qualification: you must possess strength above the 3rd level." Having said this, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the distraught Wang Hao in the crowd. Everyone immediately understood what he meant. Although Wang Hao was ranked high, his strength at the early stage of the 3rd level was just barely enough to reach the threshold. Zhou Yunhai's gaze quickly turned back to Chen-Lin and Yi Linxue, his pride evident. "This year, our school will be sending out 2 truly powerful individuals. Chen-Lin's 4th tier combat power, and Yi Linxue's late tier 3rd tier strength. I believe they will be able to shine in the Qianlong training camp and make a name for our Shancheng No. 3 middle school." The audience burst into thunderous applause. The class teacher Lu Ming was so excited that tears filled his eyes in the audience, and he felt proud of it. However, this is not the end. After awarding the regular rewards, Zhou Yunhai did not let Chen-Lin step down. Instead, he carefully took out a yellowed thread-bound ancient book from his storage ring. "Student Chen-Lin," Zhou Yunhai's expression became particularly serious. "Regular rewards are no longer of much use given your current strength. This is a gift I'm giving you out of my own pocket." He handed over the ancient book. Chen-Lin took it and saw 3 large characters written in a flamboyant style on the cover: "Golden Body Technique." "This is a powerful body refining technique," Zhou Yunhai said in a low voice, so that only the 2 of them could hear. "Your foundation seems to have undergone some unknown transformation. This golden body technique may give you even greater power. You must remember that the Qianlong training camp is just the beginning. It brings together the talents of all Jiang province, and it is the stage where you will truly compete with the best. You must stand out there." He looked at Chen-Lin, his eyes full of expectation. "Only by becoming the best among the provincial geniuses will you be qualified to compete with the best talents from other provinces, or even the whole country, to obtain more resources and eventually gain the favor of the top martial arts academies. That's the true leap to heaven." After receiving the heavy golden body technique and listening to the principal's heartfelt guidance, Chen-Lin's heart was stirred. He began to look forward to it. The shock value harvested at school before was just a small matter. One Wang Hao and a group of ordinary students could provide such a considerable profit. So, what about the geniuses in Jiang province? What about the geniuses in the whole country? The more talented they are, the higher their ambition is. When they are shocked by themselves, the emotional value and shock value they provide increase exponentially? In his eyes, the geniuses of Jiang province and even the whole country were no longer competitors, but a vast field of leaks waiting to be harvested. The countless geniuses would provide him with a constant source of shock value. By then, relying on the system and the golden body technique, I can truly soar to the sky. Chapter 12, The Golden Body Technique is Perfected, Terrifying Defense. The noise of the examination gradually faded away. Chen-Lin left the school and went straight to the largest warrior trading house in the mountain city. He held a package containing all the physical rewards for the top place finisher. The most precious of these was undoubtedly the mirror breaking pill, which gave a peak level 3rd tier warrior a high chance of reaching the 4th tier. If this pill were put up for auction, it would surely drive countless people crazy. But to Chen-Lin, these things don't mean much. Shock value is the only basis for my breakthrough. Chen-Lin's mind was clear as a mirror. As long as his shock value was high enough, he could ignore bottlenecks and advance triumphantly. As long as his shock value was high enough, he could cultivate any martial arts technique to perfection in an instant. Therefore, these natural treasures that could enhance his strength became useless to him, far less valuable than exchanging them for real money. He planned to use the money to purchase several more powerful martial arts techniques. The Qianlong training camp was filled with the most talented individuals from across Jiang province. Each of them was incredibly arrogant, boasting about being invincible at their level. To extract massive amounts of shock value from them, one must be the most domineering and overwhelming, completely shattering their pride. Entering the trading house, Chen Lin walked with familiarity to the VIP appraisal room. When he placed the fragrant, London-sized broken mirror pill on the table, the experienced white-bearded appraiser's eyes widened. This is a top-grade mirror-breaking pill. After some slightly bumpy bargaining, Chen Lin sold all the rewards in a package. In the end, a string of cold numbers appeared in his bank card account: 1 million. Get rich in one day. Coming out of the trading house, Chen Lin felt the weight of the black card in his pocket, but his heart remained calm. He didn't rush home, but instead strolled through the city's bustling commercial street. He first picked out some clothes and supplements for his parents that they usually couldn't afford to buy, and then he walked into a large herbal medicine store and reluctantly spent 100,000 yuan to buy a lot of precious medicinal materials for strengthening the body and strengthening the bones. These herbs were prepared for his younger siblings, who were still in elementary school. In their previous life, due to their poor family background, they missed the best time to build a solid foundation in martial arts, ultimately achieving mediocre talent. In this life, Chen Lin would never let that regret repeat itself. He would use the resources he had earned to pave a smooth path for them to the halls of martial arts. Carrying bags of gifts, Chen Lin returned to the ordinary community on the edge of the city. As soon as he opened the door, the aroma of food hit him. His parents were busy in the kitchen, and when they saw Chen Lin coming back, their faces immediately filled with smiles. Xiao Lin is back. Hurry and wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Dad, Mom. Chen Lin put his things down and took out his bank card from his bag with a smile. I took the martial arts test today and got first place in the whole school. What? The couple stopped moving for a moment and looked at him excitedly. Really? Of course it's true. The principal even rewarded me with admission to the Qianlong training camp in Jiang province. Chen Lin briefly recounted what had happened, then shoved the bank card into his mother's hand. Here's 1 million yuan, and the password is your birthday. Don't be stingy in the future. Buy whatever you want. My son is promising now, and he will make even more money in the future. The mother's hands were shaking, and her eyes instantly turned red. The father, standing by, was too excited to speak. He just kept patting Chen Lin's shoulders and muttering, "Good, good. My Chen family's Qilin child has finally made it." This dinner was a joyful one, filled with laughter and joy. My parents' faces were filled with genuine pride and happiness, a precious sight that no amount of money could ever buy. After dinner, Chen Lin returned to his room and closed the door. Isolated from the hustle and bustle of the outside world and the warmth of his family, his mind completely calmed down, his eyes fixed on the ancient golden body technique. System: practice the golden body technique. As his mind moved, the shock accumulated in his mind began to rapidly dissipate. A surge of immense and scorching energy suddenly emerged from nowhere within his body, like surging magma, following the path of the golden body technique, frantically washing over his limbs and bones. Snap! Snap! Chen Lin's bones made crisp sounds as if they could not bear the weight, and a faint golden luster appeared on the surface of his skin. His muscles, meridians, and even his internal organs were constantly tempered and reorganized under this domineering power. This feeling was as if the whole person was thrown into a furnace and remade. It was extremely painful, but Chen Lin gritted his teeth, his eyes full of determination and expectation. An unknown amount of time passed, but when the last bit of shock wore off, the burning energy finally subsided and merged deep into his body. Chen Lin slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of golden light flashed in his pupils. He looked down at his body. His skin remained the same color, but something inside had changed dramatically. He could clearly feel his bones as hard as iron, his flesh as dense as steel, and his entire body filled with explosive power and an unparalleled sense of security. The golden body technique has been upgraded to the great perfection realm. Done. Chen Lin's lips curled up slightly as he clenched his fists, feeling the indestructible defensive power within him. He felt a strong sense of confidence. With his current body, even if he stood still, he could withstand a full-strength attack from a 5th-level warrior and remain unscathed. Chapter 13, Defeat them all with one move. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, besides consolidating his golden body technique, Chen Lin spent time with his family. His parents' smiles became noticeably more frequent, and the atmosphere at home became relaxed and warm. The day of departure finally arrived. That morning, Chen Lin said goodbye to his reluctant family and, led by his homeroom teacher, Lu Ming, arrived at the gate of the Mountain City Warrior Association. The vast square was already bustling with people. Top students from various high schools in the mountain city had gathered here, led by their respective teachers. From here, they would all depart for the Qianlong training camp in Jiang province. All of these people are the pride of their respective schools, and there is a rebellious spirit between their brows. Chen Lin's arrival didn't attract much attention. However, when Yi Linxue appeared, the atmosphere suddenly heated up. Look! It's Yi Linxue from Shanchang No. 1 Middle School. She's worthy of being the No. 1 campus beauty in our mountain city. Her temperament and appearance are absolutely stunning. I heard she comes from a distinguished family, and her father is one of the most high-ranking warriors in our mountain city. Anyone who can win her over will save himself decades of hard work. A chorus of fervent, admiring, and possessive gazes were cast upon Yi Linxue. She wore a sharp martial arts uniform that perfectly accentuated her tall, graceful figure. Her pretty, cool face held a chill, as if oblivious to the surrounding discussions and gazes. Many young geniuses who considered themselves extraordinary mustered up the courage to approach and talk to her, but were all repelled by her icy aura. However, just when everyone thought that this iceberg would not melt for anyone, Yi Linxue walked straight through the crowd, walked to a corner, and came to Chen Lin. Under everyone's astonished gaze, a touching smile miraculously blossomed on her cold face. "You're here." Her voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of intimacy that no one else had ever heard. This scene was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of all the male geniuses present. Who is that man? Why does he receive special treatment from the school belle Yi Linxue? Shock value from Zhang Chang plus 555. Shock value from Li Mo plus 601. From. A series of dense system notifications echoed through Chen Lin's mind, making him secretly happy. He simply nodded calmly, but inwardly he couldn't help but sigh, "This school beauty is truly my lucky star." A casual smile from her is worth more than a hard fight. Jealous eyes were like sharp swords, instantly locking onto Chen Lin. Soon, someone with good information found out Chen Lin's background. What? It's him? Chen Lin from Shanchang No. 3 Middle School? Is that the loser who once awakened an S-level talent, but was later ambushed by the Myriad Races cult and had his foundation destroyed? That's right. It's him. I heard he was just incredibly lucky in this exam, barely getting first place. But what good is it for a useless person to get first place? How could such a loser even get a spot in the training camp? Did he use some backdoor? He's simply dragging down the overall level of talent in our mountain city. Their initial shock and envy quickly turned to undisguised disdain and contempt. In their view, a former genius, once fallen, was even more deplorable than an ordinary person. Allowing such a person to travel with them was simply an insult. At this moment, a high-level warrior who was in charge of leading the team stepped forward, looked around at everyone, and said in a loud voice, "Everyone, please be quiet." His expression was serious, his eyes sharp as knives. "I'll just say 3 things. First, the Qianlong training camp isn't a place for sightseeing, but a true battlefield. It brings together the best talents from all of Jiang province, and the competition is brutal. Every year, a large number of talented people go there with great confidence, but in the end, fewer than 10 of them persevere and qualify to compete with the national talents. Most of you will become stepping stones for others. Secondly, when you enter the training camp, you represent not only yourselves, but also the face of the mountain city. Third, all disputes must be resolved with strength. In the world of warriors, the strong are respected." These words made the atmosphere at the scene more solemn and also made the fire in some people's hearts burn even more vigorously. Sure enough, as soon as the lecture ended, a tall, arrogant young man stood out from the crowd and walked straight towards Chen Lin, his eyes full of provocation. "Classmate, you must be Chen Lin from No. 3 Middle School, right?" He looked Chen Lin up and down, a hint of contempt curling up at the corner of his mouth. "I'm Zhao Cohen from Shancheng No. 2 Middle School, and I took first place in this assessment." He deliberately emphasized his identity, then changed the subject and said bluntly, "I don't care how you got into this team, but I advise you to go home now. Qianlong training camp is not a place for losers like you. Don't follow us and embarrass yourself, dragging down the level of our mountain city." As soon as he said this, there was a chorus of agreement from all around. "Brother Zhao is right. Why would a useless person stand with us? That's right, get out of here now. Otherwise, you'll get your legs broken and thrown out on the first day." Yi Linxue frowned and was about to speak, but was stopped by Chen Lin's eyes. Faced with this undisguised provocation and humiliation, Chen Lin's expression remained unchanged, as if the other party was not talking about him. He simply glanced at Zhao Cohen calmly and uttered 3 words calmly. "Let's do it." The clouds are light and the breeze is gentle, but with an extreme indifference. Zhao Kuan was instantly enraged. He had expected Chen Lin to be ashamed, angry, and defensive, but he had never expected such a completely contemptuous attitude. Good. Very good. Since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish. Zhao Kuan roared, and the peak third-level momentum in his body burst out. The bluestone slabs under his feet cracked, and the whole person was like an angry bull, punching Chen Lin's chest. It's Zhao Kuan's unique skill, the mountain-splitting fist, someone exclaimed. This punch was so powerful and heavy, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, it was enough to smash even a huge rock into pieces. The surrounding students retreated one after another, with expressions of gloating on their faces, as if they had already witnessed Chen Lin's miserable end, with broken bones and tendons, vomiting blood, and flying backwards. However, facing this powerful attack, Chen Lin stood still, neither dodging nor evading, not even raising his eyelids. Is he crazy? Why doesn't he hide? Arrogant. You're dead. Just when everyone thought Chen Lin was doomed, Zhao Kuan's fist, powerful enough to split a mountain, slammed solidly into Chen Lin's chest. Bang! A dull sound like a drum was heard. But what happened next almost made everyone's eyes pop out. The imagined scene of Chen Lin flying backwards and spitting blood didn't occur. He remained firmly planted, motionless. Instead, the aggressive attacker, Zhao Kuan, let out a shrill scream, his entire right arm twisting at a strange angle, the white bone stubble even piercing his skin, and blood was dripping. One move. No, it wasn't even a move. Just standing there, he had already nullified the full force attack of a third-level peak genius. The whole audience was dead silent. Chen Lin then slowly raised his eyelids, swept his cold gaze over Zhao Kuan, and then turned to those guys who had just been echoing and shouting, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. You guys can come too. The geniuses who had been shouting the loudest were utterly daunted by Chen Lin's gaze, but their youthful fervor and pride prevented them from retreating. They exchanged glances, roaring and charging at him simultaneously from different directions. Chen Lin's figure flashed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Bang! 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 After a few muffled sounds, the afterimage disappeared, and Chen Lin returned to his original position, as if he had never moved. Meanwhile, those aggressive geniuses were now all lying on the ground, clutching certain parts of their bodies and wailing in pain. Defeat them all with one move. Domineering. Powerful. Unrivaled. Throughout the square, you could hear a pin drop. All the gifted students, including the teachers leading the teams, stared in amazement at the indifferent young man in the middle of the field, their eyes filled with endless shock and fear. Is this really the legendary Wasted Waste? This is clearly a prehistoric beast in human skin. In the corner of the crowd, Wang Hao, who was also eligible to participate in the training camp, watched this scene with a chill running from his feet to his head. He was extremely grateful that after being defeated, he had not foolishly opposed Chen Lin again. Otherwise, his fate would have been 100 times more miserable than that of Zhao Kuan and the others. Shock value from Zhao Kuan plus 1,200. Shock value from the teacher of Shancheng No. 2 Middle School plus 1,500. Shock value from Wang Hao plus 999. Chapter 14, A Camp Full of Geniuses. The miserable state of Zhao Kuan and others, and Chen Lin's nonchalant attitude, formed an extremely impactful picture, which was deeply imprinted in the hearts of every genius in the mountain city. It was a fear that came from the absolute gap in strength. Soon, someone leaked the news that Chen Lin had displayed 4th-level combat power during the assessment at No. 3 Middle School. This news was like a catalyst, turning the shock at the scene into awe. Fourth level combat power? 18 years old and 4th level? Oh my god, no wonder Zhao Kuan couldn't even touch him. This is not a fight of the same level at all. We actually mocked a 4th level expert before? How ignorant and fearless. Their previous disdain and contempt for Chen Lin now transformed into fear and relief. All the geniuses in the mountain city understood that Chen Lin had shown mercy, otherwise, they would probably be lying on the ground wailing. While the teachers were frantically treating the wounded, the remaining students all came to Chen Lin. The one leading them was Zhao Kuan, whose arm had just been reattached and whose face was pale. He endured the severe pain and bowed deeply to Chen Lin. His voice was hoarse but extremely sincere. Student Chen Lin, I was blind and didn't recognize you before. I'm sorry for the offense. Please, forgive me. The people behind him also lowered their proud heads. Student Chen Lin, we surrender. At this moment, the spirits of all the talented students in Shancheng were completely won over by Chen Lin. Following this, a strange excitement followed. Brother Chen. From now on, we in Shanchang will follow you, a student said excitedly. Right. With Brother Chen here, who dares to say our mountain city is at the bottom? In previous Qianlong training camps, Shanchang, due to its relatively scarce martial arts resources and overall weak strength, always ranked last, becoming the laughingstock of the talents from other wealthy cities. But this year was different. They had an unprecedented, incredibly strong thigh. With a great master like Chen Lin at their helm, they seemed to have already seen the scene of holding their heads high in the training camp. Looking at this group of students whose attitudes had completely changed, Chen Lin remained calm and simply nodded. He knew very well that this awe came only from the power he displayed. The uniformed military hovercraft, carrying everyone, roared out of the mountain city and sped towards the provincial capital Jiangcheng. The training camp wasn't located in a bustling urban area, but rather outside Jiangcheng, in a vast wilderness designated a military restricted zone. This sparsely populated area, infested with monsters and beasts, presented a harsh environment, making it the perfect place to hone a warrior's skills. When the hovercraft landed in front of a heavily guarded steel camp, everyone saw that more than a dozen vehicles from different cities were parked in the huge square of the camp, and hundreds of young talents with strong auras gathered in twos and threes, clearly divided. The arrival of the Shancheng team didn't cause much of a stir. Some teams from other cities simply glanced at them, a subtle hint of disdain in their eyes. Shancheng's reputation for consistently placing last year was no secret throughout Jiang province. They saw them as just another group of entrants, filling in the gaps. Heh, it's those guys from Shancheng again. I wonder if they'll be the first to be eliminated en masse this year. I don't think it's possible. Isn't it like this every year? The students in the mountain city listened to the sporadic discussions coming from afar, and their faces were a little embarrassed, but when they saw the calm figure at the front of the team, their confidence was rekindled. Just then, a greater commotion came from the camp gate. Look! The team from the provincial capital Jiangcheng has arrived. Oh my god! That guy walking in front is Thunderhand Luo Fei, right? An imposing group marched in, led by a tall, handsome young man. He wore a priceless silver combat uniform, his eyes piercing, and his every move exuding powerful confidence. Of course it's Luo Fei. I heard that he reached the 4th level half a month ago. His thunder palm is so powerful that he has no rivals among his peers. Not only that. I heard that he once single-handedly killed a peak-level 4th-order demon beast during a mission. Who else but him could be the first in this training camp? There were boasts and exclamations from all around, and almost everyone's eyes were focused on Luo Fei, making him the center of the audience. When the students in Shancheng heard these words, they immediately felt dissatisfied. Tisk, what's that thunder hand? It doesn't sound as good as Brother Chen's. That's right, Brother Chen is also a 4th-level fighter. If they really fight, it's not certain who will win. They looked at Chen Lin indignantly, but found that he was just looking at the young man named Luo Fei with interest, with no anger on his face. No need to argue, Chen Lin waved his hand and said calmly, in the world of warriors, fists are the ultimate way to speak. His heart was burning at this moment. Very good, blow it, keep blowing it. The more you praise Luo Fei now, the more shocked you will be when you finally step on him. Just as undercurrents were surging in the camp and the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, several extremely powerful auras suddenly descended on the square like a landslide and tsunami. Quiet. A loud shout, like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. 3 middle-aged men in black instructor uniforms appeared on the platform in the square. Even as they stood there, a terrifying aura like an abyss and a prison swept across the entire place, and the air seemed to freeze. 6th-level warrior. Under this immense pressure, all the arrogant geniuses in the square turned pale in an instant. The weaker ones felt their legs weaken and nearly fell to the ground. Even top geniuses like Luo Fei had a solemn expression, cold sweat oozing from their foreheads, and they could only barely hold on by exerting all their strength. This is the show of force from the training camp instructors. However, among this crowd of people who were complaining, there was a figure who stood proudly like a javelin, with a calm expression. Chen Lin felt the aura that was enough to crush a 4th-level warrior. The golden body technique within his body activated automatically, and an invisible golden air membrane isolated all pressure. To him, this little pressure was nothing more than a breeze. His outstanding performance immediately attracted the attention of the instructors on the platform. The square-faced instructor in the lead had a look of surprise in his eyes and looked at Chen Lin deeply, as if he wanted to memorize his appearance. Welcome everyone to the Qianlong training camp. The square-faced instructor retracted his aura, and the pressure on the entire audience eased, and everyone suddenly gasped for breath. His cold gaze swept over everyone and he said in a deep voice, "I don't care if you're the so-called top talent or the school belle or hunk in your respective cities. When you get here, you only have one identity, rookie. If you want to stay, you must pass our entrance examination. Only those who pass the examination are qualified to become official trainees of the training camp. As for the losers," he grinned cruelly, "go back to where you came from." Chapter 15 Cruel Assessment Content. The square-faced instructor's cold gaze swept across the faces of each young genius. He was pleased with the nervousness and uneasiness on their faces. After a pause, he announced the specific content of the assessment in a tone devoid of emotion. In the past, training camps might have simply been a competition to eliminate those at the bottom of the ladder, with rankings based purely on cultivation and combat power. His tone changed, with a hint of cruelty. However, starting this year, the rules have changed. What we need are not warriors who can only fight in the ring, but true warriors who can survive in blood and fire. So, your camp entry assessment is actual combat survival. Beyond the camp lies the wilderness codenamed Restricted Area 13. From now on, each of you must survive independently outside the restricted area for 3 days. After 3 days, return here alive. Of course, simply staying alive isn't enough. The instructor held up a finger. To pass the assessment, you must bring back at least one beast core from a third-tier ferocious beast. This is the passing score. The more beast cores you have and the higher their quality, the more points you'll earn, and the higher your final ranking will be. This ranking will determine the resource allocation you'll receive during the next month of training camp. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire square exploded. What? Hunting ferocious beasts in the restricted area? Stay for 3 full days? You're kidding. Many of us have only seen ferocious beasts in the simulation chamber at school. Hunting down a third-level beast independently? How is that possible? Beasts of the same level are often more powerful than warriors. This isn't a test at all, it's sending us to our deaths. The crowd erupted in a commotion, their faces turning grim, some even pale. Panic spread like a plague among these gifted children, raised in a warm and carefree environment. They were accustomed to the safety of school and the protection of their teachers. They had never imagined they would face such a bloody and direct life or death test right from the start. What are you arguing about? Another instructor with a sturdy build suddenly roared, and the aura of a 6th-level strong man burst out again, forcibly suppressing all the discussions. He glared at everyone fiercely and cursed, "A bunch of losers. You're scared before you even get on the battlefield? I tell you, the enemies on the battlefield of all races are 1,000 times more ferocious than the beasts in the restricted area. If you can't even face this little test, what kind of warriors are you? Go home and drink milk. Qianlong Training Camp doesn't accept greenhouse flowers. We only accept warriors who can survive on the battlefield. Now, anyone who doesn't want to participate in the assessment can get out immediately. We will not try to keep you." The instructor's roar was like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing everyone's hope. The square fell into a dead silence once again, but the atmosphere was even more solemn than before, filled with depression and despair. The rules are very clear. In this assessment, everyone is a competitor. The training camp's resources were limited. Every time one more person passed, the camp's resources would be diluted. The cruel law of the jungle was vividly demonstrated at this moment. No one wanted to have another competitor. After a brief silence, a few unconcealed laughs rang out from the crowd. "Ha ha, interesting. This test is interesting." The one who laughed was none other than the provincial capital, Jiangqing's top talent, Thunderhand Luo Fei. Far from showing any fear, he was filled with excitement, his eyes gleaming with a passionate fighting spirit. "This is perfect. We can eliminate some of the useless people in advance and avoid wasting the precious resources of the training camp." Next to him, another genius from a big city also echoed, looking at the pale-faced students with contempt. These talented individuals, born into privileged backgrounds and rich in practical experience, possessed absolute confidence in their own abilities. In their eyes, the seemingly cruel assessment was simply the perfect stage tailor-made for them to achieve first place. Compared to the confidence of these top talents, the atmosphere on the Shanqing team's side seems particularly depressing. What should I do? I've only just reached the early stages of the 3rd level. If I were to fight a 3rd-level beast alone, I wouldn't stand a chance of winning. Me too. If I'm unlucky and run into a level 3 mid-stage beast, I might not even be able to escape. The faces of Zhao Kuan and the others were filled with tension and worry. They had just built up their confidence in Chen Lin, thinking they could rise high with the big boss, but in the blink of an eye, they encountered this life or death test that could lead to their immediate elimination. Their strength was top tier in the mountain city, but overall, they were only in the middle to lower levels, neither better than the top nor the bottom. Faced with such rigid hunting targets, they were truly unsure. Everyone subconsciously turned their eyes for help to Chen Lin, who was at the front of the team. Chen Lin remained calm, as if the instructor had announced an outing rather than a life or death test. He sensed the uneasiness of the crowd behind him, turned around, and said calmly, "What are you panicking about?" These 3 simple words seemed to carry a soothing power. "I'm here, you just need to follow closely." Chen Lin's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by every student in the mountain city. At this moment, he had other thoughts in his mind. Although this group of people are not very strong, they are geniuses of Shancheng after all. When they get together, their goals are big enough, and they are most suitable to be my shock value production machine. If we are all eliminated in the first round, then who will I be showing off to when I show off, oh no, show my strength? He wouldn't let these newly conquered leaks slip through his grasp so easily. Protecting them through the assessment was now a piece of cake for Chen Lin. Their admiration and shock were the benefits that Chen Lin truly valued. Chapter 16, the assessment begins, and ferocious beasts are everywhere. The staff quickly distributed equipment to each genius. It was a special wristband-like device that not only provided real-time positioning, but also monitored vital signs and enabled emergency assistance. Most importantly, it also served as a receiver for the electronic fence. If anyone attempted to leave the designated restricted area, they would be immediately deemed to have failed the assessment and eliminated. Assessment, begin. The cold voice echoed in the square, and hundreds of young geniuses, like fish thrown into a shark tank, rushed to the primitive jungle separated by steel walls with different feelings. "Brother Chen, what should we do?" Zhao Kuan and other students from Shancheng followed Chen Lin closely. Looking at the dark and deep jungle entrance in front of them, which seemed to be able to swallow everything, they couldn't help swallowing. Chen Lin, leading the Shancheng crowd, entered the restricted area without hesitation. Just one step away, it felt like 2 different worlds. The damp, sweltering air, mingled with the stench of decaying vegetation and an unknown, fishy smell, lashed out. The strange chirping of insects and roaring of beasts echoed from all directions, making the group of fledgling students nervous. "Find a safe place to hide and wait for 3 days, a student suggested in a low voice. This was almost the common voice of all the weaker people. "Hide?" Chen Lin heard this and a playful smile appeared on his lips. "That would be so boring. It's a rare opportunity for you to come here, so I have to show you the world." His eyes swept across the jungle full of dangers, but his heart was burning with anxiety. Ferocious beasts are everywhere, so it's a good opportunity to test the power of my golden body technique. As for the geniuses from other cities, I hope they'll know better and not provoke me. His real purpose, of course, is not to take this group of burdens on a sightseeing tour, but to show his overwhelming strength in the most dangerous environment at the moment when they least expect it, so as to reap the greatest shock value. At the same time, battles and conspiracies have quietly unfolded throughout the restricted area. Roar! A sturdy, iron-like, third-rank beast, the shadow leopard, pounced on a lone genius. However, it was met with a lightning-fast palm strike. Luo Fei, the Thunderhand, appeared behind the shadow leopard and smashed its head to pieces with a single blow. Without even glancing at the beast's corpse, he indifferently removed a beast core gleaming with energy from its body, his eyes filled with disdain. A waste at the early stage of the 3rd stage, not even enough to warm up. In another dense forest, 2 teams from a small city met unexpectedly. Instead of hunting the beast, they looked at each other with deep hostility. Kill them. Eliminating a competitor is much more cost-effective than killing a 3rd-level beast. After a brief standoff, in order to compete for the limited qualifying spots, a battle broke out between humans, even more brutal than the fight between humans and beasts. These top talents and powerful teams all had their sights fixed on each other or the powerful beasts. As for teams like Shancheng, in their eyes, they were no different from weeds on the side of the road, not even worth a second glance. Outside the restricted area, inside the towering command tower, 3 instructors were sitting in front of a row of huge monitoring screens. The screens were divided into hundreds of small grids, clearly showing the movements of each genius in the restricted area. Luo Fei is the fastest. He has been in there for less than 10 minutes and he has already got a 3rd-level beast core. The tough instructor pointed at Luo Fei on the screen and said approvingly. Haicheng's Mad Blade Lu Qing and Yunzhou's Ice Heart Su are also not slow to act, having already locked onto their targets. Their strength has both reached the 4th level, making hunting down ordinary 3rd-level beasts a piece of cake. The square-faced chief instructor nodded and said solemnly, "This class is the strongest class Jiang province has had in the past 10 years. Luo Fei, Lu Qing, and Su Yu all have the potential to break into the top 100 of the National Potential Dragon ranking." All they discussed were the top talents from the provincial capital and several large cities, and there was almost no mention of other students. By the way, what was the name of that kid who was not affected by the pressure before? The tough instructor suddenly remembered something and pulled up Chen Lin's information. Chen Lin, from Shanchang No. 3 Middle School. His test scores were good, with both strength and speed reaching the 4th tier threshold. The square-faced instructor glanced at the information and said in a flat tone, "He has some talent, but that's all." "That's right," another instructor chimed in. "Even though we're all geniuses, the gap between us is sometimes even greater than that between humans and dogs." Which of those truly top-tier geniuses wasn't raised with rare treasures, mentored by renowned teachers, and possesses top-tier martial arts techniques? An ordinary genius from a mountain town might have luckily achieved a breakthrough, but his foundation is so poor. How can he compare to Luo Fei and the others? If they really came to blows, I'm afraid he wouldn't last more than 3 moves. The instructors quickly reached a consensus. Chen Lin might be a dark horse, but in this grand event that brought together the province's top talents, his brilliance was destined to be overshadowed by a bright moon like Luo Fei. In a distant mountain city, in the principal's office of No. 3 Middle School, Principal Zhou Jingxiong and several school officials watched the livestream with grave expressions. When they learned through official channels that the entrance exam rules were so stringent, and that this class of talented students had been dubbed the Golden Generation, everyone's heart sank. Well, Zhou Jingxiong looked at Chen Lin on the screen, who looked relaxed and even led the team deep into the penalty area, and couldn't help but sigh heavily. Chen Lin's luck is truly terrible. He just happened to run into the strongest class of the past 10 years. Yes, the Dean of Education beside him also had a worried look on his face. People like Luo Fei and Lu Qing, according to their profiles, are genuine 4th-tier warriors with extensive combat experience. Although Chen Lin is also a 4th-tier warrior, he has a weak foundation after all, and this is his first time participating in a competition of this level. Their concerns were not without reason. In their view, Chen Lin was like a country martial arts champion who was suddenly thrown into a pile of generals in the capital. The gap was too obvious. Zhou Jingxiong rubbed his brows, his tone filled with a hint of helpless anticipation. "Now, we can only hope that Chen Lin and Yi Linxue can use their own strength to get a good ranking. As long as our Shancheng army doesn't get wiped out." Chapter 17, Is the 3rd level really that powerful? The 4th level beast can still be killed instantly. Chen Lin led the students from the mountain city through the jungle at a leisurely pace. His spiritual awareness had already been extended, keeping an eye on the surroundings and searching for any signs of talented teams from other cities. To him, this restricted area, which others saw as fraught with danger, was more like a vast hunting ground. His prey was not only ferocious beasts, but also those who could provide him with shock value. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the side. A massive earth bear, as massive as a hill, emanating the terrifying aura of a perfected 3rd-order cultivator, rose to its feet and pounced upon the group with a gust of wind. The overwhelming sense of oppression made Zhao Kuan and the others turn pale instantly, almost suffocating. This was a perfected 3rd-order beast, with strength comparable to a quasi-4th-order warrior. They were simply not capable of contending. However, Chen Lin didn't even look back, but just casually threw a punch backwards while continuing to move forward. It was an ordinary punch, without any strong wind or any fancy special effects. But just as the fist swung, the ferocious earth bear's massive body seemed to be struck by an invisible mountain, its movements coming to an abrupt halt. The next second, its hard skull, along with its entire upper body, exploded into a cloud of blood. Second kill. Another effortless second kill. Ding. Shock value from Zhao Kuan plus 99. Ding. Shock value from Yi Linxue plus 101. Ding. From. A series of system prompts sounded in Chen Lin's mind, making the smile on his face even more pronounced. Not bad, not bad, the leak's psychological endurance has become a little stronger, but it is still very useful. He felt the huge shock value gathering in his mind and muttered to himself. System, improve your cultivation. Ding. Consume shock value, and your cultivation level will be raised to the 4th level of perfection. A torrent of energy, even more powerful and pure than before, instantly flowed through Chen Lin's limbs and bones. Every cell in his body was cheering with joy, and his strength, speed, and mental strength were all skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. His already incredibly solid foundation was now even more unified and indestructible. In just a moment, Chen-Lin completed the leap from the early stage of the 4th level to the perfect 4th level. He clenched his fists, feeling the power surging in his body, and made a clear judgment in his mind. Now, apart from the abnormal defense brought by the golden body technique, I can already compete with ordinary 5th level warriors in terms of attack and speed. Just one day into the assessment, the cruel reality dealt a heavy blow to all the geniuses. On the huge screen in the control tower, nearly 100 of the more than 300 green dots representing the candidates have turned red, indicating elimination. This means that in just 24 hours, nearly 100 students who were hailed as the pride of the country in their respective cities either crushed their distress signals due to serious injuries or voluntarily withdrew from the restricted area because they could not bear the pressure. This astonishing elimination rate made the faces of the city leaders who were following the assessment situation through various channels outside the restricted area look extremely ugly. It's too cruel. This isn't an assessment, it's a massacre. The pass rate in previous years was at least 70%, but this year I'm afraid we won't even reach 50%. Inside the command tower, the faces of several instructors were also not very good, but their thoughts were completely different. A bunch of trash. The sharp instructor snorted coldly as he watched another green dot on the screen go out. They can't even handle a mere 3rd-tier beast, and you're still worthy of being called geniuses? It's best to eliminate them, so they don't embarrass our Jiang province on the battlefield in the future. The square-faced chief instructor remained silent, but the coldness in his eyes betrayed his attitude. They needed elites, warriors, not babies in need of protection. If they couldn't even pass this level of testing, they weren't worthy of occupying the Qianlong training camp's precious resources. In sharp contrast to the gloomy outside world and the coldness of the command tower is the relaxed and cheerful atmosphere in the Mountain City team. Under Chen-Lin's protection, not only was no one injured, but even their clothes were not dirty. All the ferocious beasts that tried to approach them, whether they were level 1, level 2, or the dreaded level 3, had the same fate. They were blasted into pieces by Chen-Lin with a punch or a gust of wind from his finger when they were still 100 meters away from the team. Zhao Cohen has now completely transformed into Chen-Lin's most loyal number 1 lackey, always serving him at his beck and call, and being extremely attentive. "Brother Chen, drink some water." "Brother Chen, the meat of this beast is too rough, please don't touch it, I'll take care of it." The look he gave Chen-Lin was no longer one of admiration, but of near fanatic devotion. In his heart, Chen-Lin was an invincible god. The other Shancheng students were similarly impressed, each one a blind fan of Chen-Lin. In their view, there was nothing Brother Chen couldn't solve with one punch. If there was, then 2 would do it. Yi Linxue, a member of the team, had a growing glint in her beautiful eyes. She gazed at Chen-Lin, his modest yet incredibly reliable figure, and a wave of emotion welled up in her heart. This classmate, who had been unremarkable in high school, had now blossomed with a brilliance that eclipsed all other geniuses. His calm demeanor, his indifference to danger, had a fatal attraction for her, and she had already quietly fallen in love with him. The time came to the afternoon of the next day. "Still haven't met anyone else?" Chen-Lin stopped and frowned slightly. They hadn't seen any teams from other smaller cities, let alone the top talent from Jiangcheng and Haicheng. It seems that the outer area of this restricted area is still too large. Trying to rely on chance encounters to gain shock value is too inefficient. His gaze went deeper into the jungle, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He came this time not only to protect his classmates in Shancheng, his own goal was to get first place in the assessment. "Brother Chen, what's wrong?" Zhao Cohen hurriedly came over and asked. "The periphery is too boring." Chen-Lin said indifferently, "They are all 3rd-level cats and dogs. Killing them is too slow to earn points." Zhao Cohen and the others all twitched their lips upon hearing this. A 3rd-tier beast, a kitten or puppy? If those eliminated heard this, they'd probably vomit blood in anger. Chen-Lin continued, "Let's go to the depths of the restricted area and take a look." "What? Go deeper?" Everyone was shocked. "Brother Chen, deep down, it said there's a 4th-order ferocious beast in the depths," a student said in a trembling voice. "A 4th-order ferocious beast is an existence that is completely superior to them. Even the aftermath can tear them apart." Chen-Lin turned around, glanced at them, and said as a matter of course, "What else can we do? 1 beast core from a 4th-tier beast is worth 10 points from a 3rd-tier beast. If we want to take first place, how can we get enough points without hunting down a few 4th-tier beasts?" Chapter 18, Encountering Robbery on the Road. After entering the core area of the restricted area, the surrounding environment became increasingly dangerous, and the aura of ferocious beasts in the air became several times stronger. Everyone follow closely and don't fall behind, Chen Lin reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark figure suddenly leaped out of the bushes ahead, as fast as lightning. It was a beast covered in cyan scales, resembling a cheetah, but with a single spiral horn on its head, an early-stage 4th Order blue armor unicorn. The terrifying pressure emanating from it instantly made everyone in the mountain city feel like they were falling into an icy cave. Even breathing became difficult. This was a true 4th-tier beast, more terrifying than all the previous 3rd-tier beasts encountered combined. However, facing this ferocious beast that was enough to wipe out an ordinary team, Chen Lin simply raised his eyelids, still looking calm and composed, and threw a punch forward. Bang! There was a dull bang. The blue-armored unicorn's lightning-fast attack came to an abrupt halt. Its incomparably hard head, along with its proud horn, was shattered into a hail of shredded flesh by an irresistible force. The massive, headless corpse flew over 10 meters under inertia, slamming heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Looking at the ferocious beast's corpse that was still twitching slightly on the ground, all the students in the mountain city, including Yi Linxue, fell into a strange silence. The initial shock and horror were no longer on their faces, replaced by a dull look that was almost numb. A 3rd-level ferocious beast, killed instantly. A 3rd-level perfect beast can also be killed instantly. Now, even a genuine 4th-level ferocious beast can be killed instantly with just one punch? Is there any limit to Brother Chen's strength? Chen Lin ignored the dazed gazes behind him. To him, this was just routine. He leisurely walked forward and took out the 4th-level beast core that was shimmering with a green halo. Well, the 4th-level energy is indeed much purer. Just as he was about to lead the team deeper to look for the next points baby, a rustling sound of footsteps came from the woods not far away. Soon, a group of more than 10 people emerged, wearing uniforms with the words Luocheng embroidered on their chests. This group was larger than the Shancheng group, and each one possessed a calm aura, their strength exceeding that of the late 3rd stage. Leading the group was a tall, arrogant young man, his aura reaching the early 4th stage, a truly extraordinary aura. As soon as the people from Luo City appeared, their attention was immediately drawn to the huge corpse of the blue-armored unicorn on the ground. A flicker of surprise flashed across the eyes of the leading 4th-level genius, then turned into a thick layer of greed and disdain. He glanced at Chen Lin's team and saw that most of them were students in the early and middle stages of the 3rd level. He naturally assumed that this 4th-level beast was a lucky escape for the people of Mountain City, who had stumbled upon a severely injured and dying beast. "You're lucky, you from Shancheng." The 4th-level genius spoke in a condescending tone, as if giving alms. "We want this 4th-level beast core. Since we're from the same Jiang province, I'll give you this perfect 3rd-level beast core. This will prevent you from returning empty-handed and being eliminated in the first round." After saying that, he casually threw a 3rd-level beast core on the ground, as if he was sending away a beggar on the street. "What the hell did you say?" Wang Hao, the new team member, was furious. "Brother Chen killed this beast, why should he give it to you? You're just calling it robbery and you're so shameless." Faced with Wang Hao's angry curses, the people from Luo City suddenly burst into laughter, and looked at the people from Shancheng with eyes full of mockery and contempt. "You ungrateful creatures." A late-stage 3rd-tier student from Luo City sneered as he stepped forward. "Since you're so shameless, don't blame us for being ruthless. We'll cripple and eliminate you all, saving you from wasting your spots." Before he finished speaking, the man moved, brought with him a gust of evil wind, and punched Wang Hao in the face. Wang Hao was only at the early 3rd stage, so how could he be a match for a late 3rd stage warrior? He only had time to raise his arm to block before he was blasted back by a tremendous force, his blood surging and a sharp pain in his arm. Waste. The Los Angeles student succeeded in his first blow, a cruel smile on his face. He followed up with a second punch, aiming straight for Wang Hao's chest. If this punch had landed, Wang Hao would have been seriously injured and out of the game. At this critical moment, a graceful figure flashed by and stood in front of Wang Hao. Clang! Yi Linxue raised her fair palm and accurately blocked the opponent's fist. A soft yet strong force burst out, which actually pushed the man back half a step. "We're both in the late 3rd stage, and you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me?" Yi Linxue's pretty face frosted, her voice icy. She was gifted with exceptional talent and refined techniques, and few rivaled her peers. The Los Angeles student's face froze, and then he became angry and said, "You stinking bitch, you're looking for death." He attacked again, but Ji Linxue was agile and skillful. She found the opponent's weakness in a few moves and cut his wrist with a palm knife, defeating him directly. Let's go together. Get rid of this woman first. Seeing this, the people of Luocheng immediately surrounded them, 3 or 4 late-stage third-level cultivators. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Although Yi Linxue was stronger, she could only rely on her exquisite body movements to hold on under the siege of several people, and she was in danger. The 4th-ranked genius from Luo City folded his arms and watched the scene leisurely, a mocking smile on his face. Mountain City is really a small place. Is there no one here? They actually have to rely on a woman to hold the scene. Chen Lin, who had been silent all this time, slowly raised his head. He had originally wanted to test Yi Linxue's strength and let the people from Los Angeles perform for a while longer to contribute more shock points. But the other party's words made him feel a little unhappy. The next moment, an indescribable aura of terror burst out from Chen Lin's body. The overwhelming and powerful qi that Pei Mo could not resist swept out like a tsunami, instantly knocking all the Luocheng students who were besieging Yi Linxue away. They were like kites with broken strings, spitting blood from their mouths and falling to the ground, already seriously injured. The whole place fell into deathly silence. You dare to attack by surprise? The face of the 4th-level genius from Luocheng turned ashen in an instant. In a rage, the 4th-level aura in his body burst out without reservation. His body was like a cannonball, wrapped in violent force, and he punched Chen Lin. Chapter 19, You're useless. You can't even take one of my moves. The violent fist wind tore through the air, making a sharp sonic boom. The 4th-ranked genius from Luo City attacked with rage, showing no mercy. The force of this punch was enough to turn an armored vehicle into scrap metal. The sinister smile in his eyes had already foreshadowed the outcome. This ignorant brat in front of him would be turned into a pool of meat paste under his punch. The students in the mountain city, including Yi Linxue, who had just escaped danger, were all horrified. Zhao Koan and the others subconsciously closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the bloody scene. This power was even more terrifying than that of the 4th-level beast. Could Brother Chen withstand it? However, facing this earth-shattering punch, Chen Lin didn't even raise his eyelids, and still stood there quietly, neither dodging nor blocking, as if he was scared silly. Bang! With a deafening roar, the fist that was powerful enough to split mountains and rocks hit Chen Lin's chest solidly. The expected scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere did not appear. Chen Lin's body did not move at all. On the other hand, the Luocheng genius's grim smile froze instantly, replaced by an expression of extreme shock and pain. He felt as if his fist wasn't hitting a human body, but rather an ancient sacred mountain cast from divine gold. An unimaginable recoil force whipped back along his arm. With a crisp crack, the bones of his entire arm were broken inch by the recoil force. How is this possible? He roared in disbelief, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The full-strength attack he was so proud of not only failed to injure the opponent, but instead severely injured himself? What kind of monster was this? Ding! Leon's shock value plus 200. Ding! Shock value from Los Angeles students plus 159. Ding! From. Listening to the reminder sound in his mind, Chen Lin finally looked down at his chest. There wasn't even a trace of a mark left there. He curled his lips in boredom. The defensive power of the golden body technique really didn't disappoint me. An attack from the early 4th stage wasn't even enough to tickle me. You, who are you? Los Angeles genius Leon covered his broken arm and retreated in fear, no longer having his previous arrogance. Someone who can take your life. Chen Lin said lightly. Liang's face turned pale, and then he roared fiercely, Don't be so proud. I admit that your body is strong, but I don't believe your true energy is so strong. Look at me. Before he could finish his words, Chen Lin's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Liang's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and a sense of mortal danger loomed over him. Without a second thought, he frantically mobilized all the qi in his body, forming a thick qi shield in front of him. But the next moment, Chen Lin appeared in front of him like a ghost, stretched out a finger, and gently tapped on his shield. Crack crack. The qi shield that Leon was proud of, which was enough to withstand a full-strength attack from an opponent of the same level, was instantly covered with cracks like a broken eggshell, and then shattered. Puff! Liang was struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards more than 10 meters and landed heavily on the ground, his breath completely weakened. His Dantian Qi Si had been shattered by Chen Lin's finger, and most of his cultivation had been destroyed. From Chen Lin's attack to Liang's defeat, the entire process took less than a breath. Silence. Deathly silence. All the surviving students from Luochang stood frozen in place, as if under a spell. Their leader, Liang, the formidable fourth-tier genius they considered, couldn't even withstand a single blow from this young man from a mountain city? Before they could react to this extreme shock, Chen Lin had already moved. He was like a ghost, weaving through the crowds of Los Angeles. Every flash of his gaze was accompanied by a scream and a figure flying backwards. In just a few seconds, all the standing Los Angeles students were defeated by him and lost their fighting ability. The whole process was so fast that it was dizzying and impossible to react. It was not until the last Los Angeles student fell that thunderous cheers erupted from the mountain city. Brother Chen is invincible. Brother Chen is awesome. Zhao Cohen and the others were so excited that their faces flushed red, and their gazes towards Chen Lin were filled with fanatical admiration. Yi Linshua's beautiful eyes were even more brilliant, and the admiration in her heart was overflowing, almost overflowing. Ding! Zhao Cohen's shock value plus 199. Ding! Shock value from Yi Linshua plus 201. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a large amount of shock value. Listening to the system's series of reports, the curve of Chen Lin's mouth became wider and wider, and he smiled happily. Not bad, this wave of leaks, no, this wave of shock value is of very high quality. He glanced at the people of Luochang lying on the ground wailing, and winked at Zhao Cohen. What are you standing there for? Go and collect our spoils. Okay, Brother Chen. Zhao Cohen immediately understood what he meant, and took a few classmates to pounce on them like wolves and tigers, looting all the beast cores from everyone in Luochang. You can't do this. We are students of Luochang. If you dare to rob us, we in Luochang will not let you go. Liang lay on the ground, roaring resentfully. Chen Lin walked up to him and looked down at him, his eyes cold and without a trace of warmth. Robbery? Weren't you the ones who tried to rob us just now? I just gave them a taste of their own medicine. As for whether you can get out alive, that depends on your own luck. After saying this, Chen Lin ignored the desperate and resentful looks from these people and turned to Shancheng's classmates and said, let's go and continue to go deeper. He had no sympathy. In this test of the survival of the fittest, to be kind to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself. The students in the mountain city now regarded Chen Lin's words as the golden rule. No one raised any objections. They followed him closely and walked deeper into the restricted area. About half an hour after Chen Lin and his group left, another group of people quietly arrived on the devastated battlefield. This team consisted of only 5 people, but each one exuded an extremely powerful aura, far surpassing the previous Los Angeles team. The leader was a handsome young man wearing a white martial arts uniform, with eyes as sharp as an eagle. Chapter 20, Improve Again, Burning Fist is perfected. Xinyu, a young man in white, crouched down and carefully examined the fatal wound of the blue-armored unicorn. The wound was smooth, and the power was concentrated and undispersed. It was the instantaneous burst of power that directly destroyed the entire head, without any excess energy leaking out. What a clean and neat trick. He stood up and glanced at those useless Los Angeles students. The amusement in his eyes was gradually replaced by a hint of solemnity. Although these individuals were severely injured, their techniques were equally precise. Their attacks were all inflicted with a subtle force that damaged their meridians and chi-sees, just enough to render them incapable of combat without immediately killing them. This level of control over power was beyond the capabilities of ordinary 4th-tier warriors. To be able to achieve this level, even if I do it myself, it will probably take some effort, and it will be impossible to keep so many people so easily. He walked to Liang and pointed a finger at his forehead. A gentle stream of true energy flowed in, temporarily waking him up. Liang slowly woke up and saw the handsome yet cold face in front of him. His pupils shrank. Xinyu? Who did it? Xinyu's voice was calm, but carried unquestionable majesty. A trace of humiliation and resentment flashed across Liang's face, but facing Xinyu, he didn't dare to hide anything. He said in a trembling voice, It's from Shancheng. Mountain City? Xinyu's eyebrows suddenly raised, and for the first time, real shock appeared in his sharp eyes. Mountain Town? That remote town that struggled with elimination every year, struggling to even muster a decent 4th-tier warrior? How could such a person be born in such a place? It's absolutely true. That guy, he's still a student, looks only 18 or 19 years old, and is as strong as a monster. Liang recalled Chen Lin's calm expression, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Qin Yu didn't ask any more questions. He looked at the mess on the ground, and a wave of shock surged in his heart. An unknown boy from a mountain city actually possessed a strength that even shocked him. Is it true that things are going to change this time? Ding! Qin Yu's shock value plus 350. At the same time, Chen Lin, who was leading the team through the forest, suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Brother Chen? Zhao Kuan asked hurriedly. Chen Lin shook his head, a strange look on his face. Where did this shock value come from? Is there someone hiding nearby and watching? No, I can't detect anyone within my spiritual sense range. It's really baffling. He glanced at the system panel. After the unexpected shock value was recorded, the total amount became quite considerable again. Whatever, there's nothing wrong with too much shock value. This is a good opportunity to upgrade Burning Fist. Chen Lin's mind moved, and he chose to upgrade on the system panel. Ding! Consuming shock value, starting to upgrade the Burning Fist. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host, the Burning Fist has reached perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully realizing the incineration realm on the basis of perfection. Instantly, a torrent of fervent understanding flooded Chen Lin's mind. Countless profound insights concerning the Burning Fist were instantly absorbed by him, as if he had practiced for decades. He felt as if an invisible flame lingered above his fists. He stopped and casually punched a half-man-high boulder next to him. He didn't use much true energy in this punch, and his fist didn't even touch the stone. However, a fiery fist force, barely perceptible to the naked eye, flashed by. As everyone watched in astonishment, the solid boulder instantly glowed red from within, then silently transformed into a pile of fine black powder, which vanished in the wind. Hiss! Everyone in the mountain city gasped, their scalps tingling. What kind of method was this? Fist turned wind into fire? No, it was even more terrifying. It was like evaporating the stone out of thin air. Chen Lin nodded with satisfaction. His strength had improved again, which made him in a good mood. As they continued to move deeper into the core of the forbidden area, the number and strength of the beasts around them began to increase dramatically. They could encounter an early-stage 4th-order beast almost every few meters, and even occasionally encountered a powerful mid-stage 4th-order beast. But for Chen Lin today, this is just the difference between throwing one more punch and one less punch. Thus, the students of the mountain city witnessed an unforgettable scene. An early 4th-stage earth-splitting demonic bear had just emerged from the ground when Chen Lin punched it through the chest. A 4th-stage mid-stage ghost-faced demon bird with an extremely fast-flying speed swooped down from the sky, and was burned to ashes in mid-air by Chen Lin's fist wind containing the incineration intention. Along the way, Chen Lin was like an efficient harvester, quickly amassing over a dozen Tier 4 beast cores. This terrifying pace far surpassed all other teams. Zhao Kuan, Yi Linxue, and the others also benefited greatly. While Chen Lin dealt with the 4th-tier beasts, they worked alongside him to clear out the accompanying group of 3rd-tier beasts. In just over a day, each of them had received over a dozen 3rd-tier beast cores, enough for them to secure a decent ranking in the first round of assessments. The next day passed quickly. As the sun set on the 3rd day and the bell signaling the end of the assessment rang throughout the restricted area, all the surviving students were teleported back to the original square by an invisible force. The square, which originally had nearly 300 people, now seemed empty. A rough count showed that there were only about 120 people left. More than half of the elimination rate. This number made everyone gasp. You know, in previous years, the elimination rate in the first round of assessments was usually around 30%. How cruel. Did the beasts in the restricted area riot this year? It's not just the ferocious beasts. I heard that teams from several cities were beaten to pieces and eliminated. The survivors chatted among themselves, their faces showing a mixture of relief at having survived and deep shock. They all understood that those who could survive such a brutal competition were truly the elite of the elite. The talents selected this time were likely to be far more powerful than any previous generation. Chapter 21, the assessment is about to end, and I am afraid that the entire Shancheng army will be wiped out. Around Chen Lin and his group, the corpses of more than a dozen ferocious beasts lay scattered about, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Every member of the Shancheng team's face was now filled with the joy of a good harvest and heartfelt admiration, their eyes fixed on the young man who had stood with his hands behind his back the entire time. What a shame. Chen Lin looked at the people busy cleaning up the battlefield, feeling a little regretful. Over the past 3 days, he hadn't encountered a sucker like Luo Chang. Giving away both the beast core and shock value was a great deal. He inspected the team's haul and nodded in satisfaction. Under his leadership, the entire Mountain City team had amassed a formidable harvest. Even the weakest of the early-stage 3rd-level students had received at least one early-stage 4th-level beast core. As for the 3rd-level beast cores, they were so numerous they were too lazy to count. This achievement was something they hadn't even dreamed of in the past. At this moment, these students from the Mountain City almost worshipped Chen Lin as their ancestor. As long as Chen Lin said something and told them to go east, they would never go west. "Brother Chen, we have gained so much, we will definitely get first place," a student said excitedly. "Yeah, thanks to Brother Chen." Listening to everyone's flattery, Chen Lin simply smiled calmly. First place? His goal was far greater than that. As the sun slowly set in the west on the 3rd day, the sound of ancient and melodious bells echoed over the restricted area, reminding all candidates that the examination was about to end. In the huge square in the center of the restricted area, lights kept flashing, and teams were teleported back, some in high spirits, some exhausted. There is only 1 hour left before the assessment officially ends. By this time, hundreds of people had gathered in the square, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. The teachers leading the teams from various cities were nervously counting the performance of their students. "Look! It's Chinyu from Tianhai City. He has 21 4th-level beast cores, and 3 of them are in the middle stage of the 4th level. Oh my god! Too strong. Deserves to be the favorite to win this time. And the guy from Linjiang City is said to have hunted down more than one late-stage 4th-order beast." Exclamations erupted from the crowd from time to time. Those top talents undoubtedly displayed overwhelming strength, and their remarkable achievements shocked and impressed countless people. However, amidst the hustle and bustle, there is a corner that seems particularly quiet and depressing. That is the camp area of the Mountain City. "Ha! Look, why hasn't anyone from the Mountain City come back yet?" Someone noticed something was wrong. A special device in the square displayed whether all candidates were still within the restricted area or had already been transported out. At this moment, all 16 points of light representing the Mountain City team remained lit, indicating that none of them had returned early. "No way? Why don't you come back at this time?" With Shancheng's strength, they probably encountered a group of powerful beasts and were immediately wiped out. It's possible. In previous years, didn't they just barely gather enough people and crush the teleportation talisman to get out early? This year, they are brave enough, but unfortunately they don't have the strength. Many students and teachers from other cities cast gloating glances, and the mocking whispers among them were undisguisedly heard by the teachers leading the team from Shancheng. Zhang Jinghua, the principal of Shancheng High School, was now livid, his fists clenched tightly, and his palms were covered in cold sweat. He stared intently at the deserted camp, his heart burning with anxiety. "No way, is something really wrong? Chen Lin is so strong, how could he?" At this moment, a sarcastic voice sounded. "Principal Zhang, stop looking. Your Mountain City camp won't be able to attract any more people. In my opinion, your Mountain City will be completely wiped out this year." The speaker was the principal of Los Angeles High School. Beside him stood a calm and composed student who had also reached the early stages of the 4th stage. This was one of only 2 4th-stage prodigies in Los Angeles, and because he was used to working alone, he wasn't with Liang and the others. Shancheng and Luocheng have been rivals for decades. Once upon a time, when Shancheng was at its peak, Luocheng was constantly suppressed. Now that Shancheng has fallen on hard times, Luocheng will naturally not miss any opportunity to take advantage of its misfortune. Faced with the other party's ridicule, Zhang Jinghua and several teachers behind him were so angry that they were shaking all over, but they couldn't refute a word. After all, it is a fact that the overall strength of the Mountain City is poor. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up in Zhang Jinghua's heart. He sighed, no longer counting on the team's success. He silently prayed, Chen Lin, no matter how strong you are, you can't lead everyone through the level alone. I just hope you can return safely and achieve a good ranking, worthy of your talent." Everyone in the Mountain City was dejected, and the atmosphere was extremely dejected. At this moment, the teleportation light gate at the entrance of the square lit up with an intense light again. "Someone's back again." Everyone looked over there. The light faded, revealing a dozen battered figures stumbling before the crowd. Their clothing was tattered, their bodies soaked in blood, their faces pale, their expressions filled with fear, humiliation, and resentment, as if they had experienced some unimaginable horror. There was silence in the square at first, and then an even greater uproar broke out. Isn't that Liang and the others from Los Angeles? Oh my god. Liang is a 4th-level genius. Their team is extremely powerful, how could they be in such a disastrous situation? Principal Luo Chang, who had just been mocking Shan Chang, suddenly froze his smile on his face and looked at his students in disbelief. Chapter 22, Crisis Emerges, a 5th-level ferocious beast. Seeing the miserable appearance of Liang and the others, the smugness and mockery on Principal Luo Chang's face instantly froze. He rushed over and asked in shock and anger, Liang, what's going on? Did you encounter some powerful group of ferocious beasts? He thought that only when his elite team encountered an overwhelming herd of beasts would they end up like this. However, Liang shook his head, his face full of humiliation and resentment. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. It wasn't a ferocious beast. It was the people of the mountain city who did it. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire square fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this side, with disbelief written all over their faces. Mountain City? That remote little town that always finished last? It had beaten Luocheng's team, led by a Tier 4 genius, into this state? This was simply unbelievable. Impossible. Principal Luo Chang was the first to yell, just relying on those losers from Shancheng? It wasn't Shancheng. Another student from Luocheng who had managed to escape added in a trembling voice, it was one person, a monster from Shancheng named Chen Lin. We couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. As for the other people from Shancheng, they're just a bunch of trash. If the news just now was a thunderclap, then at this moment, these words were like a nuclear bomb, exploding in everyone's heart. One person swept through an elite team in Los Angeles? Now, even those top talents who thought highly of themselves, such as Qinyu from Tianhai City, all looked sideways, with unprecedented solemnity in their eyes. A top talent has emerged from the mountain city? This thought emerged in everyone's mind. In the Shanchengjiang area, Principal Zhang Jinghua stood there in a daze, his mind buzzing. He almost immediately thought of the figure who always brought him surprises. Chen Lin. It must be him. Zhang Jinghua's heart raced, a wave of ecstasy and shock washing over him. He recalled the final exam. Although Chen Lin had performed impressively, he seemed to have barely reached the threshold of Tier 4. But now, he could single-handedly defeat so many geniuses in Los Angeles? This kid, how much did he cheat during the final exam? Zhang Jinghua's lips were trembling with excitement. All his previous worries and disappointments turned into endless expectations and pride. On the other side, the faces of everyone in Luocheng had become extremely ugly. Not only were Liang and the others seriously injured, but more importantly, in order to rush back to the square before the teleportation ended, they had forced their chi into motion, damaging their martial arts foundations. After checking, everyone's combined beast core count barely met the minimum requirement for entry into the training camp. This means that even if they enter the training camp, they are destined to be at the bottom and will not receive any resources. Their future path in martial arts is almost cast a thick shadow. Mountain City. What a mountain city! Principal Luo Chang was trembling with anger, his eyes red. Unable to accept this fact, he shouted hysterically, they must have used some despicable and shameless conspiracy. Otherwise, with their strength, how could they possibly hurt Liang and the others? The top talents around them, though silent, were filled with suspicion. They were also unwilling to believe that such a powerful competitor had suddenly emerged besides themselves. What about the people in the mountain city? Xinyu asked in a deep voice with sharp eyes, where are they now? A hint of gleeful resentment flashed in Liang's eyes, and he grinned, they don't know how to live or die, they went to the deepest part of the restricted area. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. The deepest part of the restricted area? Are they crazy? That's the legendary death zone where 5th-level ferocious beasts roam. No wonder they haven't come back for so long. I thought they had so much to gain and wanted to stay until the very end, but it turns out they're just going to die. Haha, how stupid. Even if he can defeat Liang, so what? Facing a 5th-level beast, even a 4th-level peak warrior will have only one way to go, death. Now, they can't come back at all. Everyone who had just felt threatened by Chen Lin's battle record now breathed a sigh of relief, and their gazes towards the mountain city camp changed from shock to pity and mockery. Zhang Jinghua, whose hope had just been ignited, felt his heart sink once again. He knew better than anyone what a 5th-order beast meant. It was simply not something a student at this stage could contend with. It's over. Is it true that Shancheng will be completely wiped out this time? At the same time, deep in the penalty area, Chen Lin glanced at the gradually darkening sky and said to the people behind him, "It's almost time. The spoils have been packed up. Let's prepare to go back." "Okay, Brother Chen." The students from the mountain city responded enthusiastically. These 3 days' experience were like a dream to them. However, just as they were about to set off, Chen Lin's originally relaxed expression suddenly froze, and his sharp eyes swept towards the dark depths of the dense forest ahead. Something is wrong. An indescribable feeling of oppression swept over from the front like an invisible tide. The air around them seemed to freeze instantly, the temperature plummeting. Even the chirping of insects and birds in the forest vanished without a trace, and heaven and earth fell into a dead silence. A shudder from the depths of their souls froze the smiles of Zhao Kuan and the others. "Chen, Brother Chen, what's wrong?" Yi Lingshue's voice trembled slightly. Chen Lin did not answer. His eyes narrowed slightly and he stared intently at the front. That aura was 1,000 times more terrifying than any fourth-tier beast he'd encountered before. Filled with brutality, deathly silence, and a chilling aura. Woo! A low, suppressed sob, as if coming from the depths of the underworld, slowly emerged from the depths of the dense forest. The sound was not loud, but it carried a chill that penetrated the soul, making everyone feel as if they were falling into an icy cave. Under the horrified gazes of the people in the mountain city, a huge figure walked out silently from the dark shadows. It was a giant wolf, over 10 meters long. Its fur was not solid, but rather composed of flowing, tangible black shadows. Its 4 legs stomped the ground without a sound. A pair of blood-red eyes burned in the dim forest. Just being stared at by those eyes made everyone feel as if their souls were being dragged out and frozen into ice. The 5th-level ferocious beast, the giant shadow wolf. Chapter 23, Perfect Golden Light Technique. A 5th-order beast? Trash. The shadow wolf appeared silently. At the moment when everyone in the mountain city was stunned by fear, the giant wolf moved. Its body seemed to blend into the shadows, transforming into a black line that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, aiming directly at the flank of the team, Yi Lingxue, who was closest to it. Fast. It's almost as fast as it can be. The stench and the breath of death mingled with her, and Yi Lingxue's pupils suddenly constricted. Her mind went blank, and her body was unable to even react in the most basic way. She could only watch helplessly as the shadow of death rapidly expanded in her field of vision. Careful! At the critical moment, a calm figure, spanning several meters, instantly blocked her way. It was Chen Lin. He didn't even have time to draw his sword, but just put his fingers together like a sword, and powerful true energy gushed out from his body, condensing into an indestructible golden barrier in front of him. Clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing rang out. The black shadow slammed fiercely into the golden barrier, the violent impact transforming into a visible blast of air that spread wildly in all directions. The surrounding ground cracked inch by inch, and the grass and trees were completely reduced to dust. Yi Lingxue was grabbed by Chen Lin and retreated 7 or 8 steps before she could finally steady herself. Her face was pale, and she stared ahead in shock, a wave of fear welling up in her heart. If it weren't for Chen Lin, she would have been reduced to a cold corpse in that instant. The smoke and dust cleared, and the shadowy wolf reappeared. It gracefully landed 10 meters away, a hint of human surprise flickering in its crimson eyes, as if it hadn't expected its decisive blow to be blocked by a mere 4th-level human. Zhao Kuan and others just woke up from their dream at this moment, and boundless fear overwhelmed them like a tide. A 5th-level beast. Zhao Kuan's voice was shaking, and his teeth were chattering. We actually encountered a 5th-level beast. It's over. It's completely over now. Another student's legs went limp and he almost collapsed to the ground. Despair was written all over everyone's face. In the martial arts world, after the 4th stage, each step is a new level. The gap between the 4th and 5th stages may seem like only one level, but in reality, it's an insurmountable chasm. It represents a leap in life's level, whether it's strength, speed, or the use of energy. It's a completely different dimension. Not to mention these 2nd and 3rd level students, even Chen Lin, the backbone of the team, has just entered the 4th level. What's more, they were facing a giant shadow wolf, a 5th-tier beast renowned for its speed. Even escaping was a luxury in the face of such a terrifying being. Everyone stand back. Just when everyone was losing their minds, Chen Lin's calm voice rang out. He pushed Yi Lingxue behind him and stared at the giant shadow wolf in front of him with burning eyes. There was no fear in his eyes, but instead a high fighting spirit was burning in them. Chen, brother Chen, you. Zhao Kuan wanted to say something, but found that his throat was extremely dry. Chen Lin did not look back, but slowly drew out the long sword from behind him. The blade reflected a cold light in the dim light. The next second, he moved. He stomped his feet hard, and rushed towards the giant shadow wolf like a cannonball. Roar! The giant shadow wolf seemed to be angered by the provocation of Chen Lin, the ant. It let out a low growl and turned into a shadow to meet him. Boom! A man and a wolf collided with each other in an instant. The violet energies of true qi clashed fiercely with the shadow energy clinging to the giant shadow wolf's claws, unleashing a deafening roar. Chen Lin's long sword swung and swung wildly, each blow carrying immense force and power, stirring up gusts of wind. He had actually engaged in a head-on confrontation with a fifth-tier beast. The students in the mountain city were all stunned, their mouths wide open, almost unable to believe their eyes. That's a fifth-level beast. Brother Chen, he could actually fight a fifth-level beast? Chen Lin became more and more excited as he fought. Yes, this fifth-level beast is indeed powerful. He could clearly sense that the power contained in each attack of the shadow wolf and the strange shadow encroachment were far beyond that of a fourth-tier beast. Although he was already invincible at his level, and could even easily crush a fourth-tier genius like Liang, facing this true fifth-tier beast, he was unable to easily kill it. This is just perfect as a whetstone. At this moment, a series of familiar prompt sounds rang in his mind. Ding! Received shock value plus 1000 from Yi Linshui. Ding! Received shock value plus 1000 from Zhao Kuan. Ding! Received shock value plus 5000 from Zhang Jinghua. Ding! Received shock value plus 3000 from Liang. Ding! Received shock value plus 2000 from Qinyu. In an instant, a huge amount of shock value flooded into the system. Chen Lin's heart skipped a beat. Besides the shock value provided by the students behind him, what was going on with the unfamiliar names at the back? Zhang Jinghua seemed to be the principal of Shanchang, Liang was the genius from Luocheng, and who was Qinyu? Could it be that the people in the assessment square can see what's happening here in some way? Chen Lin felt more and more that this speculation was close to the truth. Who was secretly observing and providing him with shock value? However, with a powerful enemy ahead of us, this is not the time to think about these things. He thought for a moment and quickly glanced at the system panel. Host, Chen Lin. Cultivation, early stage of 4th stage. Kung Fu, Hunyuan Ichi Ju Great Mastery, Jinguan Ju Great Mastery. Martial Arts, Thunder Blade Technique Perfect. Shock value, 28,000. 28,000 shock value points. Chen Lin took a look at the values needed to improve his cultivation, and found that there was still a lot of gap. Since it is impossible to improve your realm, then you should first max out your body refining skills. Without hesitation, he focused his mind on the Golden Light Art. System, upgrade the Golden Light Art to perfection. Ding! Consuming 20,000 shock points, the Golden Light Art is upgraded to perfection. The moment he finished speaking, a warm current that was far more powerful and hotter than the previous breakthrough suddenly erupted from the depths of his dantian and instantly swept through his limbs and bones. Boom! It was as if some barrier in Chen Lin's body was suddenly broken down. His bones, muscles, meridians, and even every cell were undergoing earth-shaking transformation under the impact of this golden energy. A layer of light, glass-like golden light seeped out from the surface of his skin, making him look like a god of war who had descended to the mortal world. An unparalleled sense of power filled his body. He could feel that his defense and strength had experienced explosive growth at this moment. Roar! The giant shadow wolf seemed to have noticed the changes in Chen Lin. A trace of uneasiness flashed in its scarlet eyes. It let out a violent roar, and its huge body turned into a blurry black shadow again. Its sharp claws tore through the air, and it grabbed Chen Lin's head with a killing force. However, this time, a cold arc appeared on Chen Lin's face. He didn't even dodge, allowing the claws that were sharp enough to tear through steel to grab him. Clang! A loud and crisp sound was heard, and the sharp claws of the shadow wolf grabbed Chen Lin's body, but it was like grabbing a piece of divine gold. Sparks flew everywhere, and it couldn't even break the thin layer of golden light on his body. For the first time, horror and fear appeared in the eyes of the giant shadow wolf. Chen Lin slowly raised his head, feeling the new power surging in his body, with a sneer of disdain on the corner of his mouth. A fifth-level beast? You're all garbage in front of me. Chapter 24, How Strong Is He? Facing Qianlin, whose body was emitting a faint golden light, the scarlet eyes of the shadow wolf revealed an emotion called fear for the first time. As a fifth-tier beast, it possessed considerable intelligence. It could clearly sense the terrifying qualitative change that had occurred in the human's aura in just a moment. It felt like a crushing force, a life-level crushing force that sent tremors through its entire body's shadow energy. Escape. This is its only thought at the moment. Woo. The shadowy giant wolf let out a low whimper, and its huge body stopped rushing forward and instead strangely shrank back. Its entire body seemed like melted ink, silently slipping into the shadows on the ground and disappearing without a trace in an instant. This was its innate ability, shadow stealth. Once activated, it could merge with the shadows, silently launching deadly sneak attacks. Want to run? Qianlin curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer, and his mental power had already locked onto the other party. The next moment, the shadow beside him suddenly twisted, and a pitch-black wolf claw tore through the air, carrying a biting chill, silently grabbing towards his neck. This attack was more sinister and faster than any previous one. However, Qianlin seemed to have eyes on his back. He didn't even turn his head, but just raised his left arm casually. Clang! The wolf's claws collided with his arm, and once again, a resounding sound of metal clashing erupted. Sparks flew everywhere, but the shadow wolf's full-strength attack still failed to shake the thin layer of golden light covering Qianlin's body. Its figure was forced to emerge from the shadows, its eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Qianlin slowly turned his head, looked at it calmly, and gently uttered two words. Too weak. These two words, like a heavy hammer, hit the shadow giant wolf's heart hard, completely igniting its ferocity and dignity as a fifth-level ferocious beast. Roar! Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the shadow wolf went completely mad. It abandoned its sneak attack and increased its speed to the limit. Its entire body transformed into dozens of blurry black lightning bolts, launching a violent attack on Qianlin from all directions and at all kinds of tricky and strange angles. Claws, fangs, tail swings. Each strike contained a terrifying force that was enough to tear a tank apart, so fast that even the afterimage could not be seen clearly. If any early 5th stage warrior were to be here, he would probably not even have the chance to react and would be torn into pieces in an instant. However, in Qianlin's eyes, all these attacks were as slow as a snail. Boom! 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 Qianlin stood still, not even moving an inch, simply swinging his fists and long sword, defeating each incoming shadow. His movements seemed casual, but each time he accurately intercepted the giant shadow wolf's attack. In the dull eyes of the people in the mountain city, this didn't look like a life and death fight at all, but more like an adult playing with a child. It's time to end it. Qianlin seemed to have lost interest. The moment the giant shadow wolf pounced again, his eyes flashed, and he stopped blocking and instead took the initiative to meet it. His right hand was no longer covered with pure golden energy, but a layer of dancing red-gold flames that seemed to be able to incinerate everything. Yan Emperor's talent. As soon as this true energy appeared, the temperature of the surrounding air suddenly soared, and even the space seemed to be slightly distorted by the burning. The shadow wolf felt an unprecedented threat of death and wanted to change its tactics and retreat, but it was too late. Qianlin's speed is even faster than it. He grabbed the shadow wolf's right front paw, which was sharp enough to tear through alloy. In his palm filled with the Flame Emperor's true energy, a sharp sizzling sound was emitted, and bursts of black smoke emerged. Roar! The intense pain caused the shadow wolf to howl miserably. Break it for me! Qianlin let out a low roar, and his arm muscles suddenly bulged, erupting with terrifying power. Tear! With the teeth-grinding sound of flesh being torn, the shadow wolf's right front paw, which was covered with shadow energy, was torn off from the shoulder alive by him. Black blood shot up into the sky and was evaporated in mid-air by the hot airwaves. The shadow wolf suffered heavy damage, its massive body collapsing to the ground with a thud, its eyes filled with endless terror. It finally understood what a terrifying being it had provoked. It dragged its broken body and tried frantically to turn around and escape. Unfortunately, I was a step too slow. Qianlin's figure followed closely and appeared beside it in an instant, his right fist clenched tightly, and the red gold flame burned even more vigorously. Die! A punch was thrown. The raging Yan Emperor's true energy, like a miniature sun, penetrated the giant shadow wolf's massive body unimpeded. The blazing energy exploded within its body, instantly incinerating its internal organs to ash. The shadow wolf's movements came to an abrupt halt, its huge body frozen in place, and the light of life in its scarlet eyes quickly dimmed. A strong smell of burnt food began to spread through the woods. The 5th-level ferocious beast, the shadow giant wolf, killed. Silence. Deathly silence. Zhao Kuan, Wang Hao, Yi Linxue, all the students in the mountain city were like petrified, staring blankly at the shocking scene before them, their brains completely shut down. Cross a major realm, tear apart with bare hands, and kill with one punch. Is this really something humans can do? Brother Chen, how strong has he become? Was I blinded by greed before? I actually dared to provoke Brother Chen? Wang Hao muttered to himself, his voice full of fear and relief. Yi Linxue's beautiful eyes were shining with excitement as she looked at Chen Lin's back, which was not very tall but seemed to be able to support the world. Unprecedented ripples appeared in her heart. Ding! Received shock value plus 2,000 from Yi Linxue. Ding! Received shock value plus 2,000 from Wang Hao. A series of shock value notification sounds rang out in Chen Lin's mind. He retracted his fist, glanced at the charred corpse of the shadow wolf, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, let's pack up and go back. Chen Lin's voice broke the silence. Everyone finally woke up from their dream, and their eyes looking at Chen Lin had completely changed from awe to fanatical admiration. At the same time, in the assessment square outside the restricted area. On the huge light screen, the bright red countdown has entered its final stage. 10 minutes. There are only 10 minutes left. Anyone who fails to return after the time limit will be eliminated. An instructor's loud voice resounded throughout the venue. In the Shanchenzhiying area, Principal Zhang Jinghua and several teachers were all nervous. They stared intently at the direction of the teleportation array, their palms dripping with sweat. Why haven't they come back yet? What happened to Chen Lin and the others? A teacher paced back and forth anxiously. It's over, it's over. It must be like what those people in Luocheng said. They went deep into the restricted area and have been completely wiped out. Another teacher looked as pale as death. Back in Los Angeles, the principal and a group of teachers and students all had sneers on their faces, looking extremely proud. Ha, how foolish. Do you think we're invincible just because you win? Are they even able to reach the deep end of the restricted area? Serves you right. This is the end of your arrogance. I'm afraid you won't even be able to find your bones now. Yamashiro? They're last again this year. No, everyone is eliminated. Ha 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 ha. Listening to the waves of ridicule coming from his ears, Zhang Jinghua was so angry that he trembled all over, but he was powerless to refute. Because even he himself had already given up all hope. A fifth-order ferocious beast, that was a gap that could not be made up by a miracle. Is it true that Shancheng is really going to end this training camp assessment in the most tragic way this time? Chapter 25, you guys actually came back alive? As night falls, the temporary camp outside the ferocious beast forest is brightly lit. All over the camp, groups of geniuses were talking in low voices, and the topics, without exception, revolved around the upcoming formal assessment. Have you heard? The death rate in this training camp seems to have increased again. The chief instructor said that the training camp is not a greenhouse. Every year, many people fail in various assessments and no trace is left. A student from the East China Sea base said in a low voice with a solemn expression on his face. Isn't this perfectly normal? The path of martial arts is a battle against heaven, against earth, against humanity. How can one become a truly powerful warrior without experiencing life and death? His companions smiled disapprovingly, their eyes filled with confidence and pride. We shouldn't be concerned about this, but which opponents we face this time are worth noting. My opponents? Zhao Hu from Tianfu City, the Lin brothers and sisters from the capital, and Wang Lingling from Donghai. Which one of them isn't a renowned genius? As for the others, they're just some humble chickens and dogs. Their discussion was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the members of the Shancheng team not far away. A member of the Shancheng team was a little indignant. Just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by his companions and shook his head. While the words of these chosen talents might sound harsh, they were also true. Almost all of the teams present hail from top-tier base cities, possessing the most generous resources and the finest heritage. In comparison, teams from second-tier base cities like Shancheng seem somewhat out of place. In the corner, a student from the capital glanced at the mountain city team sitting there quietly, and a hint of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said to his companions, I just checked, the person leading the Shancheng team this time is called Chen Lin. Guess what? He's the guy who was known as the #1 genius in Shancheng a few years ago, but was later ambushed by the Myriad Races cult and had his Dantian destroyed. Oh? There's such a thing, his companions became interested. A useless person dares to come to the training camp? Is the mountain city really deserted? Who knows? Perhaps they're trying their luck. But people like them aren't worth worrying about. They have no talent, and even if they manage to make it to the training camp, they'll be quickly eliminated and become just like everyone else. Our target should be Zhao Hu and the others in Tianfu City. Similar discussions echoed throughout the camp. To these geniuses, accustomed to being high and mighty, a washed-up genius from a small town wasn't even worth a second glance. Time passed slowly amid the waiting and discussions of the crowd. According to regulations, all teams participating in the screening must return to the camp before midnight, otherwise they will be deemed to have failed the assessment, or even be deemed dead. As time went by, one team after another, exhausted and even wounded, emerged from the edge of the ferocious beast forest. The atmosphere in the camp grew increasingly tense as everyone realized that the Shanqing team was still missing. Principal Lu, it's almost time, why haven't Chen Lin and the others come back yet? The teacher in charge of the Shancheng base looked anxiously in the direction of the camp entrance, his forehead covered with sweat. The middle-aged man he called Principal Lu also had a sullen expression at this moment, his fists clenched tightly, and he remained silent. He was also extremely anxious, but as the backbone of the group, he could not panic. Wait a little longer. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, staring at the deep darkness, praying in his heart. On the other side of the camp, several members of the Los Angeles team looked gloating. It looks like that guy will die in there without us even having to do anything this time. A Los Angeles team member sneered, he dares to offend us Los Angeles, he's really courting death. Their leader, Li Feng, the young man who had been severely injured by Chen Lin's blow, still had a pale face, but his eyes were filled with resentment. He stared at the forest entrance, as if he had already witnessed Chen Lin being torn to pieces by the beast, and a sneer of satisfaction curled up at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, for an arrogant guy like Chen Lin, dying in the restricted area was the best possible outcome. Finally, the clock is about to strike midnight. Almost everyone in the camp had already tacitly accepted Team Shanqing's fate. Every year, teams like this were wiped out due to overestimation or bad luck, and no one was surprised. The last trace of blood on Principal Lu's face faded, his body swayed slightly, and his eyes were filled with despair. However, at this moment, at the edge of the dark forest that seemed to be able to swallow everything, several figures walked out slowly. The young man in the lead stood tall and straight, his face calm. Behind him followed several equally relaxed team members. They were spotless, without a scratch or even a trace of battle, as if they had simply gone for a stroll in the forest. It's Chen Lin. They're back, a teacher from Shancheng exclaimed in surprise. Principal Lu looked up suddenly. When he saw the familiar figure clearly, his whole body trembled, his eyes instantly turned red, and he let out a long sigh. It was as if all his strength had been drained away, and he almost collapsed to the ground. They are back, they actually came back alive. On the other side of the Los Angeles team, the smile on Li Feng's face froze instantly, replaced by deep disbelief and anger. How is this possible? How could he still be alive? Li Feng stared at Chen Lin intently, the hatred in his eyes almost turning into reality. Why didn't he die in there? Under the complicated gazes of the audience, Chen Lin led the team back to the camp step by step. He looked around, taking in everyone's expressions. To him, those looks of shock, confusion, jealousy, and resentment were the most beautiful scenery. Ding! Shock value from Principal Lu plus 300. Ding! Shock value from Li Feng plus 500. Ding! Shock value from students in Beijing plus 150. A series of system prompts sounded in Chen Lin's mind, making the smile on his face deepen. At this moment, a mocking voice full of jealousy and unwillingness rang clearly in his ears. Humph, he actually came back, he's lucky. He must have been hiding in a corner until the very last moment before daring to come out. This kind of trash has no right to stand with us. The voice was not loud, but it was full of malicious speculation and came from the direction of Los Angeles. Hearing the voice, Chen Lin slowly turned his head and his eyes fell on the group of people who were glaring at him. Seeing those familiar faces, the smile on Chen Lin's face became playful. It turned out to be them. He understood. Aren't these the same Los Angeles geniuses who had been beaten to a pulp and nearly lost their lives by his casual blow in Shancheng? Chen Lin was a little surprised. He thought that those people were so seriously injured that even if they could save their lives, they would have serious sequelae. He didn't expect that they could still walk out of the restricted area alive and even barely meet the qualification requirements for entering the training camp. The vitality is really tenacious. Thinking of this, Chen Lin looked at Li Feng's face, which was distorted by anger, and suddenly smiled brightly. There was a faint, undisguised mockery in that smile, as if to say, "You guys can actually come back alive?" Chapter 26, Self-Cultivation of Leaks. Ding. Shock value from Li Feng plus 666. Ding. Shock value of Los Angeles student A plus 480. Hearing the prompt sounds ringing in his mind again, Chen Lin was overjoyed. In his opinion, these people in Luochang are simply a group of qualified leaks with noble self-cultivation. There was no need to deliberately provoke or slap someone in the face. They would come up to you on their own initiative, racking their brains to provide you with wave after wave of shock value. After harvesting one crop, you wouldn't even have to wait. They would grow rapidly on their own, eagerly waiting for you to harvest the next crop. This spirit is truly precious. Chen Lin smiled secretly in his heart, retracted his gaze, and no longer paid attention to the Luocheng geniuses who were shaking with anger. He led his team members towards the mountain city base. As they walked along, everyone in the camp focused their eyes on them like searchlights. Shock, confusion, inquiry, bewilderment, all sorts of complex emotions were intertwined in the air. How on earth did they do it? Return from the restricted area unscathed? Looking at their appearance, they don't look like they've been through a life and death struggle. They look more like they've just returned from a picnic. I heard things have been unsettled deep in the restricted area lately. Even some veteran adventuring teams have been wiped out. This team from Shancheng, do they really dare to go that deep? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be hiding in some safe corner to bide his time. Whispering sounds came from all directions. Although they deliberately lowered their voices, how could they possibly hide from Chen Lin's keen perception? Without exception, these sounds turned into scrolling records on the system panel. Ding. Shock value of the students from the East China Sea base plus 188. Ding. Shock value from Tianfu City students plus 210. Ding. Shock value from the unknown instructor plus 300. Chen Lin nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, very good. This training camp trip was absolutely perfect timing. These geniuses from various bases were like a mobile treasure trove of shock value, and they all rushed to come to us on their own initiative. At this moment, Principal Lu and several teachers from Shancheng came up quickly, their faces showing a mixture of excitement, fear and disbelief. Chen Lin. You're finally back. Principal Lu grabbed Chen Lin's arm and looked him up and down. Seeing that he was indeed safe and sound, his heart finally settled down. We were so worried just now. How was it? Did you encounter any danger in there? Did the assessment go well? Principal Lu's questions were somewhat incoherent, and the teachers behind him also looked nervous and expectant. They hoped that Chen Lin could create a miracle, but they were also well aware of the cruelty of this test and were afraid that the miracle would not happen and instead it would turn into a tragedy. Seeing the genuine concern in Principal Lu and the teacher's eyes, Chen Lin felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled confidently and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry, Principal Lu, everything is going well. It's just a screening test, no problem." That's good. Principal Lu nodded repeatedly, but then thought of something and said worriedly, "But our opponents this time are very strong. The geniuses from those top bases in Tianfu City and Beijing are said to have several fourth-level warriors. We just want to get a spot in the training camp. Don't force it." In his opinion, it was a great blessing that all members of the Shancheng team could return safely. As for the results, as long as they could pass, he would be satisfied. However, their conversation was overheard by the Los Angeles team not far away. Li Feng, who had just been pissed off by Chen Lin, now found an outlet and immediately started to taunt him sarcastically. No problem? What a joke. Who doesn't know what kind of shit you guys in Shancheng are? If it weren't for Chen Lin using some insidious little tricks he learned from who knows where, you bunch of losers wouldn't even dare to set foot on the edge of the restricted area. A Los Angeles team member next to him immediately echoed, "Exactly. I think you guys were able to come back alive purely by luck. You must have found a cave and hid there for 3 days, right? With your level of skill, you still think you can get a spot? Forget the top 10, I don't think you'll even make it into the top 20. Their voices were neither too loud nor too soft, but just loud enough for everyone around them to hear clearly. Although these words are full of sourness and jealousy, they do express the thoughts of some people. Many people believed the Shancheng team's overall strength was too weak. Everyone had access to the team members' profiles, and aside from the unpredictable Chen Lin, the others were completely insignificant. A team's success depended on the team as a whole, not on any one individual. No matter how strong Chen Lin was, how many beasts could he kill on his own? The members of the Shanqing team immediately glared at each other, and even Principal Lu's expression became very ugly. But Chen Lin remained expressionless. He didn't even bother to look at Li Feng again. He just laughed softly. That laughter was full of disdain. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping across the entire field, finally landing on the giant electronic scoreboard. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the camp. "I'll take the first one. As for the others..." Chen Lin paused, with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. "Random." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. If the shock they felt when they returned before was due to their wonder at the unknown, then Chen Lin's words at this moment were just two words in everyone's ears: arrogance. Is this guy crazy? Who does he think he is? The son of the god of war? How dare he say such a thing? Even Zhao Hu, the genius from Tianfu City who had previously harbored a hint of curiosity about Chen Lin, completely lost interest. His eyes were filled with cold contempt. In his view, this person was just a small-town upstart, ignorant of his own limitations and unworthy of being his opponent. And those who were already at the top of the standings, especially the top talents, scoffed at Chen Lin's words. A guy from a small city is qualified to compete with us for the first place? Not to mention these outsiders, even Shanqing's own teachers were looking at each other with disbelief and deep worry written all over their faces. They didn't quite believe that Chen Lin could do it. Shanqing's overall strength was truly too weak. This was an indisputable fact. Chen Lin was indeed very strong, but one person's power was ultimately limited. How could he possibly take first place? For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire camp became strange. Almost everyone's expression changed. The gazes that converged on Chen Lin were no longer filled with shock and confusion, but with naked ridicule and gloating joy. They are all waiting. Let's wait and see what kind of embarrassed expression this guy who spoke so arrogantly will have when the final results are announced. Just wait and see how he becomes the biggest joke in the whole place. Chapter 27, Top 10? Silence everyone. First, I want it. The speaker was Chen Lin. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire camp fell silent, followed by undisguised laughter. Chief Instructor Zhao Gang's face instantly darkened, his eyes flashing with undisguised disgust. He and the other instructors around him were all true warriors who had fought their way through the bloody battlefields. What they despised most were these ignorant, boastful young men. Arrogant, an instructor spat in a low voice. According to the information they had, Chen Lin's talent, after being crippled by the myriad races cult, had undergone numerous setbacks and was now, at best, at the level of an early fourth order rank. This level of strength might have made him a king in an ordinary base city, but here, it was simply not enough. You have to know that among the teams present, there are quite a few genuine fourth-level powerhouses among the geniuses from several top bases such as the provincial capital Tianfu City, the capital, and the East China Sea. But even Zhao Hu, the top among them, didn't dare to make such a bold statement before the assessment began. Why do you, Chen Lin, a guy from a second-tier base city with a criminal record of being a disabled person? For a moment, the eyes of those top talents who had already looked down on Chen Lin turned even more hostile. In their eyes, Chen Lin's behavior was no longer confident, but stupid and arrogant, a provocation to all the talents present. Zhao Hu from Tianfu City snorted coldly and looked at Chen Lin as if he was looking at a clown. However, facing the doubts and hostility that threatened to overwhelm him, Chen Lin seemed oblivious, his expression unchanged. He simply stood there calmly, as if the words that had just detonated the entire crowd had not come from him at all. This kind of calmness, even when faced with a crisis, has made some people suspicious. At this moment, Chen Lin nodded slightly to the team behind him. A graceful figure walked out from the Shanqing team and took the initiative to walk towards the point statistics table. It's Yi Lin Xue. As soon as she appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of many male students. Her beautiful face, tall figure, and cold and snowy temperament made her stand out among the many geniuses. The first one from Shanchang? That school beauty? What does she want to do? Humph, I guess they just want to finish the statistics quickly and give up. How many points can a team from a small place get? Amidst the chatter, Yi Linxue had already walked to the front of the stage. Ignoring the glances from those around her, she silently untied her dimensional backpack and, in front of everyone, poured out everything inside. Crash! A crisp collision sound was heard. The next second, a pile of beast cores flashing with various colors of light appeared on the solid metal platform. There were so many of them that they formed a small hill. The most important thing is that in that pile of beast cores, in addition to a large number of green lights representing third-level ferocious beasts, there are also several beast cores emitting deep blue halos. That's a fourth-level beast core. More than one. Oh my god, am I seeing right? There are at least 3. How is this possible? The whole camp exploded in an instant. The instructor in charge of statistics was also shocked. He rubbed his eyes, almost unable to believe what he saw. He quickly stepped forward, picked up a dark blue beast core, and placed it on the instrument. Ding, 4th order lower level beast core, confirmed to be effective. Ding, 4th order lower level beast core, confirmed to be effective. As the instrument's prompt sounds continued to sound, everyone was dumbfounded. Especially when the string of numbers behind the name Yi Linxue on the scoreboard began to soar wildly, crushing all the way and finally stopping steadily at the top of the list, the whole audience fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned. Yi Linxue. I remember her profile showing her strength as only at the late 3rd stage. Where did she get so many 4th level beast cores? That's right. Hunting down a 4th level beast would require a full-scale attack from a team of at least 4th level warriors. How did she do it alone? It's impossible that he picked it up. The assessment device monitors the entire process, so cheating is impossible. After a brief silence, the discussion intensified. No one could comprehend what was happening before their eyes. A 3rd-level warrior producing multiple 4th-level beast cores, this was simply unbelievable. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the still calm and indifferent figure at the same time. Chen Lin. Could it be that it was because of him? As soon as this thought emerged, it spread like wildfire through everyone's minds. If Yi Linxue's achievements were achieved with Chen Lin's guidance, then there seemed to be a slight possibility of explanation. But then, even greater doubts surged in their hearts. Is Chen Lin really that strong? Ding. Shock value from Zhao Hu plus 388. Ding. Shock value from Li Feng plus 450. Ding. Shock value from Chief Instructor Zhao Gang plus 520. Feeling the shock value refreshing wildly in his mind, the curve of Chen Lin's mouth became more and more obvious. He knew this was just the appetizer. At that moment, the most grim-faced people in the camp were undoubtedly the geniuses who had just been pushed off the leaderboard by Yi Linxue. Especially the student from Beijing, who had originally been ranked 10th. His face was ashen, and his fists were clenched so tightly that his nails were practically digging into his flesh. Damn it! He roared in a low voice, his eyes full of unwillingness and anger. Everyone knew that the training camp's resource allocation was heavily skewed. The top 10 received far more resources than anyone else. He had already had one foot in the door, but was kicked out by an unknown school beauty from a mountain city. This humiliation nearly drove him mad. However, before he could recover from his anger, something happened that made him, and even everyone in the audience, feel suffocated. Just after Yi Linxue finished counting the points and stepped aside, the second member of the Mountain City team, the burly young man named Li Hu, followed up. Crash! Another pile of beast cores, also mixed with several dazzling 4th-level beast cores. The standings have been updated again. Second place, Li Hu Mountain City. Then, the third, the fourth. As if by agreement, the members of the Shanqing team approached the statistics table one after another. Each time they stepped forward, there was a shuddering sound of beast cores pouring out each time the score was refreshed. It meant another genius who had previously been on the list was ruthlessly squeezed off. The whole process was like a precise and cold performance. When the points of the last member of the Shanqing team were settled, everyone subconsciously looked up at the huge electronic scoreboard. Then, everyone was numb. From Chief Instructor Zhao Gang, to the top talents from the major bases, to the ordinary students, everyone's face was filled with dullness and confusion, as if their brains had stopped thinking. On the huge list, from 1st to 10th place, behind every position were 2 eye-catching characters. Mountain City. They took the top 10 spots. Chapter 28, the 5th-level Beast Core, directly to the top of the list. As the points of the last member of the Mountain City team were counted, the atmosphere in the entire camp had evolved from the initial noise to an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on the huge electronic scoreboard in front of them. The top 10 of the list is completely dominated by the word Mountain City. Behind each name is a string of breathtakingly high points, as well as a shocking battle record that is enough to prove the source of the points of 4th level Beast Core. 1, 2, 3. In previous assessments, these trophies were enough for any team to brag about for a whole year, but now they appeared in piles on the Shanxing team's list like cabbages. How is this possible? Cheating. They must be cheating. Don't we know how powerful those people in Shanxing are? How can they hunt down a 4th level beast? That's right. I think they were just lucky and found a bunch of beast cores in some ferocious beast's lair. This isn't their own strength at all. After the silence, a fiercer wave of questioning and discussion erupted. All present were talented individuals from various major bases. They couldn't accept that the points they had worked so hard to earn were being crushed in such an exaggerated manner by a group of what they considered weaklings. In their view, this was no longer a question of strength, but a double insult to their intelligence and dignity. The claim that the Shanxing team had stabbed a beast's den during the assessment was obviously easier to accept than the claim that they had the strength to kill a 4th-tier beast. In a corner of the crowd, Zhao Hu from Tianfu City's face was livid, his fists clenched and crackling. Several of his teammates also had grim expressions, looking at the people from Shanxing with eyes filled with envy and resentment. Not far away, Chief Instructor Zhao Gang's brows were also tightly knitted into a shape, and his sharp eyes were fixed on the scoreboard, as if he wanted to see through the screen. As the overall leader of this assessment, he understood better than anyone what a 4th-tier beast meant. It wasn't something that could be slain by sheer numbers alone. Each possessed unique skills and ferocious power. Even if he led a team personally, even a team of 3rd-tier warriors would have to face significant challenges. A team of 3rd-level warriors returned unscathed with multiple 4th-level beast cores? This was simply challenging his knowledge gained from decades of immersion in martial arts. His first reaction was to cheat, but the thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before he rejected it. Impossible. Zhao Gang muttered to himself. To ensure absolute fairness in the assessment, all students wore a special vital sign monitoring and positioning device before entering the ferocious beast forest. This device not only monitored the students' safety in real time, but more importantly, it recorded every energy fluctuation during combat. Any reported beast core's residual energy must match a high-intensity combat fluctuation recorded in the system to be considered valid trophies. Trying to get away with it by picking it up is simply a fantasy. In other words, every point on the list was earned by the Shanxing team through hard work. This conclusion shocked Zhao Gang even more than the students who had questioned him, because he understood more clearly how terrifying the power behind it was. While the entire audience was plunged into a vortex of shock and suspicion, Chen Lin stood leisurely by with a faint smile on his lips. In his mind, the system's prompt sound was ringing like a tide. Ding! Zhao Gang's shock value plus 500. Ding! Shock value from Zhao Hu plus 300. Ding! Shock value from Wang Lingling plus 288. A series of dense notification sounds caused the shock value in Chen Lin's system account to soar at an unprecedented rate. In the blink of an eye, he had made a huge profit. He glanced at the faces around him, each of which was filled with incredible expressions, and his heart was calm. He knew that this was just the beginning. At this moment, someone in the crowd finally realized a key issue. Wait a minute. Look, the points of the Shanxing team have been counted, but their team leader Chen Lin doesn't seem to have gone up yet? This reminder was like a huge rock hitting the calm lake, instantly stirring up thousands of waves. Yes. Chen Lin. The guy who was hailed as the #1 genius in Shanxing, but was rumored to have a damaged dantian. The other members of the Shanxing team have already achieved such astonishing results, occupying the top 10. As the absolute core and strongest member of this team, how terrifying will his points be? In an instant, all the eyes in the audience, whether they were shocked, jealous, suspicious or curious, were all focused on Chen Lin. Under the gazes of hundreds of people, Chen Lin kept smiling as he walked slowly to the point statistics counter with a calm pace. The instructor in charge of statistics swallowed subconsciously, and his palms began to sweat. Chen Lin didn't say any unnecessary words. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he took off his dimensional backpack and then shook it gently. Crash! There was a clear and pleasant sound, but it also made everyone present's scalp tingle. The next second, countless beast cores flashing with various colors of light poured out from the backpack like a waterfall, and instantly piled up into a small mountain on the sturdy metal statistics table. The entire camp fell into deathly silence once again. Everyone stared with wide eyes at the hill made of animal cores, their minds blank. Oh my god, how many ferocious beasts have been killed? Crazy. Did this guy plunder the ferocious beast forest? Dizziness, a strong feeling of dizziness hit every genius' nerves. They felt that their proud achievements were like a joke in front of Chen Lin's simple and crude show of wealth. However, the real shock has just begun. Just as everyone was still immersed in the shock of the sheer number of people, a sharp-eyed genius suddenly pointed at the top of the pile of beast cores and shouted in a trembling voice. What is that? Look at that purple thing. That energy fluctuation. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over. On top of the pile of colorful beast cores, there was a beast core that was as big as a fist, with a deep purple color all over, and it was constantly emitting terrifying and heart-pounding energy fluctuations. It was lying there quietly. Its light was so unique that it instantly overshadowed the brilliance of all the 3rd and 4th level beast cores around it. Chief Instructor Zhao Gang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he rushed to the front of the stage, staring intently at the purple beast core. His lips trembled, and he almost exhausted all his strength before squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. 5th level beast core. Boom! The 4 words 5th level beast core were like a thunderclap from the sky, exploding in everyone's mind. The sound of everyone in the audience gasping in shock rose one after another, forming a continuous sound. Chen Lin, he killed a 5th level ferocious beast? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. After a brief silence, a wave of denial erupted. What does a 5th level ferocious beast mean? It's a being that's comparable to a 5th level battle master. How could a student like him possibly achieve that? Right. Even Instructor Zhao had to go all out to deal with him, so why would he? Everyone was shocked from the bottom of their hearts, but at the same time, they frantically denied this possibility rationally. However, no matter how much they disbelieved it, the 5th order beast core that exuded terrifying pressure was right there, like an insurmountable mountain, weighing on everyone's heart. The instructor in charge of statistics was shaking like he was having the hiccups. He carefully picked up the 5th tier beast core, as if it were a rare treasure, and tremblingly placed it on the testing instrument. Drop! The instrument made a slight sound, and then, on the scoreboard, behind Chen Lin's name, the string of numbers representing the points began to soar upwards at an unprecedented crazy speed. 10,000. 50,000. 80,000. The beating of numbers hits everyone's heart hard. Finally, under everyone's dull gaze, the number stopped steadily. First place, Chen Lin. Points, 153,000. An astronomical figure that is far beyond the reach of all the points of those behind him combined. At this moment, what Chen Lin said before the test once again echoed in everyone's ears. He said, first, he wanted it. He said it and did it. The entire camp was completely silent, and everyone was in a state of near terrified stupor. Everyone's eyes were focused on the calmly standing young man, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. Is this something that a person whose talent has been wasted can do? Chapter 29. The assessment is over. Shancheng is the biggest winner. When the final data on the standings froze, the image of the word Mountain City dominating the numbers from 1 to 10 was like the heaviest hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone in the camp. The sounds of wind, breathing, and heartbeats seemed to be completely taken away at this moment, and the whole world fell into an almost frozen silence. The first to break out of the dead silence was the camp of the Mountain City base itself. We took the top 10? A student from Shancheng looked at the dazzling list, his voice trembling with disbelief. The next second, the slight tremor of uncertainty was like a drop of water thrown into boiling oil, instantly detonating the long pent-up emotions. We won! We won! We fucking swept the top 10. Oh my god. I must be dreaming. This is crazy. This is a miracle. The cheers that had been suppressed for a long time rose to the sky. Several young students even hugged each other and cried with excitement, not caring at all that their faces were covered with tears and snot. Principal Lu and the teachers leading the team were so excited that their faces flushed red. They clenched their fists, their knuckles turning white from the exertion, and their bodies trembled slightly with excitement. They looked at the radiant list, then at the instigator who had remained calm and composed from beginning to end. Chen Lin, and tears welled up in their eyes. Surprise! The word surprise alone wasn't enough to describe this. This was a miracle worthy of being recorded in the history of the Mountain City base city. You have to know that the students they brought with them were only considered below average among the talented groups in the major base cities. Before setting off, their goal was simply to have 3 or 5 people barely pass the assessment, so as to avoid complete annihilation and disgrace to the Mountain City. But what about now? It's more than just passing, it's simply crushing all the geniuses of the top bases to the ground. especially when their eyes were fixed on Chen Lin's terrifying point structure and the fifth-order lower-level beast core specially marked by the system. Everyone's brain buzzed and almost crashed on the spot. Level 5. That is a terrifying existence equivalent to the 5th-level human martial arts master. Chen Lin, he could actually hunt down a 5th-level beast? This realization, like a thunderbolt from the sky, exploded in the minds of all the people in the mountain city, causing the way they looked at Chen Lin to change from trust and reliance to worship and fanaticism that was almost like looking up to a god. Amid the deafening and ecstatic celebrations of the people in the mountain city, the expressions of the other people in the camp looked particularly exciting. The dead silence was broken, but it was replaced by a more oppressive and eerie silence. On the podium, Chief Instructor Zhao Gang took a deep breath. His weathered face was now filled with an indescribable complexity and shock. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the audience before finally settling on Chen Lin. The contempt and disgust in his eyes had long since vanished, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and inquiry. Quiet. Zhao Gang's voice was like a huge bell, containing the powerful energy of a 6th-level warrior, and instantly suppressed all the noise. He looked around at the faces below, some expressing resentment, some jealousy, and some bewilderment, and announced word by word, "I declare that the entrance examination for this elite training camp is officially over." The first place in this assessment. He paused deliberately, making everyone's heart jump to their throat, and then he said in a deep voice, "Mountain City Base, Chen Lin." This result surprised no one, but it made countless people feel as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. Those top talents who had been forcibly squeezed out of the top 10, or even the top 20, all had sullen faces, their fists clenched, their nails digging deep into their palms. In a world where strength reigns supreme, any excuses for being inferior to others were pale and powerless. They could only swallow the humiliation. The faces of the people in the Los Angeles team were even uglier than ever. They looked as if they had been forced to eat a green-headed fly in public. They felt disgusted, humiliated, angry, and mixed emotions. Captain Li Feng stared intently at the brilliant and somewhat dazzling record of Shancheng on the list, and then looked at the names of those in his own team who barely made it to the qualifying line and were ranked at the bottom. The huge gap made his eyes red, and the flames of jealousy almost burst out of his chest and burned him to ashes. Chen Lin accepted all this calmly, his indifferent eyes sweeping around without any emotion. He could clearly feel that the so-called geniuses from top bases such as Tianfu City and Beijing City looked at him with unconcealable shock, but more of it was a deep-rooted dissatisfaction and scrutiny. In his perception, the voices of these people are almost the same. It must be luck. What kind of luck did you have to stumble upon a seriously injured and dying 5th-level beast? A guy whose talent and foundation are completely destroyed. Even if he gets lucky, his future is already determined. Once he enters the training camp, there will be plenty of opportunities to step on him. Chen Lin was not at all displeased with these self-righteous ideas. Instead, he was happy to see them come to fruition. In his eyes, these arrogant and conceited geniuses are all good leeks that are growing well and waiting to be harvested. The more confident you are now, the more they look down on yourself. When you show more strength in the future, the more shock value they will contribute, and the more delicious the taste will be. Even the chief instructor Zhao Gang on the podium, a powerful 6th-level warrior, couldn't help but look at Chen Lin again for a long time with an extremely surprised look after announcing the result. This young man looked ordinary, his aura as reserved as a roadside stone. His profile clearly stated in black and white that his innate foundation was ruined. How on earth had he done it? This question, like a huge mystery, hovered in the minds of all the powerful. Assessment time is up. All those who have met the score requirements, please stay where you are. The rest of you, please leave immediately. With Zhao Gang's final, unquestionable order, this assessment was finally settled. The Mountain City, without a doubt, became the biggest winner. Even though everyone felt that there was a lot of water behind this record, and that Chen Lin, with his own strength, forced the entire team to a height that did not belong to them, it was impossible to deny the huge impact brought by this result. Amid the complex gazes of countless people, some jealous, some unwilling, some awed, and some dejected, the students who were ruthlessly eliminated could only turn around silently with a heart full of loss and reluctance, and leave the camp that once carried all their hopes. Chapter 30, The Plundering War begins. The next morning. On the training ground, all the students lined up, waiting for the training camp to officially start. Suddenly, an indescribable terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Not just one share, but dozens of shares. Dozens of instructors, led by Chief Instructor Zhao Gang, had appeared on the platform at some point. They stood there quietly, not releasing any energy, but the aura they naturally exuded was like dozens of towering mountains, weighing heavily on the hearts of every student. That was an absolute crushing at the level of life. Hiss. There was a sound of people gasping in shock in the queue. Many arrogant geniuses turned pale instantly, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat, and even breathing became difficult. Their proud talents and strengths, in front of these true sixth-level powerhouses, were as fragile as a speck of dust in a gust of wind, insignificant. It was not until this moment that they truly and intuitively felt how huge a gap there was between them and these beings who stood at the pinnacle of human martial arts. Chen Lin stood in the ranks, his expression calm, yet he was secretly assessing his situation. He could clearly sense that each of these instructors exuded an aura as deep as the ocean, far surpassing even the fifth-rank beast he had encountered during the assessment. This was the power of a sixth-rank warrior, a powerful being whose every move could mobilize the forces of heaven and earth. It seems that this training camp does have some tricks. Chen Lin thought to himself, and he felt more in agreement with this place. On the podium, Chief Instructor Zhao Gang's sharp gaze swept across the entire audience, taking in the awe and shock of all the students. He nodded with satisfaction and then spoke loudly. "Welcome everyone to the elite training camp. From today on, you will spend the most brutal yet precious 3 months here. Now, let's distribute the rewards for the top 10 performers from yesterday's assessment." As soon as the words fell, an instructor came forward and distributed the rewards that had been prepared long ago. The students ranked from 2nd to 10th all received a batch of rich training resources, including high-quality Yuanli pills, body-quenching liquids, etc., which are enough to allow them to improve their strength in a short period of time. When the reward was presented to Chen Lin, everyone's breathing became tense. In addition to the training resources that are several times richer than others, the most eye-catching thing is the universal points that represent the core resources of the training camp. The top 10 in the assessment will be awarded between 1,000 and 9,000 universal points, depending on their ranking. The first-place winner, Chen Lin, will receive an additional 10,000 points, for a total of 19,000 universal points. Following the instructor's announcement, a specially made watch was handed to Chen Lin, and the glaring number 19,000 was clearly displayed on the screen. 19,000 points. This number, like a huge rock hitting a calm lake, instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. The other top 10 combined don't have as much as he does. Almost instantly, Chen Lin felt dozens of sharp gazes as sharp as knives shot towards him, filled with undisguised jealousy and greed. Zhao Gang seemed to enjoy this atmosphere. He continued to explain in a loud voice, "Universal points are the only hard currency in the training camp. Here, you can use them to exchange for anything you want, including but not limited to high-level skills, top-level martial arts, magical weapons, and even one-on-one guidance from a level 6 instructor." These words made everyone's eyes become hot. There are 3 ways to earn universal points. Zhao Gang held up 3 fingers. First, complete the various tasks assigned by the training camp and kill ferocious beasts. Second, break the training camp's historical records in various physical fitness and combat tests. As for the third, he deliberately dragged out his tone, a cruel smile on his lips. Start the plundering war. Challenge an opponent you think is inferior to you. The winner will plunder half of the loser's universal points. Boom! As soon as the word plundering war came out, the atmosphere of the entire training ground changed instantly. If before it was just a simmering undercurrent of jealousy, now it was an undisguised law of the jungle. Everyone's eyes darted from one another, as if assessing the value of their prey, searching for the fattest and most vulnerable target. And there is no doubt that in the eyes of everyone, Chen Lin, who has a huge sum of nearly 20,000 universal points and whose talent has been wasted, is the fattest lamb. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded from the Los Angeles team's camp. "Instructor, I request to launch a plundering war against the mountain city of Chunlin." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, arrogant young man stepping out from the crowd. His name was Sun Hao, a genius second only to Li Feng in the Luocheng team. He was in the middle of the 4th stage of cultivation. Due to bad luck during the camp entrance assessment, he did not run into Chen Lin's team, and therefore was full of doubts about Chen Lin's ability. In his opinion, Chen Lin was just lucky enough to have picked up a dying 5th-level beast. A person with a destroyed foundation, with only empty reputation, was not worthy of such a huge amount of universal points. Sun Hao glanced at Chen Lin with disdain and said loudly, "A loser who relied on luck to get to the top is not qualified to occupy the number 1 throne in resources. Chen Lin, do you dare to accept my challenge?" As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the room, but more of them were mocking glances from those who were enjoying the show. Everyone felt that Sun Hao had spoken their mind. Faced with this sudden challenge, Chen Lin was not angry at all, but almost laughed out loud. The quality of these leaks is truly extraordinary. He was delighted. I was just thinking of a way to establish my authority and gain some shock value, and now someone has rushed to put their face forward. How could we not accept these shocking values and common points that are delivered to our door? Under everyone's gaze, Chen Lin raised his eyelids and uttered two words lightly, agree. His reaction was unexpectedly calm, which made Sun Hao, who was originally prepared to see him panic, stunned for a moment. Then he became angry and thought that Chen Lin was pretending to be calm. Zhao Gang, who was standing on the platform, simply nodded expressionlessly upon seeing this. The rules allow this. The plundering war will take effect immediately. Both sides will enter the arena. The rest of you will step back and clear the field. The instructors had no intention of interfering. This was exactly what they wanted. Only through the most brutal competition could the truly strong be selected. Clatter. The crowd quickly retreated, leaving a large area in the center of the training ground. Most of the students looked at Chen Lin with a gloating look, as if they had already foreseen that he would be easily defeated by Sun Hao, who was in the middle stage of the 4th level, and would end up handing over half of his universal points in a miserable way. However, in another corner of the crowd, the students from the Mountain City base had completely different expressions. There's going to be some fun. This guy from Luocheng, I'm afraid he doesn't know how to spell the word death. How dare he challenge Brother Chen? Looking at the expressions of those idiots around me, I'm really excited. They have no idea what kind of monster they are about to witness. Principal Lu and several teachers exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with absolute confidence and anticipation. They had witnessed the miracles Chen Lin had brought with their own eyes, and at that moment, they felt like they were holding a trump card, waiting to see their opponent's cards completely revealed. At the intersection of countless gazes, Chen Lin and Sun Hao stood opposite each other. Sun Hao's whole body was filled with energy, and the powerful aura of the middle 4th stage was released without reservation, with the pride of winning. Chen Lin, on the other hand, still looked calm and composed, as if what was about to begin was not a fierce battle, but just a casual walk after dinner. The plundering war begins. Following the instructor's command, the entire audience instantly fell silent, with everyone's eyes fixed on the field, eagerly waiting. Chapter 31, the Dharma image appears, crushing with one move. What is crushing? The scene before my eyes is the most absolute and suffocating crushing. The moment the instructor announced the start, Luocheng's genius, Sun Hao, took action. Without the slightest hint of trial, he immediately mobilized all his energy, charging towards Chen Lin like a tiger released from its cage, his furious momentum surging forward. Gale Claw! Sun Hao roared, his 5 fingers forming claws. Mighty energy gathered at his fingertips, transforming into 5 sharp, azure wind blades that ripped through the air with a piercing shriek. This move, his renowned martial arts technique, was powerful enough to pierce through steel. An ordinary early-stage 4th level warrior wouldn't even have a chance to react before being ripped apart. All the students present held their breath. Everyone believed that even if Chen Lin had some hidden cards, he would have to be on high alert when facing this full-strength attack, and might even be in a panic. However, Chen Lin just stood there quietly, without even raising his eyelids. He didn't dodge, didn't block, didn't even mobilize any energy to defend himself. He just stood there like an outsider, letting those 5 sharp claws, powerful enough to split stone and crack rocks, fiercely claw at his chest. Is he crazy? You didn't dodge or defend yourself? You're courting death. Countless people exclaimed in their hearts, and even the instructors on the podium frowned slightly. Only the students from Shanshang had that familiar, confident smile on their faces. The next moment, in the horrified eyes of everyone, Sun Hao's determined fierce wind claw hit Chen Lin's chest solidly. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the training ground. However, the expected gory scene of blood splattering and bodies being torn apart did not occur. The moment Sun Hao's sharp claws touched Chen Lin's body, a layer of pale golden light, so faint that it was almost negligible, flashed across the surface of Chen Lin's skin. This glimmer of light seems like an insurmountable chasm. Sun Hao's 5 wind blades, which were powerful enough to tear steel plates apart, disintegrated and dissipated inch by inch like ice and snow the moment they touched the golden light, without causing any effect on Chen Lin at all. He didn't even move the corner of his clothes. What? Sun Hao's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and the confidence and arrogance on his face were instantly replaced by endless horror. He could clearly feel that his full-strength attack was like hitting an immortal sacred mountain. The terrifying recoil force rolled back along his arm, causing his blood to surge and almost vomit blood. How is that possible? This was his full-strength attack. Not to mention a useless person with wasted talent, even a warrior in the late 4th stage would never dare to take it head-on. Just when Sun Hao was shocked and dazed, Chen Lin finally moved. He slowly raised his eyelids, and his indifferent eyes made Sun Hao feel cold all over, as if he was being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast. Then, Chen Lin threw a punch with his backhand. It was just such an ordinary, plain punch. No energy fluctuations, no martial arts lights or shadows. It looked like a punch thrown casually by an ordinary person, slow and powerless. But the expressions of the top talents present suddenly changed at this moment. Because in their perception, this punch seemed slow, but in fact it was extremely fast. It broke the sound barrier, but without making a sound, as if all the power was restrained to the extreme, a manifestation of the pinnacle of power control. Sun Hao had no time to react at all. Bang! The fist landed firmly on his lower abdomen. In an instant, Sun Hao's body was like being hit head-on by a mad elephant. He bent like a shrimp, his eyes bulged out, and the expression on his face was frozen in endless pain and fear. The next second, he flew out backwards like a cannonball, drawing a sharp parabola in the air and leaving a string of glaring blood drops along the way. Boom! Sun Hao's body slammed heavily onto the edge of the martial arts arena dozens of meters away, with a loud bang that kicked up a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up, but was met with only a piercing pain and the sound of bones cracking. Finally, he spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs and fainted completely. One move. Just one move. A top-tier genius in the middle stage of the 4th rank was defeated just like that? And the defeat was so complete, so decisive, that the opponent didn't even have the chance to make another move. The martial arts arena fell into a deathly silence. The sound of the wind seemed to have stopped, leaving only the heavy and suppressed breathing of the crowd. Gudong. Someone swallowed hard, and the sound was particularly clear in the silence. Immediately afterwards, the sound of people gasping for air resounded throughout the venue. Everyone was completely shocked by the scene before them. The students who originally had mocking and gloating expressions on their faces now had only dullness and fear on their faces. They looked at Chen Lin, who was at ease in the field and even his breathing was not disordered at all, and a chill rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. How could this be a fight between dragons and tigers? This was clearly a one-sided abuse of an adult playing with a baby. He didn't even use his full strength. A genius from Tianfu City said in a dry voice. His strength had reached the late 4th stage, and he believed he could defeat Sun Hao, but he definitely couldn't do it as easily as Chen Lin did, crushing him with a single punch. This means that Chen Lin's strength has far exceeded their imagination. Even with his talent ruined, can he still be so strong? What kind of monster is this? This thought spread like a plague in everyone's mind. Those geniuses who had previously coveted Chen Lin's 19,000 universal points, plotting how to launch a plundering war, now felt cold sweats on their backs. The way they looked at Chen Lin no longer contained any trace of greed or contempt, but was replaced by deep fear and awe. Everyone gave up the desire to challenge. Are you kidding me? Taking the initiative to challenge such an unfathomable monster is not plundering, it's rushing to deliver food. In the crowd, Li Feng, the captain of the Luocheng team, looked incredibly grim. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails piercing his palms and drawing blood, oblivious to the pain. Sun Hao's crushing defeat was like a resounding slap in the face, a resounding slap to him and the entire Luocheng base. On the high platform, dozens of 6th-level warriors were also silent at this moment. The expressions on their faces were extremely complicated: shock, confusion, solemnity, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, making these strong men who were used to storms and waves a little out of control. Instructor Zhao. Instructor Zhao, this. An instructor spoke with difficulty, but found that he didn't know what to say at all. Many of them had read Chen Lin's information and believed that a genius with a ruined foundation would have extremely limited future achievements even if he won first place by luck. They were even pessimistic that he could successfully graduate from the training camp. Chapter 32, Practice Martial Arts and Get Started All at Once. Chen Lin crushed Sun Hao with one punch. The absolute power beneath that calm and effortless presence was beyond the comprehension of all the geniuses present. In a corner of the crowd, a young man with an imposing bearing and eyes as sharp as an eagle fixed his gaze on Chen Lin. The aura emanating from his body was far superior to that of others. It was obvious that he had reached the peak of the 4th level of cultivation. He is the leader of Tianfu City and is recognized as one of the strongest students in this training camp, Qin Feng. Brother Qin, this guy. A team member next to Qin Feng said in a dry voice, is he really a person whose talent has been wasted? His strength is too outrageous. Qin Feng did not answer immediately. He was silent for a moment, then slowly exhaled, his eyes showing a rare mixture of solemnity and fighting spirit. Very strong, he admitted frankly. If we were to face him now, I wouldn't be sure of winning. That punch he just delivered, he'd already mastered his power to the point of returning to its original state. When these words came out, all the players in Tianfu City were shocked. They had never thought that the always conceited Qin Feng would give such a high evaluation. However, Qin Feng changed the subject, his eyes gleaming with a fiercer fighting spirit. Just because he's strong now doesn't mean he'll be strong in the future. We possess a complete foundation of energy, and our cultivation speed is advancing by leaps and bounds, while he can only rely on brute force. The resources at the training camp are enough for us to break through again in a short period of time. Catching up with him, or even surpassing him, is not impossible. His words were full of strong confidence, which rekindled the fighting spirit of the players around him. That's right, no matter how strong Chen Lin is, he is only now. They are the chosen ones with unlimited future. On the high platform, Chief Instructor Zhao Gang took in the changes in everyone's expressions. He took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and broke the silence in the field with a powerful voice. The plundering war is over. The winner, Chen Lin, gets half of the universal points of the loser, Sun Hao. The rules of the training camp are so cruel. Here, there is no sympathy, only strength and weakness. If you want resources, use your strength to fight for them. Now, disband. Go to the various areas of the training camp and begin your journey of cultivation. After giving these instructions, Zhao Gang gave Chen Lin a deep look, then turned and left with the other instructors. They needed to immediately reassess the file of this student named Chen Lin. Everything he had revealed had completely disrupted the original plan of the training camp. As the instructors left, the crowd dispersed completely with a loud bang. Everyone, filled with mixed emotions, impatiently rushed to various areas of the training camp. Some headed straight for the gravity room, some rushed to the mission hall, and even more set their sights on the transmission pavilion, where countless martial arts techniques were stored. Chen Lin ignored the awe-inspiring and fearful looks around him. He pocketed the 500 general points that Sun Hao had allocated, bringing his total to 19,500. He then took a step forward and headed straight for the transmission pavilion. The Chuangong Pavilion is an ancient and magnificent building, and the interior space is much larger than it appears from the outside. As soon as he stepped inside, Chen Lin was attracted by the scene before him. There are no rows of bookshelves here, but instead there are balls of light suspended in the air. Each ball of light represents a technique or martial art, emitting light of varying strengths. It's worthy of being an elite training camp, the foundation is indeed profound. Chen Lin secretly admired in his heart. He didn't linger for long, walking straight to the exchange counter. An instructor in charge glanced up at him. When he recognized Chen Lin, a strange look flashed in his eyes, but he still said formally, "Place your ID watch in the sensing area, and you can browse and exchange all the martial arts techniques within your authority." Chen Lin did as he was told. In an instant, a curtain of light unfolded in front of him, and a dense list of martial arts techniques emerged. Behind each one was a detailed introduction and the general points required for exchange. The quality of these martial arts techniques was far superior to the common items in the Mountain City base's arsenal. Both in terms of power and the sophistication of their cultivation, they were more than a level higher. Of course, the exchange price is also extremely high. Many powerful Earth-level martial arts require thousands or even tens of thousands of universal points, which discourages many students. But this was not a problem for Chen Lin, who had a huge sum of nearly 20,000 yuan. His goal is clear. First, it's the body refining technique. His greatest advantage now is his physical strength, so naturally he must maximize this advantage. He quickly settled on a physical training technique called Vajra Glass Body. At a high level, this technique could make one's body as indestructible as diamond, and one's blood and energy as pure and vast as glass. It was exactly what he needed to do. To exchange for the diamond glass body, you need 3,000 universal points. Exchange, Chen Lin said without hesitation. Secondly, it's footwork. Although he had crushed Sun Hao in the previous battle, it had also exposed his weakness of insufficient agility. If he encountered an extremely fast opponent, he would inevitably be somewhat passive. He searched carefully in the footwork and martial arts area, and finally, a special footwork called Phantom Step caught his attention. This footwork not only increases speed, but also focuses on the unpredictable changes in body shape. When practiced to the extreme, one can create numerous phantoms, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. To redeem the phantom step, you need 4,000 universal points. Exchange. Chen Lin spent 7,000 points in one go without blinking an eye. He knew that these investments would soon be transformed into real combat power. After the exchange was completed, 2 streams of information flowed directly into his mind through the watch. Chen Lin immediately left the transmission pavilion and found an empty private training room in the camp, and couldn't wait to start his own training. Sitting cross-legged, he calmed his mind and began to comprehend the Vajra body in his mind. This technique was extremely demanding to practice, requiring a special method to circulate qi and blood, tempering the muscles, bones, and skin. Any carelessness risked reverse flow of qi and blood, severing the meridians. According to the instructions, even an average genius would need at least a month of painstaking effort to master it. But Chen Lin has a shock value. System: consume shock value and upgrade the diamond glass body to the entry level. Received command: consuming 1,000 shock points, diamond body begins upgrading. Upgrade successful. Current level: beginner. As the system prompt sounded, a huge and pure feeling instantly flooded into Chen Lin's limbs and bones. It was as if at this moment, he had practiced this technique thousands of times. Every detail of the blood circulation, every muscle strength technique, was deeply imprinted in his body's instincts. Buzz. The qi and blood in Chen Lin's body began to circulate automatically according to the principles of the diamond glass body. His skin once again showed that pale golden sheen, but this sheen was noticeably more solid and thicker than before. He could clearly feel that his bone density was increasing, his muscle fibers were becoming tougher, and his pure physical strength was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. Come again. Chen Lin did not stop. With a thought, he began to comprehend the phantom steps. It is an equally mysterious footwork. If someone else were to use it, it would probably take up a lot of their mind and energy just to understand the way the force was exerted. System: upgrade the phantom steps to entry level. Received instruction: consumed 1,200 shock points, successfully upgraded to phantom step. Current level: beginner. Another wave of profound realization washed over him. Chen Lin's leg muscles began to tremble slightly with a strange rhythm. His center of gravity, sense of balance, and even his perception of airflow instantly elevated several notches. He stood up, and with just a thought, he disappeared from where he was in an instant. The next second, his figure appeared at the other end of the training room, and at the place where he originally stood, a faint afterimage had just begun to dissipate. Fast. Extremely fast. And silently. What a powerful martial art. Chen Lin felt the surge of strength in his body and the elusive speed, his heart filled with joy. After learning these 2 martial arts, his overall strength has at least doubled compared to when he fought against Sun Hao. After improving his strength, Chen Lin took a look at his account. There are still 12,500 general points left, and there are still quite a few shock points. He suddenly thought of a question. My energy foundation has been destroyed. I can't absorb the energy of heaven and earth to improve my cultivation like a normal warrior. I can only rely on shock value. But what if I can use other methods to improve my cultivation? He immediately opened the exchange list and turned his attention to the medicine area. Soon, he found what he wanted: the Yuanli pill that could improve his cultivation. Although it was expensive, it was not unaffordable for him. If I can use universal points to exchange for pills to improve my cultivation level, then I can save a lot of shock value. Chen Lin's mind became active. You know, the most important function of shock value for him is not to improve his martial arts proficiency, but to improve his talent. He already possesses an SSS level talent. If he were to improve further, what kind of astonishing transformation would he undergo? That would be the foundation for his survival and truly standing proudly at the top of the world. Chapter 33 breaks the record and gains crazy shock value. Chen Lin looked at the empty universal point account. He exchanged all of his 12,500 universal points without hesitation for elixirs that could strengthen the body and boost qi and blood. If other students saw these elixirs, they would be envied to the point of going crazy. Without any hesitation, he threw a pill into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, transforming into a powerful and pure torrent of energy that instantly rushed into his limbs and bones. If it were an ordinary warrior, facing such a violent medicinal power, his meridians would probably be ruptured immediately. But Chen Lin's body, after the initial tempering of the diamond glass body, was no longer the same as before. His flesh was like a greedy furnace, madly devouring and transforming this energy. He could clearly feel that the true qi in his body, the unique energy formed by pure qi, blood, and strength, was being refined, compressed, and purified over and over again. No words were spoken that night. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the training room through the window the next morning, Chen-Lin slowly opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of golden light, and his whole aura became more restrained and deep, like a peerless divine weapon hidden in a sheath, its edge not revealed, but giving people a heart-pounding feeling of oppression. Call. He slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, which formed a clear white air arrow in the air and lasted for a long time. The effect is better than I imagined. Chen-Lin clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After a night of practice, his qi not only increased in quantity, but more importantly, it experienced a qualitative leap. After being tempered by the elixir, the purity of his qi had increased by a full 50%. Now, the power he could unleash with a single strike was a notch higher than yesterday. More importantly, he felt that the power in his body had accumulated to a critical point, and he was only a stone's throw away from breaking through to a level comparable to a 5th-rank warrior. This discovery made Chen-Lin completely calm down. Use universal points to exchange resources to improve your realm, and then use shock value to improve your talents and martial arts. This path is completely feasible. Pushing open the door of the training room, Chen-Lin faced the rising sun and walked back to the dormitory area. The training camp was already bustling with activity in the early morning, as many diligent geniuses had already begun their day's training. When they saw Chen-Lin approaching, they subconsciously showed awe, but then their expressions froze. His aura. What's going on? Why do I feel like he seems to have become stronger again? Is this an illusion? It's only been one night. The students were stunned, staring at Chen-Lin in disbelief. The scene of Chen-Lin crushing Sun Hao with a single punch yesterday was still vivid in their minds. That overwhelming strength had already made them despair, but just one night later, the oppression of this monster had become even stronger. Is this not allowing people to survive? Not far away, 2 instructors in charge of patrol also noticed Chen-Lin. They exchanged glances, each seeing a look of deep fear in the other's eyes. As 6th-rank experts, their perceptions were far more acute than those of the students. They could clearly sense that although Chen-Lin's aura was restrained at the moment, its density and dangerousness had increased by at least 30% compared to yesterday. One of the instructors couldn't help but gasp, his eyelids twitching wildly. This kid, wasn't it said that his talent foundation was destroyed? How could he still improve? And in just one night. Another instructor shook his head solemnly, I can't understand it. I absolutely can't understand it. His existence has completely overturned our common sense of martial arts. The shock in their hearts was 100 times stronger than that of the students. Because they knew better what terrifying potential this magnitude of improvement represented. At this moment, a series of notification sounds rang out in Chen-Lin's mind, making him overjoyed. Student Wang Tao's shock value plus 188. Student Li Mo's shock value plus 210. Shock value from instructor Zhou Hai plus 550. Shock value from instructor Lu Feng plus 600. Feeling the shock value in his account rising rapidly, Chen-Lin almost couldn't control the smile on his face. As expected, these geniuses are really powerful. He was delighted. Just by walking around, they can harvest a large number of people. If they make some big noise, won't they make a fortune? Once this thought came to mind, I could no longer suppress it. How can we harvest shock value most efficiently and persistently? Chen-Lin immediately opened his ID watch and looked up the various rules and regulations of the training camp and the introduction to its facilities. Soon, his attention was drawn to the introduction to the trial tower. The trial tower is a comprehensive facility used by the training camp to test the basic abilities of trainees, including dozens of assessment items such as strength, speed, reaction, and defense. Most importantly, each event has a historical record leaderboard. Any student who breaks the record will not only receive a generous bonus of universal points, but their name and score will also be posted high at the top of the leaderboard for all students to admire. Break the record, gain universal points, and also gain shock value. Chen-Lin's eyes lit up. This is a perfect place for him to earn points. Perfect for both of them. Thinking of this, he could no longer hold back, changed direction, and walked straight towards the trial tower. A number of students had already gathered in front of the trial tower. A large screen in front of the tower displayed the highest scores for each test. Strength record, Qin Feng, 19,800 kilograms. Speed record, Li Xiaoxiao, 112 meters per second. Reaction record, Zhao Min, 0.048 seconds. Looking at those lofty names and statistics, the surrounding trainees all revealed expressions of longing and admiration. These record holders were all the top talents in the training camp. Chen Lin's arrival immediately caused a small commotion. It's Chen Lin. What is he doing here? Is he going to be tested too? He has such great physical strength, maybe he can actually achieve good results in the strength test. Amid the curious and inquiring gazes of the students, Chen Lin ignored everyone and walked straight to the strength testing machine. It was a giant black metal pillar as thick as two people could hug together, and it was covered with sophisticated sensors. He really wants to test his strength. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Chen Lin just stood there casually, pulled his right arm back, and then threw a simple punch. There was no gorgeous light and shadow, no explosive energy, only a dull sound of wind caused by the fist cutting through the air. Bang! The fist hit the huge metal pillar hard. The entire testing hall seemed to tremble slightly with this punch. Everyone stared intently at the display screen above the giant pillar. The numbers on it began to jump wildly, instantly breaking through 10,000, then 20,000, 30,000. In the end, the number stopped at a value that made everyone's breath stop. 52,300 kilograms. Hiss. Deathly silence. The whole place was in deathly silence. Immediately afterwards, there was a terrified gasp like a tsunami. Over 50,000 kilograms. What does that even mean? The previous record was less than 20,000 kilograms. He more than doubled it. Is this the kind of power a human can generate? Broken the record. And it was broken in a crushing manner. Monster. This isn't a power from the same dimension at all. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Chen Lin seemed to have done nothing but a trivial matter. He retracted his fist, glanced at the number, and then turned and walked towards the speed test area next to him. The speed test is on a special runway that is 100 meters long, with light curtain sensors at both ends. Chen Lin stood at the starting point, and before everyone had recovered from the shock, his figure moved. Swish! A faint afterimage remained at the original place, while his real body had appeared at the finish line like a ghost. Many people didn't even see his movements clearly. A glaring number appeared on the display screen at the finish line. 289 meters per second. Another record. And another crushing one. The previous record was 112 meters per second, and he's more than doubled it again. While the shock of the strength test was understandable, considering he had already demonstrated terrifying strength yesterday, his speed at this moment completely overturned everyone's perceptions. How could a power-oriented athlete possess such abnormal speed? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A genius known for his speed looked at the number and muttered to himself in despair, feeling that his martial arts philosophy had been completely shattered. However, this is not the end yet. Next, Chen Lin began to sweep across the entire trial tower like a tireless machine. Reaction test, record-breaking. Defense test, record-breaking. Neural reaction speed, record-breaking. On the screen, those records, once soaring high above, created by top talents, were broken one after another like fragile bubbles. And behind each new record was the same name that suffocated everyone, Chen Lin. The entire trial tower was already crowded with people inside and outside. All the students and instructors who rushed over after hearing the news stared blankly at the constantly refreshing light screen, their minds blank. They looked at the figure strolling leisurely in the various testing areas and felt like they were looking up at a god. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were surprisingly consistent. This Chen Lin is so strong that he doesn't even seem like a warrior who lives in the same world as them. Chapter 34, Heavenly Fire Burning the World, True Qi Changes. In just one day, the name Chen Lin continued to break records. Strength, speed, reaction. More than 80% of the records on the light screen of the trial tower were refreshed, and the name of the record holder, without exception, was Chen Lin. This isn't just breaking records, this is smashing the charts. Shock value from Qin Feng plus 1,500. Shock value from Li Xiaoxiao plus 1,480. Shock value from student Zhou Kai plus 350. Chen Lin's identity watch was buzzing with notifications of his shock value being credited. He took a quick glance and saw that today alone, he had already accumulated over 100,000 shock points. This was a terrifying number he had never dared to imagine. At the same time, as a reward for breaking dozens of records, the universal points issued by the training camp also made his account balance soar from 0 to an astonishing number 120,000 points. Get rich overnight. Compared to the ecstasy in Chen Lin's heart, the other geniuses in the training camp collectively fell into an emotion called despair. They stared blankly at the light curtain, at the glaring name on it, and felt their pride and confidence being shattered one punch after another. Those records that had remained untouched for years were easily broken by Chen Lin. The gap between them was so great that they couldn't even think of catching up. Is this really the same student as them? Is this really the useless person whose talent and foundation were rumored to be completely destroyed? What a terrifying talent! What an incredible strength! At the front of the crowd, Xin Feng and Li Xiaoxiao, the two recognized strongest men, stood side by side, speechless for a long time. Xin Feng's expression was extremely complicated, with shock and unwillingness, but more of it was a deep sense of powerlessness. Yesterday, he confidently told his companions that he could catch up with or even surpass Chen Lin with his resources. But today, reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. The strength record he was so proud of was crushed by Chen Lin with a value nearly 3 times greater. This was no longer a gap that could be made up by hard work, it was a chasm in the level of life. Well. After a long moment, Xin Feng finally heaved a heavy sigh, one filled with bitterness and desolation. For the first time, his long-held beliefs began to waver. Beside him, Li Xiaoxiao, the girl known for her speed, also put away all her pride, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. She looked at the speed record of 289 meters per second on the screen, and felt dizzy. Her strongest trump card became a joke in front of the other party. On the other side, several students from the Los Angeles base looked as pale as death, as if they had lost their parents. They had thought that after arriving at the training camp, they could escape the shadow of Chen Lin's domination in Los Angeles. But who could have imagined that this shadow, far from dissipating, would instead envelop the entire elite training camp in an even more obscure way? When they thought about being oppressed by this monster for a long time to come, they felt a suffocating despair. Chen Lin didn't pay much attention to all this happening outside. Harvesting shock points and earning general points were merely a means to a stronger state, not an end in itself. Once that goal was achieved, he immediately turned his attention back to his own improvement. The shock value and common points are enough. It's time to solve my last shortcoming. Chen Lin thought to himself. The Vajra body allowed his physical defense and strength to reach a whole new level. Phantom steps made his speed and agility no longer a weakness. So now, the only thing that remains in the primitive stage is his most core energy, true qi. The fire-based martial arts he is practicing now is the firepower that he exchanged in the armory of the Mountain City base. This martial art is considered quite good in the eyes of ordinary warriors, but for Chen Lin today, it is no longer enough. The true qi it cultivated was of too low quality to bring out Chen Lin's terrifying physical strength to its full potential, and it was not worthy of his SSS-level incredible talent. SSS-level talent requires the most advanced technique to support it. Chen Lin's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. I must switch to a more powerful technique. With a thought, he opened the exchange system on the watch again and directly entered the martial arts area. This time, his goal was extremely clear: the most powerful fire-based technique. Rows of names of martial arts techniques flashed across the light curtain. Red Flame Heart Sutra, a top-grade Earth-level product, the true qi cultivated is blazing and overbearing, and the exchange price is 15,000 universal points. Not strong enough. Chen Lin just slashed past. Purple Yang Divine Art, a top-grade Earth-level product, has a neutral and peaceful true energy that lasts for a long time. The exchange price is 30,000 universal points. This is the wrong approach. Chen Lin shook his head again. He kept sifting through them, but still couldn't find anything that caught his eye. Although these techniques were much stronger than the fiery power, they were still a little short of what he had expected. Just as he was about to expand his search, the name of a technique that was placed at the bottom of the list and even marked with a high-risk warning in red font attracted his full attention. Heavenly Fire Burning the World. Just by seeing this name, Chen Lin felt a terrifying aura coming towards him, as if it was going to burn the entire world and destroy everything. He immediately clicked on the detailed introduction. Heavenly Fire Burning the World, its rank is unknown, suspected to be beyond the heavenly rank. This technique is a fragment of an ancient work, and its cultivation requirements are the most demanding of all techniques. One must draw the strange fire of heaven and earth into the body, using the body as a furnace to refine the true qi, and risk every mortal danger. Once the true qi is cultivated, it possesses the power to burn mountains and boil seas, with unparalleled power. There was a small note below: since the establishment of the elite training camp, a total of 17 fire-type students with S-level or higher talents have attempted to practice this method, but none have succeeded. 16 of them exploded and died, and one had his meridians completely destroyed, becoming a cripple. Extreme caution is advised when exchanging funds. Hiss. Even though Chen Lin was a calm person, he couldn't help but gasp when he saw this introduction. Drawing the strange fire from heaven and earth into his body? Using his body as a furnace? This isn't cultivation at all, it's clearly suicide. No wonder it's listed as the most dangerous technique, and no one has ever succeeded. But corresponding to this terrifying risk was the description of the power to burn mountains and boil seas, and unrivaled, which made Chen Lin's heart beat violently and uncontrollably. This is the technique he wants. This is the skill that is worthy of his SSS level talent. Just because others can't practice doesn't mean I can't. Chen Lin looked at the bloody record of losers, but a confident smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Others don't have a system, but he does. No matter how close you get to death or how your body explodes, in front of the shock value that allows you to enter with just one click, none of them are a problem. Exchange. Chen Lin made the decision without hesitation. To redeem Heavenly Fire burning the world first 6 levels, 80,000 general points are required. Are you sure? 80,000 points. This price is enough to discourage any student, but the 120,000 points that Chen Lin just obtained gave him the confidence. Confirm. With his confirmation, 80,000 universal points were instantly deducted. At the same time, a torrent of information that was much larger and more obscure than the previous Vajrabody and Phantom Steps combined suddenly rushed into his mind. Chen Lin groaned, feeling as if his brain was about to explode from this information. He endured the severe pain and absorbed the secret of this technique. After a long time, he slowly came back to his senses, his eyes full of shock. This heavenly fire burning the world is indeed profound and mysterious to the extreme. He also noticed that only the first 6 levels were available for exchange this time. The system indicated that the mental skills beyond the 7th level required higher authority to obtain, such as admission to one of the nation's top martial arts academies or making significant contributions to the Warrior Association. However, Chen Lin didn't care about it. Eat your food one bite at a time, and walk your path one step at a time. Just these first 6 levels alone are probably enough for me to reach a very high level of cultivation. Chapter 35, Suppressing the Instructor with a Shocking Punch. System, put all shock value into the heavenly fire burning the world. As his mind moved, the huge reserve of shock value rushed madly towards the new name in the skills column like a flood. Beginning with heavenly fire burning the world. 1%. 10%. 50%. Almost instantly, Chen Lin felt that an earth-shaking revolution was taking place inside his body. If the previous practice of the Vajra glass body was to temper the physical body, then at this moment, it was to completely reshape his energy core, the true Qi. He could clearly see that the crimson true energy that originally flowed like flames in his meridians began to transform in an incredible way under the infusion of massive shock value. The energies were compressed and refined over and over again, then, as if thrown into an invisible furnace, forged to a higher level. Strands of brilliant golden threads emerged from the crimson energies and quickly spread out. If this process is carried out according to the normal method recorded in the martial arts, the warrior needs to risk his life and death, draw the alien flames from heaven and earth into his body, and use his own flesh, blood, and meridians as a cauldron. If he is not careful, he will explode and die. But at this moment, under the power of the system, all risks have been eliminated, leaving only the purest and most efficient improvement. Finally, when the last bit of shock value was exhausted, the true energy in Chen Lin's body had completely completed its transformation. All of his Jinqi transformed into a deep, dark golden color, as thick as paste, like flowing molten gold, quietly suspended in his Dantian Qi. They no longer radiated violently like before, but became restrained and condensed, but Chen Lin could sense from them a terrifying power that could incinerate everything. Is this the true energy cultivated from the heavenly fire burning the world? Chen Lin was shocked. He could feel that, with the terrifying blessing of his SSS level talent, this technique had reached a perfect fit with him. The newly generated dark golden true Qi, in terms of quality, power, and explosiveness, had increased several times over before. This is just the beginning. Chen Lin could easily imagine how earth-shaking changes his strength would undergo when he cultivated this technique to the 5th and 6th levels. Another night of practice. When Chen Lin opened his eyes again, the temperature of the entire training room seemed to have risen a few degrees. He slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, which was tinged with a faint golden color, burning the air in front of him and causing it to slightly distort. He clenched his fists, feeling the power in his body almost overflowing, and an unprecedented powerful feeling filled his heart. He had a strong sense of self-confidence. Now, at the 4th level, he was truly invincible. Even if he faced a warrior at the early or middle stages of the 5th level, he was confident that he could kill him at any time. Strength, I need more strength. Chen Lin stood up, his eyes bright. The general points are almost at the bottom. It's time to continue breaking various records. After leaving the training room, Chen Lin came to the trial tower again. His appearance instantly silenced the once bustling trial tower. All the students looked at him in awe, as if they had seen a god, and automatically made way for him. Chen Lin no longer had much interest in the assessments for the basic projects. He casually refreshed a few records for unpopular projects that he had missed yesterday, pocketing several thousand general points, and then set his sights on a completely new area. Instructor Martial Arts Assessment Area. The assessment here is no longer about testing rigid indicators such as strength and speed, but about actual combat. Students challenge the instructors of the training camp and demonstrate their understanding and application of martial arts in the competition. This assessment is extremely difficult, but the rewards are also extremely generous. If you pass it with a perfect score, you will receive at least tens of thousands of universal points. He's going to challenge the instructor? Are you crazy? He's a true 6th rank expert. Even if he suppressed his power, his combat experience and martial arts skills alone are far beyond our reach. What on earth does he want to do? Doesn't he think breaking those dead records is enough? Everyone was stunned by Chen Lin's bold move. Chen Lin ignored the discussions around him and walked straight into one of the assessment sites. Inside the venue, a tall, calm instructor was already waiting. He looked at Chen Lin with a look of curiosity and scrutiny in his eyes. Chen Lin, are you going to challenge the martial arts test? Have you decided on a martial arts technique? The Tiger Killing Fist. Chen Lin answered calmly. Oh? The instructor raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. The Tiger Killing Fist was only a yellow rank martial art, one of the most basic boxing techniques in the training camp, and almost every student knew it. Using such a basic boxing technique to challenge a 6th rank warrior like him, was this guy overconfident, or was he underestimating himself? Alright, then let me see how far you've mastered your Tiger Killing Fist. The instructor suppressed his distracting thoughts and said in a deep voice, according to the rules, I will suppress my strength to the same level as you, and only compete with you in martial arts. Okay. Chen Lin nodded. As the prompt sounded for the start of the assessment, the instructor moved instantly. He also used the Tiger Killing Fist, but his punches were wide and powerful, filled with iron and blood, and a murderous aura. It was clearly a killing technique honed through countless trials and tribulations on the battlefield. Every punch and every move carried a heavy sense of oppression. However, facing the instructor's fierce attack, Chen Lin seemed to be at ease. He also responded with the Tiger Killing Fist, but his punch was completely different from the instructor's. If the instructor's fist is form, then Chen Lin's fist has touched the threshold of intention. He just misstepped his steps and easily avoided the instructor's straight punch, then threw a punch, which hit the instructor's chest first. Bang! The two fists collided, making a dull sound. The instructor only felt a terrifying force that was far beyond his expectations, mixed with a hot breath that made his heart palpitate. He took 2 steps back uncontrollably, and for the first time, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. With power of the same level, he was actually defeated? Before he could figure it out, Chen Lin had already approached him. Roar! Chen Lin threw a punch. This time, he poured the newly generated dark golden true energy in his body into his punches. In an instant, a tiger roar that seemed to come from ancient times exploded in everyone's heart. The students watching the battle, including the 6th rank instructor, were all under a misconception at that moment. What they saw was no longer a human fist, but a ferocious tiger, devouring the heavens and the earth, its bloody maw yawning, lunging towards them with an all-consuming aura. That brutal, domineering will to tear everything into pieces made everyone's hearts tremble and their livers and gallbladders burst. Fist intent. The calmness and scrutiny on the instructor's face disappeared at this moment, replaced by indescribable shock and horror. He wanted to hide, but found that his body became extremely stiff under the influence of the shocking fist, as if even his thoughts had stopped. He could only watch as the fist surrounded by dark golden flames rapidly enlarged in his pupils, and finally stopped an inch in front of his eyebrows. The wind from the fist made his hair on his forehead dance wildly and his skin felt stinging. There was dead silence inside and outside the examination hall. Everyone was stunned by the earth-shattering punch just now, and their minds went blank. After a long while, the instructor swallowed hard, his forehead covered with cold sweat, and said in a dry voice, I lost. He accepted his defeat with a sincere heart. That wasn't just a matter of skill, it was a crushing intention. A freshman who had only been in the camp for less than a month had actually grasped the fist intention that countless warriors dreamed of, even from the most basic boxing techniques. What a monstrous understanding this is. Assessment passed, evaluation, perfect. Reward, 20,000 general points. Looking at the prompt on his watch, Chen Lin retracted his fist with a calm expression, as if he had just done something insignificant. But his calm demeanor made the geniuses around him feel even deeper despair. Strength, speed, reaction. Now, even the martial arts understanding has been crushed to pieces. How much strength does this man still have yet to reveal? Where exactly is his limit? No one knew the answer. They only knew that the gap between them and Chen Lin had become so large that it was suffocating. Chapter 36, Almighty in Martial Arts. He is definitely the top demon genius. Gurgle. The defeated instructor's Adam's apple rolled as he swallowed hard. He looked at Chen Lin, his eyes no longer filled with contempt, only deep awe. He knew better than the students what that punch meant. That is not just the meaning of boxing, it is the conceptual suppression that can only be achieved by practicing a boxing technique to the extreme and understanding its true meaning. At this moment, several figures wearing instructor uniforms hurried over. The leader supported the distraught instructor and asked in a deep voice, Lao Zhang, what's going on? You didn't suppress your power? No. The instructor known as Lao Zhang shook his head bitterly, his voice hoarse, I suppressed him. But it was useless. In front of his fist intent, my martial arts skills were like a child's graffiti, vulnerable. Fist intention? The faces of several instructors suddenly changed, and they all gasped. They were all battle-hardened warriors, and naturally understood how difficult it was to reach the realm of intention. It was a threshold that countless warriors could never reach in their entire lives. An 18-year-old boy? He understood the meaning of boxing? How is this possible? One of the instructors immediately pulled up the information on the tiger-killing fist, his expression becoming extremely serious. Look, this fist technique is rated as top-tier B level in our training camp's martial arts library. Because of its extremely high requirements for chi, blood, and mental willpower, its training is comparable to that of an A-level martial art. It's incredibly difficult to master, let alone cultivate it to perfection and comprehend its essence. As soon as these words were spoken, the instructors around were completely speechless. They, too, had risen through the ranks from the prodigy stage, once the most dazzling figures in their respective cities. But they asked themselves, what were they doing at 18? Perhaps they were still basking in the glory of having mastered a C-rank martial art. To cultivate a boxing technique comparable to a level to the realm of perfection at the age of 18? They had never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. This was no longer something a genius could describe, this was evil. A monster. Doesn't his file say that he only learned basic military fighting techniques? When did he learn this style of boxing? An instructor asked the question on everyone's mind. No one can answer. Everything about Chen Lin was shrouded in a thick fog, making it difficult to see clearly and making one feel palpitations. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Lin did not stop. 20,000 universal points are not enough. He turned calmly and walked towards another assessment area next to him, the weapons area. What else is he going to do? Isn't he proficient in more than just boxing? There was a commotion in the crowd, and everyone followed subconsciously. They had a premonition that they might witness a historic moment today. Chen Lin walked to the weapons rack and picked up a standard battle sword. An instructor in charge of the swordsmanship assessment walked out with his head held high. He looked extremely nervous, much more solemn than the previous boxing instructor. Please give me some advice. Chen Lin said concisely. Please. Before the instructor finished speaking, Chen Lin moved. He didn't use any fancy moves, just a simple horizontal slash. However, when this sword was swung out, everyone present seemed to hear the sound of a whistling wind. Before the blade even reached its target, an unparalleled, sharp sword intent had already enveloped the entire arena. It wasn't the ferocity of a tiger, but a domineering will like a hurricane, destroying everything and standing firm against nothing. The instructor in charge of the assessment's pupils suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously raised his knife to block, but Chen Lin's knife, like a ghost, bypassed his defense at an incredible angle, and the cold back of the knife gently touched his neck. One move. Another instant kill. Assessment passed, evaluation, perfect. Reward, 20,000 general points. The whole place fell into dead silence again. If the boxing intention is a coincidence, the result of Chen Lin's expertise in boxing, then how can we explain this perfect sword intention now? However, this is just the beginning. Before everyone recovered from the shock of the sword intent, Chen Lin had already put down his sword and picked up a spear. Buzz. The spear in his hand made a slight sound, and the next moment, spear shadows exploded in the sky like a wildfire, carrying a scorching spear intent that burned everything, and instantly enveloped the other instructor in charge of the assessment. The instructor only held out for 3 seconds before the unstoppable gun intent broke through all his defenses and he was defeated in a sweat. Assessment passed, evaluation, perfect. Reward, 20,000 general points. Then came the sword, the halberd, and the hammer. In less than half an hour, Chen Lin, like a tireless martial arts master, challenged all the assessment items in the weapons area one by one. No matter which weapon he picked up, he could instantly display a completely different, yet equally perfect, true meaning of martial arts. By the end, everyone in the trial tower was numb. The students had their mouths open, their eyes wide open, their minds blank. Is this still a human? Martial arts omnipotence? No, even an all-round genius can't be this omnipotent. This is too outrageous, too bizarre. I feel like my worldview has been completely overturned. So martial arts can be practiced like this? The instructors felt that their professional qualities had been impacted like never before. They gathered together and looked at Chen Lin as if they were looking at a prehistoric behemoth. How is it possible for a person to master so many different kinds of martial arts to the level of perfection at the age of 18? This completely goes against the common sense of martial arts. Among the stunned crowd, several students from the Mountain City base were so excited that their faces turned red and their bodies were trembling. They straightened their chests and looked at the geniuses around them from major base cities, their eyes filled with unprecedented pride and honor. See? This is the genius from our Mountain City. Who dares to call our Mountain City a small place? Who dares to look down on us? Our Mountain City can produce a peerless monster like Chen Lin. Their voices were particularly loud in the silent trial tower, but no one dared to refute them. Because the facts are right before our eyes. Xin Feng, Li Xiaoxiao, and other top talents were at a loss for words at this moment, and could only sigh silently in the end. They couldn't even feel jealous. When the gap becomes large enough, all that is left is admiration and despair. They were still struggling to calculate hundreds or thousands of universal points, but Chen Lin, in just one morning, had already plundered hundreds of thousands of universal points in a way they could not understand. How can this be compared? There is no comparison at all. Shock value from instructor Zhao Genua plus 3,500. Shock value from Qin Feng plus 2,800. Shock value from Li Xiaoxiao plus 2,650. Chapter 37, the second bodybuilding exercise is completed. When Chen Lin had perfectly passed the assessment items in the weapons area one by one, the total number of general points displayed on his watch had exceeded an astonishing number 150,000. In one morning, he collected hundreds of thousands of general points and hundreds of thousands of shocking points. This kind of efficiency turned Chen Lin into a cold and ruthless point-generating machine, and the trial tower was his treasure trove from which he could take whatever he wanted. He walked out of the assessment area with a calm expression, leaving behind a sea of stagnation and self-doubt. At this moment, no one was discussing his so-called wasted F-level talent anymore. Are you kidding me? Would the talent of a person who could cultivate several martial arts such as fist, knife, gun, sword, etc. to the realm of perfection and true meaning at the age of 18 be wasted? This kind of comprehension, this kind of speed of cultivation, this kind of nearly omnipotent martial arts attainment, throughout the entire history of the Federation, how many people can match it? The Los Angeles geniuses who had once hated him the most and wanted to see him laugh had already huddled in a corner, their mouths tightly shut. The two strongest among them, one crippled by Chen Lin's single move, the other crushed in public, didn't even have the courage to fight back. Chen Lin used his irrefutable strength to shatter all doubts and ridicules. In the face of absolute, overwhelming power, all conspiracies and rumors seemed so pale and powerless. After returning to the training room, Chen Lin immediately opened the exchange system. Kung Fu, martial arts, elixirs, these are the fundamentals. His eyes quickly swept across the dazzling exchange list without any hesitation. Exchange for the B-level body refining technique glass body. Exchange successful, consuming 30,000 general points. Exchange for the sea-level body movement technique Phantom Step and the sea-level breath holding technique Turtle breathing technique. Chen Lin exchanged for several auxiliary martial arts in one go, spending nearly one-third of the general points he had just obtained. After doing all this, he immersed his mind into his body and began to use the system to improve the bodybuilding technique he had just obtained. System: upgrade the glass body to perfection. To upgrade the glass body to the highest level, 80,000 shot points will be consumed. Confirm? Confirm. The moment he finished speaking, an energy completely different from the one he experienced when practicing the Vajra body began to flow through his body. If the book Vajra Glass Body is about forging an indestructible body, pursuing the ultimate external defense and strength, then this book Glass Body pursues a kind of transparency and tenacity from the inside out. Chen Lin could clearly feel that his bones, fascia, and even internal organs were undergoing miraculous changes under the nourishment of this strange energy. The surface of his bones seemed coated with a layer of jade-like light, becoming crystal clear and indestructible. His internal organs were even more enveloped in a layer of glass-like light, brimming with powerful vitality and resilience. When the upgrade was complete, Chen Lin slowly opened his eyes. He clenched his fists and could feel his physical strength had increased significantly. But more importantly, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. He had a hunch that with just this physical body, even if he stood still and allowed a fifth-stage warrior to attack him with all his strength, it would be difficult for the opponent to hurt him at all. His defensive power has completely crushed those at the same level, even surpassing most fifth-level warriors. Vajra is the outside, and glass is the inside. Now my body is truly invincible in the same level. Chen Lin felt the changes in his body and his heart was filled with satisfaction. In the next few days, Chen Lin completely transformed into a record crusher. In the training camp, he challenged every event that could earn him general points, no matter how unpopular or remote it was. When the leaderboard on the watch was completely dominated by the same name, the entire elite training camp fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was numb. Finally, after several days, Chen Lin stopped. It's not that he doesn't want to continue, but there are no records in the entire training camp for him to break. I've basically exhausted all the resources in the training camp. If I want more common points, I have to go outside. Chen Lin turned his attention to a special area on the map, the restricted area. That is the practical combat area specially opened for the trainees in the training camp. It houses a large number of ferocious beasts captured from various dimensional cracks. Danger and opportunity coexist. Without any hesitation, Chen Lin directly applied to enter the restricted area. At the same time, in the central monitoring room of the training camp, several senior instructors were staring at a screen. On the screen, a light dot representing Chen Lin was moving in the restricted area at an extremely fast speed. He has entered the restricted area. The target area is the activity range of the 5th level ferocious beast, an instructor said in a deep voice. He is only at level 4, why is he going to the level 5 area? Nonsense. Chief Instructor Zhou Hai frowned. However, the next second, what happened on the screen made everyone shut up. The light spot representing Chen Lin met with a light spot representing the 5th order lower level ferocious beast, Steel Bristleboar. There was no fierce battle as imagined, not even a grappling process. The two spots of light only touched for a moment, and the spot of light representing the steel bristled wild boar instantly dimmed and turned into gray, representing death. Flash sale. There was silence in the monitoring room. An instructor pulled up detailed combat data and read out in a dry voice, the battle lasted 0.8 seconds. The steel bristle boar was pierced through the head by a single blow, instantly erasing its core energy response. The beast's core has been recovered by Chen Lin. Zhou Hai's pupils shrank slightly. He stared at the light on the screen that continued to move forward, searching for its next prey. After a long moment, he finally managed to squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. This kid is only at the 4th level, but he really has the power to kill a 5th level? No one could answer him this question. In the penalty area, Chen Lin seemed to be strolling in his own back garden. An ordinary 5th tier beast wouldn't last a single round in front of him. His dark golden innate energy, enhanced by the heavenly fire burning the world and his SSS level talent, was incredibly powerful, crushing everything with ease. In just one day, the universal points on his watch, which he had earned by hunting ferocious beasts and handing in beast cores, had reached a staggering 200,000. This number once again shocked all the instructors who were paying attention to him. With a huge sum of money in hand, Chen Lin was not stingy at all. In addition to exchanging for a few more level martial arts that he liked and preparing to integrate them into his own combat system, he exchanged the remaining hundreds of thousands of universal points for various expensive elixirs used to improve his true chi cultivation. Back in the training room, Chen Lin began his final sprint. He swallowed pills one by one that were enough to burst the meridians of an ordinary warrior like candy beans. The huge medicinal power was quickly refined in his body, which had been doubly strengthened by the Vidra glass body and the glass body, and then transformed into the purest dark golden true chi, which continuously flowed into the Dantian Chi Sea. 3 full days and 3 nights. When the medicinal power of the last pill was completely absorbed, Chen Lin slowly opened his eyes. He could clearly feel that his Dantian Chi Sea had been completely filled with the dark golden true chi that was as thick as molten gold, and it was even to the point of being about to overflow. Power, filled to the extreme. He only has one last hurdle left to reach the 5th level. My cultivation has reached perfection. All I need now is an opportunity for a breakthrough. Chapter 38. Don't waste time, let us go together. A week later, the monthly ranking battle of the elite training camp arrived as scheduled. This was the most important occasion for all the trainees, the one that best showcased their strength and progress. The atmosphere throughout the training camp became exceptionally lively, and the massive central training ground was packed with people. However, as the focus of the entire training camp, Chen Lin seemed a little uninterested. He sat cross-legged in the rest area, his eyes slightly closed, feeling the dark golden true energy in his dantian that was already filled to the extreme and seemed ready to burst out of his body at any time. Still a little short. Chen Lin sighed inwardly. In the past few days, he has adjusted his condition to the peak. His body is invincible and his true energy is perfect. There is only a thin layer of window paper between him and the 5th level. He needed an opportunity that would make his blood boil and unleash all his potential. Originally, he thought that this ranking battle that brought together the top talents from the entire federation would be a good opportunity. But when the draw results came out and he looked at his first round opponent, he completely gave up the idea. First match, Chen Lin vs Wang Tao. As the instructor's voice rang out, everyone's attention instantly focused on him. The student named Wang Tao's face turned pale. He looked at Chen Lin, who was slowly walking onto the ring, his legs shaking unconsciously, his eyes filled with despair. Fight? How? The opponent was a monster that could easily kill even a 5th-level beast and had completely defeated all martial arts tests. With my strength, wouldn't it be a waste if I went up there? Chen Lin looked at the other person calmly, not even interested in putting on airs. He just wanted to see if he could reap another wave of shock value in this highly anticipated showdown. However, when he saw the students and instructors in the audience looking at him with a matter-of-fact attitude and even a hint of sympathy, he knew that his idea had failed. Alas, it's Chen Lin again. Wang Tao's luck is so bad. What's there to fight about? Just admit defeat and be more respectful. I'm used to it, really used to it. Now no matter what Chen Lin does, I think it's normal. As expected, the few shock values that popped up sporadically on the system panel were less than 3 digits. Chen Lin felt uncomfortable. So many green leaks. Each of them is a gifted child of destiny, and should have been a huge shock value, but now, because of my excessive performance, they are completely numb and can't even be cut. How can this not make people feel heartbroken? I give up. Wang Tao on the ring struggled for a few seconds, and finally shouted out these 3 words unwillingly. Chen Lin turned around and walked off the stage without even raising his eyelids. The next battle was no surprise. No matter who draws Chen Lin, there is only one result: either they will voluntarily admit defeat in endless fear, or they will muster up the courage to rush forward and then be defeated by Chen Lin in the simplest and most direct way. The whole process was incredibly fast and incredibly boring. When Chen Lin unsurprisingly topped the list again, the whole audience didn't even react with a ripple. Everyone is used to it. Sigh. Chen Lin looked at his almost unchanged shock value balance and felt like he had missed out on 100 million. At this moment, Chief Instructor Zhou Hai walked to the center of the venue, and his resounding voice echoed throughout the venue: regular rankings are over. Now, the challenge round begins. The rules are simple. Students with lower rankings can challenge any student ranked higher than you. Once the challenge is successful, you will replace their ranking and plunder 10% of their current universal points. Wow! As soon as this rule was announced, the whole audience was in an uproar. Loot the universal points. This reward instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. You know, universal points are hard currency in the training camp. Besides hunting beasts, you can only get them by completing various assessments. Now, you can actually plunder them through challenges. Many students who were ranked lower had red eyes and stared at the fat sheep who were ranked ahead of them. Chen-Lin's originally calm heart finally began to ripple. Looting common points? He glanced at his watch. The balance of more than 200,000 yuan on it was not a small amount, but it was far from enough for his next plan. He needs more resources and more elixirs to prepare for the training after reaching the 5th level. Thinking of this, Chen-Lin suddenly stood up and asked Zhou Hai on the podium, "Instructor, can the person ranked first challenge others?" His voice was not loud, but it instantly quieted the entire noisy training ground. Everyone looked at Chen-Lin in astonishment. What's the meaning? You are already number 1, who else do you want to challenge? Zhou Hai was also taken aback by the question. He thought for a moment before answering. According to the rules, it's possible. However, there is a restriction to prevent the top-ranked experts from exploiting the rules to maliciously steal the general points of lower-ranked students. He paused, then emphasized, the person ranked first in the challenge must challenge at least 2 people at once. And if the challenge is successful, they can only plunder 5% of each person's universal points. This rule is intended to increase the difficulty for the first place to score points and prevent him from reaping the points one by one like mowing the grass. Many people breathed a sigh of relief when they heard about this restriction. However, what they didn't expect was that after hearing this rule, Chen-Lin not only did not feel embarrassed, but laughed instead. That smile, in the eyes of everyone, seemed extremely brilliant, yet it also carried a hint of chilling meaning that made people feel cold in their hearts. I see. That's fair. Chen-Lin nodded, then he looked around the audience, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the geniuses who were either nervous, excited, or greedy, and finally, he slowly spoke. His voice was like thunder from the blue sky, exploding in everyone's ears. No need to bother. The rule is to challenge at least 2 people, so what's the upper limit? Without waiting for Zhou Hai to answer, Chen-Lin stretched out his finger and began to call out the names one by one. Xin Feng, Li Xiaoxiao, Zhao Kai, Sun Yu. Every time he read out a name, the faces of those called changed. These were all the top talents in the training camp, the highest ranked. After Chen-Lin read out 26 names in a row, he stopped and a hint of arrogance appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just the 26 of you. Don't waste time, let's go together. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole world seemed to stand still for 3 seconds. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable huge wave swept across the entire training ground in an instant. Crazy. He must be crazy. What? He wants to challenge 26 people alone? Oh my god. These 26 people almost include all the trainees in our training camp who have reached the 4th level. So arrogant. He's so arrogant. Who does he think he is? A god? All the geniuses present, no matter whether they were in awe or numb to Chen-Lin before, now only had one emotion in their hearts: extreme anger and a feeling of humiliation. Chapter 39, Geniuses join forces to teach this arrogant boy a lesson. Crazy. This kid must be crazy, an instructor couldn't help but whisper. They are all experienced martial arts masters who have witnessed countless geniuses and have deduced various extreme combat situations. One man fights against 26 geniuses of the same level? What a concept! These 26 individuals are no mere mortals, they are the pinnacle of the young generation within the Federation. Each possesses combat prowess far exceeding their peers, each possessing their own trump cards and unique skills. Let alone 26, even if you randomly pick out 3 or 5 of them and join forces, the combined combat power is enough to give a 5th stage warrior a headache. The combined force of 26 people, their tactical coordination, energy burst, and attack coverage is definitely several times more difficult than facing an ordinary 5th level mid-level ferocious beast. After all, ferocious beasts are ferocious beasts, with relatively simple attack modes and limited intelligence. But these 26 people are all arrogant and talented people with rich combat experience. Even in the top training camps in the Imperial Capital and the Magic City, I've never heard of such a super monster appearing. What on earth is he planning to do? Does he think that with those test records, he can fight 26 people alone in real combat? The instructors were filled with shock. They couldn't understand Chen-Lin's actions at all. In their view, this was no longer self-confidence, but arrogance bordering on self-destruction. Zhou Hai took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He felt that he needed to remind this ignorant boy. Chen-Lin. His voice echoed clearly throughout the room through the loudspeaker. Have you thought this through? If you fail this challenge, not only will you lose your top spot on the leaderboard, but according to the rules, each of the 26 of you will plunder 5% of your universal points. This isn't worth it. This is the last reminder and the last step. However, facing the chief instructor's solemn warning, Chen Lin just waved his hand casually, without even a trace of solemn expression on his face. He responded in a tone that was almost indifferent, "It's okay." Then, he glanced at the group of already furious geniuses across from him and added lightly, "They are too weak. We must give them a chance." These words, like a bucket of boiling oil, instantly poured onto the hearts of all the geniuses who were named. Boom! Waves of powerful aura could no longer be suppressed and burst out from those 26 people. That's too much. How arrogant! Chen Lin, do you really think you are invincible? Qin Feng's eyes were red as he stared at Chen Lin intently. The true energy in his body surged, making crackling sounds. They admitted that the records broken by Chen Lin in various assessments were indeed incredible and unprecedented. But so what? Assessments are static, but people are alive. Actual combat tests your comprehensive abilities, on-the-spot reactions, and combat wisdom. The 26 of them joined forces and were confident that they could set up a tight net. Even if Chen Lin had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would have absolutely no chance of winning. In their view, Chen Lin's behavior at this moment was no longer a challenge, but the most vicious insult to all of them. He had trampled upon their pride and dignity as geniuses. Good. Very good. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sound. "Today, we will let you know what true despair is." Looking at the tense atmosphere off the field, the instructors on the platform gradually became gloomy. The look in Zhou Hai's eyes when he looked at Chen Lin had changed from initial shock to a hint of unconcealable dissatisfaction and disappointment. Excessive self-confidence is arrogance. Throughout history, countless brilliant geniuses have ultimately fallen due to their own overestimation of their own abilities. An instructor said coldly beside him, "That's right." Another person nodded in agreement. This kid's used to having everything go his way. It's time he learned a lesson. This setback may not be a bad thing for his future growth. Zhou Hai was silent for a moment, and finally nodded slowly. He also felt that it was time to teach this arrogant boy a lesson. In that case, Zhou Hai's eyes fixed, and he stopped trying to dissuade her. His voice became stern and solemn. "The challenge is accepted. Both parties step onto the martial arts field." At the command, the atmosphere instantly froze to freezing point. On the vast central martial arts arena, Chen Lin walked slowly to one side, all by himself. His expression was calm, his sleeves swaying slightly in the breeze, as if he were simply taking a stroll rather than a life or death battle. Opposite him, 26 geniuses formed a crescent-shaped formation and slowly approached forward. Among these 26 people, the weakest one is in the middle stage of the 4th stage, and 7 or 8 have already reached the late stage of the 4th stage. When they released their aura without reservation, an indescribable terrifying pressure swept across the entire training ground like a tsunami. 26 powerful auras, each with different properties. Some are as hot as fire, some are icy cold, some are as sharp as knives, and some are as heavy as mountains. They are intertwined together, forming a chaotic and terrifying energy storm, making the air in the entire space become sticky. The more than 100 students who were watching the battle outside the martial arts arena were shocked by the impact of this combined pressure. Their faces turned pale and they retreated one after another. Those who are weaker even feel difficulty breathing, as if a huge rock is pressing on their hearts, making it almost impossible to breathe. It's so scary. Is this the combined might of all the 4th-tier geniuses? It's simply terrifying. It's over. Chen Lin is really unlucky now. How can he withstand such power alone? The same thought popped up in everyone's mind. Chapter 40, the true power of the Dharma swept across the entire venue. Did you see that? This is the end of arrogance. A student from Los Angeles lowered his voice and said to his companions, "Does he really think he's invincible?" He dared to challenge 26 4th-level geniuses at the same time. Today, he will definitely be ruined. That's right. Once he loses, we'll see how he can still act so arrogantly in front of us. By then, 26 people will take turns plundering his common points. I'm afraid his meager wealth will be completely drained. They looked in the direction of Han Rou and Su Mucheng, their eyes full of provocation. Han Rou and Su Mucheng, on the other hand, were sweating in their palms, their pretty faces filled with nervousness. They stared intently at the lone figure in the field, praying in their hearts. They had seen how powerful Chen Lin was, but the scene before them was too horrifying. The momentum formed by the 26 people working together was like a solid mountain, which made people feel nervous even from a distance. What kind of terrifying pressure did Chen Lin, who was at the center, have to bear? They can only hope that Chen Lin can hold on and create another miracle. However, Chen Lin, the focus of the whole audience, remained calm and composed, and there wasn't even a trace of stress on his handsome face. The combined aura that was enough to suffocate ordinary students seemed like just a breeze on his face. He looked at the 26 faces opposite him, some angry, some solemn, and some ferocious, and suddenly a contemptuous sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot overturn the world. The calm voice reached everyone's ears clearly. This sentence, filled with extreme contempt, instantly ignited the final powder keg. You're looking for death. Qin Feng roared angrily, unable to endure this humiliation any longer. However, just as they were about to take action, something strange happened. An aura that was a million times more terrifying than their combined power suddenly burst out from Chen Lin's body. Boom! It was a terrifying pressure that seemed to come from ancient times, extremely domineering, and capable of burning the sky and boiling the sea. Dark golden chi erupted like a volcano, instantly soaring into the sky and forming a visible wave of energy around Chen Lin. The energy storm originally created by the joint efforts of 26 geniuses was instantly torn to pieces by the impact of this aura, like a piece of thin paper. The 26 geniuses bore the brunt of the impact, feeling an irresistible force crashing towards them. Their proudly powerful chi pressure was rendered vulnerable to this overwhelming aura. Everyone felt a tightness in their chest and stepped back repeatedly. The blood drained from their faces and their eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. The more than 100 students watching the game outside the field felt their breathing stagnate and their minds went blank. How is that possible? That's the combined aura of 26 fourth-tier geniuses. How could it be suppressed by just one person? Shock value from Qin Feng plus 3,500. Shock value from Li Xiaoxiao plus 3,300. Shock value from Wang Tao plus 2,800. From the long-lost, intensive system prompt sounds rang out again in his ears, and to Chen Lin, they sounded so pleasant. The smile on his lips grew wider. Sure enough, you still have to master the method to cut leaks. Blindly crushing them will only make them numb. Only when they think they see hope and think they can challenge themselves, then use absolute power to crush them completely. This is the best way to harvest shock value. This is just the beginning, Chen Lin thought to himself. Today, I'll let you so-called geniuses see what a real gap is. This kind of gap can't be made up by numbers alone. The 26 people on the opposite side, at this moment, felt not only shock, but also endless anger and humiliation. Even though the 26 of them joined forces, they were completely suppressed by one person in the contest of momentum. This is so shameful. It's such a disgrace. Don't waste your words on him. Qin Feng forced himself to steady himself, roaring fiercely, "Let's attack together. I don't believe he can withstand the attacks of all of us alone." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone reacted immediately. That's right, momentum isn't everything. Actual attack is the key. The 26 people looked at each other in an instant and reached a consensus. The next moment, everyone exploded at the same time. Skyfrost Fist. Gas Kick. Vajra Finger. Blue Wave Sword Chi. 26 completely different and powerful martial arts were displayed at the same time. The sky was filled with radiant chi, weaving into a dazzling yet deadly web of death above the martial arts arena. Fist shadows, kick winds, sword energy, blade gleams, all forms of energy converged into a devastating torrent, carrying a terrifying power that distorted even space, sweeping towards Chen Lin in the center of the arena, overwhelming the sky and the earth. Oh my god! Is this the combined attack of all the top geniuses? The students watching the game off the field were trembling with excitement, with fear and excitement in their eyes. Can Chen Lin handle it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even a 5th-level expert would have to take shelter from this level of attack. Discussions arose one after another, but almost no one was optimistic about Chen Lin. In their eyes, facing such a terrifying concentrated fire, any individual seemed so insignificant. However, facing this attack that was enough to change the color of the sky and the earth, Chen Lin remained unmoved. He didn't even take a defensive stance, but just stood there quietly, his eyes terrifyingly calm. At the 1000th moment when the attack was about to fall, he finally moved. Boom! Without warning, a thick, dark golden pillar of fire shot up from beneath his feet. It was blazing and dazzling, like a sun descending upon the earth, releasing endless light and heat. All the chi attacks that came close to the pillar of fire, whether it was the icy force of fists or the sharp force of swords, were burned, evaporated, and melted the moment they came into contact with the terrifying high temperature, without even a ripple being created. The attacks from all directions, illuminated by the flames that shot up into the sky, were like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, and were burned to ashes in an instant. What is that? Everyone widened their eyes in horror. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. In the flames that shot up into the sky, an illusory figure, more than 10 meters tall, wearing a flaming imperial robe and with a majestic face, slowly emerged behind Qianlin. The Dharma image of Emperor Yan. As soon as the Dharma image appeared, a terrifying divine power that dominated the world and controlled all fires enveloped the entire venue. Qianlin slowly raised his right arm, and the image of Emperor Yan behind him also made the same movement. He lightly threw a punch forward. There were no earth-shattering sounds, nor any gorgeous and dazzling light effects. Yes, it's just extreme violence. With one punch, the space in front seemed to solidify and collapse. A visible, destructive shockwave composed purely of power and flame swept out in a fan-shaped pattern. Crack, crack. The protective chi of the 26 geniuses in the face of this shock wave was like fragile glass, and was instantly covered with cracks, and then shattered. Puff. The terrifying force slammed into their bodies solidly. 26 figures were like being hit head-on by a high-speed train. Blood spurted out of their mouths and they screamed and flew backwards. They fell like dumplings all over the entire training ground. One punch. Just one punch. 26 fourth-level geniuses, all destroyed. At this moment, the whole world fell into complete silence. Everyone was stunned, their minds went blank, as if petrified, staring blankly at the figure in the field with a majestic Dharma image standing behind him. On the podium, Zhou Hai and the other instructors were all speechless. The dissatisfaction and disappointment on their faces had long since vanished, replaced by an unprecedented shock and disbelief. He actually won? An instructor's voice was dry and his Adam's apple rolled with difficulty. With one punch, he defeated 26 geniuses of the same level. What a monster! Zhou Hai stared at the image of Emperor Yan behind Qianlin, his body trembling slightly with extreme excitement. A terrible thought was growing wildly in his mind. Could it be that our Jiangnan province has really produced someone who is capable of stirring up the world? The true dragon in the abyss? Chapter 41, Breakthrough to Level 5, the physical body is invincible. Shock value from Zhou Hai plus 8,000. Shock value from Qin Feng plus 7,500. Shock value from Han Rou plus 6,000. Su Muqing shock value plus 5,800. Qianlin's mind was filled with a series of system notifications. The numbers were so large and numerous, unprecedented. The shock value of this harvest was even greater than all his previous harvests combined. He was very satisfied with it. As for those so-called geniuses lying on the ground, some unconscious, some struggling and groaning, Qianlin didn't even have the interest to take a second look at them. In his eyes, these people were just tools for him to stimulate his own breakthrough and harvest a wave of leaks at the same time. While everyone was still immersed in the endless shock brought by that earth-shattering punch, Qianlin had already taken a step and walked down the training ground with a calm expression. Without stopping, he walked straight towards the resource exchange center of the training camp. It was not until his figure was about to disappear from everyone's sight that the chief instructor Zhou Hai on the podium woke up from his dream. He stood up suddenly and wanted to say something, but found that his throat was dry and he could not utter a word. What can he say? Congratulations? Or a question? In the face of absolute power, any word seemed so pale and powerless. Qianlin came to the Resource Exchange Center and without hesitation spent all the large amount of universal points he had just obtained and the inventory he had accumulated before. He exchanged for several top-notch bodybuilding techniques in the entire Federation, such as the Art of the 10,000 Beasts bodybuilding and the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art, and also selected several offensive martial arts that were extremely powerful but had extremely harsh training conditions. After doing all this, he returned to his dormitory amid the complex gazes of awe, admiration, and fear from countless people. Bang! The dormitory door was shut tightly, isolating herself from all the disturbances from the outside world. Qianlin sat cross-legged, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented brilliance. The battle with 26 geniuses not only made him gain a huge amount of shock value, but more importantly, the huge external pressure caused his Dantian Qi Si, which had already reached the peak of the 4th level, to reach a critical point of overflow. He could clearly feel the dark golden chi within his dantian reaching its peak density, like a cloud compressed to its limit, unable to hold anymore. The invisible barrier leading to the 5th level was trembling violently, as if it would be breached at any moment. Now! Chen Lin no longer hesitated. He took out handfuls of pills from the storage space and stuffed them into his mouth without any regret, just like eating candy beans. Each of these pills is extremely valuable and contains pure energy. Boom! The powerful medicinal power dissolved in the body, like a flood bursting through a dam, rushing madly towards the dantian. The dantian chi, which had already reached its limit, expanded to a dangerous edge under the impact of these external energies, and waves of tingling came from the meridians. But he knew it wasn't enough. If you want to complete the leap in life level and achieve the 5th level, it is far from enough to rely on the accumulation of quantity, and you also need a qualitative transformation. System. Chen Lin thought, used the shock value to upgrade the Heavenly Fire Burning World Art to the 5th level. Received instructions, upgrading the Heavenly Fire Burning World Art. Shock value 1 million. 1 million shock points were taken away in an instant. The next moment, a profound realization suddenly emerged in Chen Lin's mind. He instantly grasped and mastered the profound meaning of the 5th level of the Heavenly Fire Burning the World technique. Boom! It was like a loud bang at the beginning of the universe, exploding in his spiritual world. His dantian chi, which had reached its limit, suddenly collapsed inward at this moment. The originally gaseous, vast and majestic dark golden true chi was madly compressed, condensed and purified under an indescribable force of rules. This process was filled with unimaginable pain. Chen Lin's body trembled violently, blood beads oozed out of the surface of his skin, and his bones were groaning under the heavy burden. But he gritted his teeth, his eyes full of madness and determination. I don't know how long it took, but when the extreme compression reached its peak, everything stopped. The dantian, which was originally filled with gaseous true chi, now became much emptier, and in the center of the dantian, a drop of dark golden liquid, like molten gold, was quietly floating there. True chi turns into liquid. This is the most obvious sign of entering the 5th level. The energy contained in this drop of liquid true energy is 100 times more pure and violent than the entire gaseous true energy in the dantian combined. Chen Lin slowly stretched out his right hand, and a thought came to his mind. That drop of liquid essence instantly flowed out along the meridians and appeared on his palm. It was no longer illusory air, but like real, crimson magma, it flowed slowly on his arm, emitting a heart-pounding high temperature, burning and distorting the surrounding air. An unprecedented and extremely powerful feeling filled Chen Lin's limbs and bones. This is the power of the 5th level. He muttered to himself, feeling the transformation in his body, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise up. The strength has increased by more than 100 times. If he was a lake before, now he is a bottomless ocean. With my current strength, coupled with the large number of top-level martial arts I've cultivated during this period, as well as the Flame Emperor's Dharma image. Chen Lin's eyes flashed with a terrifying look, even an ordinary 6th-level warrior wouldn't dare to challenge him. However, this is not enough. His eyes fell on the books on bodybuilding techniques that he had just exchanged. On the path of martial arts, cultivating both the inner and outer aspects is the right path. True essence is the spear, and the physical body is the shield. System, upgrade the 10,000 beasts Gemin body art to perfection for me. Instructions received. Chen Lin stayed in the dormitory for a whole day and night without going out. He expended a huge amount of shock value to bring the top-level bodybuilding technique, the art of 10,000 beasts bodybuilding, to a state of perfection that had never been achieved before, not even by the technique's founder. When the last bit of his understanding of the technique merged into his body, his physical body underwent earth-shaking changes. A faint precious light flowed on the surface of his skin, and the lines of his muscles became more smooth and perfect. Although there seemed to be no exaggerated bulges, every inch of his flesh and blood contained a terrifying power that was enough to shake the mountains. He even had a feeling that his current defensive ability had reached an incredible level. I'm afraid that even a 6th-level warrior holding a divine weapon would have no chance of breaking my defense. Chen Lin slowly stood up and clenched his fists. A dull sonic boom was heard in the air. And relying solely on the strength of my physical body, I am enough to defeat any 5th-level being. Chapter 42, The Secret Realm of Martial Arts. When Chen Lin opened his eyes again, it was already early morning the next day. Call. Chen Lin let out a long breath, which shot out like an arrow, leaving a shallow mark on the opposite wall. The regular activities of the training camp had lost their meaning to him. Whether battling with the trainees or receiving guidance from the instructors, they could no longer bring him any improvement. It's time to look for new challenges. He pushed open the dormitory door and prepared to go to the training camp's database to see if there were any more advanced trial venues. As soon as he stepped outside, he noticed the atmosphere in the entire training camp was somewhat unusual. Many trainees gathered in groups of 3 or 4, excitedly discussing something, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. Chen Lin's heart moved slightly, and he stopped a passing student. When the student saw that it was Chen Lin, a trace of awe flashed across his face, and he quickly bowed and said, Senior Chen Lin. What are you discussing? Chen Lin asked calmly. It's the martial arts secret realm, the student said excitedly. Senior, you just came out of retreat and you might not know this, but the training camp's annual martial arts secret realm opens today. Secret realm of martial arts? Chen Lin raised his eyebrows. Yes. Seeing Chen Lin seemed interested, the student quickly explained, the secret realm of martial arts is said to have been created a long time ago by a supreme being who surpassed the 9th level. It was a trial ground tailor-made for the next generation of geniuses. The top genius training camps in the entire Federation are eligible to enter. This secret realm tests the ultimate combat power of warriors of the same rank. It consists of 80 levels. Each time you pass a level, you'll receive a massive reward of universal points from the training camp. It's said that if you can reach the upper levels, you'll even receive precious elixirs, techniques, and even divine weapons that are priceless in the outside world. Hearing this, Chen Lin's heart skipped a beat. A trial field created by a being beyond the 9th level? Generous rewards? Isn't this a chai field tailor-made just for me? He immediately thought of the key point. This major event that has attracted the attention of the entire training camp, if I can shine in it, break the previous records, or even completely open up this so-called 80-level secret realm, how much shock value will I gain? This number may be beyond imagination. I understand. Chen Lin nodded, the light in his eyes becoming brighter. He no longer hesitated and walked straight towards the instructor's office area. When Chen Lin appeared in the office area, he immediately attracted the attention of all instructors. Chief Instructor Zhou Hai personally came forward, his eyes filled with complexity as he looked at the young man before him. After just one day of not seeing him, he felt that Chen Lin's aura had become even more unfathomable, like a bottomless well, causing even this peak-level 6th rank warrior to feel a sense of pressure. Chen Lin, you're out. Is there anything you want to talk to us about? Zhou Hai's tone was much more polite than before. Instructor, I heard that the martial arts secret realm is open today, and I would like to apply to enter. Chen Lin said straight to the point. Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the instructors around him were not surprised. Instead, they all showed an expression of as expected. Zhou Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, with your current strength, honestly, we instructors can no longer teach you anything except your cultivation realm. Conventional training has lost its meaning for you. Going to the martial arts secret realm to hone yourself is indeed your best choice right now. Without any hesitation, he signed his name on a document and then stamped it with the chief instructor's seal. I have approved your application. The entrance to the secret realm is right in the center of the central martial arts field. You can go there at any time. Thank you, instructor. Chen Lin nodded and turned to leave. Watching him leave, an instructor couldn't help but sigh. How many years has it been since our training camp has produced such a monster? I'm really curious to see how far he can advance in the martial arts secret realm. Zhou Hai's eyes were deep, and he said in a deep voice, he might be able to give all of us a surprise. The news that Chen Lin was going to break into the secret realm of martial arts spread throughout the training camp like a hurricane in just a few minutes. What? Chen Lin is going to explore the secret realm of martial arts? Let's go. Let's go check it out. Yesterday he defeated 26 4th-level geniuses with one punch, and today he's challenging the secret realm. Is he still human? Even though I'm really annoyed with him, I have to admit that he's now the undisputed number 1 in our training camp. I also want to see with my own eyes how big the gap is between us and him. For a moment, whether they were ordinary students, or those 4th-level geniuses who were beaten half to death by Chen Lin yesterday, and even people who were close to him like Han Rou and Su Machang, they all put down everything they were doing and rushed to the central training ground from the dormitories, training rooms, cafeterias, from all directions of the training camp. There may be various conflicts and disputes between them and Chen Lin, but at this moment, everyone has the same goal. They wanted to witness what kind of miracles this newly promoted number 1 in the training camp could create in this ultimate trial. When Chen Lin arrived at the central martial arts field, it was already crowded with people. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the training ground. There, an ancient stone door, 10 meters tall, was emitting a faint spatial fluctuation and slowly opened. Inside the door was deep darkness. This is the entrance to the secret realm of martial arts. Chen Lin ignored the complicated looks around him. His eyes were fixed on the stone gate from beginning to end. In his perception, a vast, ancient and grand aura was coming from behind the door. He could feel that behind this door lay huge challenges as well as huge opportunities. Under the gaze of thousands of students and instructors, Chen Lin took his first step. He walked calmly, step by step, towards the stone gate that exuded a mysterious aura. Chapter 43, Breaking the Record? He is not that capable yet. He went in. He really went in. I wonder how far he can get. On the other side of the martial arts arena, Qin Feng, Zhou Hai, and other geniuses who had been defeated by Chen Lin also gathered together. They looked at the glittering stone tablet, each of their faces filled with complicated expressions. Among them, the most common emotion is envy. Alas, the secret realm of martial arts. When will we be qualified to challenge it? A genius sighed, his tone full of loneliness. They were all born into a family, proud and arrogant, and naturally eager to prove themselves in such a trial. However, they also knew that with their current strength, entering the secret realm would only bring humiliation upon themselves. What's the rush? Qin Feng's face was pale, his injuries still not healed. He snorted coldly, this martial arts secret realm is not an amusement park. To pass the first level, you need at least the strength of a third-level warrior. From then on, the difficulty increases exponentially, and each level is more terrifying than the last. He glanced around at his companions and continued, none of us here have reached the 4th level of perfection. There are 80 levels in this secret realm. If you can break through 30, you'd be considered a monster among monsters. When everyone heard this, they were all silent. They knew full well that what Qin Feng said was true. The difficulty of the martial arts secret realms was renowned throughout the Federation. Each level tested not only one's cultivation, but also combat skills, willpower, and a comprehensive understanding of the martial arts. At this moment, a voice sounded weakly from the crowd. What do you think? With Chen Lin's strength, is it possible for him to make it past the 40 levels? As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent for a moment, and then all the geniuses sneered at the same time as if they had heard a huge joke. 40 levels? Are you dreaming? What a joke! Who does he think he is? Qin Feng sneered and said disdainfully, I admit that Chen Lin's current strength is indeed the undisputed number 1 in our training camp. However, this does not mean that he can do whatever he wants. He paused, his voice rising a few degrees, as if wanting more people to hear his analysis. Level 30 is a huge watershed. To pass, you must possess a genuine 5th level combat power. No matter how strong Chen Lin is, he only shows the cultivation level of the peak of the 4th level. He hasn't reached that level yet. Although they were defeated by Chen Lin's punch and lost face, deep down, they still refused to believe that Chen Lin had surpassed them by a major realm. They would rather attribute Chen Lin's terrifying strength to some powerful secret method or trump card. In their opinion, Chen Lin's ability to get through the 29th level was already his limit, and it was impossible for him to break through the 30th level. The discussion among the geniuses naturally reached the ears of the instructors on the platform. Chief Instructor Zhou Hai stood with his hands behind his back, gazing deeply at the stone tablet. Beside him, several core instructors were whispering to each other. The opinions of these little guys are similar to ours. An instructor mused. The other person nodded and continued, that's right. Although the combat power Chen Lin displayed yesterday was astonishing, it still didn't leave the realm of the 4th level. The hurdle of the 30th level of the secret realm tests the suppression of life levels, which is difficult to make up for with skills and strength alone. Zhou Hai listened to his subordinates' discussion and slowly spoke, offering his own assessment. Based on the strength Chen Lin demonstrated yesterday, it shouldn't be a problem for him to safely pass through the 30 levels of the secret realm. When these words were spoken, several instructors around showed surprised expressions. Zhou Hai ignored their surprise and changed the subject, his tone becoming serious, but level 40 is too difficult. It's almost an impossible task. He raised his head, his eyes revealing a trace of reminiscence and awe. You all should still remember the highest record ever achieved by our Jiang province training camp. What level was that? Level 48, an instructor replied immediately, his voice full of longing. That's right, level 48. Zhou Hai's tone became increasingly serious. And the senior who created this record, what kind of figure is he now? A grandmaster at the peak of the 8th level, only one step away from the legendary 9th level. Looking at our entire Great Yin Federation, he is a great figure standing at the top of the pyramid. We don't deny that Chen Lin's talent is 1 in a million, but he's still just a young man who's just starting to make a name for himself. It's too early to compare him to that senior's record, let alone break it. Zhou Hai's words brought this discussion to an end. In his opinion, Chen Lin's ability to break through the 30th level was already a huge surprise, enough to be recorded in the history of the training camp. As for the 40th level, or even challenging the record of that legendary predecessor, he didn't even dare to think about it. They don't think that Chen Lin can be compared with such a person. Among the huge crowd of students, Han Rou and Su Muqing stood side by side, staring at the stone tablet nervously. Qingqing, what do you think? How many levels can Chen Lin get through? Han Rou clenched her fists, her palms full of sweat. A rare hint of worry appeared on Su Muqing's cold face, but she was clearly more confident in Chen Lin. She thought for a moment and said softly, with the power of his punch yesterday, the threshold of 30 levels shouldn't be able to stop him. Level 30. Han Rou muttered to herself, then nodded heavily. Yeah. This is already very, very terrifying. Looking across the entire training camp, apart from him, there's no one else who can reach this level. In their opinion, the 30 levels were the limit of what they could imagine and what Chen Lin could reach. This is a terrifying achievement that is beyond the reach of all peers. Chapter 44, Crazy Breakthrough, Open up 20 secret levels. The moment Chen Lin stepped into the stone gate, the darkness before his eyes quickly faded away, replaced by a vast gray space. This is a circular platform made entirely of solid rock, approximately 100 meters in diameter. Surrounded by endless emptiness, it resembles an isolated island suspended in the universe. The moment he appeared, 2 massive wolves with dark blue fur suddenly appeared from the other side of the platform. Their scarlet eyes instantly locked onto Chen Lin, and deep growls emanated from their throats, filled with bloodthirsty desire. A level 3 early stage blue steel demon wolf? Chen Lin recognized the origins of the 2 beasts at a glance. He didn't even mobilize the dark golden true energy in his body, but just stood there calmly. Ouch! The 2 demon wolves lost their patience and suddenly exerted force with their limbs, turning into 2 green afterimages, one on the left and one on the right, rushing towards Chen Lin. Their sharp claws made a harsh sound of breaking wind in the air, which was enough to easily tear apart the protective true chi of an ordinary 3rd-level warrior. However, in Chen Lin's eyes, their speed was ridiculously slow. He didn't even move his feet. Not until the fishy wind blew in his face did he slowly raise his right hand and extend his index finger. There was no fluctuation of true energy above his fingertips, only the pure physical strength brought about by the tempering of the 10,000 beasts' body art to perfection. At the moment when the bloody mouth of the demon wolf on the left was about to bite his shoulder, his index finger seemed to move forward casually. Puff! There was a slight sound, like a fingertip piercing a ripe watermelon. The blue steel wolf's ferocious charge came to an abrupt halt. A finger-sized bloody hole pierced its massive head, its gaze instantly fading as its massive body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Almost at the same time, Chen Lin's left hand made the same movement. The other demon wolf also fell to the ground. From beginning to end, he only moved 2 fingers. Just as the corpses of the 2 ferocious beasts turned into points of light and dissipated, a cold, emotionless mechanical prompt sounded directly in his mind. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the 1st level of the secret realm. Reward, 1,000 general points. Chen Lin's mouth corners rose slightly. He got 1,000 universal points. Although the use of this thing was far less direct than the shock value to him, it could be used to exchange for a large number of powerful skills in martial arts that were hard to find in the outside world at the exchange office in the training camp. These things are all excellent tools for gaining shock value, so the more the better. As he was thinking, the scene in front of him changed again. The 2nd secret realm. This time, he was facing 4 3rd-stage mid-stage ferocious beasts. The 3rd secret realm, 8 late-stage 3rd-order ferocious beasts. The difficulty of the secret realm was indeed increasing rapidly, with both the number and strength of the beasts increasing significantly with each level. For ordinary 3rd and 4th level warriors, this was indeed a huge test. Unfortunately, they were facing Chen Lin, a monster with real combat power that has firmly stepped into the 5th level threshold. These ferocious beasts, which are enough to put a team of warriors in a difficult battle in the outside world, are no different from chickens and dogs in front of him. Bang! 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 Chen Lin's figure turned into a series of afterimages on the platform, and he punched and kicked at the same time. Each blow was precise and deadly. Those ferocious beasts couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes before they were all destroyed like dry weeds and rotten wood. When he entered the fifth secret realm and killed his opponent, the cold mechanical prompt sound rang again. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the fifth level of the secret realm. Extra reward, a bottle of third-grade elixir Ning Yuan pill. An exquisite jade bottle appeared out of thin air in Chen Lin's hand. He opened the bottle stopper and was filled with the aroma of pure medicine. Just a sniff made him feel that the true energy in his body was activated a little. Ning Yuan Dan? This is a valuable item that can help 4th level warriors quickly improve their cultivation. Even a single pill is worth a fortune out there. Chen Lin nodded with satisfaction and pocketed the pill. His interest in this martial arts secret realm grew stronger and stronger. With such a reward at just the 5th level, he was eager to see what even better treasures lay hidden behind. With this expectation in mind, he passed the levels faster. Level 6, Level 7, Level 8. In the first 20 levels of the secret realm, the opponents encountered are all within the scope of 3rd level ferocious beasts, with only slight differences in number, type, and strength. This does not pose any threat to Chen Lin at all. His figure shuttled rapidly through different secret spaces, without any need for thinking, relying entirely on his fighting instincts. He could end the battle with just one punch, one kick, or one finger. Often, before the reward prompt sound of the previous level has completely disappeared, he has already stepped into the scene of the next level. Only half a quarter of an hour had passed since entering the secret realm. Chen Lin had already broken through 20 levels of the secret realm with ease. At the same time, outside the secret realm, in the central martial arts arena, time passes by every second. Everyone held their breath and stared at the huge stone tablet. Just when everyone thought they would have to wait for a long time, a light suddenly flashed in the blank space behind the 2 words Chen Lin on the stone tablet. A clear number emerged. 1. It's begun. He passed the first level. The first exclamation broke out from the crowd. However, the exclamation has not yet subsided. The numbers on the stone tablet jumped again under the shocked gazes of the crowd. 2. 3. 4. 5. The speed at which the numbers jumped was so fast that it was suffocating. Almost every few breaths, it would change. In the martial arts arena, the group of geniuses who had just been sneering and asserting that Chen Lin could not possibly pass the 30 levels now had their eyes widened, and the smiles on their faces completely froze. How is this possible? Is he going through a checkpoint or just sightseeing? This speed is too fast. Xin Feng's expression became even uglier. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. He muttered to himself, impossible. Even if he were to crush them, it would take time. The beasts in each level are different. Doesn't he need to adapt and observe? On the high platform, Chief Instructor Zhou Hai and a group of instructors also had expressions of disbelief on their faces. 5 levels in half a minute, an instructor exclaimed. While the first 5 levels aren't difficult, they're definitely not something you can clear at this speed. Zhou Hai's pupils suddenly contracted, and his previous calmness was gone, replaced by a deep shock. He originally thought that Chen Lin's ability to pass 30 levels was already his limit. But now it seems that he greatly underestimated the young man's strength. This speed of breaking through the levels was completely beyond his comprehension. Han Rou and Su Muqing were in the crowd, hugging each other tightly, their faces flushed with excitement. That's amazing. Qingqing, look, we're already at the 10th level. There was a strange light flashing in Su Muqing's cold eyes. Their speculations, like everyone else's, were ruthlessly shattered by reality. And the numbers on the stone tablet continue to jump. 11. 12. 15. 18. When the bright red 20 appeared on the stone tablet and stabilized, the entire central training ground fell into silence. Half a minute. In just half a quarter of an hour, he passed 20 levels. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, standing still with their minds blank. The geniuses who were just talking and analyzing Chen Lin's limits now felt a burning pain on their faces, as if they had been slapped countless times. Their previously confident judgment now seemed like a huge joke. Is it impossible to clear all 30 levels? But now, he has cleared 20 levels in the blink of an eye. At this terrifying speed, wouldn't the 30 levels, which seemed like an insurmountable chasm to them, be soon crushed under his feet? Chapter 45, A Demonic Character. When Chen Lin's figure appeared on the platform of the 21st level secret realm, before he could see the opponent in front of him clearly, a series of crisp and pleasant system prompt sounds rang in his mind like a tide. Shock value from Qin Feng plus 1000. Shock value from Zhou Hai plus 1000. Shock value from Su Muqing plus 800. From. As he listened to the shocking figures of the incoming payments, the smile on Chen Lin's face grew wider. It's just as I imagined. Rather than painstakingly challenge each challenge one by one, it would be better to make a big news and make a splash in this highly anticipated martial arts secret world. As it turned out, the benefits of this public performance were far more lucrative than he had expected. This is only the 20th level of the secret realm. Chen Lin licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was increasingly anticipating the exciting expressions on the faces of the crowd outside when he cleared the 30th, 40th, or even broke the record. By then, the shock value will probably be so great that it will be overwhelming. While he was thinking, the ferocious beast opposite him had already taken shape. For giant tigers with black flames burning all over their bodies, each emitting the genuine aura of a 4th level early stage. Starting from the 21st level of the secret realm, the difficulty has indeed increased qualitatively, directly jumping from the 3rd level to the 4th level. If it were any other student in the training camp, even Qin Feng, facing these 4 powerful and well-coordinated 4th level beasts, he would definitely be involved in a tough battle. But Chen Lin is not included. Level 4. Still too weak. Chen Lin shook his head and was too lazy to even engage in close combat like before. As soon as he thought about it, the dark golden true energy in his body, which was surging like a river, was instantly stimulated to the extreme. Roar! The violent true energy swept out from his body, and in front of him, it turned into an endless lava with bubbles surging and emitting terrifying high temperature. This is no longer a simple release of true qi, but a complete change in the nature of the true qi, turning it into a destructive force. The next moment, the dark golden sea of lava surged towards the 4 giant black fire tigers with the force of a tidal wave. The 4 ferocious tigers didn't even have time to roar before they were completely submerged in the lava. Their proud black flames, like candlelight, were instantly extinguished in the face of the lava. In just one breath, the 4 4th level ferocious beasts were completely evaporated, leaving not even a trace of ash. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the 21st secret level. With this experience, Chen Lin's speed in clearing levels did not slow down due to the increase in difficulty, but became faster than before. In the 22nd level, 8 4th order mid-stage ferocious beasts were swept by lava and killed instantly. In the 23rd level, there are 16 4th order late-stage ferocious beasts, covered in lava, killed instantly. Faced with the dark golden lava that was powerful enough to burn mountains and boil seas, no matter what type of 4th order ferocious beast it would have only one fate to be instantly melted and turned into nothingness. Chen Lin rushed up the barrier frantically with an almost unreasonable attitude. From level 21 to level 29, these 9 levels that seemed as difficult as climbing to the sky to others, the time he spent in total was less than 5 minutes. When he broke through the 29th level with great momentum and arrived at the door of the 30th level secret realm, he finally paused for a moment. The rewards for the 30th secret realm often have a qualitative leap. He took a deep breath and stepped in. What greeted him was a terrifying giant beast that was over 5 meters tall, covered in thick bone armor, and exuding the aura of a 4th level perfect peak. However, the ending did not change at all. Boom! The sea of lava descended again, completely swallowing the giant beast. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the 30th secret realm. Extra rewards: Xian level top grade weapon Red Flame Saber, a level low grade sword technique Flame Mad Saber. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword that was completely red and seemed to have flames flowing on the blade, as well as a jade slip that recorded information about sword techniques, appeared out of thin air in front of Chen Lin. A top grade Xian level treasure weapon? Chen Lin's eyes lit up and he reached out to grasp the hilt of the sword. A scorching aura flowed through his arm and into his body, resonating perfectly with his true energy. He could clearly feel that this red flame saber could increase the power of his true energy by at least 30%. Nice one. He accepted the sword and jade slip without hesitation, and with a thought, he gave orders directly to the system. Upgrade the flame blade. Consume 10,000 shock points to upgrade Flame Mad Blade to the Great Perfection realm. Instantly, countless insights and techniques regarding swordsmanship flooded into his mind like a revelation. It was as if he had practiced this swordsmanship for decades, every detail memorized, and he had reached a state of ease and freedom. Holding the red flame sword and mastering the great swordsmanship, Chen Lin's strength has been significantly increased on the original basis. At this moment, the outside world has already fallen into an almost frozen silence. Everyone's eyes were like iron filings attracted by a magnet, fixed on the constantly jumping stone tablet. When the number jumped from 20 to 21, they could still barely comfort themselves that Chen Lin was just lucky. But when the numbers 25 and 28 lit up one after another without slowing down at all, everyone's mind began to go blank. All their previous judgments and analyses seemed so pale and ridiculous in the face of the cold numbers on the stone tablet. Qin Feng and the others looked ashen-faced, their bodies trembling slightly. The sound of beating numbers that seemed to come from the distant sky was like loud slaps in the face again and again, hitting them hard and causing burning pain. 30, 30. Finally, when the dazzling 30 appeared on the stone tablet, a shrill scream rang out from the crowd, completely breaking the deathly silence at the scene. Boom! The entire training ground exploded in an instant. He really passed the 30th level. That's the threshold for 5th level combat power. Oh my god, how did he do that? From level 21 to level 30, he seemed to be faster than before? Monster! He's a monster. On the platform, all the instructors had already stood up in unison, their faces filled with unconcealable horror. Chief Instructor Zhou Hai's pupils trembled as he stared at the number intently, his lips moving slightly but he couldn't utter a word. Slap in the face. This is a blatant slap in the face. He had just confidently asserted that it would be good enough for Chen Lin to pass the 30 levels, and the 40th level was an impossible gap. But now, not only did they pass it, they also crossed the threshold with ease and comfort in a crushing and overwhelming manner. Just when everyone thought that Chen Lin's speed would slow down after breaking through the 30th level, the stone tablet once again gave them a huge surprise. 31. 32. 35. The speed at which the numbers jumped not only did not slow down, but became faster. Under the numb gaze of the crowd, the numbers soared all the way, unstoppable. Finally, after a few more minutes, it stopped steadily at the number 40. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the 40th secret realm. Extra reward, 10 pills of the 4th grade top-level elixir Tian Yuan pill. Listening to the prompt in his mind and looking at the 10 Lungan-sized pills in the jade bottle in his hand, which were emitting pure energy fluctuations, Chen Lin raised his head without hesitation and swallowed them all into his stomach. Boom! The tremendous medicinal power instantly exploded in his body, turning into a torrent of the purest energy, rushing madly into his Dantian Qi. He had already reached the bottleneck of the early 5th stage of cultivation, but under the impact of this huge energy, it was broken through in an instant. An aura far more powerful and condensed than before burst out from him. Mid-stage of the 5th level, done. Outside, when the number 40 lit up, no more discussion could be heard in the entire central training ground. Everyone was like a duck with its neck strangled, with its mouth open and eyes wide open, but unable to make any sound. Their hearts had endured so many shocks that they had become somewhat numb. The instructors looked at each other in bewilderment, and saw deep horror and confusion in each other's eyes. Zhou Hai's body shook and he almost couldn't stand. 40 levels. He really reached the 40th level. This achievement has surpassed most of the geniuses in the history of Jiang Province training camp. He subconsciously thought of the long-forgotten record level 48. Could it be, he really wants to? An idea that even he himself found absurd rose uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. No. He is not a genius. The word genius is not enough to describe even 1/10,000th of his terrifyingness. Zhou Hai's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, and finally, a word came out from his trembling lips. Monster. This is a real, monster-like character. Chapter 46, Breaking the Jiang Province Record, 50 Secret Levels. Su Macheng, who was in the crowd, was staring at the glaring 40 on the stone tablet with her cold phoenix eyes without blinking, with a myriad of thoughts and mixed feelings in her mind. Who would have thought? Who could have thought that the young man who was once hailed as the number 1 genius in Jiangcheng, but was ambushed by the 10,000 races sect in his brightest years, had his Dantian destroyed, became a cripple, and endured countless ridicules and contempt, would now stand in front of everyone again with such a king's return? No, he even stood taller and more dazzling than before. I'm about to break the record for the secret realm in Jiang Province. This thought surfaced in Su Mucheng's mind, making her feel a sense of unreality. She recalled Chen Lin's lonely back then, and his calmness when facing the broken engagement. What kind of unknown bitterness and tenacity was hidden under that calmness? Han Ro, who was beside her, had long lost her former liveliness. She just held Su Mucheng's hand tightly, her palms full of sweat. And around them, those so-called geniuses who were full of vigor and vitality not long ago, giving Chen Lin advice and comments, now all looked like eggplants hit by frost, completely wilted. They all shut their mouths at the same time and dared not to speculate anymore. Because every guess is like a self-humiliation. Reality will slap them in the face with the loudest slap, telling them how ridiculous and insignificant their vision and pattern are. Xin Feng's expression was beyond description. It was a pale mixture of jealousy, resentment, fear, and bewilderment. His talent and strength, of which he was so proud, were crushed to pieces by the frantically jumping numbers on the stone tablet, leaving not even a shred of dignity. The entire training camp fell into an unusual silence. Only the sound of heavy breathing and the slight flickering of light from the numbers on the stone tablet echoed over the training ground. Everyone's eyes were focused on the same point. 41. After an unknown amount of time, the numbers on the stone tablet began to jump again. The crowd's hearts also skipped a beat. 42. 43. The crazily rising numbers were like an invisible hammer, hitting everyone's heart again and again. Every jump meant that Chen Lin had crushed another level that seemed as difficult as climbing to the sky to them. This is no longer just a challenge, it is a conquest without any suspense. Gudong. In the silence, someone swallowed hard. The sound was unusually clear at that moment, like a signal, causing countless people to subconsciously do the same. Their throats were dry, their hearts were beating wildly, and an idea that even they themselves felt was absurd and trembling was growing wildly in their hearts. The record of 48 levels, is he really going to break it? This trembling question was like a spark, instantly igniting everyone's emotions that had been suppressed to the limit. 48. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the record representing the highest honor of the Jiang province training camp, set by the lofty 8th rank warrior in his youth, appeared on the stone tablet. Tied the record. At this moment, time seems to stand still. On the high platform, Chief Instructor Zhou Hai and a group of instructors had already held their breath, their fists clenched, and their eyes as big as copper bells. They were all martial arts masters, their temperaments far surpassing those of ordinary people, but at this moment, they were unable to remain calm. Because they know better than anyone how important this record is. That lord is now a towering figure, the patron saint of Jiang province. When he set this record, he was already hailed as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. But now, this myth that has been buried for decades is about to be broken by a boy who was only 18 years old. Just when everyone thought that this was the end and the numbers would freeze. The light shines again on the stone tablet. The number representing 48 slowly changed in everyone's suddenly contracted pupils, and finally fixed into a brand new number that would be recorded in history. 49. Broken. The record was really broken. After a brief silence, the instructors on the platform were completely dumbfounded. Broken? The record set by that master in his youth was just easily broken by a new student? I'm not dreaming, am I? An instructor pinched his thigh hard, and the intense pain told him that everything he saw was real. They looked at each other and could see the extreme shock in each other's eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. Chief Instructor. An instructor's voice was dry and trembling. He couldn't help but ask a question that made everyone even more nervous. From the time Chen Lin entered the secret realm until now, how long has it taken in total? This question, like a bolt of lightning, instantly struck all the instructors present. Yes. Time. They were only shocked by the number of levels Chen Lin had passed, but subconsciously ignored another more terrifying factor: time. Zhou Hai's whole body trembled, and he turned his head suddenly to look at the huge hourglass in the corner of the martial arts field. The sand in the hourglass is only half full. Zhou Hai's lips trembled, the hourglass was reflected in his pupils, his mind was blank, and almost instinctively, he said the answer that was enough to make everyone fascinated. No, less than an hour. Boom. If breaking the record is a bombshell, then, the time of less than an hour is like a nuclear bomb that is enough to destroy everything, exploding in the minds of all instructors. They instantly remembered the record of that ancient record. In order to pass the 48 levels, that sir fought fiercely in the secret realm for 3 days and 3 nights. He was exhausted several times and managed to survive several times by relying on elixirs and tenacious willpower. And what about Chen Lin? Less than an hour. What is the concept? This is no longer the difference between a genius and a prodigy, it is the gap between a mortal and a god. However, just when everyone was dizzy from the terrifying time difference and thought that this miracle was coming to an end, the stone tablet is lit up again. Chen Lin's speed of breaking the level did not stop at all after breaking the record. Amidst the complex discussions that filled everyone with shock, horror, bewilderment, and madness, and when the instructors were questioning their lives because of the conclusion of less than an hour, that number, once again, jumped without warning. 50. When this perfect and impactful number burst into dazzling golden light and was imprinted on the stone tablet, the entire Central Martial Arts arena went completely crazy. 50 levels. It's 50 levels. After he broke the record, he's still pushing it. What's his limit? Crazy. I must be crazy. Why isn't it over yet? Is this still a human being? Chapter 47, The Secret Realm after level 60 is at level 6. Hasn't he reached his limit yet? 51. 52. 53. The numbers on the stone tablet continued to climb at a slow but firm pace. In the Central Martial Arts arena, the frenzied atmosphere gradually faded away, replaced by an almost eerie numbness. Yes, numb. From initial contempt, to shock, to horror, and then to the madness that overturned all three perspectives, everyone's emotions were repeatedly pulled and impacted in less than an hour. Now, they can no longer find any words to describe their feelings. Their hearts have become accustomed to the frantic rhythm, and their brains seem to have accepted this unreasonable reality. Chen Lin is an existence that cannot be understood by common sense. No matter what shocking things he did, it seemed to be taken for granted. It's already the 58th level. Someone in the crowd murmured in a dreamy tone. That's 10 levels higher than the previous record. Even in the training camps of the Imperial Capital and the Magic City, where so many geniuses gather, this kind of achievement would definitely put him among the top-tier monsters, right? More than just the best, I'm afraid he's good enough to compete for the title of the best among the younger generation. There were sporadic discussions, but there was no longer the excitement as before. Only a sense of awe and trance remained, as if facing a god. On the platform, the instructors were silent for a long time. After a long moment, Chief Instructor Zhou Hai took a long, deep breath, as if to expel all the frustration and shock in his chest. He forced himself to snap out of his trance, and a light gleamed in his bloodshot eyes that he had never seen before. He exchanged glances with the other instructors and saw the same emotion in each other's eyes. After the shock, there was doubt, and a hint of fanatical anticipation that even they themselves couldn't believe. You say. Zhou Hai's voice was hoarse, but with an uncontrollable tremor. Since the emergence of the martial arts secret realm in the Great Yin Dynasty, what is the highest record of breaking through the level recorded in historical documents? When this question came out, all the instructors were shocked. A number buried deep in their memories, as distant as a myth, suddenly appeared in their minds. Level 70, an instructor blurted out, then widened his eyes in disbelief. Chief Instructor, you mean, he's not going to break that record, is he? This thought, like a forbidden spell, made everyone present gasp. They knew too well the martial arts strength of their Jiang province. Looking at the entire Great Yin Dynasty, among the dozens of provinces, Jiang province's overall strength can only be considered the bottom of the list. This can be clearly seen from the records of the martial arts secret realm. The previous highest record in Jiangxi province was 48 levels, while the national record was 70 levels. There is a gap of 22 levels in between. This is no longer a gap, it is simply an insurmountable chasm. But now, Chen Lin, a young man from Jiangxi province, not only easily crossed this natural barrier, but was even making an attack towards the unreachable highest peak. If he can really break that record. Zhou Hai's breathing became extremely rapid, and his eyes burned with crazy fire. It will no longer be the glory of our Jiang province training camp, but the shock of the entire Great Yin Dynasty. Our Jiang province will be famous throughout the country because of him. When they thought of that possibility, all the instructors' hearts began to beat wildly uncontrollably. At this moment, Chen Lin, the instigator of the huge waves in the outside world, was standing on the platform of the 60th level secret realm with a calm face. After he broke through to the middle stage of the 5th level, the secret realms from level 41 to level 59 no longer posed any threat to him. Those ferocious beasts whose strength ranged from the early 5th stage to the late 5th stage were almost all destroyed one by him with the red flame sword in hand and the flame mad sword at the great perfection level, sweeping through them like a landslide. But the moment he stepped into the secret realm of the 60th level, he clearly felt that the difficulty had once again undergone a qualitative leap. All around him, there were hundreds of ferocious beasts of various shapes. There were giant pythons over 10 meters long, covered in jet black scales. There were griffins with wings growing from their ribs and claws like fine steel. There were minotaurs 5 meters tall, wielding a massive stone axe. Without exception, the aura emitted by each ferocious beast has reached the terrifying 5th level of perfection. Hundreds of 5th order perfect ferocious beasts surrounded him. The murderous aura gathered together almost solidified the air. They stared intently at the slightly thin figure in the center of the platform. Such a scene is enough to make any fifth-level warrior despair in an instant. Finally, something interesting. Chen Lin felt the tremendous pressure coming towards him, but instead of being afraid, a burning desire to fight burned in his eyes. Simple swordsmanship was no longer enough for him to easily solve the trouble at hand. He slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, and a thought came to his mind. In that case, let me show you my true power. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, a dark golden energy and blood that was far more powerful and hotter than ever before, like a volcanic eruption, rushed up from his body into the sky. Behind him, the dark golden blood in true essence intertwined and condensed crazily, slowly outlining the phantom of a giant that was tens of meters tall and stood tall. This giant wore an imperial crown and a dragon robe. His face was majestic and ancient. When his eyes opened and closed, it seemed as if the sun and the moon rose and fell. His whole body was burning with dark golden flames that were enough to burn everything. The Dharma image of Emperor Yan. This is Chen Lin's trump card, and it is fully presented in this world for the first time. Roar! Hundreds of fifth-order perfect ferocious beasts, as if they felt the absolute suppression from the life level, all let out a roar mixed with fear and tyranny, and rushed towards Chen Lin frantically. However, facing this beast tide that was powerful enough to flatten mountains, the majestic image of Emperor Yan simply slowly raised his right fist that was burning with flames. The next moment, a punch was thrown. There was no earth-shattering roar, only extreme destruction. The huge flaming fist seemed to tear apart the space, and with the power to destroy the world, it smashed into the beast tide. Boom! Wherever the fist passed, no matter it was indestructible scales or indestructible claws, they were instantly evaporated and turned into nothingness in front of the dark golden flame. With just one punch, the nearly 105th order perfect ferocious beasts rushing in the front were wiped out from this space like a picture erased by an eraser, without even a trace of ash left. Within the fifth level, I am invincible. At this moment, Chen Lin demonstrated the meaning of this sentence vividly in the most shocking way. The power of a punch is so great. After the punch, Emperor Yan's Dharma image did not stop. Under the horrified gazes of the remaining ferocious beasts, the fist of destruction was raised again and fell. Boom! Another punch. Boom! 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 Punch after punch, continuously falling. Each swing of his fist represented the complete annihilation of dozens, even hundreds, of ferocious beasts. The entire ground of the 60th secret realm shook violently under this terrifying force, and huge cracks spread like spider webs. Those extremely ferocious fifth-order perfect beasts could not even get close to the corner of Chen Lin's clothes from beginning to end, and were completely smashed into ashes by the giant flaming fist that fell from the sky. When the last ferocious beast was crushed, the huge image of Emperor Yan slowly dissipated, turned into chi and blood, and returned to Chen Lin's body. He stood in the middle of the messy platform, his breathing steady, his expression not even changing at all. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the 60th level of the secret realm. Additional reward, Xian level top grade armor phantom spirit clothes. Following the prompt sound, an inner armor as thin as a cicada's wing and light silver gray in color floated in front of Chen Lin. He reached out to take it, and felt a cool and soft touch. The divine sense probed into it, and a piece of information flooded into the mind. The Phantom Spiritual Garment, a top-grade Xian level item, can withstand the full force of a 6th level warrior. It comes with special effects. First, it can change color and appearance at will, creating a camouflage effect. Second, it possesses a powerful self-repair ability, slowly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to repair itself, as long as it is not instantly destroyed. Chapter 48, Breaking the National Record, the Governor of Jiang Province arrives. If 50 levels represents a new record unprecedented in history, it is a crazy number. Then, the 60 levels represent a completely different level of martial arts that only exists in legends. 60 levels. Did I see that right? It's 60 levels. Oh my god. There are 60 secret realms, and the beasts guarding them are definitely level 6 beasts. To pass them, you need to have at least the combat power to rival a level 6 warrior. He's only in the middle stage of the 5th level, right? How is this possible? Monster. A true monster. Throughout the 100-year history of our great Yin dynasty, there have only been a handful of evildoers who were able to break through the 60 secret realms at the 5th level. Those people later became terrifying beings known throughout the world. After a brief period of dead silence, there was a noise and shock that was more violent than any before. Everyone is crazy. Before, they were just witnessing the rise of a genius and the birth of a record. But now, they were witnessing the rise of a legend that could rival the most brilliant and terrifying figures in history. Su Muqing pressed her hand tightly against her red lips, her eyes filled with disbelief. As a member of a prominent family, she understood the significance of the 60 levels better than any other student. That is no longer something that can be explained by talent, it is a myth. On the high platform, the expressions on the faces of Chief Instructor Zhou Hai and a group of instructors could no longer be described as shock. While they stared at the glaring 60, they felt the suffocating feeling as if their hearts were being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. An idea that made them feel cold all over and even a little scared was growing wildly in their minds. Could it be that Chen Lin's strength has already caught up with, or even surpassed, me and the others? Once this thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. They themselves are 6th level warriors, and they know the difficulty of the martial arts secret realm better than anyone else. Not to mention the 60th level, even in the secret realm after the 55th level, facing the tide of beasts in the late 5th stage and the perfect 5th stage, they must go all out, and they may get hurt if they are not careful. As for the 60th level, if they were to go ahead and try, they could certainly get through. But they definitely couldn't do it like Chen Lin, who made light work of heavy objects and did it at an incredibly fast speed. How long has it been since entering the secret realm? More than an hour. In just over an hour, I went from the 1st level to the 60th level. What terrifying efficiency! What overwhelming strength! They asked themselves, as a group of 6th level warriors, even if they used all their means, they would never be able to do it so easily and so quickly. We seem to be really not as good as him. An instructor spoke with difficulty, his voice full of frustration and confusion. Zhou Hai said nothing, only clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. His pride as the chief instructor was completely shattered at this moment, replaced by a more complex emotion. There was horror and confusion, but more of it was the thrill and excitement of witnessing history with one's own eyes. But the numbers on the stone tablet did not stop because of their shock. 61. 62. 68. 69. 70. When the number 70, representing the highest record of the Great Yan Dynasty, appeared on the stone tablet, the entire martial arts field, and even the entire training camp, fell into an absolute, dead silence where one could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, and even their hearts seemed to stop beating. They stared at the stone tablet with wide eyes, without blinking, as if waiting for a final judgment. Time is infinitely slowed down at this moment. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just when everyone thought that this was the limit and the myth would end here. There was a golden light on the stone tablet. The number representing 70 suddenly jumped under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of people. 71. Broken. The national record that was set by the legendary monster in the Imperial Capital training camp and remained untouched for 30 years, and was hailed as unbreakable, was completely broken today in this inconspicuous place in Jiang province by an 18-year-old boy. Ah! It's broken. The national record is broken. Crazy. I'm completely crazy. We have witnessed history with our own eyes. We have witnessed the birth of an unparalleled legend with our own eyes. 71 levels. A new national record. It was set by Chen Lin from our Jiang province training camp. Crazy. Completely crazy. Everyone was caught up in a hysterical frenzy. They hugged, roared, and jumped, venting the excitement and honor in their hearts that was enough to overwhelm their rationality in the most primitive way. On the high platform, the moment Zhou Hai saw the number 71 appear, his body trembled violently, and an unprecedented brilliance burst out of his eyes. He could no longer keep calm. Quick! Quick! He turned his head suddenly and shouted at the adjutant beside him, who was also in a daze, in a voice almost roaring, "Immediately activate the highest level of communication authority and notify the governor of Jiang province, Lord Lin." Yes, yes. The adjutant shuddered and hurriedly took out a special communicator engraved with complex patterns from his arms. Because he was too excited, his fingers were shaking violently. It took him several attempts to activate it successfully. This matter is far beyond the scope of what their training camp can handle. Breaking the national record. This is no longer just the birth of a simple genius, it represents a pillar of the future of the Great Yan Dynasty, a most dazzling general rising slowly in their Jiang province. This kind of monster must be reported immediately to the highest administrative officer of Jiang province, the top warrior who has reached the 7th level of perfection, Lord Lin Zhengtian. Jiang province, executive building, top floor office. A middle-aged man with an elegant face, wearing a Zhongshan suit, but with an air of majesty in his eyes, was reviewing documents. He is the highest official of Jiang Province, Lin Jingtian. Suddenly, an encrypted communicator on his desk, which had never rung before, began to beep rapidly. Lin Jingtian raised his eyebrows and put down the pen in his hand. This communicator is connected to several of the most important departments in the province and has the highest emergency authority. Once it rings, something big must be happening. He connected the communication. What is it? Report to Lord Lin. An extraordinary genius has appeared in the Jiang Province training camp. He is trying to break into the secret realm of martial arts and just broke the national record and reached the 71st level. Zhou Hai's voice, which was slightly distorted due to excitement, came from the communicator. What? For the first time, a look of horror appeared on Lin Jingtian's calm face. He suddenly stood up from his seat, and his powerful aura emanated uncontrollably, causing the air in the entire office to freeze. Break the national record? Are you sure? It's absolutely true. The number on the stone tablet is still rising. I guarantee it with my life. Okay. 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 Lin Jingtian uttered the word okay 3 times in a row. The shock in his eyes quickly transformed into an indescribable ecstasy. I'll be there right away. Block all news. No one is allowed to leave the training camp until I arrive. Lin Jingtian hung up the phone without any hesitation. He took a step forward and disappeared from the office in an instant. The next second, a figure rose into the sky from the roof of the executive building, transformed into a streak of light that was difficult to discern with the naked eye, and galloped non-stop towards the direction of the training camp at a terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of sound. He never imagined that in Jiang Province, which was under his rule and had always been considered poor in martial arts, such a peerless monster that was enough to shake the entire Great Yin dynasty would be born. When Lin Jingtian's majestic figure descended over the central martial arts field like a god, he saw the huge stone tablet towering into the sky at a glance. And when he saw the flashing number on the stone tablet, even with his powerful state of mind of 7th level perfection, his pupils suddenly shrank. 79. It had only been a few minutes since he received the news, and the little fellow named Chen Lin was about to reach the 80th level again. Lin Jingtian slowly landed on the platform, and Zhou Hai and others immediately saluted respectfully. He waved his hand, his eyes never leaving the stone tablet, and muttered to himself in a tone of shock and admiration. Jiang Province, things are about to change. With the emergence of such a monster, such a true dragon from the abyss. As long as he doesn't perish midway, he will surely become an invincible 9th-level existence that dominates the entire Great Yin dynasty in the future. Chapter 49, Clear the Secret Realm and Shock De Yen. Chen Lin's figure was twisting and turning under the siege of dozens of huge beasts with violent auras. The strength of these ferocious beasts has reached the late 6th stage. Each of them possesses the terrifying power to split mountains and split rocks. Their combined attack is enough to make any peak 6th level warrior feel his scalp tingling. Violent energy continued to explode around him, flames and frost intertwined, and sharp claws and fangs blocked all his escape routes. However, even in such a dangerous situation, Chen Lin's expression remained calm, and there was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. His mind was split into 2. Part of it was used to deal with these powerful beasts in front of him, urging the Yen Emperor's Dharma image to deal with them, and the other part was immersed in his own system panel. Shock value, 8,754,210. Looking at the rapidly growing number that was approaching the 9 million mark, Chen Lin's joy was almost overflowing. From breaking the record in Jiangxi province, to surpassing the national record, and now to challenging this unprecedented higher level, the emotions of those people outside have contributed to an astronomical amount of shock for him. Almost. As Chen Lin dodged a powerful punch from a demon ape, his mind raced, there's no point in dragging this on. It's time for a ruthless attack. He no longer hesitated. System, give me some points. Raise my realm to the 5th level of perfection. Consume 5 million shot points, and the realm is raised to the 5th level of perfection. Boom! A stream of pure energy, several times greater than before, suddenly appeared in his body, rushing madly into his limbs and bones, flushing his meridians and dantian. The true energy in his body began to surge, condense, and sublime at a speed visible to the naked eye. The true essence that had already reached the middle stage of the 5th stage, now broke through the barrier like a flood that broke through the dam, advancing rapidly all the way, and finally stopped steadily at the highest peak of the 5th stage, the state of perfection. Feeling the power in his body that was so full that it seemed about to explode, Lin let out a long and refreshing roar. But this is not the end. System, upgrade the body refining technique glass body. Consume 3 million shock points, and the glass body is upgraded to the perfect state. Buzz. If the breakthrough of true energy just now was a river bursting its banks, then the transformation of the physical body at this moment was the body forging of the stars. A mysterious and powerful force began to emerge from the deepest part of his body. At this moment, every inch of his skin, every muscle, every bone, and even every cell was covered and transformed by a layer of brilliant glazed golden light. Crackle! Bursts of popping sounds like frying beans came from his body, and the layer of golden glazed light on the surface of his body became brighter and brighter, and finally became as solid as substance, rendering his entire body into a god made of golden glaze. Roar! Accompanied by a suppressed roar, Lin's body began to expand rapidly under the full operation of his skills and true energy. 2 meters. 2 meters and 5. 3 meters. In just a few breaths, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall glass giant. His entire body exuded a terrifying aura of immortality, indestructibility, and eternal endurance. If there were an outsider here, seeing this face, he would probably be scared to death. Is this the glazed body of the perfect state? Lin looked down at his fist, which was as big as a casserole, and felt the explosive force contained in it, which was enough to tear apart mountains and rivers. His heart was filled with shock and emotion. The physical body is the foundation of strength. At this moment, he even had a feeling that with this strong body alone, he could tear apart these sixth-stage ferocious beasts in front of him with his bare hands. He felt the phantom robe clinging to his skin with relief. It automatically expanded as his body grew, perfectly concealing everything. He didn't have to worry about the embarrassment of his clothing tearing and exposing himself due to his sudden increase in size. It's time to clear the level. Feeling unprecedented power, a terrifying light burst out from Lin's eyes. His 3-meter-tall glazed golden body shook violently, and the already majestic image of Emperor Yin behind him, after receiving the blessing of the 5th-level perfect true essence, suddenly grew in size again, and his aura became more condensed and terrifying. At this moment, he was like a fire god of war from ancient times, descending to the mortal world. He no longer dodged or maneuvered, but chose the most direct and violent way. With an almost drunken and mad cursive gesture, he opened and closed his arms, and pushed forward fiercely towards the dozens of late 6th-order ferocious beasts. Boom! He swung his fist, and the air instantly exploded, forming a visible white wave of air. The golden fist clashed fiercely with the sharp claws of a late-stage 6th-order saber-toothed tiger. Crack! The tiger claws that were powerful enough to tear apart alloy armor shattered with a sound. The saber-toothed tiger let out a shrill howl, but the next second, Lin's violent fist smashed into its head with all its might. Bang! The huge tiger head exploded like a watermelon. Kill with one punch. This bloody scene completely ignited Lin's fighting spirit. He was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, and launched a brutal massacre among the ferocious beasts. No matter what type of ferocious beast you are, no matter what talents and magical powers you have, in front of absolute power, everything is nothing. As long as your strength is still within the range of the 6th level, even his dazzling glazed golden light cannot be shaken in the slightest. To hurt him even a hair? That's simply unbelievable. Level 76, broken. Level 77, broken. The 80th Secret Realm. When Lin stepped into this last level, he did not hesitate to push all his strength to the extreme. The image of Emperor Yin in the 3-meter-high glazed golden body seemed to merge into one, turning into a golden meteor that burned everything, tearing through the sky and brutally piercing through the entire secret space. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the 80th level and completing the feat of clearing the level for a century. Final clearance reward, SS level technique Great Sun Heart Sutra. As the cold prompt sounded, an ancient scripture, burning with golden flames all over and emitting an extremely young and strong aura, slowly floated in front of him. Lin reached out to take it, feeling the vast information about the martial arts contained in it, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he glanced at the door that represented departure, and with a thought, his body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the secret realm. Outside, the central training ground. Since the numbers on the stone tablet rushed all the way to the number 80, they stopped completely. The whole world seemed to have been paused. Hundreds of thousands of students and instructors, including the powerful Jiang Province Governor Lin Jingtian on the podium, all looked up blankly at the extremely dazzling number like petrified sculptures. They witnessed a legend. No, I witnessed a myth. Since its appearance, the secret realm of martial arts has been challenged by countless geniuses and heroes in the history of the Great Yin Dynasty, but the word pass has always only existed in theory. Level 80 is the end. In the past 100 years, someone has really passed the secret realm of martial arts. At this moment, the ancient stone gate of the secret realm made a heavy creaking sound and slowly opened. A slender figure, bathed in golden light, stepped out. His expression was calm and his aura was restrained, as if he had just gone for a walk in the back garden rather than completing an unprecedented feat. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on that figure. Fanaticism, worship, horror, all kinds of extremely complex emotions are intertwined in everyone's eyes. After a long time, on the high platform, Lin Jingtian let out a long and deep breath. He looked at Qin Lin, his majestic eyes filled with unprecedented appreciation and solemnity. He did not step forward immediately, but turned to the adjutant beside him and gave an unquestionable order. "Spread the word." "Yes." The adjutant responded with a trembling voice. He knew that when this order was carried out, when the name Qin Lin was spread along with the news of passing the martial arts secret realm, it would set off a terrifying and huge wave. Soon, the news spread out of the training camp as if it had wings, at a speed beyond imagination. In an instant, Jiang province was shaken. It completely shook the entire Dian. Chapter 50, Madness of the Martial Arts Academy. Great Yin Dynasty, Imperial Capital. The greatest power, wealth and talent are gathered here. Among them, the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy and the White Tiger Martial Arts Academy are the highest holy places in the hearts of all martial arts students, representing the pinnacle of martial arts education in the Great Yin Dynasty. Qinglong College, Principal's Office. An old man with white hair and beard, but a face as rosy as a baby's, dressed in a plain robe, was resting with his eyes closed. He was the principal of Qinglong Academy, an unfathomable 8th-level expert, Mu Changqing. Suddenly, a burst of urgent communication requests broke the silence in the office. Mu Changqing slowly opened his eyes and calmly answered the call. "Principal, there's an urgent message from Jiang Province." His secretary's slightly strange voice came from the communicator. "Tell me." Mu Changqing uttered a word lightly. "Someone in the Jiang Province training camp has opened up a secret martial arts realm." The office fell into silence for a moment. For the first time, a ripple appeared in Mu Changqing's calm eyes, but it was immediately replaced by a hint of amusement. "Jiang Province? That place with relatively poor martial arts resources?" He shook his head and said calmly, "Don't make such jokes. Which department sent this fake news? Check it out, and don't pass it on to me next time." To him, the news was absurd to the extreme. What is the secret realm of martial arts? It is the highest standard used by the Great Yin Dynasty to test the potential of geniuses. Even reaching level 70, let alone breaking through, is rare throughout the past century. Even the strongest person, hailed as the most gifted in the past century, only reached level 70. Clear the game? That's only a theoretical possibility. But principal, the source of this information is Jiang Province Governor Lin Jingtian himself. "Okay," Mu Changqing interrupted him directly, "hang up." He didn't believe it at all. However, less than 5 minutes later, a more urgent communication request with a higher level of authority sounded again. This time, Mu Changqing frowned slightly. He connected the communication, and a screen of light was projected before him. Inside the screen was his usually calm deputy, but now he had a look of astonishment on his face. "Old Mu. Look. This is the live footage that Lin Jingtian personally encrypted and sent over." Before he finished speaking, the picture on the screen switched instantly. It was a huge stone tablet towering into the sky. On the tablet, a name was clearly visible: Qin Lin. And below the name, the number representing the number of floors is jumping wildly from 70 to 71. Mu Changqing's pupils suddenly shrank. He stared at the screen, watching the number climb up unstoppable. 75. 78. 79. 80. When the number finally stopped at 80, it did not disappear. Instead, the entire stone tablet shone brightly, and 2 soul-stirring golden characters slowly emerged. "Clear." There was deathly silence in the office. Mu Changqing seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. In his eyes, which had seen the vicissitudes of life, there was only endless horror and subversion. Clear the level. There is actually someone who has opened up the secret realm of martial arts. The silence lasted for more than 10 seconds. Next second. Crazy. All crazy. Mu Changqing, the 8th rank warrior, could no longer maintain his composure. He suddenly stood up from his chair, and because his movement was so violent, he even overturned the coffee table next to him. But he couldn't care less. His eyes instantly turned red, filled with unprecedented fanaticism and eagerness. Quick! Immediately! He barked orders into the communicator, his voice practically roaring, "Prepare me the fastest aerospace ship." No! Have Vice Principal Wang lead the team himself. Use the Azure Dragon. Tell him to rescue this student named Chen Lin back to me, no matter the cost. Yes. Also, list out all the conditions our Qinglong Academy can offer: S-level techniques, top-tier elixirs, exclusive access to secret realms, everything. As long as he's willing to come, he can set any conditions. Crazy. Completely crazy. The same scene was played out at almost the same time in all the top martial arts academies in the Great Yin Dynasty. White Tiger Martial Arts Academy. When their principal saw the video and the word clearance, he immediately crushed the century-old jade rui in his hand and roared with red eyes, "Where's the vice principal? Tell him to take one of our college's 3 most precious treasures. Go to Jiang Province immediately. Recruit someone. No, hire someone. As quickly as possible. The Xuanwu Academy in the Magic City, the Suzaku Academy in the Demon City." After a brief period of stagnation and silence, all the senior leaders of the academy, without exception, fell into hysterical frenzy. A demon who has opened up the secret realm of martial arts. What is the concept? This represents a future 9th Order Supreme Being. An invincible being capable of suppressing an entire era and protecting the Great Yin Dynasty for hundreds of years. Whoever can get him, his academy will soar to the sky and become the undisputed #1 institution of learning in the world for hundreds of years to come. For a time, the entire Great Yin Dynasty was in turmoil. One after another, luxurious aerospace ships representing various top universities rose into the sky from major core cities such as the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital, and gathered at the fastest speed towards the same destination, Jiang Province. As major universities were scrambling to recruit students, the news spread across the internet at viral speed, creating a huge wave. Shocking news! A genius appeared in the Jiang Province training camp and has opened up the secret realm of martial arts. When the first post appeared on the country's largest martial arts forum, it was immediately met with ridicule. Has the original poster woken up? It's 2202, and there are still people bragging like this? Opened the martial arts secret realm? Why didn't you say you would become a 9th level supreme being tomorrow? Fake news, confirmed. My cousin is in the Imperial Capital training camp, and he said the national record was level 70 30 years ago. Stop kidding me. However, just when the doubts reached their peak, a compressed video and an extremely clear screenshot of the stone tablet were posted online. Image: the 2 characters passed through the pass shine brightly in gold on the stone tablet, with the name Chen Lin clearly visible below. As soon as the evidence came out, the entire internet exploded. After a brief period of silence, there was a boiling sensation like a volcanic eruption. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Is this real? Is this a photoshopped picture? I used professional software to analyze the video above, and there's no trace of Photoshop. The video is also real. Oh my god! History has been rewritten. Chen Lin? Who is this? Which immortal has descended to Earth? Awesome! I don't know what to say except awesome. This is the true story of a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss and soaring into the sky. The entire online world of the Great Yin Dynasty was in an uproar, with countless people shouting Chen Lin is awesome. This name topped the hot search list on all platforms in just 1 hour and became synonymous with legend. And at the center of the storm, the Jiang Province training camp. Chen Lin had just walked out of the stone gate of the secret realm. Hundreds of thousands of eyes were focused on him. There was no longer the jealousy and disdain in those eyes, only the purest awe, admiration, and fanaticism. In the crowd, several students from Luochang had changing expressions. Previously, they had been dissatisfied because Chen Lin had stolen the limelight that should have belonged to their Luochang genius. But now, they just feel fortunate that they did not express their dissatisfaction too obviously at the time. The instructor leading the team in Luochang pushed his way through the crowd, his face plastered with the warmest smile, and shouted to Chen Lin from a distance, "Student Chen Lin. Congratulations! You are truly the pride of our Jiang province. I apologize for any offense I may have caused you before, but please be magnanimous and don't take it personally. That fawning look was completely different from his previous arrogance. Chapter 51, Battle Against the Instructor. Chen Lin. Chen Lin. I don't know who shouted first, but the students in the mountain city suddenly burst into thunderous cheers. A beautiful figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd. That was Yi Linxue, the recognized school beauty of the Shanqing training camp, who usually appeared as aloof as an ice goddess. At this moment, her cheeks were as red as ripe apples, and her eyes were shining with unprecedented excitement. She completely ignored the astonished looks of the crowd and rushed directly to Chen Lin, standing on tiptoe and gently kissing him on the cheek. Ah! The whole audience was in an uproar. The school beauty offered a kiss? This was even more shocking than Chen Lin's breakthrough into the secret realm. After Yi Linxue made this bold move, her pretty face flushed red, but her eyes showed no regret at all, instead, a hint of stubbornness and determination. She knew that if she missed this opportunity, she would probably never have the chance to meet a man like him again. Chen Lin was stunned for a moment, then just smiled faintly and didn't say much. He could feel the awe and enthusiasm in everyone's eyes. This feeling made him feel a little elated, but more of a natural indifference. The strong should be treated like this. However, at this moment, Chen Lin keenly noticed that the ordinary students around him seemed to become a little restrained in front of him, and even trembled slightly. Why is that? He felt it carefully and found that it was the pressure emanating from his own body. After the baptism of the secret realm, not only did his strength improve qualitatively, but even his aura underwent a fundamental change. The pressure formed after enduring life and death trials would naturally affect those around him even if he didn't deliberately release it. Chen Lin's heart moved, and he immediately restrained his breath. But even so, those sensitive warriors could still vaguely feel the looming and terrifying pressure from him. Shock value from Yi Linxue plus 200. Shock value from Li Ming plus 180. Shock value from Wang Chang plus 165. A series of system prompts sounded in his mind, and Chen Lin was secretly satisfied. Just then, a burst of orderly footsteps was heard. The instructors of the training camp finally showed up. The leader was a middle-aged man with a burly figure and a serious face. He was the chief instructor of the Jiang province training camp and a strong man at the peak of the 6th level Zhaogang. Behind him, there were more than a dozen instructors of various levels. The weakest one had the strength of the 4th level, and the strongest ones had reached the late 6th level. These instructors, who usually acted high and mighty and were feared by the students, now looked at Chen Lin with eyes full of curiosity and shock. Student Chen Lin, Zhao Gang spoke first, his voice deep and powerful. Congratulations on making history by becoming the first person to break through the martial arts secret realm. Thank you, Chief Instructor. Chen Lin responded politely. Other instructors also came forward to express their shock and admiration. It's incredible that he can achieve this level at the age of 18. I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such an enchanting genius. Student Chen Lin, can you tell us what is going on inside the secret realm? In response to the instructor's questions, Chen Lin simply described the scene in the secret realm without revealing too many details. After all, some secrets are not yet public. However, at this moment, a slightly questioning voice came from the crowd. Chief Instructor, although the secret realm shows that I have passed the level, I still find it a little hard to believe. The speaker was a strong and sharp-eyed instructor named Lu Meng. He was in the late 6th level and had fought with alien races on the border battlefield. He was one of the instructors with the most practical experience in the training camp. Oh? Instructor Lu, what do you think? Zhao Gang frowned. Lu Meng looked directly at Chen Lin and said in a deep voice, although I don't question the authenticity of the secret realm records, I'm still very curious about Chen Lin's actual combat capabilities. After all, the secret realm is ultimately a simulated environment, and there's a difference between it and real combat. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around him suddenly became subtle. The other instructors looked at each other, and some nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, being able to pass through the secret realm is amazing, but the actual combat capability is still an unknown. Chen Lin narrowed his eyes, he understood the meaning of Lu Meng's words. Is this to test your own strength? At this moment, a majestic voice came from a distance. I'm curious about that, too. Everyone looked back and saw Lin Jingtian, the governor of Jiang province, walking quickly towards them with several followers. Lin Jingtian looked at Chen Lin with a sharp gaze, his tone filled with undisguised curiosity. Student Chen Lin, you are able to break the record of Jiang province, and even the national record, and create such a miracle. As the governor of Jiang province, I naturally want to witness your true strength with my own eyes. He paused and continued, of course, this isn't questioning, but concern. After all, you'll be representing our Jiang province in various national competitions and exchanges. We need to understand your true level so we can develop the most appropriate training plan for you. Chen Lin understood clearly that these people spoke in high-sounding words on the surface, but in fact they just didn't believe that an 18-year-old boy could have such incredible strength. They wanted to see it for themselves. I have no objection. Chen Lin said calmly, but how do we verify it? Lu Meng's eyes flashed with excitement, and he took the initiative to step forward. In that case, let me be Chen Lin's opponent. I'm at the late 6th stage. Although I can't compare to those 7th and 8th stage super warriors, I'm absolutely confident in my combat experience. I've fought against peak 6th stage warriors from other races on the border battlefield and even killed 2 enemies of the same level. Lu Meng's words were filled with strong confidence and fighting spirit. Student Chen Lin, although you can pass the secret realm, the opponents in the secret realm are ultimately just energy beings. Compared with real warriors, there is still a big gap in combat awareness and skills. I want to see how much strength you can exert when facing a truly powerful one. Everyone's eyes shifted back and forth between Chen Lin and Lu Meng, and the atmosphere became tense and expectant. One is a peerless genius who has just made history, and the other is a veteran warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles. What will be the outcome of this confrontation? Most people have a common question in their minds: how long can Chen Lin last under Lu Meng? After all, Lu Meng was a genuine late-stage 6th order expert, and one who had been tempered in the true battlefield of life and death. His decisive and murderous fighting style was definitely not something that the energy beings in the secret realm could match. All right. Lin Zhengtian immediately made the decision. Since both sides agree, let's have a friendly sparring match. Just stop when you're ready, and safety first. Student Chen Lin, what do you think? Zhao Gang asked. Chen Lin smiled calmly, I'm fine. Deep down, he was actually looking forward to it. This will be his first actual combat after leaving the secret realm, which will be a good opportunity to test his true current strength. Well, let's go to the training grounds. The group marched towards the training camp's training ground. The martial arts training ground is located in the central area of the training camp. It is a huge circular square. The ground is paved with a special alloy that can withstand the full force attack of a 7th level strongman without being damaged. There are viewing platforms around, which are now crowded with students and staff who have rushed over after hearing the news. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the start of this ultimate showdown. Chapter 52, Undisputedly Powerful. In the center of the martial arts arena, Lu Meng slowly adjusted his breathing. The next second, a terrifying aura burst out from him. It was the murderous aura tempered from countless life and death battles, so thick that it almost became tangible, like an invisible net that instantly enveloped the entire training ground. The air seemed to become sticky and the temperature dropped sharply. The students on the viewing platform instantly felt a suffocating pressure. The weaker 1st and 2nd level students turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. Is this the pressure from a late 6th stage expert? It's so scary. I can hardly breathe. Instructor Lu is indeed a man who has returned from the frontier battlefield. This murderous aura is simply terrifying. Even those talented students with outstanding abilities had solemn expressions and were secretly frightened at this moment. Yilin Xua bit her lower lip tightly, a trace of worry flashing in her beautiful eyes. She looked at Chen Lin, who remained calm in the field, and couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Although Chen Lin was able to pass through the secret realm, it was only a simulation after all. Meanwhile, Lu Meng before him was a genuine ruthless warrior who had fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses. Can this gap in combat experience really be made up? Not only Yilin Xue, but most people present had the same doubts in their hearts. Instructor Lu's murderous aura is even more terrifying than that of a 6th level alien warrior. Yes, I heard that he once went deep into enemy territory alone and killed 3 foreign warriors of the same level in a row. How could a young boy compare to such combat experience? Although Chen Lin has incredible talent, he's still too young. Actual combat and simulation are two completely different concepts. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, and most people were not optimistic that Chen Lin could last long under Lu Meng. Feeling the questioning gazes and discussions around him, Chen Lin remained calm. He stood there quietly, allowing Lu Meng's murderous aura to surge towards him like a tide, without any change in his facial expression. To him, this murderous aura was like a breeze. You know, in the martial arts secret realm, he faced the siege of tens of thousands of monsters. The bloody and killing scenes were much more terrifying than the murderous aura in front of him. The battle begins. With Zhao Gang's order, everyone's attention was instantly focused on the two people in the field. A confident smile appeared on Lu Meng's face. He looked at the harmless-looking boy opposite him, and his heart was filled with a sense of superiority. "Kid, I know you're very talented. Clearing the secret realm is truly remarkable," Lu Meng said slowly. "But you have to understand one thing, there's an insurmountable gap between genius and true power." He paused, his eyes sharpening. "You're just a flower growing in a greenhouse, but I'm a wolf that crawled out of a sea of blood and corpses. I've fought countless tribes and witnessed true life and death. This kind of combat experience is beyond the comprehension of a young man like you." Lu Meng's words were full of arrogance and disdain. He had already predetermined the outcome of this battle. In his opinion, Chen Lin could only hold out against him for a dozen moves at most before being defeated. As Chen Lin listened to Lu Meng's words, a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. "A frog in a well has no idea how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Since you are so confident, I won't be polite," Chen Lin said lightly. "Ha ha ha. Good, you have backbone." Lu Meng laughed loudly, and then did something that made everyone dumbfounded. He actually stood there with his hands behind his back, not moving at all. "Kid, I'm giving you a chance now," Lu Meng said arrogantly. "I'll stand here and let you attack me with all your might. As long as you can hurt even a hair on my head, you win." "What? What is Instructor Lu going to do? How arrogant! Even if Chen Lin is just a student, he is still a genius who can pass the secret realm." The viewing platform was in an uproar, and everyone was shocked by Lu Meng's arrogant behavior. Even the governor Lin Zhengtian frowned, thinking that Lu Meng was going too far. Chen Lin looked at Lu Meng's confident look and felt a little bit reluctant. "Instructor Lu, are you sure you want to do this?" Chen Lin asked seriously. "I'm afraid something might happen." "Accident?" Lu Meng sneered. "Boy, you think too highly of yourself. With your strength, can you really hurt me? I tell you, even if you try your best, don't even think about it." Before he could finish his words, he saw Chen Lin's eyes suddenly change. A cold light like lightning suddenly flashed in those eyes that were originally as calm as water. "Since you insist so much, don't blame me." Chen Lin's voice was very soft, but when it reached Lu Meng's ears, it was as shocking as thunder. The next second, Chen Lin moved. He didn't do any fancy moves, just simply threw a punch. But this ordinary punch made all the strong men present feel an unprecedented fear. The air let out a sharp whine in the face of this punch. An indescribable terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire training ground. The audience who were originally talking about it suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief. This punch seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. Lu Meng's face turned pale at this moment. He finally realized what a serious mistake he had made. But it was too late. Boom! There was a deafening roar, like thunder exploding in the sky, shaking the entire training camp. Chen Lin's fist hit Lu Meng's chest accurately. At that moment, terrifying power poured out like a flood breaking through a dam. The ground of the martial arts arena collapsed instantly under the impact of this force. With the two of them as the center, a huge pit with a diameter of over 10 meters appeared before everyone. Countless stones and dust were blown all over the sky, and the entire training ground was instantly covered by dust, so thick that one couldn't see one's hand in front of one's face. Under the influence of this shock wave, the people on the viewing platform retreated one after another, their faces filled with shock and fear. What kind of power is this? Oh my god! Is this really an attack that an 18-year-old boy can launch? Too terrifying. The power of this punch is so strong that even a 7th-level expert would have to take it seriously. The dust slowly cleared, and everyone finally saw the situation clearly. Chen Lin still stood there, his posture unchanged, as if he had just casually waved his fist. And Lu Meng. A figure flew out from the dust and slammed heavily into the protective wall at the edge of the training ground. That figure was none other than Lu Meng, who had been so arrogant just now. At this moment, where is the majesty of a strong man left in him? The clothes on his chest were completely torn, revealing a bruised chest. Blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. The most important thing is that the arrogance and confidence in his eyes no longer existed, and instead, there was deep shock and fear. One punch. Just one punch. A senior expert in the late 6th stage was knocked away by an 18-year-old boy with one punch. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes, their minds going blank. Shock value from Lu Meng plus 500. Shock value from Ni Linxue plus 300. Shock value from Lin Jingtian plus 400. Shock value from Zhao Gang plus 350. A series of system prompt sounds rang frantically in Chen Lin's mind, but his attention was not on the shock value. He looked at Lu Meng, who was barely standing up in the distance, and said lightly, "Instructor Lu, I didn't use my full strength just now. If you still want to continue." Chen Lin paused for a moment, and his tone became serious. "If you don't give it your all, you'll die." These 6 simple words exploded like thunder in everyone's heart. When Lu Meng heard Chen Lin's words, his body trembled involuntarily. He looked at the young man, who still had a calm expression. There was no longer any contempt in his eyes. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity and awe. Chapter 53, People from various martial arts schools come and scramble to snatch it. Lin Jingtian's eyes were full of disbelief. As the governor of Jiang province, he had seen countless powerful people and had also come into contact with 7th and 8th level super powerful people. However, this was the first time he had seen such terrifying physical strength as Chen Lin. That punch just now was pure physical strength. Without any support from true chi or coordination from any martial arts, it was just the most primitive and direct physical collision. But it was such a simple and brutal punch that knocked a strong man in the late 6th stage away. No wonder he was able to sweep across all races in the secret realm. Lin Jingtian thought in shock. This kind of physical strength is absolutely unmatched even among 6th level experts. At this moment, Lu Meng barely stood up from the ruins. His face looked extremely ugly, not only because of the injuries on his body, but also because of the shock and unwillingness in his heart. He was actually knocked away by a punch from an 18-year-old boy? This is such a shame and humiliation. However, Lu Meng quickly calmed down. After all, he had survived countless life and death battles, and his psychological quality was far superior to that of ordinary people. He looked at Chen Lin deeply, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Chen Lin had indeed shown mercy in that punch just now. If he had really wanted to kill me, I would probably be a corpse now. I thought I had overestimated you. Lu Meng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that I still underestimated you." He slowly adjusted his breathing, his eyes becoming more serious than ever before. "I, Lu, have been on the battlefield for more than 10 years, I can't capsize in the gutter." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Meng's aura burst out again. But this time, he no longer had any contempt or arrogance, but treated Chen Lin as a strong man of the same level. The terrifying true energy surged out of his body, and the full strength of a late 6th stage strong man was displayed without reservation at this moment. "Come on, boy. Let me see your true strength." Lu Meng shouted loudly and rushed towards Chen Lin like a cannonball. This time, he did not hold back at all. Every punch and every palm contained deadly murderous intent. Chen Lin looked at Lu Meng rushing towards him, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Are you finally getting serious? Then let him see what the real gap is." Bang! 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 The two men clashed fiercely in the center of the martial arts arena, and every collision would produce a deafening sound. Strong shock waves spread out in all directions one after another, the ground of the training ground continued to crack, and gravel flew everywhere. The people in the viewing platform were already so shocked by this level of battle that they were speechless. Too terrifying. Is this a battle between truly powerful people? Instructor Lu was really serious this time. But why do I still feel at a disadvantage? Impossible. No matter how strong Chen Lin is, he's only an 18-year-old student. Indeed, judging from the battle scene, although Lu Meng has tried his best, he is still at a disadvantage. Each of Chen Lin's attacks was as powerful as a sledgehammer. Lu Meng could only barely resist and was unable to fight back at all. This huge gap in strength makes everyone feel incredible. The battle lasted about 10 minutes, and Lu Meng was already out of breath, with beads of sweat on his forehead. On the other hand, Chen Lin still looked calm and his breathing was steady, as if the fierce confrontation just now was just a warm-up exercise for him. No. I will definitely lose if I continue like this. Lu Meng made up his mind and made a risky decision. He suddenly retreated more than 10 meters, quickly formed seals with his hands, and muttered some spell in a low voice. Blood-burning secret technique. With a low shout, a blood-red flame suddenly ignited on Lu Meng's body. Those flames are not real fire, but the energy generated by burning essence and blood. With the help of the secret technique, Lu Meng's momentum began to soar wildly. Late stage of the 6th level, peak of the 6th level, perfect 6th level. In just a few seconds, Lu Meng's strength increased several times, reaching the terrifying combat power of the 6th level. Oh my god! It's the blood-burning secret technique. Instructor Lu actually used this forbidden secret technique. It's over now. Although the blood-burning secret technique can greatly increase strength in a short period of time, the price is the burning of blood in lifespan. There was an uproar in the viewing stands, and everyone was shocked by Lu Meng's desperate move. Even Lin Jingtian couldn't help but stand up and watch the battle on the field with a serious expression. How terrifying is Chen Lin's strength to be able to force Lu Meng to use forbidden secret techniques? Chen Lin looked at Lu Meng, whose momentum was rising rapidly, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Interesting, there is such a secret technique? However, even if your strength increases several times, what can you do? Ants are ants after all. Even if they become bigger ants, they cannot change their fate of being crushed. Shock value from Lu Meng plus 300. Shock value from audience A plus 150. Shock value from audience B plus 180. Looking at the shock value that kept coming in, Chen Lin felt secretly satisfied. However, this battle should be over. If you continue to delay, it will only be a waste of time. Since you're working so hard, I'd better be more serious too. Chen Lin spoke calmly, and the body refining technique in his body began to work slowly. The next second, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Chen Lin's body began to expand rapidly. From the original 1.8 meters, it quickly grew to 2 meters. 2.5 meters? 3 meters. Finally, a giant who was 3 meters tall and had muscles as hard as steel appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Chen Lin was like an ancient god walking out of mythology, emitting a suffocating and terrifying aura. Is this still a human? Monster. This is definitely a monster. Oh my god. How can such a thing exist in the world? The viewing platform was in an uproar, and everyone was shocked by Chen Lin's current appearance. Even the knowledgeable Lin Jingtian opened his eyes wide at this moment, and his mouth was open so wide that an egg could fit in it. He has lived for so many years and has never seen such a terrifying existence. Is this still human? Faced with such a terrifying Chen Lin, even Lu Meng, who used the blood-burning secret technique, felt deep despair at this moment. The fear that came from the depths of his soul made his body tremble involuntarily. Now, I'm going to be serious. The giant Chen Lin's voice echoed in the martial arts field like thunder. He slowly raised his right fist, and terrifying power began to gather in his fist. The air began to twist in the face of this force, as if even the space was about to be torn apart. Lu Meng looked at the mountain-like fist and felt a strong sense of death in his heart. He wanted to escape, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead and he couldn't move at all. It's over. Chen Lin said lightly and punched out. Boom! This punch seemed to contain the power of creation. The blood-red flames on Lu Meng's body were instantly extinguished by this punch. The secret technique of blood burning that he had painstakingly practiced was as fragile as paper in the face of this absolute power. The terrifying fist force swept past, and the true energy in Lu Meng's body was instantly shattered, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Lu Meng hit the protective wall heavily and then slid to the ground, blood gushing out of his mouth. He had completely lost his ability to fight. The entire training ground fell into deathly silence once again. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the scene in disbelief. One punch. Another punch. The sixth order perfect combat power and the forbidden blood-burning secret technique were still vulnerable in front of Chen Lin. Chen Lin slowly retracted his fist and his body returned to its normal size. He glanced at Lu Meng, who was lying on the ground, and after confirming that he was only seriously injured and not fatally injured, he nodded with satisfaction. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard outside the training ground. Several figures rushed in quickly. They were wearing uniforms of different colors and had badges of different colleges on their chests. What happened? Why is there such a big commotion? A middle-aged man in the lead asked loudly, but when he saw the tragic scene in the martial arts field, he was stunned. These people are the representatives sent by the top martial arts academies to Jiang province to recruit students. They originally came here to select outstanding students, but they didn't expect to see such a shocking scene. When their eyes fell on Chen Lin, who had a calm expression on the field, everyone's eyes lit up. That's him. That's the student. Oh my god. An 18-year-old can defeat a 6th-level perfect warrior? This is a genius rarely seen in 1,000 years. Our college has decided on this student. Chapter 54, Imperial Capital University, SSS Level Treatment. An unparalleled genius who can defeat a 6th-order perfect master at the age of 18 is an extremely rare existence in the entire history of the Chinese Federation. Such a person will surely become an invincible strong man standing at the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. Our Jiang province has finally produced a true dragon. Lin Jingtian thought excitedly in his heart, with Chen Lin, our Jiang province's status in the Federation will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. He looked around at the admissions representatives from various top martial arts academies, and his heart was filled with joy. These representatives from prestigious schools who usually look up to others are now coming to Jiang province in person to recruit students. This was simply unimaginable in the past. Jiangxi province is finally turning around. Chen Lin slowly returned to normal from his gigantic state, feeling the system prompt sounds constantly ringing in his mind, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shock value from Martial Arts Academy admissions representative A plus 400. Shock value from Martial Arts Academy admissions representative B plus 450. Shock value from Martial Arts Academy admissions representative C plus 380. The continuous shock value prompts made Chen Lin in a good mood. He turned his head to look around the martial arts field and found that more than a dozen unfamiliar faces had appeared. These people were wearing uniforms of various colors and had different academy badges on their chests. They were staring at him with almost fanatical eyes. It seems that it is these newcomers who provide a lot of shock value. Chen Lin nodded secretly in his heart. These admissions representatives from the Martial Arts Academy came at the right time. He slowly landed on the ground, and just as he found his footing, the admissions representatives rushed over like a tide. Student Chen Lin. I'm Wang Feng, the admissions director of Qinglong Martial Arts Academy. A burly middle-aged man spoke first. Our academy is willing to directly recommend you for admission and will treat you like an S-level genius. Tuition will be waived, and you'll receive a monthly living allowance of 100,000 yuan. Don't listen to him. Another woman wearing glasses immediately interrupted. I'm Li Ye, the deputy director of Xuanwu College. Our college can not only give you the treatment of an S-level genius, but also provide an additional training room worth 5 million. Chen Lin. Consider our Suzaku Academy. A third person also squeezed over. Not only do we offer S-level treatment, but we can also directly make you a core disciple and enjoy the academy's top-level training resources. Suddenly, more than a dozen admissions representatives formed a circle around Chen Lin, and each of them was frantically promoting their own college. All sorts of tempting conditions rained down on Chen Lin: S-level genius treatment, huge living allowance, top-level training resources, core disciple status. These treatments, which are usually only enjoyed by extraordinary geniuses, are now offered by them without reservation. Chen Lin listened quietly to these people's sales pitches, but his heart was calm. Although these colleges are good, they are not enough to attract him. What he wants is a higher platform and a bigger stage. At this moment, a low and majestic voice came from the back of the crowd. Everyone, please make way. Everyone looked back and saw an old man with white hair and beard slowly walking towards them. The old man was wearing a plain gray robe, but the aura he exuded caught the attention of everyone present. When they saw the golden badge on the old man's chest, the faces of all the admissions representatives changed. Taito University. Oh my god. They're actually from Imperial Capital University. This badge is of the vice president level. Everyone made way, their eyes filled with awe. Imperial Capital University, that is the most advanced martial arts school in the entire Huaxia Federation. Being able to enter Imperial Capital University is almost equivalent to getting a ticket to the pinnacle of martial arts. And the old man in front of him was actually the vice president of Imperial Capital University. The old man walked up to Chen Lin and smiled gently. Student Chen Lin, I am Zhou Tianqing, the vice president of Imperial Capital University. I saw the battle just now. Chen Lin looked at the old man in front of him with extraordinary temperament, and a trace of respect surged in his heart. Anyone who can become the vice president of Imperial Capital University is definitely not a simple person. You're welcome, Vice President Zhou. Chen Lin responded politely. Zhou Tianqing nodded with satisfaction, then said, Our Imperial Capital University can also give you the treatment of an S-level genius. Tuition is waived, a monthly living allowance of $200,000, a dedicated training room, and guidance from top instructors. Hearing this, the faces of the other admissions representatives turned ugly. The conditions offered by Imperial Capital University are better than any of theirs. However, Zhou Tianqing changed the subject. However, I have a second plan. He looked at Chen Lin, a hint of deep meaning flashing in his eyes. If you can get the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination this year, we at Imperial Capital University are willing to treat you as an SSS level genius. SSS level? Everyone present gasped. The treatment for S-level geniuses is already the top treatment in all major martial arts academies, but SSS level, that is simply a legendary existence. In the entire history of the Huaxia Federation, there are only a handful of people who have enjoyed the treatment of SSS-level geniuses. And everyone who has enjoyed this kind of treatment eventually becomes an unrivaled powerhouse who shocks the world. Zhou Tianqing continued, the benefits for SSS-level geniuses include free tuition, a monthly living allowance of $1 million, a dedicated training tower, 3 ninth-level masters taking turns to guide, and supreme authority over the Academy's sutra library. Not only that, Zhou Tianqing's voice became more serious, you will also become the youngest honorary student in the history of Imperial Capital University, and have the right to participate in the highest decision-making of the Academy. At this point, he paused and said, however, this treatment has a prerequisite. What are the conditions? Chen Lin asked. You must get the top score in this year's college entrance exam. Zhou Tianqing said seriously. If you can't do that, we won't even give you a chance to be admitted. Because those who can enjoy SSS-level treatment must be peerless geniuses who have reached the pinnacle in all aspects. When this condition was put forward, everyone present was shocked. The other admissions representatives secretly rejoiced, thinking that Zhou Tianqing was giving them a chance. After all, a strong talent in martial arts doesn't necessarily mean good academic performance. To stand out among tens of millions of candidates nationwide and become the top scorer is as difficult as climbing to the sky. However, what happened next second stunned everyone. I accept the second option, Chen Lin said without hesitation. What? Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Chen Lin in disbelief. He actually gave up the safe S-level treatment and chose the extremely risky SSS level option? If I don't get the top score in the college entrance examination, then I will have nothing. Chen Lin looked at everyone's shocked expressions and sneered in his heart. Top scorer in the college entrance examination? It may be difficult for others, but for him, a reborn person, it is a piece of cake. More importantly, what could be more shocking than being the top scorer in the college entrance examination and receiving the SSS-level genius treatment of the Imperial Capital University? Imagine how many people would be shocked when you enter the Imperial Capital University as the top student in the country and enjoy SSS-level treatment? That would bring a massive amount of shock value. Zhou Tianqing looked at Chen Lin's determined expression, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Very good. He nodded with satisfaction. You are truly a good person to be able to remain calm and confident in the face of such a huge temptation. He looked at Chen Lin deeply and said, with such a character and your terrifying talent, you might really have a chance to become the strongest in the future. The strongest one. Chapter 55, S-Level Body Refining Technique Devil Body. Looking at the departing figure of Zhou Tianqing, the vice president of Imperial Capital University, the faces of the admissions representatives from other martial arts academies were filled with disappointment. However, they did not give up. It's not easy to get the top score in the college entrance examination. Wang Feng from Qinglong Martial Arts Academy thought to himself, if this kid doesn't get first place, as long as his grades are good enough, we still have a chance. The other admissions representatives had the same idea in their minds. After all, standing out from tens of millions of candidates across the country and becoming the top scorer is as difficult as climbing to the sky. No matter how strong Chen Lin's talent in martial arts is, his academic performance may not reach that level. They decided to continue paying attention to Chen Lin's college entrance examination results. Maybe there is still a chance. As personnel from various martial arts academies left one after another, the training grounds gradually returned to calm. The talented students who had been watching the show on the viewing platform finally came to their senses. Oh my god, Chen Lin is being sought after by so many top colleges. I'm so envious. I wish I had half his strength. But isn't he too arrogant? He could have been admitted without any doubt, but he chose to gamble on the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Yeah, if I don't get first place, then I'll have nothing. Imperial University said that if you don't get the top scorer, you won't even have a chance to be admitted. Everyone was talking about it, their tone full of envy and jealousy. But more people think that Chen Lin's choice is too risky and he is simply making a joke of his own future. Chen Lin listened to the discussions around him and still maintained a calm smile on his face. Top scorer in the college entrance examination? It may be difficult for others, but for him, a reborn person, it is not a problem at all. Although his martial arts talent was average in his previous life, his academic performance was always excellent. Coupled with the memory advantage brought by his rebirth, getting first place in the college entrance examination was a piece of cake. Chen Lin, are you really sure? At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice sounded beside him. Chen Lin turned around and found that the school beauty Yilin Xue was looking at him with a pair of beautiful eyes, her eyes full of concern. Don't worry, I'm very confident. Chen Lin gave her a gentle smile. Yilin Xue looked at Chen Lin's confident expression and felt inexplicably relieved. For some reason, she always felt that Chen Lin had a special temperament that made people want to believe him. Since he said he was sure, then there must be no problem. Chen Lin. Chen Lin. At this time, Lin Zhengtian walked over with a flushed face. As the governor of Jiang province, he is so happy now. A peerless genius like Chen Lin not only brought honor to Jiang province, but more importantly, enhanced Jiang province's status in the entire federation. Sir. Chen Lin nodded politely in greeting. Good. 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 Lin Zhengtian said 3 good words in a row. Chen Lin, when you become successful in the future, don't forget our Jiang province. Don't worry, sir. I will always be from Jiang province. Chen Lin said seriously. Lin Zhengtian nodded with satisfaction, then took a file bag from the secretary beside him. Chen Lin, this is your reward for this training camp. He solemnly handed the briefcase to Chen Lin. Not only did you get first place overall, you also broke several records. According to the rules, all general points will be counted, and the total prize money is 10 million. 10 million. When the people around heard this number, they all gasped. For these students who are still in school, 10 million is an astronomical figure. Chen Lin took the file bag and felt a little excited. With these 10 million, he can purchase a large amount of cultivation resources, and his strength will increase faster. Not only that, Lin Zhengtian continued, considering the great honor you've won for Jiang Province, the provincial government has decided to give you a special award in the name of the Jiang Province Genius Award. He took an exquisite box from another secretary and said, you can choose any S-level technique from the provincial government's technique library. S-level skills. This time, even Yilin Xue couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. S-level skills are extremely precious in the entire martial arts world. Even those big families and big forces can only possess a handful of S-level skills. Now Chen Lin can choose any one of them. This reward is so generous. Lin Zhengtian opened the box, and inside were more than a dozen martial arts manuals neatly arranged. There are a total of 15 S-level techniques here, covering various aspects such as attack, defense, body movement, and body training. Take your time to choose, there's no need to rush. Chen Lin looked carefully at the skills in the box, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. His current attack methods are already powerful enough and his physical skills are not bad either. The only thing he needs to improve is his physical strength. Although his body refining technique is already very good, if he can obtain an S-level body refining technique, then the strength of his body will definitely reach a terrifying level. Thinking of this, Chen Lin's eyes were fixed on a martial arts secret book with a black cover. Demon Body? Chen Lin picked up the secret book and read it carefully. This is an extremely domineering bodybuilding exercise. After successful practice, it can not only greatly improve the strength of the physical body, but also master the terrifying secret technique called demon transformation. Just choose this one. Chen Lin said without hesitation. Lin Jingtian looked at the technique Chen Lin had chosen and nodded with satisfaction. A good choice. Although the heavenly demon body is extremely difficult to cultivate, its power is also top-notch among all the body refining techniques. Chen Lin was in a good mood after receiving the reward. With a bonus of 10 million and an S-level bodybuilding technique, the gains from this training camp exceeded his expectations. Chapter 56, Cultivation. Demonic Body Small Success. After receiving the reward, Chen Lin followed the geniuses from the mountain city on their journey home. In the special car, everyone was excitedly discussing what they had gained from the training camp and looking forward to the future with smiles on their faces. Chen Lin sat in the corner, appearing calm on the surface, but in his heart he had already started to plan his next training plan. The 10 million bonus plus the S-level martial arts demon body are enough resources to make his strength leap forward again. 3 hours later, the convoy entered the boundaries of the mountain city. What surprised Chen Lin was that welcome banners were hung on the main streets of the mountain city, and both sides of the road were filled with onlookers. Welcome the triumphant return of Jiang Province's genius, Chen Lin. The pride of the mountain city, we are proud of you. Looking at these enthusiastic banners and crowds, Chen Lin felt a warm feeling in his heart. Although he has been reborn, the mountain city is still his hometown. Seeing the people of his hometown proud of him, he is still very moved in his heart. As soon as the convoy stopped in front of the city government, Chen Lin saw a large group of familiar figures. Lin Jiangtao, the lord of Mountain City, was the first to come forward, with a smile brighter than flowers on his face. Chen Lin, the pride of our mountain city. Lin Jiangtao excitedly shook Chen Lin's hand. You've brought great honor to our mountain city. Behind Lin Jiangtao, the owners of all the major martial arts schools and the heads of several major forces and families in the mountain city all surrounded him. Young friend Chen Lin, I've long heard of your name. I'm Wang Qingshan, the owner of Qingshan Martial Arts School. Hello, Chen Lin. I'm Li Tianhua, the head of the Li family. I've been wanting to meet this genius of yours for a long time. My dear Chen, I'm Zhao Ming, the chairman of the Zhao Group. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. These big shots who usually call the shots in the mountain city are now all surrounding Chen Lin, their tone full of flattery and fawning. Chen Lin knew in his heart that these people wanted to make friends with him, a genius that had not been seen in Jiang province for a century. After all, the genius who is sought after by the Imperial Capital University will surely have limitless achievements in the future. Investing in Chen Lin now is paving the way for your own family and power. Faced with these people's enthusiasm, Chen Lin remained polite but did not make any promises. He knew that in the world of martial arts, strength was the root of everything. These people are being polite to me now simply because they see my potential. When you become truly strong, this relationship will naturally become more stable. But if you are not strong enough, these people will change their attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Therefore, the most important thing is to seize the time to improve your strength. After dealing with these bigwigs, Chen Lin politely declined their invitation to dinner and went straight home. His mind is now full of cultivation, and he has no time to attend any social events. When he opened the door, Chen Lin saw his parents and younger siblings watching TV in the living room. Brother is back. Chen Xiaoxue was the first to discover Chen Lin and ran over excitedly. Liner, you're back. Mother Li Mei also stood up, her face full of concern. Are you tired? Are you hungry? Mom and Dad, I have something to give you. Chen Lin didn't waste any words and directly took out several heavy bank cards from the storage ring. Here's 5 million. Take it and use it. Chen Lin placed the bank card on the coffee table. Also, there are these cultivation resources. Take them according to the instructions. They will be very beneficial to your health. As he spoke, he took out a few bottles of precious potions and some elixirs. These are the higher quality cultivation materials he bought with his bonus. Although they are of little help to his current realm, they are invaluable treasures to ordinary people. 5 million? Father Qin Jiangwo's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Liner, where did you get so much money? Mother Li Mei was so shocked that she was speechless. She had never seen so much money. Mom and Dad, I won first place in the training camp and received a reward of 10 million yuan. Chen Lin said calmly, you don't have to worry about me from now on. I am now capable of protecting myself and this family. 10 million? Chen Jiangwo and Li Mei looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. They knew that Chen Lin performed very well in the training camp, but they didn't expect that he would receive such a huge reward. 10 million. This figure is simply astronomical for an ordinary working-class family like theirs. My son has made it big. Li Mei's eyes welled up with tears of excitement. He really has made it big. Chen Jiangwo was so excited that he didn't know what to say. He just patted Chen Lin's shoulder hard. Seeing his parents' excitement, Chen Lin felt a warm feeling in his heart. In his previous life, he made his parents worry all their lives. In this life, he must let his parents live the best life. Brother, you are so awesome, said his younger brother Chen Xiaoming excitedly. Yes. I want to show off to my classmates that my elder brother is the #1 genius in Jiang province. Sister Chen Xiaoxue also jumped up with joy. Seeing the happy family, Chen Lin also showed a long-lost smile on his face. However, he knew now was not the time to relax. If he wants to protect his family and gain a foothold in this world where the strong are respected, he needs to become even stronger. Mom and Dad, I'm going to the martial arts gym to practice in seclusion for a while. Chen-Lin said seriously, I may not be home during this period, so you don't have to worry. Go, go. Li Mei said hurriedly, practice is important. We'll wait for you at home. Chen Jiangwo also nodded, son, just focus on your cultivation. You don't have to worry about the things at home. After saying goodbye to his family, Chen-Lin went straight to the martial arts gym in the west of the city. When the owner of the martial arts gym saw Chen-Lin, he immediately came up to him warmly. Chen-Lin, the pride of our mountain city. Just tell me what you want, it's all free. I want to rent your best retreat room. Chen-Lin said bluntly. No problem. The top-level retreat room usually costs 30,000 yuan a day. You can use it as long as you want, and it won't cost you a penny. The boss promised, patting his chest. Chen-Lin nodded and followed the boss's lead to the retreat room on the top floor. This is a spacious, enclosed room whose walls are inlaid with precious spiritual stones that can provide rich spiritual energy. There is a cushion in the center of the room, which is made of 1,000-year-old spiritual wood. Sitting on it to practice can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Very good. Chen-Lin nodded with satisfaction. For the next month, no one should disturb me. The boss nodded in agreement and left the retreat room. As the door closed, the entire retreat room fell into silence. Chen-Lin sat cross-legged on the cushion and took out the practice method of demon body from the storage ring. When I opened the cover, a strange smell hit me. The entire secret book is written in special ink, which sparkles under the stimulation of spiritual energy and appears mysterious. Chen-Lin read the cultivation method carefully, and his brows gradually furrowed. The demonic body is indeed an S-level body refining technique, and the difficulty of practicing it is indeed terrifying. Not only does it require the consumption of a large amount of precious resources, but the cultivation process is also extremely painful. Special methods are needed to temper every inch of flesh and blood in the body, completely expel the impurities in the body, and then reshape a stronger body. This process is like being reborn. If you are not careful, you will go crazy or even explode and die. However, Chen-Lin was not scared by these difficulties. He has the system in hand and plenty of shock value to use. No matter how difficult the technique is, you can practice it successfully with the help of the system. System, consume shock value to cultivate the heavenly demon body. Chen-Lin muttered to himself. Ding! Detected that the host wants to practice the S-level technique demon body, which requires 500,000 shock points. Confirm? 500,000 shock value. Chen-Lin was shocked. This consumption was indeed not small. However, he gained a lot of shock value in the training camp, and now the total shock value has exceeded 800,000, which is more than enough. Confirm. Ding. Start practicing demon body. As the system prompt sounded, Chen-Lin felt a surge of hot energy surging from his dantian and quickly flowing throughout his body. Immediately afterwards, unimaginable pain came. It was like countless steel needles piercing every cell in the body at the same time, and it was like a ball of fire burning in the blood vessels. Chen-Lin clenched his teeth, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. But he still persisted, allowing the pain to rage in his body. Because he could clearly feel that his body was undergoing amazing changes. The flesh and blood are being reorganized, the bones are being strengthened, and every cell is evolving towards a more perfect direction. As time passed, the changes in Chen-Lin became more and more obvious. The already strong muscles became even tighter, and mysterious black lines began to appear on the skin, exuding an eerie beauty. After 3 days and 3 nights, the pain finally disappeared. Chen-Lin slowly opened his eyes, feeling the powerful force surging in his body. Ding! Demon body has been cultivated to the minor success stage. The host's physical strength has increased by 300%. Minor success realm. Chen-Lin was ecstatic. He didn't expect that this time of seclusion he could cultivate the demonic body to a small degree of success. You know, according to the normal speed of cultivation, even for a gifted warrior, it would take at least 3 years to cultivate an S-level technique to a small degree of success. And it only took him 3 days. More importantly, his physical strength increased by 300%, which means that his physical strength alone is now 4 times that of before. Chen-Lin stood up and felt the surging power in his body. Now, even without using any martial arts, the power of just one punch from him is enough to smash a wall. Try the true power of the heavenly demon body. Chen Lin took a deep breath and began to practice his skills. As spiritual power surged, his body began to undergo amazing changes. His height soared from 1.8 meters to 10 feet, his muscles became strong and powerful, but the proportions were still perfect. The most shocking thing is that dark mysterious lines appeared on his skin. These lines intertwined together to form complex patterns with a strange beauty. The whole person looks like a demon from mythology. Mighty and domineering, yet with a hint of evil charm. This is the power of the heavenly demon body. Chen Lin felt the terrifying power surging in his body and his heart was filled with excitement. Right now, just standing there gave him a suffocating feeling of oppression. Moreover, this is not the full power of the demonic body. According to the records of martial arts, the heavenly demon body also has a terrifying secret technique, heavenly demon transformation. Chen Lin closed his eyes and began to activate the secret technique according to the description of the technique. In an instant, the power in the body began to run wildly. The blood is boiling, the muscles are swelling, and every cell is bursting out with terrifying energy. This is the power of the demonic transformation. In this state, he can unleash 10 times the normal strength. In other words, if he bursts out with all his strength now, his strength will be 40 times the original. Chapter 57. As the college entrance examination begins, geniuses emerge from all provinces. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Lin consolidated the results of his cultivation of the demonic body in the retreat room, and could feel the steady improvement of his physical strength every day. Today is the day of the college entrance examination. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Chen Lin walked out of the retreat room on time. The owner of the martial arts gym had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Chen Lin coming out, he immediately went to greet him. Chen Lin. Today is the college entrance examination. You must win glory for our mountain city. Chen Lin nodded, without saying anything more, and walked straight towards home. On the way, he met many students who were also taking the college entrance examination, and everyone looked at him with awe. After all, Chen Lin is now a legendary figure in the mountain city. When I got home, my parents had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Linner, today is the college entrance examination, you have to work hard, said her mother Li Mei with concern. Don't worry, Mom. Chen Lin smiled faintly, I will get the national top scorer. If these words were spoken by someone else, they would definitely be regarded as arrogant. But when Chen Lin said it, Li Mei and Chen Jiangwo both felt it was natural. After all, isn't it normal for a genius that even the Imperial Capital University actively recruits to become the top scorer in the country? After breakfast, Chen Lin prepared to go out with his school bag on his back. As soon as I walked to the door, I saw a familiar figure standing outside. Yi Lin Xue. The school belle of Shancheng No. 1 Middle School and also Chen Lin's classmate. Today she is wearing a white dress with long hair draped over her shoulders, looking pure and elegant, like a fairy walking out of a painting. Chen Lin. Yi Lin Xue saw Chen Lin coming out and walked over. Is there something wrong? Chen Lin asked calmly. Although Yi Lin Xue is indeed very beautiful, Chen Lin's mind is now completely focused on cultivation and he is not interested in these romantic affairs. I want to tell you about this year's college entrance examination. Yi Lin Xue said seriously, this year's college entrance examination is different from previous ones. It has real-time rankings. Real-time ranking? Chen Lin raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes. Yi Lin Xue nodded and explained, in previous years, the college entrance examinations were all graded uniformly, and the results and rankings were announced. But this year is different. The combat power of all candidates will be displayed in real time on the leaderboard. At the end of the exam, the one with the highest combat power will be the national champion. After hearing this, Chen Lin couldn't help but smile. Real-time ranking? Isn't this just giving yourself a shock value? Imagine how many people across the country would be shocked when his combat power data appeared at the top of the national rankings? Isn't the shock value still rolling in? It looks like this college entrance exam is going to be very interesting. Chen Lin smiled. Let's go to the exam room. When Yi Lin Xue saw the smile on Chen Lin's face, she felt inexplicably relieved. She knew how strong Chen Lin was, but she was still a little worried because this college entrance examination gathered the top talents in the country. However, seeing Chen Lin so confident, she felt that her worries might be unnecessary. The two walked towards the examination room. On the way, Yi Linchue took the initiative to explain the background of this college entrance examination. You know what? Now is the era of high-level martial arts. The competition for the college entrance examination is countless times more intense than before, Yi Linchue said as they walked. In recent years, there has been a unified national ranking. Whoever gets the top score is the true national top scorer and will be the focus of everyone's attention. Because of this, many talented people who could have been admitted to top universities choose to take the college entrance examination instead. Their purpose is not to go to college, but to become famous and gain more attention and resources. Chen Lin nodded to show his understanding. In this world where martial arts are respected, fame often means resources and opportunities. The benefits that can be brought by being the top student in the country are unimaginable. All major forces, families, and even countries will compete to win him over. Therefore, those geniuses would rather take the risk of taking the college entrance examination to compete for this position. I'm afraid those people will be disappointed, Chen Lin said lightly. Because this time, the national top scorer is destined to be his. Soon, the two arrived at the examination room. As one of the examination sites, Shancheng No. 1 Middle School has a large number of students and parents gathered at the gate. Seeing Chen Lin's figure, everyone's eyes were focused on him. It's Chen Lin, the pride of our mountain city. He's coming. He's really coming. Chen Lin, you must win the national championship. The students shouted excitedly, their eyes full of anticipation. The news that Chen Lin had become a legend in the mountain city had spread a long time ago, and everyone knew about his agreement with Imperial Capital University. If he can get the national top scorer, not only will he become famous, but the whole city will also benefit from it. Facing these expectant gazes, Chen Lin simply nodded and walked into the examination room. At the same time, examination centers across the country are also making preparations simultaneously. Imperial Capital. A young man in luxurious clothes stood at the gate of Imperial Capital No. 1 Middle School, surrounded by a group of young people with the same extraordinary temperament. I heard that there's a Chen Lin in Jiang Province, and he's said to be very powerful, the young man said disdainfully. He's the guy who cleared the secret realm, right? Someone nearby curled his lips. It was just good luck. Who knows what's going on? Ah, a bumpkin from a small town dares to be so arrogant? The young man sneered, today, I'll show him that there are always higher mountains out there. The young man's name is Wang Tianlong. He is a direct descendant of the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital. He has shown amazing talent in martial arts since he was a child. Among his peers in the imperial capital, his strength is definitely at the top. Magic City. A beautiful girl stood quietly at the entrance of the examination room, and the surrounding noise seemed to have nothing to do with her. She is the legendary genius of the Magic City, Su Lingyue. At the age of 18, he had already reached the 9th level of martial arts and was hailed as a genius that only appeared once in 100 years in the Demon City. Chen Lin? Su Lingyue whispered the name again, I hope you won't let me down. As a fellow genius, she was still somewhat curious about Chen Lin. After all, anyone who is actively recruited by the Imperial Capital University should not be too weak. Guangzhou. A burly young man was doing warm-up exercises before the exam, and every punch he threw was accompanied by a whistling sound. His name is Li Pujuan, the heir of the Li family, a martial arts family in Yangcheng, and is famous for his strong physique. Chen Lin, right? Li Pujuan flexed his fists. I want to see if your body is really that strong. Similar scenes are playing out across the country. Countless geniuses have heard of Chen Lin's deeds, but most people do not take it seriously. In their opinion, Chen Lin had just passed a simulated secret realm. What kind of ability was that? True strength must be tested in actual combat. Many hidden geniuses are waiting to see Chen Lin make a fool of himself and make a fool of himself in front of the whole country. 9 o'clock in the morning. The National College Entrance Examination has officially begun. What is different from previous years is that this year's college entrance examination will be broadcast live nationwide by a special television station. Countless viewers sat in front of their TVs, waiting for the start of this battle of geniuses. The host of the live broadcast room was the famous martial arts commentator Zhang Ming, who excitedly introduced the situation of this college entrance examination. Hello everyone. I'm Zhang Ming, and welcome to the 2024 National College Entrance Examination live broadcast. This year's college entrance examination uses a brand new real-time ranking mode. The battle power of all candidates will be displayed in real time on the big screen. Now, let's take a look at the talented contestants. Following Zhang Ming's introduction, the big screen began to display information about the top talents in each province. The representative of the imperial capital, Wang Tianlong. A warrior at the peak of the 8th level, a direct descendant of the Wang family, and extremely powerful. The representative of the demon city, Su Lingyue. A warrior of the 9th level, a genius that the demon city only sees once in a century. Yangqing's representative, Li Pujuan. An 8th level warrior, known for his physical strength. Familiar names appeared on the screen one after another, each of them was a legendary genius from their respective provinces. Chapter 58, 6th level perfect combat power. National champion. After the college entrance examination began, examination halls across the country immediately became bustling. On the live broadcast screen, the battle power rankings began to jump wildly. First place, Demon City Li Hua, combat power 4,200 points. No, he's been surpassed. Zhang Chang from the imperial capital, his combat power is 4,350 points. The host, Zhang Ming, was a little excited. The exam has just begun, and the first place finisher has already reached the 4th level of perfection. This is simply incredible. However, this record was soon broken. Wang Lei from Yangchang, combat power 4,680 points, the new number 1. No! Demon City Su Lingyue has taken action, with a combat power of 5,200 points. Directly breaking through to the 5th level. The barrage in the live broadcast room completely exploded. Level 5? Are these geniuses all monsters? I remember last year's top pick only had 4,800 combat power points. What's going on this year? It's terrifying. The quality of this year's candidates is too high. Countless viewers were stunned. In the examination room, Chen Lin quietly observed the situation around him. The other candidates walked towards the testing machine one after another, bursting out with all their strength. Whenever someone showed amazing combat power, the entire examination room would be filled with exclamations. Chen Lin nodded secretly in his heart. These geniuses were indeed good, much better than the peers he had met in his previous life. It seems that the development of martial arts in this world is indeed more prosperous. However, what they encountered was their reborn selves. This is destined to be a game without suspense. The rankings on the big screen are still changing wildly. Imperial capital King Tianlong, combat power 5,450 points. Yangchang Li Pujuan, combat power 5,380 points. Sichuan Province Zhao Wuji, combat power 5,520 points. Zhang Ming's voice was already a little hoarse. Dear audience, this is simply a miracle. In just half an hour, more than a dozen candidates have broken through to the 5th level. What's going on this class? Why are there so many geniuses? Has the legendary Golden Age really arrived? Not only the host was shocked, but the audience across the country was stunned. According to the situation in previous years, it would be considered good if there were 3 or 5 candidates with 5th level combat power. But this year, so many showed up in just half an hour. Just when everyone thought this was the limit, something even more terrifying happened. Oh my god! Lin Tian from Sichuan Province, combat power 6,100 points. Early stage of level 6. The entire live broadcast room was silent for a second, and then erupted into an unprecedented noise. Level 6? Am I seeing right? An 18-year-old 6th level warrior? Is he still a human? Golden Age, this is definitely a golden age. The early stage of the 6th level is a symbol of top talent in any era. You know, many adult warriors cannot reach the 6th level in their entire lives. And now, an 18-year-old candidate has reached this level. In examination halls across the country, countless candidates despaired after seeing this data. They originally wanted to compete for the top few places, but facing the 6th level combat power, there was no hope at all. It's over. What's the point of playing when we encounter a monster like this? Level 6. Did this guy take some magic medicine? This year's top scorer is undoubtedly Lin Tian. In the Imperial Capital Examination Hall, Wang Tianlong looked at the big screen and his face turned ugly. He was originally full of confidence and felt that his 5,450 combat power points were strong enough. But faced with the terrifying data of 6,100 points, he could only smile bitterly. Early stage of the 6th stage. I'm still a long way off. Su Lingyue in the examination hall of Magic City also frowned. Her combat power is indeed good, but she is still some distance away from the 6th level. It seems that we will have to come in second this year, Su Lingyue said in a low voice. Li Pujuan from Yangqing even sat directly on the ground. Why are we still taking this test? Just admit defeat. Audiences from all over the country believe that there is no suspense about who will be the top scorer this time. Lin Tian topped the list with a combat power of 6,100 points, more than 500 points ahead of the second place. This gap is almost insurmountable. Where is Chen Lin from Jiang Province? Hasn't he appeared yet? An audience member asked. I guess he's given up. Who would dare to take action against a monster like this? I told you, there's no way Jiang Province could produce any geniuses. It must be hype. It didn't even make the top 100. Is this what they call a once-in-a-century event? It's hilarious. Indeed, a long time has passed and Chen Lin's name has not appeared in the top 100 list. This makes many people more convinced that Jiang Province is just hyping it up and trying to get attention. After all, how could Jiang Province produce a genius who surpasses the imperial capital and the Magic City? This is totally unrealistic. It seems that there is really no one in Jiang Province who dares to call anyone a genius. I guess you haven't even reached level 5 yet, so you don't dare to take the test? It's really embarrassing. I might as well not have come. There was more and more ridicule on the internet, and everyone thought that Chen Lin was just a fake genius. In the examination room in the mountain city, Chen Lin sat quietly in the corner, watching other candidates complete the test one by one. He was not in a hurry because he knew that the real fun was at the end. If we act now, the shocking effect will not be strong enough. He can achieve the greatest shock value by waiting until most people have finished the test and think that the dust has settled before taking action. Time passed by minute, and the exam entered the final stage. Yi Linxue walked towards the testing machine. She took a deep breath and attacked with all her strength. Bang! With a loud bang, the combat power data was displayed on the testing machine. 4,150 points. Applause broke out throughout the examination room. The 4th level perfect combat power is already very good. When Yi Linxue saw her results, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. During these 10 days, she broke through to the 4th level and her combat power increased a lot. Her combat power of 4,150 points puts her in the top 200 in the country, which means she has a chance to enter Imperial Capital University. For an ordinary student, this is a huge achievement. After Yi Linxue finished the test, she turned and looked at Chen Lin. Chen Lin, it's your turn. Chen Lin nodded and slowly stood up. At this point, most of the candidates in the examination room have completed the test. Only Chen Lin and a few other candidates had not made a move yet. Seeing that Chen Lin was finally about to take the test, everyone in the examination room turned their eyes to him. Although there are many doubts about Chen Lin on the internet, everyone in the mountain city still has expectations for him. After all, this is a genius from their mountain city. Chen Lin, come on. Let those people see the strength of our mountain city. Hearing these words of encouragement, Chen Lin's mouth corners slightly raised. He walked towards the testing machine and slowly raised his right fist under everyone's expectant gaze. At this time, the live camera also turned to the Mountain City Examination Center. Dear audience, what we are seeing now is the examination hall in the mountain city of Jiang Province. The controversial Chen Lin is finally going to take action. Zhang Ming's voice rang out. Let's see how strong he is. Countless audiences across the country were staring at the screen, waiting for Chen Lin's performance. Some people are looking forward to it, some are questioning it, and some are mocking it. But no matter what, everyone's attention was focused on Chen Lin. Chen Lin took a deep breath and felt the surging power in his body. He did not use the demonic body, nor did he use any secret techniques. It was just an ordinary punch, but this punch condensed all his basic strength. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the entire test machine vibrated violently. The numbers jumped wildly on the screen, and finally stopped at a number that no one could believe. 6,999 points. 6th level perfection. The entire examination room fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened, unable to believe the numbers they saw. 6,999 combat power points, this is infinitely close to the 7th level. This number is 900 points higher than the previous number 1 Lin Tian. What is the concept? This is no longer a gap, but a crushing victory. The live broadcast room completely exploded. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like raindrops, and everyone was sending exclamation marks frantically. Oh my god. 69.99 points? 6th level perfection. Is this guy a monster? What about those people who questioned Chen Lin? Does their face hurt? This happens once in 100 years in Zhejiang province? This must be once in 1,000 years. The host, Zhang Ming, was so excited that he was incoherent. This is simply a miracle. 6,999 points of combat power. Student Chen Lin directly topped the list. And this gap in combat power is truly terrifying. The moment the system prompt sounded, Chen Lin knew that he had gained a huge amount of shock value. Ding! Gain shock value plus 50,000. Ding! Gain shock value plus 30,000. Ding! Gain shock value plus 80,000. Countless shock value prompts sounded in his mind, and Chen Lin nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, taking action at this time will have the best effect. Audiences across the country were shocked by his fighting prowess, and the shock value was simply rolling in. In examination halls across the country, those geniuses who had previously shown disdain now stood with their mouths wide open, speechless. Wang Tianlong looked at the numbers on the big screen and was completely dumbfounded. 6,999 points? How is this possible? Su Lingyue's eyes were also wide open, and her face was full of shock. 6th level perfection, and he's only 18. Li Pujuan even knelt directly on the ground. I still want to compete with him in physical strength? Am I crazy? Lin Tian, who was previously ranked first, shook his head with a wry smile after seeing Chen Lin's fighting power. Defeated, completely defeated. 6,100 points and 6,999 points are not on the same level at all. The early 6th stage that he was proud of was like a child playing house in front of Chen Lin. The national live broadcast lasted for a full 3 hours, but from the moment Chen Lin took action, the ranking list never changed. Because no one can surpass the terrifying combat power of 6,999 points. When the bell rang, signaling the official end of the exam, Zhang Ming excitedly announced, "The 2024 National College Entrance Examination is over. Let us congratulate Chen Lin from Shancheng, Jiangxi Province, for winning the top spot in the national exam with a combat power of 6,999 points. This is an unprecedented record. A perfect 6th-order combat capability. This will go down in the history of the college entrance examination." Chapter 59, Heading to Imperial Capital University. 6,999 combat power points, 6th level completed. The whole country was shocked like never before. Compared to the previous rumors, this time it was broadcast live nationwide, and tens of millions of viewers saw with their own eyes that Chen Lin rushed to the first place and crushed all the geniuses with his terrifying 6th level perfect combat power. That kind of overwhelming suppression deeply shocked everyone. The internet completely exploded. Oh my god. What did I just see? 6,999 combat power points? Am I seeing things? Where are those people who said Chen Lin was a fake genius? Come out and get beaten. This is something that only happens once in 100 years in Zhejiang province? This is something that only happens once in 10,000 years. It's so scary. What kind of monster is this Chen Lin? Countless discussions fermented on the internet, and Chen Lin's name spread throughout the country in an instant. In the mountain city, the whole city was boiling. On the streets and alleys, everyone was discussing Chen Lin's feat. Our mountain town has produced a national top scholar. He's also the top scholar in the country who has reached the 6th level of perfection. Chen Lin is the pride of our mountain city. The municipal government held a meeting overnight and decided to hold a grand celebration ceremony for Chen Lin. The Jiangxi provincial government was even more excited. The governor personally convened an emergency meeting. Chen Lin has brought honor to our Jiang province and must be rewarded. Prepare the best training resources immediately. We can't let such a genius get discouraged. Soon, a team composed of senior officials from Jiang province rushed to the mountain city overnight. They brought with them countless precious cultivation resources. 100 top-grade spirit stones, 10 bottles of 6th-grade elixirs, and various rare body refining materials. More importantly, they also brought an S-level martial art Heavenly Demon Fist. This martial art is a perfect match for the demonic body that Chen Lin is cultivating, and is one of the inherited martial arts of the demonic clan. Student Chen Lin, these are rewards from the province. Li Jianguo, president of the Jiangxi Province Martial Arts Association, personally handed the things to Chen Lin. We discovered the heavenly demon fist from ancient ruins, and it's a perfect match for your body refining technique. Chen Lin took the resources and nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, when you become stronger, all good things will come to you. He had practiced the heavenly demon fist in his previous life, and it was indeed the best martial art to complement the heavenly demon body. With this martial arts book, his combat effectiveness can be improved to a higher level. Thank you for the province's concern. I will not let you down. Chen Lin said politely. Li Jianguo excitedly shook Chen Lin's hand and said, practice hard, and you will be the pride of our Jiang province in the future. In sharp contrast to the cheers from Jiang province is the frustration of geniuses from other provinces. In the Imperial Capital Examination Hall, Wang Tianlong looked at the rankings on the big screen, his face looking extremely ugly. 12th place. He is a direct descendant of one of the 4 great families in the Imperial Capital, yet he is only ranked 12th. And the gap between him and the first place is as much as 1,500 combat power points. Even if he practiced for 10 years, he might not be able to catch up with this gap. 6th level perfection. What kind of monster is this Chen Lin? Wang Tianlong said, gritting his teeth. His pride was completely crushed. From childhood to adulthood, he has always been the best among his peers. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? In the examination hall of the Magic City, Su Lingyue's face also looked unhappy. The 5th place result was already very good for ordinary people, but for a genius like her, it was a shame. 6th level perfection, the gap between him and me is so huge. Su Lingyue said in a low voice. She thought she was already at the top among her peers, but now she realized that she was still far behind. Li Pujuan from Yangcheng collapsed directly to the ground. 18th place. The physical strength that he was proud of was like a child in front of Chen Lin. How can there be a genius of this level? Li Pujuan muttered to himself, his eyes full of despair. The one who suffered the most was Lin Tian from Sichuan province. He originally thought that his initial 6th level combat power was strong enough and that he was almost certain to win the top spot. As a result, Chen Lin made one move and sent him straight from heaven to hell. The 2nd place and the 1st place seem to be only 1 place apart, but in fact there is a world of difference. Being the top student in the country means countless glory and resources, while the 2nd place winner can only silently endure the bitterness of failure. 6,100 points and 6,999 points, they are not on the same level at all. Lin Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Only now did he understand what true genius was. The appearance of Chen Lin made everyone understand a truth. A true genius is someone who can crush his peers. On the internet, all the voices that had previously questioned Chen Lin disappeared. Instead, there were countless praises and shocks. I was wrong, Chen Lin is indeed a true genius. 6th level perfection, this is beyond the scope of genius. An extraordinary figure has emerged in Jiang province. What about those people who said that Jiang province couldn't possibly produce a genius? Does it hurt? The entire network was shocked by Chen Lin's performance. At the Imperial Capital University, Vice President Zhao Yunfei was laughing in his office. I told you. I've long seen that he has more potential than this. Zhao Yunfei said to his colleagues proudly, you doubted my judgment back then, but how are you doing now? A national champion who has achieved perfection at the 6th level. Such a talent is hard to come by in a century. We at Imperial Capital University have truly found a treasure this time. The other professors looked at Zhao Yunfei with envy. Being able to recruit such a genius is definitely a huge achievement. Vice President Zhao, your vision is truly sharp. This Chen Lin will definitely have a bright future. Our school is going to be famous this time. Zhao Yunfei waved his hands. Although he spoke modestly, he couldn't hide the smug look on his face. Prepare the best rewards and acceptance letters immediately. Zhao Yunfei ordered. We must pay attention to such talents. Also, arrange the best dormitory and tutor for him. Yes. The secretary went to handle it immediately. Soon, the special rewards of Imperial Capital University were ready. In addition to the regular admission letter, there are additional scholarships and training resources. More importantly, the school also specially arranged a Martial King-level instructor for Chen Lin. Even the top scorers in the country have never enjoyed such treatment. A few days have passed, but the enthusiasm for the college entrance examination has not subsided. Chen Lin's name frequently appeared in major media across the country, making him a real celebrity. The admission process for top universities has officially begun. On this day, the postman came to Chen Lin's door. "Student Chen Lin, here's your admission letter." Chen Lin opened the envelope and found a beautifully crafted admission letter inside. Imperial University Special Enrollment Admission Notice. A few large golden characters sparkled, appearing particularly solemn. In addition to the acceptance letter, there is also a list of awards. A scholarship of 100,000 yuan, 50 high-quality spirit stones, and guidance from a dedicated tutor. Chen Lin was a little surprised by these treatments. It seems that Imperial Capital University really values him. "Son, are you really going to the capital?" Mother Li Mei said with tears in her eyes. Although she was proud of Chen Lin's achievements, she still felt reluctant to let her son leave home. "Mom, Imperial Capital University is the best university in the country. I have to go." Chen Lin comforted her, "I will come back to see you often." His father, Chen Jiangwo, patted Chen Lin on the shoulder and said, "Go, son. A man should have great ambitions. Practice hard in the capital and don't bring shame to our mountain city." Chen Lin nodded. He looked at his younger brother Chen Chang and his younger sister Chen Xiaoyu, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. In his previous life, he was alone and had no warmth of family. In this life, he must protect this family. "Brother, you must come back early." Chen Xiaoyu hugged Chen Lin's legs and was unwilling to let go. "Brother, don't forget us when you get to the imperial capital." Chen Chang was also a little reluctant. "Don't worry, brother will be back soon." Chen Lin touched the heads of the two little guys. After resting for a few days, Chen Lin packed his luggage and prepared to go to the imperial capital. Chapter 60, New students enroll and choose their dormitories. After traveling for more than 10 hours, the train finally arrived at the imperial capital. As he walked out of the station, Chen Lin was shocked by the scene before him. The capital is worthy of being the capital of China. It is full of tall buildings, busy traffic, and exudes a prosperous atmosphere everywhere. The most important thing is that the concentration of spiritual energy here is several times higher than that in the mountain city. Just by breathing, Chen Lin could feel the spiritual energy flowing in his body, which was extremely beneficial for the practice of a warrior. This is the imperial capital. Chen Lin sighed in his heart. No wonder the imperial capital can cultivate so many geniuses. The training environment alone is unmatched by other cities. Chen Lin hailed a taxi and went directly to Imperial Capital University. Along the way, he saw countless warriors walking on the streets. Most of these warriors have extraordinary auras, and any one of them has the strength of the 3rd or 4th level. In the mountain city, such warriors are already considered masters, but in the imperial capital, they can be seen everywhere. It is indeed a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are present. Chen Lin nodded secretly. Soon, the taxi stopped at the gate of Imperial Capital University. Looking up, a magnificent gate comes into view. The 4 golden characters Imperial Capital University sparkled in the sun, revealing endless majesty. On both sides of the gate, huge stone lions stand quietly, giving people a solemn and dignified feeling. As soon as Chen Lin walked to the door, he heard a familiar voice. "Chen Lin?" He turned around and found Ji Linxue standing not far away with a surprised expression on her face. "Lin Shui? You were also admitted?" Chen Lin was a little surprised. Yi Linxue nodded. "I made it into the top 200, just enough to get into Imperial Capital University." "That's great. Now I have some acquaintances at school." The two walked into the campus together. The campus of Imperial Capital University is even larger than Chen Lin had imagined. Various classical and modern buildings are perfectly integrated, and lush trees are everywhere. The most striking thing is that students practicing Falun Gong can be seen everywhere on campus. Some were practicing martial arts, some were meditating, and some were fighting. The rich cultivation atmosphere made Chen Lin very satisfied. This is what a top martial arts academy should look like. Following the instructions, the two came to the new student registration office. Hundreds of new students have gathered here, and everyone is queuing up to complete the admission procedures. Chen Lin carefully observed the freshmen around him. As expected of the Imperial Capital University, every freshman is very strong. Most of them have the strength of the 3rd level, and a few have even reached the 4th level. In other schools, these people are considered geniuses. But at Imperial Capital University, he is just an ordinary freshman. While queuing, Chen Lin heard the freshmen around him whispering. I heard that we have a national champion in this class. Really? The one who reached the 6th level of perfection? Yes, that's him. I wonder which handsome guy he is. I'm so lucky to be classmates with the top student in the country. Chen Lin listened to these discussions and laughed in his heart. It seems that his reputation has indeed spread. Soon it was Chen Lin's turn to go through the formalities. When the staff saw Chen Lin's name, their eyes immediately lit up. Student Chen Lin? Are you this year's top scorer in the national exam? Yes. Chen Lin nodded. Great. The school leaders have specifically instructed us to prioritize your application. The staff's attitude became particularly enthusiastic and they quickly processed various procedures for Chen Lin. The admission procedures were completed quickly. After Yi Linxue finished the formalities, the two of them walked out of the registration office together. Are we going to choose a dormitory next? Yi Linxue asked. That should be the case. Chen Lin nodded. Just then, a voice came from behind. Dude, you guys are freshmen too, right? Chen Lin turned around and saw a sunny-looking boy walking towards him. The boy looked very familiar and had a bright smile on his face. My name is Zhang Chang, and I'm from Guangzhou. What about you? Chen Lin, Mountain City. Yi Linxue, also from a mountain city. Mountain City? Isn't that far away? Zhang Chang was a little surprised. But you must be very talented to be able to get into Daidi University. My combat power is 4,500 points, which is pretty good in our Yangchang. Chen Lin nodded without saying anything more. 4,500 points of combat power is indeed good, and it has reached the middle stage of the 4th level. By the way, do you know about the dormitory? Zhang Chang asked. Chen Lin shook his head. I'm not sure, isn't it allocated directly? Ha, it seems you are indeed freshmen. Zhang Chang laughed. The Imperial Capital University doesn't assign dormitories directly. How do we distribute it? Yi Linxue asked curiously. Zhang Chang smiled mysteriously. This is the tradition of Imperial Capital University. You have to fight for your own dormitory. Rob? Chen Lin raised his eyebrows. Yes. Zhang Chang nodded. Do you see the dormitory area over there? He pointed to a group of buildings in the distance. Chen Lin looked and found that the dormitory area was divided into several parts. There are ordinary dormitory buildings as well as villas that look luxurious. The worst ones are the 8-person dormitories, which are where most freshmen live, Zhang Chang explained. Then there are the 4-person dormitories and double rooms. The best ones are the single-person villas. If you want to live in a good dormitory, you have to rely on your ability. If you think you're strong enough, you can challenge the owner of any dormitory. If you win, you can move in. After hearing this, Chen Lin immediately became interested. This rule is very interesting and fully reflects the characteristics of the world of warriors. It is natural that the strong have better resources. Who lives in the best dormitory? Chen Lin asked. Villa 001. A trace of awe flashed in Zhang Chang's eyes. That's the dormitory for the strongest third-year student. The strongest junior? Yes. Imperial Capital University's Martial Arts Academy is a 3-year program. The strongest third-year student is called Li Jian, whose combat power has reached the early 7th level. Zhang Chang's voice was filled with shock. 7th level. That's a martial artist. In the entire Imperial Capital University, only a few instructors can surpass him. Yi Linxue couldn't help but gasp when she heard this. A 7th level martial artist is already a very terrifying existence. Even the mayor of their mountain city is only at the 8th level of combat power. It is truly shocking that a student has the strength of the 7th level. Want to challenge Li Jian? Zhang Chang shook his head. Unless it's a senior who has already graduated and returned, no one would dare. Even the strongest sophomores wouldn't dare challenge him. Chen Lin listened to these introductions without any ripple in his heart. Early 7th stage? Although it is good, it is far from enough. With his current strength, it would be easy for him to deal with a martial artist at the early 7th stage. Let's go and take a look at the dormitory area. Chen Lin said. The three of them walked towards the dormitory area together. The dormitory area is very lively, with freshmen everywhere choosing their dormitories. Most of the freshmen consciously chose multi-person dormitories, and only a few stronger freshmen challenged some double rooms. But few succeed, and most are defeated by the original residents. It seems that it is really not easy to live in a good dormitory. Yi Linshu sighed. Just then, a senior student walked onto the stage. Hello freshmen, I'm from the student union. Dormitory selection will begin now. The rules are simple. Just challenge any dorm you want. If you win, it's yours. But I would like to remind everyone to act within your ability. As soon as the words fell, the freshmen began to take action. Most people flocked to the multi-person dormitories, and only a few challenged the better dormitories. At this moment, Chen Lin suddenly spoke. I want to challenge Villa number 001. The sound was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. The entire dormitory area fell silent in an instant. Everyone looked at Chen Lin in shock, their eyes full of disbelief. What? Someone wants to challenge Villa 001? Is this freshman crazy? Villa 001 is Senior Li Jian's territory. A freshman dares to challenge the strongest junior? Discussions came like a tide, and everyone thought Chen Lin was crazy. Zhang Chang even grabbed Chen Lin's arm and said, Dude, are you crazy? That's a 7th level martial artist. You're only at level 6, how could you possibly defeat me? Everyone was stunned when they heard Zhang Chang's words. Level 6? This freshman has level 6 strength? Wait, a freshman of the 6th level, could it be? Suddenly, someone reacted. Are you Chen Lin? Chen Lin, the national #1 scholar? Chen Lin nodded, yes, I am Chen Lin. Boom! The entire dormitory area was completely blown up. He's truly the top scorer in the country. The Chen Lin who has reached the 6th level. Oh my god, I saw the real champion. All the freshmen were extremely excited and gathered around. But after hearing that Chen Lin was going to challenge Villa number 001, everyone's expressions became complicated again. So what if he's the top scorer? Senior Li Jian is a 7th level martial artist. The gap between the 6th level perfection and the 7th level initial stage is still huge. This Chen Lin is still too young and doesn't know his own limitations. Faced with everyone's doubts, Chen Lin just smiled faintly. I've made up my mind. Who can help me contact Li Jian? The senior student from the student union walked over with a complicated expression. Student Chen Lin, are you sure you want to challenge Senior Li Jian? Sure. Chen Lin's voice was firm. Okay. I'll go inform him right away. Soon, the news spread throughout the Imperial Capital University. The national #1 student is going to challenge the strongest junior. The freshman is going to challenge the 7th level martial artist. This news was like a bombshell, causing the whole school to boil. Countless students came from all directions, wanting to witness the duel with their own eyes. Even some instructors were alarmed and came to watch the game. The whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone thought that Chen Lin was crazy. So what if he is the top scorer in the country? He was facing the strongest third-year student. That is a 7th level martial artist. Chapter 61, Challenge the Rules, Be Among the Top 100. Did I hear correctly? Is this freshman crazy? He's probably lost his mind. Does he really think that just because he's the top scorer in the national exam, he can walk all over the Imperial Capital University? Too arrogant. You simply don't know your place. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, and almost everyone felt that Chen Lin was asking for trouble. What a joke! Who among those who can come to our Imperial Capital University is not a well-known top talent in his hometown? A sophomore crossed his arms with a disdainful sneer on his lips. That's right. Not to mention a freshman, even the top scorers in previous years would have to behave themselves when they first arrived. Senior Li Jian earned his reputation through numerous tough battles. Who does he think he is? Just wait and see, this kid is definitely going to end up in disgrace today. Almost no one is optimistic about Chen Lin. The aura of the top national scorer, while dazzling, is not unique in a place like Imperial Capital University, where so many geniuses gather. Past prodigies have proven with their own strength that Gaokao scores don't fully reflect one's future potential. The true competition begins the moment one enters the university. Zhang Chang, who was standing next to Chen Lin, was completely confused at this moment. He opened his mouth wide, feeling that his brain was not enough. Who could have imagined that the seemingly ordinary guy who had been chatting happily with me just a moment ago was actually the legendary 6th-level perfect national champion? The shock of this news had not yet passed, and Chen Lin's next move made him even more frightened. Challenge Li Jian? He couldn't believe his ears. Zhang Chang thought this new friend was going to be embarrassed today. Although he was a freshman, he had done his homework and was well aware of the depths of Imperial Capital University. Those already famous sophomores and juniors were no pushovers, with impressive accomplishments and extraordinary skills. A freshman, even if he is the national top scorer, is still far from being comparable to them. He subconsciously wanted to say something to persuade him, but when he saw Chen Lin's calm and determined profile, he swallowed the words back. On the other side of the crowd, Yilin Xue's heart was in her throat. She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. From her understanding of Chen Lin, he never did anything he was not sure of. From Shanchang to Jiang Province, Chen Lin created miracles again and again, breaking everyone's cognition. But this is Imperial Capital University. Before coming here, she had carefully researched the profiles of the most influential figures at Imperial Capital University. Every top-ranked genius possessed exceptional strength and a formidable combat record. This was especially true of Li Jian, the third-year student who occupied Villa 001 and was hailed as one of the strongest students of the past decade. Yilin Xue believed that if Chen Lin was given more time, he would definitely be able to surpass these people. But not now. He has just started school and is not familiar with anything in the school. It is too impulsive to challenge it rashly. Chen Lin. She couldn't help but speak and wanted to call him. However, Chen Lin seemed to have eyes behind his back and just waved his hand gently, indicating that she didn't need to worry. This simple action reveals an unquestionable confidence. Yilin Xue looked at his back, feeling mixed emotions, and ultimately she could only choose to believe him. At this moment, Chen Lin didn't care at all about the shocked, sarcastic, or worried looks around him. His heart was as calm as water, and he was even a little excited. Challenging the dormitory is certainly not just for a good living environment. More importantly, the ranking of the dormitories is directly related to the resources available at Imperial Capital University. The higher the ranking, the more training resources, credits, and attention from instructors the school will allocate. This is the gu-raising training model of Imperial University, where only the strongest can enjoy the best treatment. In his previous life, he relied on his absolute strength to push forward all the way and obtain the most resources, which enabled him to rise rapidly. In this life, he naturally wants to replicate this path. Moreover, there is an even more important reason. Chen Lin could clearly feel that as his words fell, waves of faint spiritual fluctuations gathered from all directions. It was shock, disbelief, and curiosity. These emotions are the source of the system's shock value. Looking around, this place is home to the most talented freshmen from all over the country, as well as many strong senior students. This is simply a lush field of leeks waiting to be harvested. Once the challenge is successful, the shock value it can provide will definitely be an unimaginable astronomical figure. How could he miss this opportunity? Just as the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak and everyone was waiting to see how Li Jian would respond, the student union officer in charge of the meeting finally came back to his senses from his shock. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, walked quickly to the podium, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "Dear students, please be quiet." He looked around, his gaze finally landing on Chen Lin. With a complicated expression, he said, "Student Chen Lin, your courage is commendable. However, challenging the dormitory has its own rules and restrictions." "Oh? What rules?" Chen Lin raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. The student union officer took a deep breath and explained loudly, "In the dormitory area of our Imperial Capital University Martial Arts Academy, the resources are clearly divided into different levels. The best ones are the 10 single-family villas numbered 001 to 010, which are reserved for the top 10 strongest people in the entire school. Secondly, there are single-room suite dormitories numbered 011 to 100, which are provided to the top 100 students. As for all students ranked below 100, they live in ordinary dormitories ranging from 4 to 8 people." His voice echoed in the square, giving all the freshmen a clearer understanding of the school rules. Then, he changed the subject and said solemnly, "The rules of the challenge are that if you want to challenge a dormitory in a higher area, you must first gain a foothold in the area of the next level. In other words..." He paused and looked directly at Chen Lin. To challenge for the top 10 single-family villas, the challenger must first rely on their strength to enter the top 100 and own a single suite of their own. Chapter 62, It's not arrogance, it's strength. What an ignorant brat. He really thinks that just because he's the top scorer in the national exam, he can look down on us seniors? This is Imperial University, not that little place where he can command everyone's respect. Many sophomores and juniors who had rushed over after hearing the news, originally just there to watch the fun, now had undisguised sneer and disdain on their faces. In their eyes, Chen Lin's behavior was no longer confident, but arrogant. Imperial University is a place where talented individuals are everywhere. Each class of geniuses needs a full year of hard work and competition before they can gain a firm foothold in the school. A freshman who just arrived wants to rise to the top and challenge the authority of the entire senior class? That's a joke. Interesting, really interesting. It seems we need to teach this top-scoring junior what it means to respect seniors. A tall and strong-looking sophomore crossed his arms, with a dangerous smile on his lips. Several people around him also echoed. That's right. If I don't give him a warning, he'll really think he's invincible. Let him pick anyone, and I promise to beat him so badly that even his mother won't recognize him. The shouting continued one after another. The confidence of these veterans is not unfounded. Although the overall strength of this class of freshmen was good, the vast majority of them were still at the late fourth stage. Only a few top talents barely touched the threshold of the fifth stage. As for the sixth level, apart from the monster Chen Lin, there is only one genius in the early sixth level. Unfortunately, he went to the neighboring Shuimu University and became a future rival of the Imperial Capital University. It can be said that among the new students, Chen Lin is unique. But looking at the entire sophomore year, the situation is completely different. After a whole year of being baptized by the terrifying resources and high-intensity competition of Imperial Capital University, the sophomores have generally reached the perfection of the fifth level, and the best among them have even broken through to the early stage of the sixth level. In their view, Chen Lin, the national champion who had achieved the sixth level of perfection, although formidable, was unlikely to gain any advantage against the top sophomores. Furthermore, he was still an inexperienced freshman. Chen Lin seemed oblivious to the increasingly loud shouting and sarcasm around him. His eyes swept calmly over the sophomores who were shouting the loudest. There was no anger in his eyes, only a kind of indifference as if he was examining his prey. In his opinion, these people are just tools for him to gain shock value. He ignored these clowns and walked straight through the crowd to several middle-aged men who had been standing on the sidelines observing with a calm demeanor. These people are the instructors of the Martial Arts Academy. Hello, instructors. Chen Lin bowed slightly, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. I'd like to ask, according to the rules, what is the highest number I can challenge now? The instructors exchanged glances. One of them, who looked more serious, pushed his glasses and said, "The rules are simple. Aside from the top 10 single-family villas, you can now challenge any of the single-room suites numbered 11 to 100. His voice was clear and emotionless, just stating the facts. However, the other instructor next to him, who looked kinder, couldn't help but frown. He looked Chen Lin up and down, with a hint of admiration in his eyes, but more of worry. Chen Lin, right, he said gently. Being young and energetic is a good thing, and so is being driven. But sometimes, being too ambitious can lead to setbacks. The instructor gave a serious reminder: the school's dormitory challenge is no ordinary competition. To encourage competition among students, the rules are very open. Aside from not causing loss of life and not using weapons of mass destruction, all other methods are permitted. If you get hurt, even if you sustain incurable injuries, you're solely responsible. I advise you to think twice before taking action. Start by challenging the lower-ranked dormitories first. Steady and cautious is the right approach. These words can be said to be golden advice. Everyone present, including the senior students who mocked Chen Lin, felt that what the instructor said made sense. The safest strategy for a freshman, even the top scorer, is to first challenge a dormitory ranked in the 90s, ensuring they can get into the top 100, securing a single suite and the corresponding resources. Then, slowly build up your skills and climb up step by step. This is the smartest and most normal approach. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Lin, waiting for his choice. Zhang Chang and Yi Linshua's hearts were in their throats. They also hoped that Chen Lin could listen to his mentor's advice and not be so impulsive. However, after hearing these words, Chen Lin showed a faint smile on his face. He nodded to the instructor who had kindly reminded him to express his gratitude. Then he turned around and glanced at the rows of dormitory numbers in the distance that represented glory and strength. His voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present clearly, with an unquestionable determination. Thank you for the reminder, Master. However, it's too troublesome to challenge something like this over and over again. If you want to challenge, just challenge the highest one allowed by the rules. He raised his hand and pointed to the top of the single suite area, the number second only to the 10th villa. I, Chen Lin, challenge the owner of dormitory number 011. Boom. If everything before was just a prelude, then this sentence was a real thunderclap, exploding in everyone's mind. The entire square fell into deathly silence in an instant. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone opened their eyes wide, opened their mouths, and stared at Chen Lin as if he were a monster. The expressions on the faces of those sophomores who were originally sneering and clamoring to teach Chen Lin a lesson seemed to be frozen at this moment, which was extremely exciting. Their mouths were half open, and it felt like there was a fishbone stuck in their throats, and they couldn't utter a word. Number 11? Is he going to challenge number 11? Does he know what number 11 means? After a brief silence, the crowd completely exploded. He's crazy. This freshman is completely crazy. Number 11. That's Senior Zhou Tao's dormitory. Oh my god. Senior Zhou Tao, he's the most recognized sophomore in our class. A terrifying mid-level 6th order existence. A freshman is actually going to challenge the strongest genius in our sophomore class? Chapter 63, Let Me Take 3 Moves? You're not worthy. Does he know who number 011 is? A freshman asked in a trembling voice. An experienced senior student nearby immediately glanced at him as if he were an idiot, lowered his voice, but with a hint of inexplicable excitement and awe in his tone. The Imperial University rankings are no joke. To be in the top 100 is already a genius among geniuses. And to be in the top 50 is even harder than climbing to the sky. He took a deep breath and continued, do you know what? The dormitories numbered in the first 50 are mostly occupied by juniors. It's rare for sophomores to squeeze in, and every one of them is a freak. And Senior Zhou Tao, number 011, not only made it in, but even as a sophomore, he surpassed over 30 talented juniors to take 11th place. His strength is so terrifying that you simply cannot imagine. It can be said that, aside from those 10 monsters in the third year who are beyond common sense, Senior Zhou Tao is already above all of us students. When these words came out, all the freshmen took a deep breath. They finally understood in detail how terrifying the opponent Chen Linshou's was. As a sophomore, he overwhelmed many talented juniors. What a dazzling achievement! The expressions on the faces of the martial arts academy instructors who had originally wanted to watch the show became completely solemn. Chen Lin. The instructor who had been trying to persuade him kindly before now had a stern tone. Are you sure? This isn't a joke. Once you've initiated a challenge, you can't go back on your word. The other instructor also frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his eyes. Confidence is a good thing for young people, but excessive confidence is arrogance. Do you understand the gap between you and Zhou Tao? He's been enrolled for a year and has experienced more combat and life and death struggles than you've eaten. You're playing with your own future. They were really a little angry. In their view, Chen Lin's talent was unparalleled, and he was the future hope of Imperial Capital University. But his character was truly terrible. Such unrealistic ambitions, lacking the ability to know when to advance and when to retreat, would inevitably lead to great losses in the future. Since you can't persuade him, let him fall flat on his face and feel the pain. Maybe that will make him truly grow up and learn his lesson. Facing the disappointed and dissatisfied gazes of several instructors, Chen Lin's expression did not change at all. He just nodded calmly. I'm sure. These 3 words completely exhausted the last bit of patience of the instructors. Good. Very good. The serious instructor at the beginning snorted coldly, said no more, and directly took out a special communicator and connected to the internal line of dormitory number 011 in front of everyone. Zhou Tao, a freshman has challenged you. Come to the dormitory square immediately. At the same time, in the detached suite numbered 011, a young man with an aura as calm as a mountain was sitting cross-legged. Spiritual energy surrounded him, as if forming an invisible vortex. It was the strongest sophomore talent, Zhou Tao. He is in seclusion, trying to break through the bottleneck of the late 6th level. He suddenly received a call from his mentor and slowly opened his eyes, a hint of displeasure at being disturbed flashing in his eyes. A freshman is challenging me? Zhou Tao raised his eyebrows slightly, then revealed a hint of a sneer. He hadn't heard such reckless remarks for a long time. However, since it was his mentor who had personally informed him, he couldn't refuse. It was a good opportunity to stretch his muscles and consolidate his newly achieved state. He stood up, and in a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Next second, an extremely terrifying pressure, like a landslide and tsunami, descended from the sky and instantly enveloped the entire dormitory square. Boom! All the freshmen present felt as if an invisible mountain had suddenly pressed down on them. Those who were weaker felt their legs go weak and almost fell to the ground. Everyone's face was pale and they had difficulty breathing. What a strong aura! I can't breathe. Is this the strength of the strongest sophomore genius? It's so terrifying. In front of him, I can't even muster the thought of resisting. Countless freshmen were filled with fear. Even Yelinchua had to mobilize all her spiritual power to barely resist this pressure, but her face looked ugly. I saw a figure coming from afar, and in a few breaths it appeared on the high platform in the center of the square. The man was wearing a black martial arts uniform, with a tall figure and a stern face. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle as he scanned the entire audience. He just stood there, and the powerful aura of the late sixth stage spread out like a substance, silencing the entire place. It's Zhou Tao. He didn't even bother to ask who it was, he just snorted coldly, his voice as icy as ice. Who dares to challenge me? As the words fell, the pressure became even stronger. When they saw Zhou Tao show up, the sophomores seemed to have found their backbone, and each of them had a gloating smile on their face. Ha, Senior Zhou Tao is here. Now we're going to have a good show. That brat is dead. Senior Zhou Tao just came out of seclusion, and his aura is stronger than before. This is definitely the power of a late sixth stage. Hey! Freshman Chen Lin, it's not too late to kneel down and admit defeat now. Otherwise, you'll get broken bones and end up lying in bed for months. There was a chorus of mockery and ridicule. Zhou Tao's gaze swept through the crowd and finally landed on Chen Lin, the only one who looked calm and composed, as if he was not affected by his aura at all. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, and then turned into a cold and arrogant expression. It turned out that he was the top scorer in the country this year. Having reached the 6th level of perfection, he did have the capital to be arrogant. Unfortunately, he met himself. Zhou Tao raised his chin slightly and looked down at Chen Lin with a condescending attitude, his voice full of impatience and contempt. Don't waste my time. If you want a challenge, start now. He paused, a cruel arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since you're a freshman, I'll let you have 3 moves. I'll give you 3 moves. These 4 words are full of extreme arrogance and humiliation. This is the absolute mercy and charity that the strong can show to the weak. Everyone thought that Chen Lin would either be enraged or humiliated. However, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Chen Lin smiled. Under Zhou Tao's terrifying pressure, amidst the mocking, worried, and spectacle-filled gazes of the audience, he slowly raised his head. There was no fear or anger in his eyes, only one kind of heart-pounding contempt. It seemed that in his eyes, Zhou Tao, who was hailed as the strongest sophomore talent, was not worth mentioning at all. His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Give me 3 moves? Chen Lin sneered, and his eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife. You are not worthy. Chapter 64. The battle begins. You are not worthy. Shocking. If they just looked down on Chen Lin's arrogance before, now they felt angry and humiliated from the bottom of their hearts. Who is Zhou Tao? He was an almost invincible idol in their hearts and the pride of the entire sophomore class. Now, the strongest person they were proud of was actually described as unworthy by a freshman in such a contemptuous tone? This is not only a humiliation to Zhou Tao, but also a trampling on the dignity of their entire sophomore year. Fuck. That's too crazy. Doesn't this kid really know how to spell death? Senior Zhou Tao, stop talking nonsense with him. Beat him. Beat him to death. Let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. This is outrageous. How dare a freshman insult our sophomore's top student like this? If we don't beat him to a pulp today, where will our sophomores put their dignity? There was an uproar. Angry shouts and curses rose and fell, converging into a huge wave that seemed to completely drown Chen Lin. If looks could kill, Chen Lin would have been hacked into pieces by these angry old students. Zhou Tao, who was standing on the platform, suddenly became gloomy. A cold murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He originally thought that this was just a boring farce, a freshman who was ignorant of the immensity of the world and wanted to attract attention and become famous by challenging himself. He even thought about how to use the most elegant posture to easily defeat the opponent after 3 moves, which would not only demonstrate his strength and magnanimity, but also teach this freshman a lesson that he would never forget. But he never expected that the other party would be so arrogant. Give me 3 moves? You're not worthy. These words were like a loud slap in the face, slapping his proud face hard. Good. Very good. Zhou Tao laughed in anger, and the terrifying aura of the late 6th stage around him was no longer retained at all, and suddenly burst out, forming a visible airwave that swept around. Since you're so determined to die, his voice was icy and emotionless, as if it came from the netherworld, then don't blame me. Before he finished speaking, he no longer looked at Qianlin, turned around and walked directly towards the huge challenge arena in the center of the square. He has decided to use the most cruel and crushing method to completely destroy this ignorant kid. He wanted to make Qianlin understand that there were some people he could never afford to offend. He wanted everyone to see what a miserable end would be for anyone who provoked him, Zhou Tao. Qianlin looked calm, as if he didn't feel Zhou Tao's murderous intent that was almost solidified into reality. He took a step forward and followed slowly. The two of them, one in front and one behind, soon stepped onto the challenge arena filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. The challenge arena of the Imperial Capital University is extraordinary. The entire arena is made of a special crystal called obsidian crystal. It is extremely hard. It is said that even if a 7th level master strikes with all his strength, it is difficult to leave a trace on it. At this moment, the ancient runes around the arena slowly lit up under the stimulation of spiritual energy, and a translucent light curtain shot up into the sky, covering the entire huge arena to prevent the aftermath of the battle from affecting the surrounding spectators. Even so, the students watching subconsciously retreated several hundred meters, fearing that they would be even slightly touched by the terrifying force. The atmosphere under the ring was extremely tense. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 2 figures on the ring. The sophomores all had gloating sneers on their faces at this moment. Once you're on the ring, there's no turning back. This kid is dead. I guess he can't even take a single move from Senior Zhou Tao. I really want to see him kneel down and beg for mercy. The expression on his face must be amazing. They seem to have foreseen the scene of Qianlin being knocked away by Zhou Tao's punch, covered in blood, lying on the ground wailing like a dead dog. Above the arena, the light curtain completely closed. Zhou Tao turned around and looked down at Qianlin with a cruel smile on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse. Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake now, boy. Maybe I can consider showing mercy and only break one of your legs. His cold voice came through the light curtain and rang clearly in everyone's ears. It's not too late to beg for mercy now. This was his ultimatum to Qianlin and also his final humiliation. Countless eyes, some gloating, some worried, some curious, were all focused on Qianlin. Zhang Chang and Yilin Xue's hearts were in their throats, and their palms were full of cold sweat. However, facing Zhou Tao's final kindness, Qianlin still looked calm and composed. He didn't even raise his eyelids, but just uttered a few words lightly, and his tone seemed to be stating an established fact. Let's do it. He paused, and finally raised his eyes. His dark eyes were filled with undisguised contempt and ridicule, as if he was looking at a clown. Chapter 65. How can your body be so terrifying? Zhou Tao folded his arms, stood proudly in place, chin slightly raised, staring at Qianlin with a look as if he were looking at a dead person. That posture clearly showed that he agreed to the previous statement of giving you 3 moves. He wanted to watch Qianlin use his strongest attack, and then crush him with absolute strength to wash away the humiliation he had suffered. Seeing him like this, Qianlin smiled. It was not a sneer or a mockery, but a smile that came from the heart and was amusing. It was the first time he saw someone so eager to die. In that case, I will grant your wish. Qianlin stopped talking nonsense, and with a thought, the internal skills started to work instantly. Buzz! A dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from his body, like the rising sun, instantly enveloping him. Then, within the golden light, a layer of shimmering, translucent luster like colored glass shone through. The 2 radiances intertwined, creating a sacred and indestructible atmosphere. Golden body technique. Glazed body. 2 top-level body refining techniques are activated at the same time. The dazzling golden light caused the pupils of all the spectators below the arena to shrink instantly. They could clearly feel the heart-pounding defensive power contained in that light. What kind of martial art is this? Such a strong defensive aura. Isn't he an offensive warrior? How come his physical training is so terrifying? Before the exclamation died down, Qianlin had already moved. He suddenly stepped back with his right foot, causing the entire hard obsidian crystal arena to shake slightly. Then he twisted his waist, thrust his hips, and punched. A simple and unpretentious tiger-killing fist, which contained endless murderous intent, was fiercely launched towards Zhou Tao, who was standing proudly in the same place. Roar! Accompanied by an earth-shaking tiger roar, a terrifying tiger with an enormous body and its entire body made of dark energy instantly formed in front of Chun Lin's fist. There was a glint of cruelty and destruction in the tiger's eyes, as if it was a peerless ferocious beast that had broken free from the depths of hell, and had pounced on Zhou Tao with terrifying power that could crush everything. Martial arts vision. At the moment Chen Lin threw the punch, Zhou Tao's expression was still one of contempt and disdain. He was even prepared to use words to ridicule Chen Lin's powerlessness after he took the blow. However, when the image of the pitch-black tiger took shape and the threat of death that was so pure that it seemed to tear the soul apart came towards him, all the expressions on Zhou Tao's face froze in an instant. What replaced Ji was unprecedented horror and fear. Not good. At this moment, every hair on his body stood on end, and alarm bells rang in his brain. The shadow of death had never been so clear in his heart. You must not take this punch head-on. If you answer it, you will die. The pride that had been ingrained in his bones was instantly thrown out of his mind at this critical moment of life and death. A flicker of fear crossed Zhou Tao's eyes, and he acted decisively. The spiritual energy within him circulated at an unprecedented speed, unleashing a hidden secret technique without hesitation. Swish! His figure instantly became blurred, turning into an afterimage, and in a manner that was almost instantaneous, he dangerously moved half a body length to the side. Almost at the same moment he dodged, the pitch-black tiger vision, wrapped in the power to destroy everything, passed through the place where he had been standing. Boom! An unprecedented loud noise shook the entire square. The pitch-black tiger slammed heavily onto the indestructible obsidian crystal arena. The shockwave visible to the naked eye spread wildly around with the landing point as the center, and even the protective light curtain began to shake violently. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone gasped. Suddenly, a shocking huge dent appeared on the surface of the extremely hard arena, which was said to be able to withstand the full force of a 7th-level master, and countless hideous cracks spread in all directions like a spider web. Zhou Tao looked at the dent, his back instantly soaked in cold sweat, his face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with fear and solemnity. This power is truly terrifying. He had no doubt that if he had reacted a fraction of a second slower, it would not be the arena that would have been blown into pieces, but his own body. There was deathly silence under the ring. Those sophomores who were originally gloating and waiting to see Chen Lin make a fool of himself, now looked like ducks with their necks pinched, with their mouths wide open but unable to make any sound, and the expressions on their faces were extremely interesting. I admit that you do have some strength. Zhou Tao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, and spoke in a dry voice. He had to say something to save his shattered reputation. He stared at Chen Lin intently, his eyes becoming extremely solemn and resentful. But don't think you can defeat me like this. Next, I will make you truly understand the insurmountable gap between the 6th stage perfection and the 6th stage late stage. In the martial arts world, the further you advance, the more difficult it becomes to improve your strength. Many people go their entire lives without making even a single inch of progress in a small realm. Therefore, after the 6th level, the difference in strength between each small realm is enormous. After he finished speaking, Zhou Tao no longer held back, and the spiritual power in his body completely exploded. Giant Spirit Mountain Splitting Palm. He roared and slapped out with his palm. In an instant, the situation changed dramatically. A massive hand, condensed from immense spiritual energy, appeared above Chen Lin's head, carrying a terrifying power like a collapsing mountain, and slammed down fiercely. This palm blocked all of Chen Lin's escape routes. The pressure as heavy as a mountain seemed to completely solidify the space. However, facing this devastating palm strike, Chen Lin did not even raise his eyelids, let alone any intention of dodging. He just stood there quietly, letting the giant palm fall. Boom! The giant palm as big as a mountain slammed down on Chen Lin's body. But the expected scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere did not appear. The moment the giant palm touched Chen Lin's body, the layer of glazed golden light on his body suddenly became brighter and more dazzling than ever, as if a small sun exploded on the ring. The terrifying giant spirit's mountain-splitting palm was like ice and snow melting the moment it came into contact with the glazed golden light, making a sizzling sound. It only lasted for less than a second before being completely dissolved and annihilated by the domineering glazed golden light. The light faded away, and Chen Lin was still standing there, unharmed, without even a wrinkle on the corner of his clothes. This is impossible. The expression on Zhou Tao's face changed from ferocious and confident to incomprehensible astonishment and horror. He screamed. "How can your physical strength be so exaggerated?" Chen Lin slowly raised his head, a cold arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. "It's my turn." Before he finished speaking, he clenched his fist again, and this time, he exerted all his strength without reservation. Tiger killing fist. Roar. A more violent and solid pitch-black tiger gathered once more. But unlike before, the tiger's roar was mixed with a strange thunderous sound that seemed to penetrate the soul. Tiger and leopard thunder sound. The thundering sound was like an invisible sword, piercing into Zhou Tao's mind first. Zhou Tao, who was in extreme shock, felt his brain buzzing, his eyes went dark, and his consciousness became dazed and blank for a moment. When masters fight, victory or defeat is decided in a flash. And this moment of trance is fatal. When he woke up from his trance, the only thing he could see was a fist wrapped in glazed golden light, which rapidly enlarged in his pupils. The next moment, the fist hit his chest hard. Bang! Peimo's terrifying power instantly destroyed all the defenses he had hastily set up. Zhou Tao only felt an irresistible force coming, his sternum broke into pieces, and the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball, spraying a terrible line of blood in the air. Chapter 66. You don't understand true horror. The sophomore leader, a strong man in the late 6th stage, Zhou Tao, was defeated. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. Below the stage, the sophomores were all stunned as if struck by lightning. The gloating, cruel sneers, and leisurely look of watching a good show on their faces were all frozen on their faces, forming a funny and absurd expression. Their minds were blank and buzzing, completely unable to process the scene before them that overturned their cognition. What happened to the promise that freshmen are vulnerable? Didn't Senior Zhou Tao promise to end the fight within 3 moves and teach this arrogant kid a lesson he would never forget? What happened to the agreement that senior students would establish absolute authority over freshmen? The result was that the almost invincible idol in their hearts, the pride and face of their entire sophomore year, was knocked away by a punch in front of everyone, lying on the ground like a dead dog, with no one knowing whether he was alive or dead. What the fuck is going on? Am I dazzled? An old student rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself in a dry voice. This can't be true. This must be an illusion. How could Senior Zhou Tao lose to a freshman? Another person retorted incoherently, but his trembling voice revealed his inner fear. They couldn't accept this fact. This result is not only a failure for Zhou Tao alone, but also a ruthless trampling on the dignity of their entire sophomore year. Even though the two sides seemed to have fought back and forth for several rounds, the entire battle, from the moment Chen Lin activated his golden body and the moment Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound decisively struck the winner with a single punch, took less than a minute. Quick! It's too fast. The battle was over so quickly that before anyone could react, it was already over. Everyone subconsciously turned their eyes to the center of the ring. Chen Lin remained standing quietly, his posture as straight as a pine tree. His spotless clothes didn't even show a wrinkle from the fierce battle. His expression was calm, his breathing steady, as if he had just casually swatted a fly, rather than defeating a top-tier late-stage 6th-level genius. Looking at the other side, Zhou Tao was lying on the edge of the ring. There was a clear fist mark on his chest, his body was covered in blood, and his breath was extremely weak. He struggled for a few times but couldn't get up. It was obvious that he had completely lost his fighting ability. One side remains as graceful as ever, while the other side is seriously injured and on the verge of death. This gap is so big that it makes people feel cold. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have believed that this was a freshman versus the top sophomore? Anyone who didn't know would have thought Chen Lin was the unfathomable sophomore. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers and discussions erupted from the new camp. Fuck! He won! Chen Lin won! Oh my god! One punch! He took down the sophomore chief in 1 second with just one punch? What kind of monstrous strength is this? Too strong. Too damn strong. Is this the quality of our national #1 pick? It's off the charts. Zhang Chang was so excited that his face turned red. He waved his fists and yelled incoherently, feeling sincerely proud of his brother. Yi Linxue, who was standing next to him, had beautiful eyes filled with emotions more complicated than anyone else's. There was shock and awe, but more than that, there was a deep sense of powerlessness. She asked herself if she had overestimated Chen Lin as much as possible. After all, he is the undisputed top scholar in the country this year, a monster who can single-handedly hunt down countless monsters in the secret realm of the college entrance examination. However, she never expected that Chen Lin's strength would be so terrifying. That's Zhou Tao, the strongest genius in the sophomore year of Imperial Capital University. After a full year of advanced studies and hard training at Imperial Capital University, an institution that gathers the country's top resources, his strength has long since changed. But even such a gifted child was still ruthlessly crushed so cleanly and neatly in front of Chen Lin. Yilin Xue sighed softly, a bitter smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. She had originally thought that she should try her best to catch up with Chen Lin and not be left too far behind by him. But now she discovered in despair that not only could she not catch up with him, but she was almost losing the qualification to even look up to him. This feeling filled her with frustration. Not far away, several instructors who were responsible for maintaining order also gathered together, looking at each other, their eyes filled with unconcealable horror. Old Li, pinch me, am I dreaming? A freshman, in less than a minute, severely defeated the sophomore's top student? Hiss. This isn't just a question of being powerful or not, this is simply a monster. Has there ever been such an outrageous freshman in the history of Imperial Capital University? No. Absolutely not. From today on, this kid has created a new historical record for Imperial Capital University. Amid the shock and discussions of everyone in the audience, the system's beautiful prompt tone kept ringing in Chen Lin's mind. Ding. Strong emotional fluctuation detected, shock. Shock value plus 888. Ding. Strong emotional fluctuations detected, unbelievable. Shock value plus 999. Ding. Strong emotional fluctuations detected, awe. Shock value plus 1024. A huge amount of shock value poured in like a tide, making the smile on Chen Lin's mouth more obvious. He was simply overjoyed. This wave is worth it. At this moment, at the edge of the ring, the figure covered in blood actually supported the ground with his elbows, growled like a beast, endured the heart-wrenching pain, and stood up again bit by bit. Zhou Tao's face was as pale as paper and his body was shaking, but his resentful eyes now showed a hint of complicated emotions. He stared at Chen Lin intently and spoke hoarsely, his voice trembling with pain. Ahem. I lost. I never thought that in our freshman year, there would be someone like you. He took a few breaths and continued, your goal is to challenge the number one on the list, right? Chen Lin raised his eyebrows and said nothing. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Zhou Tao's face, with a hint of pity and a hint of gloating in that smile. I advise you, if you still want to continue the challenge, it's best to give up now. He looked at Chen Lin and spoke slowly, why do you think I'm ranked 11th? Is it because I don't want to be in the top 10? No. You don't understand anything. Zhou Tao's eyes revealed a fear that came from the depths of his soul. You have no idea how terrifying those guys in the top 10 are. Chapter 67, The Terror of the 10 Evildoers. Martial Arts Magical Powers. Zhou Tao actually revealed an even deeper emotion at this moment. It was a kind of fear that came from the depths of the soul, a mixture of awe and terror, fear. This change in expression on his face naturally did not escape Chen Lin's eyes. Chen Lin's heart moved slightly and he became curious. He could tell that the fear Zhou Tao displayed at that moment was no fake. It wasn't directed at his own failure, but stemmed from his true feelings towards those people he mentioned. This is interesting. To be able to make Zhou Tao, a proud and talented person with top strength, show such a fearful look, it seems that the so-called top 10 does have some secrets. As if sensing the curiosity in Chen Lin's eyes, Zhou Tao panted, forced himself to take a deep breath, and immediately began to explain. He seemed to want to see the same fear on Chen Lin's face as his own, so as to soothe the humiliation of his defeat. The top 10 on the Imperial Capital University's Hidden Dragon ranking, and the ones after that, are two completely different worlds. Zhou Tao's voice was hoarse and low. On the list, those behind me might not be too far behind me in strength, and if they work hard, they might be able to catch up. But the top 10, they're all juniors. And every one of them is a genuine 6th level perfectionist. 6th level perfection? Chen Lin raised his eyebrows. Right. Zhou Tao's tone became more serious. You may not understand the gap between the late 6th stage and the perfect 6th stage. It's a huge chasm. At the 6th stage, every small realm upgrade is extremely difficult. And the perfect 6th stage means that they have reached the extreme of this realm. The quality and quantity of spiritual power are far beyond the reach of a late-stage warrior like me. In fact, Zhou Tao's eyes flashed with horror. I heard that the monsters ranked in the top 5 have already touched the threshold of the 7th level. The 7th level is the realm of the Grandmaster. It is a true life leap on the road of martial arts. Even if there is only a slight contact with it, the power that can be unleashed will be unimaginably terrifying. The more he spoke, the more fearful his face became. As if he felt that this information was not enough to shock Chen Lin, he gritted his teeth and threw out deeper secrets. Talent. Do you think the gap between us is just realm? Zhou Tao laughed bitterly and pointed at himself. I, Zhou Tao, have an S-level talent. In the entire Imperial Capital University, I'm considered a rare talent. And as for the 10 people in the top 10 of the potential dragon list, guess what their talents are? He didn't wait for Chen Lin to answer and continued talking, with a hint of unwillingness and frustration in his voice. Every one of them possesses S-level talent. And, without exception, they are all the top-tier S-level talents, the most suitable for combat. Rumor has it that the top 3 monsters even possess the legendary double S talent. Having said that, he took the initiative to mention his abilities as if to prove his words and to save some face for himself. Don't think that I was crushed so easily by you today. That's only because my abilities are completely defeated by you, and the environment here is extremely unfavorable to me. A sickly blush appeared on Zhou Tao's face, which was caused by extreme unwillingness. My S-rank talent is called Shadow Assault. The effect is simple. In any shadowy or dark place, I can perfectly conceal my form and presence, increasing my movement speed tenfold. Furthermore, once I launch a surprise attack from the darkness, the power of any move I unleash will also increase tenfold. This is the horror of S-level talent. Once the conditions are met, one can unleash terrifying combat power far beyond one's own realm. After hearing Zhou Tao's explanation, the freshmen in the audience were suddenly shocked. Only then did they understand what an incredible scene they had just witnessed. An S-class genius with such a terrifying assassination talent was actually suppressed by Chen Lin from beginning to end, and he didn't even have a chance to display his talent. Zhou Tao felt the strange looks from those around him, and his expression became even uglier. He stared at Chen Lin intently, as if he wanted to see through him. Do you understand now? Today, the arena was sun-drenched and cloudless, with not even a shadow to be found. My Shadow Assault was completely crippled by 99%. Add to that your incredibly abnormal physical defense, which is the perfect nemesis for my extreme offensive talent. This balance of power is why I lost so miserably. If we were to fight in a different environment, say, a city ruin at night, or in a pitch-black forest, it's hard to say who would win or lose. These words were both an explanation and a roar of unwillingness. In his opinion, his defeat was not due to his fault, but because he had no advantage in time, place, and people. Therefore, he did not think that Chen Lin could defeat those real monsters by using this cheap method. Even an S-rank genius like me, whose talents are severely limited, can make you struggle. How can you possibly fight against those 10 monsters who can maximize their talents? Not to mention those 3 perverts with double S talents. A hint of cold sneer appeared at the corner of Zhou Tao's mouth. He saw that Chen Lin's expression was still calm, and he didn't seem to be frightened by what he said, and the anger and unwillingness in his heart grew even stronger. He decided to drop a real bombshell that would make anyone despair. Do you think that S-level talent is their strongest trump card? Zhou Tao sneered, and there was a hint of pity in his laughter, as if he was looking at a frog in a well who was ignorant of the immensity of the world. You are so naive. He spoke each word clearly, and each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying an inexplicable, heavy feeling of oppression. Many of them, in addition to their S-level talents, also possess an even more terrifying and unreasonable power. That is the supreme gift that every warrior dreams of: the innate martial arts supernatural power. Mystical power. It's something so terrifying that a mortal like you can't even imagine. After he finished speaking, Zhou Tao stared at Chen Lin, his eyes full of pleased questioning, as if he had foreseen Chen Lin's shocked expression. Now, do you still dare to challenge? Chapter 68, Continue the challenge. The demon body is fully developed. The expression on Chen Lin's face did not change at all from beginning to end. He was still so indifferent and calm, as if Zhou Tao's remarks just now, which were enough to subvert the worldview of ordinary warriors, were just like the breeze blowing across the hills to him, not worth mentioning. It's just an S-level talent. There wasn't even a ripple in Chen Lin's heart. He himself possessed an SSS-level talent that surpassed the cognitive limits of this world, Flame Emperor. It was the supreme talent that activated the Phantom of the God on the Talent Awakening Stone. Not to mention S-level, even the legendary double S-level talent mentioned by Zhou Tao. What is it in front of Emperor Yin? As for the so-called innate martial arts supernatural power, Chen Lin didn't care at all. No matter how powerful your supernatural powers are, can they be as strong as your physical body? The golden body and glazed physique, the tiger and leopard thundering sound, the dragon and elephant prison suppressing power, plus the demon body that has not been used yet. His horizontal training skills are his greatest confidence and the foundation for him to dare to challenge everything. In the face of absolute power, any fancy talents and magical powers are nothing but chickens and clay dogs. Are you done? Chen Lin finally spoke, his tone so calm as if he was asking what the weather was like today. Zhou Tao was stunned. Chen Lin no longer paid attention to this opponent who had completely lost his value, and he was not even interested in looking at him anymore. He slowly turned around, looking past the countless shocked crowds at the enormous light curtain of the hidden dragon list floating above the square. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands of people in the audience, he raised his hand and pointed to the top of the light curtain. That one and only throne, shining with golden light, overlooking the 99 names below. An extremely clear voice, filled with endless confidence and arrogance, resounded throughout the square. I, Chen Lin, continue the challenge. Challenge target number 1 on the hidden dragon ranking. Boom! If we say that Chen Lin defeated Zhou Tao before, it was like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake, causing huge waves. Then his declaration at this moment is equivalent to detonating a nuclear bomb directly in this lake. The entire imperial capital university was in an uproar. Zhou Tao, who was closest to Chen Lin, undoubtedly felt the greatest impact. The expression on his face instantly changed from astonishment to dullness, and finally to extreme horror and disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He is crazy? Zhou Tao's lips were trembling and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. His mind was in a mess, as if countless bees were buzzing wildly. I just said so much, the horror of the top 10, the realm of perfection of the 6th level, the S-level and even double S-level talents, the unheard of martial arts skills, everything. I broke it down and told him everything. Why? Why didn't he react at all? Is he deaf? Or does he simply not understand what he is saying? No. Impossible. How could a monster who could crush me so easily be a fool? The only explanation is, he understood it, but he didn't take it to heart at all. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Zhou Tao felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, making his whole body cold. Does he really think he is invincible? How did he do that? Just relying on his abnormal physical defense? Ignorant. Arrogant. Ridiculous. Zhou Tao was roaring madly in his heart. He even hoped that someone would rush onto the ring right now and tear Chen Lin's indifferent face into pieces, so that he could understand what the true height of the world was. At the same time, this earth-shattering news, like a level 12 superstorm, instantly swept across the entire Imperial Capital University with the square as its center. Breaking news! There's a freshman who just defeated Zhou Tao, who was ranked 11th on the Hidden Dragon rankings, and is now challenging the number 1. What? Which freshman is so fierce? It's this year's top national scorer, Chen Lin. Oh my god. Is he trying to kill himself? Zhou Tao is fine, but the one at number 1, that's a real monster. This news spread like wildfire in every corner of the campus at a viral speed. Especially the third-year students' dormitory area and the dedicated training ground were in an uproar. Who said they wanted to challenge the boss? In a gravity training room, a young man with muscular body and bronze skin suddenly turned off the 100 times gravity and walked out with a look of astonishment on his face. A freshman named Chen Lin, who is said to be the top scorer in this year's exam. A new student? Challenging the boss? Does he even know how to write death? Let's go. Let's take a look. I want to see which fool dares to touch the boss's beard. On the other side, in a quiet kendo hall, several sharp sword auras suddenly dissipated. A young man in white slowly sheathed his sword, frowning slightly. Challenging for first place? Interesting. It's been a long time since anyone dared to think like that. All of a sudden, countless powerful and obscure auras rose from the third-year students' area and converged towards the central square where the hidden dragon list was located. The entire Imperial University was alarmed. On the first day of school, a freshman will challenge the Supreme King who has ruled the entire school for 3 years. How crazy! How arrogant! As the instigator of all this, Chen Lin was enjoying the pleasure of the system notification sound frantically refreshing the screen. Ding! Strong emotional fluctuations detected, shock. Shock value plus 1555. Ding! Strong emotional fluctuations detected, crazy. Shock value plus 1888. Ding! Strong emotional fluctuations detected, unbelievable. Shock value plus 2048. Ding! Collective shock detected from the third-year students. Shock value plus 10,000. Looking at the shock value balance that skyrocketed in an instant, Chen Lin no longer had any hesitation in his heart. His original plan was to proceed step by step, taking on challenges one by one and proceeding steadily. But now, since we have attracted the attention of the entire school, we might as well go big. Before the final battle comes, raise your strength to a whole new level. System. Chen Lin muttered to himself. Directly upgrade the demon body to the Great Perfection Realm. Ding! To upgrade demon body to the Great Perfection Realm, 50,000 shock points will be consumed. Confirm? Confirm. Buzz. As Chen Lin's thoughts came to mind, an indescribable terrifying energy instantly erupted from deep within his limbs and bones. If the previous demonic body was just a demon seed planted in his body. At this moment, this seed, watered by the massive shock value, took root, sprouted, and grew vigorously, eventually bearing the fruit that symbolized destruction and power. Snap! Snap, snap! From inside Chen Lin's body came a series of dense popping sounds like frying beans. At this moment, his bones seemed to be melted and recast, becoming tougher and denser. There was even a faint layer of mysterious lines on the surface, as if condensed from demonic energy. His muscle fibers broke and reassembled one by one, and each time they reassembled, they became thicker and more explosive than before. The flow of his blood suddenly accelerated, like boiling magma, roaring and surging in his veins. Every heartbeat was like the beating of a war drum, heavy and powerful. A ferocious aura that was several times more violent than before rose from Chen Lin's body. Demon body, complete. Chapter 69, Number 2, The Sword Prodigy. Chen Fan could clearly feel that his body had become much more terrifying than before. The density and hardness of the bones reached an incredible level, as if every inch had been tempered into pure steel. The coursing blood contained explosive power, pumping this force to every corner of the body with every heartbeat. Every contraction and relaxation of the muscle fibers seemed to cause the air to emit a subtle popping sound. This is just the normal state of the body. Chen Lin had a strong premonition that even if he did not activate the demonic body now, his physical strength and defense alone would have increased tenfold compared to before. What surprised him even more was that he could feel that with each movement of the true energy in his dantian through his meridians, flowing through his limbs and bones, his physical strength was actually increasing at a slow and steady pace. His body seemed to have become a piece of divine iron that could grow infinitely. With the nourishment of true energy, it continued to temper and evolve itself. Just as Chen Lin was feeling the surging power in his body, several mentors in charge of the Hidden Dragon ranking challenge finally recovered from their shock and hurried to the edge of the arena. The middle-aged instructor in the lead was sweating profusely, his tone filled with anxiety and consolation. Student Chen Lin. Calm down. You must calm down. These mentors who have been managing school affairs for many years know better than any students how terrifying the top 10 of the potential dragon list are, especially those at the top. Student Chen Lin, your talent and strength are obvious to all. You are absolutely a one-in-a-million genius. Another female instructor also spoke, her tone much gentler. However, those students in the top 10 of the potential dragon list have all practiced for 2 years longer than you. These 2 years are enough to create an insurmountable gap. We believe that with your potential, you will definitely surpass them in the future, but not now. There is no need to rush. The mentors spoke one after another, but the core message was only one: Chen Lin was very strong, but it was too early and too reckless to challenge the number 1 spot. Let him calm down for a while, and it would not be too late to challenge again after his strength has improved. However, Chen Lin just listened calmly, without any wavering on his face. Thank you for your concern, mentors. He nodded slightly to the instructors as a sign of respect, but then changed the subject and said firmly, but I've made up my mind. Instructors, please begin the application process. Seeing Chen Lin so determined, several mentors looked at each other and saw deep helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew that there was no point in saying more. Each of these top talents has absolute confidence and pride. Once they make a decision, they will not be shaken by a few words from outsiders. Sigh. The middle-aged mentor in the lead sighed heavily, and had to take out the communicator on his wrist and start contacting the relevant departments to handle this unprecedented cross-level challenge application. But after he operated for a while, the expression on his face suddenly froze, and then became a little strange. "What's wrong, Lao Wang?" asked the female tutor next to him. "There's been a little surprise." The middle-aged instructor looked up at Chen Lin on the stage and said with a complicated expression, "Student Chen Lin, I just received news that Qin Wushuang, who ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list, accepted an A-level mission from the school a month ago and went to the outer battlefield for training. He won't be able to return soon, so he can't accept your challenge." When the news came out, the whole audience was shocked. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that this was perhaps the best outcome. With the challenge unable to proceed, Chen Lin could step down, saving face while avoiding a doomed battle. However, before everyone could finish their thoughts, the middle-aged instructor continued, however. Lin Xiao, who ranks second on the potential dragon ranking, is currently at school. He paused, as if weighing his words. Qin Wushuang and Lin Xiao have always been on par with each other in strength. They've sparred many times, with each winning and losing, and the difference is minimal. So, would you consider challenging Lin Xiao, who's number 2? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere, which had just relaxed a little, instantly became tense again. Everyone's attention was once again focused on Chen Lin. At this time, the area for third-year students was in complete chaos. Did I hear correctly? There's actually a freshman who dares to challenge the top 10? Or even directly challenge the number 1? Now that the number 1 is not here, the instructor actually suggested that he challenge Lin Xiao? Is this because he thinks he didn't die quickly enough? Ha, there's going to be a good show. Lin Xiao, that battle maniac, never shows mercy under his sword. I want to see how many blows this freshman can withstand under his sword. For these long-standing students, every one of the top 10 on the potential dragon ranking was a monstrous existence, a target they needed to aspire to. Now, a freshman, barely enrolled and barely even warmed up in his uniform, dared to directly challenge the authority of this field. In their eyes, this was simply a colossal joke. On the stage, after listening to his instructor's words, Chen Lin's eyes swept across the huge light screen. Hidden Dragon List. First place, Qin Wushuang, Jr., 6th level perfection. Second place, Lin Xiao, Jr., 6th level perfection. He nodded and said 2 words crisply, "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd at the other end of the square suddenly separated to both sides automatically, as if an invisible pressure pushed everyone away. A figure appeared at the end of the passage. The man was dressed in white clothes as white as snow, his figure was as straight as a pine tree, and an ancient long sword with a sheath was slung across his waist. He didn't walk fast, and each step was accurate to the millimeter, but as he approached, a cold and sharp aura began to permeate the entire square. He did not release any aura, nor did he say a word, but just standing there made people feel as if a peerless sword was about to be unsheathed. The sharp sword intent seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. It's Lin Xiao. He's really here. Oh my god. Even from this distance, I feel like my skin is being pricked by needles. His sword intent is even more terrifying than the last time I saw him. Nonsense. I heard that Lin Xiao's talent for Clear Sword Heart is almost complete, and his swordsmanship is improving by leaps and bounds. Now, in terms of attack power alone, I'm afraid no one in the entire Imperial Capital University can match him. The junior students' discussions were filled with awe for the newcomers. Lin Xiao, the recognized number 1 kendo prodigy at Imperial Capital University. His sword is his strongest symbol. Chen Lin stood on the ring, looking at the white-clothed figure approaching step by step from afar, feeling the sharp and unparalleled sword intent coming towards him. This sword intent even caused a slight tingling sensation on his skin. However, instead of showing any fear, his eyes burned with an even more intense fighting spirit. That's it. The stronger the opponent is, the more famous he is, and the higher his status, then, when you step on him, the sensation and shock it will cause will be even greater. He has already begun to look forward to the terrifying surge in his shock value after defeating such a sword genius. Chapter 70, Violent Crushing, that's it? Compared to the talkative Zhou Tao before, the second genius on the Hidden Dragon list had an expression as cold as 10,000-year-old black ice. He simply glanced at Chen Lin indifferently with his calm eyes, opened his thin lips slightly, and uttered a word that was cold to the bone. People will die under my sword. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present, carrying an unmistakable sense of bloodiness and warning. It wasn't a threat, it was a statement. State a fact that happened under his sword. However, facing this warning that was almost equivalent to a declaration of death, the expression on Chen Lin's face did not change at all. The corners of his mouth even curled up slightly, outlining a playful arc. He smiled but said nothing. The next second, under the horrified gaze of the entire audience, he casually stretched out his right hand and hooked his index finger at the sword legend of the Imperial Capital University. This action is full of extreme contempt and provocation. Boom! If Lin Zhao's warning was an icy cold current, then Chen Lin's action was like igniting a volcano in the cold current. How dare he? Crazy. This freshman is completely crazy. The crowd exploded instantly, and everyone was stunned by Chen Lin's reckless behavior. On the ring, a crack finally appeared on Lin Zhao's icy face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. A cold light flashed in his eyes. A terrifying murderous intent that was 10 times more powerful than before suddenly erupted. Clang! A clear sword sound resounded through the sky. The ancient long sword at Lin Zhao's waist was unsheathed in an instant. The sword light suddenly appeared, like a stunning wild goose falling from the sky, dazzling and brilliant, yet containing a terrifying edge that could destroy everything. At the same moment he drew his sword, Lin Zhao's entire aura changed drastically. He seemed to have become one with the sword in his hand. Man was the sword, and the sword was man. A profound state of mind, one of clarity, enlightenment, and the ability to slash anything, emanated from him. His unique S-level talent, his martial arts ability, Sword Heart Clear, was launched brazenly. Oh my god! Among the instructors watching the fight, someone exclaimed in shock. He immediately used his magical powers. The power of this sword has far exceeded the realm of 6th level perfection. In everyone's perception, that sword light was no longer a simple physical attack. It seemed to have locked everything, blocked the space, and cut off all life. This sword is unavoidable and unstoppable. However, Chen Lin, who was in the center of the sword light and faced this devastating blow, felt completely different from everyone else. Too weak. In his perception, the seemingly earth-shattering sword actually gave him a feeling of weakness and powerlessness. Perhaps for an ordinary 6th level warrior, this is already a fatal chasm. But for him at this moment, that's all. After Demon Body reached great perfection, his physical strength was no longer what it used to be, reaching an incredible level. Seeing the sword flashing and approaching his body, Chen Lin finally moved. Buzz! A layer of crystal clear glass light instantly covered his body surface, and Glass Body was activated. Then, brilliant golden light burst out from his body, making him seem like a god cast from gold, and the Golden Body technique was activated. But that's not all. Roar! A low roar that did not sound like a human voice rolled out from the depths of Chen Lin's throat. The next moment, beneath the glazed golden light on his body, strange, evil, and destructive black magic patterns quickly climbed and spread throughout his body. The originally sacred and solemn glazed golden body, at this moment, actually emitted a weird and overbearing glazed golden light. The sacred and the evil, these two completely opposite auras, were perfectly integrated in Chen Lin's body, forming a terrifying aura that made the heaven and earth tremble. Demon Body, open. The momentum is overwhelming. Break it, for me. Chen Lin roared loudly. Facing the astonishing sword light that was powerful enough to cut through mountains, he did not dodge or evade, nor did he retreat or give way. He faced the sword directly and punched out. This punch is simple, direct, and brutal. Above the fist, the glazed golden light and the black magic patterns complement each other, as if grasping the power of the entire world. Boom! Fist and sword collided with a loud bang in the spotlight of everyone's attention. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no energy flying everywhere. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the brilliant sword light that was praised as unmatched shattered into pieces like fragile glass the moment it touched Chen Lin's fist. Finally, it turned into light spots all over the sky and dissipated into nothingness. However, Chen Lin's fist, which was surrounded by magical golden light, was completely unharmed. One punch shattered the magical power. Quiet. Deathly silence. The entire central square, tens of thousands of teachers and students, seemed to be speechless at this moment, with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape, as if they had seen a miracle come to earth. How is this possible? Lin Zhao's pupils contracted violently. The more confident he was in his sword, which was blessed by Clear Sword Heart, the more shocked he was at this moment. However, Chen Lin didn't give him any time to be shocked or think. After a successful punch, he didn't hold back at all and stomped his foot hard. Boom! He stepped on the hard alloy ring, leaving a visible dent. His figure turned into a black and gold afterimage, instantly tearing through the air, and rushed towards Lin Xiao with unparalleled violent power. Too fast. Lin Xiao only felt a flash before his eyes, and a terrifying gust of wind blew towards him, pressing him so hard that he could hardly breathe. He didn't have time to think, and could only rely on his fighting instinct, holding the sword across his chest and blocking with all his strength. Clang! Chen Lin's second move, a simple straight punch, hit Lin Xiao's sword hard. The terrifying force poured out like a mountain torrent and tsunami. Lin Xiao felt an irresistible force coming from the sword, and his knuckles instantly cracked, blood gushing out. He was even more blasted backward by the punch, and his feet plowed 2 long scratches on the ground. Before he could steady himself, Chen Lin's third move had already arrived. Like a shadow. Chen Lin's figure was almost sticking to the flying Lin Xiao, and he delivered a knee strike containing the power of a dragon and an elephant, hitting the sword spine of the long sword hard. Snap! A sound of something breaking, so crisp that it made one's teeth ache, resounded throughout the venue. The spiritual sword made of precious black gold that had accompanied Lin Xiao for many years let out a mournful cry and broke into 2 pieces on the spot under Chen Lin's extremely violent third attack. 3 moves. Just 3 moves. From Chen Lin's counterattack to the shattering of Lin Xiao's sword, everything happened in a flash. When everything settled down, Chen Lin slowly retracted his fists and feet and stood quietly in the center of the ring. Chapter 71, Freshman ranked 2nd? A monster-level evildoer. A new student. A freshman on his first day of school. Defeated Lin Xiao. He defeated the sword legend of the Imperial Capital University and ranked 2nd on the Hidden Dragon list, a terrifying existence second only to the most powerful genius. Moreover, it was done in such an exaggerated way. 3 moves. Just 3 moves. From the moment Chen Lin's counterattack began to the moment Lin Xiao's sword shattered and he was defeated, the entire process took less than 3 breaths. This overwhelming gap in strength is 1,000 times more shocking than the performance when he defeated Zhou Tao before. At the edge of the square, several senior students who were responsible for maintaining order also had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Am I seeing right? Lin Xiao lost? Defeat is nothing, the key is that the defeat was so horrible. His sword was even broken. What kind of monster is this new student? For these freshmen who have just entered the school, they may not have a deep enough understanding of the geniuses in the top 10 of the potential dragon list, and do not know how terrifying they are. But those sophomores who have been at Imperial Capital University for a year know it all too well. They know too well what these top 10 geniuses represent. They are the strongest group of geniuses selected from all over the country in recent years. Everyone's talent has reached a level or above. Everyone's strength crushes those at the same level. There is no way there will be any opponent of the same level in front of them. Take Lin Xiao, for example, who had just been crushed by Chen Lin to the point that even his weapon was shattered. This sword-fighting prodigy once did something that left a deep impression on all the sophomores. It was during an internal competition within the academy that Lin Xiao, with just his sword, suppressed the entire sophomore class. Even if all the top sophomores, including Zhou Tao who ranked 11th, attacked together, they could not stop the 3 swords of this sword genius. 3 swords. With just 3 sword strikes, he defeated more than a dozen elite sophomore students. After that battle, all the sophomores understood one thing: there was an insurmountable chasm between them and the top 10. The difference in strength is shocking just thinking about it. But even such a terrifying genius, they saw with their own eyes, was defeated so miserably in front of Chen Lin. At this moment, everyone looked at Chen Lin with awe that was almost worshipful. In their hearts, Chen Lin is the real monster-level genius. Ding! Gain shock value plus 99,999. Ding! Gain shock value plus 99,999. Ding! Gain shock value plus 88,888. Ding! Gain shock value plus 77,777. In Chen Lin's mind, the system prompt sound kept ringing like a string of cannonballs. A series of huge numbers were jumping around crazily, and his shock value balance was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. In just a few minutes, the shock value he gained was more than all his previous accumulation combined. Looking at the ever-increasing numbers, Chen Lin was overjoyed. This wave of harvest is so rich. With so much shock value, he can completely upgrade all the skills and martial arts at hand to a higher level, which is enough to lay the most solid foundation for himself. By then, I will be able to break through to the 6th level in one go, and even face a 7th level warrior without fear. Thinking of this, a strong sense of anticipation surged deep in Chen Lin's heart. This feeling of quickly becoming stronger is so cool. Chen, student Chen Lin. At this moment, a trembling voice came from the side of the ring, interrupting Chen Lin's thoughts. It was the middle-aged mentor who was in charge of managing the competition. At this moment, his face was still filled with deep shock, and he spoke a little unsteadily. According to the school regulations, you should now be able to directly obtain the second place ranking on the Hidden Dragon ranking. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene was in an uproar again. Everyone then realized that according to the rules of Imperial Capital University, if a challenger defeated anyone on the list, he or she could directly obtain the other person's ranking. In other words, a freshman on the first day of school is already ranked second on the Hidden Dragon list? This kind of thing is unprecedented in the history of Imperial Capital University. In the crowd, some sophomores and juniors looked at each other, with indescribable complex emotions in their eyes. The height that they had worked hard for 1 or 2 years but could not reach was achieved by a freshman on the first day. This blow is indeed heavy. But more than that, it is a kind of awe that is close to worship. Anyone who could do such a thing was beyond their comprehension and could only be described as a monster. On the ring, Chen Lin nodded lightly. He was not at all surprised by the result. This was his goal. However, his gaze swept towards the first place on the Hidden Dragon list light screen. Qin Wushuang, the guy who is said to be as powerful as Lin Xiao, is still training in the battlefield outside the domain. What a pity. If he were here, he would have taken the top spot today. It seems that I can only wait for him to come back. Chen Lin thought to himself. While the entire audience was still immersed in shock, Yi Linxue let out a long breath in a corner of the audience. There was a complex light flickering in her beautiful eyes. Tension, shock, relief, and an indescribable feeling were intertwined together. From the moment Chen Lin stepped onto the stage, her heart was hanging. Although she had absolute confidence in Chen Lin's strength, she was facing the second-ranked person on the potential dragon list after all, so she couldn't help but worry. But now, all the worries have disappeared. Chen Lin's performance once again exceeded her expectations. No, it should be said that it far exceeded everyone's expectations. This guy's growth rate is really too fast. Yi Linxue whispered softly, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. She suddenly had a premonition that perhaps it wouldn't take Chen Lin 3 years of college to soar to a height that even she could only look up to. Chapter 72, You are strong, but the one ranked first is even more terrifying. In the audience, the sophomore genius who had been boasting so much before was now completely dumbfounded. He stared at the tall figure on the ring with wide eyes, and felt his face burning with pain. He was just talking non-stop about how terrifying the first 10 days of junior year were, hinting in both explicit and implicit ways that Chen Lin would definitely be defeated miserably, and might even be seriously injured. What's the result? They just pushed forward. The second-ranked genius? 3 punches to defeat him. Even his sword was broken. He is now like a clown, sitting here, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. What a monster. He murmured, his voice filled with deep shock and awe. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant that there are always people better than you. What I said before was just a waste of time. In the area of third-year students, everyone was speechless at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at Chen Lin on the ring, their backs soaked with cold sweat without them realizing it. In their cognition, the genius Qin Wushuang, who was numbered first, is elusive and few people have seen him actually take action, but the strongest genius they have seen in their daily lives is Lin Xiao, who was just defeated. They all knew Lin Xiao's strength. That was definitely a terrifying existence standing at the peak of the 6th level, and there were even signs of it touching the threshold of the 7th level. But even such a genius was so vulnerable in front of Chen Lin. So here comes the question. Can this freshman catch up with the number 1 genius? Thinking of this possibility, all the junior students felt a deep chill. A freshman on the first day of school already has the strength to compete with the strongest in their college? Who would dare to believe such a thing if they didn't see it with their own eyes? In the mentor seats, the mentors who were used to seeing geniuses in their daily lives looked at Chen Lin with completely different eyes. Excited. Unprecedented excitement. Some of the older mentors were so excited that they almost jumped up. A freshman directly ranked second. This is absolutely unprecedented in the history of our Imperial Capital University. In the next 3 years, no, maybe even less than 3 years, our Imperial Capital University will definitely crush all other universities. This child's talent is simply at the level of a monster. Several instructors were talking to each other excitedly, their eyes sparkling with excitement. As faculty members of Imperial Capital University, they certainly hope that the school can stand out from the competition among major universities. The appearance of Chen Lin undoubtedly gave them such hope. No, it gave them absolute confidence. At the highest point of the audience, the vice president who came to watch nodded with satisfaction. There was an unconcealable smugness on his face. After all, Chen Lin was a student he personally recruited. The stronger Chen Lin's performance, the more it proves his unique vision. Now it seems that going against all odds and admitting this kid as an exception was definitely one of the best decisions he had ever made. The young are truly formidable. The vice president sighed softly, his eyes full of relief. On the ring, Lin Xiao slowly regulated the surging qi and blood in his body. Chen Lin's attack just now seemed to have not hurt his roots, but the brutal and overbearing force caused considerable shock to his internal organs. After regulating his breathing for a quarter of an hour, he felt better and slowly stood up. Looking at the broken sword fragments scattered at his feet, this usually arrogant sword prodigy showed a helpless, bitter smile on his face for the first time. This sword was a mid-grade spiritual weapon that he had exchanged from the school treasury at the cost of a large amount of points. It accompanied him for 2 full years, experienced countless battles, and was never injured. But today, he was beaten into scrap metal by a punch and a knee. He has never been so embarrassed since he awakened his talent in swordsmanship. The defeat was so complete, and there was no chance of fighting back. This feeling was an unprecedented experience for him, who had always been successful. After a long silence, Lin Xiao finally raised his head and looked at Chen Lin, who was about to leave the ring. Chen Lin. He spoke, a mixture of emotions in his voice. Chen Lin paused, turned around and looked at him quietly. You are indeed the strongest freshman I have ever met. Lin Xiao said slowly, with a tone of heartfelt approval. Both your strength and talent are far beyond my imagination. Honestly, I am convinced of my defeat at your hands. Hearing this, there was another commotion in the audience. You know, Lin Xiao is famous for his arrogance. The fact that he can say such words is enough to show that Chen Lin's strength has completely conquered this sword genius. However, Lin Xiao had not finished speaking. He looked at Chen Lin deeply and continued, but I still want to give you a piece of advice. The one numbered first is different. Chapter 73, no matter how strong a genius is, they are all the same in my eyes. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Chen Lin couldn't help but laugh. These geniuses are so arrogant that they really think everything they say is right. Ever since he first showed his abilities at school, people have been saying similar things to him. The next opponent is even stronger. You haven't met a true genius yet. What came before is nothing. The real horror is what's coming after. What's the result? No, I still crushed them all. From Zhou Tao to Lin Xiao, each of them was praised as a god by everyone, but in the end, they were defeated with just a few punches and kicks in front of him. Now there is another Qin Wushuang, and he will probably suffer the same fate. Chen Lin secretly shook his head in his heart. These people's thinking patterns are really rigid. They always think that the strongest one within their cognitive scope is the real limit. But they don't know that a true evildoer will not be bound by this conventional cognition. Seeing the indifferent smile on Chen Lin's face, Lin Xiao knew that this guy didn't seem to care about what he had just said. But he still couldn't help but want to remind him again. After all, he had witnessed Qin Wushuang's horror with his own eyes. Chen Lin, I know you may think I'm exaggerating, but I must tell you that the genius ranked first is the most terrifying existence in history. Lin Xiao's expression became extremely solemn, and his voice was filled with deep awe. Until now, no one knows what his talent is, let alone what kind of martial arts skills he has mastered. Because he never used it. Just relying on the most basic strength, I got the first place. It can even be said that all the geniuses on the hidden dragon list other than him combined are not as good as him alone. Hearing this, Chen Lin became interested. According to Lin Xiao, Qin Wushuang is so strong, so his cultivation level should have reached the 7th level, right? After all, it is difficult to suppress so many geniuses by one's own strength without absolute advantage in realm. Is he a 7th level expert now? Chen Lin asked. However, Lin Xiao shook his head. That's the scariest thing about him. There was an indescribable shock in Lin Xiao's voice. As far as I know, he is definitely still at the level of perfection of the 6th level and has not yet broken through to the 7th level. But even in this state, he possesses incredible strength. Can you imagine? A 6th level master who can kill a 7th level beast with one sword. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. After hearing this, Chen Lin's eyes showed even more interest. Interesting. It's really interesting. As for geniuses, the stronger they are, the better. The stronger the genius you defeat, the more shock value you will gain. Moreover, in the final analysis, he also did not use his innate abilities, nor did he use most of his trump cards. If you really encounter a strong enough opponent, the worst that can happen is that you show your true strength. The horror of demon bloodline is beyond the imagination of these people. What's more, he still has a huge amount of shock value in his hands, so he can continue to improve the levels of various martial arts. By then, he would have the confidence to fight even a true 7th level expert. I'm looking forward to competing against him. Chen Lin said calmly, without any fear in his tone, but rather with an excitement that was eager to try. Looking at him like this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. Young people are always so confident. But it's also good. Only with this fearless spirit can one go further on the path of martial arts. I just hope that when this guy sees Qin Wushuang's true strength, he won't be hit too hard. At this moment, the onlookers were still immersed in the shock of the battle just now, whispering and discussing it. But Chen Lin no longer had any interest in staying here. He turned and walked down the stage, his eyes scanning the students in the audience who were still talking. Now, he has successfully challenged and become the real second on the hidden dragon list. According to the regulations of Imperial Capital University, students with this ranking naturally have the authority to control a large amount of resources. This is exactly what he needs most right now. Amidst everyone's horrified gazes, Chen Lin walked up to the administrator and showed his identity token. With a flash of light, the information on the token changed. Name, Chen Lin. Grade, Freshman. Hidden Dragon ranking, 2. Clearance level, A. Seeing the changes on the token, everyone present was shocked again. A freshman on the first day of school already has a level authority. This kind of thing is absolutely unprecedented in the history of Imperial Capital University. What does it mean to have a level authority? That is the highest authority second only to the dean and vice dean. You can freely enter and exit the school's various secret realms, exchange various precious resources without restrictions, and use most of the school's facilities. Even the seniors in their senior year envy this kind of treatment. Chen Lin put away the token with satisfaction and strode out of the central square under the complicated gazes of the crowd. He has more important things to do now. Go to the logistics department to exchange for a large number of skills and martial arts. It's time to start studying like crazy. Chapter 74, Breakthrough to the 6th Level, World-Destroying Burning Flame. On the way to the logistics department, Chen Lin had already started thinking about what kind of martial arts he needed to exchange. This time, he had no intention of exchanging for the body refining technique. After all, the 3 body refining techniques, demon body, glass body, and golden body art, have not yet been fully cultivated, so there is naturally no need to bite off more than you can chew at this stage. What he really lacks now is a speed-related martial art and explosive secret technique. In previous battles, Chen Lin had deeply realized the importance of these two things. No matter how powerful your opponent is, as long as you are fast enough, you can take the initiative in the battle. The explosive secret technique is the key factor in determining the outcome of the battle. With sufficiently powerful explosive power, one can fight even against opponents of a higher level than oneself. Soon, Chen Lin arrived at the logistics department. This is one of the most important places in the entire Imperial Capital University, responsible for the management and distribution of various resources of the school. When the receptionist saw the golden A-level authority token in Chen Lin's hand, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. "Excuse me, what do you need to exchange?" The staff's tone became unusually respectful. A level authority. There are not many people in the entire school who have this level of authority. I want to check all the light martial arts and explosive secret techniques. Chen Lin said directly. Okay, please wait. The staff hurriedly operated the crystal screen in front of them and quickly called up the relevant information. Looking at the densely packed names of martial arts on the screen, Chen Lin couldn't help but sigh. Imperial Capital University is worthy of being the top university in the country. Its foundation is indeed terrifyingly profound. There are simply countless martial arts techniques below a level, and even complete S-level techniques can be easily exchanged. I'm afraid that even some ancient sects and families may not be able to match this kind of resource reserves. Chen Lin looked at his current shock value. shock value 128,000. This is all the shock value he has accumulated during this period of time, and the amount is quite considerable. Since there are so many shock values, it is natural to exchange for the best. Chen-Lin directly set his sights on the S-level martial arts. Among the speed-related martial arts, he quickly found a technique that excited him. Phantom 7 Killing Steps and S-rank Qingdong, this explosive physical technique. Once unleashed, each step significantly increases speed, reaching over 10 times its original speed after 7 steps. The characteristic of this light skill is very obvious, that is, it has extremely strong explosive power. Although it cannot last too long, the speed increase in a short period of time is definitely the best among all light skills. Among the secret techniques of explosion, Chen-Lin also found a technique that was extremely suitable for him. Fire God's Descent, an S-rank explosive secret technique that madly incinerates the practitioner's chi, transforming it into boundless celestial fire that descends upon the world. The stronger the chi, the more terrifying the power, making it highly compatible with fire-based techniques. When he saw the introduction of this secret technique, a gleam of light flashed in Chen-Lin's eyes. This is simply tailor-made for you. The true chi cultivated by heavenly fire burning the world is extremely domineering and carries the attribute of scorching fire. If it is combined with the explosive secret technique, the coming of the god of fire, the power will definitely increase exponentially. What's more, he also has the talent of Emperor Yen. When the three are combined, it can truly be called the flame of destruction. Thinking of this, Chen-Lin said without hesitation, I want to exchange Phantom 7 Killing Steps and Fire God's Descent. Okay, Phantom 7 Killing Steps requires 50,000 shock points, and Fire God's Descent requires 60,000 shock points, for a total of 110,000 shock points. The staff quickly calculated the price. Chen-Lin nodded and confirmed the exchange directly. With a flash of light, 2 ancient secret books appeared in front of him. The secret book of Phantom 7 Killing Steps is silver-white in color, and is engraved with various mysterious footwork patterns. The secret book of The Descent of the God of Fire is scarlet in color, with a majestic image of the God of Fire carved on the cover. Just by looking at it, one can feel the terrifying power of fire contained in it. Thank you very much. Chen-Lin put away the 2 secret books, turned around and left the logistics department. Now, it's time to find a place to practice these newly acquired skills. Soon, Chen-Lin arrived at the school's retreat room area. This place is specially prepared for students who need to practice in seclusion. Each retreat room is equipped with spirit-gathering formations and protective formations to provide the best environment for practitioners. Chen-Lin chose a high-end retreat room and swiped his identity token. A level authorization confirmed, free use. The system prompt sounded and the door of the retreat room slowly opened. Entering the retreat room, Chen-Lin nodded with satisfaction. The concentration of spiritual energy here is several times higher than that of the outside world. It is indeed an excellent place for cultivation. He sat down cross-legged and first looked at the 2 secret books in his hands. However, before practicing these 2 new skills, he had more important things to do. That is to upgrade the level of Heavenly Fire Burning the World. The current Heavenly Fire Burning the World art is only at the minor success stage. Although its power is already very strong, it is still far from the level that this S-level martial art should have. If one can elevate it to great success or even perfection, then one's own strength will surely experience a qualitative leap. System upgrade, Heavenly Fire Burning World art. Chen-Lin muttered to himself. Do you want to consume 50,000 shock points to upgrade the Heavenly Fire Burning World art from minor to major? Confirm. Buzz. As the system prompt sounded, a huge stream of information instantly flooded into Chen-Lin's mind. Countless insights and realizations about the deeper cultivation of Heavenly Fire Burning the World came flooding in like a tide. Chen-Lin closed his eyes and absorbed this information wholeheartedly. At the same time, the true energy in his body began to undergo drastic changes. The flame energy, which was already quite domineering, became even more violent at this moment. As the temperature continued to rise, the color gradually changed from orange-red to pure white. This is a symbol of extreme high temperature. As his true chi continued to transform, Chen-Lin could clearly feel that his cultivation was improving rapidly. The shackles of the 5th level peak were instantly broken by this huge energy impact. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Chen-Lin's body, shaking the entire retreat room. Level 6. Chapter 75, The Ultimate Flame, the strength increases exponentially. Now that Heavenly Fire Burning the World has reached the 6th level, According to the standards of martial arts, this is considered a true minor success realm. But even if it is only a small success, its power is already terrifying to the extreme. Chen Lin could clearly feel that the true qi in his body seemed to be about to solidify, and each strand of true qi contained extremely terrifying energy. What's even more terrifying is that these true qi seem to be out of his complete control. Even if there is just a slight leak, the temperature around will rise rapidly. The retreat room, which was originally quite cool, has now become like a furnace, and the air has become dry. Chen Lin could even see that there was a faint spark in the breath he exhaled. Is this the power of an S-level technique? Chen Lin was shocked. You know, he hasn't actively practiced his skills yet, but the natural release of the true energy in his body has already caused such a terrifying effect. If it were truly used at full strength, how terrifying would the power be? Feeling the terrifying power in his body, Chen Lin decided to strike while the iron was hot. Now that he had broken through to the 6th level, he should improve his combat system to be more comprehensive. He looked at his remaining shock value. Current shock value, 18,000. Although the number is not too large, it should be enough to learn 2S level skills. System, learn, Phantom 7 Killing Steps, and Fire God's Descent. Do you want to consume 8,000 shock points to learn Phantom 7 Killing Steps? Do you want to consume 10,000 shock points to learn the God of Fire's Descent? Confirm. As the system prompt sounded, two huge streams of information flooded into Chen Lin's mind at the same time. He instantly mastered the various footwork techniques and body coordination skills of Phantom 7 Killing Steps, as well as the chi circulation and explosion principles of Fire God's Descent. Although it is only at the entry level, with Chen Lin's talent and comprehension ability, it is enough to bring out the basic power of these two skills. It's a pity that the shock value is not enough, otherwise he really wants to improve these two skills to a higher level. But it doesn't matter, there will be plenty of opportunities to gain shock value in the future anyway. Now let's test the power of these two techniques. Chen Lin stood up and took a deep breath. First is Phantom 7 Killing Steps. The characteristic of this light skill is its extremely strong explosive power. Although it cannot be sustained for too long, the speed increase in a short period of time is definitely the best among all physical skills. Chen Lin's mind moved, and the true energy surged under his feet. Whoosh! The whole person instantly turned into a shadow and moved quickly in the retreat room. With every step he took, his chi consumption would double, but correspondingly, his speed would also double. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. By the 5th step, Chen Lin's speed had reached a terrifying level. In the entire retreat room, only his afterimage was left flickering, and his true location could not be seen at all. And this is not the limit. According to the description of the technique, Phantom 7 Killing Steps has a total of 7 steps, and the speed of each step will double that of the previous step. By the 7th step, the speed will reach 128 times its original speed. However, Chen Lin did not continue trying. On the one hand, it is because the space in the retreat room is limited, and the full power of this light skill cannot be brought into play. On the other hand, he found that although the consumption of true energy was huge, for him now, this consumption was nothing at all. After breaking through to the 6th level, the true energy in his body was as vast as the ocean, which could fully support such high-intensity consumption. Yes, this Qigong is indeed suitable for me. Chen Lin nodded with satisfaction. With Phantom 7 Killing Steps, his mobility in battle will be greatly improved. Next, it's time to try the explosive secret technique, Fire God's Descent. Chen Lin stopped and opened his right hand. As his true energy circulated, his palms instantly turned red, as if they had been burned by flames. The God of Fire is coming, was unleashed at this moment. A large amount of true energy was compressed madly in his palm, and the temperature rose sharply. Soon, a ball of strange flame rose into the air from his palm. The flame was pitch black in color, but within the darkness, there was a hint of purple light. It looked extremely evil, but the temperature contained in it caused the air in the entire retreat room to begin to distort. This power. Chen Lin was shocked. This is just the entry level, God of Fire coming, and its power is already so terrifying. If it is cultivated to great success, or even perfection, how terrifying would it be? In order to test the power of the flame, Chen Lin flicked it casually. A tiny spark flew out from his fingertips and landed on the floor of the retreat room. The next second, a shocking scene happened. Boom! A terrifying flame erupted instantly, spreading wildly around with that spark as the center. The hard ground was like paper in front of the flames and was burned through in an instant. In just a few breaths, a huge hole with a diameter of dozens of meters was burned out on the ground. And the flames continued to burn, spreading wildly in all directions. Seeing that the entire retreat room was about to be engulfed by the flames, Chen Lin quickly took action. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the true energy in his body surged, trying to control the out-of-control flames. Fortunately, he had a pretty good control over the flames, and after some effort, he was able to finally put out all the wildly burning flames. Looking at the huge burned hole in front of him, Chen Lin couldn't help swallowing. This power is too terrifying. You know, what he released just now was just a tiny spark. If the god of fire descends, is used with all its strength, how terrifying would its power be? I'm afraid that even a 7th-level strongman would not dare to take this move head-on. However, Chen Lin soon realized a problem. Although this secret technique is powerful, it is quite difficult to control. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, the entire retreat room would have been completely destroyed in just a few breaths. At that time, he will have to compensate the school for its losses. It seems that next time I can't practice this kind of overly destructive secret technique in the retreat room. Chen Lin reminded himself secretly. We must find a more open place without any buildings to safely test these dangerous skills. However, through the test just now, Chen Lin has a rough estimate of his current strength. At this moment, his eyes became deep and he spoke in a low voice. With my current strength, I should be able to fight against a 7th-level being, right? The terrifying true energy of the great perfection realm of heavenly fire burning the world, the extreme speed provided by Phantom 7 killing steps, plus the devastating explosive secret technique of Fire God coming to the world. Combining these three, Chen Lin is confident that he can fight any 7th-level strongman head-on. Chapter 76, Fame Rises, the 10,000 Races sect pays attention again. While Chen Lin was still practicing in seclusion in the room, a huge uproar had already occurred in the outside world. The news about him challenging the genius and snatching the dormitory at the freshman orientation ceremony spread like a storm throughout the imperial capital. Not only within the imperial capital university, but even several other top universities next door knew about Chen Lin's amazing feat. Have you heard? There's a crazy new student at Imperial Capital University this year. What lunatic? The version I heard was that he was a demonic genius. What you said is not accurate. I have a friend at Imperial Capital University. I heard that a freshman named Chen Lin has challenged the talented seniors in the upper grades since he just entered the university. What's the big deal? It's a challenge, but the key is the outcome. The result? You'll never guess. That kid crushed everyone else and shot straight to 2nd place in the school. Holy crap! Is that true? Ranked 2nd? Doesn't that mean he's the strongest in the entire school, aside from that kendo genius? It's absolutely true. My friend saw it with his own eyes, and the scene was truly shocking. Similar conversations continued to be heard in every corner of the imperial capital. Whether in tea houses, restaurants, or on the streets, everyone was discussing this new evildoer who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed that it was awesome. I haven't seen such an exaggerated freshman in many years. You know, Imperial Capital University is not an ordinary school. Those who can enter here are all top talents from all over the world. These people are the focus of everyone's attention in their respective hometowns. But even in such a place where so many geniuses gather, a freshman who just enrolled can actually make it all the way to the 2nd place in the ranking. This completely overturned everyone's cognition. Inside Imperial Capital University, the reactions of the top 100 talented students were even more intense. Most of them were not present to watch the game. After all, the freshman entrance ceremony was not an important occasion for them. But when the news spread, these geniuses who were usually extremely arrogant could no longer sit still. What? A freshman is ranked 2nd? You must be kidding. I don't believe it. It's absolutely impossible. The news must be wrong, or those junior students are exaggerating. With strong doubts, these talented students ran to find the strongest kendo genius in the sophomore year to inquire about the situation. After all, only he, the person involved, can give the most accurate answer. When they found the kendo genius, he was practicing sword. The kendo genius was a little surprised to see so many senior students gathered around him. Seniors, what can I do for you? I heard that something happened at the freshman orientation ceremony today. A freshman named Chen Lin challenged you, asked a talented junior student. The sword genius nodded. Yes, it is true. So what was the result? You should have won easily, right? Facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, the swordsmanship genius smiled bitterly and shook his head. I lost. What? Everyone was stunned. They originally thought that this kendo genius would tell them that the rumors were false, or at most he would have fought a draw with the freshman. But I didn't expect to get such an answer. Impossible. You're the strongest sophomore genius, how could you possibly lose to a freshman? Yeah, that's outrageous. Faced with everyone's doubts, the kendo genius could only smile bitterly. Doesn't he hope that all this is fake? But the fact is the fact, he did lose, and lost completely. Seniors, I know this result is hard to accept, but it's the truth, the sword genius said seriously. That Chen Lin is truly ridiculously strong. Not only me, but even the seniors ranked 3rd to 10th were defeated one by him. After receiving a positive response from the person involved, the talented students present could no longer deny this fact. Everyone was even more shocked. It seems that this time, there is indeed a monster-level evildoer. However, not everyone is willing to accept this result. This is especially difficult for those geniuses who were originally on the top 10 list to accept. Among them, the genius who was originally ranked 10th but was squeezed out of the top 10 because of Chen Lin's sudden appearance had an extremely ugly expression on his face. His name is Li Haoran, a junior student. He has a very good talent for cultivation and has finally squeezed into the top 10. He originally thought that his ranking was stable, but he didn't expect that the arrival of a new student would cause him to fall out of the top 10. This is a great humiliation for him. I don't believe it. Li Haoran said with gritted teeth, how could a freshman who just enrolled be so powerful? He must have used some tricks. The other students around looked at him with some sympathy. Although it is difficult for everyone to accept this fact, the parties involved have already admitted it, so how could it be false? But Li Haoran obviously didn't think so. He always felt that Chen Lin must have used some shameful means, otherwise he would never have such exaggerated strength. I must take back my own position. Li Haoran vowed to himself. He had already decided that as soon as Chen Lin came out of confinement, he would challenge him immediately. He wants to show everyone that he is the real genius. However, just as the Imperial Capital University was buzzing with discussion about Chen Lin's affairs, in a seemingly inconspicuous manner in a remote suburb of the Imperial Capital, another group of people were paying attention to this suddenly rising talented freshman. In a secret room deep in the manor, several figures sat around a round table. These people were all wearing black robes with various strange ethnic patterns carved on them. Some are bird men with wings, some are snake men covered with scales, and some are demons with hideous appearances. These patterns are so lifelike that they seem as if they will jump out of the clothes at any time. One of the men in black robes was holding a document in his hand and was examining it carefully. On the cover of the document, the two big characters Chen Lin were written. It records in detail everything that happened to Chen Lin from the time he appeared at the Imperial Capital University to his brilliant performance at the freshman entrance ceremony. There is even a fairly detailed description of the martial arts he used and the strength he demonstrated. This Chen Lin. The man in black robe looked at the information in his hand, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. How is it? Asked another man in black robe next to him. Very interesting. The first black-robed man put down the information. An 18-year-old boy possesses such terrifying strength. This is extremely rare in the records of our 10,000 races sect. Could he be the heir of some hidden family? Unlikely. I've checked, and this Chen Lin comes from a very ordinary background. His parents are ordinary people. Logically, he shouldn't have such an exaggerated talent. Several men in black robes were discussing with each other. After a while, the black-robed man sitting in the main seat, who was also their leader, slowly spoke. No matter his origins, one thing is certain, the leader's voice was low and hoarse. This kid must have a great secret. Otherwise, he would never have been able to display such strength in such a short time. The other men in black robes nodded in agreement. So what should we do? Someone asked. The leader was silent for a moment, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. We can't let such a genius grow up. Chapter 77, Field Experience, The Actions of the 10,000 Races Sect. The Church of All Races, a notorious evil organization worldwide, has influence all over the world. In many small nations, the Myriad Races cult has even seized complete political power, openly manipulating the entire nation's operations. The people of those nations have long been reduced to slaves and experimental subjects of the Myriad Races cult, living in dire straits. But in the Great Yen Empire, the situation was completely different. As the world's most powerful human empire, De Yen took an extremely hardline stance against the evil sect of the Myriad Races cult. Within De Yen, the Myriad Races cult remained powerful and its methods were extremely overbearing, but it was suppressed like a rat crossing the street by the combined efforts of the government and various major powers. They dared not act openly and could only set up secret branches in every city, hiding in dark corners to carry out all kinds of shameful activities. Their most important task in the Great Yen territory is to kill those talented young warriors. After all, once these geniuses grow up, they will inevitably become a serious threat to the Myriad Races sect. Rather than waiting until they are fully grown, it is better to nip the threat in the bud. Chen Lin's cultivation was destroyed by the Wanzhou sect branch in the mountain city. However, Shancheng is just a small city after all, and the strength of the Wanzhou sect branch there is limited, and there are only a few masters that can be sent out. But the branch of the 10,000 races sect in the imperial capital is the truly powerful one. At this moment, in the secret room of the hidden manor, several men in black robes were still carefully studying the information about Chen Lin. These people looked at the intelligence in their hands and became more and more shocked. Chen Lin's performance was beyond their expectations. A waste whose cultivation was destroyed was able to rise again in a short period of time and even became the second-ranked genius in the imperial capital university. This completely overturned their cognition. "This kid's recovery is incredibly fast," one of the black-robed men said with a frown. "According to our intelligence, how long has it been since his cultivation was crippled? And now he's already able to defeat those veteran geniuses. Yes, this growth rate is simply unbelievable." Another black-robed man echoed, "Those geniuses he defeated were not mediocre people." Could it be that he had some kind of adventure, someone speculated. No matter what the reason is, one thing is certain. A black-robed man sitting in the corner suddenly spoke in a cold voice, "This kid must not be allowed to stay." The others looked at him. "Do you think Chen Lin must be killed?" asked the leading man in black robe. "That's right." The man nodded heavily. After all, even after his cultivation was crippled, he can still make such rapid progress. This kind of talent and willpower are too terrifying. If he continues to grow, he will definitely become our mortal enemy in the future. The black-robed leader pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. "You have a point." His voice was low. "If that's the case, we can't wait any longer. Send someone to act immediately." "How many people should be sent?" someone asked. The leading black-robed figure thought for a moment and made a decision: send 10 members of the 6th rank who have reached perfection. These members all possess a level assassination talent. Upon hearing this arrangement, all the black-robed people present nodded secretly. 10 perfect 6th-level killers, all of whom are experts in assassination. This configuration is indeed powerful enough. The leading black-robed man appeared very confident. No matter how strong Chen Lin is, he hasn't reached the 7th level. Facing the siege of so many professional killers, he will definitely not be able to escape. However, some people also raised questions. Why not send a 7th-level assassin? Wouldn't that be safer? The leading black-robed figure shook his head. Of course, it's not that we're unwilling to send a rank 7 assassin. It's simply because the imperial capital is, after all, the capital of Great Yen. If a rank 7 or higher being were to take action, the spiritual energy fluctuations it would cause would be too great, easily alerting those terrifying experts. If they were to follow the clues and find our base, we'd be in big trouble. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their understanding. Indeed, one must be cautious when acting in a place like the imperial capital. Once exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. "When do we start?" someone asked. "Don't be anxious. Let someone secretly observe Chen Lin's whereabouts first. Once we find a suitable opportunity, take action immediately," said the leading black-robed man coldly. At the same time, Chen Lin, who was at the imperial capital university, had no idea that the 10,000 races sect had set its sights on him again. After coming out of the retreat room, he felt the spiritual power filling his body and was in a very good mood. The cultivation level at the early stage of the 6th level has brought about a qualitative improvement in his strength. However, Chen Lin did not become complacent about this. He knew very well that although his current strength was among the best among his peers, it was still far from enough in this world full of strong people. He still has a long way to go if he wants to truly stand at the top of this world. Now that I've broken through to the 6th level, I should continue to improve my cultivation. Chen Lin thought to himself, those pills in the system mall are indeed good things for improving cultivation. As long as I have enough shock value, I can quickly improve my strength. Thinking of this, he decided to take on some training tasks at school first. These tasks not only earn school points, but more importantly, you are likely to encounter various unexpected situations in the process of completing the tasks. And these unexpected situations are often great opportunities to gain shock value. After all, he had already broken through to the 6th level, so he naturally couldn't waste his shock points. The right thing to do was to get more pills and take them to improve his cultivation. Chen Lin did it as soon as he thought of it and immediately went to the school's mission hall. The mission hall is bustling with people, and students of all levels are looking for suitable missions here. Chen Lin took a quick look around and quickly found a few training tasks that looked good. One of them is a mission to go to the outskirts of the imperial capital to clear out monsters, and the reward is quite generous school points. That's it. Chen Lin made a decision quickly. After completing the formalities, he did not stay for long and immediately headed to the wilderness of the imperial capital. Walking out of the imperial capital and looking at the endless wilderness before him, Chen Lin took a deep breath. The concentration of spiritual energy here is obviously higher than in the city, and there is a wild breath in the air. It's time to stretch your muscles. Chapter 78, Defeating the Monsters, the killer of the 10,000 races cult appears. The mission Chen Lin accepted this time was mainly to eliminate the puppets of the 10,000 races, that is, various monsters and ferocious beasts created by the 10,000 races. These evil beings are the culprits that make the wilderness of Blue Star so dangerous. Not only are they powerful, but they are also extremely bloodthirsty and brutal, with an innate hostility towards humans. Once they encounter a human warrior, they will inevitably attack him to the death. It is precisely because of the existence of these monsters and ferocious beasts that ordinary people dare not step out of the city. Even those warriors with a certain level of strength must always be vigilant when walking in the wild, as they may lose their lives if they are not careful. As the capital of the Great Yan Empire, the situation in the surrounding area of the imperial capital is even more complicated. There are many space cracks here, and these cracks are connected to the territories of those powerful races. Through these space cracks, various monsters and ferocious beasts continuously pour into the human world. Therefore, there are a large number of monsters and ferocious beasts near the imperial capital, and their strength is extremely terrifying. It seems that these monsters are endless, and new monsters emerge from the space cracks every day. Even though the imperial capital dispatches a large number of warriors to carry out cleanup operations every day, the effect is still limited. After Chen Lin stepped into the wilderness, he quickly felt the dangerous atmosphere here. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and killing, and the roars of various monsters could be heard from time to time in the distance. However, this kind of environment is actually a good opportunity for Chen Lin. He was worried that he had no place to test his strength. Soon, Chen Lin encountered the first group of enemies. They were a group of huge demonic wolves, each of them had the strength of a late 5th stage. This type of demon wolf is not only extremely fast, but also very cunning. It often attacks lone warriors in groups. Faced with the encirclement of this group of demon wolves, Chen Lin was not at all panicked. He immediately started a crazy killing spree. The wind from the fists whistled, and each punch contained terrifying destructive power. Those demon wolves that were extremely dangerous in the eyes of other warriors were like paper in front of Chen Lin and could not withstand his attacks at all. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen demon wolves were killed by Chen Lin. This scene was seen by several warriors not far away. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. Oh my god, who is that kid? He can actually take on a group of 5th level demon wolves alone. Too strong. He doesn't look very old. Could he be a genius student from Imperial Capital University? Of course it is. How can an ordinary warrior have such strength? Chen Lin heard their discussions and felt secretly happy. These shock values come at the right time. After dealing with the pack of demon wolves, Chen Lin continued to go deeper into the wild. Soon, he encountered a stronger enemy. A giant bear monster of the early 6th stage appeared in front of him. The giant bear was over 3 meters tall, covered with thick scales, and its eyes flashed blood-red light. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Chen Lin not only did not retreat, but became excited instead. It's a good opportunity to test my true strength now. Chen Lin rushed forward and started a fierce fight with the giant bear. The battle was so noisy that it attracted more warriors to watch. Everyone was shocked when they saw that Chen Lin was able to fight a level 6 monster head-on. What kind of monster is this kid? He's only at the early 6th level, but he can actually fight a 6th level monster. This is incredible. Normally, a human warrior of the same level would be at a disadvantage against a monster, but he was able to fight back. No, look carefully, he seems to have the upper hand. It was just as they said, Chen Lin gradually gained the upper hand in this battle. Although the giant bear was powerful and had amazing defense, it gradually couldn't hold on under Chen Lin's fierce attack. In the end, Chen Lin smashed the giant bear's head with one punch, ending the battle. The warriors watching were completely excited. Holy crap! He actually killed a level 6 monster. This guy is definitely a genius of the demonic level. Where did such a terrifying young man come from? Chen Lin felt the shock value prompts constantly coming from the system, and his heart was filled with joy. The Imperial Capital is worthy of being the Imperial Capital. There are so many warriors. Various 4th and 5th level warriors can be seen everywhere in the wild. They are all shocked by their own strength and continuously provide shock value. This feeling is so great. Chen Lin enjoyed it and continued to kill his way deeper into the wilderness step by step. Along the way, the monsters he encountered became stronger and more numerous. But whether it was the late 5th stage steel-armored rhinoceros or the early 6th stage wind-blade leopard, neither could last more than a few rounds in front of Chen Lin. Sometimes he would even be besieged by a group of monsters, but Chen Lin was still able to deal with it calmly. The scene of one man defeating a group of monsters left all the watching warriors stunned. Is this guy a human or a monster? That's too much. I practiced for 20 years to reach the 5th level, and how old does he look? Monster, an absolute monster level genius. Just like that, Chen Lin was killing crazily in the wild. Many warriors were so frightened when they saw him facing a group of 6th level monsters alone that they stared with fear and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Where did this genius monster come from?" As time passed, Chen Lin's harvest became richer and richer. Soon, he received countless shock points, and the system prompt sound almost never stopped. At the same time, all the tasks in his hands were completed. According to the mission requirements, he had already killed all the monsters and ferocious beasts he needed to kill, and even exceeded the target by a lot. Looking at the task scroll in his hand, Chen Lin nodded with satisfaction. It's almost time to go back. Chen Lin turned around and prepared to leave and return to the Imperial Capital. But only then did he realize that he had unknowingly gone far into the wilderness. This place is still quite a distance away from the Imperial Capital. And the deeper you go, the more desolate and dangerous the surrounding environment becomes. Those weaker warriors had long since stopped daring to follow in, and now there were few other people around. Chen Lin quickened his pace and headed towards the Imperial Capital. However, before he had returned halfway, a terrible murderous intent suddenly enveloped him. This murderous intent came extremely suddenly and was extremely strong, as if it wanted to devour him whole. Chen Lin's heart trembled and he stopped immediately. He has always been very alert and immediately realized that something was wrong. This murderous intent was definitely not something that an ordinary monster could emit, but came from a human warrior, and an extremely powerful warrior at that. Chen Lin slowly turned around and looked around vigilantly. Soon, he saw 10 figures gradually appearing from all directions. These 10 people were all wearing black robes, wrapping themselves tightly, leaving only a pair of cold eyes exposed. What made Chen Lin feel even more pressured was that the aura emanating from these 10 men in black robes was extremely powerful. Each one has reached the level of perfection of the 6th order. Chapter 79, 6th level perfect killer? Burn them all to death. Chen Lin looked at the 10 men in black robes in front of him and narrowed his eyes. So familiar. This outfit, this aura, he could never forget the scene when he was crippled. A similar black-robed man looked at him coldly, and then ruthlessly destroyed his cultivation foundation. That kind of despair and pain is still deeply imprinted in his heart. The feeling of falling from the clouds to hell was something he would never be able to let go of. Thinking of this, Chen Lin's expression instantly turned cold, and a deep hatred flashed in his eyes. So you're the rats from the 10,000 Races cult. Chen Lin's voice was low, and every word was filled with cold murderous intent. I haven't even come to settle accounts with you yet, but you've taken the initiative to come to my door. It seems like it's time to collect some interest first. As soon as he finished speaking, the murderous aura on Chen Lin's body boiled over like a substance. The terrifying aura made the surrounding air thick. The black-robed man opposite felt the murderous intent emanating from Chen Lin and was also shocked. They didn't expect that this young man would have such a terrifying aura. However, as professional killers, they quickly adjusted their mindset. The leading black-robed figure spoke coldly, "You've already been abandoned once. A genius like you shouldn't be a stumbling block to my sect's grand plan. Die. Before he finished speaking, 10 men in black robes attacked instantly. Their cooperation was extremely tacit, and it was obvious that they had gone through countless training sessions. 10 figures rushed towards Chen-Lin from different directions at the same time like ghosts, wanting to kill him with one blow. These killers were incredibly fast, and each one attacked with the determination to kill. Their moves are strange and brutal, specifically targeting the vital parts of the human body. If it were an ordinary 6th level warrior, facing such a siege, he would definitely be dead. However, facing this deadly siege, Chen-Lin laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Just in time. Chen-Lin's laughter was filled with excitement and fighting spirit. My strength has just been improved, and these people are just the right ones to test the power of my secret technique. As he spoke, Chen-Lin slowly raised his head. The next moment, the terrifying skyfire appeared again. This time the heavenly fire was more terrifying than any previous one. The temperature of the flame was so astonishingly high that even space began to distort. The orange-red flames danced around Chen-Lin, and every flame contained the power to destroy everything. Those black-robed killers felt this terrifying power, and fear finally arose in their hearts. They realized that they might have underestimated the young man's ability. But it's too late to back out now. In just a breath of time, the skyfire instantly turned into a boundless sea of fire, enveloping all the people in black robes. Ah! Screams rose one after another, echoing in the wilderness. The strength of these black-robed men is truly terrifying. 10 of them working together can even harm a 7th level being under certain circumstances. Each of them is an elite killer who has been tempered through countless life and death battles, and possesses rich combat experience and formidable strength. But all this is completely useless in front of Chen-Lin. The heavenly fire attached itself to them and instantly began to burn everything on them. Not only their clothes and skin, but even the true energy and blood in their bodies are burning. This kind of pain is unimaginable to ordinary people, as if it is torture coming from the depths of the soul. Impossible. What kind of power is this? Help! Help me! Why can't this flame be put out? The black-robed killers struggled frantically in the sea of fire, but to no avail. The power of the heavenly fire was far beyond their imagination. This terrifying force from ancient times was simply not something they could resist. They tried to use various secret techniques to resist the erosion of the skyfire, but all their efforts were in vain. The heavenly fire seemed to have its own consciousness, specifically looking for the energy in their bodies to burn. Amidst the wailing, these originally powerful black-robed killers could not even get close to Chen-Lin and were burned to death in endless pain. Their bodies gradually turned into ashes in the flames, leaving no trace. The whole process lasted less than a minute, but to those black-robed killers, it seemed as long as a century. Chen-Lin stood quietly in the middle of the sea of fire, watching everything in front of him. Skyfire jumped docilely beside him, as obedient as a pet. This huge contrast is deeply shocking. After a moment, Chen-Lin retracted the heavenly fire. The scene before my eyes was shocking. The originally lush grass had turned into a charred area, with white smoke rising from the ground. Those 10 powerful black-robed killers completely disappeared from this world. Chen-Lin looked at the charred land in front of him and said coldly, "The 10,000 races cult, damn it!" His voice was quiet, but full of determination. His eyes fixed, and Chen-Lin swore secretly in his heart. He planned to wait until he was strong enough to destroy this evil sect first. Chapter 80, Genius Alliance. Chen-Lin returned to the school with a large number of beast cores and cores of various monsters. The sheer quantity and quality of these trophies stunned the staff in the mission hall. Are these what you harvested today? The teacher in charge of task registration widened his eyes, looking at the mountain of beast cores in front of him in disbelief. Chen-Lin nodded and handed over the quest scroll. "Well, I'm lucky today. I encountered a lot of monsters." Hearing Chen-Lin's casual words, the students watching around couldn't help but gasp. Good luck? Encountered a lot of monsters? Among these beast cores, there are more than a dozen of the 6th level, and countless of the 5th level. This is not just good luck, it's simply destroying the monster's lair. Fuck. Is Chen-Lin going to defy the will of heaven? With so many 6th level beast cores, how many monsters has he killed? It's terrifying. I don't even dare to provoke a 4th level monster when I go out, but he directly slaughters a group of 6th level monsters. Is this guy still human? There was a lot of discussion, and everyone was shocked by Chen-Lin's gains. It took the staff a full half-hour to count all the beast cores, and then they announced the final score in a trembling voice. Total 120,000 points. As soon as this number came out, the entire mission hall fell silent. Then more heated discussions broke out. 120,000 points? I can only earn 3,000 points in a semester. What's the concept? We can't even accumulate this many points after 4 years of graduation. Did Chen Lin directly poke the monster's lair? They were all exclaiming in amazement at Chen Lin's terrifying record, wanting to further confirm his terrifying strength. In the crowd, the face of Lin Hao, the strongest sophomore talent, was completely numb. Why did he feel that the gap between him and Chen Lin was not narrowing but getting bigger? This huge gap filled him with anxiety and resentment. As the strongest sophomore, he has always been looked up to by everyone. But ever since Chen Lin appeared, he felt that his brilliance was completely overshadowed. No, I can't be surpassed like this. Lin Hao secretly swore in his heart. He could no longer suppress his inner anxiety, so he turned around and left the mission hall, and began to practice madly. Not only Lin Hao, many other talented students were also stimulated. Chen Lin's rising fame has made many geniuses work harder. This healthy competitive atmosphere makes the school leaders extremely happy. Great! With a role model like Chen Lin, the enthusiasm of other students has been mobilized. This kid is a natural-born catfish. He's really livened up the atmosphere of the entire school. The leaders were very satisfied with Chen Lin's performance and even began to consider allocating more resources to him. After redeeming the points, Chen Lin did not leave in a hurry. He looked around and made sure no one else was paying attention, then he took the initiative to find the school's senior leaders. At this moment, Chen Lin informed the school management in detail about his encounter with the killer from the Wanzhou sect. What? The assassins from the Myriad Races cult? 10 6th level perfect assassins? After hearing Chen Lin's report, several vice principals took a deep breath. Although the 10,000 Races cult is an underground organization in the imperial capital, its terrifying strength and cruel methods are well known to everyone. The fact that they could send out 10 perfect 6th level killers at once was enough to show how much the 10,000 Races sect valued Chen Lin. Student Chen Lin, are you safe now? Are you injured? A vice principal asked with concern. Chen Lin shook his head. I'm fine, I've already dealt with those killers. But... He paused and continued, I'm not strong enough right now. If I have to be constantly on guard against attacks from the Myriad Races cult, it will seriously affect my growth rate. With the school's help, at least it will make things a lot easier for me. When Chen Lin said this, he felt a little helpless. He knew that he did not yet have the strength to confront the entire 10,000 Races sect head-on. If you have to worry about being assassinated every day, you will not be able to practice with peace of mind. Therefore, relying on the power of the school is the wisest choice. When the school's top management heard Chen Lin's words, they immediately stated, Don't worry, Chen Lin, the school will never let anyone from the Myriad Races cult harm you. That's right. How can we allow these traitors to harm the geniuses cultivated by our Imperial University? When the school's top management learned about what Chen Lin reported, they were furious. The damned 10,000 Races sect actually dared to lay their hands on the students of their school. This is simply a challenge to the dignity of the entire Imperial Capital University. Contact the military and the Warrior Association immediately, the principal made a decisive move. Begin a large-scale investigation and cleanup of the Imperial capital. Since the Myriad Races cult dares to attack our students, don't blame us for being rude. Several vice principals were also filled with righteous indignation and expressed their desire to teach Wanzhou a profound lesson. As the Empire's top martial arts school, Imperial Capital University has complex influence and connections. Once they start operating at full capacity, even the military and the Warriors Association will have to give them some face. Soon, a large-scale purge against the 10,000 Races sect quietly began in the Imperial capital. After dealing with these things, Chen Lin felt relieved. With the protection of the school, he at least doesn't have to worry about being attacked inside the school. Moreover, with the cooperation of the military and the Warriors Association in the purge, the 10,000 Races sect will not dare to act rashly in the short term. This gives him valuable developmental time. Now I can practice with peace of mind. Chen Lin thought to himself. He was about to return to his dormitory to plan his next training plan. But as soon as he arrived at the dormitory door, Chen Lin unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. The swordsmanship genius Li Xian, who had been defeated by him before, was standing at the door of his dormitory. Li Xian seemed to have been waiting for a long time, with a complicated expression on his face. When he saw Chen Lin coming back, he immediately went to meet him. Chen Lin. Li Xian called him. Chen Lin looked at him with some confusion. Li Xian? What do you want to talk to me about? Ever since he was defeated in the ring last time, Li Xian rarely appeared in front of him. He suddenly ran to the door of my dormitory to wait today. There must be something important. Li Xian took a deep breath and his expression became serious. On behalf of the Genius Alliance, I invite you to join. Chapter 81, Join the Federation, there are many benefits. Genius Alliance? Chen Lin was a little curious about what kind of organization this was. Although he had vaguely heard of the name before, he did not understand its specific operating model and organizational structure. Seeing Chen Lin's puzzled expression, Li Xian immediately explained. The Genius Federation, as the name suggests, is a place where geniuses gather. Li Xian said with a hint of pride, basically, all the famous geniuses in the top universities in the capital will join it. Almost all the top talents in the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy, Imperial Capital Military Academy, Imperial Capital Mage Academy, and our Imperial Capital University are members of the Federation. Chen Lin nodded and had a preliminary understanding of this organization. Being able to gather talents from top universities, the scale and influence of this organization cannot be underestimated. Li Xian continued, the Genius Union is a platform for communication among geniuses on campus. Because the Genius Union has the support of many forces, even the military, and provides various resources, many geniuses are willing to join the union. Everyone competes with each other and showcases their potential. Once someone demonstrates extraordinary potential, the big powers will fight tooth and nail to get them. Hearing this, a gleam of light flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. This talented union certainly sounds like a valuable one. Not only can you get in touch with top talents from various universities, but you can also obtain resource support provided by various forces. Most importantly, there is a vast network of contacts here. For Chen Lin now, these are extremely valuable resources. So how many members does the Federation have now? Chen Lin asked. There are currently about 50 people, all of whom are the best students from various schools. Li Xian replied, the weakest one is at the late 5th level, and most of them are at the 6th level. Chen Lin nodded secretly. This strength structure is indeed in line with the positioning of the Genius Alliance. Li Xian continued, and the president of this year's Genius Federation is Chu Tianqing, the strongest genius ranked first in our Imperial Capital University. When mentioning the name Chu Tianqing, Li Xian's tone was filled with obvious awe. Senior Chu Tianqing has already reached the early 7th stage of strength and is an absolute powerhouse in the entire Genius Union. However, he will graduate next year, and the position of president will be re-elected at that time. Li Xian paused, looked at Chen Lin and continued, because the sophomores at our Imperial University aren't strong enough to compete for the position of the next president, seeing a talent like you, I wanted to invite you to join. With your ability, you'll definitely be able to get the position of president. Hearing this, Chen Lin's heart moved. President of the Genius Union? This position does sound attractive. Not only can you command the top talents of various universities, but you can also obtain more resources and authority. The most important thing is that Chen Lin thought about so many geniuses gathered together, which would definitely cause a lot of shock. Every time I show my strength in front of them, I gain a lot of shock value. This is like a godsend for Chen Lin, who is in urgent need of improving his strength. Thinking of this, Chen Lin had already made a decision in his heart. But he still looked thoughtful and did not express his opinion immediately. Li Xian saw that Chen Lin was silent and thought that he was unwilling to join, and he suddenly felt a little anxious. He had witnessed Chen Lin's strength with his own eyes and knew that he was definitely qualified to be a core member of the Genius Alliance. If he could get Chen Lin to join, it would not only be a huge boost to the Federation, but also a great achievement for him. So Li Xian continued to persuade him, Chen Lin, there are many training missions in the Genius Alliance. These missions can not only improve your strength, but also provide very generous rewards. Especially the missions issued by the military region, which are incredibly generous. After all, they are meant to cultivate talented young talents, so all the major forces are not stingy. Li Xian's tone was filled with obvious temptation. Some missions even offer rewards including 7th-tier elixirs, divine weapons, and various precious cultivation resources. These things are simply not available outside and can only be obtained through the Federation's channels. Hearing this, Chen Lin's eyes lit up even more. A 7th-tier elixir? A magical weapon? These things are indeed the resources he urgently needs now. Although he now has a large number of points, the resources that can be exchanged in school are limited after all. Moreover, many high-level elixirs and equipment are limited in quantity, so it is not easy to obtain them in large quantities. If the Talent Alliance can provide these resources, then joining will be even more valuable. Also, Li Xian continued, the Genius Alliance holds an exchange meeting every month. At the exchange meeting, everyone can freely learn from each other and share their cultivation experiences. Many times, the gains from a single exchange meeting are greater than a month of closed-door cultivation. After all, everyone's cultivation methods and understandings are different, and learning from each other can broaden one's thinking. Chen Lin nodded secretly. This was indeed a great advantage. Although he had the help of the system, he still had a lot to learn in terms of training techniques and combat experience. Communicating and learning from other geniuses can indeed quickly improve one's overall strength. Most importantly, Li Xian lowered his voice and said mysteriously, the Genius Alliance also has a secret base. It has a variety of top-notch training facilities, including gravity rooms, element pools, combat simulators, and so on. These facilities are built with the most advanced technology and are several times more powerful than those in school. Only core members of the Federation are eligible to use them. After hearing these introductions, the balance in Chen Lin's heart completely tilted. The value of this Genius Alliance is far greater than he imagined. It not only provides a large source of shock value, but also various precious cultivation resources and facilities. Most importantly, this place gathers the best talents in the imperial capital, and is an excellent platform for building personal connections. For Chen Lin's long-term development, the value of these personal connections is even more important than material resources. Thinking of this, Chen Lin no longer hesitated and agreed immediately. Chapter 82, A Show of Force. Following Li Xian out of the school, Chen Lin soon saw where the Genius Alliance was located. This place is not far from the headquarters of the Dian Martial Arts Association and can be considered the heart of the imperial capital. Chen Lin looked up and saw a club building covering a large area. It was extremely luxuriously decorated, and the decoration at the door alone revealed an extraordinary atmosphere. Being able to own a club in such a place where every inch of land is valuable is enough to show how strong the support behind the Talent Alliance is. The land price per square meter here is sky high. It seems that the Federation does have a deep background to be able to establish a base here. Chen Lin thought to himself. Li Xian noticed Chen Lin's expression and couldn't help but feel a little proud. How about it? Are you shocked? The purchase of this club alone cost billions, and the subsequent renovation and equipment investment is even more than 10 billion. This money was jointly contributed by various major forces, including the military region, the Martial Arts Association, and several large families. They all hope to cultivate more talents to serve the human race. Chen Lin nodded, and had a deeper understanding of the strength of the Genius Alliance. The fact that so many forces can jointly invest in this organization shows that its influence cannot be underestimated. As he walked into the club, Chen Lin immediately felt an unusual atmosphere. As soon as I walked into the club, there were already quite a few people waiting inside. These people all look very young, but the aura they exude is strong. They are obviously talented students from various universities. Because they learned that a powerful freshman from the Imperial Capital University was going to join the Federation today, and this freshman also defeated the second-ranked kendo genius of the Imperial Capital University, everyone was a little curious. As soon as Chen Lin entered the hall, he felt countless eyes focusing on him. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Lin without any scruples, looking at him unscrupulously. There was curiosity, questioning, provocation, and vague hostility in these gazes. Chen Lin sneered in his heart. It seemed that these geniuses were not very friendly towards the new members. But this was also within his expectations. Geniuses all have their own pride, and they will naturally be wary of newcomers who suddenly appear. Among all these gazes, Chen Lin noticed one person in particular. He was a young man who looked to be about 20 years old, with a slender figure and handsome appearance, but there was a gloomy look in his eyes. The man stared at Chen Lin intently, with a complicated look in his eyes. Li Xian noticed Chen Lin's gaze and whispered, "That's Su Haoren, the top freshman of Shuimu University this year. His college entrance exam score is second only to yours. He's always been upset about being outshined by you. Seeing that you're joining the Federation today, he must be feeling very complicated." Chen Lin suddenly realized that it was the genius who was suppressed by him in the college entrance examination. No wonder the other person looked at him with eyes full of resentment and provocation. Su Haoren felt Chen Lin's gaze and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, but he did not take the initiative to step forward and talk. Just then, footsteps were heard on the stairs. More than a dozen people walked down from upstairs, all with proud expressions on their faces. The aura these people exuded was obviously more powerful than that of other people in the hall. They were obviously core talents from various top universities. Chen Lin felt that two of them looked familiar. They should be students of Imperial Capital University. Li Xian whispered in his ear, those two are the 5th and 6th geniuses at Imperial Capital University, Zhang Ling and Zhao Wu. They are both juniors, and their strength has reached the late 6th stage. Chen Lin nodded and had a rough idea of the strength of these people in his mind. But what happened next made Chen Lin frown slightly. When these dozen geniuses who came down from upstairs saw Chen Lin, they all exuded an extremely terrifying aura. This momentum was like a mountain or an ocean, instantly enveloping the entire hall. The air seemed to become sticky, and ordinary people might not even be able to stand steadily under the pressure of such momentum. What does this mean? Chen Lin felt a chill in his heart. Although this was his first time at the Genius Alliance, he shouldn't be treated like this as soon as they met, right? When the other people in the hall saw the scene, they all showed expressions of watching a good show. Su Haoran, in particular, had a gloating look on his face. It looks like there's going to be something interesting to watch. Su Haoran laughed in his heart. He recalled the scene when he first joined the Genius Alliance and received the same welcome ceremony. This is the tradition of the Genius Alliance, which is to give new geniuses a warning and let them know that there are always people better than them. He was suppressed by these old members in the same way at the beginning, and he still remembers the embarrassing feeling vividly. Now that he saw Chen Lin was going through the same thing, he couldn't help but feel a little gloating. Chapter 83, This is the Genius Alliance, too weak. Chen Lin's reputation was indeed very loud. As a freshman, he defeated the second-ranked genius of the Imperial Capital University. This matter spread throughout the genius circle of the entire Imperial Capital. But Su Haoran thinks there is a lot of water in it. How could there be such a strong freshman? No matter how talented one is, it is impossible to reach this level in just a few months. Especially when he thought about how Chen Lin completely crushed him in the college entrance examination, Su Haoran was even more dissatisfied with Chen Lin. The humiliation of being stepped on by others still deeply hurts his self-esteem. It must be good luck, or maybe Li Xian let me win. Su Haoran thought maliciously in his heart, in a real contest of strength, you absolutely can't be this strong. When he thought about how embarrassed Chen Lin would be in front of everyone later, he couldn't help feeling a little relieved. The shame during the college entrance examination, and seeing Chen Lin suffer the same humiliation today, made Su Haoran feel a sense of revenge. At this time, the atmosphere in the hall had become extremely depressing. The combined aura of these geniuses was extremely terrifying to ordinary students. More than a dozen 6th-level perfect auras descended at the same time, as if several huge mountains were pressing down on him, and even breathing became difficult. The weaker members around have begun to retreat, fearing that they will be affected by this terrifying aura. Can this kid hold on? I think it's a close call. These are more than a dozen level 6 perfect geniuses joining forces. Even those at the early stage of the 7th level will have to take shelter from the attack. I guess he'll be begging for mercy soon. Although the discussion was quiet, everyone present was a warrior with keen hearing, so the words were clearly heard by everyone. However, these terrifying auras, in Chen Lin's eyes, were just like little babies waving iron rods, looking fierce on the outside but weak on the inside, and extremely childish. Chen Lin even felt like laughing. Is this the Genius Alliance's show of force? Is this the strength of the most outstanding talents in the universities in the Imperial Capital? So disappointing. How could Chen Lin, who had experienced countless life and death battles and faced truly terrifying existences, be frightened by such childish aura? Not to mention more than a dozen 6th-level masters, even a true 7th-level powerhouse might not be able to suppress Chen Lin in terms of momentum. Looking at these self-righteous geniuses in front of him, a trace of disdain flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. Since you want to show me your power, I will let you see what the true aura of a strong man is. Just when everyone thought Chen Lin was going to be scared out of his wits, Chen Lin slowly raised his head. His eyes were as calm as water, without any panic or fear, but instead with a heart-pounding coldness. The next moment, Chen Lin raised his eyes and looked at the dozen or so people in front of him. In an instant, a murderous aura so thick that it was suffocating burst out from Chen Lin, sweeping across the entire club. This murderous aura was like a substance, carrying with it an endless breath of blood and death, and in an instant it overwhelmed the momentum released by those geniuses together. Everyone felt as if they were being stared at by a terrifying existence, and the blood in their bodies was frozen by this terrifying murderous aura. This is the murderous aura that can only be condensed after experiencing countless life and death battles. Chen Lin didn't know how many ferocious beasts he had killed and how many enemies he had hunted. The murderous aura accumulated in his body had already become so strong that it was terrifying. Coupled with the demonic power brought by the fully developed demonic body, the two mixed together to form a despairing pressure. Not to mention these geniuses who are not even at the 7th level, even the top 7th level powerhouses cannot suppress Chen Lin in terms of momentum. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. The people who were talking a moment ago were now speechless due to the terrifying murderous aura. Those geniuses who had originally released their aura to suppress Chen Lin now turned pale as paper. They felt what true murderous intent was and what true pressure from a strong person was. Compared with the murderous aura emanating from Chen Lin, their momentum just now was as childish and ridiculous as children playing house. Su Haoran's eyes showed deep fear, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He finally understood that Chen Lin's strength was not luck or fluke, but the result of real overwhelming strength. This kind of murderous aura and pressure are definitely not something an ordinary freshman can possess. How is this possible? Su Haoran was filled with fear and disbelief. What on earth did he go through to possess such a terrifying murderous aura? Li Xian, who was standing next to Chen Lin, was also shocked by the sudden outburst of murderous aura. He recalled his previous battle with Chen Lin. Although he had felt Chen Lin's strength at that time, it was never as terrifying as it is now. Li Xian was horrified to realize that Chen Lin was even stronger than the last time he defeated him. In other words, he didn't use his full strength last time. Thinking of this, Li Xian couldn't help but feel a little scared. If Chen Lin had used all his strength at that time, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to take even one move. Chen Lin's assessment of his strength has risen to a new level. At this time, the murderous aura on Chen Lin's body was still rising. He walked forward step by step, and with every step he took, the pressure on him became more terrifying. The dozen or so geniuses who wanted to show off their power to him did not dare to move at all under this pressure and could only watch Chen Lin walking towards them. There was a cold smile on Chen Lin's face, a smile that made people shudder. As he walked, he spoke slowly. Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone in the silent hall. Are you the strongest group of the Genius Alliance this year? Chen Lin's tone was filled with obvious sarcasm and disdain. Too weak. Chapter 84, he can become the vice president with this ability. I overestimate this genius. Those geniuses who had originally joined forces to intimidate Chen Lin were washed away by this terrifying murderous aura, and cold sweat streamed down their foreheads like rain. When he heard Chen Lin say too weak, he instantly became angry and his face turned red. Who could have thought that more than a dozen of them joined forces to intimidate Chen Lin, but ended up being suppressed by him alone? Moreover, there were so many other members of the Genius Federation watching here, which really made him lose face. These geniuses, who are usually prominent figures in their respective schools, have never suffered such humiliation. Being crushed by a freshman in front of so many people, how can they survive in the circle of geniuses if the news gets out? What kind of monster is this kid? One of the geniuses thought in fear. This kind of murderous aura, this kind of pressure, even a 7th level strongman would be no more than this, right? Another genius swallowed secretly. But no matter how angry they were, they didn't dare to take any action. Because the murderous aura from Chen Lin was so terrifying, it was like a sword hanging on their necks, making them dare not even move. Chen Lin looked at these so-called geniuses who were intimidated by his pressure and felt bored. With this level of ability, you dare to put on airs in front of me? Chen Lin shook his head, feeling that it was really meaningless, and immediately restrained his murderous aura. Just like the receding tide, the suffocating pressure disappeared in an instant. Everyone present suddenly felt a heavy burden lifted and breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of being stared at by the god of death just now was so terrifying. Now I can finally breathe normally. Everyone had a feeling of surviving a disaster, as if they had just walked on the edge of death. One can't help but feel a deep sense of awe towards Chen Lin, the seemingly ordinary freshman. This level of murderous aura is definitely not something that ordinary people can possess. What kind of bloody storm had Chen Lin experienced to be able to condense such a terrifying murderous aura? The dozen or so top talents who joined forces to suppress Chen Lin gradually recovered, but they developed a deep resentment towards Chen Lin in their hearts. If what happened today were to get out, they would really become a laughingstock. It was a great shame that a core member of the Genius Alliance was publicly crushed by a freshman. This kid must pay the price, one of the geniuses thought viciously. We can't just let this go. We can't lose face, another genius gritted his teeth. At this moment, one of the top talents stepped out. This is a young man who looks to be about 23 or 24 years old. He is tall and has a dignified appearance. He exudes an aura of majesty without even being angry. His strength is obviously stronger than others, reaching the peak of the 6th level, and is only one step away from the 7th level. I'm Sun Mingxian, the Vice President of the Genius Association. The young man spoke, with obvious anger in his voice. His face was extremely ugly, and he stared at Chen Lin fiercely and said, "Chen Lin, right? Your behavior just now was completely arrogant. You are not worthy of joining our Genius Alliance." As soon as Sun Mingxian finished speaking, Li Xian immediately stood up. "Vice President Sun, this was the President's personal request. Chen Lin's joining was the President's decision." Li Xian said in a deep voice, "As a Vice President, you have no right to refuse the President's decision." After hearing Li Xian's words, Sun Mingxuan's face became even uglier. But he also knew that Li Xian was right, the President's authority was indeed not something he could challenge. At this time, Chen Lin also looked at the so-called Vice President with contempt, with obvious mockery in his eyes. "With this level of ability, are you qualified to be the Vice President? It seems that I really overestimated this Genius Alliance." Chen Lin's playful look deeply hurt Sun Mingxuan's self-esteem and made him completely lose his mind. "You are looking for death." Sun Mingxian was furious and rushed forward to attack Chen Lin. As the Vice President of the Genius Association, Sun Mingxuan's strength is absolutely terrifying. He has reached the peak of the 6th level and is only one step away from the 7th level. The depth of his true energy far exceeds that of an ordinary 6th level perfect warrior. In the Genius Alliance, except for the President and a few core members, few people can last more than 10 moves in his hands. An ordinary 6th level perfect warrior would be defeated in his hands within 3 moves. As soon as Sun Mingxian took action, his aura burst out completely. The powerful fluctuations of true energy caused the surrounding air to vibrate. This power was even more terrifying than the combined power of the dozen or so geniuses just now. "It's over, Vice President Sun is really angry. Now we're going to have a good show." Although Chen Lin has a strong murderous aura, it's hard to say whether they are truly strong or not. Vice President Sun is a peak level 6th rank expert. How could a freshman like Chen Lin possibly be his opponent? People around started talking about it, and most of them were not optimistic about Chen Lin. After all, Sun Mingxuan's strength is there, and his cultivation at the peak of the 6th level is no joke. However, facing Sun Mingxuan's attack, Chen Lin's expression remained calm. He simply stretched out a hand and waved it forward casually. Bang! The true energy that Sun Mingxian condensed was shattered in an instant, as fragile as glass. Immediately afterwards, Chen Lin's hand accurately grabbed Sun Mingxuan's wrist. What? Sun Mingxian was shocked. He didn't expect that his attack would be resolved so easily. Before he could react, Chen Lin swung it hard. Bang! Sun Mingxian was thrown out like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The entire hall fell into deathly silence in an instant. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the scene in disbelief. Although Sun Mingxian acted in haste and did not use his full strength, he was still a strong man at the peak of the 6th level. As a result, Chen Lin just waved his hand and made the Vice President fall to the ground in embarrassment. This gap in strength is simply shocking. Ding! Shock value plus 500. Ding! Shock value plus 300. Ding! Shock value plus 400. The system's prompt sounded in Chen Lin's mind, and a large amount of shock value was recorded. Chen Lin was secretly satisfied in his heart. It seemed that his move had indeed shocked many people. He sneered and looked at Sun Mingxian, who was still on the ground. Is this enough to be the Vice President? I overestimated this generation of geniuses. This sentence was like a loud slap in the face of all the geniuses present. Sun Mingxian got up from the ground. Although he was not seriously injured, his face was completely humiliated. It was a great shame for the Vice President of the Genius Federation to be defeated in public by a freshman. I'm going to kill you. Sun Mingxian was furious and wanted to attack again. But at this moment, Li Xian spoke. Vice President Sun, please don't forget the rules of the Genius Union. You are not allowed to maliciously harm your fellow members. Violators will be expelled from the Union. Hearing this, Sun Mingxian stopped abruptly. Although he was angry, he had not lost his mind to the point of violating the rules of the Federation. Being expelled from the Genius Alliance would be a real disaster for him. Sun Mingxian took a deep breath and finally calmed down. He stared at Chen Lin intently, his eyes full of malice. "Chen Lin, just wait for me. I will soon make you regret what you did today." After saying this harsh remark, Sun Mingxian turned and left the Genius Alliance. After all, he had already lost too much face, and staying any longer would only make it more embarrassing. Chapter 85 Support Mission, World Battlefield. Everything Chen Lin just showed made one thing completely clear to everyone present: the rumors about him were not false. The news that a freshman had defeated the second-numbered student from Taito University was definitely not luck or coincidence. Su Haoran stood in the crowd, watching Vice President Sun, who had been so majestic just now, being easily defeated by Chen Lin. All the dissatisfaction in his heart towards Chen Lin had long since disappeared. He no longer had any jealousy towards Chen Lin. Because the gap between them is so huge that it makes people despair. They are not on the same level at all, just like an ant will never envy a real dragon. It turns out I was a joke from the beginning. Su Haoran thought bitterly in his heart, compared to a monster like this, what kind of genius am I? He now finally understood why Chen Lin was able to crush him so easily in the college entrance examination. It wasn't because of his poor performance, nor was it because Chen Lin was lucky, but because of the absolute gap in strength. In the face of such an existence, any skills and strategies are useless. The remaining top talents who originally wanted to show off their power to Chen Lin no longer dared to make any moves. Even the vice president suffered a great loss at the hands of Chen Lin, let alone them. Under the gaze of the crowd, they left the scene in disgrace one by one. No one dared to provoke this newborn who looked harmless but was actually as terrifying as a demon. Looking at the embarrassed backs of these so-called geniuses leaving, Chen Lin showed a satisfied smile. Today's farce not only established his position in the Genius Alliance, but more importantly, it gave him a lot of shock value. It seems that the Genius Alliance can become a good place for me to brush up my shock value in the future. After all, the best talents from various universities in the imperial capital gather here, and every shock they receive can earn them a lot of shock value. At this moment, Chen Lin turned his head and looked at Li Xian, who was standing beside him. He remembered what Li Xian had mentioned just now. The president of the Genius Association, who was also the #1 genius in the imperial capital university, actually took the initiative to invite him to join. This made Chen Lin a little curious. "Li Xian, you just said that the president invited me to join. What's the situation?" Chen Lin asked. When Li Xian heard this question, a smile appeared on his face. "The president is very optimistic about you. He said that the Genius Federation must strive to recruit a genius like you. Where is he now?" Chen Lin asked. "The president is not in the imperial capital right now. He's on a very important mission." Li Xian explained, "But he will be back to see you soon." Chen Lin nodded, and felt some interest in this legendary genius who was #1 in the imperial capital university. Li Xian had told himself before that the genius numbered first was extremely powerful and far surpassed the others in strength. Since even Li Xian commented like this president must be really extraordinary. Chen Lin also became a little excited, wanting to see the strength of the most powerful genius in the imperial capital. "Let's go. I'll take you to get the membership certification of the Federation first," Li Xian said to Chen Lin. The two came to the service hall of the Genius Federation, where there were special staff responsible for handling various matters. Li Xian quickly helped Chen Lin complete the membership certification of the Federation and gave him a special ID card. This card not only represents your identity, but can also be used to accept tasks and redeem rewards. Li Xian explained to Chen Lin, "It's similar to the school's task system. The Federation can also earn points by completing tasks, and the points can be redeemed for various rewards." Chen Lin took the ID card and checked it carefully. The card is made of special materials and has a complex rune array on it, which obviously has anti-counterfeiting function. "What can the points be exchanged for?" Chen Lin asked. "Various techniques, martial arts, elixirs, weapons, and even some rare natural treasures." Li Xian explained in detail. "In short, as long as you have enough points, you can exchange for almost anything." Hearing this, Chen Lin's heart moved. It seems that the Genius Alliance does have its value. Not only can it increase the shock value, but it can also obtain various resources by completing tasks. "I want to see if there are any tasks I can take on," Chen Lin said. Li Xian brought Chen Lin to the mission hall, where there was a huge crystal screen displaying various mission information. Chen Lin began to check various training tasks, most of which were routine tasks such as hunting ferocious beasts and exploring secret realms. But soon, a special task caught his eye. Support mission, Support Front 101 of the World Battlefield. This invasion campaign is over. Contribution will be calculated based on the number of enemies killed. Mission level, S rank. Mission requirements, cultivation level 6 or above. Mission reward, points will be awarded based on the number of enemies killed and contribution. Outstanding performance will receive additional rewards. Seeing this task, Chen Lin suddenly became excited. World Battlefield. That is the real warfront, the most intense battlefield where humans and aliens fight each other. There, you can not only gain a lot of practical experience, but more importantly, you can get a huge amount of kill points. The system's kill points are mainly obtained by killing enemies, and the world battlefield is undoubtedly the best way to obtain them. Moreover, in such a large-scale war, there will definitely be many strong people participating. When you show your strength, you will definitely be able to gain a lot of shock value. Li Xian, are there any specific requirements for the mission in this world battlefield? Chen Lin asked, pointing at the mission information. Li Xian took a look and his expression suddenly became serious. Chen Lin, this mission is very risky. The world battlefield is no place to joke around. A large number of warriors die there every day. Also, this time on Front 101, it's said to be a large-scale alien invasion, and the fighting will be extremely fierce. Li Xian tried to dissuade Chen Lin, with your current strength, you can actually choose some less risky tasks to gain experience. But Chen Lin had made up his mind. The world battlefield may be a dangerous place for others, but it is the best training ground for him. What he needs most now is a lot of practical experience and kill points, and the world battlefield can provide these. I have made up my mind. Chen Lin said firmly. Seeing Chen Lin's insistence, Li Xian stopped trying to dissuade him. After all, the strength Chen Lin just demonstrated is indeed powerful, and he may really have the ability to survive on the world battlefield. Okay, but you must be careful, Li Xian warned. The world battlefield is completely different from ordinary training. The enemies there truly want to kill you. Chen Lin nodded, and took on the task without saying a word. The task confirmation message immediately appeared on the system interface. Mission accepted, Support World Battlefield 101. Task deadline, none. Transfer time, 24 hours later. Note, this mission is a high-risk mission with an extremely high mortality rate. Please proceed with caution. Chapter 86, Bloody Fight. Li Xian stood behind Chen Lin. When he saw that Chen Lin had accepted the world battlefield mission, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Chen Lin, are you crazy? In the Genius Alliance, the tasks that ordinary geniuses take on are either to clear out some low-level ferocious beasts, or to escort resources and treasures. The more powerful ones will support cities that have been invaded by ferocious beasts or scattered races. Although these tasks are dangerous, they are generally within controllable range. Even if an accident occurs, the chances of escape are still great thanks to the genius's strength and equipment. But battlefield missions are completely different. Li Xian's expression became extremely solemn. The battlefield missions are truly terrifying. Every battlefield is like a meat grinder. The level of danger is terrifying even to hear about it. That's not a training session, it's a real life and death struggle. Li Xian's voice was filled with obvious fear. On the battlefield, no one will show mercy. Every enemy wants your life. Even a 7th level warrior can die there if he's not careful. He looked at Chen Lin, his eyes full of worry. No genius would tie his head to his belt and die. What Li Xian said was not an exaggeration. The cruelty of the world battlefield is obvious to all in the entire human federation. A large number of warriors died there every day, corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. Even veterans of the battlefields of the world still feel a lingering fear when talking about them. Not to mention these geniuses who are usually protected in school. Li Xian took a deep breath, a glimmer of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. So far, I've only seen one person take the initiative to accept a battlefield mission. That's the president of our Genius Union, the #1 genius at Imperial Capital University. Speaking of this, Li Xian's eyes showed admiration. The president's strength is not only reflected in his actual strength, but also in his courage to face death. Li Xian looked at Chen Lin, and the expression in his eyes became complicated. No wonder the president is so optimistic about you. You, like him, are the kind of people who don't follow the ordinary path. When Chen Lin heard Li Xian's words, his heart moved. Did the president also accept the battlefield mission? Chen Lin asked. That's right. Li Xian nodded, and he took on one of the most dangerous fronts. That's why he hasn't returned yet. Chen Lin learned that the president had accepted the same battlefield mission as himself, which made him more interested in this president whom he had never met before. Being able to become the #1 genius in Imperial Capital University is in itself a testament to one's strength. The courage to take the initiative to go to the world battlefield for training further demonstrates this person's courage and determination. Such a person is indeed worth looking forward to meeting. I really want to meet this president. Chen Lin thought to himself, see how strong the strongest genius in the imperial capital is. But it's too early to say these things now. I must first survive in the world battlefield. After accepting the task, Chen Lin left the Genius Alliance immediately without staying for long. He went directly to the nearest military base outside the imperial capital, where there was a special transmission channel to the world battlefield. The military base is heavily guarded, with fully armed soldiers everywhere. When Chen Lin presented the mission certificate from the Genius Alliance, an officer personally received him. Boy, are you sure you want to go to Front 101? The officer looked at Chen Lin's young face, his eyes full of worry. The situation there is very dangerous right now. Even our veterans don't dare to go there easily. I'm sure. Chen Lin answered firmly. The officer shook his head but said nothing more. Since it was an official mission of the Genius Alliance, he had no right to stop it. Well, the aircraft will be taking off soon. The officer took Chen Lin to the base's helipad. I wish you good luck. I hope you can come back alive. Chen Lin boarded a military aircraft, which was specially used to transport support personnel to various fronts. The space inside the aircraft is not large. In addition to Chen Lin, there are several other warriors. These people all looked like experienced veterans, and they all carried a strong murderous aura and smell of blood. When they saw a young man like Chen Lin, they all showed a look of doubt in their eyes. Boy, are you really going to Front 101? Asked one of the bearded men. That's right. Chen Lin replied calmly. TSK, TSK, TSK. The big man shook his head. Young people nowadays really don't know their place. Several other veterans also shook their heads, obviously not optimistic about Chen Lin. In their view, young people like Chen Lin going to the world battlefield are simply committing suicide. Chen Lin ignored the discussions of these people, but closed his eyes and rested, preparing for the upcoming battle. The aircraft flew quickly in the sky and finally reached its destination after half a day. We've arrived at Front 101. The driver's voice came from the front. Chen Lin opened his eyes and looked out through the porthole. Before leaving the aircraft, Chen Lin smelled a strong and indissoluble smell of blood. The smell was so strong, as if the entire air was drenched in blood. Chen Lin frowned. The smell of blood was much stronger than he had imagined. As the aircraft slowly descended, the scene outside gradually became clearer. Chen Lin saw broken corpses and flesh everywhere on the ground, including those of human warriors and those of various races. The blood has dyed the earth dark red, like a bloody picture of hell. Broken arms and limbs can be seen everywhere, and some bodies have even been torn into pieces, leaving their original appearance unrecognizable. In the distance, there were sounds of bloody fighting everywhere. Kill. For humanity. Demon bastards, die. Various screams and the sounds of weapons clashing mixed together to form a symphony of death. Chen Lin saw the real battlefield through the porthole. There are no rules at all, only the most primitive and bloody fight of life and death. Human warriors and demon warriors are entangled together, and everyone is fighting desperately for survival. Some warriors were torn in half by the demon's sharp claws, and blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 87. The battle line collapsed and danger was imminent. When all races invaded the human race, it was the darkest period in human history. A large number of space channels were forcibly opened on the blue planet, as if countless wounds were torn in the sky. From these space cracks, various alien armies continuously emerge. Demons, orcs, zerg, elves, countless allied forces of all races surged towards human cities like a tide. At that time, the whole world was plunged into war. Countless cities were reduced to ruins overnight, and countless people died in despair. Chen Lin could imagine how desperate and helpless human beings were at that time. Faced with such a huge coalition of all races, human resistance seemed so insignificant. However, humans did not give up. During that darkest period, countless human warriors came forward one after another, using their flesh and blood to build the last line of defense. The human losses were devastating, with almost every family losing someone in that war. The entire planet's population dropped by 1/3, and countless achievements of civilization were reduced to ashes in the flames of war. But in the end, human warriors still defeated these races. Those smaller space channels were completely destroyed in the fierce battle, and the invasion route of all races was cut off. However, the war did not end there. Although most of the space channels were destroyed, some huge space channels could not be destroyed. These channels are so stable that humans have invested a lot of resources and manpower but are still unable to completely seal them. As time went on, these indestructible space channels gradually solidified on the blue planet. Large areas at both ends of the channel merged together, and the laws of space were distorted and overlapped. The lands that originally belonged to different worlds were forcibly spliced together, forming terrifying areas full of distortion and chaos. These areas are collectively known as the world battlefield. Every battlefield in the world is the front line of the continuous fighting between humans and all races, and a large number of warriors die here every day. The situation on Front 101 where Chen Lin came was even more special and dangerous. This place is not formed by a single world battlefield, but by several adjacent world battlefields united together. The fusion of multiple space channels makes the space here more unstable, and also makes the number of all races extremely terrifying. Chen Lin stood on this bloody land, looking at the dense army of all races in the distance, and was shocked. These terrifying numbers of myriad races are fighting desperately in this place, trying to break through the human race's defense line. Their eyes burned with hatred and murderous intent towards humans, and they wished to tear every human into pieces. As the 101st Front, the space channel here has special restrictions. Due to the instability of space, the channel cannot withstand the strong forces of various races crossing over. Generally speaking, the myriad races that can pass through here are at most at level 5 or 6 in strength. A powerful 7th level being hasn't appeared in the past few years, which is why there are basically no 7th level warriors stationed here. But even so, the situation remains extremely serious. Ordinary creatures of various races are inherently much stronger than human warriors of the same level. Not only are they physically stronger, but their fighting instincts are also sharper. What is even more terrible is that the number of races here is really terrifying. Looking around, there are figures of all races everywhere. Demons, orcs, zerg, warriors of all kinds of alien races rush towards the human defense line like a tide. Faced with such a huge gap in numbers, the human race is basically at a disadvantage. Human warriors can only make up for their lack of strength and numbers by relying on better equipment and tactical coordination. But even so, humans can only use human lives to fill the gaps in the defense line. Every day, a large number of human warriors die here. Their bodies piled up like mountains, and their blood dyed the ground dark red. Chen Lin took a deep breath. The strong smell of blood made his nerves even more excited. This kind of environment is exactly what he needs. Only in this kind of extreme battle can he exert his strength to the maximum extent. As soon as I left the aircraft, a military staff member ran over. "This is a battlefield communicator, please be sure to carry it with you." The staff handed a palm-sized device to Chen Lin. Chen Lin took the communicator and checked it carefully. This device looks simple, but it is engraved with a complex array of runes, and it obviously has powerful communication capabilities. This communicator is connected to the battlefield commander, the staff member explained quickly. If an emergency occurs, the command center will use it to notify all warriors. You must always pay attention to the communicator. It may save your life at a critical moment. Chen Lin nodded and hung the communicator around his waist. At this moment, an urgent voice suddenly came from the communicator. "Emergency notice! Emergency notice! A large number of 6th Order perfect demons have appeared on the front line. All warriors, retreat to the second line of defense immediately. Repeat, all warriors retreat immediately. Wait for support." Upon hearing the news, Chen Lin's heart tightened. A demon at the 6th level of perfection is no ordinary enemy. Even an experienced 6th level warrior would find it difficult to deal with an existence of this level. And judging from the tone of the communicator, it was not just one or two, but a large number of 6th level perfect demons that appeared. This is undoubtedly a further blow to the human warriors who are already at a disadvantage. Chen Lin had just finished listening to the communication when he saw several terrifying figures appear on the battlefield in the distance. They were several huge demons that were over 4 meters tall, covered with pitch-black scales and emitting a powerful aura that made people's hearts flutter. The strength of these demons is obviously far beyond that of ordinary demon warriors, and they are at the perfect 6th level. As soon as they appeared, the situation on the entire battlefield changed drastically. One of the demons was seen waving a huge battle axe and moving through the crowd like no one was there. Every swing carried terrifying destructive power, and the human warriors hit were torn into pieces in an instant. In less than a few breaths, more than a dozen 6th-level warriors died at its hands. The other demon was even more terrifying, with each of its 4 arms holding a different weapon. Long swords, warhammers, spears, claws, every weapon flashes with a strange magical light. It slaughtered people wantonly on the battlefield, leaving rivers of blood wherever it passed. Those human warriors who were still fighting desperately had no chance of winning against such a powerful enemy. Seeing the appearance of these terrifying races, the human warriors on the front line finally couldn't hold on any longer. Retreat! Retreat quickly! I can't take it anymore. These monsters are too strong. All kinds of terrified shouts resounded across the battlefield. The human warriors who were still holding on began to retreat on a large scale, and a huge gap appeared in the entire defense line in an instant. Seeing the human warriors begin to retreat, those 6th-level perfect demons roared excitedly. They increased the pace of slaughter, hoping to take the opportunity to break through the human defenses. The ordinary races behind were also encouraged and rushed towards the human position like a tide. The entire 101st Front was on the verge of collapse in just a few minutes. If no strong support arrives, this line of defense is likely to collapse completely. Once the defense line collapses, the consequences will be unimaginable. These myriad races will march straight in and attack human cities. By then, who knows how many innocent civilians will die under the butcher knife of all races. Chapter 88, Heavenly Fire Robe, It's Time to Kill the Demons. Chen Lin looked sharply at the terrifying figures that suddenly appeared. These people from all races are several meters tall, several times taller than ordinary human warriors. They are covered with muscles and exude a powerful aura that makes people's hearts flutter. The most eye-catching thing is the 4 devil wings behind them that look like bat wings. They are as black as ink, and every flap brings up a fishy wind. What's even more bizarre is that these beings all have special magic patterns on their foreheads. Those complex patterns flash a strange purple light from time to time, as if they contain some kind of terrifying power. Chen Lin's face darkened instantly, and a strong murderous intent surged in his heart. It's indeed the Demon Clan. 10,000 races is just a general term, and the number of races included is so huge that it is unimaginable. To this day, humans still don't know the exact number of different races. Some scholars speculate that there may be tens of thousands of races, while others believe the number is far greater than that. But there is no doubt that among these countless races, the demons are definitely one of the top races. The number of demons is very small compared to other races, but each one is extremely powerful. They are born with extremely strong bodies, enough to crush human geniuses of the same level. As for ordinary human warriors, they are not even qualified to fight with them. This is also the reason why the demons have such a high status among all races. They do not need to rely on numbers to win. Their individual strength alone is enough to dominate the battlefield. Chen Lin looked at these terrifying demons in front of him, feeling both shocked and excited. Such an opponent is worthy of his all-out fight. At this moment, bursts of demon laughter rang out on the battlefield. Ha 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 ha. Human ants, tremble. Today is the day you die. The voices of these demons were deep and intimidating, and every word sounded like the whisper of a devil coming from the depths of hell. They looked at the human warriors who were fleeing in panic with mocking eyes, their eyes full of ridicule and contempt. In the eyes of these demons, human warriors are nothing more than a group of ants and are not worthy of being their opponents. Chen Lin carefully observed the situation on the battlefield and found that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. The invaders were all perfect 6th-order demons, and their number exceeded hundreds. Among the human warriors on the field, there are only a handful who can reach the perfect strength of the 6th level. Such a huge gap in strength cannot be made up by numbers. If these human warriors don't escape quickly, they will probably die here. However, how easy is it to escape from the hands of a 6th-level perfect demon? The human warriors had been completely defeated at this moment and were running desperately into the distance. However, how could they possibly escape from these powerful demons? I saw those demons displaying their terrifying demonic powers, and the demon wings behind them flapped wildly. Call! A strong airflow swept past, and the figures of several demons disappeared instantly. Their speed was astonishingly fast, and in just a moment, they caught up with the human warriors who were desperately fleeing. No! Help! I don't want to die. Screams rang out one after another, and dozens of warriors died in an instant. Blood spilled onto the ground like raindrops, and broken arms and limbs splattered everywhere. The attack methods of these demons were extremely cruel. They did not seem to be in a hurry to end the battle, but rather were enjoying the pleasure of slaughter. Some demons would deliberately not kill with one strike, but would instead slowly torture the human warriors, enjoying their fear and despair before death. Seeing this scene, Chen Lin couldn't bear it anymore. "You bastards of all races, if you kill our human race, you must die." Chen Lin's voice resounded through the battlefield like thunder, filled with endless anger and murderous intent. He could no longer contain the anger in his heart. These demons were slaughtering humans so wantonly that they were simply challenging his bottom line. Since these guys want to kill, he will let them see what real killing is. Chen Lin's true energy surged throughout his body, and terrifying pressure burst out instantly. Great demonic body. With Chen Lin's low shout, his body began to undergo drastic changes. The normal human body suddenly swelled up, muscles became knotted, and strength increased dramatically. What is even more shocking is that his true energy carries terrifying demonic power, just like a real demon. The demonic body is an extremely special skill. It was created by human warriors based on the body structure and power operation of the demons. Cultivating to the great perfection realm can make the physical strength of a human warrior comparable to that of a real demon. This is also the reason why it is so difficult to successfully cultivate the heavenly demon body. Trying to simulate the power of the demons is an extremely dangerous thing in itself. If you are not careful, you may be attacked by the power of the demons, causing serious injuries at best and death at worst. Because of this, very few people succeed in cultivating the heavenly demon body. But Chen Lin not only succeeded, but also reached the state of great success. At this moment, his physical strength is no less than that of a real demon. However, this is not the end. Chen Lin knew very well that relying solely on his great demonic body was not enough to deal with so many level 6 perfect demons. He needs more power. The god of fire has descended. Chen Lin roared again, and the fire energy in his body instantly boiled over. Horrible flames burst out from his body. The temperature was so high that the air around him began to distort. These flames could have covered an area of several thousand meters, forming a sea of fire. But at this moment, Chen Lin compressed all the flames into his body. The terrifying skyfire within a range of several thousand meters was all compressed to the size of a person's body. One can imagine how terrifying the density of this compressed flame is. Under this extreme compression, the flames gradually condensed and formed a special protective layer on the surface of Chen Lin's body. This layer of protective true energy condensed from flames is like a piece of armor made of pure flames. Skyfire treasure clothes. The flame armor on Chen Lin emitted a dazzling light, and the temperature was high enough to burn everything. Even solid rock would melt instantly at these temperatures. This heavenly fire robe not only provides powerful protection, but also releases terrifying fire damage when attacking. Any being that dares to touch it will be instantly burned to ashes. Feeling the powerful force coming from his body, a cold murderous intent flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. It's time to kill all the tribes. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Lin's figure disappeared instantly. He transformed into a dazzling ray of fire, descended from the sky, and charged directly towards the group of demons that were slaughtering human warriors. The speed of this flame was astonishingly fast, crossing a distance of hundreds of meters almost instantly. The demons were still enjoying the pleasure of slaughter and did not notice the danger that suddenly appeared in the air. Chen Lin chose the demon closest to him as his target. The demon had its back to him, tearing the body of a human warrior with its sharp claws, a cruel smile on its lips. Die! Chen Lin's figure fell like a meteor and instantly appeared behind the demon. Although this demon was powerful, it had no time to react to Chen Lin's sudden attack. By the time it sensed danger, Chen Lin's hand had already grabbed its neck. What? The demon was about to speak when he was startled by the terrifying high temperature coming from Chen Lin's hand. Even the demons, known for their strong bodies, could not withstand that kind of temperature. Flames shot up into the sky. The heavenly fire in Chen Lin's hand exploded instantly, and terrifying flames gushed out from his palm. This 6th level perfect demon didn't even have time to scream before it was swallowed by the terrifying flames. Its strong body had no resistance to such extreme high temperature and began to melt instantly. In less than a breath, this powerful demon was completely reduced to ashes and drifted away with the wind. The other demons around were so shocked that they were speechless when they saw this scene. They never imagined that there would be human warriors who would dare to attack them. Chapter 89, Wouldn't it be better to just kill them all? Chen Lin's condition at this moment has reached an unprecedented peak. His already perfected demonic body, combined with other perfect practice techniques, allowed his physical strength to reach a terrifying level. Even the powerful bodies that the demons were proud of seemed vulnerable in front of him. His current physical strength is enough to crush the demon geniuses of the same level. This feeling filled Chen Lin's heart with excitement and pleasure. Years of practice finally received the best verification at this moment. No matter how high the cultivation level or how strong the demons targeted by Chen Lin are, they cannot escape from Chen Lin's palm. His speed was so fast, and combined with the terrifying power of the heavenly fire robe, he was simply the incarnation of the god of death. Every attack was accompanied by the death of a demon. Those powerful demons seemed as fragile as paper in front of him. Any demon caught by Chen Lin will become a dead soul under the heavenly fire. There are no exceptions and no luck. The temperature of Chen Lin's heavenly fire was too high. Even the strong body that the demons were proud of could not withstand such extreme high temperature. Whenever Chen Lin's palm touched the body of the demon, the terrifying heavenly fire would instantly erupt. Those demons would be burned to ashes and blown away by the wind before they could even scream. Watching the powerful demons turn into nothingness in his hands, Chen Lin felt a strong sense of pleasure in his heart. This is the pleasure brought by strength. This is the pleasure of crushing the enemy. In just a few minutes, Chen Lin had killed more than a dozen 6th-level perfect demons in succession. These terrifying creatures that were rampant on the battlefield were as powerless as lambs to be slaughtered in front of him. Seeing their fellow demons die so quickly, the remaining demons finally reacted. They all let out angry roars, and the sound echoed throughout the battlefield. Kill that human. That human is definitely a monstrous genius among the human race. Kill him, it will be a great achievement. The voices of these demons were filled with anger and murderous intent, as well as a hint of fear. They finally realized that the human in front of them was not an ordinary warrior, but an extremely dangerous existence. If Chen Lin was allowed to continue killing like this, all the demons present might die here. The reason why the demons attach so much importance to Chen Lin is precisely because of their understanding of the human race. Although the individual strength of the human race is relatively weak, there are always some gifted ones and extremely evil beings. Once these human geniuses grow up, they will become a huge threat to all races. There are too many such examples in history. Some of the human race's peerless geniuses eventually grow into powerful people who are feared by all other races. Therefore, all races have always had a consensus, that is, these threatening human geniuses must be eliminated. They must never be given the opportunity to grow up. The strength Chen Lin has shown now has obviously reached this standard. Being able to kill a 6th-level perfect demon at such a young age, this kind of talent is simply terrifying. If he is allowed to continue growing, he will definitely become a serious threat to all races in the future. So these demons made a decision quickly. They gave up chasing other human warriors and surrounded Chen Lin. In their view, there is no point in killing other ordinary warriors. Only by killing a genius like Chen Lin can the strength of the human race be truly weakened. Seeing all the demons surrounding him, Chen Lin was not afraid, but instead showed an excited smile. This is exactly what he wanted. The more demons gather, the more killing points he can get at one time. Moreover, group battles can better stimulate his fighting potential than fighting alone. Those human warriors who had managed to escape in the distance found that the demons had stopped chasing them, so they all stopped and looked towards the center of the battlefield. When they saw Chen Lin alone facing the siege of hundreds of demons, expressions of fear and worry appeared on their faces. Who is that young man? He can actually kill the demons. Oh my god, he killed so many demons by himself. He is definitely the top genius of our human race. These warriors were all shocked by Chen Lin's performance just now. They saw with their own eyes how Chen Lin killed those powerful demons and knew that he was definitely a peerless genius among the human race. However, no matter how strong a genius is, he cannot withstand the siege of so many demons. Hundreds of 6th-level perfect demons besieging one person at the same time is a situation that is basically fatal. As warriors of the human race, they were filled with worry and resentment. If such a genius died here, it would be a huge loss to the human race. Some warriors from the military district wanted to go over and fight to the death, at least to buy some time for Chen Lin to escape. But as soon as they took action, they were intercepted by other races. Although those ordinary races are not as powerful as the demons, they are more numerous. They obviously also realized the threat posed by Qianlin and did not want anyone to interfere with the demon clan's siege. Seeing that they could not go over to provide support, these warriors could only hurriedly pass the information back to the rear. After receiving the news, the command center in the rear immediately investigated the situation. When they discovered that the young man who was fighting against the demons alone was Qianlin, the top talent among the freshmen of Imperial Capital University, they became nervous instantly. What? Qianlin? The record-breaking genius? Why is he at Front 101? Quickly check if he has accepted the battlefield mission. There was chaos in the command center and everyone was shocked by the news. Qianlin's name is no longer a secret among the human race's top leaders. This young man who created countless miracles at Imperial Capital University is regarded by many as the future hope of the human race. If he died here, the loss would be immeasurable. Soon, the investigation results came out. Qianlin did accept the battlefield mission and came to Front 101 legally. But no one expected that he would encounter such a dangerous situation as soon as he arrived. When the commander of the 101st Front heard the news, his face turned pale instantly. If something happens to Qianlin in his defense zone, he, as the commander, will also bear huge responsibility. He immediately picked up the communicator and shouted to Qianlin. Qianlin! I'm the commander of Front 101. Retreat immediately. Don't make useless sacrifices. One top talent is more important than 10,000 ordinary warriors. Saving your life is the most important thing, nothing else matters. The commander's voice was filled with anxiety and worry. In his opinion, Qianlin's current situation was one of certain death. The only hope is to escape immediately, as far as possible. Even if it costs the lives of other warriors, we must protect the genius Qianlin. However, when he heard the voice coming from the communicator, Qianlin laughed. He looked at the densely packed demons around him, his eyes not showing any fear, but instead filled with excitement. These demons may be invincible and terrifying in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, they are just a bunch of walking killing points. Qianlin raised the communicator and spoke into it. Just a bunch of demons, just kill them all. His voice was calm and confident, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Hearing Qianlin's words, the commander on the other end of the communicator was completely stunned. Kill them all? Kill hundreds of perfect sixth-order demons? Is this young man crazy? Or did he simply not know what he was facing? A demon of the sixth order. Each one is a terrifying existence capable of sweeping across an area. Even a 7th-level strongman would not dare to escape unscathed when faced with the siege of so many demons. This young man actually said he wanted to kill them all? It's simply a fairy tale. Not only the commander, but even the warriors who were watching the battle from a distance were shocked after hearing Qianlin's words. They wondered if they had heard wrongly. This young man actually said that he wanted to kill all the demons? How arrogant and confident is this? Or has he been scared mad? However, looking at the confident smile on Qianlin's face, everyone felt a hint of something unusual. There was no fear or panic in the young man's eyes, only pure excitement and murderous intent. It's like a beast that has smelled blood and is about to start a grand hunt. After hearing Qianlin's words, the surrounding demons roared in anger. Arrogant human race. Who do you think you are? Today I will let you see the true strength of the demon clan. These demons were completely enraged by Qianlin's words. A human being actually dared to say that he wanted to kill them all? This is simply a huge insult to the dignity of the demons. Chapter 90, Breakthrough to the middle stage of the 6th level. The 7th level demon appears. The densely packed demons around him were completely enraged by his arrogant words, and they all displayed their most powerful magical powers. For a moment, all kinds of terrifying demonic magical powers poured down like a rainstorm. Some demons spewed out pitch-black demonic flames from their mouths. The temperature was so high that even the air was burned and distorted. Some demons brandished their sharp claws, causing bursts of air-breaking sounds, as if they were going to tear the space apart. Some of the demons had their devil wings flapping wildly behind them, stirring up a terrifying devilish wind that contained a terrifying cutting force. These attacks landed on Qianlin almost at the same time. Logically speaking, facing such an intensive attack, anyone should be torn to pieces in an instant. However, Qianlin stood there motionless, even with a faint smile on his face. Those terrifyingly powerful demonic abilities were all burned to ashes when they came into contact with the heavenly fire robe on Qianlin. Whether it is the devil flame, sharp claws or devil wind, they all seem so fragile in front of the skyfire robe. The temperature of Chen Lin's heavenly fire was too high, exceeding the limit that these demons' magical powers could withstand. Seeing that their attacks were completely ineffective, the demons showed expressions of shock on their faces. They never imagined that the flames on this human would be so terrifying. However, Chen Lin would not give them time to continue being shocked. He looked at these demons with cold eyes, and a strong murderous intent surged in his heart. Since these guys want to attack in groups, he will let them see what a real group attack is. Chen Lin's mind moved, and the heavenly fire robe on his body suddenly underwent a drastic change. The flames that originally only covered the surface of his body began to spread outwards crazily. The flames seemed to come alive and quickly spread to the surrounding ground. What is even more shocking is that when these flames touched the ground, they began to melt the rocks and soil. The extremely high temperature of the heavenly fire instantly melted the ground into magma. Soon, the area within a radius of hundreds of meters centered on Chen Lin was covered by terrifying magma. The endless magma flowed down like a tide, forming a real magma ocean. This ocean of magma completely submerged the entire battlefield, and the temperature was so high that it was suffocating. The demons who were originally besieging Chen Lin were instantly surrounded by this ocean of magma. No! This is impossible! Help! What the hell is this? The demons screamed in terror. Although they have strong bodies, they cannot withstand such horrific high temperatures. Some demons wanted to escape and flew desperately towards the edge of the lava ocean. However, Chen Lin was faster than them. He was like a fish in water in the magma, and in a flash he caught up with the demons who were trying to escape. Want to run? Have you asked me? Chen Lin punched out with a terrifying force, directly knocking the demon back into the magma. As soon as the demon came into contact with the magma, it let out a shrill scream. Its skin was instantly burnt, its flesh began to melt, and its entire body was rapidly dissolving. In less than a few seconds, this powerful sixth-order perfect demon was completely reduced to nothingness. Seeing the fate of their companions, the other demons became even more terrified. They tried desperately to escape from this sea of death, but Chen Lin didn't give them any chance. He is like the master of this magma ocean, controlling the life and death of all demons. Those demons who tried to escape were beaten back into the magma one by one. The wailing sounds rose one after another, echoing throughout the battlefield. These demons who are usually high and mighty are now like evil spirits being tortured in hell, struggling painfully in the magma. Chen Lin looked at this scene without any sympathy in his heart. These demons were just wantonly slaughtering human warriors, and now it is their turn to taste death. As time passed, the screams of the demons gradually decreased. After half a quarter of an hour, the entire battlefield fell completely silent. Hundreds of 6th-level perfect demons, none survived. Only the still-flowing terrifying skyfire magma and the scorching temperature proved the brutal battle that had just taken place. This ocean of magma is like hell on earth, exuding the breath of death. Any life that comes into contact with this magma will instantly melt into nothingness. Chen Lin stood in the center of the magma, and the heavenly fire robe on his body was still burning. He was like the god of fire descending to earth, majestic and terrifying. The military warriors who had managed to escape in the distance were all terrified after seeing this scene. There was only deep shock on their faces, and they even forgot to speak. You know, any demon can kill hundreds or thousands of their military warriors. These demons are invincible on the battlefield and are the nightmare of all human warriors. However, as soon as Chen Lin made a move, he slaughtered hundreds of 6th-level perfect demons in such a short time. This kind of power gap can no longer be described as strong, it is simply a crushing defeat. Is this really something a human can do? When did such a terrifying monster appear in our human race? Too powerful, he's like a god. These warriors were whispering to each other, their eyes full of awe and admiration. In their eyes, Chen Lin is no longer an ordinary human being, but a true god of war. Inside the communicator, the commander of the 101st Front was still shouting anxiously. Chen Lin! Chen Lin! Are you still alive? Answer me. What's going on? Do you need support? I'll send someone over right away. The commander's voice was filled with worry and anxiety. In his opinion, Chen Lin's chances of survival were almost zero as he was being besieged by hundreds of demons. What he is most worried about now is that this genius has died on the battlefield. However, his voice soon stopped. Because the warriors on the front line reported the actual situation on the battlefield to him through the communicator. Report to the commander, the demons are all dead. What? The commander couldn't believe his ears. Are all the demons dead? Hundreds of 6th level perfect demons, all dead? How is this possible? After a long while, the commander asked in a trembling voice. The demons, are all dead? His tone was filled with shock and disbelief. This kind of thing was simply beyond his comprehension. One person killed hundreds of perfect 6th level demons? This kind of thing would be difficult to do even for a 7th level strongman, right? Not only the commander, but everyone in the rear command was shocked by the news. Chen Lin's battle record was so impressive that it completely exceeded everyone's imagination. Both the thousands of warriors present and those who learned the news in the rear were deeply shocked. They couldn't understand how a person could do such a horrible thing. These strong shocking emotions were transformed into a huge amount of shock value, which rushed towards Chen Lin. Chen Lin felt the crazy growth of the shock value in the system, and felt relieved in his heart. The gains from this battle were even greater than he had imagined. Not only did he gain a large number of kill points, but he also gained an astonishing amount of shock value. Looking at the number of shock values in the system, Chen Lin decided to strike while the iron was hot and improve his strength. After all, this is a battlefield, and it is very likely that more powerful beings will appear. He understood that more strength meant more security. Moreover, he had a premonition that the loud noise of the battle just now would definitely attract stronger enemies. Chen Lin consumed a large amount of shock value without hesitation and began to improve his cultivation. As the shock value was consumed, the true energy in his body began to grow wildly. The feeling of increased strength made him feel extremely comfortable. Soon, Chen Lin felt the signs of a breakthrough. His cultivation level broke through directly from the early 6th stage to the middle 6th stage. The power increase brought about by this breakthrough is all round. Not only has the total amount of true qi increased significantly, but the quality of true qi has also been significantly improved. Chen Lin's strength increased several times in an instant, and his aura became even more terrifying. Especially the heavenly fire he unleashed, the temperature was much higher. If the heavenly fire before could only melt rocks, the heavenly fire now can melt most metals. Feeling the surging power in his body, Chen Lin nodded with satisfaction. The strength of the middle stage of the 6th stage should be enough to deal with the dangers that may arise next. However, at this moment, a terrifying voice suddenly rang out. I didn't expect to encounter such a monstrous genius of a human here. Killing you will clear the obstacles for my clan. The voice was low and full of oppression, like the whisper of a demon coming from the depths of hell. Just the sound made everyone present feel a palpitation. As the sound rang out, the space began to distort violently. A huge figure slowly emerged from the void. When everyone saw the demon's appearance clearly, the entire battlefield fell into silence. This demon was even larger than the previous 6th level demons, and was more than 10 feet tall. It exudes a terrifying aura of oppression, and just standing there makes people feel suffocated. The most important thing is that the magic pattern on the forehead of this demon is more complicated and flashes with blood-red light. Everyone recognizes this characteristic. Because this is the symbol of the 7th level demons. A real 7th level demon appeared. Chapter 91, This is the place of the human race. The pressure from the 7th level demon clan swept over like a raging tide, and the entire battlefield instantly fell into silence. Everyone trembled, fear seeping from their bones. Their faces were as pale as paper, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. Some warriors couldn't even stand steadily, and collapsed to the ground. Chen Lin could sense the fear of those around him, the despair that was almost condensing into substance. He frowned. The pressure from the 7th rank demon was indeed stronger than he had imagined. Beyond the 3-digit battlefronts, the highest number of myriad races that appear is usually only the 6th tier. This is already the limit that these marginal battlefronts can withstand. A being above the 7th tier would be a devastating disaster for Battlefront 101. This front hadn't encountered a rank 7 myriad clan in years. Most of the time, they faced enemies from rank 4 to early rank 6. The sudden appearance of a rank 7 demon caught everyone off guard. It's over. It's really over this time. A 7th level demon, how could we possibly defeat them? No matter how powerful that young man is, he can never be a match for a 7th level warrior. The surrounding warriors whispered desperately, their voices filled with fear. The look they gave Chen Lin had turned to pity. In their eyes, Chen Lin was already dead. Chen Lin listened to these words, but his heart remained calm. He quietly observed the 7th rank demon in front of him, analyzing its strength. Even the commander in the rear was so nervous that he couldn't utter a word. His hand holding the communicator was shaking violently, and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. As an experienced commander, he understood the horror of a 7th Order existence better than anyone else. The gap between 6th and 7th Orders was simply unbridgeable. This wasn't simply a gap in strength, but a vast chasm in life levels. Even the most powerful genius could barely escape the clutches of a rank 7 being. And that was just the average 10,000 races. The rank 7 10,000 races that appeared now were the demon races that were at the top of the 10,000 races. The demon race itself is one of the most powerful races among all races, and the 7th level demon race is the best among them. They not only have strong physical fitness, but also have terrifying magical abilities. All sorts of terrifying images surfaced in the commander's mind. If this 7th rank demon were allowed to wreak havoc on the battlefield, it would be a one-sided massacre. Not only would Chen-Lin die, but all the warriors present would also die. Thinking of this, the commander forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart. He took a deep breath, mobilized all his strength, and shouted frantically into the communicator. "Everyone listen up. Retreat immediately. Repeat. Everyone retreat immediately. Don't fight any longer. Don't look back. Leave the battlefield immediately. 7th level warriors will come to support us soon. No one is allowed to approach the center of the battlefield until support arrives." The commander's voice was hoarse and rapid, and the fear contained in it made everyone feel despair. Even the commander was so afraid, which showed how terrifying the 7th level demon was. Hearing the commander's order, the warriors suddenly woke up and ran. Some even abandoned their weapons, wanting only to leave this place of death as soon as possible. "Run! Run! We can't deal with the 7th level demons. That young man is dead. Are we going to be buried with him?" The warriors ran and shouted, and the entire battlefield was in chaos. They fled at an extremely fast speed, and they wanted to fly away immediately. However, when everyone was in despair and fear, Chen-Lin remained unusually calm. He stood still, his eyes fixed on the 7th rank demon in front of him. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, only deep excitement. Chen-Lin carefully observed every detail of the 7th rank demon. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, its body covered in pitch-black scales, each one emitting a metallic sheen. Its arms were thick and powerful, its nails as sharp as blades. The most impressive thing about it was its eyes, a pair of blood-red eyes that held endless murderous intent and cruelty. Just a glance from those eyes would scare the living daylights out of an ordinary person. But Chen-Lin was no ordinary person. Instead, a strong desire to fight surged in his heart. The 7th Order demons were indeed very powerful, but Chen-Lin had no intention of retreating. He had just broken through to the middle stage of the 6th Order and needed a strong opponent to test his strength. Moreover, the appearance of this 7th level demon also means more killing points and shock points. If you can kill this 7th level demon, the rewards will be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Chen-Lin not only did not feel fear, but instead felt deeply excited. He moved his wrist, and the heavenly fire treasure clothes on his body began to burn even more fiercely. Seeing that Chen-Lin didn't run away, the 7th rank demon was also a little surprised. It had originally thought that this human genius would be scared to death by its pressure, but it didn't expect that the other party would dare to stand there. Interesting, truly interesting. The 7th rank demon let out a deep laugh, the sound resounding like thunder across the battlefield. "It's been a long time since I've encountered such a courageous human. Most humans would be so frightened they would kneel down and beg for mercy when they see me. But you, little fellow, are a little special." The 7th rank demon's tone held a hint of appreciation, but more of a cruel excitement. In its view, the more courageous the prey, the better it tasted. Chen-Lin listened to the words of the 7th level demon, but his heart remained calm. He had seen too many enemies like this before, always enjoying a lot of nonsense before a battle. However, Chen-Lin's answer greatly surprised the 7th level demon. Chen-Lin looked at the 7th level demon fearlessly and said calmly, "7th level? So what?" There was no trace of fear in his voice, only pure confidence. This confidence was not blind arrogance, but a confidence based on strong strength. Afterwards, Chen-Lin said to the aggressive 7th level demon, "This is the human race's place. Once you come here, don't even think about going back." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire battlefield fell silent. When the retreating warriors heard Chen-Lin's words, they couldn't help but look back. They couldn't believe their ears. Is he crazy? How dare you say such words to a 7th level demon? This is courting death. The warriors were shocked beyond words. They had never seen such a daring person. Facing a 7th level demon, he actually dared to speak such arrogant words. Even the commander in the rear was stunned after hearing Chen Lin's words. He originally thought that Chen Lin would take the opportunity to escape, but he didn't expect that this young man would choose to confront him head-on. Although he thought this behavior was suicidal, he had to admit that Chen Lin's courage was indeed admirable. After Chen Lin finished speaking, he felt calmer. He had already made his position clear, and now it was time to speak with strength. After hearing Chen Lin's words, the 7th level demon was stunned for a moment, and then burst into crazy laughter. Ha 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 ha. Funny. So funny. A mere 6th level human dares to say such words to me. Do you know who you're talking to? I am a 7th level demon. I am the god of death on this battlefield. The 7th ranked demon's voice was filled with anger and excitement. It was completely enraged by Chen Lin's arrogance, and at the same time, it also developed a strong interest in this audacious human. It licked its lips and smiled cruelly. I can't wait to eat your delicious blood. A human with such integrity as you must have a particularly sweet blood. I will slowly savor your flesh and blood, and let you die in despair. The 7th ranked demon's words were filled with malice, as if it had already considered Chen Lin a meal. Its eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, and the fangs in its mouth became sharper. However, facing the threat of the 7th level demon, Chen Lin remained unusually calm. He said no more, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. Since the other party had already made his position clear, there was nothing more to say. Speaking with strength, this was the most direct way. Moreover, he was just about to test his strength after his recent breakthrough. With his mid-6th order cultivation, combined with various perfect techniques, he should be able to give this 7th order demon some surprises. Chen Lin took a deep breath, and the qi in his body began to circulate frantically. He could feel the power surging within him, the new power brought on by the breakthrough. The flames on the heavenly fire robe suddenly erupted with an even more intense glow. The terrifying heat instantly spread, distorting the surrounding air. Even the rocks on the ground began to melt. Chapter 92, Confronting the True Form of the 7th Level Demon. Seeing Chen Lin take action, the faces of the surrounding military warriors turned pale as paper in an instant. Disbelief flashed across their eyes, and then was replaced by deep fear. Some even closed their eyes, not daring to watch the bloody scene that was about to unfold. Is he really going to confront the 7th level demon head-on? This is simply courting death. Level 6 versus level 7, there's absolutely no chance of winning. The warriors' voices were filled with despair. They couldn't understand why Chen Lin made such a choice. In their opinion, this was a typical act of seeking death. The commander far behind was sweating profusely. He gripped the communicator tightly, his voice hoarse with excitement. Chen Lin. What the hell are you doing? Retreat. This is not the time to act rashly. But Chen Lin could no longer hear these sounds. All his attention was focused on the 7th level demon in front of him. The other commanders who had learned of the situation were also afraid to imagine what would happen next. They had received news of the 101st Front through various channels and were shocked by what had happened there and were speechless. A mid-level 6th level demon challenging a 7th level demon? Is this young man named Chen Lin crazy? Even a top genius can't defeat the enemy by crossing an entire realm. The commanders discussed this matter, each one's face filled with disbelief. In their minds, this behavior was simply courting death. Some people even thought Chen Lin was too conceited. They thought that Chen Lin might have developed blind self-confidence because he had previously defeated a 6th order perfect demon, thinking that he was truly omnipotent and could not even take a 7th order demon seriously. Young people are young people, they don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. He probably thought that defeating a 6th level perfectionist would allow him to deal with a 7th level one, but he didn't realize how huge the gap was. This kind of blind self-confidence will only kill him. These veteran commanders shook their heads and sighed. They had seen too many geniuses die because of their arrogance. In their opinion, Chen Lin might be the next one. But if the 7th level is really so easy to deal with, then the 6th and 7th levels will not become the watershed between the truly strong. This is an iron law of the cultivation world, a fact known to all warriors. The transition from level 6 to level 7 isn't just an improvement in cultivation, it's a qualitative shift in one's life. 7th order warriors have begun to reach a higher level of power. Their physical fitness, mental strength, and understanding of the laws are far beyond the reach of 6th order warriors. This gap cannot be made up by simple talent or skills. Just when everyone was worried about Chen Lin's reckless behavior, the 7th level demon began to launch a real counterattack. It let out an earth-shattering roar, the sound resounding like thunder throughout the battlefield. Following this roar, a terrifying pressure erupted from it, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Then, something even more terrifying happened. The 7th level demon began to reveal his true demon form. This is one of the demon's most powerful abilities, and a gifted ability they are proud of. Only demons who have reached the 7th level or above can display their full true form. Accompanied by a burst of dazzling black light, the body of the 7th level demon began to expand wildly. 3 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. In the end, its body reached an astonishing length of 100 feet. The 100-foot-tall figure was like a moving mountain, seemingly capable of crushing the entire space. The massive figure obscured the sky and the sun, casting its shadow over the entire battlefield. Seeing this horrifying scene, all the warriors felt fear from the depths of their souls. Is this the true form of a 7th level demon? It's so terrifying. It's just like the ancient beast in the legend. In front of such an existence, we are not even ants. The warriors' voices trembled, and some even fell to their knees under the terrifying pressure. They felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, and even breathing became difficult. The demon's true form is not only huge in size, but even more terrifying is the pressure it exudes. This pressure is not only on the spiritual level, but also an absolute suppression from the life level. Just like the natural power of a tiger facing a rabbit, a 7th level demon possesses an absolute life level advantage over warriors below the 6th level. This advantage prevents lower level warriors from exerting their full strength in front of it. What's even more terrifying is that as the 7th level demon's true form unfolds, the ground of the entire battlefield can no longer bear this terrifying weight. Boom! The earth groaned in pain, and huge cracks began to appear in the solid rock surface. Those cracks spread like spider webs, instantly covering the entire battlefield. They looked at the battlefield ground that was sinking continuously under the trampling of the 7th level demons, and their hearts became even more desperate. Even the earth can't bear its weight. If it steps on you, even a 6th level warrior will be instantly crushed into pulp. This is not even on the same level. The fear in the warriors' eyes grew stronger and stronger, and some began to regret not running further. In their eyes, Chen Lin was like an ant about to be crushed to death by a giant elephant. However, faced with such a horrific scene, Chen Lin remained extremely calm. He looked up at the 100-foot-tall 7th-ranked demon before him. Instead of fear, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He carefully observed every detail of the demon's true form, analyzing its power structure. Chen Lin secretly admired in his heart, they are worthy of being the top race among all races. Their physical strength is terrifying. He could clearly feel the terrifying power emanating from the 7th level demon. That pure physical strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Chen Lin had no doubt that any being of the same realm would be crushed by this invincible body no matter what means they used. This level of physical strength has already surpassed the conventional scope of force. It is more like a natural divine power, a powerful ability that the demons are born with. Facing such an enemy, ordinary moves and techniques are meaningless. Only an equally powerful force can contend with it. But this is exactly what Chen Lin wants. The fighting spirit in his heart not only did not weaken, but became even more intense. In his opinion, only a strong man of this level could make him give his all and truly test his strength after the breakthrough. If the opponent was too weak, then there was no point in fighting. But the 7th level demon before him was clearly a powerful foe worthy of his serious attention. Chen Lin took a deep breath, and the qi in his body began to circulate frantically. At the same time, all his protective measures began to be fully activated. First, the glazed golden body that protected him. Under Chen Lin's urging, this perfect defensive technique began to unleash its true power. A layer of light glazed golden light surged from Chen Lin's body, instantly covering his entire body. This layer of golden light seemed thin, but the defensive power contained in it was extremely terrifying. The glazed golden light perfectly adhered to Chen Lin's skin, forming a layer of natural armor. Under the protection of this layer of armor, even the attacks of a 7th level strongman would hardly cause fatal damage to Chen Lin. Immediately afterwards, the heavenly fire robe also began to take effect. This treasure, obtained from the Flame Elf King, erupted with unprecedented power. Blazing flames burst forth from the robe, engulfing Chen Lin in a sea of flames. This wasn't just any ordinary flame, it was a heavenly fire. Its temperature was so terrifying that even space itself began to distort. Under the double protection, Chen Lin's aura reached a whole new level. He was like a god of war emerging from the flames, emitting an awe-inspiring pressure. Seeing the changes in Chen Lin, the warriors around were stunned. They originally thought that Chen Lin would be overwhelmed by the pressure of the 7th level demon, but they did not expect that this young man could still maintain such a strong fighting state. He wasn't affected by the pressure from the 7th level demon? What's that golden light? It looks like it has very strong defensive power. And those flames, the temperature is horribly high. The warriors whispered to each other, the despair in their eyes slightly lessened. Although they still didn't believe that Chen Lin could defeat the 7th level demon, at least the strength he showed had exceeded their expectations. However, an even more shocking scene is yet to come. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Chen Lin actually took the initiative to rush forward. Chapter 93, Shocking Collision, Dharma Suppression, Killing the 7th level demon. The horrifying sound of collision resounded through heaven and earth, and the entire battlefield was shaking violently. After the smoke and dust cleared, everyone looked nervously towards the center of the collision, wanting to see clearly what had happened. They expected Chen Lin to have been ripped to pieces by the 7th level demon's attack, leaving not even a complete body. After all, this was a full-strength attack from a 7th level demon, and even a warrior of the same level would have difficulty withstanding it. Everyone sighed helplessly at this moment, and mourned for Chen Lin in their hearts. Alas, another genius has fallen. A level 6 challenging a level 7 is an impossible task in itself. This young man named Chen Lin is indeed quite capable, but unfortunately he is too conceited. The warriors shook their heads and sighed. They had already concluded that Chen Lin was doomed. In their view, this human monster, this impressive genius, had ultimately lost his life due to his own arrogance. The on-site commander far behind was even more shocked and angry after learning about the situation here. He clenched his fists, his face livid, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. As a veteran commander, he had seen too many examples of this. Young men with extraordinary talent, often blindly confident after 1 or 2 victories, ultimately met their end on the battlefield. Damn it! It's like this again, the commander said, gritting his teeth. He had already planned to report to his superiors after this matter was over, so that those geniuses would not be so arrogant as to come to the battlefield to die. The battlefield is not a game, not a place to squander talent. No matter how talented a person is, without clear understanding and a cautious attitude, they will eventually become nothing more than dry bones under the enemy's feet. However, just when everyone thought that Chen Lin was dead, a voice came from the center of the battlefield that shocked everyone. Ha ha ha. So satisfying. This is Chen Lin's voice. He's still alive. Everyone looked towards the center of the battlefield in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. The 7th level demon also had a look of disdain on his face. He originally thought that Chen Lin was seeking his own death. A 6th level human warrior actually dared to confront him head-on. This was simply an act of seeking death. In the eyes of the demons, humans are the weakest of all races, and a 6th rank human warrior is even less worthy of mention. A single punch from them can crush an opponent into a pulp. But when the two collided, he suddenly discovered a fact that shocked him. Chen Lin's strength is actually not much weaker than mine. How is this possible? A look of disbelief flashed across the eyes of the 7th rank demon. It could clearly sense that Chen Lin had actually blocked its attack and even had enough strength to fight back. This completely overturned its understanding of the human race's strength. The massive impact shattered the earth, and terrifying waves of power spread outward. The entire battlefield trembled violently under the impact of this force, and countless huge rocks were lifted into the air. Under this horrific impact, both of them were knocked back 1,000 meters. Chen Lin flew backward like a meteor, tumbling several times in the air before finally stabilizing himself. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and the heavenly fire treasure robe on his body dimmed considerably. The 7th rank demon wasn't much better off. Its massive body was also sent flying backwards 1,000 meters, its massive feet plowing deep furrows in the ground. The human warriors and other demons were shocked to see that Chen Lin was not injured and was evenly matched with the 7th level demons. How is this possible? He actually blocked the attack of a 7th level demon? And it seems evenly matched? Level 6 versus level 7, how could they fight like this? The warriors' voices trembled as they could not comprehend what was happening before their eyes. This was completely beyond their comprehension. In their impression, there is an insurmountable gap between the 6th and 7th levels, and this gap is absolutely impossible to make up for with talent or skills. But the reality before them slapped them hard in the face. Chen Lin not only blocked the attack of the 7th level demon, but was also able to fight against it. This is simply a miracle. The 7th level demon was also looking at his slightly trembling arms, and was shocked. It looked down at its fist and saw some tiny cracks on it. Although these cracks were small, they were incredible for the powerful bodies that the demons were proud of. When did the human race have such a terrifying genius? A deep shock welled up in the heart of the 7th rank demon. It had lived for hundreds of years and had seen countless human warriors, but it had never seen such a powerful 6th rank human. Even the geniuses of their demon clan couldn't compete with the 7th level when they were at the 6th level. This was common sense among the demons, and a fact recognized by all races. The gap between different realms was absolutely impossible to bridge easily. But the young human being in front of him proved with his actions that the impossible was possible. Chen Lin steadied himself, feeling the blood and energy surging through his body. Although the collision had caused him some internal injuries, they were generally within his tolerable range. More importantly, he could clearly feel the system prompt sound constantly ringing. Ding! Gain shock value plus 1000. Ding! Gain shock value plus 800. Ding! Gain shock value plus 1200. Seeing that the people around him, including the 7th level demon in front of him, provided him with a lot of shock value, Chen Lin felt very satisfied. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Great! Great! The demons are quite capable. Chen Lin's laughter was filled with excitement and fighting spirit. For him, this level of battle was a real pleasure. Only when facing a powerful enemy could he feel the boiling of his blood. Hearing Chen Lin's words, the 7th level demon was immediately filled with anger. As a high and mighty 7th rank warrior, when had it ever suffered such humiliation? It was a joke that it couldn't even handle a 6th rank human warrior. Human! You've completely pissed me off. The 7th rank demon roared angrily, and the demonic energy on its body became even more intense. It decided not to hold back anymore and would use its strongest power to completely destroy Chen Lin. I want to let you know what despair is. The voice of the 7th level demon was filled with murderous intent. Its eyes turned blood red, and the scales on its body began to glow black. Facing the wrath of the 7th rank demon, Chen Lin was not afraid, but rather became even more excited. He flexed his wrist, and the fighting spirit in his eyes grew stronger. Come on. Let me see what else you can do. As soon as the words fell, the two sides collided again. This time the battle was more intense than before, with every punch hitting the flesh, and every blow contained the power to destroy the world. Chen Lin, protected by his glazed golden body and heavenly fire robe, withstood the frenzied attacks of the 7th rank demon. His fists rained down on the demon, each one carrying a blazing burst of heavenly fire. The 7th level demon was not to be outdone. Its sharp claws and fangs kept attacking Chen Lin's body, trying to tear open his defense. The fierce battle lasted for several minutes, and both men paid a heavy price. Chen Lin's body was covered in wounds, his muscles were cracked, and blood had stained his heavenly fire treasure robe red. But his eyes still gleamed with determination, and he showed no sign of retreating. The demon wasn't in much better shape. Chen Lin had torn off one of its arms, and black blood was constantly flowing from the huge wound. Its entire body looked in a state of disarray. Seeing this scene, the warriors around were completely speechless. They witnessed an unprecedented battle. It was a miracle that a 6th level warrior could fight so fiercely with a 7th level demon. However, just when everyone thought that the battle would continue, Chen Lin made a decision that shocked everyone. He saw that the shock value had been almost collected and didn't plan to waste any more time. It's time to end this battle. Chen Lin took a deep breath, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. He was determined to use his greatest strength to completely eliminate this 7th level demon. Let me show you what true power is. As soon as he finished speaking, his own SS level talent Emperor Yan instantly erupted. Terrifying flames surged from Chen Lin's body, instantly forming a gigantic figure. This figure was hundreds of feet tall, and its entire body was burning with blazing flames, like a fire god from ancient mythology. The image of Emperor Yan connected the sky and the earth, and the terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. In front of this Dharma image, even the true body of a 7th level demon is as small as a child. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked beyond words. What is this? Dharma image? He can actually condense the Dharma image? Even an 8th rank expert might not be able to condense a Dharma image of this level. The warriors' voices were trembling, they couldn't understand what was happening before their eyes. The moment the 7th rank demon saw the Flame Emperor's Dharma image, a deep fear surged in his heart. He could clearly feel the pressure emanating from this Dharma image far exceeded his tolerance. This level of power is simply not something it can contend with. No, impossible. The 7th level demon roared in despair, but it was too late. The Yen Emperor's Dharma image slowly raised his huge fist, and violent flames burned on his fist. The entire space began to distort because of this terrifying power. The next moment, a violent fist fell. Facing Chen Lin's full firepower, the 7th rank demon was no longer able to resist. Its body began to collapse under the attack of the Flame Emperor's Dharma image, and it was completely ignited, and its black blood evaporated in the high temperature. Ah! The 7th level demon let out a final scream before being blown into a meat pie and completely annihilated in the flames. Chapter 94, the 7th level of Devil Heart, the perfect devil body. The fist of the Flame Emperor's Dharma image completely destroyed the body of the 7th level demon, and the terrifying flames burned it to ashes. At the moment when the 7th level demon's body was completely destroyed, Chen Lin keenly noticed that in the burning flames, there was a special thing that was not burned. He immediately controlled the flames of the Yen Emperor's Dharma image and carefully fished out a demon heart shining with a special light from the flames. This demon heart was about the size of a fist, a deep black throughout, yet a faint purple glow swirled beneath its black surface. Even under the scorching flames of the Flame Emperor's Dharma Dhatu, it remained intact, demonstrating its immense resilience. Chen Lin carefully observed the demon heart in his hand and could clearly feel the powerful demonic energy emanating from it. This demonic energy was extremely pure, much richer than any demon he had ever seen before. According to his understanding, after reaching the 7th level, the demons would gather such a demon heart. This demon heart was not only the core of the demon's life, but also the source of their power. The demon heart contains endless demonic energy and is the core of the demon clan's ultimate endurance after the 7th level. It is precisely because of the demon heart that demons above the 7th level are able to maintain peak condition during prolonged battles. Unlike lower-level demons, they will not suffer a significant decrease in strength due to excessive consumption of demonic energy. This is one of the reasons why the 7th level demons are called truly powerful. Not only because of their great strength, but also because they have almost infinite endurance. Looking at the demon heart in his hand, Chen Lin felt a strong surge of excitement in his heart. This devil's heart is exactly what Chen Lin wants. The reason why he attached so much importance to this devil heart was because it was closely related to the technique he practiced. The biggest reason why Chen Lin's body is so strong now, apart from his talent, is the demon body he cultivated himself. This technique is extremely special, having been created by imitating the physical structure of demons. Through this technique, practitioners can obtain a powerful body similar to that of demons. However, this technique has a fatal flaw. Theoretically, the heavenly demon body could only be cultivated to the great perfection stage, as achieving perfection required a true demonic heart. After all, this was a technique that mimicked the true form of a demon, and to reach the highest level, one naturally needed the core of the demon. This limitation made countless warriors who practiced the heavenly demon body feel regretful. Even if they could practice this technique to perfection, they could not break through to the perfect state. But Chen Lin is different. He has a system, and as long as he has a demon heart, he can spend shock points to upgrade his demon body to the perfect state. This is the privilege given to him by the system, and it is also the key to his ability to surpass ordinary people. Chen Lin felt the powerful demonic energy emanating from the demon heart in his hand and made a decision in his heart. He activated the system without hesitation, ready to use this demon heart to elevate his demon body to perfection. System, I want to use the demon heart to enhance my heavenly demon body. Ding! Detected a 7th level demon heart. Do you want to spend 100,000 shock points to upgrade the demon body to perfection? Seeing the system prompt, Chen Lin did not hesitate at all. 100,000 shock points was not an unbearable number for him at the moment. Moreover, the improvement brought by the perfection of the heavenly demon body was definitely worth the price. Confirm. Ding! Consume 100,000 shock points, and the demonic body is upgraded to the perfect state. As the system prompt sounded, the demon heart in Chen Lin's hand instantly turned into a black light and penetrated into his body. Immediately afterwards, an unprecedented change began to occur in Chen Lin's body. He could clearly feel that his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Every cell was being rebuilt, and every vein was being strengthened. This change is comprehensive, from bones to muscles, from blood to internal organs, the entire body is evolving towards a more perfect direction. Chen-Lin clenched his fists, feeling the powerful force surging in his body. His physical strength increased more than tenfold. This improvement was a qualitative leap, not a simple increase in quantity. He could now easily tear his former self apart with just his physical strength. More importantly, as the heavenly demon body reached perfection, he could finally perform the ultimate secret technique of this martial art, heavenly demon transformation. This is a magical power that can only be displayed at the perfect realm, and it is also the most powerful ability of the demon body. Chen-Lin couldn't wait to perform the demonic transformation. As his mind moved, a terrifying demonic energy erupted from his body. This demonic energy was purer and more powerful than any demon he had ever seen before. Wrapped in this evil energy, Chen-Lin's body began to undergo amazing changes. His body began to expand wildly, 3 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, and finally reached a terrifying height of 150 meters. This height is 50 feet higher than the previous 7th level demon. Chen-Lin instantly transformed into a demon that was 3 times more terrifying than the previous 7th level demon. His body was covered in black scales, each gleaming with a metallic sheen. Gigantic horns protruded from his head, emitting a terrifying aura of dominance. The most terrifying thing is that the demonic energy emanating from him is even purer than that of a true 7th level demon. This scene shocked everyone beyond words. The surrounding demons were stunned when they saw this scene. They couldn't understand how a human warrior could transform into the true form of a demon. Moreover, this true form was more powerful than any demon they had ever seen. This is impossible. How could a human possess the true form of a demon? And this true form is even more terrifying than a 7th level demon. The voices of the demons were trembling. They felt the suppression from the life level. This suppression made it impossible for them to exert their normal strength in front of Chen-Lin. The human warriors in the distance were also frightened and broke out in cold sweats. They originally thought that defeating the 7th order demon was already Chen-Lin's limit, but they didn't expect that this young man actually had such a terrifying trump card. He turned into a demon? What's going on? How can Chen-Lin possess the magical powers of the demon clan? This true form is even more terrifying than the 7th level demon just now. The warriors' voices trembled as they could not comprehend what was happening before their eyes. In their minds, humans and demons were completely different races. How could they possibly transform into each other? But the reality before them tells them that everything is possible. Chen-Lin felt his current state and a strong sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. This power, this feeling of complete control, made him feel an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Now, he was no longer afraid of any challenge from a rank 7 expert. The shock of the people around him caused his system prompt to sound again. Ding! Gain shock value plus 2000. Ding! Gain shock value plus 1500. Ding! Gain shock value plus 1800. Chapter 95, Unparalleled Military Achievements, New SS-Level Bodybuilding Exercises. The power of the heavenly demon transformation was too terrifying, and the pressure emanating from the huge demon's true body made the entire battlefield tremble. Chen-Lin dealt with the 7th level demon and revealed his terrifying true form. After coming to their senses, the demons who were still fighting on the battlefield fled in fear. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they no longer had the ferocity and violence they had before. Run! That human is too scary. Even a 7th level master was killed by him. He is not human, he is a demon. The demons roared in fear, fearing that if they escaped too slowly they would be targeted by Chen-Lin, the god of death. They panicked, even trampling over each other, wanting nothing more than to escape this terrifying battlefield as quickly as possible. In their minds, being able to slay a 7th-tier demon and unleash its true form was no longer something they could contend with. This fear came from within, a suppression from the very level of life. Just like mice seeing a cat, they couldn't even think of resisting Chen-Lin. However, Chen-Lin naturally would not let these demons go. He had not yet retracted his Flame Emperor Dharma image, and the huge flaming figure still stood in the center of the battlefield, like a real fire god. Chen-Lin's mind moved, and terrifying heavenly fire erupted from the body of Emperor Yan, instantly turning into a sea of fire, enveloping all the demons trying to escape. But this time the flames were different from before. Because Chen-Lin has now activated the heavenly demon transformation, his heavenly fire has undergone miraculous changes under the influence of the demon's true form. The originally golden red heavenly fire had now turned into a deep black, but within the black flame, there was a golden light flickering. This kind of flame is more terrifying and more domineering. The heavenly fire turned into devil fire, and it could even ignite the evil spirit in these demons. Ah! What kind of flame is this? My demonic energy is burning. Help! Help! Wailing sounds were heard everywhere, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in this terrifying black flame. Under the burning of the black flames, not only were the demons' bodies set on fire, but even the demonic energy within them began to burn. This kind of pain was twofold, with both physical pain and mental torture. What's even more terrifying is that this flame seems to be specifically targeted at the demons. Ordinary flames may not cause much damage to the demons, but this kind of magic fire can directly burn the essence of the demons. Chen Lin looked at everything in front of him coldly, without any mercy in his heart. These demons have invaded human territory and slaughtered human warriors. Their hands are stained with human blood. Now it is their turn to pay the price. The group of military warriors looked at Chen Lin's figure, their heads covered in cold sweat, and complex emotions surged in their hearts. They were both shocked by Chen Lin's strength and terrified by the terrifying power he displayed. This level of combat power was beyond their comprehension. It's terrifying. He can slaughter an entire demon army by himself. Fortunately, he is from our human race, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. He has this kind of strength at level 6. If he breaks through to level 7, how strong will he be? The warriors whispered to each other, thankful that Chen Lin was a member of their human race, not an enemy. If Chen Lin took a hostile stance, it would be a disaster for the human race. The devil fire burned for a few minutes, and all the demons around were killed, and none of them could escape. The battle line that had been broken by the demons was now completely reversed. Seeing the complete annihilation of the demon army, the morale of the human warriors instantly soared. They let out earth-shattering shouts and began to counterattack the remaining 10,000 races. The military commanders also recovered from their shock. They knew this was the best time to counterattack. Led by Chen Lin, they attacked fiercely against the myriad races that had lost the support of the demon race. And the supporters also arrived at this time. A large number of human warriors came from all directions. They originally came to support this front, but now it seems that the battle is basically over. The remaining myriad races were no match for the demon race in terms of combat effectiveness. After losing the support of the demon race, they were like they had lost their backbone and were completely unable to resist the attacks of human warriors. Under the stranglehold of human warriors, these myriad races died tragically. In just half an hour, the battlefield, once fraught with danger, was completely cleared. This transformation was so swift that it left everyone in awe. The situation on the battlefield was quickly reported back to the commander's office in the rear. The commander was sipping tea and keeping an eye on the situation on various fronts. When he heard the report from Front 105, he dropped the cup in his hand, spilling tea all over the floor. What? What did you say? The commander looked at the communicator in front of him in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. Reporting to the commander, the crisis on Front 105 has been completely resolved. Warrior Chen Lin not only completed the support mission, but also defeated the entire 10,000 races army. All enemies, including that 7th level demon, have been eliminated. The communicator's voice was trembling, and it was obvious that he was also shocked by the news. The commander was stunned for a long time before muttering to himself, I remember that guy was assigned a support mission? How did it become a cleanup mission? He recalled the situation when Chen Lin came to take on the mission. At that time, Chen Lin said that he was going to support Front 105 and help the warriors there resist the attacks of all races. But the current result is completely beyond his expectations. Chen Lin not only supported the 105th Front, but also directly wiped out the entire 10,000 races legion. This was not a support mission, it was simply a mopping up mission. Sir, according to reports from the front, Warrior Chen Lin has demonstrated extremely terrifying strength. Not only did he kill a 7th level demon, he also displayed magical powers similar to those of a demon's true form. The communicator continued to report the situation on the front line, and every word shocked the commander even more. 7th level demon? Did he really kill a 7th level demon? The commander knew what a 7th level demon meant. It required a warrior of the same level to deal with it. Chen Lin was only a 6th level warrior, yet he was able to kill a 7th level demon. This was simply a miracle. Yes, sir. And according to the description of the warriors on the front line, the strength of Chen Lin's warriors is far beyond our imagination. Half a day later, Chen Lin returned from the battlefield. He didn't look tired at all, his heavenly fire robe was still shining, and he looked completely unharmed. This state shocked everyone who saw him. You know, he had just experienced a brutal battle, not only facing the entire 10,000 races army, but also killing a 7th level demon. But now he looked as relaxed as if he had just come back from a walk. Chen Lin came to the command post responsible for fronts 101 to 110. It was a huge military building with various advanced equipment and a large number of staff. When the commander heard that Chen Lin had returned, he came out to greet him in person. When he saw Chen Lin was unharmed, he was even more shocked. "Chen Lin! You really did it!" The commander excitedly shook Chen Lin's hand, his eyes full of admiration. As a veteran commander, he had seen many battles, but this was the first time he had seen such a result. "Commander, mission accomplished," Chen Lin said calmly, as if everything that had just happened was a trivial matter. This nonchalant attitude shocked the commander even more. "Done? More than done," the commander said excitedly. "Not only did you complete the mission, you also defeated the 10,000 races. This is simply a heaven-shattering feat." He knew the significance of this battle. If the crisis on Front 105 wasn't resolved in time, it would likely affect the entire battle. Chen Lin's appearance not only resolved the crisis but also dealt a heavy blow to the 10,000 races. "I'll apply for a large reward for you right now." The commander immediately made a decision. He would apply for the highest level of reward for Chen Lin. This kind of military achievement was definitely worthy of the most generous reward. "Furthermore, I will also give you special permission to choose an SS level technique." The commander's decision shocked the surrounding staff. SS level skills are one of the most precious resources in the military. Even ordinary high-ranking officers are not qualified to access this level of skills. But Chen Lin's military achievements are definitely worthy of such a reward. Chapter 96, The Crucible of Heaven and Earth. The commander's words aroused strong anticipation in Chen Lin's heart. SS-level martial arts techniques are a precious resource that even top martial arts schools like Imperial Capital University rarely possess. The military district is indeed very well established. Even a top martial arts university like Imperial Capital University would only produce S-level techniques. It's not that they are not generous, but there are too few SS-level skills. Even if there are, no one can afford to exchange them. But not everyone can directly reverse a battle like Chen Lin did. This level of cultivation usually requires a huge price to obtain. Some require great achievements, some require the exchange of precious natural treasures, and some even require the risk of one's life. But Chen Lin is different. He directly won this level of reward with his own strength. "Chen Lin, come with me." The commander personally led Chen Lin to the martial arts library, and officers saluted them along the way. Chen Lin's deeds had spread throughout the command center, and everyone was full of respect for this young warrior. The martial arts library is located in the deepest part of the command center and is a building surrounded by heavy security. This is our military district's martial arts library. The SS-level martial arts are all in the innermost area. The commander introduced while entering a series of complex passwords. After layers of verification, they finally arrived at the area where the SS-level skills were stored. It was a small room, its walls inlaid with a special metal that emitted a faint glow. In the center of the room stood a dozen crystal cabinets, each containing a simple manual of ancient martial arts techniques. There are a total of 16 SS-level techniques here. You can choose any one, the commander said, his tone full of caution. Chen Lin nodded and began to observe these exercises carefully. He knew the importance of this choice. The SS-level skills would accompany him for a long time, so he had to choose the one that suited him best. After a conversation, Chen Lin no longer wasted time and started to choose SS-level skills. With the existence of shock value, he didn't have to worry about the difficulty of practicing the technique. Besides, the heavenly fire burning world art he practiced was enough. It wouldn't be too late to search for the next 3 levels after breaking through the 7th level. So Chen Lin plans to continue strengthening his body. Although his heavenly demon body had reached perfection, his physical body still had a lot of room for improvement. If he could find a suitable physical training method, his strength could be greatly improved. Chen Lin's eyes swept over the various exercises, and he carefully read the introduction of each one. Star body refining art, simulate the power of stars to temper the body, and eventually the body can reach the level of being as hard as the stars. Thunder Bone Strengthening Method, use the power of thunder to train bones, giving bones the explosive power of thunder. Mysterious Ice Marrow Refining Technique, use the power of extreme cold to refine the bone marrow, enhancing vitality and recovery ability. These skills are very powerful, but Chen Lin always feels that they are missing something. Until he saw the last crystal cabinet. A martial arts book caught Chen Lin's eye. The name of the martial arts book was The Crucible of Heaven and Earth. Just seeing the name, Chen Lin felt a special attraction. He carefully read the introduction of the technique. Heaven and Earth Furnace, transform your body into a furnace of heaven and earth, capable of melting everything and increasing your physical strength. The greatest feature of this technique is that it allows your body to carry more chi with different attributes and techniques. Seeing this, Chen Lin's eyes lit up. This technique is indeed powerful. I have learned so many complicated skills, including the art of heavenly fire burning the world, the body of the heavenly demon, the Dharma image of the Flame Emperor, as well as various sword techniques and body techniques. Although these techniques were all very powerful, they sometimes conflicted with each other. When the different attributes of chi circulated within his body, they often repelled each other, preventing him from fully unleashing the power of each technique. If there is a set of exercises that can integrate these complicated exercises, even if the physical strength is not greatly improved, the strength will be doubled. More importantly, the Crucible of Heaven and Earth can also enhance physical strength. This means that he can not only integrate existing skills, but also make his foundation more solid. Chen Lin continued to read the detailed introduction of the technique. To practice the furnace of heaven and earth, one must transform oneself into a furnace, constantly smelting various materials to strengthen the body. These materials can be natural treasures, the essence and blood of monsters, or even the true chi from other techniques. As cultivation deepens, the body's inclusiveness will become stronger and stronger, and it will eventually be able to carry power of any attribute, and even conflicting forces can coexist harmoniously. This ability is tailor-made for Chen Lin. The skills he currently possessed were complex in nature, including the fire-attributed heavenly fire burning the world art, the demon-attributed heavenly demon body, and various other martial arts with different attributes. If he could perfectly integrate these powers, his strength would see a qualitative leap. This is it. Chen Lin made the decision without hesitation. The commander saw Chen Lin's choice and nodded. The Crucible of Heaven and Earth is indeed a very powerful technique, but it is also one of the most difficult to practice. His tone was filled with worry. Except for geniuses, no one else can even get started with this level of martial arts. The difficulty of practicing the Crucible of Heaven and Earth is among the highest among SS-level techniques. It requires practitioners to have an extremely strong physical foundation and a deep understanding of various powers. If you are not careful, your body may be torn apart by forces of different attributes during the smelting process, which may result in serious injuries or even death. But Chen Lin doesn't have to worry about the difficulty at all. He has a system, so he just needs to choose it directly. Anyway, the shock value is in place, so everything can be handled. Don't worry, Commander. I have the confidence to practice this technique. Chen Lin said confidently. The commander looked at Chen Lin's determined eyes and finally nodded. A genius who can even kill 7th-level demons may really be able to master this terrifying technique. After completing all the handover procedures, Chen Lin put the secret book of the Crucible of Heaven and Earth in his arms. In addition to this SS-level technique, he also received a large number of other rewards, 10 million federal coins, various precious elixirs, and some rare cultivation resources. The combined value of these rewards is enough to ensure that an average warrior will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. But for Chen Lin, the most precious thing is the book, The Crucible of Heaven and Earth. Chen Lin, if you encounter any problems during your training, you can contact our military district at any time. The commander said seriously, geniuses like you are precious treasures to our human race. We will do our best to support your growth. Thank you for your care, Commander. Chen Lin sincerely thanked the commander. This reward from the military district had indeed solved many of his problems. Not only did he obtain the coveted SS-level technique, but he also received a large amount of cultivation resources. After receiving the reward, Chen Lin left the military area and set out on the journey back to the imperial capital. On the way back, Chen Lin couldn't wait to open the secret book of the Crucible of Heaven and Earth. This book of exercises was even more complicated than he had imagined. The densely packed text recorded various key points and precautions for cultivation. But the more he read, the more excited Chen Lin became. The potential of this technique was beyond his imagination. If it could be cultivated to a high level, it would not only increase the physical strength to a terrifying degree, but also allow the practitioner to master various powers of different attributes. The most important thing is that the crucible of heaven and earth has a special ability, devouring. Practitioners can use the furnace to devour the enemy's power and transform it into their own nutrients. This ability will play a huge role in battle. System, check this technique. Shenlin called out to the system in his heart. Ding! SS level technique heaven and earth furnace detected. Do you want to spend shock points to practice it? Entry requirements, 50,000 shock points. Minor success required, 100,000 shock value. Great success requires, 200,000 shock value. Required for completion, 500,000 shock points. Seeing the system prompt, Shenlin took a deep breath. This consumption is indeed huge, especially the 500,000 shock value required for the perfect state, which is almost an astronomical figure. But Shenlin was not worried. He was gaining shock value very quickly now, and as his strength increased, the efficiency of gaining shock value would become higher and higher. First practice to the entry level to see the effect. Shenlin made a decision. 50,000 shock points was still bearable for him now. Ding! Consume 50,000 shock points and cultivate to the entry level of Heaven and Earth Crucible. As the system prompt sounded, a special force began to flow in Shenlin's body. He could clearly feel that subtle changes were taking place in his body. Every cell is being rebuilt, and the whole body seems to have really turned into a furnace, with the ability to melt everything. More importantly, the different attributes of true Qi in his body, which were originally somewhat conflicting, now began to coexist harmoniously. The fire attributed true Qi of the art of heavenly fire burning the world, the demon attributed true Qi of the heavenly demon body, and the different powers brought by various martial arts were now perfectly integrated together in this furnace. Chapter 97 Returning to school, Genius Number 1 appears. Sitting on the aircraft, Shenlin began to practice the crucible of heaven and earth. As the technique was working, he could clearly feel the changes taking place within his body. The crucible of heaven and earth was truly terrifying, capable of integrating all of his strength. The previously conflicting Qi within his body, with its various attributes, now unexpectedly began to merge into one. The fire attributed heavenly fire burning the world art, the demonic heavenly demon body, and the power of various martial arts, were all unified and managed by this invisible furnace. What shocked Shenlin even more was that the crucible of heaven and earth could even transform his own body into an infinite source of energy. He felt that his body was like a huge energy container, and any attack that fell on him could be absorbed and transformed, and then turned into his own strength. This feeling reminded Shenlin of the legendary ancient beast Tao Tai, which could devour everything in the world. Now, he seemed to have a similar ability. Its defense at full strength. Shenlin was secretly amazed at the terrifying defensive capabilities of this technique. With this ability to devour and transform, attacks from warriors of the same level posed little threat to him. During this trip to the battlefield, Shenlin gained more than 1 million shock points. Looking at the dazzling string of numbers on the system interface, Shenlin felt a strong sense of satisfaction. These shock values were enough to upgrade the Heaven and Earth Crucible. System, upgrade the Heaven and Earth Crucible to the minor success level. Ding! Consume 100,000 shock points and cultivate Heaven and Earth Furnace to the minor success level. As the system prompt sounded, an even more powerful force surged in Shenlin's body. If the entry-level Furnace of Heaven and Earth only allowed him to initially integrate his power, then the minor success level Furnace of Heaven and Earth caused his entire body to undergo essential changes. Every cell became tougher, and every drop of blood contained terrifying energy. He felt like a walking energy source, ready to unleash devastating power at any moment. In half a day, the aircraft had flown back to the imperial capital. And Shenlin also completely cultivated the crucible of heaven and earth to the minor success level. At this moment, his aura was even more restrained, and even a 6th-level warrior would not be able to detect any fluctuations in his aura. But in the eyes of powerful people, Shenlin is now like a terrifying and deep black hole, as if it can swallow everything in the world. This contradictory feeling makes people feel uneasy. Although it looks harmless, the intuition is frantically warning of danger. After getting off the aircraft, Shenlin did not go back to school directly, but went to the Genius Alliance first. The mission of supporting the battlefield needs to be completed, and there are generous rewards waiting for him to claim. The military merits at the military district were the rewards Shenlin received for killing so many demons, and the missions here were another reward. If there were too many rewards, Shenlin would naturally not let go of such a good thing. The hall of the Genius Alliance is still bustling with people, and various talented warriors are here to accept or submit tasks. But when Chen Lin walked into the hall, the noisy noise instantly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Lin, their eyes filled with shock and awe. Chen Lin's deeds have spread throughout the entire imperial capital. A 6th-level warrior single-handedly defeated the army of all races and killed a 7th-level demon. This record is simply a legend. Is that Chen Lin? Too young, looks less than 20 years old. I heard that he killed the entire 10,000 races army by himself. He even killed a 7th-level demon. This kind of strength is simply terrifying. There were whispers all around, but the voices were very low and no one dared to speak loudly. Chen Lin was already accustomed to these looks, so he walked straight to the task submission area. When the reception staff saw Chen Lin, a respectful smile instantly appeared on his face. Mr. Chen Lin, we have received a report from the military district on your mission completion. Not only did you complete the support mission, you also exceeded the clearing mission target. This achievement is truly astonishing. As the staff spoke, they quickly processed the task submission procedures. This is your mission reward, a total of 8 million federal coins, and these precious cultivation resources. Looking at the mountain of rewards in front of him, Chen Lin felt a sense of satisfaction. The skills he learned were becoming more and more powerful, and the demand for shock value was also increasing. Although he now had more than 1 million shock value, it was obviously not enough. So Chen Lin exchanged all the rewards for resources to improve his cultivation. Various precious elixirs, natural treasures, and spirit stones. Although these things cannot directly improve strength, they can be sold in exchange for shock value. Mr. Chen Lin, you completed the task so quickly. As the staff member was processing the paperwork, he exclaimed, supporting the battlefield is one of the most dangerous missions in the Federation. You actually completed it without a scratch. Everyone is even more shocked. Indeed, the mortality rate of battlefield support missions is extremely high, and even a 7th-level warrior cannot guarantee complete safety. But Chen Lin not only completed the task, but also achieved such a brilliant record. This performance has exceeded everyone's imagination. In the eyes of the talented warriors around him, Chen Lin is already a peerless genius comparable to the president. These people no longer treated Chen Lin with the same cold attitude as they did the first time they met him. Each of them was enthusiastic to the point of fawning. Brother Chen Lin, if you need any help in the future, just let me know. Yes, Brother Chen Lin, we will be friends from now on. Mr. Chen Lin, your strength is truly too great. Please accept my respect. Chen Lin felt a little annoyed by the endless stream of compliments and flattery. These people's expressions changed so quickly. They were so arrogant before, but now they are so servile. However, Chen Lin did not show any impatience. After all, it was normal for these people to change their attitude. In this world where strength is respected, the strong should be respected. After completing all the formalities, Chen Lin prepared to leave the Genius Alliance. Seeing that Chen Lin was about to leave, the talented warriors who were watching respectfully escorted him to the door. Take care, Mr. Chen Lin. Brother Chen Lin, please come to the Federation often when you have time. I look forward to working with Brother Chen Lin next time. A group of people surrounded Chen Lin and walked towards the gate. The scene was quite spectacular. Just then, a person came from a distance. He was a young man who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, with a slender figure, handsome appearance, and a special temperament. His pace was slow, but each step gave people a special feeling, as if the whole space was moving with his rhythm. What is even more eye-catching is the badge on his chest, which is a golden number 1. Seeing this person, the people behind Chen Lin suddenly exclaimed, "The president is back." Chapter 98, not simple, he is no worse than that 7th-level demon. President? The person who suddenly appeared in front of me is the number 1 genius of the Imperial Capital University? Chen Lin looked carefully at the young man in front of him, and a strong curiosity surged in his heart. This person looked only a few years older than him, but he exuded a kind of aura that made him feel uneasy. It was a strange feeling. Although he looked harmless, his intuition was frantically warning him of danger. More importantly, judging by the reactions of the onlookers, this person held a very high position within the Genius Alliance. To command such awe from those high-minded geniuses meant he was definitely no ordinary person. The president walked up to Chen Lin and looked him up and down. His gaze was calm, but the exploratory tone within it made Chen Lin feel a little pressured. This feeling of being completely seen through made Chen Lin feel a little uncomfortable. Then, a smile appeared on the president's face. "I've been waiting for you for a long time."
The president's voice was calm, but the information revealed in his words shocked Chen Lin's heart.
"No wonder you were able to defeat the sword genius. Even I can't sense your aura."
The president continued, a hint of appreciation in his tone. To be able to make a genius feel no aura, this person must be either an ordinary person, or this person's strength is extraordinary.
Obviously, Chen Lin is the latter. The ability of heaven and earth furnace to contain auras was indeed powerful, and even a genius of this level could not detect any flaws. This made Chen Lin even more satisfied with this technique.
But at the same time, a sense of vigilance arose in Chen Lin's heart. The fact that the president could tell at a glance that he had extraordinary abilities showed that his vision and abilities should not be underestimated. Chen Lin was a little confused.
Why had this true number one genius been waiting for him? Is it to challenge yourself? Or is there some other purpose?
The president seemed to see Chen Lin's confusion and explained directly, "Among the younger generation, few can be compared with me." His tone was calm, but the confidence it revealed was impressive.
That was even more true at Imperial Capital University, until you showed up.
The president stared at Chen Lin intently, as if he wanted to see through him.
"I've heard about your deeds. Killing a 7th level demon with a 6th level cultivation is truly impressive."
Chen Lin immediately understood the president's intention. It turns out he's just another show-off.
Chen Lin has seen many people like this.
Relying on their strength and status, they always like to act superior.
But this is normal.
In this world where strength is respected, the strong are indeed qualified to look down on the weak.
"Aren't you afraid that I'll take your place?"
Chen Lin asked, with a hint of provocation in his tone. When the president heard Chen Lin's words, the smile on his face became even more obvious.
"Take my place?"
His tone was full of confidence, and he obviously didn't take Chen Lin's words seriously. "You are indeed very talented, but you still have a long way to go before you can reach my level." The president's words revealed absolute confidence, as if Chen Lin would never be able to surpass him.
"However, I can give you a chance to catch up."
After the president said this, he turned around and was about to leave.
"Wait." Chen Lin stopped him. The president turned around with a questioning look in his eyes. "What's your name?" Chen Lin asked. "Su Lingxiao." The president said lightly, then walked towards the interior of the Genius Alliance without looking back.
Looking at the president's back, Chen Lin felt a complex emotion in his heart. Su Lingxiao, he seemed to have heard this name somewhere.
But now is not the time to think about these things. Chen Lin is more concerned about the strength of the president.
Chen Lin felt that the president was indeed not an ordinary person.
Although Su Lingxiao hid very well, Chen Lin could feel that he was no worse than the 7th level demon, and even stronger.
This feeling was very strange.
Although Su Lingxiao did not emit any aura, Chen Lin's intuition was frantically warning him of danger. This shows that Su Lingxiao's strength has reached an extremely terrifying level, and may even have touched the threshold of the 7th level.
The president has only reached the 6th level of cultivation, so he does have the capital to be proud of himself. Being able to possess combat power comparable to that of the 7th level at the 6th level is a talent that is truly shocking. No wonder he could become the number one genius in the Imperial Capital University, and no wonder he could serve as the president of the Genius Association. This kind of strength is indeed enough to look down on all other geniuses. However, a strong desire to fight surged in Chen Lin's heart. The stronger the opponent, the more it can inspire his fighting spirit. Su Lingxiao is indeed very strong, but Chen Lin is no pushover either. He has a system and countless shot points that can be used to improve his strength. As long as he is given enough time, he will definitely be able to surpass Su Lingxiao. Thinking of this, Chen Lin smiled. Even if Su Lingxiao was strong, so what? He loves to show off. It feels the most satisfying to slap that kind of person in the face, and the shock value will keep coming. Imagine what kind of expression will be on Su Lingxiao's face when you surpass him? That expression of shock, disbelief, and even despair will surely bring you a lot of shock value. Chapter 99, Genius Competition. Geniuses are not only found in universities. After returning to school, before Chen Lin had time to sit down and rest, his cell phone rang. I saw the caller ID and it was my mentor. Chen Lin, have you returned to school? The tutor's voice came from the phone, with a hint of urgency in his tone. I just came back. Is there anything I can help you with, teacher? Chen Lin was a little confused.
Come to the principal's office right now. I have something important to tell you. The instructor said, the principal and the others are waiting for you. Chen Lin became even more confused. The instructor already knew about Chen Lin's performance on the battlefield, so he asked him to come to the principal's office as soon as possible to inform him of something. The fact that the principal was waiting in person, and it was an important matter, aroused Chen Lin's strong curiosity. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Chen Lin immediately went to the principal's office. Along the way, Chen Lin kept guessing what might happen. Could it be that because of my outstanding performance on the battlefield, the school wants to give me some special reward? Or is there any new task assigned to me? Full of doubts, Chen Lin came to the door of the principal's office. I knocked gently on the door, and the principal's voice came from inside, "Come in." Chen Lin pushed the door open and was stunned as soon as he opened it. The principal and several other vice principals, including the dean of studies, were already present, and the entire office was filled with senior school leaders. This situation made Chen Lin confused. He didn't know why so many school leaders gathered together. And judging from their expressions, they all seemed very serious, as if they had something important to announce. Chen Lin, come and sit down. When the principal saw Chen Lin, he smiled kindly and pointed to the chair in front of him. After Chen Lin sat down, he carefully observed everyone present. The principal, 3 vice principals, the dean of studies, and a few unfamiliar middle-aged men all seemed to be important figures in the school. The fact that so many senior executives could gather together at the same time meant that what was about to be discussed was definitely not simple. Chen Lin, first of all, congratulations on your brilliant achievement on the battlefield. The principal said, his tone full of praise, a 6th-level cultivator killing a 7th-level demon, this achievement has already made history. Thank you for the compliment, principal. Chen Lin responded modestly. However, I called you here today because I have another important thing to tell you. The principal's expression became serious. Chen Lin immediately sat up straight and waited attentively for the principal's next words. Soon, Chen Lin understood what had happened. It turned out that the genius competition was about to begin, and they wanted Chen Lin to participate in the competition and get a ranking. Genius competition? Chen Lin asked with some confusion. That's right. The principal nodded and began to explain in detail. The genius competition is the highest level competition for young geniuses in the entire federation, held every 3 years. This talent competition is open to all young warriors under the age of 25, so there are countless powerful warriors. The vice principal added, the strength of the contestants far exceeds that of ordinary school competitions. When Chen Lin heard this, he became very interested. He knew very well what the age limit of under 25 meant. We hope that you, Chen Lin, can represent Imperial Capital University and bring honor to the university. The principal continued, with your current strength, you definitely have a chance to achieve a good ranking. Chen Lin thought about this proposal carefully. A competition of geniuses sounds very attractive. Moreover, being able to represent Imperial University in the competition is an honor in itself. Principal, what exactly is this genius competition? Chen Lin asked. The Dean of Studies took over the conversation. Under the age of 25, this includes not only current students, but also many talented graduates from previous years. Those talented graduates, after several years of experience, have already surpassed the current students in strength, said a vice president. So the value of this genius competition is incredibly high. When Chen Lin heard this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Past graduates can also participate, which means that the level of competition will be extremely terrifying. The strength of those geniuses who have been in society for several years is definitely not comparable to that of students in school. Competitions of this level are truly challenging. The principal and others told Chen Lin, many true geniuses are hidden in various families and forces. They did not come to the martial arts university. So this time, Chen Lin, you will be able to meet many unimaginable peerless geniuses. Hearing this, Chen Lin's excitement reached its peak. The geniuses of the major families and the strong men cultivated by various forces are usually elusive. To have the opportunity to see so many hidden talents at once is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. More importantly, from the perspective of shock value, this is simply a huge treasure trove. Imagine what expressions those geniuses from all sides would have when you show your amazing strength in the genius competition. That look of shock and disbelief must have brought a huge amount of shock to oneself. Moreover, a competition of this level as the genius competition would surely attract a lot of spectators.
If you can shine in such an occasion, the impact will be explosive. By then, the shock value will be so high that it will reach the sky. When he heard this, Chen Lin couldn't wait any longer. With so many geniuses gathered together, he couldn't imagine how much shock value he could get. This is simply a shock value copy tailor-made by the system for you. So he immediately nodded in agreement. I am willing to represent Imperial Capital University in the Genius Competition.
Chapter 100, Peak of Level 6, The Road to Transcendence.
Seeing that Chen Lin agreed to participate in the Genius Competition, the school leaders were all beaming with joy. The principal nodded with satisfaction, unable to hide the smile on his face.
There is no doubt about Chen Lin's strength.
The fact that he can crush the genius number 2 is enough to prove that he is already one of the top geniuses among the students in school. With Chen Lin participating in the competition, our Imperial Capital University will definitely be able to hold its head high this time. The vice president said excitedly.
That's right.
With Chen Lin's strength, even if he can't make it into the top 10 in this competition, he will definitely get a good ranking.
The head teacher also looked expectant. Top 10? Chen Lin shook his head secretly. The top management of these schools are still too conservative. Their goal is not just to be in the top 10. Since you are going to participate, you must get the best results. The championship is my real goal.
In this genius competition, the school's top management also took the initiative to provide Chen Lin with more training resources. The principal took out an exquisite wooden box from his storage ring and handed it to Chen Lin. Here are all the top-level cultivation resources that the school has collected, including 6th grade elixirs, 7th grade energy crystals, and several precious cultivation manuals. Chen Lin took the wooden box, probed his spiritual sense into it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The value of these cultivation resources is absolutely invaluable.
Just those few 6th grade pills are enough to drive countless warriors crazy.
And those 7th grade energy crystals are extremely precious and cannot be bought at ordinary times.
This is such a pleasant surprise.
I had only agreed to participate in the genius competition, but I didn't expect to get so many benefits.
Thank you for the school's support. I will definitely not let you down. Chen Lin said sincerely. We believe in your abilities.
The principal patted Chen Lin on the shoulder and said, prepare well and strive to win glory for our Imperial Capital University in the genius competition. After obtaining these cultivation resources, Chen Lin bid farewell to the school's top management and immediately returned to his dormitory villa.
Along the way, Chen Lin's heart was filled with excitement.
With these top-level training resources, my strength will definitely be improved again. Although he has reached the middle stage of the 6th level of cultivation, Chen Lin knows that he is still far behind others. Many of the geniuses from various major forces have already reached the late 6th level or even the peak of the 6th level.
If you don't improve your cultivation quickly, you will likely suffer a loss in the genius competition.
So he started practicing immediately.
After returning to the villa, Chen Lin went straight into the training room. This is the best environment for cultivation, allowing you to devote yourself wholeheartedly to cultivation.
Chen Lin sat down cross-legged and began to count the cultivation resources he had obtained this time. 3 6th grade breakthrough pills can help break through the bottleneck of cultivation.
5 6th grade Qi condensation pills can quickly restore and enhance true Qi.
12 7th grade energy crystals, containing extremely pure energy. There are also several secret manuals on martial arts. Although their quality is not as good as the Crucible of Heaven and Earth, they also have certain reference value. These resources are enough for me to break through several small realms in succession. There was a glimmer of anticipation in Chen Lin's eyes. He first took out a 6th grade Qi condensation pill and swallowed it directly. The pill melted in the mouth and turned into a pure medicinal power that circulated throughout the body. Chen Lin immediately activated the furnace of heaven and earth and began to refine the medicinal power. The refining ability of the Crucible of Heaven and Earth is extremely powerful, and it quickly absorbed all the medicinal power of the elixir. Chen Lin felt the true energy in his body begin to grow rapidly, and nodded with satisfaction. Next, he took out a 7th grade energy crystal. The energy contained in the energy crystal is purer than that of the elixir and does not contain any impurities. Chen Lin held the energy crystal in his hand and began to absorb the energy in it with all his strength. All the pills and various energy crystals turned into rolling true energy and began to madly improve Chen Lin's cultivation. The Crucible of Heaven and Earth is like an insatiable beast, madly devouring these energies. Chen Lin felt that the true energy in his body was growing at an astonishing rate. The barrier of cultivation at the middle stage of the 6th stage began to loosen under the impact of this huge energy. Soon, a slight cracking sound was heard inside Chen Lin's body. Late 6th stage. Chen Lin successfully broke through to the late 6th level. But he did not stop practicing, but continued to refine the remaining practice resources. For ordinary warriors, it takes several years to reach the peak of the 6th level from the late 6th level. But for Chen Lin, with the help of these top-level cultivation resources, this process will be greatly shortened. After another day and night of practice, Chen Lin felt that the true energy in his body had reached a new level again. Peak of level 6. In just 3 days, Chen Lin broke through 2 small realms in succession. He was promoted directly from the middle stage of the 6th level to the peak stage of the 6th level, and was only 1 step away from reaching the edge of the 7th level. This speed of cultivation can only be described as terrifying. If other warriors knew about this, they would be so shocked that they would be speechless. However, Chen Lin was not in a hurry to break through to the 7th level. He knew that cultivation cannot simply pursue speed, a solid foundation is equally important. After all, many geniuses will stay in the 6th level for quite a while, because this will allow them to lay the strongest foundation and go further on the extraordinary road of the 7th level. The 7th level is an extremely important watershed for warriors. Breaking through from the 6th level to the 7th level is not only an improvement in cultivation, but also a transformation of the level of life. This process is called extraordinary transformation, which can enable the warrior to achieve a qualitative leap in both body and mind. However, this transformation process is also fraught with danger. If the foundation is not solid enough, it is likely to fail in the transformation process, or even cost one's life. The 7th level is the endpoint for many talented warriors. Many geniuses are unable to break through the 7th level to the 8th level because their foundation is not solid. They cannot go far in the extraordinary transformation of the 7th level and cannot meet the conditions for breaking through to the 8th level. Chen Lin has seen too many such examples. Those geniuses who were in the limelight during their 6th stage became mediocre after reaching the 7th stage. The reason is that they ignored the importance of foundation in the pursuit of speed. I want to sweep away everything. Being invincible at the same level is the most basic requirement. Chen Lin swore secretly in his heart. If you are going to do it, you must do it to the best of your ability. He doesn't want to be one of those flash-in-the-pan geniuses, but to be a truly strong man. So Chen Lin began to continue practicing and compressing his true energy. He wanted to upgrade the 6th level of Heavenly Fire Burning the World to perfection. Heavenly Fire Burning the World is the most powerful attacking technique that Chen Lin currently possesses. If he can cultivate the 6th level to perfection, his strength will be greatly improved. Moreover, doing so can further consolidate one's foundation and prepare for a breakthrough to the 7th level in the future. Chen Lin began to practice the Heavenly Fire Burning the World art, and the true energy in his body began to flow along a specific trajectory. As the exercises were practiced, Chen Lin felt that the true energy in his body was undergoing subtle changes. The fire-attributed true qi that was originally full of explosiveness became even more refined and condensed. This is the effect of compressing true qi. Through special methods, true qi is compressed to the limit, thereby improving the quality of true qi. Although the total amount has not increased, the power will increase exponentially. This process requires extremely precise control. Any carelessness may lead to disorder of true qi and cause serious internal injuries. But for Chen Lin, these difficulties are nothing. The crucible of heaven and earth gave him super strong qi control abilities, allowing him to easily complete this difficult practice. Time passed little by little, and Chen Lin devoted himself to cultivation. He felt that the true energy in his body was undergoing a qualitative change, and its power was several times stronger than before. And the control level of the 6th level of Heavenly Fire Burning the World is also constantly improving. Small success, big success, close to perfection. Finally, on the 7th day, Chen Lin felt a soft sound coming from his body. The 6th level of Heavenly Fire Burning the World is complete. Chapter 101, Secret Art of Martial Arts Relying on God. 6th level Extreme. After practicing in the villa for a week, Chen Lin discovered a problem. After the 5th level of Heavenly Fire Burning the World, cultivation becomes increasingly difficult. Although he had already cultivated the 6th level to perfection, it was extremely difficult to make further breakthroughs in this technique. Chen Lin wanted to continue improving his strength, but ordinary skills in martial arts could no longer bring about a significant improvement in his strength. There are now 2 paths before him: either break through the realm and directly reach the 7th level, or find other ways to practice. Chen Lin thought about it and decided not to break through to the 7th level for the time being. After all, there are still more than 20 days left before the genius competition.
Wouldn't it be better if we could find other ways to improve our strength during this time?
So Chen Lin set his sights on various martial arts secrets.
Martial arts secrets are different from ordinary techniques and skills.
They often have magical effects and can enhance the strength of martial artists in all aspects. For example, enhancing mental strength, strengthening the body, improving perception, etc.
Although the practice is extremely difficult, once it is successful, the results are often beyond imagination.
Thinking of this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. He was a genius with SSS-level authority at the Imperial Capital University and was qualified to access the most advanced cultivation resources.
The precious practice method of martial arts secrets should not be a problem for me. So he went directly to the martial arts pavilion to choose a secret technique.
The martial arts pavilion is located in the core area of Taito University and is one of the most mysterious places in the entire school. Countless precious skills, martial arts and secret techniques are collected here, and only students and instructors with certain permissions can enter.
Chen Lin came to the door of the martial arts pavilion and stuck his student ID card on the identifier. SSS level clearance, classmate Chen Lin, welcome.
An electronic sound rang out, and the heavy door slowly opened.
Chen Lin walked into the martial arts pavilion and was immediately shocked by the scene before him.
The entire martial arts pavilion is divided into 9 floors, and each floor is equipped with countless bookshelves and storage cabinets. Those precious cultivation resources lie quietly in it, emitting an alluring light.
Student Chen Lin, you're here.
The managing instructor of the martial arts pavilion is a middle-aged man who looks to be in his 50s, and his cultivation has reached the 7th level.
Teacher Li, I want to find some martial arts secrets to practice. Chen Lin directly stated his purpose. Martial arts secrets?
Instructor Li was a little surprised.
Your current cultivation level is at the peak of level 6, right?
Generally speaking, martial arts secrets are only accessible to warriors above level 7.
I want to know it in advance. Chen Lin said. Instructor Li nodded. Since you have SSS level clearance, you are indeed qualified to access these secret techniques. However, I must remind you that practicing martial arts secret techniques is extremely difficult and risky.
You must consider it carefully.
I understand. Could you please recommend some suitable secret techniques, Instructor Li? Come with me. Instructor Li brought Chen Lin to the 8th floor of the martial arts pavilion.
This place is dedicated to storing various martial arts secrets, and each secret is protected by a special formation. These are the martial arts secrets collected by the school, ranging in level from A to S. Instructor Li introduced, however, given your current level of cultivation, I suggest you choose some A or B level secrets. Chen Lin carefully observed these secret techniques, thinking about which one to choose. Soon, he found a secret technique relying on God. The name of this secret technique is simple, but Chen Lin feels that the aura it exudes is very unusual. Teacher Li, I want to see this secret technique of relying on the spirit. Teacher Li followed Chen Lin's gaze and his expression suddenly changed. When the secret technique was taken out, the instructor in charge of the martial arts pavilion widened his eyes on the spot. This instructor is a 7th level warrior, but he was still shocked when he saw the secret technique in Chen Lin's hands.
Student Chen Lin, are you sure you want to choose this secret technique? Teacher Li's voice was trembling. Is there any problem? Chen Lin asked doubtfully. Teacher Li took a deep breath and looked at Chen Lin seriously. He told Chen Lin that this secret technique was of S level and extremely powerful. The secret technique of relying on God can train mental strength and strengthen physical strength. The stronger the mental strength, the more terrifying the power increase. The effect of this secret technique is stronger than the general SS level secret technique, and it can be said to be the best among the martial arts secret techniques. But the risk is too high, and many people have exploded and died after practicing it. I've seen too many geniuses die from this secret technique. Instructor Li's expression grew serious. Even I, a 7th rank warrior, wouldn't dare attempt to practice this secret technique lightly. Why is this secret technique so dangerous? Chen Lin asked. The principle behind the Spirit of God's secret technique is to stimulate mental power through special methods, allowing it to undergo a transformation in a short period of time, Instructor Li explained. However, this process requires extremely high mental strength. A single mistake can lead to a loss of control, resulting in serious injury at best, or even death. Moreover, the difficulty of practicing this secret technique is extremely high. Many people cannot even begin to master it in their entire lives.
Throughout history, there have been only a handful of people who have been able to successfully cultivate this secret technique. After listening to Teacher Li's introduction, Chen Lin not only did not back off, but became even more interested. The greater the risk, the greater the effect. Moreover, with the current strength of his mental power, he should be able to withstand the practice of this secret technique.
Chen Lin said he didn't care about the risks and insisted on practicing this secret technique.
The instructor in charge of the martial arts pavilion frowned and said to Chen Lin earnestly, "Young man, don't be too ambitious.
The secret technique is not something you can touch right now. You will regret it if you practice it. I believe in my ability,"
Chen Lin said firmly.
"You."
Teacher Li wanted to persuade him, but seeing Chen Lin's determined expression, he could only shake his head helplessly.
Since Chen Lin has SSS level authority, he is indeed qualified to practice any secret technique.
As the manager of the martial arts pavilion, he could only remind but not forcibly stop it.
"Since you insist, I won't say much."
Instructor Li handed the relying on the spirit's secret technique to Chen Lin, "But I must remind you again, if you feel any discomfort, stop practicing immediately."
"I understand." Chen Lin took over the secret technique and couldn't wait any longer.
After leaving the martial arts pavilion, Chen Lin went straight back to his villa. He couldn't wait to open the secret technique of relying on God and began to study its contents carefully. The theory of this secret art is indeed very complicated, and the practice method is extremely dangerous.
But for Chen Lin, who owns the system, these are not problems. Chen Lin laughed and casually used the shock value to successfully practice this secret technique.
System, consume shock value and directly master the secret technique of relying on God. Consume 50,000 shock points and successfully master the S-level martial arts secret technique, rely on God. In an instant, all the cultivation methods and techniques of the secret art of relying on God flooded into Chen Lin's mind. Not only that, Chen Lin felt drastic changes beginning to take place in his body. The moment he successfully cultivated the secret technique of relying on God, Chen Lin's mental power underwent an extreme transformation. The already powerful mental power completely erupted at this moment, spreading outward like a flood breaking through a dam. The terrifying sensation instantly covered the entire villa, and even spread several thousand meters away. Within this range, any slight movement cannot escape Chen Lin's perception. Even the ants on the ground can clearly sense its movements, and the swaying of every blade of grass can be clearly seen. This perception ability has exceeded the limit of a 6th-level warrior and is even stronger than that of an ordinary 7th-level warrior. What surprised Chen Lin even more was that as his mental power changed, the true energy in his body also changed. At this moment, his true energy directly produced a trace of extraordinary characteristics, reaching the theoretical 6th level.
The 6th level extreme realm is the theoretical limit that a 6th level warrior can reach.
Only by fully tapping the potential of the 6th level can one reach this realm. Throughout history, there have been very few warriors who have been able to reach the pinnacle of the 6th level, and each one of them is an unparalleled genius. And now, Chen Lin has also reached this legendary realm. Feeling the surging power in his body, Chen Lin was filled with excitement. Although his cultivation is still at the 6th level now, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. At this moment, Instructor Li in the martial arts pavilion suddenly felt a powerful mental fluctuation. The strength of this mental power shocked even him, a 7th-level warrior.
"What is this?" Teacher Li widened his eyes and looked towards Chen Lin's villa in shock.
As a 7th-level warrior, he could naturally feel Chen Lin's surging mental power when it came to the cultivation of martial arts will. In fact, this mental power is much stronger than his. Teacher Li immediately understood what had happened. He looked at the faint but suffocating aura emanating from Chen Lin, and instantly realized that this boy had actually successfully practiced the secret technique of relying on God. And it's not just a simple introduction, but it directly reaches a very high level.
How is this possible?
Teacher Li stood there, completely unable to believe what was happening before his eyes.
That S-level secret technique that even he didn't dare to try was actually successfully practiced by a 6th-level student?
And from now on, less than half an hour has passed.
What does that mean? Get started at a glance.
Teacher Li felt the increasingly powerful mental power fluctuations, and the shock in his heart reached the extreme.
He murmured, at first glance, "Where did this monster come from? I've never seen this student before. Could he be a freshman this year?"
The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became, and huge doubts arose in his heart.
Are all the new talents nowadays so awesome? Chapter 102, Building momentum for the competition, countless geniuses emerge.
After successfully practicing the secret technique of relying on God, Chen Lin couldn't wait to test the power of this secret technique. He came to the special training room in the basement of the villa, which had the most solid protective formation and could withstand the full force attack of a 7th level warrior. Chen Lin stood in the center of the martial arts training room and began to use all his strength to activate the secret technique of relying on God.
In an instant, a terrifying mental force burst out from his body.
This mental force was like a substance, creating ripples in the air. The temperature in the training room rose sharply due to this burst of mental power. Chen Lin felt the surging power in his body, and his eyes flashed with excitement. The power of the secret technique relying on God is indeed terrifying. Now, if he unleashes his full mental strength, it can be increased 15 times with his full talent.
15 times. This number shocked Chen Lin.
You know, when his talent is fully unleashed and his body is possessed by Dharma, his strength is enough to crush those in the early or even middle stages of the 7th level.
If it were to increase 15 times, what would the strength be? Chen Lin couldn't believe it.
Such strength is probably beyond the imagination of ordinary people. You should know that warriors after the 7th level are called extraordinary warriors because they are already at another level of life. From the 6th level to the 7th level, it is not only an improvement in cultivation, but also a transformation of the essence of life. It is no exaggeration to say that a 7th level warrior is 100 times stronger than a 6th level warrior. Like that 7th level demon, even if it is only in the early stage, no matter how many 6th level warriors there are, they cannot deal with it.
This is the horror of extraordinary warriors.
They have surpassed the limits of mortals and possess true extraordinary powers. Now, although Chen Lin's cultivation is still at the 6th level, his strength has reached an extraordinary level. Chen Lin didn't know how strong he was now, but he was confident that when facing the 7th level demon, he didn't need to use his talents. He only needed to activate the demon body and use the secret technique of relying on God to blow up his real body with one punch. This confidence is not blind, but based on an accurate judgment of one's own strength. The power of the secret technique relying on God has brought about a qualitative leap in his combat effectiveness. Now he has the ability to sweep everything in the genius competition. After testing his own strength, Chen Lin nodded with satisfaction. In the next few days, he began to consolidate his cultivation. Although the practice of the secret technique of relying on God was very successful, Chen Lin still needed time to adapt to this new power.
Only by fully mastering this power can one unleash its maximum power in battle.
After consolidating his cultivation, Chen Lin took out his mobile phone and wanted to find out about the situation outside. As soon as he opened his phone, he found that there were already several messages from his tutor. Chen Lin clicked on the message and looked at it carefully. The message told Chen Lin that the genius competition was about to begin, and the entire internet was starting to promote it. All major media outlets are reporting on the news of this genius competition, and countless warriors are paying attention to this event. As the most important talent selection event in the Great Yin Dynasty, the influence of the talent competition can be imagined. A hint of excitement flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. It seems that this genius competition is indeed very important, even the official has begun to promote it vigorously. In this case, his performance in the genius competition would definitely cause a huge sensation.
The shock value obtained by then will definitely be an astronomical figure.
Thinking of this, Chen Lin's heart was full of anticipation. He hurriedly checked the internet to learn more about the genius competition. As soon as he opened the webpage, Chen Lin was shocked by the scene before him. The entire internet is discussing the topic of the genius competition. Various news and reports about the genius competition were overwhelming, and the popularity was simply explosive. What surprised Chen Lin even more was that he found one genius after another that he had never heard of before appearing on the internet. The strength of these geniuses is extremely terrifying, and each of them has an amazing record.
Moreover, the talents of these geniuses are extremely amazing.
S-level talents are already very common, and only SS-level talents are talked about with relish. There are even a few geniuses with terrifying strength and mysterious origins.
It is rumored that they are SSS-level talents. Are there so many geniuses in the Great Yin Dynasty?
Chen Lin was a little surprised. But if you think about it carefully, this is normal. After all, the Great Yin Dynasty is so huge, with a population of hundreds of millions, so it is normal to have many geniuses. Moreover, this genius competition will not only be participated by students from the Imperial Capital University, but also by geniuses from all over the country. These geniuses usually hide in various places and only show up in such large-scale competitions. Looking at the introductions of those geniuses on the internet, Chen Lin was not nervous at all, but became even more excited.
However, his Yen Emperor talent is not limited to SSS level. Others can get 98 points because their level is only 98 points. Chen Lin was able to score 100 points because the test paper was only worth 100 points. If the test paper is worth 1000 points, Chen Lin can still get 1000 points. He was not afraid of these geniuses at all. In his opinion, they were just stepping stones for him to gain shock value. The stronger the opponent, the more shock value you will gain after defeating him. The stronger these online geniuses are, the happier Chen Lin is. This means that his performance in the genius competition will be more shocking and he will get more shock points. Thinking of this, Chen Lin showed an expectant smile. Come on, let me see how strong you are.
Chen Lin continued browsing the web, wanting to learn more about these geniuses. Soon, he saw a few names that particularly caught his eye. The descendant of the sword god Li Wuji, from the sword sect, has an SSS level talent. He reached the peak of the 6th level at the age of 18 and once killed a 7th level monster with a single sword strike.
The Flame Empress Su Qingcheng, from the Flame sect, has an SSS level talent. She reached the peak of the 6th rank at the age of 19 and possesses the legendary Phoenix True Fire. Son of Thunder Wang Tianlei, from the Thunder sect, SSS level talent, reached the peak of the 6th level at the age of 18, and carries the bloodline of the Thunder God. Looking at these introductions, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. The strength of these geniuses should not be underestimated, and each of them has an amazing record. Moreover, they all reached the peak of the 6th level at the age of 18 or 19. Such talent is truly terrifying. However, Chen Lin was not frightened by these geniuses. On the contrary, he was even more excited for the upcoming talent competition. Only a strong enough opponent can allow him to exert his full strength. Only in this way can we get enough shock value. Chen Lin wanted to know more information, and he suddenly thought that he would definitely gain something from the school forum. So he opened the Imperial Capital University forum. Chapter 103, The Golden Age, Chen Lin is insignificant in it?
In the internal forum of Imperial Capital University, countless students were enthusiastically discussing the genius competition. The forum's homepage was flooded with posts about the genius competition, and the popularity was terrifyingly high.
Shocking. The strengths of various geniuses have been revealed. This genius competition is definitely the strongest in history. Insider news, a mysterious genius has mastered the legendary law of time. Analysis post, detailed analysis of the top 10 super talents with the most possible championship potential. Looking at these posts, Chen Lin clicked on several of the most popular ones to check them out. Only then did Chen Lin realize that the genius was much stronger than he had imagined. The Imperial Capital University was indeed well informed. The outside world only knew the talent levels of these geniuses, but in the internal forum, the true abilities of many geniuses were exposed in detail. After reading several posts carefully, Chen Lin was shocked.
The strength of these geniuses is truly terrifying, and each of them has an outrageous record. Li Wuji, the descendant of the sword god, reached the peak of the 6th level at the age of 18.
He once killed 3 enemies of the same level with a single sword strike.
His sword intent has reached the realm of great perfection. It is said that his sword talent has surpassed that of his master.
The Flame Empress Su Qingcheng wields not ordinary flames, but the legendary Phoenix Divine Fire.
She once single-handedly burned down an entire magical beast forest, burying hundreds of thousands of magical beasts in the sea of fire.
Wang Tianlei, the son of thunder, carries the blood of the ancient thunder god. Thunderclouds roll when he strikes.
It is said that when he is angry, he can attract heavenly thunder to pour into his body, increasing his strength several times. Looking at these detailed introductions, Chen Lin frowned slightly. The strength of these geniuses should not be underestimated, and each of them has his or her own unique skills. And judging from these introductions, they also have extremely rich combat experience. Apart from the military regions, the places with the most geniuses are the large families and the extremely mysterious and powerful martial arts schools that are said to have been founded by 9th-level warriors. Those geniuses each have their own terrifying qualities, such as invincible bodies, elemental talents, and strange magical powers, which make people terrified. Chen Lin continued to read, and the more he read, the more frightened he became. Chen Tianjiao, from the Chun family, an ancient martial arts family, practices the ancient martial arts passed down by his family. His physical strength is comparable to that of a 6th-level magical beast. He once tore through steel with his bare hands and was hailed as having the strongest physical strength.
The element controller Lin Shuer, whose ice talent has reached SSS level, can instantly freeze an area of a kilometer in radius.
She once completely froze an entire river, even turning the fish at the bottom into ice sculptures. The mind controller Zhang Kuang has an extremely terrifying mental talent, capable of controlling the thoughts of others. It is said that even a peak 6th level warrior cannot withstand his mental attacks. Looking at these introductions, Chen Lin couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
The abilities of these geniuses are indeed unique and extremely terrifying.
Invincible body, elemental control, and mental manipulation, each ability poses a huge threat. However, Chen Lin was not afraid. On the contrary, seeing so many powerful opponents, he became even more excited. Only a strong enough opponent can allow him to exert his full strength. Only in this way can you gain more shock value after defeating them.
Chen Lin continued to browse the forum, wanting to learn more about these geniuses.
Soon, he saw a post that impressed him. "Sigh, this is truly a golden age,"
someone in the post lamented. Some people are calling this a golden age.
Just a few decades ago, a 4th level person was considered a genius, and a 5th level person was even more of a monstrous figure. But now, the 6th level is just the threshold, and only the 7th level person has a say.
That's true. The strength of today's geniuses is too terrifying.
Any one of them can easily beat the so-called geniuses of the past. All those gathered in this genius competition are true geniuses, each of them has the strength to crush their peers. I feel that the value of this genius competition is definitely the highest in history. Looking at these comments, Chen Lin felt the same way.
Indeed, the geniuses of this era are generally very strong.
There are geniuses at the peak of level 6 everywhere, and there are even a few super geniuses who have broken through to level 7.
This was absolutely impossible in the past.
It seems that the martial arts in this world are developing very quickly, and there are many geniuses. However, this is also a good thing for Chen Lin. The stronger the opponent, the more shock value you will gain after defeating him. In this genius competition, he will definitely gain a lot of shock value. Chen Lin continued to scroll down and soon saw a post that mentioned him.
Analysis of Chen Lin's strength at Imperial University.
Seeing this title, Chen Lin immediately clicked on it. The post provides a detailed analysis of Chen Lin's performance in school, including his record of defeating various geniuses. However, the conclusion of the post surprised Chen Lin a little. Comprehensively analyzing, although Chen Lin's strength is very strong and he is considered to be at the top level in the school, he is still too insignificant in front of those true geniuses. After all, there's still a huge gap between the geniuses in school and those monsters outside. Although Chen Lin is considered the strongest among the freshmen, he may still be somewhat overwhelmed when facing those established super geniuses.
Seeing these comments, Chen Lin couldn't help laughing.
It seems that no one knows their true strength yet. That is good, this way the effect of making a big splash will be even better. Chen Lin continued reading and found that there was more discussion about himself.
Those sophomore and junior geniuses whose rankings were surpassed by Chen Lin were obviously not optimistic about Chen Lin's performance in the genius competition.
Chen Lin is indeed very strong, but the level of the opponents he faces is still too low.
Any one of those true geniuses could kill Chen Lin in seconds.
I think Chen Lin won't even make it into the top 100 when he participates in the genius competition this time.
One post even directly asserted, Chen Lin is just a freshman, how can he possibly compare to so many incredible geniuses? He just got lucky. There are many people replying to this post. The original poster is right. Although Chen Lin performed well among the freshmen, the gap between him and those true geniuses is still obvious. All of those super geniuses have shown amazing talent since childhood.
It took years of hard work to achieve what they have today.
For a freshman like Chen Lin to surpass them is simply wishful thinking.
Also, Chen Lin's age is a problem. He's only 18 years old and lacks practical experience.
But some people also spoke up for Chen Lin.
Many people think Chen Lin has great potential, but he's too young, only 18 years old.
It's better to wait a few more years. I think Chen Lin has great talent.
Although he may not be a match for those super talents now, he will definitely catch up with them in time.
Chen Lin's current strength is already terrifying, considering he's only 18 years old.
Indeed, it's quite impressive to have such a record at the age of 18.
However, the opponents in this genius competition are too strong.
Chen Lin may need a few more years of growth.
Chapter 104, Become the Representative of Imperial Capital University. The competition rules are announced. Looking at the comments questioning him on the forum, Chen Lin couldn't help laughing. These people have no idea of their own strength, but they are still pointing fingers. It's really ridiculous. Since they all look down on me so much, I will let them see what true strength is. Chen Lin directly replied to the post discussing himself, no matter what the competition is, no matter what the rules are, I will always be number one. As soon as this reply was sent out, the entire forum fell silent. Chen Lin's words were too overbearing, leaving no room for other geniuses. You know, this genius competition has brought together the best talents in the country, including some super geniuses who have broken through to the 7th level. Chen Lin, a freshman, actually dared to say that he was number one no matter what the rules were. This was simply arrogance to the extreme. The forum was quiet for a while before a few replies appeared. Chen Lin, are you too arrogant? I admit that you are indeed very strong among the freshmen, but do you know the level of your opponents in this genius competition? Any one of those monstrous geniuses could beat you to a pulp, and yet you still dare to claim you're number one? Although those who responded have never fought against Chen Lin, they are all geniuses ranked in the top 100 in the school, and their strength should not be underestimated. When they saw Chen Lin's arrogant remarks, they couldn't help but come out to refute him. Chen Lin, I advise you to be more restrained and not speak out so recklessly and bring shame to the school. That's right. If you talk like that, and we're crushed by the real geniuses, where will we put our Imperial Capital University's reputation? It's good for young people to have confidence, but excessive confidence is arrogance. Those super geniuses have all been famous for a long time. How can a freshman like you compare with them? Looking at these replies, Chen Lin became even more excited. The more these people doubt me now, the more shocked they will be when I show my true strength. But Chen Lin was too lazy to continue arguing with these people. Even though these people think that he is not as good as those evil characters, they just need to provide him with shock value when the time comes. True strength cannot be expressed with words, but must be proven with fists. When the genius competition begins, he will use his strength to shut everyone up. Chen Lin closed the forum and was about to continue practicing when his cell phone suddenly rang. I glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Yi Linxue calling. Chen Lin answered the phone. Chen Lin, I saw everything you said on the forum. Yi Linxue's voice was filled with worry. What's wrong? Chen Lin asked. Do you know what level the opponents in this genius competition are? Yi Linxue said in a serious tone. I have an uncle who is a high-ranking figure in the military region. I learned a lot of information from him. The geniuses cultivated by the military region have already emerged early, and they are all invincible figures among the 7th level. Yi Linxue's words made Chen Lin raise his brows slightly. It seems that the opponents in this genius competition are indeed very strong. Even the military district has sent a 7th level genius to participate. However, this is not a problem for Chen Lin. With his current strength, he is not afraid even when facing a 7th level warrior. Chen Lin, I advise you not to try too hard. Yi Linxue continued. Those people just practiced for a few more years. You still have a chance to catch up with them in the future. There's no need to force yourself in this competition. You're still young and have plenty of time. Hearing Yi Linxue's words, Chen Lin felt a warm current in his heart. He could tell that Yi Linxue was genuinely concerned about him and was worried that he would get hurt in the competition. However, Chen Lin has absolute confidence in his own strength. Don't worry, those people can't be my opponents. Chen Lin said calmly. Chen Lin, don't be too confident. Those geniuses in the military district. Yi Linxue wanted to persuade him again. Just trust me. Chen Lin interrupted her, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, Chen Lin hung up the phone. He understood Yi Linxue's concerns, but he didn't need anyone's sympathy or protection. In this genius competition, he wants to use his own strength to prove what true invincibility is. After hanging up the phone, Chen Lin continued to pay attention to the news related to the genius competition. After 2 days of warm-up, the genius competition officially announced the rules of the competition. As soon as the news came out, the entire internet was in an uproar. Countless people are paying attention to the specific rules of this most powerful talent competition in history. Chen Lin also immediately went online to check the relevant information. According to official information, this talent competition adopts an elimination system. The first round is the qualifying round, in which more than 1,000 talents selected from all over the country will compete in a melee,
and only 100 people will advance in the end.
The second round is the group stage.
100 people are divided into 10 groups, each with 10 people, and a round-robin tournament is held.
The top 2 in each group advance.
The third round is the knockout round, where 20 people will be eliminated in a single match, and the top 10 will be decided. Finally, there is the final, and the top 10 will compete in the final ranking battle. After reading the rules, Chen-Lin nodded. Such rules are relatively fair and are entirely based on strength.
However, Chen-Lin noticed a detail.
The first round of qualifying is a free-for-all, with more than 1,000 people participating at the same time, so the scene is bound to be very chaotic. Such rules are indeed a challenge for geniuses who are powerful but not good at group combat.
But for Chen-Lin, this is actually a good opportunity.
In a melee, he could show his strength all at once and shock everyone.
Imagine standing out in a melee of thousands of people. Such a performance will definitely stun everyone. The shock value obtained by then will definitely be astronomical.
Just as Chen-Lin was checking the rules, his cell phone rang.
It's a message from the tutor.
Chen-Lin clicked on it and found that it was an important notice about the genius competition.
Chen-Lin, the school has designated nearly 20 geniuses to represent Imperial Capital University in this genius competition, including you.
As representatives of Imperial Capital University, you not only represent yourselves, but also the honor of the university. I hope you can achieve good results in the competition and bring honor to the school.
Chapter 105, Team Competition and Individual Competition.
At the Imperial Capital University's martial arts arena, the vice president and several instructors were explaining the rules of the genius competition in detail to a group of geniuses.
After hearing the news, Chen-Lin immediately went to the martial arts square.
From a distance, he saw a lot of people gathered in the square, all of whom were top-ranked geniuses in the school. These people are usually influential figures in the school, but now that they are gathered together, the atmosphere seems a little solemn. Obviously, everyone realized the importance and difficulty of this genius competition.
Chen-Lin walked quickly into the crowd and found the vice president. "Vice President, I'm here." Chen-Lin greeted the vice president.
When the vice president saw Chen-Lin, a relieved smile appeared on his face.
"Chen-Lin, you've come just in time. I'm introducing the rules of the competition to everyone." Chen-Lin nodded and began to listen carefully to the vice president's explanation.
There are so many talented people participating in this talent competition that we have adopted a brand new competition model.
The vice president's voice echoed in the square. It's no longer about individuals participating, but about units participating.
For example, our Imperial Capital University, Shuemu University, and the 4 major military regions in the southeast, northwest, and northeast. The vice president paused and continued, the Imperial Capital is located within the northern military region, so we are fighting on the region's home turf.
In addition to schools in military regions, various powerful martial arts schools and ancient martial arts families will also participate.
Hearing this, Chen-Lin frowned slightly. It seems that the scale of this competition is indeed large. It is not just a contest between individuals, but also a competition between major forces. In this way, the competition will be more intense. However, this is actually a good thing for Chen-Lin.
The more intense the competition, the more you can demonstrate your strength and the more shock value you will gain.
These units will send their strongest talents to represent them in the competition, so the entire competition is divided into 2 parts, team competition and individual competition. The vice president went on to explain, the team competition tests teamwork and overall strength, while the individual competition is a pure test of individual ability. Chen-Lin listened carefully and began to analyze the pros and cons of such rules for himself. Team competitions require cooperation with teammates, which may take some time for Chen-Lin, who is used to fighting alone, to adapt.
However, the individual competition is completely your home court.
The competition is officially hosted by Diane. The competition adopts a points challenge system and the entire process is broadcast live. The vice president's words cheered up the geniuses present. The entire event will be broadcast live, which means that people all over the country will see their performance.
This is both an opportunity and a pressure for young talents.
If you perform well, you will become famous overnight. If you perform poorly, you may be laughed at by the whole country. Points are calculated separately for team competition and individual competition, and the 2 parts do not affect each other. The team competition is divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, 2 units will be randomly selected to compete in a team battle.
If you win, you will get points.
After the first stage, the top 20 units in points will enter the second stage and begin the battle for ranking. Chen Lin listened carefully and started to formulate his own strategy in his mind. The key to the team competition is teamwork, but ultimately it depends on individual strength. As long as you are strong enough, you can lead the team to victory.
The individual competition is simple, it's a pure ranking points battle,
the vice president said with a smile. Everyone has the opportunity to challenge others and be challenged, and the final ranking will be determined by the points ranking. Hearing this, a hint of excitement flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. Such rules are perfect for him. Pure contest of strength is what he excels at.
Now I want to talk about the rewards for this competition.
The vice president's voice became more serious. This time's reward is too precious, it can be said to be unprecedentedly generous. Upon hearing about the reward, all the geniuses present pricked up their ears. The team that comes first in the team competition will have the opportunity to be baptized in the Spirit Spring Secret Realm.
Spirit Spring Secret Realm, someone couldn't help but exclaim.
Although Chen Lin didn't know much about this secret realm, judging from the reactions of others, it was obviously a very remarkable place.
Yes, it is the legendary Lingquan Secret Realm. The vice president nodded. Baptism there can enhance one's own talent. This is a dream opportunity for any warrior. Improve your talent. These words made everyone present breathe faster. Talent is the most important foundation for a warrior. The higher the talent, the faster the training speed and the higher the upper limit. If you can improve your talents, it means that your future achievements will be even more brilliant. The top 10 in the individual competition will be able to enter the Tongtian Road Secret Realm and obtain mysterious inheritance and massive rewards. The Vice Dean continued, the value of this secret realm is such that even an 8th level warrior would be jealous. 8th level warrior.
That is an existence standing at the pinnacle of the great Yin Empire. Even they are jealous of the reward, which shows how precious it is. When Chen Lin heard about these rewards, his eyes lit up. He seemed to see countless rewards and shock points pouring towards him. This genius competition not only allows him to demonstrate his strength and gain a large amount of shock value, but also allows him to get such a precious reward. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Chen Lin's fighting spirit became even stronger. Whether it is a team competition or an individual competition, he must get first place. The vice president continued to introduce some detailed rules, but Chen Lin was already getting impatient. He walked directly to the vice president and said confidently, "Vice President, I have won first place this time. What rewards does the school have?" As soon as Chen Lin finished speaking, the entire square fell silent.
Everyone looked at Chen Lin in shock. This freshman actually dared to say that he would win first place in both the team and individual competitions? This is simply arrogance to the extreme.
The vice president was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "If you can really do it, all the resources of the school are at your disposal. However, Chen Lin, you must know that our opponents this time are not easy to deal with. You must not take it lightly."
Chen Lin nodded to show that he understood.
But the confidence in his heart did not waver at all.
Just then, a man standing at the edge of the crowd let out a mocking laugh.
Chen Lin turned around and saw a young man who looked to be in his 20s. This person's aura is very strong, at least at the peak of the 6th level.
This is Li Haoren, a genius who graduated from our school 3 years ago and is now serving in the military, the vice president introduced.
I was specially invited back this time to serve as your instructor. When Li Haoren heard what Chen Lin had just said, he immediately showed a sarcastic expression.
You're just a freshman, and you dare to boast? You really don't know your place. He looked at Chen Lin with a sneer, his eyes full of disdain. Do you know how many monstrous geniuses there are out there? You? A freshman who just arrived, and you dare to say you want to get first place in both subjects? I've seen true geniuses in the military. Any one of them could kill you in seconds. Chapter 106, The Foundation of the Major Martial Arts Schools. Vice President, this freshman is too arrogant. Zhang Lingyun said, with obvious dissatisfaction in his voice. Does he know what he's talking about? Winning first place in both the team and individual events is simply a pipe dream. The vice president sighed, Zhang Lingyun, although Chen Lin's words are a bit direct, his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Strength? Zhang Lingyun sneered, Vice President, you overestimate him.
This genius was the top graduate in our class 4 years ago.
He was number 1 in school.
The other geniuses present all showed expressions of awe when they heard this introduction.
Number 1 is the highest honor in the school's strength ranking.
Those who can obtain this number are all top talents. Zhang Lingyun continued, in my opinion, the only person in Imperial Capital University who I can take seriously is the current number 1. The others are nothing but trash. He looked coldly at the place where Chen Lin had just stood. Even though the person had left, the mockery in his eyes was still clearly visible.
Don't think you can be arrogant just because you got number 2.
Compared to a true genius, you can't even think of resisting them. Hearing this, the geniuses present were a little shocked.
Number 2 is already ranked second in the school's strength ranking, yet it is said that it can't even muster the thought of resistance? How strong is this Zhang Lingyun? The vice president saw everyone's confusion and explained, Zhang Lingyun is indeed very strong.
He has already reached the early stage of the 7th level. You know, many geniuses will be stuck at the peak of level 6 even after graduation.
The watershed between level 6 and level 7 is simply too wide. Everyone who can break through to the 7th level is a true genius.
Hearing the vice president's words, everyone gasped.
Early 7th stage. This is a watershed moment.
Although there is only one level difference between the 6th and 7th levels, the difference in strength is huge. No wonder Zhang Lingyun was so confident. It turned out that he had already broken through to the 7th level. When Zhang Lingyun heard the vice president's introduction to him, a smug smile appeared on his face. He naturally has the confidence to say those words. His strength at the early 7th level was enough to make him stand tall in front of these 6th level geniuses. Vice Dean, you should tell that freshman what the cruelty of reality is.
Zhang Lingyun looked condescending and didn't take Chen Lin seriously at all.
He thought he was great just by defeating a few 6th level geniuses in school, but he had no idea how big the world outside was. There are no fewer than 27th level geniuses participating in this genius competition, and each one of them has the absolute strength to crush 6th level geniuses. When the geniuses around heard these words, they all looked at Zhang Lingyun in awe.
The pressure from the 7th level warrior made them feel enormous stress.
Just then, footsteps were heard and Chen Lin came back.
I forgot to ask a question. Chen Lin said, Vice President, how many 7th level representatives did our school send this time?
Hearing Chen Lin's words, Zhang Lingyun sneered, why, are you scared?
It's not too late to worry now. The vice president looked at Zhang Lingyun, then said to Chen Lin, Zhang Lingyun is one of the main players in our class.
He has already reached the early stage of the 7th level. There are other stronger 7th level warriors who haven't returned yet. When they arrive, you will know what true strength is. After hearing the vice president's introduction to him, Zhang Lingyun looked at Chen Lin proudly. In his opinion, Chen Lin would be shocked or frightened when he heard these words. After all, a 7th level warrior is an insurmountable chasm for a 6th level warrior. However, what no one expected was that after hearing these words, Chen Lin actually laughed. And it was a smile full of sarcasm. It took him 4 years to break through to the 7th level.
What a waste!
Chen Lin's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the martial arts square. In an instant, the atmosphere on the scene completely froze.
Everyone looked at Chen Lin in disbelief. They couldn't believe their ears.
How dare a 6th level freshman say such words to a 7th level warrior?
And in front of so many people? Is this crazy?
Even those who usually supported Chen Lin showed shocked expressions at this moment. The strongest sophomore talent who had been defeated by Chen Lin also widened his eyes at this moment. The sword genius even shook his head, thinking that Chen Lin was too arrogant this time.
That's a 7th level warrior.
Although it is only in the early stage of the 7th level, it is still not on the same level as the 6th level.
The gap between the 6th and 7th levels is not a simple numerical difference, but a qualitative leap. Chen Lin actually dared to say that 7th level warriors were trash? This is simply courting death.
Zhang Lingyun's face instantly darkened, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes.
Boy, you're looking for death.
He was filled with rage, and his 7th level aura instantly erupted. The powerful pressure pressed towards Chen Lin like a tide. The other geniuses present were forced to take a few steps back by this pressure.
This is the strength of a 7th level warrior.
His aura alone is enough to terrify a 6th level warrior.
I'm going to teach you a lesson, to let you know what reverence is. Zhang Lingyun wanted to teach Chen Lin a profound lesson.
In his opinion, this arrogant freshman must pay the price.
However, facing Zhang Lingyun's pressure, Chen Lin's expression remained calm.
He sneered, his heart filled with disdain for this so-called 7th level genius. This man's aura was not even half as strong as the 7th stage early stage demon he had encountered before.
With such strength, is he worthy of being called a genius? It's a joke. With this little bit of strength, you are not worthy of speaking harshly in front of me?
There was obvious sarcasm in Chen Lin's voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he took action.
The demonic body is initially activated. A powerful force instantly surged in Chen Lin's body.
He didn't use any fancy moves, it was purely a display of physical strength. When Zhang Lingyun saw Chen Lin take action, although he was angry, he did not dare to be careless. After all, the other party was able to get the number 2 ranking, so his strength must be quite strong. He hastily gathered his chi to defend himself, trying to block Chen Lin's attack.
However, something happened that shocked everyone.
Chen Lin's fist blasted out like a cannonball, and the pure physical strength directly shattered Zhang Lingyun's hastily condensed chi defense without Zhang Lingyun having any reaction.
Boom! A huge noise rang out in the martial arts square. Chen Lin's fist hit Zhang Lingyun's chest hard. The powerful force instantly blasted this early 7th level genius into the ground. A deep hole actually appeared on the extremely hard ground of the martial arts square.
Zhang Lingyun was lying in the pit, his face pale, and he had completely lost his fighting ability. If Chen Lin hadn't held back at the last moment, this punch would have been enough to seriously injure him, and he would have had to stay in bed for at least a month.
The entire martial arts square fell into deathly silence. Everyone looked at what was happening in front of them in shock. A 7th level warrior was defeated? And he was defeated by a level 6 freshman with just one punch? How is this possible?
Those geniuses who had previously looked down on Chen Lin now felt a chill. Even Zhang Lingyun, who was in the early 7th level, was defeated with one punch.
What were these 6th level geniuses like them in front of Chen Lin? The vice president also widened his eyes and looked at Chen Lin in disbelief.
He knew that Chen Lin was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Defeating an early 7th stage warrior with one punch, such strength was beyond his comprehension.
Chapter 107. The first group showdown is about to begin.
You have to know that the person Chen Lin just defeated was not a genius in school, but a strong man who had graduated for 4 years, fought and honed his skills outside, and finally reached the 7th level.
Such a person is a top genius anywhere.
But now, such a strong man was defeated by a 6th level freshman with one punch.
This completely overturned their understanding of the level of strength.
The vice president observed Chen Lin carefully and found that even the corner of his clothes was not wrinkled. His breathing was steady, his expression was calm, and he seemed to be in a state of ease.
This shocked the vice president even more. Everyone knew that this was definitely not Chen Lin's full strength.
If that punch just now was Chen Lin's full strength, he should at least be breathing hard now. But now Chen Lin looks like he just did something insignificant.
What does that mean?
This means that Chen Lin's true strength is far greater than they imagined. At this moment, the same question arose in everyone's mind.
How strong is Chen Lin, who can defeat a 7th level existence across realms with a 6th level realm? What would happen if he went all out?
The strongest sophomore genius and the kendo genius looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. Just now they thought that Chen Lin was too arrogant, but they didn't expect that they were the clowns.
Chen Lin's strength made them feel deeply desperate.
Before, they thought that there was only a certain gap between them and Chen Lin, and as long as they worked hard to catch up, they would be able to surpass him one day.
But now they understand that some gaps can never be made up.
Chen Lin is not just a little stronger than them, but so strong that it makes people despair. Even Zhang Lingyun, who was in the early 7th level, was not his match in one round.
What were these 6th level geniuses like them in front of Chen Lin?
I guess he doesn't even have the qualifications to be taken seriously by Chen Lin.
Chen Lin walked up to the genius, lowered his head and chuckled. Now do you know what a genius is?
His voice was very soft, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Zhang Lingyun struggled to stand up from the pit, his expression uncertain. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. The force of that punch was too strong. If Chen Lin had not held back at the last moment, he would probably have been seriously injured and unconscious. Most importantly, he felt a little fear of Chen Lin. This fear does not come from physical pain, but from the shock deep in the heart. He regretted it so much. Who would have thought that such a monster would appear among this class of freshmen? A 6th level player defeated his early 7th level self with one move. Such strength is simply chilling. What is even more terrifying is that judging from Chen Lin's performance just now, this is not his full strength at all.
If Chen Lin really used all his strength, the consequences would be unimaginable. I understand. Zhang Lingyun said with difficulty, his voice obviously weak. I underestimated you.
There was no longer any arrogance in his words, but instead there was a deep fear. As a warrior in the early 7th stage, he was very clear about the value of that punch just now. Pure physical strength, without any fancy techniques, easily penetrated his chi defense.
Such strength is simply at the monster level. Qianlin nodded and said nothing more. He has always been too lazy to waste his breath on people who only know how to talk. Strength is the best proof.
It took a long time for the vice president and several tutors to recover from their shock. In addition to shock, they were filled with excitement.
The vice president came over and looked at Qianlin with satisfaction. Our imperial capital university has finally produced a monstrous genius.
It seems that in this talent competition, we have a chance to get good rankings in both the team and individual competitions. There was clear excitement in his voice. As the vice president of Imperial Capital University, he knew the significance of this competition better than anyone else. If we can achieve good results in this competition, it will be of great help to the school's reputation and resource acquisition.
The strength that Qianlin just demonstrated gave him hope.
No, not hope, but inevitability. With Qianlin's strength, it is almost certain that he will get a good ranking in the individual competition. As for the team competition, with a strong player like Qianlin in charge, we have great confidence. Qianlin, your strength is indeed beyond our expectations.
A mentor said.
It seems our previous worries were unnecessary.
Several other mentors also nodded.
Before, they were worried that Qianlin would suffer a loss in the competition, but now it seems that they need to worry about Qianlin as opponent. Qianlin smiled secretly in his heart. He could clearly feel that the shock value was increasing continuously.
Gain shock value plus 500. Gain shock value plus 300. Gain shock value plus 800. Gain shock value plus 600.
The system's prompt sound kept ringing in his mind. It seems that the punch just now was very effective and everyone present was shocked. The genius competition hasn't even started yet, but I've already received so much shock value.
It seems like another good opportunity to make some money.
If you show stronger strength in the official competition, you will definitely get more shock points. Thinking of this, Qianlin became even more excited for the upcoming competition. The vice president and several instructors gave further explanations, mainly on some details and precautions of the competition. Qianlin, although you are very strong, don't take it lightly, the vice president reminded. Among the talented participants this time, there are quite a few with terrifying strength.
Some descendants of ancient families possess secret techniques that we cannot even imagine.
There are also disciples from some mysterious schools whose abilities are strange and unpredictable.
Qianlin nodded to show his understanding. Although he is confident in his own strength, he will not underestimate the enemy.
After all, the world is huge and there are many strong people. No one knows what kind of opponent they will encounter. However, no matter what kind of opponent he encounters, he is confident in dealing with it. The abilities granted to him by the system are enough to make him invincible in this world.
Okay, let's stop here for today, said the vice president. Everyone go back and have a good rest and prepare for the next game.
After hearing the vice president's words, all the geniuses, including the defeated 7th level genius, left the martial arts square. Before leaving, Zhang Lingyun looked at Qianlin deeply. There was fear and a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. As a warrior at the early stage of the 7th level, being defeated by a freshman at the 6th level was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. But at the same time, he had to admit Qianlin's strength. Such a genius truly deserves the capital to be arrogant.
Qianlin also noticed Zhang Lingyun's eyes, but he didn't care. The strong should be respected. This is the rule of this world and the eternal truth.
In the next few days, Qianlin has been preparing for the upcoming competition. Although he was confident in his own abilities, he did not let his guard down. He practices every day to consolidate his strength. At the same time, he is also studying the opponents he may encounter. Through the information provided by the school, he gained a deeper understanding of the various forces participating in this competition. The delegation from the Northern Military District is indeed very strong. The captain is a mid-7th level warrior, and the team members are all at the early 7th level. Each of the descendants of the major ancient families has an extraordinary background and strength. There are also disciples from mysterious schools who possess all kinds of strange abilities. However, these are not enough to make Qianlin worried. With his current strength, dealing with these opponents should not be a problem. 3 days later, Chen Lin received the news. The first team competition is about to begin.
The first group showdown is about to begin. Chapter 108, You're sending this kind of trash into the game? The draw results for the competition venue will be announced soon.
In this team competition, the opponent drawn by Imperial Capital University is the Yang family, an ancient warrior family in Magic City. When the vice president announced the news, everyone's face changed.
The Yang family, this name is well known in the world of martial artists. This family is a first-class existence in the Magic City. The family has a deep foundation and there are countless powerful people in it.
What's even more terrifying is that the geniuses that have appeared in the Yang family in recent years are even more terrifying.
In almost every talent competition, the Yang family always sends out a hopeless lineup. The vice president's expression also looked a little unhappy. He knew very well how terrifying the Yang family's strength was.
As an ancient family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, the top strength of the Yang family is too powerful. Although each faction can only send a maximum of 20 representatives to the team competition, the Yang family has more than 10 7th-level geniuses. As far as he knew, among the geniuses of this generation of the Yang family, there was one who had already reached the terrifying strength of the late 7th level. On the other hand, the geniuses who returned from their Imperial Capital University in the past few days are indeed strong, but there are only 8 7th-level warriors. Moreover, the strongest one is only in the middle stage of level 7, and the difference in strength is obvious. Such a contrast filled the vice president with worry.
Vice Dean, do we really have to confront the Yang family? A tutor couldn't help but ask. There's nothing we can do. The draw results are already out.
The vice president smiled wryly and shook his head.
But it's not completely hopeless. We still have Chen Lin. After hearing the vice president's words, several other tutors nodded. Indeed, the strength displayed by Chen Lin gave them a glimmer of hope. But facing a behemoth like the Yang family, is just Chen Lin enough?
This time it was a home game, and all the geniuses from the Imperial Capital University were standing on the martial arts square.
Everyone's face looked very solemn.
They had all heard about the Yang family's terrifying power, and now that they were actually going to fight against such an opponent, they couldn't help but feel nervous. At this moment, Chen Lin appeared in the square. Everyone's eyes were on him. Including the other 7th-level geniuses who came back in the past few days, they all looked at Chen Lin curiously. They had also heard about Chen Lin defeating a 7th-level warrior with one move, but Chen Lin looked too young.
Can such a young face really have such powerful strength?
They were somewhat skeptical.
Is it him? A genius in the middle stage of the 7th level asked in a low voice. It doesn't look like anything special.
It is said that he only has the cultivation base of the 6th level, but he was able to defeat Zhang Lingyun, who was in the early 7th level, with one move.
Another 7th level genius replied. If it's true, it's really scary. But facing an opponent like the Yang family, is he enough alone? Several other 7th level geniuses were also whispering. Moreover, even if Chen Lin really has the legendary strength, he is still a little stretched when facing the Yang family. After all, the Yang family has more than a dozen 7th-level geniuses, including a late 7th-level monster. Chen Lin noticed the gazes and whispers of these people and shook his head secretly. These people's vision is really too small.
They have no idea how terrifying their true strength is. Not to mention the dozen or so 7th-level geniuses from the Yang family, even if there were twice as many, he had the confidence to crush them all.
In the tense atmosphere, the Yang family delegation finally arrived.
When they appeared on the martial arts square, all the geniuses of the Imperial Capital University gasped.
There are so many 7th-level geniuses. After a rough count, there are actually 13. This shows the terrifying background of an ancient warrior family.
Not only that, the number of geniuses at the peak of the 6th level is astonishing.
Such a lineup shocked everyone.
They had originally tried to overestimate the strength of the Yang family, but now it seems that they still underestimated it.
How do we fight this? A genius from the Imperial Capital University couldn't help swallowing.
13 7th-level geniuses, and we only have 8. Also, their auras are very strong, it's obvious that they haven't just broken through.
It's over. It's really over this time.
The geniuses of Imperial Capital University all felt deep despair. Facing such a terrifying lineup, they saw no hope of winning at all. Of course, Chen Lin was not afraid of this at all. He carefully observed these geniuses of the Yang family and secretly evaluated them in his heart. The strongest one, who was in the late 7th stage, did have some strength, but that was just some. With my current strength, if I go all out, it will be enough to crush these people.
You don't even need to use all your strength.
The geniuses of the Young family were all arrogant, with arrogance written all over their faces. They felt even more proud when they saw the desperate expressions on the faces of the geniuses of Imperial Capital University.
Ha, with this little bit of ability, you dare to participate in the genius competition?
The leader, a late 7th stage genius, mocked. I thought Imperial Capital University was so strong, but it turns out it's just this good. No matter how powerful the martial arts university is, it's just a place for ordinary people to go to school.
How can it compare with our century-old family? Another genius from the Young family also followed suit with a mocking tone.
Our Yang family has been passed down for hundreds of years and has a profound foundation.
How can you commoners compare to us? With your strength, are you worthy enough to fight against our Young family?
You're simply overestimating your own abilities. The geniuses of the Young family began to mock one after another.
Their words were full of disdain and contempt for Imperial Capital University. In their view, being born into an ancient family is a natural advantage.
These students from ordinary schools are not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath with them. All the geniuses of the Imperial Capital University glared at him, their hearts filled with anger.
As geniuses of the Imperial Capital University, when had they ever suffered such humiliation?
But at this moment they didn't dare to say much.
Because everyone could see that the gap in strength was too shocking.
Faced with such a terrifying lineup, they had no confidence to refute.
No matter how angry you are, you have to hold it in. Humph, a bunch of trash dare to glare at me? The late 7th stage genius headed by the Young family sneered.
Since you are not convinced, then let your strength speak for itself.
It's a pity that you don't even have the qualifications.
The other Young family geniuses also laughed.
In their eyes, these geniuses from Imperial Capital University are simply a joke. With such strength, you dare to participate in the genius competition? It's just a joke.
At this moment, Chen Lin sneered in response to these ridicules.
He slowly said, "Where are all the dogs barking?"
The sound was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. These words were like a thunderclap, exploding instantly in the martial arts square.
Everyone was stunned.
The geniuses of Imperial Capital University were even more shocked.
They couldn't believe their ears. How dare Chen Lin say such words in front of so many 7th-level geniuses from the Young family? Is this crazy? Chapter 19, Team Competition? I'm enough on my own.
Hearing Chen Lin's words, the geniuses of Imperial Capital University all showed worried expressions.
The vice president's face turned pale.
He hurried to Chen Lin's side and whispered, "Chen Lin, don't be impulsive. The Young family on the other side has 13 7th-level geniuses, and this is a team competition. Even if you have the strength to defeat a 7th-level warrior, facing so many geniuses, you are simply a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Several other 7th-level geniuses from the Imperial Capital University also spoke up to dissuade him.
"Chen Lin, we all know your strength, but now is not the time to be a hero. The Young family's strength is too terrifying. We must unite to have a glimmer of hope.
You are only putting our situation in greater danger by provoking them like this." But Chen Lin turned a deaf ear to these persuasions.
In his opinion, these people's worries were completely unnecessary. So what if there are 13 7th-level geniuses?
Even if the number doubles, he is confident that he can crush them all.
The people from the Young family opposite were even more furious.
They looked at each other, unable to believe that someone would dare to provoke their Yang family like this.
Who is this kid? The 7th-stage late-stage genius headed by the Young family asked angrily. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of our Yang family? Let me check.
A genius from the Young family immediately took out a communicator and began to check Chen Lin's identity.
Soon, Chen Lin's basic information was found out. Ha ha ha.
When they learned of Chen Lin's identity, they all burst into laughter.
It turns out to be just a freshman.
I thought he was some great person, but it turns out he's just a kid who just started school.
A freshman dares to speak so arrogantly in front of us?
You simply don't know your place.
The geniuses of the Young family laughed even more unscrupulously.
In their view, it was a huge joke that a freshman dared to challenge them, the already famous geniuses.
Boy, do you know who we are? The Young family's late 7th-stage genius sneered.
We are the geniuses of the Young family, a family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Each of us has a brilliant record of battle. You're a freshman, how can you compare with us? Just because you bullied a few classmates at school? The other geniuses of the Young family also followed suit and began to mock. A new life is a new life. We don't know how high the sky is or how thick the earth is. We'll let you know what true strength is later. Don't cry and call for your mother then. Faced with these ridicules, Chen-Lin still maintained a calm smile. He slowly walked onto the arena and said calmly, "Let's get started quickly. I want to go back and rest after this." Chen-Lin's words shocked everyone again. At this moment, Chen-Lin acted nonchalant, as if he was not facing 13 7th-level geniuses, but a group of ants. This attitude completely angered the Young family. Arrogant. That's really arrogant. I've never seen such an arrogant person. The geniuses of the Young family were all furious. How could they bear such arrogant behavior? Boy, you will pay the price for your arrogance. The 7th-stage genius headed by the Young family said with gritted teeth. We immediately decided to defeat you. I'll let you know what happens when you provoke our Yang family. The other geniuses of the Young family also nodded. That's right, this kid must pay the price. You dare to humiliate our Young family? You are simply courting death. Let's go together later and destroy him. Seeing the people from the Young family so angry, Chen-Lin smiled secretly in his heart. These people's reactions were completely within his expectations. The angrier you are, the more shocked you will be when you get slapped in the face. And the shock value is greater. The Young family has already requested that the competition begin, and Imperial Capital University cannot refuse. Although I am extremely reluctant, rules are rules. Since the Young family requested to start the competition, they must accept the challenge. The vice president nodded helplessly and signaled the other geniuses to prepare to go on stage. The other 19 geniuses from the Imperial Capital University could only go onto the training grounds. Although they knew that this competition was very dangerous, as geniuses of the Imperial Capital University, they could not retreat. Even if you lose, you must lose with dignity. Chen-Lin stood at the front and looked at the people from the Young family coldly. His gaze was as calm as water, as if he was not looking at 13 7th-level geniuses, but 13 lambs to be slaughtered. Such a look made the geniuses of the Young family even more angry. Boy, what's that look in your eyes? How dare you look at us like that? We'll dig out your eyes later. The geniuses of the Young family sharpened their knives, wishing they could tear Chen-Lin into pieces immediately. At this moment, a genius from the Young family who was in the middle stage of the 7th level stepped forward. I'll deal with this arrogant boy. He looked at Chen-Lin with a sneer. I alone can destroy him and make him regret provoking the Young family. My fellow disciples, let me clean up the mess for the Young family. This genius is named Yang Lai, and he is the best of this generation in the Young family. Although he is only at the middle stage of the 7th level, his strength is considered top-notch among those at the same level. More importantly, he has rich practical experience. In his opinion, dealing with a freshman was a waste of talent. Brother Yang Lai, be careful. Although this kid is arrogant, he must have some strength to be able to say such things. However, with senior brother Yang Lai's strength, it shouldn't be a problem to cripple him. The other geniuses of the Young family spoke up one after another. Although they were very confident in Yang Lai's strength, they still reminded him to be careful. After all, Chen-Lin must have something to rely on to dare to provoke like this. Don't worry, I will let him know what the cruel reality is. Yang Lai said with a sneer. Just a freshman, not likely to make any waves. After saying that, he slowly walked towards Chen-Lin. Chen-Lin looked at Yang Lai who was walking towards him and made a secret assessment in his mind. His strength was at the mid-7th stage, which was considered above average among the geniuses of the Young family. But in his eyes, they are just slightly stronger ants. Boy, are you ready to accept the punishment? Yang Lai stopped in front of Chen-Lin and said in a cold voice. I will let you know the consequences of provoking our Yang family. I won't kill you directly later, but will torture you bit by bit. Let you repent your arrogance in pain. When Chen-Lin heard these words, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. These family geniuses are indeed arrogant and like to torture others at every turn. In that case, he doesn't need to show mercy. So much nonsense. Chen-Lin said lightly. If you want to fight, just fight. Why all the nonsense? Hearing Chen-Lin's words, Yang Lai was completely furious. Court death.
He roared angrily and pounced on Chen Lin like a tiger.
The chi of the mid-7th stage burst out, and the air around it began to vibrate. He used 80% of his strength in this attack.
In his opinion, this was enough to seriously injure Chen Lin.
However, facing Yang Lai's attack, Chen Lin still maintained a calm expression. He slowly raised his right fist, and the true energy in his body began to circulate.
Boom! A loud bang echoed throughout the entire training ground.
Chen Lin activated his complete demonic body. Although he did not use the demonic transformation to reveal his true form, the power of this punch was still terrifying when combined with his violent true energy.
Yang Lai's attack was as fragile as bubbles in front of Chen Lin's fist.
Chen Lin's fist was as powerful as a bamboo that broke through Yang Lai's chi defense and hit him heavily on the chest.
Puff!
Yang Lai spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily to the ground, his chest collapsed, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. The scene suddenly became quiet.
Countless people gasped. Everything that just happened so fast.
Yang Lai's attack looked powerful, but it was so fragile in front of Chen Lin. One punch, just one punch, seriously injured a mid-7th level genius.
Such strength is simply unbelievable.
The geniuses of Imperial Capital University were even more stunned. Zhang Lingyun, who was in the early 7th stage, was defeated in one move, and now Yang Lai, who was in the middle 7th stage, was also seriously injured by a punch.
Is there really no limit to Chen Lin's strength?
They looked at Chen Lin standing in the middle of the field, and were deeply shocked. This seemingly ordinary freshman actually possesses such terrifying strength.
It's simply a monster. Gain shock value plus 1000. Gain shock value plus 800. Gain shock value plus 1200. Gain shock value plus 600.
The huge shock value came in like crazy, making Chen Lin extremely happy.
Sure enough, the more powerful the opponent, the more shock value he will give. This time the harvest was even richer than the previous one.
Seeing Yang Lai seriously injured, the other geniuses of the Yang family were stunned.
They never expected that Yang Lai would be defeated so completely. Moreover, he was seriously injured by a punch and didn't even have a chance to fight back. Just how terrifying is the strength of this freshman?
Chen Lin looked at the shocked crowd and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips.
So he continued to speak to the people of the Yang family, why don't you take action? If everyone is like this loser, then I can handle this team competition by myself. Chapter 110, Despairing, Peerless Evildoer. Chen Lin's words completely angered all the geniuses of the Yang family.
Yang Feng, the strongest late 7th stage genius of the Yang family, roared, "Boy, don't be so arrogant.
Do you think you'll be invincible if you defeat Yang Lai?
Our Yang family's heritage is far beyond your imagination." After saying this, his eyes became extremely sharp. At this moment, he also knew how powerful Chen Lin was, and he was probably no match for him if he fought him alone. In that case, let's not talk about the demeanor of a warrior.
Everyone, come together. Yang Feng shouted.
The sudden appearance of such a dark horse at Imperial Capital University makes us feel threatened.
We must destroy it directly to avoid affecting our ranking.
When the other Yang family geniuses heard this, they nodded without hesitation. Although it is not very honorable to gang up on a freshman, we can no longer care about that.
The strength displayed by Chen Lin is too terrifying.
If he is not eliminated now, the Yang family will have no chance when he grows up.
That's right, let's go together. Who cares if it's fair or not? Let's destroy him first.
Let him know the consequences of provoking our Yang family.
In an instant, the remaining 12 geniuses of the Yang family all moved.
They surrounded them from all directions, and all kinds of terrifying chi attacks poured out like a rainstorm. Yang Feng, who was in the late 7th stage, attacked with all his strength, his true energy surging like a volcanic eruption. The other 11 7th-level geniuses also used their signature skills, and various powerful martial arts intertwined in the air. For a moment, the entire martial arts square was illuminated by various kinds of true energy light as bright as day. Chen Lin watched as these true energies intertwined, the air was twisted and vibrated, making a buzzing sound. However, facing such a terrifying attack, he still shook his head and said lightly, "Too weak."
When these words reached everyone's ears, they couldn't believe it. Facing the joint attack of 12 7th-level geniuses, Chen Lin actually said it was too weak? How arrogant is this? Or does he really possess such terrifying strength? The devil's body opens.
Chen Lin growled, and his muscles began to swell. His skin turned bronze and emitted a metallic luster. The complete demonic body was stimulated, instantly raising his physical fitness to a terrifying level.
But that's not all.
The demonic transformation begins.
Chen-Lin growled again, and a terrifying demonic aura began to emanate from his body.
Although the demon's true form has not been fully revealed, this demonic energy has already caused the surrounding air to begin to distort.
Phoenix God, come! Finally, Chen-Lin activated the Dharma image of Emperor Yan.
He immediately opened fire at full power, and the image of Emperor Yan suddenly appeared behind him. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire martial arts square. This pressure weighed on everyone's heart like a physical object, making it difficult for all the geniuses present to breathe. The geniuses from the Imperial Capital University who were closest to Chen-Lin only had expressions of horror in their eyes. They looked at the tall and mighty image of Emperor Yan behind Chen-Lin, and were deeply shocked.
Is this Chen-Lin's true strength? So scary. Even an 8th-level warrior might not be able to release such pressure. How could Chen-Lin, a 6th-level warrior, have such terrifying power?
Zhang Lingyun, the 7th-level genius from the Imperial Capital University who had been defeated by Chen-Lin before, was now as pale as paper. He felt the scorching heat around him that was almost enough to melt his body, and felt the pressure of the fire emanating from the Flame Emperor's Dharma image, and his heart was filled with fear. If Chen-Lin had tried to kill me at the beginning, I would probably have been killed long ago.
Where else can I stand here like this?
Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyun couldn't help but shudder. He finally understood that when Chen-Lin defeated him, he did not use his full strength.
He didn't even use 10% of his strength.
Such a gap is simply despairing. The moment the geniuses of the Yang family saw the image of Emperor Yan, fear surged in their hearts.
What kind of monster is this? How could a freshman have such terrifying power? But the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Their attack has been launched and cannot be withdrawn. I can only continue to attack. Die!
Yang Feng roared, and burst out with all his late 7th stage true energy. The other 11 geniuses also tried their best, and various chi attacks bombarded Chen-Lin like a comet hitting the earth.
However, facing these attacks, Chen-Lin didn't even try to dodge.
The tall image of Emperor Yan was draped in a robe of heavenly fire, and with his combat power increased 100-fold, he was extremely powerful. Chen-Lin sneered, and Yan Emperor's Dharma phase moved at the same time.
Boom! 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 In an instant, Emperor Yan's Dharma image threw out hundreds of punches.
Each punch carried a terrifying force of fire, and the temperature was astonishingly high. These fist shadows formed a firestorm in the air, engulfing all the attacks of the Yang family geniuses. Not only that, these fist shadows continued to move forward, bombarding the geniuses of the Yang family like a meteor shower. The ground of the martial arts square was about to collapse under this terrifying attack. Cracks spread out like spider webs, and the entire square was shaking violently. The geniuses of the Yang family were completely unable to resist such an attack. Their chi protection was as fragile as paper under the attack of Yan Emperor's Dharma image.
Ah! Impossible! How so?
Screams were heard, and the geniuses of the Yang family fell one after another. Their bodies were hit by the terrifying power of fire, and their skin was instantly burned black.
Even the strongest Yang Feng was no exception. His true chi protection was useless in front of the Yan Emperor's Dharma image. After a round of bombing, Chen-Lin didn't even break a sweat. He stood there, his expression calm as water, as if what he had just done was just a trivial matter. However, the geniuses of the Yang family have been completely wiped out. Everyone fell to the ground, their skin burnt black and seriously injured. They lay on the ground, unable to utter a word. At this moment, their eyes looking at Chen-Lin were full of confusion and fear. This is the result of Chen-Lin controlling the temperature. If he hadn't controlled them, these people would have been reduced to ashes just like the demons before. But even so, such a result is enough to shock everyone. The combined attack of 12 7th-level geniuses was easily resolved by a freshman. Moreover, he fought against 12 opponents at once and defeated them all. Such strength is beyond everyone's imagination. Yang Feng, the strongest genius of the Yang family, was beaten to the point of being unconscious. He lay on the ground with a blank look in his eyes, muttering, "Monster, this is a monster." Chapter 111 The Mystery of Number 1.
Chen-Lin slowly walked up to the Yang family geniuses who were lying on the ground. Although he had put away the Yan Emperor's Dharma image and returned to his normal appearance, he still exuded a terrifying aura that made people's hearts flutter. That was the residual force left after the fierce battle just now, like the smell of blood from a ferocious beast, which made people dare not approach.
Seeing Chen Lin getting closer, the geniuses of the Young family couldn't help but tremble.
They wanted to retreat, but the injuries on their bodies made it extremely difficult for them to even move. He could only watch Chen Lin walk up to him, with endless fear in his heart.
What else does he want to do? A genius from the Young family spoke with difficulty, his voice trembling. Are you going to continue to torture us?
The other geniuses of the Young family also looked pale, their eyes filled with fear. In their opinion, Chen Lin came over with the intention of continuing to humiliate them. The other geniuses of Imperial Capital University also felt depressed when they saw this scene. The aura emanating from Chen Lin became more and more terrifying, causing these 7th-level geniuses to feel tremendous pressure. They all knew in their hearts that even at their peak, they were no match for Chen Lin, not to mention that they now had to distract themselves by paying attention to the situation of the Young family's genius. If Chen Lin really wanted to attack them, they would have no room to resist at all.
How strong is Chen Lin?
A genius from Imperial Capital University muttered to himself. That attack just now was like a god descending to earth. I have never seen such a terrifying power. The other geniuses also nodded. Although they were all top talents of the Imperial Capital University and had seen many powerful people, this was the first time they had seen someone like Chen Lin. That kind of overwhelming strength was completely beyond their comprehension.
As the strongest genius of the Young family, Yang Tianqing felt even more complicated at this moment. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Chen Lin standing in front of him, his eyes full of unwillingness and confusion. He could never imagine that a 6th-rank warrior could crush him so easily. You know, he is a genius in the late 7th stage, and he is one of the best in the entire Demon City. But in front of Chen Lin, he didn't even have a chance to fight back and was completely defeated. Such a gap in strength is simply despairing. Suddenly, a terrible idea came to Yang Tianqing's mind. Could it be that Chen Lin's strength is already comparable to those legendary monsters? Those people are at the pinnacle of this world. Each of them possesses terrifying power to destroy the world and is a true legend. If Chen Lin really reached that level, then being defeated by him would not be a big deal. But when he thought of this, Yang Tianqing quickly shook his head. Those monsters are so powerful that 7th-level warriors are just ants that can be crushed at will in front of them. Even a peak 7th order being is nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. No matter how strong Chen Lin is, he can never be compared with that kind of person. After all, he is only a 6th-level warrior and a freshman. No matter how talented one is, it is impossible to reach that legendary height all at once. Thinking of this, Yang Tianqing felt a little better. At least the one he lost to wasn't a true monster, but a genius who, while powerful, was still within his comprehension range. But no matter what, defeat is defeat. Yang Tianqing gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up. As a genius of the Yang family, he couldn't just lie on the ground in such a miserable state. Even if you lose, you must lose with dignity. He used all his strength to slowly prop up his body. Although the injuries all over his body caused him great pain, he still insisted on standing up. But the disappointment in his eyes could not be concealed. The most powerful genius of the Yang family was defeated by a freshman. How could he accept such a result? Seeing Yang Tianqing stand up, the other geniuses of the Yang family also tried hard to stand up. Although they were defeated, the Yang family's dignity cannot be lost. At this moment, the elder of the Yang family who was in charge of the team could no longer sit still. He looked at the geniuses of his family, each one covered in wounds, and the anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Chen Lin! The Yang family elder shouted angrily, his face terribly gloomy. You've gone too far, kid. This is just a competition between students, and you hit me so hard. That's totally unethical.
There was anger and accusation in his voice, as if Chen Lin had committed some unforgivable crime.
Hearing this, Chen Lin couldn't help but sneer.
These families are so hypocritical. The people of the Yang family were just as ruthless, or even more cruel, when dealing with geniuses who were not as good as themselves.
Now that you've lost, you start accusing others of lacking martial ethics? It's ridiculous. No martial ethics?
Chen Lin looked at the elder of the Yang family, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes.
Elder Yang, what you said is interesting. Just now you Yang family members said you wanted to beat me to a pulp, how come you're being unethical now? Are you the only ones allowed to kill others, but not others to resist?
The elders of the Yang family were left speechless by Chen Lin's words. Indeed, the people from the Yang family did say just now that they wanted to beat Qianlin to death. Now that we have lost, it is really unreasonable to accuse Qianlin of being too harsh. But he is the elder, how can he admit his mistakes in front of the younger generation? How dare you, little brat, contradict your elders? The elder of the Yang family was furious, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. It seems I need to teach you a lesson. As he spoke, a terrifying aura began to emanate from him. As an elder of the Yang family, his strength far exceeds that of any student present. The peak 8th level cultivation, combined with the Yang family's top level skills, is enough to easily crush any 7th level warrior. In his opinion, no matter how strong Qianlin is, he is just a student and a younger brother in front of him. Could it be that you, an old man, want to stand up for them? Qianlin looked at the elders of the Yang family with a disdainful expression on his face. An elder attacks a student. Is this the demeanor of your Yang family? Qianlin doesn't indulge him. In his opinion, the terms elders and non-elders are all empty talk. Strength is the bottom line. Moreover, this elder of the Yang family obviously wanted to bully others by taking advantage of his power, so of course he would not be polite. This made the elders of the Yang family very angry. He didn't expect that Qianlin was not only not afraid of him, but also dared to provoke him like this. This kid really doesn't know his place. Okay. The elder of the Yang family laughed in anger. Since you are so arrogant, I will let you know what it means to respect your elders. As he said this, he was about to teach Qianlin a lesson. But at this moment, the vice president of Imperial Capital University stood up. Elder Yang, please stop. Although the vice president spoke calmly, there was a dangerous glint in his eyes. This is a matter between students. According to the rules, elders should not interfere. If you're going to do anything to my students, ask me first. Although the vice president's words were polite, the threat was obvious. As the vice president of Imperial Capital University, his strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, this is the territory of Imperial Capital University. If the elders of the Yang family want to act wildly here, they have to consider their own weight. The elder of the Yang family looked at the vice president, a look of fear in his eyes. He knew that the Imperial Capital University had a profound foundation, and the vice president's strength was no less than his. If a fight really breaks out, he may not gain the upper hand. What's more, this is their home ground. If the situation gets out of hand, it will not be good for the Yang family. Snort! The elder of the Yang family snorted coldly, but ultimately did not take action. You're lucky. But boy, remember this matter is not over yet. He glared at Qianlin fiercely, then waved his hand to signal the geniuses of the Yang family to leave. Although the geniuses of the Yang family were unwilling, they could only endure their injuries and limp away with the elders. Seeing the Yang family members leave, the geniuses of Imperial Capital University all breathed a sigh of relief. Then, their eyes involuntarily focused on Qianlin. At this moment, the way they looked at Qianlin was completely different. Before, although they knew that Qianlin was very strong, they still thought that the gap would not be too big. But now, they truly realized how huge the gap between themselves and Qianlin was. Qianlin, invincible. A genius murmured. Originally, they thought that Qianlin was only good among the 6th level geniuses, but it turned out that even the geniuses in the late 7th level were defeated by him. Such strength is completely beyond their comprehension. Everyone was convinced. The gap between them and Qianlin was really too big. So big that they couldn't even feel jealous. Because when the gap is too big, jealousy will turn into awe. Just when everyone was immersed in shock, a chuckle was heard from the corner. Interesting. Chapter 112, straight into the 7th level, the power of 10,000 troops. Qianlin slowly left the martial arts arena, feeling particularly happy. The battle in which he had just defeated all the geniuses of the Yang family had brought him unprecedented rich rewards. Gain shock value plus 15,000. Gain shock value plus 12,000. Gain shock value plus 18,000. A series of prompt sounds rang in his mind, making Qianlin couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The gains from this battle were greater than all his previous accumulations combined. Sufficient shock value means that he can proceed to the next step of improvement. After returning to the dormitory, Qianlin immediately opened the system interface. After the battle just now, he has reached the pinnacle of the 6th level. If you want to continue to improve your strength, you can only break through to the 7th level. And now, he has enough authority to redeem the last 3 levels of the heavenly fire-burning world art system, exchange for the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of the heavenly fire-burning world art. Chen Lin muttered to himself.
Exchange successful, consumption of 50,000 shock points.
The last 3 levels of the heavenly fire-burning world art have been distributed, please check carefully. As the system prompt sounded, a huge stream of information flooded into Chen Lin's mind. That is the complete practice method for the last 3 levels of the heavenly fire-burning world art. After obtaining the last 3 levels of the technique, Chen Lin studied it carefully and couldn't help but feel emotional. The heavenly fire-burning world technique is extremely special.
The first 6 levels can only be considered S-level skills.
Although they are powerful, they are still within an understandable range.
But the last 3 levels soared directly to SSS level, and the terrifying power was beyond imagination.
Logically speaking, although the first 6 levels of the heavenly fire-burning world art are difficult to practice, their power is so great that many people should give it a try. At least there will be some geniuses who try and succeed in practicing.
But the reality is that no one reads this book of exercises.
The most important reason is that after the 6th level, breaking through to the 7th level is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even if one possesses the most terrifying body among all races, he cannot practice the 7th level of the heavenly fire-burning world art. Once you start practicing, you will be burned to ashes by the heavenly fire. For countless years, countless geniuses have tried to break through the 7th level, but all have failed without exception. Many people were even burned to ashes by the heavenly fire, leaving no corpses behind. It can be said that the 6th level of the heavenly fire-burning world art is a dead end. Apart from the mysterious figure who created this technique, no one else can successfully practice it. Some people even think that the mysterious character was just fabricated, and the following 3 levels are just theoretical deductions and it is impossible to actually practice them. But Chen Lin, who owns the system, doesn't care.
No matter whether it is fabricated or a theory, the system will take action.
Begin to break through the 7th level.
Chen Lin took a deep breath and began to practice according to the requirements of the technique.
The shock value was enough to push the heavenly fire-burning world art to the 7th level in one breath. In an instant, Chen Lin felt as if he was in endless and terrifying flames. The temperature of that flame is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It is not an ordinary high temperature, but a terrifying existence that can burn the soul. Chen Lin felt the flames around him and was shocked.
How terrifying is this flame? Even if you play all your cards, they will be burned to ashes by this flame.
The demonic body, the demonic transformation, and the Flame Emperor's Dharma image, these trump cards that he was proud of, all seemed so insignificant in front of this terrifying flame.
No wonder everyone says the 6th level is a dead end. This level of fire is simply not something humans can withstand.
Even the legendary gods would probably be burned to nothingness by this flame. But with the help of the system, Chen Lin miraculously controlled the flame. The power of the system was like a protective film, wrapping him tightly in it. Those terrifying flames that were originally capable of burning everything became docile under the regulation of the system and were gradually absorbed by Chen Lin. As the flames continued to merge into his body, Chen Lin felt that his strength was undergoing earth-shaking changes. It is not just an improvement in cultivation, but also a fundamental transformation. Even his innate Flame Emperor became more terrifying under the blessing of this flame. The Yen Emperor's Dharma image, which was already extremely powerful, has now reached a whole new level. Chen Lin had a premonition that once he unleashed full firepower, it would be truly devastating. The land within a radius of thousands of meters will sink under his attack.
This kind of power has already surpassed the scope of ordinary warriors.
After breaking through the 7th level, Chen Lin's cultivation level naturally reached the 7th level. A 7th level warrior is considered a truly powerful warrior in this world.
Moreover, Chen Lin's 7th level is completely different from the ordinary 7th level.
An ordinary 7th level warrior can only deal with about 100 enemies at most.
But Chen Lin is different.
Now he can be called the force of 10,000 troops. One person can withstand the attack of an army of 10,000 people. This strength has reached the legendary level.
Feeling the surging power in his body, Chen Lin felt very satisfied.
This breakthrough brought about a qualitative leap in his strength. Now, he is able to fight even against those legendary strong men. After the training, Chen Lin left the dormitory and returned to the school's practice room. At this moment, he did not restrain his aura, allowing the pressure of a 7th level warrior to radiate naturally.
This kind of pressure is completely different from that at the 6th level.
The pressure of the 6th level only makes people feel depressed, but the pressure of the 7th level can make people feel fear from the depths of their souls. All the geniuses passing by felt this pressure and stopped involuntarily. They felt their breath was choked, as if some terrifying existence was passing by them.
What is this?
A genius at the early 7th stage spoke with difficulty. Such a terrifying pressure, stronger than any 7th level warrior I have ever seen.
Wait, this silhouette looks like Chen-Lin?
When they saw Chen-Lin's figure clearly, everyone was stunned.
Why does Chen-Lin seem scary again?
A genius muttered to himself. Just now in the martial arts arena, although he was very strong, he didn't have this level of pressure. This feeling right now is just like facing those legendary strong men. The other geniuses also nodded. Although it was only a few hours, the feeling Chen-Lin gave them changed drastically. If Chen-Lin was just a powerful 6th level genius before, then he is now on a completely different level. Not only the students, but even the school's tutors noticed the changes in Chen-Lin. When Chen-Lin passed by the tutor's office area, several tutors who were discussing teaching matters stopped talking at the same time. They felt the terrifying pressure and had expressions of shock on their faces.
Is this the aura of the 7th level? One of the instructors spoke in disbelief. And this isn't just an ordinary 7th level power. The intensity of this pressure is at least mid-7th level or above. How is this possible? When did such a strong person appear in the school? Another instructor said doubtfully. Could it be that an elder from some family has come to the school? Just when they were confused, Chen-Lin's figure appeared in their sight. The moment they saw Chen-Lin, all the instructors were stunned. Chen-Lin? One of the instructors stammered. How is this possible? The other instructors also looked at Chen-Lin in disbelief. The terrifying pressure just now actually emanated from this student? Chen-Lin, is he at level 7? Chapter 113, Drawing Lots? I'll challenge you directly. The news of Chen-Lin's breakthrough quickly spread throughout the Imperial Capital University. Everyone was shocked speechless by the news. You know, Chen-Lin is only 18 years old and a freshman. Many geniuses at his stage can only reach the 4th level of strength at best. Even the geniuses who were able to be admitted to the Imperial Capital University were very strong, but at most they were at the 5th level of strength. But Chen-Lin has now directly broken through to the 7th level. This level of cultivation is comparable to those geniuses who have graduated. What is even more terrifying is that when Chen-Lin was at level 6, he could beat up a level 7 genius. Now that Chen-Lin himself has broken through to the 7th level, it is hard to imagine how strong he will become. This kid is really a monster. One instructor couldn't help but sigh. If this kind of thing gets out, an 18-year-old 7th level warrior, the entire Great Yan Empire will be shaken. Not only in the Great Yan Empire, but even in the entire human race, this kind of talent is top-notch. Another instructor nodded in agreement. The vice president was bragging to everyone at this moment, excitedly telling everyone that Chen-Lin was recruited by him. Do you know? I recruited Chen-Lin myself. The vice president said proudly. I saw from the beginning that this guy was no ordinary person, and now my judgment has been proven. When others heard this, they all looked at him with envy. Being able to recruit a genius like Chen-Lin is definitely the vice president's greatest achievement in his life. Although Chen-Lin is still too young, with his potential, even if he doesn't get a good ranking this time, he will still be able to become famous in Dian in the future. The vice president continued. No, I think he can create miracles in this class without waiting for the future. A mentor said seriously. Have you ever seen a 7th level warrior with the strength of Chen-Lin? At this moment, Chen-Lin is looking for a target to test his strength in the school. But he found that he couldn't find a suitable opponent at all. The people around him were too weak. They couldn't even withstand Chen-Lin's aura, let alone fight him. Those students who were considered geniuses in school are now like mice seeing a cat when they see Chen-Lin. Some don't even dare to get close. Chen-Lin felt a little helpless. It felt like an adult trying to compete in strength with a group of children. It makes absolutely no sense. Suddenly, Chen-Lin thought of genius number 1. He recalled that when he defeated the geniuses of the Young family, the number 1 genius did not seem to be affected at all. At that time, everyone was trembling under his pressure, only that guy remained calm and composed. According to what everyone said before, number 1 day is only at the peak of level 6. At most, he has gone very far in the peak of the 6th level, and can be called half a step to the 7th level.
With this kind of strength, let alone fighting against the current Chen Lin, even the strongest genius of the Young family could easily crush him. But Chen Lin felt that the guy must be no simple person. Being able to remain calm under one's own pressure is definitely not something that an ordinary person can do. Maybe there will be a surprise at that time. Of course, Chen Lin was not worried that he was hiding his strength. Because no matter how hard he tries to hide his strength, he will never be his opponent.
Chen Lin now has absolute confidence in his own abilities. Unfortunately, the genius number 1 is not in school now.
It is said that he has returned to his family to deal with some matters. The other geniuses were no match for Chen Lin, which made him feel a little bored. Chen Lin thought about it and immediately found the school instructor to ask about the situation of the team competition.
Teacher, I want to know the rules of the team competition.
Chen Lin came to the tutor's office and spoke straight to the point.
When the instructor saw Chen Lin, an expression of awe immediately appeared on his face. Chen Lin's status in school has changed dramatically now. Even the mentors did not dare to look down on Chen Lin. Chen Lin, what do you want to know? The instructor asked politely. Aside from the official draw, are there other ways to participate in the team competition? Chen Lin asked.
The instructor thought for a moment and replied, in addition to the official lottery, you can also take the initiative to challenge in person. However, those who lose the challenge will have double points deducted, so few people choose this method. When Chen Lin heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up.
Active challenge? This was exactly what he wanted.
Although the team competition is not as good as the individual competition, the rewards are given to the team. Chen Lin thought in his heart.
But even a mosquito leg is still meat.
Besides, every time I challenge myself, I can harvest a lot of shock points.
Why not do it?
Thinking of this, Chen Lin decided to take the initiative to challenge himself and participate in the team competition. Teacher, I want to take the initiative to challenge myself in the team competition. Chen Lin told his mentor his idea. When the instructor heard this, he was shocked.
Chen Lin, are you sure? Taking the initiative to challenge is very risky.
What if you lose? The instructor said with some concern. Besides, a team competition is not an individual competition.
It requires teamwork. No matter how strong you are alone, it will be useless.
I think you should play it safe and choose the official draw.
Several other mentors also nodded, thinking that Chen Lin's idea was too risky.
But Chen Lin shook his head.
Teacher, no one of my level can defeat me.
Chen Lin said calmly.
Even in a team competition, I am absolutely confident.
When the instructors heard this, they all thought Chen Lin was very arrogant.
Such words are even more arrogant than those of the geniuses of the Young family.
But when they thought of Chen Lin's previous achievements, they inexplicably felt that Chen Lin did not seem to be bragging.
Defeating all the geniuses of the Young family and breaking through from level 6 to level 7 overnight, which of these things is not unbelievable?
Since Chen Lin can create so many miracles, maybe he can really create a miracle in the team competition as well. Just when the instructors were hesitating, the president of Imperial Capital University suddenly walked in. I support Chen Lin in taking the challenge.
The principal spoke straight to the point. All the instructors looked at the principal in shock.
They didn't expect that the principal would support such a risky decision.
Principal, this.
A mentor tried to dissuade him. The principal waved his hand, interrupting him. Anyway, we at Imperial Capital University can afford to lose.
The principal said calmly.
It would be great if Chen Lin could improve his ranking and let those high-ranking martial arts families and martial arts schools see the strength of our Imperial Capital University. And I can promise that if Chen Lin can really create a miracle in the team competition, Imperial Capital University will open up all permissions to Chen Lin.
Any resources will be given priority to Chen Lin. The principal's words shocked everyone.
All permissions are open and all resources are supplied on a priority basis. Even the principal's own son may not be able to enjoy such treatment. When Chen Lin heard the principal's promise, he was also excited. With the full support of the school, his cultivation speed can be further improved.
Don't worry, principal. I won't let you down.
Chen Lin said with a smile.
He has absolute confidence in his own strength.
Not to mention people of the same age, even geniuses who are a few years older than him would never be his match. Moreover, the team competition can also allow him to gain a lot of shock value, which is simply killing two birds with one stone.
Then it's settled. The principal nodded.
I will immediately arrange for someone to handle the relevant procedures. Afterwards, Chen-Lin notified other talented people who could participate in the team competition.
Chapter 114, Invincible in the Domain? That's just not strong enough. Chen-Lin's decision completely shocked everyone. The entire Imperial Capital University was in unprecedented shock.
You know, the martial arts university has always been at a disadvantage in front of many families and schools. After all, those families and schools have a long history and rich heritage. Those rare resources could not possibly flow out, and even some top-notch skills were firmly in their hands.
This is also the weakness of the martial arts university, as its foundation is not as good as theirs.
Therefore, there is a saying throughout Dian that the real geniuses are all in families and schools.
Few people really look up to martial arts university. Is Chen-Lin crazy? One of the instructors couldn't help but say with concern. Those families and sects are not comparable to the Yang family.
Their backgrounds are unfathomable.
Yes, the Yang family is just a first-class family in the Magic City. Compared with those ancient heritages, the gap is too big.
Another instructor nodded in agreement.
This is indeed the case.
If Chen-Lin was not there, the strongest genius of the Yang family would be able to crush the entire Imperial Capital University by himself. You know, it's just a first-class family in Shanghai. Now that Chen-Lin wants to take the initiative to challenge those more terrifying existences, everyone is a little hesitant.
Chen-Lin looked at everyone's expressions and understood their concerns. But he has absolute confidence in his own strength.
With the 7th level cultivation, coupled with the terrifying power of the 7th level of the heavenly fire burning world art, he did not believe that any of his peers could compete with him.
Don't worry, everyone.
Chen-Lin said calmly.
Since I dare to challenge, I must be absolutely sure.
At this moment, number 1 suddenly stood up.
I support Chen-Lin's decision.
Although his voice was not loud, it shocked everyone. You know, number 1 has always been low-key and rarely expresses his opinions. Now he actually publicly supports Chen-Lin.
What does this mean?
Chen-Lin looked at the number 1 talent, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
This guy is indeed not simple.
However, a few geniuses who had already graduated snorted coldly.
They thought Chen-Lin was too arrogant. How dare you launch such a challenge just because you defeated the Yang family? It's ridiculous. One graduate said disdainfully. We don't want to embarrass ourselves in front of those families and factions. That's right. If we lose miserably, where will Imperial Capital University put its reputation? Another graduate echoed.
In our opinion, the martial arts school will definitely not get a good ranking and will not be able to enter the Lingquan secret realm.
Winning a few more times will be useless. After saying that, they immediately chose to quit.
Chen-Lin looked at the backs of these people leaving, without any ripples in his heart.
Just quit if you want to. Chen-Lin was too lazy to pay attention to them.
In his opinion, he alone can crush all opponents.
These people staying here would only be a drag.
Now, in the entire Imperial Capital University delegation, almost all the 7th level warriors have withdrawn. Only one person remained in the team.
The remaining vacancies can only be filled by talented students in school.
But everyone understands that those below the 7th level are just making up the numbers.
The only one who can really play a role is Chen-Lin. Chen-Lin, are you sure you want to do this? The principal confirmed again.
The strength of those ancient schools is much more terrifying than you can imagine.
Chen-Lin nodded. Don't worry, principal. I'm absolutely sure.
His tone was full of confidence.
Chen-Lin now no longer takes his peers seriously. Even if they are geniuses from ancient schools, what can they do? In the face of absolute power, everything is false.
The principal looked at Chen-Lin's determined expression and finally chose to support him.
Okay, since you are so confident, let's give it a try. The principal said.
But you have to remember, safety comes first, ranking comes second.
Chen-Lin smiled. Don't worry, principal. I will pay attention.
The next day, Chen-Lin began to check the situation of this competition. Several ancient schools of the Imperial Capital University came out to participate in the competition. The geniuses that emerged from these schools are more terrifying than each other. In their eyes, the 7th level is just the beginning. Chen-Lin looked at the list of participants carefully and thought to himself.
Interesting, it seems we will encounter many powerful enemies this time. He thought to himself. It's a good opportunity to test my true strength now.
Chen Lin picked a school at random as his first challenge target.
Dragon and Tiger School. This is a school that has been passed down for 300 years. Although it declined for a while in the first decade, it is said that a terrifying genius has emerged in recent years. The strength of half a step to the 8th level. And he also comprehended the terrifying supernatural realm. The extraordinary realm is an ability that only 8th level warriors possess.
This genius was able to comprehend it in advance, and it can be said that he has already locked in the 7th level of invincibility.
Extraordinary realm?
Chen Lin looked at the information, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. I'd like to see how powerful the so-called domain is. In the world of martial arts, the extraordinary realm is known as the symbol of an 8th level warrior. There are only a few people in 10,000 who can comprehend a domain at the 7th level.
Moreover, the power of the domain is extremely terrifying and can suppress all warriors of the same level. Within the scope of the field, the one who has gained understanding is the absolute master. This is also the reason why the genius of the Dragon and Tiger School is called the 7th level invincible. But Chen Lin didn't care about it.
In his opinion, the so-called invincibility in the domain is simply that the power is not strong enough.
If the power is strong enough, any skill is meaningless.
One force can defeat 10 skills. This is the ultimate truth of martial arts.
Chen Lin has absolute confidence in his own abilities.
The 7th level of cultivation, coupled with the terrifying power of the 7th level of the heavenly fire-burning world art. He didn't believe that any so-called field could trap him.
It's decided to be you.
Chen Lin smiled. He couldn't wait to meet this so-called 7th level invincible genius. In order to gain more shock value, Chen Lin made a bold decision. He plans to start live streaming.
Let all the warriors in the Great Yan Empire see this battle.
Since we are going to fight, let's fight vigorously. Chen Lin thought in his heart.
We're fighting the elite.
He wanted to let everyone know that Imperial Capital University also had geniuses who could sweep away everything.
Chapter 115, the entire network was in a rage. Did the Martial Arts University dare to challenge the school? A freshman is really crazy, daring to challenge a century-old school? When did the Martial Arts University become so bold?
You're simply overestimating your own abilities.
Many family elders shook their heads, their faces full of disdain.
In their view, people from the Martial Arts University have always been very sensible, know their place, and would never take the initiative to provoke.
I didn't expect that someone would be so arrogant this time.
What made them even more annoyed was that they heard that Chen Lin was going to start a live broadcast on the entire network.
This is simply a slap in the face of all ancient forces. How dare someone from a mere martial arts university be so arrogant?
A family patriarch slammed the table in anger.
Who do they think they are? They actually dare to challenge the genre by live streaming. This is humiliating to all of us. The others also echoed, their faces gloomy. In their opinion, the martial arts university should stay in the corner. When will it be their turn to challenge the ancient forces? After the people from the Dragon and Tiger School heard the news, their faces became even gloomier. This was the first time they were challenged by the martial arts university.
In previous competitions, even when they were at their lowest point, no university dared to treat them like this.
This is simply outrageous. An elder of the Dragon and Tiger School was furious. Are the people at the martial arts university really that bold?
Not to mention that they are now in the golden generation, and have the invincible genius who is half a step to the 8th level in charge. Even when they were at their weakest, no one dared to stroke their beard like this.
Master, let me go meet that ignorant brat. A 7th level peak Dragon and Tiger School genius sneered and spoke. His strength is considered top-notch among the younger generation of the Dragon and Tiger School.
That guy might be quite capable, but don't think you can show off just because you defeated the Young family. The genius's eyes were full of disdain. The strongest man in the Young family is nothing more than trash that can be easily defeated in my opinion. He paused, his tone becoming even more arrogant. There's no need for senior brother to take action at all. That eldest senior brother is the invincible genius of the Dragon and Tiger School who is half a step away from the 8th level. I can beat the people from Imperial Capital University to their knees and beg for mercy by myself. Hearing this, the other disciples of the Dragon and Tiger School cheered. To them, this is the truth. They knew too well the strength of the martial arts university, and it was not worth mentioning at all. At the same time, the news that Chen Lin was going to broadcast live across the entire network also spread quickly on the internet.
The entire internet was in an uproar. Many martial arts universities have cast their eyes on this.
While they thought Chen Lin was crazy, they were also amazed at his courage.
Imperial Capital University is really going big this time.
This guy Chen Lin is really not afraid of death.
To dare to challenge the ancient school live is really bold.
However, most people are not optimistic about Chen Lin. After all, it is a recognized fact that the foundation of martial arts universities cannot compare with those of families and schools with a long history.
Many people felt that Chen Lin was just trying to attract attention and started to laugh at him online. How dare a martial arts university challenge a school? I guess they want to take advantage of the popularity. After all, live streaming can make money. Just wait and see them embarrassed. Various mocking voices came one after another.
But at the same time, many people are curious about this challenge. They wanted to see whether Chen Lin was too arrogant or if he really had some hidden trick up his sleeve. After all, Chen Lin's previous record was indeed amazing. Being able to defeat the genius of the Young family shows that his strength is indeed impressive.
Chen Lin looked at the various discussions online and felt even more excited. This kind of attention is exactly what he wants. The more people pay attention to him, the more shock value he can harvest. How are the preparations going? Chen Lin asked the staff around him. Student Chen, everything is ready. The staff responded respectfully.
The live broadcast equipment has been debugged and can start at any time.
Very good.
Chen Lin nodded with satisfaction.
He couldn't wait to start the show.
A few days later, Chen Lin's application for the team competition challenge was finally approved.
All preparations are ready.
Chen Lin, accompanied by his numbered Yushian Kai and a few other members, set out on the journey to the Dragon and Tiger School. The Dragon and Tiger School is located outside the imperial capital and occupies a large area of land. When Chen Lin and his group arrived at their destination, they saw ancient buildings everywhere.
Pavilions and towers are arranged in an orderly manner, with rockery and flowing water dotted in between.
The entire genre gives people a sense of profound heritage. It's worthy of being an ancient school that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Chen Lin evaluated himself in his heart.
The scale of this building alone shows the strength of the Dragon and Tiger School. This kind of foundation is indeed not something that ordinary forces can possess. However, Chen Lin was not afraid of this. On the contrary, he became even more excited. The stronger the opponent, the more shock value he can harvest. Student Chen, shall we start the live broadcast now? The staff asked. Let's get started. Chen Lin nodded. It's time to let everyone on the internet see this wonderful show. As the live broadcast room opened, countless viewers flocked in instantly. The number of people in the live broadcast room is growing at an alarming rate. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers exceeded 1 million. Fuck, it's really started. Does Chen Lin really dare to challenge the Dragon and Tiger School? Now we're going to have a good show.
Barrages of comments flew by like raindrops, and everyone was paying attention to this unprecedented challenge. Chen Lin was very satisfied as he watched the popularity of the live broadcast room grow wildly.
This kind of attention is exactly what he wants.
Dear viewers, welcome to my live broadcast room. Chen Lin said to the camera. Today, I will represent Imperial Capital University and challenge the Dragon and Tiger School, which has been passed down for hundreds of years. His words instantly ignited the entire live broadcast room. It's really time for a challenge.
Chen Lin is awesome. Wait till you get slapped in the face.
Various voices mixed together and the heat continued to rise. Chen Lin looked around at the Dragon and Tiger School buildings in front of him, and a fighting spirit surged in his heart.
This is his stage today.
He wanted to prove to everyone here that the martial arts university also had geniuses who could crush the ancient schools.
Number 1, are you ready?
Chen Lin looked at the numbered person next to him.
Any time. Number 1 day he still had that calm expression.
It seemed as if what he was about to face was not a powerful school, but an ordinary opponent. Chen Lin was somewhat curious about the calmness of the number 1 talent, but now was not the time to think about that.
So,
Chen Lin took a deep breath and looked at the gate of the Dragon and Tiger School in the distance. Let this good show officially begin. At this time, all the disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect had gathered. They all had gloomy faces and their eyes were full of anger.
Master, those guys are coming.
A disciple came running to report.
And it's actually being broadcast live. Humph, you're looking for death.
The genius at the peak of the 7th level snorted coldly.
Since they want to embarrass themselves in front of the entire internet, let them do it. Today I want to show everyone what it means to overestimate one's own abilities. The entire Dragon and Tiger School was shrouded in this angry mood. In their view, Chen Lin's behavior was a humiliation to them. Since the other party wants to humiliate them, they must fight back tenfold.
Chen Lin stood in front of the gate of the Dragon and Tiger School, feeling the hostility coming from within.
Instead of being afraid, he became even more excited. The stronger the hostility, the angrier the other party is. Angry opponents are more likely to lose their temper. An opponent who has lost his mind is easier to be defeated by him. The eyes of the entire network are focused here. Chapter 116, Boy, kneel down and kowtow and I will let you go.
When the era of high martial arts arrived, it was not martial arts universities but martial arts gyms that first promoted the development of martial arts. These martial arts schools master the ancient martial arts techniques, have a long tradition and profound foundation.
When all races invaded and spiritual energy revived, these ancient martial arts became the first powerful techniques.
At that time, there was no sign of the martial arts university, and the entire Dian martial arts system was controlled by these martial arts schools. As a result, these martial arts schools grew rapidly and subsequently formed powerful martial arts families and various powerful martial arts schools. They have a profound foundation and master the most core martial arts inheritance, which is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. The martial arts university came later.
At that time, an unprecedentedly powerful 9th level warrior appeared out of nowhere and dominated his generation. Even this 9th level warrior finally took a higher step and reached the legendary realm. This forced those families and schools to contribute part of their own skills. Hence, there are martial arts academies all over Dian.
Except for the Great Yan dynasty, the martial arts world in other countries is basically dominated by various family factions, and there is no so-called martial arts university at all. However, those family factions are deeply intertwined, powerful, and have a profound foundation. Even if that terrifying strong man could suppress them, he would not be able to completely convince them. All the skills and resources that can be contributed are just second-rate things. Even the two most powerful universities in the country, Imperial Capital University and Shuimu University, cannot compare to the foundation of any truly first-class family or school.
That's the reality. This is also the fundamental reason why those martial arts families and schools look down on martial arts universities.
Everyone who watched the live broadcast online felt that Chen Lin was too arrogant and had no idea how powerful martial arts families and schools really were.
This kid is too young and doesn't know his place.
He has no idea how terrifying the martial arts family is. Just wait and see him get slapped in the face. Various mocking voices were heard one after another in the barrage. How could those so-called families in various cities that Chen Lin had met before be considered real martial arts families? Only those families with a truly orderly inheritance and many martial arts masters are worthy of this name. The reason why those martial arts families and schools look down on the students of the martial arts university is because they possess too many more powerful skills and various resources that are so rare that they cannot be found in the outside world. For example, there is a family that owns a special small secret realm, which can produce a large amount of various spiritual liquids for tempering the body. Therefore, this family has geniuses with extremely strong bodies from generation to generation. This is something that no other martial arts university can compare to. It's no wonder that these martial arts families and schools are so arrogant. They do have the capital to be proud.
Chen Lin is really going to fail this time. He has no idea about the depth of the Dragon and Tiger School. That's an ancient school that has been passed down for hundreds of years.
The online discussion became increasingly heated, and most people were not optimistic about Chen Lin. The more people talked about it online, the more Chen Lin understood about martial arts families and schools, and the happier he was. Because this kind of slap in the face will bring more shock. The stronger the opponent and the more profound his background, the greater the shock caused when he defeats the opponent. This is exactly the effect Chen Lin wanted. Chen Lin arrived at the main gate of the Dragon and Tiger School, where many disciples of the Dragon and Tiger School were already waiting with eager eyes. They all looked at Chen Lin arrogantly, with disdain in their eyes. In their eyes, Chen Lin is just a little kid who doesn't know his place. He actually dared to challenge their Dragon and Tiger School. He must be tired of living. Among the leading disciples, a warrior at the peak of the 7th level slowly walked out. He had a tiger tattoo on his body and exuded a violent aura. This breath was like a substance, making the geniuses behind Qianlin feel suffocated. Even the expression of the person numbered as Tian Kai changed slightly. This disciple from the Dragon and Tiger School is indeed quite powerful. With the cultivation level at the peak of the 7th level, coupled with the unique skills of the Dragon and Tiger School, his combat power should not be underestimated.
You want to challenge our Dragon and Tiger School? The tattooed warrior looked at Qianlin with a sneer. Boy, do you know what you are doing? Qianlin looked at the other person calmly and did not answer immediately.
He was observing the man's strength. At the peak of the 7th level, his qi and blood are abundant, and his skills are pretty good. He is indeed one of the best among his peers. But in Qianlin's opinion, it is still not good enough. Why, are you scared, silly?
Seeing that Qianlin didn't say anything, the tattooed warrior thought that he was intimidated by his aura. It's not too late to regret now. His tone became even more arrogant.
Kneel down and kowtow to me a few times, so that I can make you suffer less in the next team competition.
Chapter 117, Gang Fight? That's not good enough.
Ah, this kid really doesn't know his place.
What does he think he is? Bullshit from the martial arts university is always bullshit from the martial arts university.
They will never understand the power of the school. They mocked Qianlin wantonly, thinking that he had no idea of the true strength of the school.
They were even unwilling to take a second look at the geniuses behind Qianlin.
Because in their eyes, these people are not even worthy of the title of genius.
You dare call these rubbish geniuses?
Any outer disciple from our sect can crush them.
It's an insult to the word genius.
The disciples of the Dragon and Tiger School made no secret of their contempt. When the geniuses from the Imperial Capital University behind Qianlin heard these words, they were angry but dared not speak out. Facing the genius of the school at the peak of the 7th level, their strength is indeed too weak. Except for Qianlin, no one has the strength of the 7th level.
Any 7th level warrior can easily crush them.
This gap in strength made them feel deeply powerless.
When viewers online saw this scene, they mocked it continuously. See? This is the difference.
The so-called geniuses of the martial arts university are nothing but trash in front of the real schools.
You don't even deserve to be taken seriously. Many powerful people even said bluntly. This is the current situation at the martial arts university.
It's impossible to fight against the high-ranking martial arts families and schools.
They are destined to only look up to our existence. Challenging a genre?
That's a joke. The barrage was filled with various mocking voices.
Most people think that Qianlin has completely hit a wall this time. However, Qianlin was not affected by the aura from the opposite side at all.
He felt the violent pressure emanating from the 7th level peak warrior, and his heart became even more excited.
This feeling of oppression is indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary 7th level warrior. It seems that the training methods of martial arts schools are indeed unique. But that's all. You are just talking nonsense.
Qianlin spoke slowly, his voice as calm as if he was chatting.
Let's start the war right away and don't waste time.
There was an incredible calmness in his tone. It seemed as if what he was about to face was not a terrifying 7th level peak warrior, but a cat or a dog on the roadside.
You crazy? I'm crazier than you.
A smile flashed in Qianlin's eyes. He totally ignored these people, and his undisguised contempt made many disciples of the Dragon and Tiger School furious.
Court death. This kid is really tired of living. I'll make him know what pain is.
The disciples of the Dragon and Tiger School gnashed their teeth.
When have they ever suffered such humiliation? How dare a student from a martial arts university be so arrogant in front of them? It's simply unforgivable. The elders of the Dragon and Tiger sect also looked unfriendly towards Qianlin and his group.
They snorted coldly and said, "Since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish.
The game has started, hurry over. Let's see how long you can hold on." Soon everyone arrived at the training ground of the Dragon and Tiger School.
This place covers an area of several thousand meters, and the ground is made of special rocks. It can withstand the full force of a 7th level warrior without being damaged. The entire training ground was surrounded by spectator seats, which were now filled with disciples and elders of the Dragon and Tiger School. They all had sneers on their faces, waiting to see Qianlin and others make a fool of themselves. Qianlin stood at the edge of the training ground, feeling the atmosphere of the place. As expected of a century-old school, even the training ground is so luxurious.
This kind of foundation is indeed not something that ordinary forces can possess.
Team competitions naturally require playing together. But Chen Lin stopped the people behind him.
Just watch from here, Chen Lin said lightly.
Going up there with your strength will only lead to your death. Hearing this, the geniuses from Imperial Capital University felt both ashamed and fortunate. What is shameful is that my strength is indeed too weak and I am not even qualified to participate in the war.
Fortunately, I don't have to go up and die.
So Chen Lin walked to the center of the venue alone. He stood in the center, closed his eyes, and put on a calm look. It seemed as if what he was about to face was not a life and death battle, but basking in the sun in the park. Seeing Chen Lin's appearance, the people from the Dragon and Tiger School became even more angry.
This kind of disregard is even more infuriating than direct provocation. The warrior at the peak of the 7th level glared at Chen Lin and signaled him with a look.
A disciple in the late 7th stage came out. He is thin but has very tight muscles. He also had a tiger-shaped tattoo on his body, but it was smaller than the one on the 7th level peak warrior.
I know you defeated the Young family's late 7th level disciple.
The disciple spoke to Chen Lin.
But there's a gap between genius and prodigy. The Dragon and Tiger School is a top-tier school. It can't be compared to those second-rate families in the Magic City.
His tone was full of confidence and arrogance.
I can handle you alone.
As soon as he finished speaking, a dark tiger shadow appeared behind the disciple.
This is the manifestation of his martial soul condensed from his true energy.
The power of the late 7th stage was undoubtedly revealed, and the degree of concentration of this true energy alone exceeded that of the strongest genius of the Yang family. Chen Lin's eyes narrowed, and he evaluated secretly in his heart.
The school is indeed powerful. No wonder it can suppress the martial arts university.
The strength of this disciple of the Dragon and Tiger School is indeed much stronger than that of the late 7th level genius of the Yang family. Whether it is the purity of the true qi or the mystery of the exercises, there is an obvious gap.
This is the embodiment of heritage. But that's all.
In Chen Lin's opinion, although he is stronger than the genius of the Yang family, he is still far from good enough.
Die!
The disciple roared, and the pitch-black tiger behind him rushed out instantly. The tiger opened its bloody mouth like an ancient ferocious beast, wanting to bite Chen Lin to pieces in one bite. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire training ground. The audience held their breath, waiting to see Chen Lin being torn to pieces.
However, Chen Lin simply opened his eyes. Golden body technique. Golden light instantly burst out from his body, enveloping him completely. The dazzling golden light made everyone squint their eyes.
Immediately afterwards, Chen Lin simply threw a punch.
This punch looked ordinary, without any fancy moves. But the power is terrifying to the extreme. Boom!
The golden fist shadow collided with the pitch-black tiger.
The result left everyone stunned.
The pitch-black tiger that looked extremely ferocious was like paper in front of the golden fist shadow.
It was blown to pieces in an instant.
The power of his fist did not diminish as it directly hit the disciple of the Dragon and Tiger School. The disciple's face changed drastically, and he quickly circulated his qi throughout his body to defend himself.
But it's totally useless.
The golden fist shadow hit him, instantly shattering all his defenses.
Bang!
The disciple was blown away and rolled on the ground for several times before stopping. Blood was gushing out of his mouth, and he was obviously seriously injured.
One punch. Just one punch. He severely damaged the 7th stage genius of the Dragon and Tiger School. The entire training ground fell silent in an instant.
Everyone was so shocked by this scene that they were speechless. Including the elders of the Dragon and Tiger sect, their eyes widened. This disciple in the late 7th stage is no weakling.
It can also be ranked in the top 20 among all genres. He was seriously injured by just one punch? How is this possible? No. Impossible. This must be fake. How can he be so strong? The disciples of the Dragon and Tiger School looked at this scene in disbelief. The online audience was completely excited. What the hell? What's going on? He defeated the genius of the Dragon and Tiger School with one punch? Is this still a human?
The barrage of comments filled the screen like crazy, and everyone was shocked by the strength displayed by Chen Lin. But this is not the end. Seeing their fellow apprentice being severely injured, the other dozen or so 7th level disciples roared in anger.
Court death! How dare you hurt our junior brother? Let's go together and tear him apart.
They all used their skills, either dragon-shaped chi or tiger-shaped chi, to try to besiege Chen-Lin. More than a dozen terrifying attacks came towards Chen-Lin at the same time. This formation is enough to make any peak 7th level warrior feel despair. However, when Chen-Lin saw this scene, an even brighter smile appeared on his face.
Playing a gang fight? He spoke lightly. That's not good enough. Chapter 118, this is just a single school, let us go to the next one.
After Chen-Lin broke through to the 7th level, his physical strength underwent the most terrifying transformation. Compared to when he was at the 6th level, his strength had increased dozens of times.
This qualitative leap gave him a new understanding of his own strength.
Now, just by activating the golden body technique and the glazed body, his strength is already comparable to when he activated the demonic body before. Feeling the surging power in his body, Chen-Lin sighed inwardly.
No wonder the 8th level is called the limit of the human world. The gap between the 7th and 8th levels is really too big. But now I am qualified to peek into that realm.
Facing the siege of so many 7th level disciples, Chen-Lin stood in place, with glazed golden light spreading from his body.
Those horrific attacks hit him like raindrops hitting rock. It was completely impossible to cause him any harm. That's it?
Chen-Lin sneered in his heart.
The attacks of the Dragon and Tiger School are indeed stronger than those of ordinary warriors, but that is all.
Then, like a real Buddha descending to the world, he began to fight back with the simplest basic boxing techniques. Every punch he throws has earth-shaking power. Those disciples of the Dragon and Tiger School seemed as fragile as children in front of him. He hit them one by one, and they had no chance to fight back.
Ah! Impossible! How is this possible?
The wailing sounds continued one after another, and the entire training ground turned into a living hell.
Chen-Lin's boxing style looks simple, but each punch hits the vital points accurately. It will make the opponent lose their combat effectiveness without taking their lives. This precise control is more terrifying than pure destructive power. In just a few minutes, all of these disciples, who would be considered top talents at any given moment, fell to the ground seriously injured. And Chen-Lin's clothes were not even damaged at all. He stood among the wounded, surrounded by golden light, like a descending god of war. At this time, the live broadcast barrage was completely silent. The audience who were previously mocking Chen-Lin crazily are now unable to say a word. Is this still a human? One person defeated the entire younger generation of the Dragon and Tiger School? It must be fake.
Both the live broadcast room and the Dragon and Tiger School were plunged into silence.
Everyone was completely shocked by this shocking scene.
Those disciples at the peak of level 7 also gasped. They looked at their fellow junior brothers and sisters lying on the ground, and unprecedented fear surged in their hearts. Although these disciples' realms were not as high as theirs, if they joined forces, even they would be in a mess. If you are not careful, you may capsize in the ditch. But now these people couldn't even last a minute in front of Chen-Lin. Only then did they truly realize how terrifying Chen-Lin's strength was.
No wonder he has the confidence to challenge our Dragon and Tiger School.
This kind of strength is beyond common sense.
Is he really just a student at Martial Arts University?
Several 7th level peak disciples were filled with shock.
They began to doubt Chen-Lin's true identity. How could a student from a martial arts university possess such terrifying strength?
The leading 7th level peak disciple barely suppressed the fear in his heart and looked at Chen-Lin and said,
"You are indeed quite capable."
His voice was trembling, but he was trying to remain calm.
"But you're alone. Now I'll show you the true strengths of our Dragon and Tiger School. Let me show you our combined attack technique."
There are two methods of cultivation in the Dragon and Tiger School, one is dragon-shaped chi and the other is tiger-shaped chi. Each disciple can only practice one of them, but the disciple who practices the dragon form can perform a dragon-tiger joint attack with the disciple who practices the tiger form. This combined attack can unleash a force 10 times greater than the combined strength of the two individuals. This is one of the secrets that has enabled the Dragon and Tiger School to be passed down for hundreds of years. If more disciples participate in the joint attack, the power will be further increased. For the sake of our sect's reputation, we, the peak 7th level disciples, absolutely cannot lose to you," the leading disciple said with gritted teeth.
"Otherwise, the entire school will become a laughing stock." Several other 7th level peak disciples also nodded. They have been forced into a desperate situation. If even they were defeated, the Dragon and Tiger School's century-long reputation would be completely destroyed. Dragon and Tiger combined attack formation, start.
The 5 7th level peak disciples quickly took their positions, forming a mysterious formation.
3 of them practiced dragon-shaped chi, and 2 practiced tiger-shaped chi.
In an instant, terrifying pressure erupted from the center of the formation. The shadows of a giant dragon and a tiger entangled in the air, making earth-shaking roars. The entire training ground trembled under this pressure. Spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground, and some buildings that were unable to bear the weight even began to collapse. This has already reached the power of half a step to the 8th level. The elders in the audience watched this scene in shock. They didn't expect that the combined attack of these disciples could reach such a level.
Online viewers also rekindled their hope. Chen Lin is dead now. He definitely can't withstand the attack of a half-step 8th level. The Dragon and Tiger School's foundation is truly remarkable. The barrage became active again.
However, when Chen Lin saw the scene, there was no panic on his face. He carefully felt the pressure and commented in his heart.
It's really good.
It has already reached the threshold of the 8th level. If it were me before, it might have been a bit troublesome.
But now.
Chen Lin curled his lips into a sneer.
It's not enough. The combined attack of dragon and tiger finally took shape.
The dragon roared and rushed into the sky, then swooped down. The tiger broke through the void and pounced on Chen Lin with the power to destroy the world. The two forces converged above Chen Lin's head, forming a huge vortex. The terrifying pressure made the entire training ground tremble.
The power of this attack is enough to easily destroy a hill. Die!
The 5 disciples of the Dragon and Tiger School roared at the same time. However, Chen Lin still stood there, without even using his heavenly demon body. He simply mobilized a little more of his inner energy and threw a simple punch.
Boom!
The golden fist shadow collided head-on with the dragon and tiger combined attack.
The result once again stunned everyone.
The terrifying dragon and tiger phantoms shattered like bubbles in front of the golden fist shadow.
No. Impossible. How could a half-step 8th level attack be so easily neutralized? What kind of monster is this guy?
The 5 disciples of the Dragon and Tiger School opened their eyes wide, totally unable to believe what they saw.
The dragon and tiger combined attack that they were so proud of couldn't even block Chen Lin's punch? A strong backlash force hit instantly.
The 5 people vomited blood at the same time, and their bodies flew backwards like kites with broken strings. He crashed heavily onto the edge of the training ground and lost his combat capability.
The entire young generation of the Dragon and Tiger School was defeated by Chen Lin alone. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone was completely shocked by this scene. Even the attack of half-step 8th level can be easily dispelled. Is this the power that humans can achieve?
Chen Lin stood in the center of the training ground, looking around at the disciples of the Dragon and Tiger School who were lying on the ground. He was calm, even a little disappointed.
I thought it would make me more serious, but I didn't expect that this is all.
It seems that the strength of the martial arts school has also been exaggerated. Chen Lin shook his head and looked at the pale-faced elders in the audience.
Schools are nothing more than that.
His voice was calm, but it exploded like thunder in everyone's heart.
We should go to the next one. Chapter 119, See you in the individual competition.
This was being broadcast live on the entire internet, and Chen Lin's arrogant words would definitely be met with criticism under normal circumstances. But now, Chen Lin's strength has made everyone shut up completely. The online barrage section was dead silent, and no one dared to say a word of rebuttal. The words "the school is just like this" were like a huge rock thrown into the middle of a lake, causing huge waves.
But no one dared to question Chen Lin's qualifications to say this.
Because the facts are right in front of us. All the young disciples of this generation of the Dragon and Tiger School were swept away by Chen Lin alone.
Is this a team competition or an individual competition? The audience can no longer tell the difference.
According to the rules, this should be a team competition, but Chen Lin completed all the battles alone.
And they won in such a crushing manner. This shock has exceeded everyone's imagination. Is this guy really a human? One man defeated the entire younger generation. No one would believe this kind of thing even if it was written in a novel. Netizens sighed silently in their hearts.
They no longer knew what words to use to describe what was happening before their eyes. The elders of the Dragon and Tiger sect were also completely numb. They stared at the tragic scene on the training ground with wide eyes, their minds blank.
How could Chen Lin sweep an entire school by himself?
You know, those who can achieve this are all rare geniuses in top families or schools that appear once in a century. And it must be an existence that has already entered the 8th level. How could Chen Lin, a student at a martial arts university, do such a thing? But the facts are right before their eyes, and they have no choice but to believe it. Chen Lin did win the team competition alone. And in such an easy way. This made them feel deeply desperate. If such a monster really appeared in the martial arts university, could these traditional forces still maintain their status? This is a big trouble. An elder from the Dragon and Tiger School smiled bitterly in his heart. Chen Lin's performance today will surely spread throughout the entire martial arts world. By then everyone will know that the Dragon and Tiger School was trampled upon by a student from a martial arts university. This is a huge blow to their reputation. The geniuses of Imperial Capital University finally recovered from their shock. Fuck! Chen Lin is awesome. This is crazy. We're actually following a monster like this to challenge the genre. Damn it, I thought I was going to die, but I didn't expect this to be the result. They were all dancing with excitement. When they faced the Dragon and Tiger School before, they were filled with fear and despair. Now seeing Chen Lin defeat all his opponents so easily, they felt unprecedented excitement. We are all glad that we didn't quit, otherwise we would have lost a lot. Being able to witness this historical moment with Chen Lin is worth my life. I'll have something to brag about later. They secretly rejoiced in their hearts. If I had quit out of fear, I would be regretting it now. Being able to participate in such a legendary event is definitely one of the most precious experiences in their lives. At this moment, among the defeated disciples of the Dragon and Tiger School, the strongest 7th level peak disciple slowly struggled to stand up. His face was pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still full of unwillingness. Ahem. He coughed violently a few times, then spoke in a cold voice. Chen Lin, you are indeed very strong. I never thought someone like you would appear at the martial arts university. His voice was a little weak, but still full of pride. But if you think you can see through our schools and families, then you underestimate us. Hearing this, Chen Lin raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy has been beaten like this, yet he still dares to say harsh words? We are not the strongest geniuses of the Dragon and Tiger School at all. The disciples said this through gritted teeth. The truly powerful one is our senior brother. That renowned half-step 8th ranked genius. He is also the only genius who can cultivate both dragon form and tiger form at the same time. A supreme genius who has comprehended the profound mysteries of the extraordinary. When he said this, a hint of fanatical admiration flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he had great respect for this senior brother. If it weren't for the senior brother going to practice, you would definitely lose this time. And you definitely won't get a good ranking in the next individual competition. Because those true geniuses are much better than you. As soon as he finished speaking, the training ground fell into silence again. Everyone was thinking about the meaning of his words. Indeed, although the disciples of the Dragon and Tiger School who appeared today are quite powerful, they are not the supreme geniuses as described in the legends of the outside world. The real top talent probably hasn't appeared yet. Online audiences have also become active again. Yes, where is the senior brother from the Dragon and Tiger School? I heard he's a super genius who's half a step to the 8th level. If he were here, the outcome might have been different. The barrage of comments began to flood the screen, and the audience seemed to see hope again. When Chen Lin heard this, he nodded secretly in his heart. No wonder I haven't seen those supreme geniuses that are rumored outside. He had felt something was strange before. According to intelligence, the Dragon and Tiger School should have several extremely terrifying geniuses. But the people I met today, although they are quite strong, are not yet at the legendary level. It turns out that the real geniuses are not here. But Chen Lin didn't care. He has absolute confidence in his own abilities. Even if those so-called supreme geniuses appeared, the result would not change. Chen Lin did not respond to the disciples' provocation. In his view, verbal disputes are meaningless. When the time comes, just rely on your strength to speak. Individual competition, right? Chen Lin spoke lightly. Then see you in the individual competition. His tone was calm, yet full of confidence. It seemed as if those so-called supreme geniuses were nothing more than this in his eyes. This indifferent attitude made the disciple from the Dragon and Tiger School even more angry. But he is now seriously injured and has no strength to fight again. I could only glare at Chen Lin fiercely and swear in my heart. Just wait, you'll see what happens in the individual competition. Chen Lin ignored the other party's resentful look. He turned and walked out of the training ground. The geniuses from the Imperial Capital University behind him also followed excitedly. They are now full of admiration and awe for Chen Lin. It is their honor to be able to follow such a strong person. Just as everyone was about to leave, Chen Lin's communication device rang. It's news from the Martial Arts Association. His challenge application came in quickly. The next challenge is a powerful martial arts family. This family is not comparable to the second-rate forces like the Yang family. But it is a real top-tier wealthy family. A trivial matter. His goal goes far beyond this. Chapter 120, the whole network is in an uproar. Is Martial Arts University going to rise? The Li family of the Imperial Capital is a world-famous family. As a truly first-class family in Daxia, the Li family's reputation is well known. It is rumored that this family has an extremely terrifying strong man above the 9th level, and the family's geniuses are leading the way from generation to generation. In the entire Imperial Capital, the Li family has an extraordinary status. Even those ancient martial arts schools have to show courtesy to the Li family. Such a behemoth cannot be compared with traditional forces like the Dragon and Tiger School. Everyone found it incredible when Chen Lin challenged this family. Because there are too many strong people in this family. The Dragon and Tiger School is weaker than this family, not to mention that Chen Lin is alone. The other students from the Imperial Capital University simply did not have the ability to help Chen Lin. Facing a top-tier wealthy family like the Li family, they can only be spectators at best. However, the live broadcast of Chen Lin's challenge to the Dragon and Tiger School was spread out, causing a sensation on the entire internet again. Holy crap! That Chen Lin is actually going to challenge the Li family. Are you crazy? The Li family is one of the most powerful families in the Imperial Capital. What is Martial Arts University doing? Rebellion? Netizens were talking about it and everyone was shocked by the news. Challenging the Dragon and Tiger School was already crazy enough, but now they were actually going directly against the Li family. This is simply an ant trying to shake an elephant. But some people have begun to re-examine this matter. Wait, we didn't expect that Martial Arts University would rise? If Chen Lin can really succeed in his challenge, the status of Martial Arts University will be completely different. Perhaps this is the beginning of a change in the martial arts world. Some astute observers realized the deeper meaning behind this incident. If such a peerless genius really appeared in the Martial Arts University, the power structure of the entire martial arts world might undergo tremendous changes. The monopoly of traditional families and schools will be severely impacted. This makes many people both excited and worried. When the Li family received this news, everyone scoffed. Chen Lin is indeed very strong, we admit that. An elder of the Li family said with a sneer. But he's just one person after all. Furthermore, the most powerful genius of the Dragon and Tiger School is not here. Chen Lin is just lucky. Our Li family is not comparable to the Dragon and Tiger School. We have far more talent than them in both quantity and quality. Other senior members of the Li family also nodded in agreement. In their opinion, the reason why Chen Lin was able to sweep the Dragon and Tiger School was mainly because the real strong man of the Dragon and Tiger School was not at home. If those geniuses who were half a step to the 8th level were present, the result would definitely be completely different. But their Li family is different. The strongest talents in the family are all here, and their strength completely crushes the Dragon and Tiger School. Let this kid see what true depth is. The head of the Li family spoke lightly. He didn't care about this challenge and was even looking forward to it. If Chen Lin could be severely punished in a live broadcast on the entire network, it would be a huge boost to the Li family's reputation. By then everyone will know that the dignity of traditional wealthy families cannot be challenged. Chen Lin arrived as promised and brought people from Imperial Capital University to the Li family. The Li family's mansion is much more magnificent than the Dragon and Tiger School's dojo. The ancient architectural complex stretches for miles, revealing a profound historical heritage everywhere. Just by looking at this mansion, you can feel the powerful strength of the Li family. Is this the foundation of a top family? Chen Lin evaluated secretly in his heart. It is indeed much stronger than the Dragon and Tiger School, both in terms of building scale and spiritual energy concentration. But none of this matters to him. No matter how gorgeous the appearance is, it cannot cover up the gap in strength.
All the geniuses of the Li family are ready for battle.
They were waiting at the training ground early, ready to give Chen Lin a warning. When the students of Imperial Capital University saw the strength of the Li family's geniuses, they suddenly lost their confidence.
Isn't this too exaggerated? Why do the Li family have so many 7th level geniuses? We really won't be wiped out, right?
They talked in low voices, their eyes full of worry. Although they had witnessed Chen Lin's heroic performance in the Dragon and Tiger School, they still couldn't help but feel fear when facing a lineup like the Li family. Chen Lin was also carefully observing the geniuses of the Li family.
Interesting.
He was curious about the depth of these martial arts families and schools. The number of geniuses in each family and school is staggering. The Li family has more 7th level geniuses than the Dragon and Tiger School, more than 20 in total. There are even more people at the peak of the 7th level. It seems there are at least 7 or 8 of them.
This strength configuration is indeed more than one level stronger than the Dragon and Tiger School. No wonder the Li family can become a first-class family. This family has a deep foundation.
Chen Lin commented in his mind.
But these still can't affect him. The absolute gap in strength cannot be made up by numbers.
Even if the Li family had twice as many geniuses, the result would not change. Chen Lin, just like before, opened his mouth to start the game.
Now that everyone is here, let's get started. His tone remained calm, as if he was not facing a top family, but an ordinary opponent.
This indifferent attitude made the Li family feel looked down upon.
An elder of the Li family sneered and said, "Chen Lin, don't be too proud.
Although you defeated the Dragon and Tiger School, their true genius is not here. And all the half-step 8th level geniuses in our Li family are now at home."
Chapter 121, Suppressing Chen Lin.
The real half-step 8th level appears. When Chen Lin heard that there was a half-step 8th level genius in the Li family, he became even more curious.
Half a step to the 8th level means touching the realm of the 8th level.
After the 7th level, each level of strength improvement will bring about earth-shaking changes, which is much more exaggerated than the gap between the 3rd and 5th levels. This is not just an improvement in strength, but also a leap in the level of life.
Half a step to the 8th level, it's really interesting.
Chen Lin evaluated secretly in his heart. Although he was absolutely confident in his own strength, encountering an opponent of this level would always make the battle a little more interesting. At this moment, the genius who was half a step to the 8th level walked out. He was tall and slender, with a handsome face, but what was most striking was the faint aura of arrogance he carried. When one reaches the 8th level, he can become a warrior at the saint level, forming a ladder of strength with the extraordinary warriors of the 7th level, which is also the step from extraordinary to saint. So even if it is not a true 8th level, it still carries a hint of sacredness. That aura was completely superior to that of a 7th level warrior, and the terrifying pressure was enough to make others breathless.
Chen Lin could clearly feel this pressure. It is indeed much stronger than the ordinary 7th level peak. Is this the power of a half-step 8th stage? He nodded secretly in his heart. Although he has not yet reached the true 8th level, he already possesses some of the characteristics of a high-level warrior. But it was still not enough for him. The students of Imperial Capital University felt the pressure and their faces turned pale instantly. What a terrifying aura! Is this the strength of a half-step 8th level? Can Chen Lin withstand it?
They talked in low voices, their eyes full of worry. This level of oppression was something they had never experienced before, as if even breathing had become difficult. The man looked straight at Chen Lin and said in a cold voice, "Are you the one who defeated the Dragon and Tiger School? But you're lucky you didn't run into that real monster, otherwise you wouldn't have one." His tone was full of disdain and arrogance. Obviously, he did not approve of Chen Lin's previous record. "Since you dare to challenge our Li family, let me show you the power of a true genius." As they spoke, everyone came to the Li family's martial arts training ground. This place is even better than the Dragon and Tiger School's martial arts training ground. The entire training ground covers an area of several thousand square meters, and the ground is paved with special spirit stone bricks that can withstand the full force attacks of high-level warriors without being damaged. Even Chen Lin could see the spiritual stones placed all around him, emitting rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth all the time. It's true that his background is so deep that it's a bit scary. Chen Lin sighed in his heart. The construction cost of this martial arts arena alone probably exceeds the entire assets of the Dragon and Tiger School. This is the gap between top families and ordinary schools. It is not only reflected in the strength of the warriors, but also in the configuration of various resources and facilities.
Online viewers who saw the martial arts arena through the live broadcast also expressed their admiration. Holy crap! This martial arts arena is too luxurious. Those spirit stones look priceless. This is the foundation of a top family. It's terrifying. No wonder the Lee family has been able to stand firm for so many years. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like crazy, and everyone was shocked by the financial strength displayed by the Lee family. Chen Lin still faced all the geniuses of the Lee family alone. The scene looks extremely disparate. There were more than 20 7th level geniuses standing on the Lee family's side, as well as several peak 7th level geniuses. The most terrifying one was the genius who was half a step away from the 8th level. And Chen Lin was the only one here. The other students from Imperial Capital University were completely unable to help and could only watch from the sidelines. The half-step 8th level genius of the Lee family did not take action immediately. He just stood there quietly, emitting his terrifying aura to suppress Chen Lin. The pressure was like a mountain and an ocean, as if it was going to completely crush Chen Lin. Feel the power of a truly powerful person. He spoke with a sneer. In the face of an absolute disparity in strength, all techniques are futile. Chapter 122, Strict Divisions Among Geniuses. The Lee family's greatest strength is swordsmanship. Each of these people held a sword in their hands, and the sword energy was so strong that any powerful true energy would be cut in two by this sword energy, which also made the Lee family famous for its invincibility. Legend has it that several decades ago, a 9th-rank warrior from the Lee family wielded a precious sword and cut off a river with one strike, killing countless 10,000 clans, including a powerful 9th-rank 10,000 clansmen, which shocked the entire Dasha. The swordsmanship displayed by these people nowadays is definitely not as good as that of that strong man, but it is still terrifying. The geniuses from the Imperial Capital University behind Chen Lin were all trembling, fearing that they would be hit by the sword energy, which would either kill them or injure them. The Lee family's swordsmanship inheritance is indeed not simple. Chen Lin evaluated secretly in his heart, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. The sharpness of these sword energies far surpassed that of the dragon and tiger school, each one imbued with terrifying lethality. The sheer intensity of their aura alone was enough to terrify ordinary warriors. But for him, that's all. Chen Lin chuckled and said, "The Lee family's swordsmanship is indeed stronger than the true chi of those people from the dragon and tiger school, but that's all." Before he finished speaking, Chen Lin practiced the golden body technique and glass body to the extreme. His figure grew to about 10 feet tall, and his whole body was emitting golden light, like an ancient god of war descending to the earth. Facing the endless sword energy, he simply clasped his hands together. The vast physical energy and blood burst out in an instant, surging like a mountain torrent and tsunami, shattering all the attacking sword energy. Then, the blazing true energy surged and enveloped the entire training ground. These flames are so terrifying that they can even ignite sword energy. All the Lee family members were unable to resist the terrifying flames. Their true energy and sword energy were completely burned out. If Chen Lin didn't hold back, the next thing would be blood and flesh. What kind of witchcraft is this? Our sword energy was actually burned? What kind of monster is this kid? The Lee family geniuses screamed in horror, completely unable to understand the situation before them. The swordsmanship they were so proud of was as fragile as paper in front of Chen Lin. This blow almost made them collapse. The genius of the Lee family, who was half a step away from the 8th level, finally couldn't bear it anymore. He knew that if he didn't take action, the entire Lee family would lose face. The sword in his hand made a clanging sound, and the sword energy soaring into the sky seemed to be able to split the training ground in two. The strength of the half-step 8th stage was clearly revealed at this moment. The clouds in the sky were shattered and the flames were dispersed. The Lee family geniuses showed hopeful smiles on their faces, as if they saw the dawn of victory. The long sword in his hand was pointing straight at Chen Lin's heart, as if it could pierce through it in the next second. Finally, it looks a bit presentable. Chen Lin secretly evaluated this attack in his heart. The power of this sword was indeed quite impressive, the sword intent was condensed, and the lethality was astonishing. At least it was more than a level stronger than those who had come before. But that's all. But Chen Lin raised his hand and suddenly grabbed the sword. The terrifying sword energy was as gentle as a breeze in his hands and could not cause any harm to him at all. What? The eyes of the half-step 8th rank genius were filled with disbelief. His strongest attack was actually easily neutralized by the opponent. This difference in strength made him feel despair. Chen Lin snapped his fingers, and the terrifying force instantly shattered the sword. The Lee family genius was defeated.
It was no different from the previous defeat of the Dragon and Tiger School members at the hands of Chen Lin. They were just as miserable.
Chen Lin still crushed everyone in the Li family.
The entire training ground fell into dead silence, and everyone was shocked by the result and speechless. Even a genius who was half a step away from the 8th level was defeated so thoroughly. How strong is this Chen Lin? There were originally many voices in the live broadcast room that questioned Chen Lin, thinking that Chen Lin could not deal with the Li family. They have all disappeared at this moment, and the only ones left are those who were shocked by Chen Lin's strength.
Oh shit. Another instant kill. What kind of monster is this Chen Lin? Even the Li family's half-step 8th stage is no match for them.
Martial Arts University is going to dominate the imperial capital. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like crazy, and everyone was completely conquered by this result. A large amount of shock value poured into the system, including the gains obtained from the last challenge to the Dragon and Tiger School. Just from these 2 challenges, Chen Lin earned a shocking value that he had never imagined before.
It's better to do live streaming, it's faster to get the money. He was secretly satisfied in his heart. This method of harvesting shock value was indeed much more efficient than fighting alone.
Taking his eyes off the system panel, Chen Lin looked curiously at the half-step 8th level genius of the Li family who had been seriously injured and had lost his combat ability.
He asked, I heard that top talents like you have extraordinary domains. Why haven't you used them yet? He was indeed curious about this.
According to his understanding, warriors who have reached the half-step 8th level should have mastered the power of the domain. However, in the battle just now, this genius of the Li family did not use it, which surprised Chen Lin. The genius from the Li family was silent for a moment, then managed to sneer with difficulty. His voice was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Chen Lin, you underestimate the true genius.
I'm not a top talent. Chapter 123, can there be more of them? They are too weak.
According to the genius from the Li family, in a powerful family and school like theirs, the only ones who can truly be considered top geniuses are those supreme prodigies who have comprehended the extraordinary realm. If one wants to comprehend the extraordinary realm, the minimum requirement is half a step to the 8th level. The genius of the Li family said that although he was a half step to the 8th level, not every half step to the 8th level could comprehend the extraordinary realm. This was the division among geniuses. Only geniuses who have mastered the extraordinary realm are worthy of standing at the top of the pyramid.
There was a strong sense of envy and resentment in his voice. Extraordinary realm?
Chen Lin silently repeated this word in his mind and became very interested in this power.
It sounds like a higher level of martial arts realm, much more powerful than the ordinary half-step 8th level.
This made him look forward to it.
Chen Lin asked curiously, why aren't these top talents here?
The genius from the Li family glanced at the students from the Imperial Capital University behind Chen Lin and a mocking smile appeared on his face. That's because those top talents are too lazy to get involved in the team competition and are all going out to practice. His tone was full of helplessness.
The key is to improve their own cultivation. The upcoming individual competition is what they are really focused on.
And in the eyes of these families and schools, the martial arts university poses no threat at all.
He looked at Chen Lin and said with a wry smile, who knew a monster like you would appear?
Chen Lin looked as if he understood, this was indeed true. The foundation of the martial arts university is indeed too poor to be compared with the families and schools. Whether it's the inheritance of martial arts techniques or the resources for cultivation, there's a difference of more than one level.
It is understandable that the geniuses from these family schools look down on the martial arts university.
I want to compete with those top talents. Chen Lin spoke, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes.
However, the genius of the Li family shook his head, you are not qualified yet. Because you don't know what the extraordinary realm means.
There was a hint of pity in his voice, as if he was looking at a child who had overestimated his own abilities.
That's a completely different level of power, and it's beyond your current level of understanding. It's the same rhetoric again. Chen Lin became a little impatient and immediately said, what top talents? Can you please send more of them? I can still beat them all.
His tone was full of arrogance and confidence, and he was not at all scared by the other party's words. On the contrary, he became more and more excited.
When it comes to the individual competition, what kind of expressions will they have when these top talents who they praised so highly are easily defeated by themselves? I guess it will be shocking enough.
Chen Lin was secretly looking forward to it in his heart.
Just imagining the scene made him excited. What are these so-called extraordinary realms compared to the system?
He has a golden finger, but he is just a martial arts genius.
When Li Jiatian heard Chen Lin's words, his face turned even paler. You don't understand.
He wanted to say something else, but finally kept his mouth shut.
Forget it.
Chen Lin will naturally know what reality is when the time comes. The horror of the extraordinary realm cannot be understood by words.
After leaving the Li family, the news spread across the internet again.
Martial Arts University Chen Lin swept the Li family again.
Even a half step to the 8th level was killed instantly. How strong is this Chen Lin? It is said that he even boasted that he would beat the top genius.
Various headlines flooded the news, and Chen Lin's fame soared again. Even some of the top talents who were training outside showed interest when they learned that such an incredible genius had emerged from the Martial Arts University.
Martial Arts University? That rubbish school? A genius who can sweep the Li family away has appeared?
Interesting, it seems this individual competition won't be too boring. These talented people were talking about it and became interested in Chen Lin, the dark horse that suddenly emerged. Especially when they saw the live video, Chen Lin didn't seem to care about the top talent, and they all showed disdainful expressions.
A frog in a well.
I have never witnessed the horror of the extraordinary realm. When the individual competition comes, I'll let him see what despair is.
Do you really think you can be invincible by defeating a few half-step 8th stage warriors?
These geniuses all had sneers on their faces and did not take Chen Lin seriously at all. In their eyes, Chen Lin is just a clown who is ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. When he meets a truly strong person, he will naturally be beaten back to his original form. The genius from the Jianghu school who had comprehended the extraordinary realm also saw the news. He was training in the wilderness, and in front of him was a peak 7th level Wanzu. After watching the video, he tore the 10,000 races in front of him into pieces, and blood splattered all over the ground.
Chen Lin from the Martial Arts University?
A cruel smile curved his lips. Soon, during the individual competition, I'll let you know what regret is.
Chapter 124, Yin Yang School, Holy Land of Martial Arts.
This was the first time that Chen Lin had so much shock value, so of course he would not keep it, but would use it directly to improve his strength. He first raised his cultivation directly to the middle stage of the 7th level. Rich qi surged through his body, further widening and strengthening his meridians. His mid-7th stage cultivation made him feel more powerful than ever before, as if his body contained boundless power.
It feels really good.
Chen Lin was secretly satisfied in his heart.
The improvement of cultivation always makes people happy.
He then obtained the highest authority from the principal and obtained several S-level physical training techniques.
The power of these skills is extremely terrifying.
The reason why they are only S-level is because they do not have any special effects and are purely for enhancing physical strength. But this is what Chen Lin needs most.
Splitting mountain technique, iron bone skill, boundless body technique, Vajra body.
In the eyes of ordinary people, these skills are rare and secret manuals, but in Chen Lin's hands they are just tools to improve his physical body. With the help of the crucible of heaven and earth, Chen Lin used the shock value to push these skills to the perfect state. Then, under the operation of the system, these skills began to completely merge together. Chen Lin could clearly feel his body undergoing a transformation, every muscle was being reshaped, and every bone was becoming tougher.
The intertwined feeling of pain and pleasure made him groaning.
When everything was over, Chen Lin's physical strength increased tenfold again. At this time, he used the glazed golden body again, and in an instant he could transform into a terrifying 3-meter size. The terrifying feeling of oppression made the entire room tremble, as if it could not withstand the force. I am now not even comparable to those top-tier 8th order myriad races that rely mainly on their physical bodies. Chen Lin clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes.
This is just my normal self.
If I unleash my full strength, even a strong man in the early 9th stage would be wary of me. The senior executives of Imperial Capital University are also in high spirits now because of the happy event. Chen Lin's 2-team competition challenges directly made the ranking of Imperial Capital University jump to the top 20. You have to know that the top 20 are basically families and sects from all over Daxia, and now there is a martial arts university.
How can they not be excited? This kid Chen Lin is simply the lucky star of our school.
The principal was so happy in his office that he couldn't stop smiling. Before, our Wudao University wasn't even worthy of carrying shoes in front of these aristocratic families, but now we can stand on equal footing with them. Other senior executives also nodded in agreement, their faces filled with excited smiles.
This feeling of being proud is really great. At this time, Chen Lin also tasted the sweetness. The shock value came too quickly, and my own strength increased faster and faster. The team competition is simply the perfect platform to boost his shock value, and he decided to carry out this mode to the end. Not only do we have to go through the team competition again, but we have to go through it thoroughly. Chen Lin was secretly planning in his mind, with a greedy glint in his eyes. Since this road is so easy to walk on, there is no need to be polite. The school's top management immediately gave Chen Lin the challenge of applying for a team competition. In addition to the imperial capital, big cities such as the Magic City and the Elf City are also within the application scope. With the full support of the school, Chen Lin challenged several families and schools in other cities in the next few days. Every challenge is a sweep, and every challenge shocks the entire network. Chen Lin from Budo University creates another legend. The three great families of the Demon City were defeated together. Even the ancient family of Elf City is vulnerable. Various news headlines appeared one after another, and Chen Lin's reputation spread throughout Daxia. The entire network thinks that Chen Lin is already the strongest person under the top genius. Except for those evildoers who have mastered the extraordinary realm, no one should be Chen Lin's opponent. This guy is a monster. Martial Arts University is really going to rise this time. The discussion among netizens became more and more heated, and Chen Lin's shock level was also increasing wildly. However, Chen Lin still did not see the extraordinary realm. It seems that what the genius from the Li family said was right. These top talents are all preparing for the individual competition and are too lazy to participate in such a small fight as the team competition. What a pity! Chen Lin sighed secretly in his heart. He wanted to see the power of the extraordinary realm as soon as possible. But it doesn't matter, we will meet each other in the individual competition anyway. Soon Chen Lin will start a new team competition challenge. As long as they win this time, Imperial Capital University will be able to enter the top 5. This time, Chen Lin locked on a target, which was the Yin Yang School, one of the top 3 schools in the Imperial Capital. When this news spread, everyone was shocked by Chen Lin again. Because the Yin Yang School that Chen Lin challenged is known as the Holy Land of Martial Arts. Is Chen Lin crazy? The Yin Yang School is a sacred place for martial arts. All the geniuses there are monsters. I'm afraid Chen Lin is going to hit a wall this time. There was a lot of discussion on the internet, and everyone felt that Chen Lin had gone too far this time. The Yin Yang School is not comparable to those previous families. It is a true holy land of martial arts inheritance with thousands of years of history. Every disciple there is a genius who has been carefully selected, and the skills they practice are also the most advanced secrets. More importantly, the Yin Yang School has always been famous for cultivating top talents. It is said that among their disciples there are several supreme geniuses who have mastered the extraordinary realm. I'm afraid Chen Lin is going to fail this time. The Yin Yang School is no joke. They can easily send out a few disciples to sweep away other families. Chapter 125, Chen Lin? I will make him feel desperate. Only the top schools are qualified to be called the Holy Land of Martial Arts, and the Yin Yang School is one of them. This school has produced countless 9th-level experts, and they are truly giants. In the entire martial arts world of Daxia, the status of the Yin Yang School is like Mount Tai, and countless martial artists look up to it. Their martial arts tradition can be traced back thousands of years, and each of their disciples is the elite among the elites. More importantly, the strong people who came out of the Yin Yang School are spread throughout Daxia, occupying important positions in the government, military, and major forces. How could such a behemoth be compared to any ordinary family or sect? This time, voices questioning Chen Lin appeared again on the internet. Chen Lin really went too far this time. The Yin Yang School is no joke. Those families he challenged before weren't even worthy of carrying shoes in front of the Yin Yang School. Because the Yin Yang School is so famous, no one knows how many geniuses there are in the Yin Yang School, which is known as the Holy Land of Martial Arts. Even those who are half a step to the 8th level, everyone speculates that there will be several. The most important thing is, no one knows how many geniuses in the Yin Yang School there are who can truly comprehend the extraordinary realm. But everyone felt that there might be more than one. It is said that each of the core disciples of the Yin Yang School has the strength to challenge the invincible ones of the same level. The Yin Yang technique they practice is said to be a heavenly level secret technique. Chen Lin had only dealt with second and third-rate bastards before. This time, he's encountered a true Holy Land inheritance, and I'm afraid his true form will be revealed. There was another round of noise on the internet, and everyone felt that Chen Lin might hit a wall this time.
Even those fans who previously supported Chun-Lin are now beginning to waver. After all, the reputation of the Yin Yang school is too great, and opponents of this level are no joke. After hearing the news, the people from the Yin Yang school all scolded Chun-Lin for overestimating his own abilities.
Is this Chun-Lin crazy?
We are a holy place of martial arts, he is seeking death.
A mere student from a martial arts university dares to challenge our Yin Yang school?
You should know that their Yin Yang school has more than one person who is half a step to the 8th level. In addition to the top genius who was training outside, there are 4 half-step 8th level people inside the sect. These 4 half-step 8th level disciples are the core disciples carefully trained by the Yin Yang school, and each of them has amazing talent and strength. More importantly, they practice the purest Yin Yang techniques, which are far more powerful than ordinary martial arts. For half-step 8th level masters, just send 2 of them out and they can sweep away the other families.
This Chun-Lin probably doesn't know his place.
Let him see what a true genius is. The strongest one among the 4 half-step 8th level cultivators showed a cruel smile on his face at this moment. His name is Li Wuji, and he is the chief disciple of this generation of the Yin Yang school.
He is gifted and powerful.
At this moment, the Yin and Yang Qi outside his body were constantly flowing, and the black and white Qi were slowly rotating like a Tai Chi diagram. Under the influence of this true energy, the surrounding space began to undergo subtle changes, as if the prototype of a terrifying domain was forming.
Although I haven't truly and completely comprehended the extraordinary realm yet.
Li Wuji spoke slowly, his voice filled with murderous intent.
But it's enough to deal with Chun-Lin.
This time, I must make him understand that the strength of top talents is beyond his reach. There was a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had met an opponent worthy of serious consideration. Although Chun-Lin is arrogant, he has been able to successfully challenge so many times in a row, so he should still have some strength. It's a good opportunity for him to practice and test the results of his recent training.
The other 3 half-step 8th level cultivators also spoke at this moment. Brother is right.
This time, we must make Chun-Lin feel despair.
Let him know what it means to be a frog in a well.
The dignity of our Yin Yang school cannot be challenged. These core disciples are all arrogant and proud people. When they go out, they are treated as guests of honor wherever they go. Now someone actually dares to challenge their Yin Yang school, which is simply an insult to them. This time, the 4 of us will attack together and we must defeat Chun-Lin completely.
We can't let outsiders think that our Yin Yang school is easy to bully.
We must let the entire martial arts world know the consequences of challenging a martial arts holy land.
The next day, Chun-Lin brought his men to the Yin Yang school.
From a distance, the gate of the Yin Yang school exudes an ancient and majestic atmosphere. A huge Yin Yang Tai Chi diagram is carved on the mountain gate, emitting a faint light, as if it contains infinite mysteries. Dozens of disciples stood on both sides of the mountain gate, each of them had an extraordinary aura and were obviously the elite among the elites.
Is this the aura of a martial arts holy land?
Chun-Lin nodded secretly in his heart. It was indeed much stronger than the families he had challenged before. The grand display alone reveals the profound background of the family. However, he still maintained a calm expression on his face, as if all this was within his expectations. He started the live broadcast with ease, and a large number of people instantly flocked into the live broadcast room.
Fuck! Chun-Lin is really here. This is a challenge to the Yin Yang school. Oh my god, this scene is so shocking. The gate of the Yin Yang school is so majestic, how terrifying must the masters inside be?
The audience kept posting comments, and the entire live broadcast room exploded in an instant. Countless people flocked into the live broadcast room to watch this unprecedented challenge. Chun-Lin looked at the dense barrage of comments in the live broadcast room and felt secretly satisfied.
With this kind of attention, the shock value gains later will definitely be considerable. He cleared his throat and spoke to the camera.
They say that top geniuses who have comprehended the extraordinary realm are amazing.
I hope to see them this time. Chapter 126, A slight mistake can lead to a huge mistake.
This time, Chun-Lin challenged a behemoth like the Yin Yang school. Not only geniuses from various martial arts universities but also people from those families and schools watched the live broadcast, which almost occupied the majority of the audience. Compared to ordinary warriors, they know more and can better understand the differences between geniuses. The gap is countless times larger than ordinary people can imagine, day by day and step by step. The barrage in the live broadcast room flew up, and dense comments floated by like snowflakes.
Chun-Lin is really going to hit a wall this time.
The Yin Yang school is no joke, it's a sacred place for martial arts.
Even the half-step 8th stage is divided into different levels. Those who come from the holy land of martial arts will definitely crush the others. Those that Chen Lin challenged before were nothing but rubbish in front of the Yin Yang school. This time the barrage is more intense and more knowledgeable than ever before. Many comments were saying that Chen Lin was challenging a martial arts Holy Land level existence, and as a half-step 8th level warrior, he would definitely be stronger than the others. Now, the talented students of the Imperial Capital University behind Chen Lin have also witnessed the horror of the schools and families, and naturally they are in awe of this martial arts Holy Land that is more highly regarded. They also know that what is said in the barrage is true, and the gap between geniuses is too big. Chen Lin, why don't we just forget it? Yes, Imperial University's current ranking is already very good. There's no need to take such a big risk. Chen Lin could feel the fear in the hearts of his classmates as he heard their uneasy voices behind him. The discussion in the barrage became more and more heated, and many people from different families and schools were talking in the barrage. Chen Lin may have reached the strength of a half-step 8th level, but he will still suffer a great loss when facing those unimaginable evil geniuses. The people at martial arts universities simply don't understand the horror of the extraordinary realm. That's a horror you can only understand if you experience it yourself. I once saw a genius who mastered the extraordinary realm. He was only half a step away from the 8th level and killed an 8th level warrior. Chen Lin is really finished this time. Chen Lin looked at these comments, but there was no fluctuation in his heart. Instead, he was somewhat looking forward to it. Was he finally going to meet a truly powerful enemy? Although the challenges during this period brought him a lot of shock value, to be honest, those opponents were too weak and could not satisfy him at all. The Yin Yang School is known as the Holy Land of Martial Arts. There are definitely quite a few half-step 8th level people in it. It is very likely that there will be geniuses who have never been heard of by the outside world and have comprehended the extraordinary realm. The instructors from Imperial Capital University who came with the delegation also had serious expressions. They told Chen Lin, it is difficult for even an 8th level warrior to master the extraordinary realm. Once you master it before the 8th level, you will definitely be a supreme genius. Those powerful half-step 8th rank geniuses before them were nothing more than ants that could be easily crushed to death in their eyes. One of the instructors nodded repeatedly, saying that he had seen such a genius on the battlefield. With a body that is half a step away from the 8th level, he relied on the extraordinary domain to slaughter several 8th level myriads and a group of peak 7th level beings. That battle completely overturned my understanding. The power of the extraordinary realm is far beyond imagination. At this point, everyone retreated a little. Everyone felt that the current ranking of Imperial Capital University was good enough. After all, as a martial arts university, it was among the top universities, which was enough for them to obtain rewards, namely the body-tempering spiritual liquid in the Lingquan secret realm. Chen Lin, there's really no need for us to take risks. Yes, it's not too late to quit now. If I really encounter a genius who masters the extraordinary realm, it will be over. The classmates tried to persuade Chen Lin to be more rational. Chen Lin shook his head. Only then did he understand why the martial arts university had not developed as well as the families and schools over the years. In addition to the problem of their own background, these people don't even have the intention to move forward courageously. A warrior who shrinks back will never reach the pinnacle. Chen Lin's voice was not loud, but it shook everyone's hearts like thunder. The talented students of Imperial Capital University lowered their heads after hearing what Chen Lin said. They knew that what Chen Lin said was right, but they really couldn't muster up the courage to face such a terrifying opponent. However, at this time, people from the Yin Yang school came out. In an instant, terrifying pressure swept over like a landslide and tsunami. Leading the group were 4 warriors who were half a step to the 8th level. Their aura was much stronger than those of the Li family. Following closely behind them were nearly 24 half-step 8th level warriors. 10 half-step 8th level? My God, is this the foundation of the Holy Land of Martial Arts? Imperial Capital University is really doomed this time. The live broadcast room exploded again, and everyone was shocked by the strength displayed by the Yin Yang school. This kind of lineup is simply a crushing existence. Chen Lin felt the aura emanating from these people and nodded secretly in his heart. It is indeed much stronger than the opponents we have encountered before, but that is all. What really concerned him was the special aura faintly emanating from the 4 leading figures. The feeling was wonderful, as if the space around them was undergoing subtle changes. Could this be the prototype of the extraordinary realm? Chen Lin thought to himself, it seems that I will really need some interesting opponents this time.
The half-step 8th stage cultivators of the yin-yang school all spoke up. Qianlin is right. Courage is indeed very important. But courage is vulnerable in the face of true strength. Today I'll show you what a true genius is. Let you understand what despair is. Their words were full of arrogance and disdain, as if Qianlin was just an ant that could be crushed to death with ease. At this time, the elder of the yin-yang school also slowly spoke. This was an old man who looked to be in his 60s, but the aura he exuded was extremely terrifying. After reaching the 7th level, even a slight error can lead to a huge mistake. The elder's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. A genius should be high and mighty. People like Qianlin are just grasshoppers. Chapter 127, The Terrifying Background. At this time, the people of the yin-yang school treated Qianlin as a jumping flea that could be defeated with ease. After all, these people are used to being superior. With the title of a martial arts holy land on their shoulders, how could they look down on people from a martial arts university? In their eyes, the martial arts university is just a gathering place for a group of civilian martial artists with no background or foundation. Their yin-yang school has been passed down for thousands of years and has a profound foundation. Every genius that comes out of it is a carefully cultivated, unpolished gem. The two sides are not on the same level at all. Qianlin glanced at the person in front of him, frowned slightly, and a hint of disappointment surged in his heart. He said, "If these are the only ones, they still can't stop me." As soon as the words fell, the whole scene fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Qianlin's arrogance. How dare this guy be so arrogant in front of the holy land of martial arts? At this time, more people flocked into Qianlin's live broadcast room. The number of online viewers has exceeded 8 million, and even some people abroad are following this competition. More and more families and schools paid attention to Qianlin, and Qianlin's words hurt them deeply. Too arrogant. This Qianlin really doesn't know his place. Those who graduate from martial arts universities have never seen the world. If you really encounter a genius with extraordinary abilities, you will definitely know what regret is. Just wait and see. Qianlin is going to fall flat on his face this time. Barrages of comments flew like snowflakes, and almost everyone felt that Qianlin was too arrogant. People from families and sects were even more indignant. They felt that Qianlin was challenging the authority of the entire martial arts world. How could a warrior of common origin dare to look down on the holy land of martial arts? Qianlin could feel the hostility and disdain coming from all around him, but he felt nothing in his heart. He had long expected these people's reactions. After all, class stratification is deeply rooted in this world. They are used to looking down on everyone, so naturally they cannot accept the challenge of a commoner. But the more this happened, the stronger Qianlin's fighting spirit became. Today he will use his strength to prove that background does not determine everything. Although the people from the yin-yang school were a little angry after hearing Qianlin's words, they didn't say much. The strongest few people showed a barely noticeable smile on their faces, as if Qianlin would not cause as much waves in their yin-yang school as before. Ignorance is fearlessness. The half-step 8th ranked genius in the lead sneered, "When you see the true difference in strength, you won't be so arrogant anymore." His tone was full of absolute confidence, as if Qianlin was just an ant that could be crushed to death at any time. The atmosphere became increasingly solemn, and both sides came to the training ground. The yin-yang school's training ground looked bare, without any special decorations. But the moment Qianlin stepped onto the martial arts arena, he felt a hint of unusual aura. Although the ground beneath your feet looks ordinary, it contains some mysterious power. The feeling was very subtle, as if the entire training ground was enveloped by some invisible force. The people from the yin-yang school seemed to sense that Qianlin had noticed something, so they said proudly, "This martial arts arena was personally arranged by our sect's founder, who was above the 9th level. There is a special magic array underground. Once someone starts fighting on it, that power will completely protect the surroundings, and it can even withstand the full force attack of a 9th level warrior without being damaged for a short period of time. At the same time, it can also protect the important buildings of the yin-yang school and ensure that they will not be affected by the aftermath of the battle." The speaker was an elder of the yin-yang school, his tone full of pride. These words hit everyone's heart like a bolt from the blue. A magic array personally arranged by a being above the 9th level? Protection that can withstand the full force attack of a 9th level warrior? Only then did Qianlin truly feel how terrifying the background of a place known as a martial arts holy land was. The expressions of the geniuses and mentors who followed Qianlin changed even more. This background was too terrifying. Imperial Capital University couldn't even imagine such a move.
Oh my god, a magic array set up by a being above the 9th level? Is this the foundation of the holy land of martial arts?
Compared to them, Imperial University is just a beggar. Behind him came the shocked whispers of his classmates, and Chen Lin could feel the shock and inferiority in their hearts.
People in the live broadcast room were talking about it. See? This is the essence of the genre. People with Chen Lin's background can only go so far. The gap in foundation is too huge, it's simply insurmountable.
A martial arts holy land is a martial arts holy land.
Not just any random person can challenge it.
Some viewers who came from commoner backgrounds like Chen Lin wanted to speak for Chen Lin, but were drowned out by the speeches of people from these families and schools. Moreover, many people dare not offend these behemoths even online, for fear that their IDs will be remembered and they will retaliate in real life. Chen Lin looked at the mocking comments in the live broadcast room, and his heart became calmer. He had anticipated this kind of situation a long time ago. The difference in background was indeed an objective reality.
But what if it has a profound foundation? So what if it has been passed down for thousands of years?
Today he will use his fists to tell everyone that strength is the only truth in this world. However, Chen Lin was not frightened by these backgrounds, but his eyes lit up instead.
Since there are such complete protection measures here, he doesn't have to worry about accidents during the battle. At least I can fight freely without worrying too much. This is actually a good thing for him.
Chen Lin said to the people from the Yin Yang school opposite him, "Come on, let me see the power of the geniuses from the Holy Land of martial arts."
Chapter 128, Crush It with One Foot.
Chen Lin stood in the center of the martial arts field, his transcendent aura attracting everyone's attention. He stood there, his posture straight as a pine tree, his eyes calm as water, as if the enemies in front of him were just a group of ants.
Even the elders of the Yin Yang school couldn't help but be amazed.
This kid is indeed a genius, with an extraordinary temperament. It's a pity that my background is so poor, so my upper limit is only this. Without sufficient foundation, you are destined not to go further. Several elders shook their heads and sighed, with a hint of regret in their tone. In their view, no matter how high one's talent is, it still requires resources and inheritance to build up, and these are exactly what the martial arts university lacks the most. However, the eyes of the Yin Yang school disciples turned cold. In their eyes, Chen Lin was challenging the authority of the Holy Land, which was absolutely intolerable.
Let me meet him.
Among them, a warrior who was half a step to the 8th level came out. He was the best among the younger generation of the Yin Yang school. He was tall and slender, with a stern face and eyes that flashed with the Yin and Yang energies. In an instant, terrifying Yin and Yang chi flowed out of his body, sweeping across the entire training ground like a bursting dam. This true energy is extremely special, half of it is as black as ink, and half of it is as white as snow. The two completely different forces are perfectly integrated together. The ground of the martial arts arena was instantly covered by this true energy, and it seemed to turn the surroundings into a muddy swamp. Chen Lin could clearly feel that the air around him became sticky, as if he was trapped in an invisible bondage.
Is this the signature technique of the Yin Yang school?
Chen Lin nodded secretly in his heart. He was indeed much stronger than the opponents he had met before. The true chi cultivated by this top school is the best in the same realm.
An ordinary half-step 8th level warrior would move at least half as slowly in front of someone from the Yin Yang school.
The audience in the live broadcast room were all exclaiming,
"Holy crap! Is this the Yin Yang school's technique? This is terrifying. Chen Lin can't even move.
Yin Yang Chi is indeed worthy of being the ultimate skill of a top school.
Chen Lin is finished now. How can we fight him when he can't even move?"
Before this attack, those members of the Li family didn't even have a chance to resist.
The barrage of comments flew like snowflakes, and everyone was shocked by this horrifying scene.
Chen Lin could feel that his movements were indeed restricted, but the degree was far less serious than it seemed to the outside world. If it were the geniuses of the Li family who came before, their true chi would not even cause any splashes when it fell into the Yin Yang true chi. This half-step 8th level genius from the Yin Yang school showed his powerful side, and the Yin Yang chi continued to surge towards Chen Lin like a tide. However, this genius who was half a step to the 8th level had a solemn expression on his face. Because he was surprised to find that although his Yin and Yang chi enveloped Chen Lin, the impact was minimal. Chen Lin stood there, motionless, his face as calm as water. Although it seemed like he had the upper hand in the eyes of outsiders, he was very clear that Chen Lin didn't seem to be taking it seriously at all.
This feeling gave him an ominous premonition.
He immediately winked at the several people next to him who were half-step to the 8th level. The people around him also knew that Chen Lin was stronger than they had imagined, so they joined in the attack. In an instant, 4 geniuses of the Yin Yang school who were half a step to the 8th level attacked at the same time. The terrifying Yin and Yang chi became even more exaggerated, and the black and white energy erupted like a mountain torrent. It seemed as if the whole world was divided into black and white, and the Yin and Yang energies were constantly rotating in the air, forming a huge Tai Chi pattern. The entire training ground was enveloped by this terrifying force, even the air was shaking violently.
Chen Lin remained motionless, standing there quietly.
Everyone in the live broadcast room felt that Chen Lin had finally hit a wall.
Ha ha! See if this kid is still arrogant.
4 half-step 8th level warriors attacked together, even gods would be forced to kneel.
Dare to look down on the school and family? This is the end. Chen Lin is finished. Completely finished.
Students at the martial arts university should stay put and not embarrass themselves. The geniuses behind him and the instructors from the Imperial Capital University all felt that it was all over.
Chen Lin couldn't even move. How could he possibly win this team battle? Do we have to rely on those 5th and 6th level students from Imperial Capital University? This is simply a fantasy. It's over, it's completely over. Chen Lin is really going to fall this time.
4 half-step 8th stages attacking together, who can withstand this? The students sighed, their faces filled with despair. Just when everyone thought that Chen Lin was doomed to fail, something unexpected happened.
Chen Lin suddenly moved.
During this period, his realm has broken through to the peak of the 7th level, and he has also practiced several complete bodybuilding exercises. The Vajra body technique, the glazed body technique, and the immortal golden body technique, 3 top-level body refining techniques are running simultaneously. His physical strength alone is enough to crush his previous self several times over. I saw a golden light flash in his eyes, and his body suddenly swelled up. The terrifying power of chi and blood gushed out of his body like a volcanic eruption, and the golden light instantly illuminated the entire training ground. At this moment, Chen Lin's body seemed to have transformed into an ancient god of war, exuding unshakable majesty.
Break it for me!
Chen Lin shouted angrily and suddenly raised his right foot. This kick contained all his strength, a perfect fusion of his body, true energy, and will.
Boom!
With one step, he crushed the overwhelming Yin and Yang chi. The black and white energy instantly dissipated, and the huge Tai Chi pattern was also crushed to pieces. The terrifying power wave swept out like a tsunami, even shaking the magic circle under the training ground.
The magic circle emitted a faint light, protecting the entire ground and everyone around it.
How is this possible? The 4 half-step 8th level geniuses of the Yin Yang school took several steps back at the same time, their faces as pale as paper. They looked at Chen Lin with eyes full of disbelief, as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world.
The Yin Yang chi that 4 people jointly displayed was actually crushed by 1 foot?
This completely overturned their cognition. The elders of the Yin Yang school were especially shocked, because they did not expect that Chen Lin's body could reach this level.
Pure physical strength? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How did he practice?
The elders exclaimed in surprise, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. The live broadcast room was completely in chaos.
What the hell? What did I see? Crush the combined attack of 4 half-step 8th level warriors with 1 kick? Is this still a human? How strong is Chen Lin's body? Chapter 129, do you think this is my full strength?
Everyone in the live broadcast room was also dumbfounded. Countless audiences stared with their eyes wide open, as if they couldn't believe what had just happened.
Someone posted a comment in surprise, am I seeing this right?
The Yin Yang school has 4 geniuses who are at the half-step 8th level.
With so many top geniuses attacking together, Chen Lin actually crushed the siege with just 1 kick? This is too outrageous.
I feel like my worldview has been turned upside down. Is this still human? He said, crushing the combined attack of 4 half-step 8th level warriors with 1 foot. Everyone was sweating profusely, as this kind of strength was completely beyond their comprehension.
Half a step to the 8th level. That's a top talent who was about to step into the 8th level. For such geniuses joined forces, but they couldn't even block Chen Lin's kick? This is simply a fantasy.
The geniuses from the martial arts university far away in the Magic City thought that the Imperial Capital University would definitely make a fool of itself this time. They were waiting in the live broadcast room early, ready to see Chen Lin make a fool of himself. He had previously mocked Chen Lin in the live broadcast room for overestimating his own abilities, saying that a piece of trash from the martial arts university dared to challenge the holy land of martial arts.
As a result, Chen Lin's kick directly shattered their confidence. This is impossible. How come Chen Lin is so strong? We still have to play a personal match with him? These people looked at each other online and saw deep fear in each other's eyes. Because in the next individual competition, they will encounter such a monster. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Someone murmured in a trembling voice, "When will a martial arts university be able to cultivate such a terrifying monster? This is totally unscientific. Isn't the martial arts university short on resources? Doesn't it lack foundation? Why can such a genius be cultivated?" Everyone fell into deep confusion and fear.
At Imperial Capital University, all the senior executives were watching the live broadcast nervously. When everyone saw Chen Lin's kick, their hearts skipped a beat.
So shocking. It's incredible. Immediately afterwards, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was deeply shocked by this scene and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long moment, the principal slowly spoke. "Chen Lin's strength, could it really be comparable to those geniuses who have comprehended the extraordinary realm?" This sentence was like a bombshell, making everyone present hold their breath.
The extraordinary realm is the symbol of an 8th level strongman.
Chen Lin is only at the peak of level 7 now. Does he really have the strength to challenge level 8?
No one responded, but there was a hint of expectation in everyone's eyes. If Chen Lin is really that strong, then Imperial Capital University might be able to create a miracle this time. The number of people in the live broadcast room is increasing, and the number of online viewers has exceeded 10 million. Everyone was deeply shocked by the terrifying strength displayed by Chen Lin.
Too strong. Chen Lin is too strong. Is this the strongest 7th level genius in the Chinese martial arts world?
I now seriously suspect that Chen Lin has already reached the 8th level of strength.
You can achieve this level without the supernatural realm? I can't believe it. Now, everyone has a common idea in mind. That is, even without comprehending the extraordinary realm, Chen Lin was already the strongest genius below the 8th level. This conclusion shocked and awed countless people. The strongest under level 8. What a horrible evaluation.
At this moment, the 4 geniuses of the Yin Yang school who were half a step to the 8th level opposite had just calmed down the surging true qi in their bodies. Their faces were pale, and for the first time, their eyes revealed real horror towards Chen Lin. The previous contempt and disdain were gone, replaced by deep fear and awe. They were all secretly complaining, "Where on earth did this freak Chen Lin come from? Could it be that he was a disciple trained by some hidden sect and was specifically making fun of them? Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why a student from a martial arts university would possess such terrifying strength. How did this guy cultivate? When did the martial arts university have this level of teaching? I feel like the education we received since childhood is wrong." They looked at each other and saw the bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. They have been instilled with the idea that martial arts universities are inferior since childhood, and that only schools and families can cultivate true geniuses. But the current reality has slapped them in the face. Chen Lin watched these people calm down their true energy and had no intention of pursuing them. He stood there quietly, his expression calm as water, as if he had just done something insignificant. This nonchalant attitude made the Yin Yang school geniuses on the opposite side even more angry. Damn it! How dare this guy look down on us? Does he think that this is all we have? How arrogant! He simply doesn't take us seriously. The geniuses of the Yin Yang school on the opposite side all felt that Chen Lin looked down on them too much. Giving them a chance to breathe during the battle is a naked humiliation. The leading half-step 8th rank genius glared at Chen Lin and said through gritted teeth, "Boy, don't be too complacent. We were just careless just now. Next, we will let you see the true power of the Yin Yang school. Then you'll know what regret is." Several others echoed this, with flames of anger burning in their eyes. They would never allow a student from a martial arts university to be so arrogant in front of them. Today we must save the reputation of the Yin Yang school. Chen Lin listened to these people's threats without any ripple in his heart. In that kick just now, he had indeed only used 30% of his strength. He mainly wanted to test the quality of these so-called geniuses, but the results were somewhat disappointing. It seems that although the Yin Yang school has a profound foundation, the quality of the talent of the younger generation is just so-so.
Chen Lin sneered and asked, "Do you think this is my full strength?" Chapter 130, The True Genius Appears, and the Prototype of the Field Takes Shape. The people present in the audience in the live broadcast room all gasped when they heard Chen Lin's words. What's the meaning? So Chen Lin didn't even use his full strength just now, but just broke their joint attack with a casual kick? Is this still what a human being would say? If that's not his full strength, then how terrifying is his true strength? I've started to doubt my life. The live broadcast room was flooded with comments, and countless viewers were shocked speechless by Chen Lin's casual words. Chen Lin sneered in his heart, he really didn't lie. Although the kick just now looked powerful, it was just a casual move for him. With 3 body refining techniques running simultaneously and his chi cultivation at the peak of the 7th level, he still didn't even fully understand his current strength. The 4 geniuses of the yin-yang school opposite had extremely gloomy expressions. They felt unprecedented humiliation. As geniuses in the holy land of martial arts, when had they ever been looked down upon like this? Since you are so arrogant, don't blame us for being rude. The leading genius waved his hand, and the geniuses at the peak of the 7th level behind him followed. At one moment, more than 10 elite disciples of the yin-yang school attacked at the same time. They no longer held back at this moment, and the terrifying yin and yang chi attacked again, much more violently than before. Especially those geniuses who were half a step to the 8th level, they directly used the top secret technique of the yin-yang school yin-yang reversal. In an instant, the originally righteous yin and yang chi suddenly became like violent chaotic energy. Although the total amount has not increased, the power has increased several times. This reverse true chi carries a destructive force, and just a trace of it can tear apart the body of any 6th level warrior. The entire training ground was shrouded in this terrifying force, and the air was filled with a heart-pounding pressure. The talented students of Imperial Capital University retreated one after another, fearing that they would be contaminated by this terrifying power. Even the instructors accompanying the team did not dare to get close, because these instructors were at most at the peak of the 7th level, and it would be dangerous to face attacks of this level. Everyone stand back! One of the instructors shouted, his face full of nervousness. He could feel the horror of this power, and if he was accidentally affected, the consequences would be disastrous. The people in the live broadcast room exclaimed again. Finally, I saw the famous yin-yang reversal technique of the yin-yang school. This power is too terrifying, the air is shaking. Chen Lin is going to be in big trouble this time. With so many geniuses performing secret techniques together, unless Chen Lin has a domain right now, he'll be dead or dead. Finally, we'll see this arrogant boy get humiliated. Countless comments were scrolling, and most of the audience believed that Chen Lin would definitely lose this time. Faced with the overwhelming chaotic true energy, Chen Lin just smiled slightly. The glazed body technique and the immortal golden body technique were running at full power, and his body expanded again. Golden light gushed out from his body, and he seemed to have transformed into an immortal god of war. Chen Lin could feel the surging power in his body flowing through his blood vessels, and this feeling made him a little excited. Finally, I have the chance to test my true strength. He just raised his right fist lightly, without any fancy techniques, just the simplest straight punch. But with just this simple punch, Chen Lin created white cracks on the ground. A terrifying fist wind whistled out, and the air was compressed to make a sharp sonic boom. The elders of the yin-yang school felt their scalps tingle. They could clearly feel the terrifying power of Chen Lin's punch. That kind of pure physical strength was beyond their understanding. Boom! The fist wind and the chaotic true energy collide head-on. What shocked everyone was that Chen Lin's fist actually shattered all the yin and yang chi. The chaotic energy that was blessed by the secret technique was as fragile as paper in front of him. No matter how many martial arts those geniuses used, they were still unable to stop Chen Lin at all. More than a dozen elite disciples of the yin-yang school flew backwards in all directions and were seriously injured on the spot. Blood was all over the training ground, and screams were heard one after another. That's impossible. How could we be defeated so miserably with so many of us joining forces? What kind of monster is he? The geniuses lying on the ground had disbelief in their eyes. They could not accept this cruel reality. The scene was dead silent at this moment. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless, as if they had been struck by lightning. The instructors at the Imperial Capital University opened their mouths wide, their eyes fixed on Chen Lin blankly. Could Chen Lin be the reincarnation of some supreme being? A mentor muttered to himself, his voice trembling. Although this idea sounds bizarre, if it is not the case, how can we explain Chen Lin's incredible strength?
How could a young man under 20 years old single-handedly sweep away all the elite disciples of the Holy Land of martial arts? This simply goes against common sense in martial arts. The students of Imperial Capital University were equally shocked, but soon their faces showed wild joy.
Too strong.
Senior Chen Lin is too strong. Even the Yin Yang School, known as the Holy Land of Martial Arts, was defeated.
It seems that our ranking will be raised to a higher level this time. Maybe I can directly break into the top 5.
The students danced with excitement, as if they were the winners. They felt extremely proud and excited to be able to witness such a miracle with their own eyes. But just when everyone thought the battle was over, something strange happened.
An even more powerful Yin and Yang energy suddenly appeared in the training ground.
This true energy is completely different from the previous one.
It is purer and more condensed, as if it has its own life.
The Yin and Yang Qi slowly rotated, and then completely enveloped Chen Lin. What's even more strange is that these true Qi formed mirrors one after another around Chen Lin. Each mirror is so clear that it seems to be able to reflect the human soul. Chen Lin frowned slightly, he could feel the unusual power. This is no longer ordinary true Qi, but a power with a hint of the embryonic form of a domain.
A cold voice rang out in the martial arts arena. It seems I underestimated you, but that's as far as you can go. Chapter 131, Mirror Copy, an Unsolvable Ability. This sudden change shocked everyone at Imperial Capital University.
Those experienced mentors immediately exclaimed,
"This is actually a domain. Impossible. When did the Yin Yang School produce another genius who could comprehend a new realm?
It's over, Chen Lin is really in danger this time."
The mentors' faces turned extremely ugly.
They all knew very well what the field meant. That is the watershed of martial arts, the boundary between mortals and extraordinary people. Any warrior who has comprehended the domain can easily crush dozens of opponents of the same realm. The students of Imperial Capital University were so shocked that they were speechless.
They whispered, "Senior Chen Lin has finally met a true top talent. Domain, that's a legendary power. This is bad. Can Senior Chen Lin still win?"
In the face of the domain, any skill is futile. The students' mood plummeted from the previous enthusiasm to the bottom in an instant, and their faces were full of worry. Of course, there are more knowledgeable viewers in the live broadcast room.
These people can see the clues at a glance. Wait, this doesn't seem to be a real realm.
That's right, it's just the prototype of the domain.
It is fundamentally different from the complete realms comprehended by those truly top geniuses. But even in its prototype form, it's already terrifying. The prototype of the domain can also crush ordinary warriors.
The barrage of comments scrolled wildly, and countless viewers were discussing this sudden change fiercely. After all, this can be considered a domain. Although it is incomplete, it can still crush anyone who has not comprehended the domain. The elders of the Yin Yang School finally showed satisfied smiles on their faces.
They spoke. Lu Chen finally comprehended the prototype of the domain. It seems that it won't be long before our Yin Yang School will have 2 geniuses who have comprehended the extraordinary realm. That arrogant boy is dead this time. Let him see what a true genius is.
The elders' tone was full of complacency and pride, as if they had already witnessed Chen Lin's crushing defeat. Those Yin Yang School disciples who were defeated by Chen Lin also struggled to get up. They showed a relieved expression on their faces. With senior brother Lu Chen showing up, Chen Lin will definitely lose this time.
The domain is the symbol of invincibility. Let this arrogant guy taste the taste of despair. Brother, avenge us.
The flame of hope rekindled in the disciples' eyes, and it seemed that the previous humiliation was about to be washed away. Chen Lin looked at the Qi mirrors that were constantly rotating around him with great interest, without much fear in his heart.
He slowly said, "Is this the extraordinary realm? It doesn't look that great."
As soon as he finished speaking, the Qi mirror around Chen Lin suddenly underwent strange changes. One of the mirrors reflected a stranger, the young man who had just appeared.
Lu Chen's figure emerged from the mirror and spoke coldly to Chen Lin.
"Although I have only comprehended the rudiments of the domain, it is enough to deal with someone like you who is not even half a step to the 8th level." There was absolute confidence and arrogance in his voice, as if Chen Lin was just an ant in his eyes. "It's not too late for you to admit defeat now, otherwise the pain that follows will be unforgettable for the rest of your life." When Chen Lin heard this, a disdainful smile appeared on his lips.
"Let your strength speak for itself."
After saying that, he punched the Qi mirror in front of him without hesitation.
Boom!
The terrifying punch force instantly shattered the mirror, sending countless fragments flying everywhere. But to everyone's shock, the mirror quickly recondensed and returned to its original state.
Something even weirder happened.
From the restored mirror, a person who looked exactly like Chen Lin walked out. This clone has exactly the same appearance and body shape as Chen Lin, and even the aura is exactly the same. He used the same moves as Chen Lin and attacked Chen Lin fiercely.
Chen Lin's pupils shrank slightly.
This was indeed a little beyond his expectations. The clone's strength was surprisingly on par with his, and every punch and kick contained the same power as his. The two Chen Lins fought fiercely, punching each other, and every collision made a deafening noise. Lu Chen's voice sounded again, with a playful smile.
This is my field mirror replication.
Able to perfectly copy all of the opponent's abilities.
Chen Lin, just admit defeat, because no one can defeat you.
As soon as the words fell, the mirrors around him began to change.
A replica of Chen Lin walked out of each mirror.
A total of 5 Chen Lins surrounded the real Chen Lin, each of them possessing the same terrifying strength as the original body.
Chen Lin now truly understood why domain was called a symbol of invincibility.
Even if it's just a prototype, it has such powerful abilities.
No wonder those top geniuses are so high and mighty.
Faced with 5 clones with equal strength to himself, Chen Lin felt unprecedented pressure. This feeling is very strange, just like looking in the mirror, except that the person in the mirror is alive and wants to kill the original body.
Chapter 132, Break all laws with one force, ranking in the top 3. So many clones are enough to crush any genius without a domain. Lu Chen originally wanted to see Chen Lin panic, but he was disappointed.
Because Chen Lin was still calm and composed, and even showed a meaningful smile.
That's it?
Chen Lin spoke softly, with a hint of disdain in his tone. He observed the several clones around him, secretly analyzing the capabilities of this so-called prototype of the domain. Although it looked intimidating, Chen Lin could feel that the aura of these clones was incomplete and obviously had some kind of limitation. Lu Chen felt that Chen Lin was just pretending to be calm, so he sneered and controlled the clone to attack.
Since you're so calm, let me see how long you can hold on.
Several clones that were exactly the same as Chen Lin attacked at the same time. Their boxing techniques, body movements, and chi circulation were exactly the same as Chen Lin's. But Chen Lin did something that no one expected. He allowed these clones to attack him.
Is this guy crazy?
No matter how strong your body is, it's impossible to remain unscathed from your own attacks.
He's courting death.
The audience in the live broadcast room were all shocked, and countless barrages of comments were flooding the screen.
However, the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere did not appear in front of everyone. Instead, those clones were shattered by Chen Lin's powerful body.
The heaven and earth dragon furnace in Chen Lin's body began to rotate. Except for the heavenly demon divine art, all the body refining techniques started to work at this moment. The 3 top-level body refining techniques, Liuli body technique, immortal golden body technique and Hunyuan Wuji Gong, are activated at the same time. Chen Lin's body became unprecedentedly powerful at this moment, even exceeding the upper limit of replication. The attacks of those clones hit him like eggs hitting stones, shattering instantly.
That's impossible. Lu Chen's face changed drastically.
He couldn't understand what was happening before his eyes. My mirror copy can clearly perfectly replicate all of my opponent's abilities, so why does this happen? Chen Lin shook his head, his tone filled with disappointment.
Lu Chen, your strength is still too weak.
Until now, you haven't been able to force me to use my full strength. These words hit Lu Chen's heart like a heavy hammer. He roared in anger and created more copies.
I don't believe I can't break your defense.
More than a dozen clones of Chen Lin attacked at the same time, with an even greater momentum than before.
But the result is even more miserable than before.
Chen Lin simply threw a punch, and a terrifying fist wind swept past. Those clones were instantly blown into pieces, and even the prototype of Lu Chen's domain was shaken to the point of collapse.
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
Lu Chen fell to his knees, his eyes full of disbelief.
The prototype of his domain was almost destroyed by a single punch? This completely overturned his understanding of martial arts. Chen Lin then slowly spoke. I have completely understood your field.
This so-called mirror replication has a fatal weakness. It has its own upper limit.
If the opponent's strength exceeds this upper limit, it cannot be perfectly replicated.
Unfortunately, my physical body is beyond your imagination. After saying that, Chen Lin stopped talking nonsense. He walked directly towards the chi mirrors suspended in the air, and the ground shook with every step he took. Since your domain has flaws, I will use the simplest and most brutal method to crack it. Chen-Lin took a deep breath, and the power in his body surged out. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the two chi mirrors.
Break it for me!
A terrifying force erupted, and Chen-Lin actually used his strong body to begin tearing apart the prototype of the domain. Those seemingly indestructible chi mirrors were as fragile as paper in his hands.
Snap! Snap!
Crisp shattering sounds were heard one after another, and one mirror after another was torn into pieces by Chen-Lin's bare hands.
Lu Chen felt that the embryonic form of his domain was rapidly disintegrating, and he fell into despair. This is not a human. This is definitely not a human.
He shouted frantically, trying to stop Chen-Lin's behavior. But it was all too late. The moment the last mirror was torn into pieces, the entire prototype of the field completely collapsed. The huge backlash force surged into Lu Chen's body, directly injuring this arrogant genius seriously.
Puff!
Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, fell heavily to the ground, and could not get up again.
At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room and the Yin-Yang school fell into deathly silence again.
The air seemed to freeze, and everyone was stunned by this shocking scene.
After a while, the live broadcast room completely exploded. Am I dazzled? Someone tore the realm apart with their flesh and blood? This is horrible. Is this still a human being? He can even tear apart the domain. How strong is this guy? I feel like my worldview has collapsed. This kind of strength is beyond the scope of human beings, right?
Countless barrages of comments scrolled wildly, and the audience's shock was beyond words. The elders of the Yin-Yang school were also stunned, feeling that all this was beyond their understanding.
Did he use any special cheating methods? An elder said tremblingly. But after careful observation, there was nothing unusual about Chen-Lin.
At this point they were completely numb.
If this isn't cheating, then how terrifying is Chen-Lin's strength?
The group of Yin-Yang school disciples collapsed on the ground in despair. Even Lu Chen, who had comprehended the rudiments of the domain, was defeated.
Is Chen-Lin really so strong that he cannot be shaken? They felt like ants looking up at a dragon.
The huge gap in strength made them despair. Chen-Lin was in a very good mood as he looked at the shocking value of the money flowing into the system interface.
He added fuel to the fire and said lightly, "Is this the so-called extraordinary realm? It seems a bit disappointing."
After saying that, Chen-Lin turned around and was about to leave the Yin-Yang school.
But Lu Chen's weak voice rang out. "I have only grasped the rudiments of the domain. Don't underestimate the true domain.
You'll know when the individual competition comes."
He lay on the ground, his eyes full of resentment and anger.
When Chen-Lin heard this, an interesting smile appeared on his lips.
"Really? I'm looking forward to it too."
His tone remained calm, but his confidence frightened everyone.
What will happen to a monster that can tear apart even the embryonic form of a domain when it faces a real domain? The same question arose in everyone's mind. After leaving the Yin-Yang school, Chen-Lin's name once again shook the entire daxia.
Chen-Lin defeated all the disciples of the Yin-Yang school. Even a genius who had comprehended the rudiments of a domain was defeated by him. This time, Imperial Capital University is going to break into the top 3. The news swept through all the major martial arts schools like a storm, and everyone was shocked by the news. You know, the Yin-Yang school is a martial arts holy land that has been passed down for thousands of years, and their geniuses have always been superior. Chen-Lin swept away their elite disciples on his own. His strength was simply incredible.
The top executives of Imperial Capital University were even more excited. Great! We finally made it into the top 3. Chen-Lin is our school's lucky star.
I must give him the best reward this time. The principal immediately made a decision to give Chen-Lin a more generous reward.
Chapter 133, The families of Dian are indeed no match for our British Empire.
After returning to Imperial Capital University, Chen-Lin received an unprecedented warm welcome. The entire campus was in an uproar, with countless students spontaneously gathering at the school gate, waiting for the return of this legendary hero.
Senior Chen-Lin!
Long live Senior Chen-Lin!
You are our idol! Deafening cheers resounded through the sky, and everyone looked at Chen-Lin with eyes full of awe and admiration.
Chen-Lin sighed in his heart. It turned out that strength is the basis for gaining respect. He could clearly feel the change in the attitudes of the people around him, and he benefited greatly from the genuine awe they felt. In the crowd, those students who had previously chosen to withdraw from the team lowered their heads, with regret written all over their faces.
I'm so blind. Why don't I believe Senior Chen-Lin?
If I had followed Senior Chen-Lin back then, I would have been able to obtain the body-tempering spiritual liquid in the spiritual spring secret realm by now. That's a priceless treasure. I'll never have the chance to get it in my lifetime. If I had known that Senior Chen-Lin was so strong, I would have followed him wholeheartedly no matter what. These people are regretting their decisions, but there is no medicine for regret in the world. They could only watch those players who chose to believe in Chen-Lin enjoy the glory, while they themselves became a joke. Chen-Lin glanced at the group of people and sneered in his heart. When I needed support, these people ran faster than rabbits.
Now that you see the benefits, you want to come back and get a piece of the pie? There is no such good thing in the world.
Just then, the principal and a group of senior executives came hurriedly over.
Chen-Lin, you've worked hard.
The principal's face was full of excitement and he held Chen-Lin's hand tightly and refused to let go.
You have brought honor to our school this time. We are all proud of you.
Other senior executives also came forward to express their respect, and their attitudes were many times more respectful than before. But Chen-Lin could see a hint of guilt in their eyes.
Principal, teachers, what are you doing? Chen-Lin asked knowingly.
The principal sighed and said a little embarrassedly. Chen-Lin, to be honest, we all feel that the foundation of Imperial Capital University is too weak to better improve your strength. With the talent you've shown now, you should go to one of the top martial arts holy places.
The other senior executives also nodded, their faces full of self-blame.
They did feel ashamed, as Chen-Lin's strength was far beyond what the school could cultivate. Chen-Lin waved his hand and said with a smile, "Principal, Imperial University has given me a lot.
Besides, I'm a genius. I can thrive anywhere. I'm fearless. But..."
Chen-Lin changed the subject. It would be even better if the principal could give me more powerful bodybuilding techniques. His tone was casual, but there was a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Now is a good time to strike while the iron is hot.
Wouldn't it be foolish not to take advantage of the opportunity to get some benefits?
The principal and other senior executives were very happy to hear this. Chen-Lin did not choose to leave. This is the best news.
Okay. No problem.
The principal made the decision immediately, with a gleam in his eyes. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number he hadn't contacted for a long time.
Old Zheng? It's me, Li Mingyuan. I have an unwelcome request.
I would like to ask your sect for a top-level physical training method. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then an old voice came.
Old Li, what are you doing? With the foundation of your Imperial Capital University, why would you need the skills of a small sect like ours?
The principal smiled bitterly and said, Old Zhang, please don't be so polite to me. Our school has produced an extraordinary genius, but I really can't think of a better method to train him.
This kid's talent is beyond your imagination.
He just single-handedly challenged the entire Yin-Yang school and even defeated a genius who had grasped the rudiments of a domain. There was a gasp from the other end of the phone.
What? Are you kidding?
How dare I joke about something like this, the principal said seriously. Old Zhang, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, please help me. There was another silence, and finally a sigh was heard from the other side.
Okay, for your sake, I'll make an exception and give you an SS-level bodybuilding technique. But you have to remember, I will remember this favor. Thank you. Thank you.
The principal was so excited that he almost jumped up. SS-level martial arts technique, this is a top-level secret book that even he has never seen. After hanging up the phone, the principal excitedly said to Chen-Lin. Chen-Lin, just wait, you'll get an SS-level body refining technique within 3 days.
Chen-Lin's eyes lit up and he was secretly happy. SS-level martial arts technique, this is a pleasant surprise.
It seems that my performance this time was very effective, and I was able to obtain this level of skills.
3 days later, the legendary SS-level bodybuilding technique arrived as expected.
After getting the skills, Chen-Lin immediately returned to the dormitory and started practicing.
This technique is called Tiangang Ba Ti Ju.
If you practice it to perfection, your body will be as hard as diamond and have infinite strength. With Chen-Lin's current understanding and foundation, cultivation can be said to be a natural process. It only took him 1 day to master this technique. Afterwards, Chen-Lin activated the Heaven and Earth Dragon Furnace and integrated the Tianganghe Gemin body art with other body refining techniques.
Boom!
A terrifying force erupted in his body, and Chen-Lin felt that his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes.
Now Chen-Lin's physical strength is already terrifying, and ordinary S-level skills can only increase his strength by a few %. But this SS-level martial arts technique directly doubled Chen-Lin's physical strength.
Chen-Lin clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body. Now, he can easily tear apart the prototype of the domain with just his physical body. Thinking about facing more top talents with complete fields in the future, Chen-Lin dared not be negligent in the slightest. A lion needs to use all its strength to fight a rabbit, so he must make himself stronger.
After finishing the body refining exercises, Chen-Lin immediately put his shock value into his cultivation.
Soon, the heavenly fire-burning heaven art broke through, and Chen-Lin's cultivation reached the late 7th level. The dual improvement in cultivation and physical body made Chen-Lin's overall strength increase dramatically again.
At the same time, in the distant Magic City,
a blonde young man from the west was standing in the martial arts field of a luxurious manner. At his feet lay a young man covered in blood. The young man who fell to the ground was the strongest genius of the Zhao family in Magic City, and he also comprehended the prototype of the domain. But at this moment he was easily defeated and had no power to fight back. The blonde young man looked down at the person on the ground with an arrogant smile on his face.
The families of the Great Yan dynasty are indeed no match for our British Empire.
The so-called martial arts field is nothing compared to the bloodline of our Camber family. Although his Chinese was a bit stiff, the sarcasm in his tone was extremely clear. The Zhao family members who were watching were filled with righteous indignation, but they could not utter a word of rebuttal. Because their strongest genius did suffer a crushing defeat, and that is the cruel truth. The blonde young man was named Arthur Campbell, and he came from the oldest aristocratic family in the British Empire. He possesses the purest bloodline inheritance and is naturally countless times stronger than ordinary people. This time I came to the Great Yan dynasty to prove the superiority of Western bloodline. I heard that a guy named Chen-Lin appeared recently and defeated many people.
Arthur laughed contemptuously.
I'll meet him later and let him know what a true genius is. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes, and he had obviously regarded Chen-Lin as his next target.
A peak showdown between geniuses from the East and the West is about to begin. Chapter 134, The Path of the Bloodline Knight.
Every time Dian holds a talent competition, there are talents from overseas who come to challenge, just to show their strength. Some geniuses are even able to participate in the subsequent individual competitions as overseas guests in order to get generous rewards. There was a time when overseas geniuses won the championship continuously, making Dian lose face. That dark period of history is still talked about today and has become an eternal pain in the Dian martial arts world. Arthur, the genius of the Campbell family, is known as the most powerful genius of the Campbell family in the past 10 years. Naturally, he also wants to emulate his predecessors and become famous in Dian. He felt a little regretful now, because the real top talents of Dian, those who have comprehended the complete field, are basically preparing for the individual competition and gaining experience on the battlefield of all races. The majority of those who stayed behind were geniuses who had grasped the rudiments of their field, which made him very disappointed.
Is that the level?
Arthur looked at the genius of the Zhao family at his feet, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes.
How can I make a name for myself before the individual tournament if I don't beat a true genius?
His tone was full of arrogance, as if everything in front of him was not worthy of his strength.
At this time, an elder of the Zhao family trembled and said,
Master Arthur, besides the genius who has comprehended the entire domain, there is also another person who can defeat someone who has comprehended the initial form of the domain. The most talented person in the Campbell family immediately became interested.
Oh? Who is that person? Chen-Lin from Imperial Capital University.
The man answered immediately, with a hint of mixed emotions in his tone. Arthur's eyes lit up. He had heard this name quite a lot recently.
Find me his information.
Arthur gave instructions to the strong guardian who followed him. This powerful guardian is an 8th level master of the Campbell family, and is specifically responsible for protecting Arthur's safety.
Soon, detailed information about Chen-Lin fell into Arthur's hands.
Arthur became more and more excited as he read the contents of the document. Chen-Lin, like him, had fought against many families and schools, and even defeated a genius who had comprehended the rudiments of a field.
Interesting, really interesting.
Arthur sneered. I didn't expect that Dian still has such a genius. It seems that this time will not be too boring. he immediately said to the powerful family members behind him. Rush to Imperial Capital University immediately. I can't wait to fight this Chen Lin. The strong protector nodded, feeling a little bit of anticipation. An opponent that the young master takes so seriously must not be a simple character. News of the challenge quickly reached Imperial Capital University. The principal urgently summoned Chen Lin, his expression more serious than ever. Chen Lin, I have some bad news for you. The principal said in a deep voice. The heir of a powerful family in the British Empire is here to challenge you. Chen Lin raised his eyebrows and said calmly. Challenge me? What's your reason? This is about the glory of Dian. The principal looked at Chen Lin seriously. The overseas geniuses have always looked down on us, believing that Dian's martial arts are inferior to theirs. If we lose this time, it will not only bring shame upon you personally, but also upon the entire Dian. When Chen Lin heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. What he hated most was that some people looked down on Dian and Chinese civilization. Don't worry, principal. I will definitely defeat this guy. Chen Lin said in a firm tone. No one can run wild on the land of Dian. The principal nodded with satisfaction, but soon his expression turned serious. Chen Lin, you have to be careful. The martial arts overseas are different from those in Dian. Those overseas families and sects somehow obtained an ancient bloodline power from somewhere, which later evolved into the path of the Bloodline Knights. A hint of curiosity flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. This was the first time he heard of the path of the Bloodline Knight. The principal went on to explain. What they focus on is tempering their bloodlines, forging their bodies, purifying their bodies, and reaching a level that surpasses all other races. This is also an extremely powerful path, no less powerful than our martial arts. The strongest genius of the Campbell family who came to challenge this time is a genius who was half a step into the 8th level and has unlocked the power of ancient bloodline. The principal's tone became increasingly serious. If the top talents of Dian are those who comprehend the extraordinary realm, then the path of the Bloodline Knights overseas is to unlock the true power of bloodline. They gained powerful abilities through atavism, which are no less powerful than those in the extraordinary realm. After hearing this, Chen Lin felt a surge of fighting spirit in his heart. He laughed, his eyes full of excitement. It seems he is a true genius who has comprehended a complete domain. I can finally see what these top talents are like. Chen Lin was thinking secretly in his heart. Judging from the principal's description just now, this Bloodline Knight's path is indeed very special. Gaining strength by tempering blood is a very novel method. However, Chen Lin was not worried. No matter what method the other party used to become stronger, he was confident that he could defeat him. My current strength is no longer what it used to be. I can even tear apart the embryonic form of a domain. Why would I be afraid of a Bloodline Knight? Principal, I accept this challenge. Chen Lin's tone was calm, but the fighting spirit in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. It's a good opportunity for me to see the true strength of overseas talents. The principal looked at Chen Lin's confident look, and his worries were slightly reduced. With the strength Chen Lin has shown now, he is indeed qualified to fight with those top talents. But the path of the Bloodline Knight is mysterious after all, and no one knows what changes will happen. The news of the challenge spread quickly, and the entire internet was instantly shocked. What? An overseas genius wants to challenge Chen Lin? This is a big deal. It concerns the reputation of Dian. Can Chen Lin win? The overseas Bloodline Knights are said to be very powerful. Nonsense. Chen Lin can even tear apart the embryonic form of the domain, so why would he be afraid of a foreigner? Don't underestimate overseas talents. Their abilities are no worse than ours. Chapter 135, Are you worthy enough to compete with me in terms of physical strength? Back in the Magic City, a number of families and sects that were defeated by the strongest genius of the Campbell family wanted to see how Chen Lin would deal with this genius. After all, this is a genius who has activated his ancient bloodline and regressed to his ancestral home. Only a genius who has mastered the entire domain can compete with him. Although Chen Lin had never demonstrated his domain, he had also shown strong strength before, and everyone was talking about it. Can Chen Lin win? He's a Bloodline Knight. I feel it's uncertain. The power of blood is too terrifying. But Chen Lin's previous performance was also amazing, so maybe he has a chance. People from all the major families gathered together to discuss, their tone filled with deep worry. They had witnessed Arthur's terrifying strength with their own eyes, and that overwhelming advantage made people despair. The people at Imperial Capital University were also filled with indignation.
How dare someone from overseas come to challenge us in Dian? How arrogant! Do you really think we have no one in Dian?
Chen Lin must teach him a lesson. But when they learned about the overseas bloodline knight path, they all felt vaguely uneasy. It is really chilling to think that he can be compared with the real top talents.
Reversion to ancestral blood sounds terrifying.
It is said that their physical strength can withstand domain attacks.
Can Chen Lin really handle it?
The students were whispering, worry written all over their faces. Just then, Genius Number 1 ran over to ask Chen Lin.
Chen Lin, do you think you can handle that guy?
His tone was serious, and there was no fear in his eyes.
If it's a no-brainer, you can let me play with you.
Chen Lin looked at him in surprise. The person opposite is a top genius who can fight against 10,000 troops alone, and he is not afraid of a genius with a single number? It seems that it is just as he thought, this person must have a big secret. But Chen Lin still refused.
No, I'm enough on my own.
Chen Lin thought to himself, this is a good opportunity to grab the shock value, how can I let others have a share? What's more, he is very confident in his own abilities. Although the geniuses who were training in the battlefield of all races could not rush back at this moment, they also learned the news.
Xiao Xian and the others all showed disdain on their faces. People from overseas actually dared to come to Dian and stir up trouble. They really don't know how to live or die. Chen Lin should be able to solve the problem, right?
Of course.
Chen Lin is a monster that can even tear apart the embryonic form of a domain.
Most people have great confidence in Chen Lin.
However, the genius from the Dragon and Tiger School was not optimistic about Chen Lin.
He had witnessed the true blood power of those overseas family descendants, and that kind of horror was completely different from Dian's martial arts.
If I hadn't comprehended the domain, I wouldn't be able to defeat these people with strong bodies.
He shook his head, his tone filled with worry. At this moment, Chen Lin still announced that he would continue the live broadcast. So many people on the internet did not think that Chen Lin would win.
Chen Lin, surrender quickly.
Don't let yourself be miserably defeated by others while live streaming.
Yes, this will bring shame to Dian. The bloodline knight is too strong.
Chen Lin is no match for him.
Let those geniuses who have comprehended the complete domain come.
There was a lot of pessimism in the comments, and many people advised Chen Lin to admit defeat. But there are also many supporters of Chen Lin cheering for him.
Believe in Chen Lin.
He has never let us down.
Come on, Chen Lin. Bring glory to Dian. What's an overseas genius? Chen Lin is invincible.
There has been a huge uproar online, with various opinions clashing fiercely. However, Chen Lin stayed calmly in the school, waiting for the strongest genius of the Campbell family to come. He attended classes and practiced normally every day, seemingly completely unconcerned about the upcoming challenges. This nonchalant attitude makes many people unable to understand where his confidence comes from.
The next day, the genius came to challenge as expected.
Arthur arrived at the Imperial Capital University with a group of guards, causing a huge sensation. Countless students and teachers gathered around the martial arts field, wanting to witness this decisive battle with their own eyes. Chen Lin walked out slowly and stood opposite Arthur.
The man showed an arrogant expression when he saw Chen Lin. Is Dian completely wiped out? Why would they send such an ordinary guy to deal with me?
Although Arthur spoke Chinese fairly fluently, the contempt in his tone was clearly heard by everyone. Chen Lin looked at the blond young man in front of him, secretly assessing his strength in his heart. On the surface, this guy does seem to have some skills. The blood power in his body is very strong, and his physical strength is far beyond that of ordinary geniuses.
But that's all. Arthur continued to mock Chen Lin. I heard you're very powerful. You can even tear apart a rudimentary domain?
But in my opinion, you are just like that. How about this, I won't use any of my knightly powers, I can crush you with just my physical body.
His tone was extremely arrogant and he didn't take Chen Lin seriously at all.
The power of a knight is the same as the true chi, it is just the energy cultivated from two different martial arts paths. But Arthur actually said that he could win without the power of a knight, which was simply an insult to Chen Lin.
The students around were all angry when they heard this. So arrogant. Do you really think you are invincible? Chen Lin, teach this ignorant fellow a lesson.
When Chen Lin heard this, he couldn't help laughing.
He couldn't help but think, this kid actually dared to compete with me in physical strength? Did he drink fake wine?
You know, Chen Lin's physical strength has now reached a terrifying level. Not only is it supported by SS level skills like Tiangangba Tiju, but it also has a variety of body refining skills fused with the furnace of heaven and earth. Not to mention the various modifications of the body tempering spiritual liquids. In terms of physical strength alone, Chen Lin is confident that he can crush anyone present.
Are you sure you want to compete with me in physical strength?
Chen Lin looked at Arthur with a half smile. I advise you to use your knight's power. I'm afraid you'll die here. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. Immediately, everyone in the Campbell family was in an uproar.
Chapter 136, The Collision of Different Martial Arts, Chen Lin is in trouble.
Even in the British Empire, Arthur, the strongest genius of the Campbell family, is among the top 10. From childhood to adulthood, wherever he went, he was the center of attention and looked up to by countless people. But he never thought that in Dian, a student from a martial arts university, would dare to speak so arrogantly to him.
Damn yellow monkey. Do you know who you are talking to?
In the British Empire, anyone who dares to speak to me like this is already dead. The people of the British Empire are all arrogant and look down on people from other countries from the bottom of their hearts.
Being looked down upon by a senior Yen student is such a shame and humiliation.
They glared at Chen Lin, wishing they could teach him a lesson right away.
However, the next second, the instructors and senior officials of Imperial Capital University all glared back.
That cold look carried clear murderous intent, as if saying,
"This is Dian. It's not your turn to act wild."
The two sides were on the verge of a fight, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Several strong men from the Campbell family whispered to Arthur. Arthur, you must destroy this arrogant boy in front of everyone later. Let them understand the consequences of offending the Campbell family.
Remember, don't hold back. This kind of trash doesn't deserve to live.
They didn't care at all about openly clamoring to destroy the other party's genius on the land of Dian. After all, challenges allow for casualties, and they are certain that Dian will never lose face over this.
Don't worry, uncles.
Arthur grinned and stretched his muscles. I will make this ignorant fellow regret coming into this world. At this moment, students from Imperial Capital University also gathered here. When they heard that the other party was a genius from the British Empire, their faces changed drastically.
What? The top genius of the British Empire? It's over. We're in big trouble now. Chen Lin has really hit a wall this time.
Because the British Empire is a superpower whose strength is no less than that of Dian.
The top geniuses there are also terrifying that people are terrified. The crowd began to discuss. Do you know the martial arts system of the British Empire?
I heard it's completely different from us, extremely unique and weird. A senior who knew the British Empire well said with a serious expression.
They are following the path of the Blood Knights. Once you awaken your powerful bloodline, your strength will increase exponentially.
The most terrifying thing is that if we fail to suppress them in the early stages, we will be completely crushed. This made everyone gasp. Although Chen Lin has defeated many first-rate talents, he has never clashed with a true top talent.
This time it's really dangerous. This is the reputation of Imperial Capital University and even the entire Great Yen. We can't afford to lose.
The students' faces were filled with worry. Although they had confidence in Chen Lin, they were facing the top genius of the British Empire after all.
Existence of that level is beyond common sense.
At this moment, the number one talent also arrived at the training ground. He stood quietly behind the crowd, his eyes fixed on Chen Lin. Looking at Chen Lin's still calm expression, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Then a meaningful smile appeared on his face, and he whispered to himself. Let me see if your strength has truly met my expectations.
If you're just an ordinary genius, I'd be so disappointed.
There was a hint of anticipation and a hint of worry in his tone. On the other hand, the school's top management was extremely nervous. Several vice principals gathered around the principal, their faces filled with anxiety.
Principal, why don't you just let Chen Lin admit defeat?
The person opposite is the top genius of the British Empire. Chen Lin is still young, there's no need to risk his life. We've already seen Arthur's strength. Chen Lin is no match for him. However, the principal's eyes were firm and he shook his head in refusal.
I believe in Chen Lin.
Since he dares to accept the challenge, it means he has his own confidence.
All we have to do is believe in him and support him. Besides, this is the land of Dian. How can our genius be afraid before the battle?
The senior executives were unable to refute the principal's words, but their worried expressions still remained.
At this time, Chen Lin turned to the staff next to him and said, "Turn on the live broadcast."
The staff member was stunned for a moment and said with some stammering,
Chen Lin, this is the top genius of the British Empire. What if you?"
He didn't dare finish his words, but his meaning was clear.
What if Chen Lin loses badly? Wouldn't he be embarrassed in front of the whole country?
Chen Lin interrupted him directly.
I don't care who he is. This is De Yen. Just open it. There was unquestionable arrogance in his tone. The staff looked at Chen Lin's determined eyes, gritted their teeth and nodded.
Soon, the live broadcast room opened.
As soon as the news was released, countless netizens flocked in instantly. The number of viewers has skyrocketed at a terrifying rate. 100,000. 500,000. 1 million. 5 million. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers exceeded 10 million.
The barrage was swiping the screen like crazy.
Holy crap! Chen Lin actually dared to do a live broadcast? This is a true top talent. Not those second-rate bastards from before. It's over. Chen Lin is in big trouble this time.
Everyone knows how terrifying the genius of the British Empire is.
Chen Lin is courting death.
However, there are also voices supporting Chen Lin.
Come on, brother Chen Lin. Beat that foreigner. How could our De Yen genius lose to an outsider? Believe in Chen Lin. He has never let us down.
But there are more voices of concern and doubt. After all, the opponent's identity is too special.
He is the top genius of the British Empire. What does that mean?
At the same time, the atmosphere in the Magic City was very depressing. The top leaders of various sects and families gathered together, all with grim expressions on their faces. They were just defeated by the genius of the British Empire, and their schools and families were disgraced.
Damn it!
The genius we carefully cultivated was actually humiliated by an outsider. Even though our top talents are not here, losing is normal. But this is really hard to swallow. At this moment, someone suddenly thought of something, and his expression became even uglier.
Wait. If that Chen Lin really wins this battle, doesn't that mean the geniuses we cultivate are not as good as a student from a martial arts university? That's a huge shame.
Thinking of this, everyone fell silent. They wanted Dian's genius to win, but they also didn't want Chen Lin to perform too well.
This complicated feeling made them particularly uncomfortable. But soon someone sneered and said, "You're overthinking it. It's impossible for an ordinary student who hasn't even comprehended the extraordinary realm to defeat the one from the Campbell family. Chen Lin will definitely lose miserably. Then he will understand what it means to be a frog in a well." This statement was recognized by many people.
The geniuses who had been defeated by Arthur before also gathered together to discuss. I think Chen Lin can withstand 3 moves at most.
3 moves? You overestimate him. I think 1 move is enough.
We have all witnessed how terrifying Arthur's bloodline power is.
That kind of oppression is simply not something an ordinary person can endure. No one thought Chen Lin would win.
They were just guessing how many moves Chen Lin could last.
Chapter 137, The Terror of Top Genius.
In the Demon City, an 8th-rank expert who had seen Arthur's strength analyzed in a deep voice. If that kid from the Campbell family didn't use the true power of his extraordinary bloodline, Chen Lin should have been able to fight him for more than a dozen moves.
But if he goes all out?
The old man shook his head, his tone full of absolute certainty.
Chen Lin will definitely be defeated with 1 move.
The people around nodded repeatedly, even the 8th-level strong men standing behind them felt the same way. The strength of top talents has been deeply imprinted in everyone's mind and has become an unbreakable mountain. You've seen Arthur take action, so you should know the feeling of despair. Once the power of bloodline explodes, it will be impossible for the same level to contend with it.
That kid is too arrogant. This time he will finally pay the price.
Vicious laughter spread among the crowd, filled with resentment and expectation towards Chen Lin.
There are so many comments in the live broadcast room that they are about to take off.
Countless viewers frantically swiped the screen, with all kinds of analysis and popular science flying everywhere.
Brothers, let me explain the martial arts path of the Bloodline Knight. Before the 6th level, the Bloodline Knights and our Great Yen are equally strong in martial arts. But after reaching the 7th level, the Bloodline Knight's physical strength will become extremely powerful.
Although their number of people who have broken through to the 7th level is not as high as ours in Dian, each of them is an elite.
The strongest among them is the top genius who has awakened his extraordinary bloodline.
Only a top genius who has mastered the extraordinary realm can compete with it. This popular science comment was instantly pinned to the top of the page, attracting countless likes.
Holy crap! I see.
I was wondering why the British Empire could possibly compete with the Great Yin Empire.
So this genius of the Campbell family is actually such a person? Chen Lin is really in trouble this time. It's over. Chen Lin hasn't comprehended the transcendental realm at all. Isn't this just hitting a rock with an egg?
The rhythm of the barrage was completely disrupted, and everyone was shocked by the power of the Blood Knight. I didn't expect that this genius of the Campbell family would be such a terrifying existence. The more people at Imperial Capital University learned about the situation, the more worried they became. Looking at those popular science comments in the barrage, I felt a deep sense of helplessness in my heart.
We are just students of the martial arts university.
These top talents with a century of experience come to challenge us.
Isn't this bullying? The gap is too big, there is no comparison at all.
No matter how strong Chen Lin is, he's just a student.
How can he possibly fight against a true top talent?
The sound of despair spread among the crowd, and the atmosphere became more solemn.
The sword genius looked at the number 1 talent next to him and couldn't help but ask, "Do you think Chen Lin will win?"
Number 1 was stunned for a moment, and then he was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. Perhaps. Although he said this, his tone was full of affirmation.
It seemed as if in his mind, Chen Lin's victory was an inevitable result.
This contradictory attitude made the kendo genius a little confused, but he was not in the mood to delve into it at this time. In the martial arts arena, Arthur, the strongest genius of the Campbell family, began to show his true strength. The chi and blood in his body circulated slowly, making a sound like thunder.
Rumble.
A terrifying sense of oppression instantly swept across the entire venue, making it almost impossible for everyone to breathe.
Is this the strength of a top genius? It's so terrifying. The aura alone is enough to suffocate me.
I feel my own martial arts will tremble. The students of Imperial Capital University have a deeper understanding of the horror of top geniuses. That kind of oppressive feeling that is like that of a god is impossible to resist.
Arthur looked down at Chen Lin and said in a cold tone, "Giving up now may be the best outcome for you.
I can guarantee that I won't destroy your cultivation, I'll just let you lie down for 10 days to half a month.
This is the greatest kindness I can offer."
There was absolute confidence and arrogance in his tone, as if Chen Lin's life and death depended on his decision. However, when Chen Lin heard this, he turned around and walked towards the center of the martial arts field without any concern.
As he walked, he spoke lightly. "What are you standing there talking nonsense for? If you want to fight, do it quickly. Don't waste time."
His tone was as calm as if he was saying that the weather was nice today. When Arthur saw Chen Lin's expression, instead of being angry, he burst into laughter.
"Ha ha ha. Very interesting.
Much stronger than those losers I defeated before. At least you have the courage to stand here.
I will use my most powerful strength to show you the true gap between you and me. It will be your honor to die under my full strength attack."
Arrogant laughter echoed throughout the entire martial arts arena, full of contempt for Chen Lin.
Chen Lin shook his head secretly. Another self-righteous fellow. But my chi and blood are indeed stronger than those people before. It should be able to stretch my muscles a little.
His expression remained calm, as if he was not facing a top genius, but a kitten or puppy on the street.
This contrast makes people watching the live broadcast even more worried. Everyone in the live broadcast room sighed. It's over. Chen Lin missed his last chance.
Once a Bloodline Knight starts fighting, he's like a berserker and can't stop. If I get seriously injured in this battle and my foundation is damaged, my path to martial arts will be completely cut off.
Look at the Magic City, many geniuses have been wasted. Chen Lin is so arrogant, the people of the Campbell family will definitely not hold back. This is really the end.
The comments were mostly filled with mockery of Chen Lin.
Is that enough pretense? You deserve to be taught a lesson for being so arrogant.
Not only will I be doomed, but I will also bring shame to our great Yin.
It's really more of a hindrance than a help. Wait until he's crippled, and then we'll see how arrogant he can be.
Vicious comments flooded in like a tide, almost drowning the entire live broadcast room. However, there are also a few voices supporting Chen Lin.
Come on, brother Chen Lin. I believe you can win. Our Dayan geniuses will not lose to outsiders. Chen Lin has never let us down.
But these voices were quickly drowned out by mocking comments. At this time, at the edge of the martial arts field, the principal remained unmoved, quietly watching the two people on the field. The other senior executives sighed repeatedly, their faces filled with worry.
Principal, are you really not going to stop it? What if something happens to Chen Lin? We are ready. If something goes wrong, we will rush to rescue people immediately. Chapter 138. I only use one hand.
Chen Lin turned around and walked towards the training ground with a relaxed and natural pace.
As he walked, he spoke. What are you standing there talking nonsense for? If you want to fight, just start now.
Upon hearing this, Arthur, the genius of the Campbell family, burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha. Chen Lin, you're very interesting.
He's much stronger than those losers I defeated before.
At least he has the guts to confront me head on. His laughter was filled with mockery and disdain. I will use my most powerful strength to show you the true gap between you and me. To die under my full strength attack will be the greatest honor of your life. Everyone in the live broadcast room sighed. It's over. Chen Lin missed his last chance. Just now I could have saved my life by admitting defeat, but now I'm completely finished. Once a bloodline knight starts fighting, it's like a berserker. It's impossible to stop. More voices of concern emerged.
If I get seriously injured in this battle and my foundation is damaged, my path to martial arts will be completely cut off.
Many people in the Demon City were crippled. Chen Lin is so arrogant, the people of the Campbell family will definitely not hold back.
The comments were mostly filled with mockery of Chen Lin.
Chen Lin is so arrogant now.
Not only will I be doomed, but I will also bring shame to Dayan.
You really overestimate your own abilities. Do you think you're so great? You'll regret it when you're beaten into a pig's head.
The principal remained unmoved, his face as calm as water. The other senior executives sighed repeatedly, their faces full of worry.
A vice president could not help but say, Principal, are you really not going to take action? What if something happens to Chen Lin?
The principal waved his hand.
Wait a little longer, trust Chen Lin.
The other senior executives were all prepared and were determined to rescue Chen Lin as soon as possible if anything went wrong. On the martial arts field, there are only Chen Lin and the strongest genius of the Campbell family.
Chen Lin looked around and said with some doubt, Why are you alone? Aren't the other Campbell family members coming? Or do you think that you can bully me if there are too many people?
This scene scared everyone in the live broadcast room.
Fuck. Chen Lin really overestimates his own abilities. How could a top genius need help to deal with you? Is this an insult to someone's strength? Some even laughed. There's really no one left at Imperial Capital University. Otherwise, why doesn't Chen Lin even have a helper? Where are the other geniuses? Are they all in hiding?
Seeing these comments, the students of Imperial Capital University were so angry that they were shaking all over. But what these people said is indeed true. With their strength, facing top geniuses, killing them would be no more difficult for the top geniuses than stepping on an ant.
We'll die if we go up there. Facing an enemy of this level, numbers are meaningless. I can only trust Chen Lin.
Arthur, the strongest genius of the Campbell family, became even more angry when he heard Chen Lin's words. He slowly took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body. His 2-meter-tall figure is like a giant bear, with perfect muscle lines and full of explosive power.
Boy, take my punch first. Let me see, what is your capital for arrogance?
Suddenly, blood-red veins appeared on his body, flowing under his skin like magma.
That terrifying physical strength left everyone who was practicing physical exercises dumbfounded. Is this the power of extraordinary bloodline? It's so scary. This oppressive feeling. It's totally a humanoid beast.
Arthur punched out, the wind from his fist whistled, and the ground cracked instantly. The powerful force created gusts of wind, and the air around was shaking. The geniuses from Imperial Capital University who had been defeated by Chen Lin before were also watching. They could see the horror of this punch. This punch is enough to instantly kill any half-step 8th level genius who has not yet comprehended the domain.
We can't withstand this kind of attack. Chen Lin is in danger. But the next second, everyone was stunned. Bang! Chen Lin stretched out a hand and easily blocked the attack. Then a terrifying shockwave swept across the 4 directions, forming a huge hole in the ground. Smoke and dust rose up, and gravel flew everywhere. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw an incredible scene. Chen Lin still stood there, not even moving an inch. And he only used one hand. Arthur, the most talented person in the Campbell family, was a little surprised, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be so capable. But this is just a random attack from me. His expression grew serious, and the veins on his body grew brighter. The real battle is coming. Then the family's inherited night skills were used, and violent fists fell like meteors. Boom! 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 Each punch was accompanied by a thunderous boom, and the power was several times stronger than before. But Chen Lin still used only one hand to block all the attacks. His movements were calm and effortless, as if he was doing something insignificant. Everyone in the Campbell family widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. How is that possible? How did he block all the attacks with just one hand? This is unscientific. We all know how powerful the young master's attack is. That's enough power to easily shatter rocks. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. What the hell? What's going on? Chen Lin only used one hand? Am I seeing this right? Is this still a human being? Chapter 139, Warm-up is over, are you ready? Everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. I originally thought I would see Chen Lin being crushed, but Chen Lin actually gained the upper hand with just one hand. What's going on? Am I dazzled? Chen Lin actually suppressed the Bloodline Knight? Impossible. This is the most powerful genius of the Campbell family. Everyone felt their scalps tingling, and the barrage of comments was instantly flooded with shocked emojis. Could it be that Chen Lin really has the strength of a top genius? Oh my god. Did we underestimate this student from Imperial University? This one-handed crushing scene is so shocking. The number of viewers has exceeded 20 million, and the server is about to crash. At this time, someone in the live broadcast room questioned. Don't be too happy. Chen Lin just took advantage. Didn't you hear the Campbell family's most powerful genius just say he only uses physical strength? I'm not taking it seriously at all. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on, and the tone of the comments instantly changed. I see. I was wondering, how could a college student possibly compete with a top genius? It's the Campbell family who didn't use their true strength at all. If he had used the power of his extraordinary bloodline, Chen Lin wouldn't have had it so easy. We were just testing the waters. The real battle hasn't started yet. Arthur, the most powerful genius of the Campbell family, withdrew his hand and stood far away. His face was terribly gloomy, and it was obvious that his confidence had been hit by the previous confrontation. The energy and blood in my body rose like steam, and the oppressive feeling was 10 times stronger than before. The entire training ground was shrouded in this terrifying pressure. He suddenly laughed sinisterly, his voice becoming hoarse. Interesting. Really interesting. Looks like we have to resort to real means. As he spoke, his body began to swell further. His original height of 2 meters suddenly soared to 2.5 meters, and his muscle lines became more exaggerated. The blood-colored lines on his body began to wriggle, moving under his skin like a living thing. The most terrifying thing was that his eyes turned scarlet and his pupils became vertical like a beast. Crack, crack. The mouth was cracked and the teeth became densely packed, looking as terrifying as a shark. The whole person completely lost his human appearance and turned into a humanoid beast. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? This is horrifying. Is this still a human being? I'm going to have a nightmare. The Imperial University students who were watching the battle exclaimed. This is the extraordinary body of the Blood Knight. Only geniuses with extremely high blood concentrations from top families can perform this skill. Completely transformed into a beast. In this state, his combat power will skyrocket several times. A martial arts teacher explained palely. The extraordinary body is the ultimate form of the Bloodline Knight. In this state, their strength, speed, and defense will reach terrifying levels. It seems the most powerful genius of the Campbell family has already used his true strength.
Chen Lin looked at the changes in front of him and nodded secretly in his heart.
This is more like it. The previous level was just a warm-up.
But even so, it still posed no threat to him. Just for better effect, he decided to take it a little more seriously.
That's quite interesting. You've finally shown your true abilities.
Arthur became even more furious when he heard this, and roared like a beast.
Roar!
The sound was like thunder, causing pain in the eardrums.
The battle breaks out again.
This time, Arthur's speed was terrifying, and he appeared in front of Chen Lin almost like teleportation. The huge claws grabbed down with a sound of breaking through the air. Chen Lin chuckled and used both hands this time.
Since you're serious, I'll cooperate a little. Boom!
The two sides collided again, and a terrifying shockwave spread in all directions. The entire arena was shaking, and the surrounding spectators had to step back a further distance. To outsiders, the two sides are evenly matched and neither can do anything to the other.
Fists and feet flew back and forth, and every collision was like thunder.
The battle between the two men plowed deep grooves on the ground, and gravel flew everywhere.
It's so intense. Is this the battle of top talents? The ground is about to be broken through.
The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. This level of battle was beyond their comprehension. But Arthur, the most talented person of the Campbell family, looked more and more unhappy. Because he clearly felt that Chen Lin's strength was slightly superior to his own. Even though he has used his extraordinary body, he still cannot gain the upper hand.
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I am a top genius who has awakened extraordinary bloodline. How can he compete with me?
Arthur's pride was greatly shaken. From childhood to adulthood, he has always been the strongest among his peers. Even among the top talents of other families, few can compete with him head-on. But now, a university student from Dayen could actually fight with him on equal terms.
How could he accept this? Boom! After a loud bang, the two sides collided and separated again.
Arthur gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. The fierce battle just now consumed a lot of his physical strength and blood power. In contrast, Chen Lin remained calm and composed, his breathing even.
This contrast made everyone see the clue. Wait. Chen Lin doesn't seem tired at all? How is this possible? After a fight of that magnitude, does he still have energy left?
Chen Lin straightened his clothes and his eyes turned cold. That indifferent look made Arthur feel a little fear inexplicably. Chen Lin spoke slowly, his voice as calm as water.
It's time to end the warm-up. Are you ready? Chapter 140, Extraordinary Bloodline Power, Vast Blood Pool.
The evenly matched battle just now, coupled with Chen Lin's words, "It's time to end the warm-up," suddenly made the scene quiet. The entire training ground was silent, and even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. The live broadcast room was completely silent, and the comments stopped scrolling.
Everyone was digesting what they had just heard. Warm-up? That level of intense fighting was just a warm-up for Chen Lin? The silence lasted for more than 10 seconds.
Suddenly, the live broadcast room began to flood the screen with comments.
Holy shit! Am I blind? Chen Lin actually suppressed a top genius? And it's in physical combat, the opponent's strongest point. This is unscientific. How could a human body be this strong? More shocked voices emerged.
That genius from the Campbell family just now clearly gave it his all. But Chen Lin doesn't look like he's using any strength at all.
This gap is too exaggerated.
At this time, a special barrage caught everyone's attention. That was the statement of a renowned genius who had reached the pinnacle of physical cultivation, had not yet attained the realm of transcendence, yet was able to withstand several blows from top talents. I admit that my physical body is not as good as Chen Lin's. In a confrontation like that, I could only last 3 moves at most. And Chen Lin not only completely suppressed his opponent, but he also did it with ease. This barrage exploded in the live broadcast room like a nuclear bomb. You should know that this genius's attainments in physical cultivation have reached the peak among his peers. Even he took the initiative to admit that he was not as good as Chen Lin. At this moment, the live broadcast room was even more shocked.
Even a role model in physical cultivation says this? Has Chen Lin's body become so strong? Wait. I suddenly thought of something. Chen Lin is only 18 years old this year. This reminder made everyone gasp. 18 years old. At the age of 18, he already has such terrifying physical strength. Oh my god. Are we about to witness the rise of a truly invincible powerhouse? This is simply a monster. Dian is going to produce a legendary figure in the future. The number of viewers has exceeded 30 million, and major media outlets have begun to pay attention to this battle. But soon, another voice appeared. Some rational viewers began to pour cold water on the issue. You are too happy too soon. Chen-Lin, let's get through this first. So what if I'm just physically strong? The opponent's true strength isn't just in his physical form. There is also the power of a knight and the most terrifying extraordinary bloodline power. That's the real reason they're on par with top talents. These words calmed down the wild and frenzied comments a lot. Indeed, in the battle just now, the genius of the Campbell family did not use his extraordinary abilities. Although pure physical confrontation is shocking, it is not enough to explain everything. Although the top management of Imperial Capital University was excited for a while, more worries soon appeared on their faces. A vice principal couldn't help but speak. Chen-Lin's body is indeed incredibly strong, but the opponent hasn't yet used his true strength. The most terrifying thing about a bloodline knight is never their physical body, but their extraordinary abilities. Another senior executive nodded in agreement. Yes, Chen-Lin has broken the record of genius. It's beyond imagination that an 18-year-old can have such fighting power. We can't allow such a talent to be lost here. They turned and asked the principal. Principal, let Chen-Lin admit defeat. The Imperial University cannot afford the loss of such a genius. He's already proven himself. There's no need to take any more risks. However, the principal still shook his head as usual. You have to trust Chen-Lin. Since he dared to say that the warm-up was over, it means he was absolutely sure. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. On the other side, the sword genius looked at the calm number 1 genius and couldn't help asking. Have you anticipated this situation? You were so calm from the beginning, as if you weren't worried at all about Chen-Lin losing. Number 1 didn't say anything for a day, but his eyes were still on Chen-Lin. There was a hint of thoughtfulness in that focused look. The kendo genius continued. The real test is now. The extraordinary power of the bloodline knight is no joke. But... He paused, and the worry on his face dissipated a lot. But now I'm looking forward to it. I vaguely feel that perhaps Chen-Lin truly possesses the strength of a top genius. Number 1 finally spoke, his voice calm. Yes. He's going to impress everyone. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. Arthur, the strongest genius of the Campbell family, stared at Chen-Lin with his eyes full of unwillingness and anger. This was the first time in his life that he was at a disadvantage in a purely physical confrontation. This was a huge blow to his pride. Damn yellow monkey. I've been in Dian for so long, and you're the first person to push me to this point. You have witnessed my true strength. He clenched his fists and terrifying power began to erupt. This time it is no longer just physical strength, but a deeper supernatural power. The power of the knight surged forth, sweeping across the entire training ground like a tide. The feeling of oppression was several times stronger than before, shocking the geniuses watching the battle around them to the ground. Many weaker students were directly knocked to the ground by this pressure, their faces pale. Is this the true power of a knight? It's terrifying. The pressure alone is enough to make it impossible to stand. It's totally not on the same level. But Arthur didn't stop there. Because he knew that this level of power alone was not enough to defeat Chen-Lin. The strength Chen-Lin just displayed made him feel truly threatened. Then he suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. Roar! Blood began to flow from his eye sockets, forming a strange blood streak on his face. The originally vast power of the knight began to undergo a qualitative change, turning into a boundless pool of blood. The fishy smell instantly filled the entire training ground, shocking everyone. The blood seemed to have its own life, crawling on the ground and making a strange gurgling sound. Arthur grinned and said, "This is my true power. Extraordinary bloodline power." His voice became hoarse and terrifying, like a demon from hell. The live broadcast room instantly fell into panic. What the hell is this? This is disgusting. I'm going to throw up. Is this still a human ability? The blood power inherited by the Campbell family comes from a mysterious ancient being. No one knows the true origin of that existence, but the Campbell family calls it their ancestor. Therefore, they called their family the Holy Blood family. The extraordinary bloodline powers they awakened are all related to blood. Now this powerful genius has mastered the power of the blood pool. As long as the blood pool is not completely destroyed, he can recover infinitely. It can also absorb the enemy's blood and create various powerful blood monsters. Thinking of this, everyone's scalp tingled. This ability is simply a nightmare on the battlefield. Now you know the difference, right? Any enemy facing my blood pool will die. Arthur laughed wildly, completely lost in the terror of his own power. However, the next second, Chen-Lin's cold laughter came. Have you finally shown your true strength? Chen-Lin glanced at the pool of blood, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. I thought it was some amazing ability. Is this the strength comparable to that of a top genius? He shook his head. It seems that even the top talents are not that great.